How does a ogre typically partake a meal? The first step is to locate a desert beast. The second step is to strike it. The third step involves mercilessly beating it. The fourth step is to toss it into the cauldron. The fifth step requires simmering it gently for 2 hours. Gorjin has traversed this endless desert world for 2 decades, yet he remains a burly and robust ogre. After finally ascending to the position of chieftain, has the entire populace of Blue Star descended? Is survival required amidst the indigenous people and the harsh desert environment? Spare me the nonsense. Gorjin reclined with one leg crossed over the other, saying, "Is living truly so difficult?" Chapter 1. This system is truly audacious, capable of uninstalling itself at will. I am Gorjin, a lamentable soul hailing from Blue Star, who has spent 20 years in this land dominated by desolate sands as an ogre. A year ago, I finally ascended to the chieftaincy of this small ogre tribe. The reason is quite simple. My even more unfortunate father, inebriated, led a band of equally intoxicated warriors and one of 2 ogre mages to provoke a slumbering black dragon, who had been dormant for countless years, 100 kilometers away in the dragon's lair. As for the aftermath, the loss of numerous warriors and 1 ogre mage, coupled with the chieftain's demise, caused the once formidable ogre tribe, which ruled over 100 miles with impunity, to plummet in strength, from being fearlessly dominant to merely somewhat dominant. After all, my mother still remains, and another ogre mage in the tribe is a 2-headed one. With my mother's vigorous support, I, a 20-year-old young ogre, became the chieftain of this small ogre tribe, which now has just 20 members. Through my relentless efforts, on this day, a year later, I have finally established the first iconic building in my tribe, the House of Exotic Delights. Here, we have the females of various races that we have. Ahem, accommodated. Though there are currently only 5 waitresses, they hail from diverse races. There are humans, elves, drow, orcs, and even a succubus. At this juncture, Gorjin gazed at the terrified man before him and opened his cavernous maw, declaring, "You see, I have afforded you the opportunity to indulge in exotic pleasures, and I can also ensure your safe passage through this place. I can even arrange for formidable ogres to escort you to your destination, and all you need to offer is half of your goods. It is a most reasonable transaction, is it not?" The man trembled before the 5-meter-tall ogre, overwhelmed by the barrage of words regarding Blue Star and lamentations that eluded his comprehension, yet instinctively gasped, "This is not a transaction. This is outright robbery." Gorjin smiled benevolently. "You see, I could have seized everything from you directly, yet I chose to negotiate. I even offered to ensure your safe arrival at your destination, and yet you fail to appreciate my generosity. Truly disheartening for an ogre." The man hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. "While your reasoning is undeniably sound, our caravan was merely moments from passing through here before being pursued and captured by your band of ogres. I should even express my gratitude for your mercy in sparing my life." Observing the man's uncertainty, Gorjin's benevolent demeanor vanished. Rage, roar. An equally burly ogre, standing 5 meters tall, entered, casting a greedy glance at the man. Gorjin waved his hand dismissively. "Take him out and give him a beating." The ogre named Rage exhibited a look of satisfaction as he seized the man, akin to a chick, and exited. The man cried out in desperation, "I agree. I agree." Alas, it was too late. Gorjin typically allows only a single chance for courtesy. As for the tale that unfolds after the beating, can you guess why ogres are called ogres? From a young age, Gorjin, who has transmigrated into this world, has been a man-eating ogre for 20 years. One could even assert that Gorjin has been reincarnated. The essence of an ogre lies in their insatiable appetite. As long as they can satiate their hunger, they will consume anything, an intrinsic trait of their race. Particularly in this desolate Gobi desert, they feast upon everything from magical beasts to cacti, devouring all that isn't sand. Hearing the anguished cries outside, Gorjin realizes that yet again, it is a bountiful harvest. With ample food and goods for his kin, is it not a perfect scenario? As the screams echo from outside, Gorjin gently squints his eyes. Ah, what delightful music! With a resounding thunderclap, a colossal roar reverberates through the sky, startling every creature in the boundless desolation of the Gobi. Gorjin steps out of his makeshift shelter to gaze at the heavens. The blazing sun shines high, and the sky is devoid of clouds. Not a single wisp of cloud. How can there be thunder? Assuming it might rain, Gorjin curses softly as he retreats back into his dwelling. Treasure chest has been refreshed. World channel is now open. Private channel is now open. Language system has been synchronized. Trading channel is now open. Bounty channel is now open. Welcome to the endless desert. Here, countless natives exist, encompassing various races, magical beasts, tribes, cities, and an array of treasure chests unseen by the natives. You all need to collect and unlock treasure chests to survive in this boundless desert. Treasure chests are categorized into white, green, blue, purple, gold, orange, and rainbow colors. They may contain peril or bounty, with rewards linked to the chest tier. Are you bold enough to take a gamble? Wishing everyone a pleasant journey. A cascade of messages flooded Gorjin's mind, and a virtual panel appeared before him, showcasing the functions mentioned. Gorjin's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? After 2 decades as a native, the 4th calamity has arrived? Before Gorjin could fully comprehend the situation, the world chat box began to vibrate intensely, and a crimson number rapidly surged, reaching 99 in mere seconds. Gorjin, intrigued, opened the world channel, and a wave of blue star text struck him like a gale. What the hell? Why is this happening? After half a year of adoring the goddess, she finally grew impatient with me, just as she agreed to let me sleep beside her and then asked for me to keep my distance. How did I suddenly end up here? What the hell? I was in the shower and suddenly found myself in a desert? Fine, I can accept the transmigration, but couldn't they at least have provided me with clothing? Damn, the temperature in this godforsaken place is unbearable. Is everyone else here too? It's only been a few seconds, and the chat box is overflowing. Has the entire world arrived? Is it possible that Blue Star has been wiped clean? Damn, I'm quite fortunate. Right beside me is a blue treasure chest. I'm opening it now. What the hell? There's a fire-breathing giant python inside. Are you alright, lucky one? Don't ask, the lucky one is logged off. I thought he was the protagonist. This is hilarious. Gorjin gazed at the rapidly scrolling world chat, lost in contemplation. Is living in this desert difficult? Indeed, it is quite challenging, but those lacking abilities have long been eliminated. Gorjin not only thrives, but has even just opened his ogre-themed establishment. How wonderful. Yet, why does he possess this system? Could it be that it detected his soul's origin for Blue Star? Host detected, the strongest ogre system has been bound. What? Ogre? System is uninstalling. Uninstalling January 10th, 20. Before Gorjin could relish the joy of having a system, it hastily began to uninstall itself. No way, don't do this. Leave me something. What kind of operation is this? What's wrong with ogres? Are we not entitled to a voice in this other world? Uninstallation complete. Residual uninstallation. Ogre's Gourmet Compendium. Do you wish to delete? Gorjin felt a surge of frustration. This system is truly audacious. Fortunately, there is some residual data left. No, residual uninstallation has been preserved. Farewell. Gorjin. To transmigrate and become an ogre, only to have the system uninstall itself overnight. Chapter 2. The 6th member of the Pleasure House. The dog system had uninstalled itself, and Gorjin found no inclination to gaze at the tumultuous world channel any longer. The endless desert sprawled expansively, and Gorjin had yet to hear of anyone encountering its boundaries. Here, the law of the jungle prevailed, and among the myriad races, those that managed to endure were invariably ruthless characters. Rain fell but once every few years in this desolate expanse, and all living beings relied on the scanty oases for survival. Oases symbolized life and water, the most fundamental and vital resources. All the oases had long been thoroughly divided, leaving no surplus water for the Blue Star denizens who had been cast into this world. Mark my words, within a day and a half, this densely packed world channel would become desolate beyond recognition. Treasure chests? Setting aside the risks and resource odds that were evenly balanced. Even if one were to successfully locate a treasure chest, what guarantee was there that it would yield anything other than mere trinkets? Did they truly believe Gorjin had not perused similar tales before his transmigration? As for his fellow compatriots from Blue Star, Gorjin held no desire for nostalgic reminiscence. He had been directly reborn into his mother's womb. Apart from his soul's origin, he was fundamentally a native ogre. Due to the scarcity of resources, even among kin, mutual slaughter was commonplace. The greatest powers were mere city-states, and one's tribe or city-state was regarded as kin. All other beings were either prey or adversaries. This was the very reason Gorjin's ogre tribe could roam unchallenged within a 100-mile radius. Ogres were indiscriminate eaters, capable of consuming anything, and they easily accumulated fat. Moreover, adult ogres stood around 5 meters tall, possessing tough skin and resilient flesh. Except for the ogre shamans, most lacked intellect. Gorjin was an exception, blessed with a soul imbued with the grievances of Blue Star. As he focused on the remnants left by the uninstalled dog system, Gorjin instantaneously received information about the Ogre Culinary Compendium. For each delectable dish crafted, a corresponding image would appear within the Ogre Culinary Compendium. This compendium would gather diners' approval ratings for the current dish. The higher the approval, the greater the rewards, yet the window for claiming rewards was limited to a single meal. Each culinary creation offered only one opportunity for reward. It must be said, indeed, the remnants left behind were somewhat lackluster. Gorjin felt utterly disheartened. In this wretched expanse of the endless desert, merely ensuring a steady supply of food and drink was already a form of extreme happiness, let alone gourmet delights. Occasionally used to brew a pot of soup, most meals consisted of whatever was available, with meat primarily being prepared via roasting. The Dragon Kingdom boasted a plethora of culinary methods: stir-frying, pan-frying, deep-frying, stewing, braising, and more. Yet in the current predicament, which of these could be executed? Gorjin cast a glance at his weapon, a massive beast's thigh bone. He lacked even a simple kitchen knife. Gourmet delights? What a farce. With a begrudging sigh, Gorjin exited his dwelling. The cacophony of screams had ceased. After all, the victim was merely a human, unable to withstand the brutal onslaught of the ogres. Several ogres eagerly tossed the goods from the human merchant's caravan haphazardly, shoving anything edible into their mouths. Hey, what are you doing? Gorjin exclaimed, raising an eyebrow as he loudly intervened. The ogres, some with single eyes and others with double, exchanged bewildered glances before ultimately turning to their chief. Gorjin strode over and, wielding his bone hammer, struck down decisively. I've said it before, goods must be categorized. If you want to eat, resolve it yourselves. He thwarted their foolish intentions of tossing that unfortunate human into the cauldron. That cauldron was the tribe's sole cooking vessel, and Gorjin still relied on it for his meals. The endless desert was rife with resources. Why waste time on such trivial matters? The irate ogres grumbled, discarding the unfortunate human as if he were refuse. Daily beatings from the chief were routine. It was a source of comfort. However, do not presume Gorjin had attained his position solely due to his lineage as the offspring of an ogre shaman and the previous chief's wife. Ogres traditionally resolved issues through combat, and had Gorjin not possessed fighting prowess, securing his position as chief would have been far more arduous. Among the tribe, anger was the foremost enforcer, having grown up alongside Gorjin. As for why Gorjin's name comprised 3 characters while Anger's was but 1, it was simply because Anger was rather dim-witted. Or rather, all ogres, save for shamans, tended toward a lack of intellect. The human merchant was swiftly dealt with. His fate all too evident. His caravan, nearly 20 strong, had been relatively significant in this vast desert, but had met with the ogre's misfortune. The guards he had employed displayed remarkable bravery, refusing to surrender and even daring to launch a counteroffensive against the ogres led by Anger. Alas, the valiant charge turned tragic in an instant. Now, the entire caravan had been reduced to a single female human. Gorjin had repeatedly emphasized that when encountering potential prey, they should not all be slaughtered indiscriminately. The female should be brought back for him to inspect. She's rather passable. Gorjin mused as he seized the terrified woman amidst her screams and brought her to the entrance of the tribe's only decent structure. He opened the door and unceremoniously tossed her inside. Welcome, newcomers. Teach her the rules. With that, Gorjin turned and departed. Indeed, this edifice was Gorjin's pleasure house. Once staffed by only 5 attendants, it now boasted a 6th. Gorjin's intent in retaining these females was not born of altruism. Rather, he harbored his own schemes. The oasis occupied by the ogres was not particularly small, and sustaining a few foreign females was hardly an issue. Gorjin planned to establish a service area akin to those from his past life. In this space, any race would be prohibited from engaging in violence and could indulge in the unique services offered by various female races. With the right price, they could even hire ogres as guards. Today was merely a trial run, yet the human merchant's unwillingness to cooperate had resulted in his unfortunate demise as ogre lunch. The caravan consisted of 3 camels, their backs laden with goods. Gorjin called upon the other ogres to unload the cargo and led the camels away. He had no intention of feasting upon these creatures. Although ogres could not ride camels, they constituted excellent mounts for most races in the endless desert. If Gorjin was to establish a service area in this barren land, camels would be indispensable. Much obliged to that kind-hearted human merchant, he thought. Chapter 3. The essence lies in respect. As Gorjin sifted through the caravan's cargo, he wrinkled his nose in distaste. The haul consisted primarily of dried meats, murky canned water, and salt blocks. The most valuable item was likely a small pouch of rice, a product only capable of yielding the slightest harvest deep within the oasis. Logically, such a thing should have been impossible, yet this was hardly a world governed by scientific principles. In the realm of science, There exists no diminutive mountain-like black dragon named Gorjin. A deep and resonant voice echoed, "I am hungry." Gorjin, with a sense of resignation, rose to his feet, replying, "All right. Mother, please wait while I prepare something for you." In this tribe, the only being capable of commanding Gorjin, the chieftain, was his formidable mother, Honi, a singular ogre sorceress. Honi was equally robust, wielding a hefty bone hammer that also served as her staff. Gorjin hefted the large cauldron located in the center of the tribe and ambled toward the nearby oasis. He needed to fetch some water first. The ogres were wise enough not to establish their home directly within the oasis, fully aware of their own tendencies, should they settle there. It would not be long before they ravaged the land. Currently, the small oasis still attracted other creatures seeking water, indirectly providing sustenance for the ogres. Though ogres may be simple-minded, they understood the importance of sustainable resource management. Ignoring the frenzied creatures in the vicinity, Gorjin filled the cauldron with water from the oasis and returned to the tribe. Food was plentiful, and there was no need for them to hunt these creatures. Placing the cauldron over a makeshift fire, Gorjin shouted, "Mother, I've lit the fire." No sooner had he spoken than a fireball, the size of a human head, hurtled forth, landing squarely upon the kindling. Sparks flew as the wood ignited into a fierce blaze. The wood, sourced from desert thorns that thrived in arid conditions, was abundant. If fortune smiled upon them, these thorns bore small fruits, barely sufficient to quench hunger and thirst. Gorjin rummaged through the supplies contributed by the human trading caravans. Retrieving a piece of jerky which he laid upon a nearby stone slab, he swung his bone hammer down with a resounding thud, pulverizing it into bits. He then poured the meat scraps into the pot, tossing in a chunk of salt for flavor. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to add a portion of rice into the mixture. Stirring with his bone hammer, he allowed it to simmer. Seizing the opportunity, Gorjin ventured back to the oasis to collect some leaves and grasses. Upon returning to the camp, he placed them aside, waiting for the concoction to simmer sufficiently before adding them. Amidst Honi's impatient murmurs, Gorjin observed that the rice had completely bloomed, and he promptly sprinkled the greens into the pot. "Dinner is served," he bellowed, as his mother Honi strode over with an air of authority. "Let us call this dish rice and meat porridge." To be candid, Gorjin harbored a deep dissatisfaction with his culinary creation. Before his transmigration, he was a bona fide chef. Having spent 7 or 8 years in a modest restaurant kitchen, given the right conditions, he could have produced a magnificent feast. Alas, in this desolate and barren wasteland, merely having enough to eat and drink was considered a fortunate existence. Moreover, there was no place to acquire an array of spices. With Gorjin's roar, the ogres, who had been languishing in the shade throughout the tribe, slowly emerged. The doors of the pleasure house swung open, revealing 6 attendants from various races. The newest arrival timidly followed the other 5. Had her predecessors not informed her of the conditions here, she would never have dared to step out. The first 5 had been there long enough to acclimate to their surroundings. Gorjin had explicitly forbidden any rough treatment of the pleasure house staff by the ogres, as long as they did not attempt to flee. After enduring initial trepidation and anxiety, the attendants had abandoned thoughts of escape. The only one interested in their services was Gorjin, the chieftain, while the other ogres scorned them. For Gorjin, establishing the pleasure house was one matter. Appreciating its aesthetic appeal was another. Despite having been raised as an ogre, he could not reconcile himself with the appearance and physique of female ogres. The attendants were only required to perform their duties to earn their meals and water, devoid of any life-threatening dangers. What was there to complain about? As for shame, in comparison to sustenance and survival, that was of little consequence. From the outset of their fears to their current sense of gratitude towards Gorjin, they noted that the chieftain always took the time to wash himself in the oasis before indulging in their massages. What was this? This was nothing short of respect. If possible, they even contemplated inviting their friends and sisters to join them. In this world, the status of women and weaker males was markedly low. Here, strength dictated respect. As staff members of the pleasure house, each of them received a generous bowl of thick rice and meat porridge. The ogres were not particular, using various animal skulls as utensils, while kind-hearted passing merchants provided the necessary dining ware. The vast cauldron of porridge was clearly insufficient for the hearty appetites of the ogres, serving merely as a tantalizing treat. After all, only the chieftain possessed the inclination to prepare a decent meal. Gorjin, too, served himself a bowl. As the chieftain, he was no exception, and his bowl was also crafted from the skull of a giant beast. Taking a hearty sip, Gorjin smacked his lips. As a denizen of Blue Star, he found this dish quite unpalatable. In the rural lands of Dragon Country, not even a starving dog would deign to consume such fare. However, for a creature dwelling in the endless desert, this concoction, rich with meat, broth, salt, and precious rice, was truly a commendable meal. While ogres were known to consume virtually anything, they preferred more fragrant options. for the attendants of the pleasure house. This food was considerably superior to what they would typically consume in their respective cities or tribal settlements. In their former lives, such fare would have necessitated frugality. Yet for Gorjin, it was all at his fingertips, and thus he felt no remorse in indulging. As Gorjin dined, his mind was suddenly inundated with notifications. Recognition value 2. Recognition value 1. Recognition value 2. Statistics complete. Current dish, rice and meat porridge. Number of consumers, 23. Acquired recognition value, 36. Rewards dispersed. Dish, rice and meat porridge. Reward, spring water cauldron. Spring water cauldron. A 500L cauldron filled with crystal clear spring water, replenished every dawn. Fragile, handle with care, non-reparable. Chapter 4. This damned chieftain's life. The vast cauldron of food was primarily for Gorjin and his mother Honi, with the other ogres merely sampling it. To expect Gorjin to prepare enough food for them all? That was sheer folly. The mightiest chieftain, with a sorceress mother, had no regard for appearances. As for the pleasure house staff, a single bowl each was already quite generous for them, yet for the ogres, it was barely a morsel. As a mature and vigorous ogre with little to occupy his time, what was there to do after a hearty midday meal? Gorjin dragged himself back to the oasis. He needed to wash up. Upon witnessing the scene, several staff members of the exotic pavilion promptly returned to the establishment, unfurling enormous beast skins in the bewildered gaze of the newcomer. They laid the hides flat upon the ground, and subsequently produced a massive pillow to place atop. Once all preparations were complete, the staff members knelt on either side of the beast skins. Noticing the newcomer's perplexed expression, a fellow human among the staff hastily offered a reminder. Quickly kneel down. The chieftain has gone to bathe and will arrive shortly. Our task is to provide him with a soothing massage. We are all in the same boat, so you need not be instructed on this. The newcomer, still bewildered, approached and knelt beside 3 staff members. What am I supposed to do? She wondered. Though she had massaged many humans before, this ogre was an entirely different matter. A succubus chuckled lightly. What is there to be unsure about? If you cannot perform, just observe. With enough watching, you will learn. With an alluring smile gracing her lips, she added, if we make the chieftain comfortable, we will be well provided for and free from concerns about safety. You must not mess this up. The woman timidly replied. I will do my best. Opposite her sat the most exquisite elven beauty, who, instead of exuding her usual grace and pride, remarked, there is no need for excessive caution. As long as you are earnest, being a little clumsy is of no consequence. Beside the elf, a drow, traditionally an enemy of the elves, nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as we serve the chieftain well, his tolerance for us is quite high. Before the newcomer could respond, Gorjin pushed open the grand doors and entered. Nonchalantly tearing away his beast skin skirt, he reclined upon the beast skins laid out on the ground. The staff members immediately began their customary full-body massage. Gorjin inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. This was the essence of life. What of being an ogre? So what if he was corpulent and unsightly? With a full belly and 6 exotic attendants at his service, what could be more pleasurable than this? Gorjin exhaled contentedly. This was the life of a chieftain. As he savored the varying pressures from the 6 attendants' massages, Gorjin slowly opened the world channel. After feasting and drinking, viewing the plight of his compatriots from the Blue Star brought a certain amusement. I'm parched. How vast is this desert? I've been walking for 2 hours without spotting a single living creature. The ground is strewn with thorns. Were it not for the occasional small fruit overhead, I fear I would have perished. Are you foolish? Didn't that voice say upon our arrival, welcome to the endless desert? The riddle lies within the riddle. It is infinite. You're clever. Have you found water? No, but I encountered a passing caravan of indigenous humans. Holy cow, there are indeed natives. Is there a language barrier? Are they accommodating? Did they offer you food? Communication? There is no barrier. They all speak Mandarin. I can't speak to whether they are easy to converse with, but they are indeed brutes. What do you mean? I'm just a sophomore female college student, and I've fallen into the hands of a caravan comprised of over 30 men. Can you guess what will happen? A string of incredulous responses followed, and Gorjin could only shake his head in disbelief. After 2 hours, you're probably close to being a goner. What good skin could one expect from a world where the sun beats down and the wind howls? Where is the delicate beauty of a freshly descended NDXS? Gorjin couldn't help but interject. So, what is your current condition? What condition could I possibly have? Do you not have any images in your mind? Here. One communicates solely through thought. In short, I feel like a spittoon. The unfortunate soul continued, I don't think I will survive. I advise everyone to trust no one, whether they are indigenous or fellow Blue Star inhabitants. This world is no longer what it once was. Do not trust anyone. For a brief moment, silence fell over the world channel. Gorjin, while somewhat speechless, had little else to contemplate. Having lived as a native for 20 years, he was well aware of the nature of the beings in this world. The scarcity of resources here meant that there was no sense of kinship among races. Only those from the same tribe, settlement, or city could be considered allies. Anyone else could be an enemy. The unfortunate female college student spoke truthfully. In this realm, one must absolutely not trust anyone. Naturally, this applied regardless of whether the other party was human or not. Afterward, the female student fell silent, likely unable to endure any longer. With over 30 individuals, all the humans in this world were tall and robust, far surpassing the frail youths of the Blue Star. Of course, only a small fraction could see the updates from the female student. The majority were busy seeking shade, treasure, water, and food. Damn it. I finally found a white treasure chest, and it contained just 2 steamed buns. And they're vegetarian. I found a bottle of mineral water. Holy cow, you're lucky. Can I trade you a bun for some water? Are you out of your mind? Lucky bro, I found a revolver with 5 bullets. Can I trade you? I'm so envious of you. I ended up with a jar of Pishian de Banjiang. Gorjin's eyes lit up. I have a bit of water myself. Though it's from an oasis pool. Would you trade it for your Pishian de Banjiang? Holy cow, another lucky one. You actually found yourself in an oasis? In just 2 hours, countless billions haven't found water, and now someone is trading water for Pishian de Banjiang? Exhausting. Lucky bro. Are you planning to make water-boiled meat slices or something? What good is that? Or you could trade with me. I found a silicone doll. Gorjin glanced at the 6 attendants. You can keep that for yourself as a girlfriend. Here's the deal. 1 bowl of oasis water for your Pishian de Banjiang. Will you trade, or not? If not, keep it. Without hesitation, Gorjin blocked the path of the one who had found the Pishian de Banjiang. After all, he held the water. And while he desired the de Banjiang, it was merely a wish. He could do without it. Can you really do without water? In this endless desert, under such temperatures, without replenishment, one could perish in 2 days. Gorjin was not one to waste his oasis water on any compatriots. He was born an ogre, not a compassionate Buddha. In this world, good people were as rare as grass on a grave. Upon hearing Gorjin's words, the individual promptly initiated a trade through the trade channel. Opening the trade interface, Gorjin spotted the familiar red box in the other party's section, the very Pishian de Banjiang he had frequently used before his transmigration. He casually assigned one of the staff members who was massaging to fetch a bowl of water. The exotic pavilion was equipped with water buckets. Though they were too small for ogres, they sufficed for the daily hydration needs of the attendants. Soon, a bowl of water was placed in Gorjin's large hand. In the hands of Gorjin, the bowl belonging to the human race was scarcely larger than his fingernail. With a mere thought, the bowl of water was placed in the trading interface, and upon mutual confirmation, the transaction was completed. Gorjin now possessed a box of Pishian de Banjiang. For Gorjin, the standard-sized Pishian de Banjiang was rather diminutive, so he casually set it aside and closed his eyes once more. Acquiring the necessary condiments to prepare an authentic Chinese meal would likely prove to be a challenging endeavor. At present, however, the priority was to relish the moment. After all, with 6 individuals exerting their strength in a massage, Gorjin felt as though all his fatigue had dissipated. The arms and palms of the 6 attendants were sore from the exertion. After posting a long-term request for various condiments in the trading channel, Gorjin drifted into a contented slumber. It was midday, with the sun blazing outside. Having eaten and drunk to satisfaction, indulged in a soothing massage, and procured a jar of seasoning, he found relief from his weariness and comfortably slept until evening. Bang bang bang. The door of the windy pavilion resounded with loud thuds. Although referred to as a door, it was merely a sturdy construction woven from thick bramble, impressively weighty due to the abundance of material used. Groggily, Gorjin opened his eyes. Irritation evident as he bellowed, "What is going on? Orc merchant caravan!" Came the furious voice of the tribe's foremost enforcer from outside. Rubbing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Gorjin rose from the animal hide, wrapped the hide skirt around his waist, and pushed the door open to step outside. Outside, more than a dozen ogres had gathered, each wielding hefty thigh bones or stout wooden clubs. Accepting the bone hammer, thrust angrily toward him. Gorjin's large eyes turned to the enforcer. Where are they? The enforcer, a one-eyed, one-horned ogre, bore a particularly fearsome appearance. Outside. Hurry, they are coming. Gorjin, fully aware of the implications, recognized that the orc merchant caravan was approaching the tribe. He stood at the entrance of the tribe with a contingent of ogres, squinting to discern the figures in the distance. They appeared to be familiar, otherwise, they wouldn't dare approach the ogre tribe. The ogres resembled the meerkats of Gorjin's past life on the African savanna. However, these ogres were indeed formidable, standing roughly 5 meters tall, well-fed and muscular, possessing immense strength, yet singularly focused and vengeful. Listening to the distant shouts, the orc merchant caravan drew nearer. This was a contingent of nearly 50 orcs, accompanied by a massive kodo beast to carry their goods. The orcs, standing between 2 and 3 meters tall, displayed crimson skin and bulging muscles, also a fiercely combative race. "Hey, Gorjin." The leading orc raised his hand in greeting to the ogre chieftain. Gorjin recognized him as Cash, the leader of the Chewing Bone tribe, the first client he had encountered after ascending to the chieftaincy. "Good to see you, Cash," Gorjin exclaimed, bending down to clap Cash's shoulder vigorously. "You are a trustworthy friend." The orc leader grinned. "Trust is of utmost importance to us orcs. Cash, night is falling, and since your tribe is nearby, I decided to bring the caravan here for the night to replenish our water supplies. Is that all right?" Gorjin flashed a rather unappealing smile. "Of course. Just provide an equivalent value for your needs, and my tribe's doors are always open for you." Cash nodded. "Rest assured, we will camp just outside your tribe. Then head to the oasis for some water. For the night, we will hire an ogre to keep watch. What price do you think is fair?" Gorjin rubbed his fingers together. "For that, a mere supply worth 1 gold coin would suffice. No need to hire ogre guards. I guarantee your safe arrival at your destination." Cash shook his head. "Gorjin, my guards are sufficient for the daytime. The cost of hiring an ogre guard is too steep. We only need a good night's rest." "Very well." Gorjin felt a twinge of disappointment, but refrained from voicing it. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. At least he had secured his first returning customer, right? He shooed away the eager ogres behind him and ceased to concern himself with the orcs. Anger. "Keep an eye on our dim-witted comrades. Do not disturb the customers." After instructing Anger, Gorjin began preparing for dinner. As he was transitioning into the service area business, integrity would be paramount. A reckless charge could certainly overpower them, but the orcs were no weaklings and would inevitably incur casualties. Moreover, such actions would likely deter merchant caravans from traversing the ogre territory for a considerable time. If Gorjin were a true ogre, such behavior would be justifiable. However, as an ogre infused with the spirit of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, he could not continue to live aimlessly. The chieftainess' orders were absolute, after all, and Gorjin was capable of fighting. The orcs established their camp on the outskirts of the ogre tribe, quickly digging a large pit and igniting a bonfire. The relentless desert was extreme, scorching during the day and chilling at night, where without a fire, one could perish or suffer severe discomfort. This posed yet another test for those hailing from the Blue Star. With their small physiques, they were likely to succumb to the harsh temperature fluctuations. This thought flickered through Gorjin's mind before he cast it aside. Why should he, a native, worry about such trifles? Chapter 6. Exotic Barbecue and Tiger Bone Offal Stew. This evening, Gorjin prepared a simplified version of barbecue. The impetus behind this culinary endeavor was the fortunate acquisition of 3 boxes of barbecue seasoning by a lucky individual, who promptly contacted Gorjin via the trading channel. Their request was slightly more substantial than that of the Pishian de Banjiang, and after some consideration, Gorjin agreed to the trade. A bowl of water and 2 pieces of flint exchanged for 3 boxes of barbecue seasoning. This individual clearly possessed common sense, understanding the significant temperature differences in the desert. The water would quench thirst, and the flint would ignite the bonfire. Materials were abundant, with thorns readily available for burning. Clearly, this fortunate soul would enjoy a warm night. The barbecue ingredients were simple. A few ogres retrieved a blazing tiger and 3 desert wild boars from the oasis. Borrowing a battle axe from the orcs, Gorjin skillfully gutted, bled, and skinned the animals, yielding a tiger pelt and 6 boar tusks. He did not waste the entrails or bones, briefly rinsing them to eliminate any foul odors before placing them in a pot to simmer gently for soup. The extracted meat was chopped into small pieces, alternating between fatty and lean, then skewered on wooden sticks, positioned obliquely above the bonfire to roast. With the ample meat from 1 blazing tiger and 3 wild boars, Gorjin managed to create over 60 sizable skewers. He called forth the 6 staff members from the Windy Pavilion, assigning them to oversee the skewers and ensure they were turned regularly. Gorjin retrieved the barbecue seasoning and began to sprinkle it gradually over the meat. The boxes were a tad small, so he poured all the contents into his bowl, which was, in truth, a massive beast skull, making it somewhat more convenient for him to handle the spices. As the barbecue seasoning was gradually sprinkled, the rich aroma of meat began to waft through the air. How delightful! The ogre mage, Horny, strode forth, her eyes gleaming with anticipation at the sight of the roasting meat. "Mom, hold on a moment before you eat. It's not ready yet," Gorjin quickly interjected, seeing his mother's eagerness to dive in. "Hurry, hurry." Horny drooled, saliva dripping from her mouth. Soon, a circle of ogres surrounded the bonfire, their robust forms creating an impenetrable wall around it. Gorjin directed 6 servants to continuously turn the skewers while he meticulously sprinkled seasoning, keeping a close eye on the time. Before long, the first batch of 20 large meat skewers was cooked to perfection, and Gorjin eagerly handed several to his mother. Unable to contain her excitement, Horny opened her cavernous mouth and devoured one immediately. This was something that required no instruction. The act of eating skewers was instinctual, after all. The surrounding ogres were itching to partake, yet none dared to move without Gorjin's command. This was the authority he had established. Gesturing for the 6 women to continue grilling, Gorjin took one skewer himself and handed the rest to Ogre, instructing him to distribute them. A melee ensued among the ogres as they vied for the skewers. The barbecue seasoning from the otherworldly dragon kingdom was utterly intoxicating. With merely 3 boxes of seasoning for 60 skewers, the amount was scant, with just a sprinkle on each. Yet to the unacquainted ogres, it was a culinary treasure. Their usual fare was raw. Only during Gorjin's cooking sessions could they enjoy something cooked. When had they ever tasted such a delicacy? Gorjin, unfazed by their antics, took a bite himself. The seasoning from the dragon kingdom paired with the meats from this realm left a lingering fragrance, an explosion of flavor. The 6 women were also salivating, pitifully roasting while begging for a skewer each. Nearby, a group of ogres had split into factions, with those capable of fighting eating first, while the defeated nursed their bruises. Casting envious glances, the approval rating was climbing rapidly. The flavor of the barbecue seasoning was unique to this world, and Gorjin's mind buzzed with rising acknowledgement. The desert version of barbecue had captivated this band of ogres. The commotion drew the attention of the orcs outside the tribe who were dining. Though they were uncertain why the ogres had suddenly begun to brawl, the tantalizing aroma in the air stirred their appetites profoundly. Gorjin, what are you eating? Can you sell us some? Gorjin waved his large hand dismissively. Not enough, truly not enough. We can hardly satisfy our own hunger. No sales, not for any price. While selling to the orcs could yield some acknowledgement points, Gorjin, as a native, was content with his current life and had modest expectations for rewards. If he were a newcomer from Blue Star, he would surely prioritize accumulating acknowledgement points for rewards. But he was a native now, after 20 years. Indulging in barbecue was of utmost importance. The soup simmering nearby was also ready, exuding a medley of aromas. Let us call it exotic barbecue and tiger bone offal stew. With a whimsical name in mind, Gorjin ladled a bowl of the tiger bone offal stew. Savoring a skewer and sipping the meat porridge, life felt utterly blissful. His mother, Horny, needed no instruction. She imitated Gorjin's method, displaying satisfaction on her fearsome face. Once the 2 most prominent figures in the tribe had their fill, the other ogres began to quarrel again, this time over who would drink the porridge first. Ultimately, it was Gorjin's authoritative arrangement of the dining order that quelled the chaos. With the chief's intervention, the ogres transformed from their earlier brawling selves into earnest simpletons. Each ogre received a bowl of meat porridge and a skewer, with the remainder left for Gorjin and Horny. Though this meager portion was hardly sufficient for the ogres, the focus was on participation. If they were still hungry, they would have to find a way to remedy that themselves. With the skewers cooked, Gorjin noticed the 6 servants gazing up at him with longing eyes. Considering they would need to continue serving him and the guests, he generously handed them a large skewer and filled the bowl with meat porridge. The servants joyfully carried the skewer and porridge back to the tavern. For the ogres, that skewer was just right, but for the servants, it was a substantial meal, sufficient for their needs. Statistics complete, current dishes: exotic barbecue, serving 26, acknowledgement value 57. Tiger bone offal stew, serving 26, acknowledgement value 43. Rewards being distributed. Dish, exotic barbecue. Reward received, 20 cubic meters of void cold storage. Void cold storage. Choose a building. Transform the interior into a 20 cubic meter void cold storage. Cannot store living beings. Maintains the state of ingredients as they were when placed in storage. Dish, tiger bone offal stew. Reward received, bone carving knife. Bone carving knife. This is an adaptive bone carving knife that adjusts to the user's physique, exceptionally sharp. Chapter 7. The first night of all arrivals. Whether it be a kitchen knife or cold storage, these are mere embellishments. Nothing can compare to the comfort of a good night's sleep. Gorjin stationed an ogre to stand guard outside the orc encampment, and the entire ogre tribe settled into a restful mode. The desert night carried a gentle breeze, causing the flames of the bonfire to flicker. The crackling of burning firewood, combined with the heavy snores of the ogres, formed a symphony of sounds. As the moon and countless stars emerged in the sky, the heat of the sand rapidly dissipated, and the temperature eventually dropped. The scorching heat of the day was countered by the biting cold of the night. Even the oasis would witness dew and frost. With such extremes in temperature, without protective measures, one could easily succumb to rapid heat loss. The natives had developed their own ways of life, having lived on this land for generations. They had long since adapted to the irrational climate and temperatures. Those who could not adapt had been eliminated long ago. The newly transported Blue Star humans faced a grim reality. Gorjin had no idea how many had been sent to this world. But glancing at the seemingly endless scrolling chat window confirmed there were certainly many. The first day was also the most brutal. As a recluse, Gorjin rarely ventured beyond the tribe's gates. His routine was fixed between the tribe and the oasis. Yet, the scattered Blue Star individuals across the world had unearthed numerous treasure chests, revealing a plethora of resources. Some yielded food, weapons, or water, while others produced a variety of odd items. For instance, the little green book, or even seasoning, which was a fortunate find, allowing for minor trades with Gorjin for essential supplies. As the day drew to a close and night fell, a brief respite from the heat was swiftly replaced by a bone-chilling cold. Most of the individuals hailing from Blue Star are merely ordinary folk, devoid of any experience in desert survival. Upon their arrival, the majority hastily shed their excess clothing, with some even discarding it in disdain for its perceived burden. It was only after nightfall that they began to regret their impulsive actions. However, after a day of relentless exertion, they found themselves unable to retrace their steps to the discarded garments. They had never anticipated the staggering temperature fluctuations in this desolate land. Meanwhile, Gorjin, enveloped in the warmth of the bonfire, succumbed to slumber under the skilled ministrations of 6 attendants at the pleasure house. The global chat had erupted into chaos. Is there anyone generous enough to spare some clothing? Help a brother out. My extremities are on the verge of freezing. I too seek surplus garments, preferably a down jacket. I regret it deeply. I came dressed in a down jacket, but I carelessly tossed it aside during the heat of the day, leaving me with nothing but my autumn attire. Is there an extraordinary soul who can conjure a lighter? The ground is strewn with thorns, and I yearn to ignite a fire. Haven't any of you summoned anything useful? I at least managed to procure a shovel. I found a sheltered sand dune and dug a pit, which has brought some relief. Don't even get me started. I originally had a teammate. We stumbled upon a treasure chest, only to unleash a swarm of fist-sized bees. My companion didn't survive. This treasure chest is nothing but a trap. The ratio of resources to danger is 50-50, and what you obtain may very well be useless. What use is it to have something useless? What do you possess now? Even if it's just a pile of dog excrement, it can at least fill one's belly. Damn it, I'm utterly exasperated. As a privileged heir, I finally reached adulthood and was ready to embark on my journey to happiness, only to find myself in this wretched place. Who understands this feeling? Keep it down. My company just went public, and I'm over 50. After a lifetime of toil, I haven't had the chance to savor the fruits of my labor. Gorjin slept soundly by the bonfire, with the attendants taking turns to stoke the flames, sparing him any concern. Breakfast, for the Ogre tribe, was an absurdity. No ogre possessed the leisure to indulge in morning meals, and Gorjin was no exception. Though awake, he made no move to rise. As a chief, his primary duty was to be the first to engage in brawls. In the Ogre lexicon, there was no concept of one-on-one combat. That was a task for the inept. Awakening was inconsequential. He merely continued to relish the massage. Perusing the global chat records, Gorjin discerned that the humans had endured a challenging night. Surprisingly, it seemed they had not suffered significant losses. The global chat remained lively. They were scattered across the endless desert, and this channel became their refuge from loneliness, a means to alleviate their stress. It was a cacophony of voices, with every conceivable topic being discussed. Most had managed to persevere, and many had even encountered white treasure chests, just as that young fellow had stated, in a state of utter deprivation. Even if one were to unearth a pile of foul excrement, it was still preferable to finding nothing at all. Should one be unfortunate enough to summon a monster, they could only pray to be more cautious in the next life. As the sun began to assert its influence, Gorjin lazily rose, scratching his rear as he stepped outside. The newly arrived 6th attendant immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Ladies, is this how you spend your days? Is the ogre's vitality truly so boundless? How does he manage after yesterday's midday, last night, and this morning's exertions? Another human attendant rubbed her sore muscles. Prolonged activity had taken its toll. It's all right. Typically, we only require a massage every couple of days, so 3 consecutive sessions are quite rare. The 6th attendant felt a sense of relief. She had been thrust into work without even a moment to acclimate, leaving her mental state in tatters. The only consolation was that she was the sole survivor of the entire caravan, and the food here was quite satisfactory and reasonably safe. Her sole duty was to serve the chief. Thinking of it this way didn't seem so bad after all. In contrast, the succubus and drow appeared unfazed. As beings of darkness, they were far more open-minded regarding such matters and possessed combat experience far exceeding that of surface races, rendering them less fatigued. Gorjin exited the pleasure house, finding the outside temperature nearly restored. His gaze drifted to the horizon, where the heat waves caused the air to shimmer. The orc caravan had departed. The materials worth a gold coin might be substantial for humans, yet they seemed rather trivial to ogres. He casually instructed one of the ogres to place the orc's leftover supplies onto the resource pile, while he contemplated which structure could house the void cold storage. After surveying the area, he noted that all the buildings were occupied by ogres and were rather rudimentary. Never mind. It's best to direct those gluttons to construct something more suitable. Chapter 8. It seems he is a wealthy individual. The construction of the new hut progressed rather smoothly. The roots of the desert thorns were lengthy and deep, and with the main trunk, they could be utilized with some effort. Choosing appropriately shaped specimens, they uprooted them and planted them in a circle within the tribe, interweaving smaller branches of the desert thorns around them. Thus, a small hut capable of accommodating a reclining ogre took shape. To enhance its insulation, Gorjin instructed them to weave it particularly thick. He poured a bit of water directly onto the roots of the supporting desert thorns, ensuring they would continue to grow, firmly anchoring themselves in the sandy soil below. With this approach, the stability of the hut was no longer a concern. Few could achieve such a feat, and ogres were among the few capable. With their tough skin, the minor thorns of the desert could not penetrate them. Additionally, constructing thorn huts was a specialty of the ogres. Despite their reputation for being lazy gluttons, they excelled in such tasks. It can be said that any race capable of thriving in such a hellish environment is no ordinary breed. The crafting of the thorn hut consumed the better part of the day, and Gorjin even took the time to fashion a thorn door. After dismissing the ogres, Gorjin chose to manifest the void cold storage. A sphere of pitch-black energy, visible only to Gorjin, spun in the air, responding to his thoughts. The method of utilization seemed instinctive. Gorjin enveloped the newly constructed thorn hut with this dark energy. As the void energy spread, the small wooden hut appeared unchanged from the outside, yet Gorjin could sense its extraordinary nature. Opening the door, he was greeted by an expanse of nothingness, as though he had entered the cosmos itself. Although termed a cold storage, it preserved the time of the objects stored within. Living beings could not be preserved, only inanimate objects. Moreover, only Gorjin could access the void cold storage. Any other presence would seem merely a commonplace little hut. Gorjin promptly placed the tank of spring water within. The 500-liter tank was essentially a rectangular container measuring 1 meter in length and width and 50 centimeters in height. With a capacity of half a ton, were Gorjin to possess a larger tank, he could easily fill it daily, thereby securing half a ton of spring water each day. This was not the same as the water found in oases. Even this water has become a medium for trade. Gorjin, what are you up to? I sense an unusual energy in the air. Mother Honi emerged from her hut, casting a curious glance at the newly erected structure within the tribe. It's nothing. I'm merely conducting a small experiment, Gorjin replied, knowing he could not deceive her. As a formidable ogre sorceress, her intellect was exceedingly high, and it was better to speak ambiguously than to attempt to mislead her. Honi paid little mind, for what concern did she have for her own son? Today's rations didn't even warrant a mention in the culinary atlas. Throughout the day, no one had approached Gorjin to barter for spices, and without them, he had little inclination to prepare a meal. The typical ogre diet would likely turn any blue star individual into a projectile warrior, suffering from a sudden bout of gastrointestinal distress. As dusk descended, Gorjin basked in the fading warmth of the sun's rays in a shaded area when anger strode over with haste. Oasis. Attack. Gorjin sprang to his feet, grabbing a drumstick left at his door. Arm yourself. We must confront them. Anger nodded and raised his horn to his lips, blowing with vigor. The somber yet resonant sound of the horn echoed in the twilight, summoning the scattered ogres back to the tribe. Anger was not only the tribe's foremost enforcer but also served as the hornblower, despite his lack of understanding of the role. Gorjin refrained from questioning who dared to assault his oasis, knowing that ordinary ogres struggled to articulate such matters. It would be futile to inquire, regardless of the assailant. Anyone who sought to claim the oasis would have no choice but to fight. This was the foundation of survival. Even the black dragon would have to contend with them. After all, the difference between dying in battle and dying of thirst was negligible, though the former might offer a certain thrill. Ogres possessed broad, sturdy feet, enabling them to traverse the desert with remarkable speed. Soon, the dispersed ogres returned to the tribe, seizing their weapons, their fierce countenances and robust physiques exuding an air of menace. Honi too emerged, brandishing her drumstick and taking her place behind Gorjin. He grasped the tattered battle flag of their tribe and bellowed, "Oasis! Whack! Whack!" Though the other ogres did not comprehend the meaning, they felt invigorated by the rallying cry. Leaving 2 sentinels behind, a total of 18 ogres, including Gorjin, thundered toward the oasis. He was eager to discover who dared to provoke the ogres. As they neared the oasis, a pack of approximately 30 dark-skinned wolfmen came into view, brandishing flails and crossbows, warily observing the oncoming ogres while emitting howls in an attempt to intimidate them. The occasional glint of green on their weapons indicated they were poisoned. A flicker of doubt crossed Gorjin's mind. Wolfmen were typically cunning and vicious, yet lacked the courage to confront ogres directly. They preferred to ambush the weak. Had these desert-dwelling beasts changed their ways, or was there something else at play? As if to answer his question, a towering figure emerged from behind the trees of the oasis. It was a cyclops, a creature comparable in size and stature to the ogres. However, it was clear that this cyclops was not the main actor in today's confrontation. A chair rested upon its shoulder, upon which sat a sharp-nosed, green-skinned goblin, surrounded by an assortment of colorful vials and jars. A glimmer of understanding crossed Gorjin's gaze. Only a goblin could command a cyclops. Typically, cyclopes had voracious appetites and were bound by a master-servant relationship with goblins, who had to offer gold or goods to persuade them. Once convinced, cyclopes were fiercely loyal, willing to do anything for their goblin employers, even risking their lives. Hence, wealthy goblins frequently employed cyclopes to showcase their power and wealth. As for goblins, they were an exceedingly extreme race. Affluent ones monopolized the oasis for lucrative trade, while the impoverished were scarcely better than the desert's jumping mice. Gorjin regarded the goblin before him with a slight smirk, sensing it was a prosperous individual. Chapter 9. The Second Visitor. Gorjin raised a hand to halt Ogre, who was eager to charge forward, and took a couple of steps closer. There was no real danger. He was the tribe's highest combatant aside from his mother, and would not regard the wolfmen seriously. Goblin, why have you brought this pack of desert hounds to our tribe's oasis? The goblin, taken aback, had been prepared to smash his vials and engage in battle, astonished that the ogres, known for their brutishness, had initiated a dialogue. I merely passed through, seeking to replenish some water. Is that not acceptable? Though willing to converse. The goblin remained wary. Ha ha ha, of course it is. Gorjin let out a chilling laugh, then handed his weapon to Ogre behind him. What say you? Would you care to visit my tribe? The night is quite late. Surely you would not wish to camp outside? The goblin grew increasingly cautious. An ogre of such intelligence could very well be a sorcerer, and it was unlikely for an ogre to entertain such thoughts. Can I refuse? Or do you intend to resort to force? The goblin instinctively prepared to reject the proposal. Gorjin shook his head. You certainly can refuse, but, upon hearing this, the goblin instinctively prepared to hurl a vial. Gorjin continued, but you must swiftly replenish your supplies and vacate our oasis. Those who are not our guests have no right to linger here. You and your wretched hounds will need to endure the cold night in the barren desert. Oh, and the stars will accompany you. Alternatively, you could become our guest, enjoying the warmth of the bonfire, receiving the protection of ogres, savoring delightful delicacies you have never tasted, and then sleeping soundly before setting out rejuvenated. What is your choice? The goblin was momentarily taken aback by this string of persuasive rhetoric. Why did this sound so familiar? It resembled the very tactics my kin used in business dealings. Nevertheless, the goblin felt a pang of temptation. If he chose to remain, confrontation with the ogres was inevitable, and with the presence of an ogre sorcerer, his chances of escape would be slim. But could he truly trust the ogres? Would he wake up in a pot in the middle of the night? You present a compelling argument, but how can I trust you? Gorjin scratched his head. I am the chieftain of this tribe. I aim to establish our tribe and oasis as a rest stop for passing caravans and creatures. You are my second guest. Prior to you, an orc has frequented our rest area. As a goblin, you understand the importance of reputation in business. Your kind travels far and wide. And I would not lie to you, as I wish to promote our oasis. Moreover, when have ogres ever been known to speak falsely? You spoke of devouring you, of reducing you to a mere pulp, and yet if you declare that you shan't be consumed, not even after a thorough cleansing will you escape that fate. Do not doubt the veracity of the words spoken by us, the ogres. Whether in combat or in jest, we do not trifle with matters of sustenance. The goblin pondered, realizing the truth in this assertion. Ogres are not a cunning race. They place their faith solely in their fists and hammers. Importantly, even should ogres weave falsehoods, they possess the strength to depart unscathed. Out of sheer curiosity, the goblin acquiesced to the ogre before him. I can visit your tribe, but what price must I pay? The ogre welcomed his second client, and Gorjin was naturally pleased. For mere lodging, a half-gold coin's worth of resources was required. For hiring an ogre to stand guard, the cost escalated to a full gold coin's worth. As for other services, each bore its own price, determined by the choices made. The goblin's green visage contorted as he extracted coins from his pocket, akin to parting with his very life. However, despite the hefty price, it was not beyond the realm of acceptance. The goblin nodded. Very well, I agree. Gorjin clapped his hands in delight. Welcome, my second guest. You may call me Gorjin, the chief of the tribe. The goblin relaxed his vigilance slightly, introducing himself as Ogre, an alchemist from the Coin Guild, and pointed out that those wolf-like creatures were his pets. With terms settled, they proceeded towards the tribe. Aside from the discontented ogres who missed out on a brawl, the atmosphere was jubilant. Gorjin had secured a client, the goblin was spared from conflict, and the wolfmen were free from being trampled. To Gorjin's surprise, Ogre emerged from the underbrush with 2 bound men. Their garb clearly marked them as unfortunate souls from Blue Star. It remained a mystery how they fell into the clutches of this goblin alchemist. Even the indigenous humans in this world were not regarded as formidable, let alone these unfortunate individuals from Blue Star. The 2 captives were bound at the torso, drooling uncontrollably, rendered mute, likely the result of some concoction administered by the alchemist. TSK. Gorjin mused, what bad luck. He soon dismissed them from his mind, for he was now one of the natives. Why concern himself with trivial matters? Upon returning to the tribe, darkness had settled. The ogres dispersed, while Ogre and his pets were settled in the area previously occupied by the orc encampment. As the bonfire crackled to life, Ogre felt a measure of relief. Hey, Ogre, I have pristine, top-quality water. Would you like some? Gorjin approached, a charming succubus in tow, holding a bowl of crystal-clear water. Ogre's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there truly such clean water in this world? If such water were used to concoct potions, the quality and potency of his brews would undoubtedly soar. Ogre gazed longingly at the water before him, the thought of consuming it never crossing his mind as an option so wasteful. Moreover, why on earth was there a succubus in an ogre tribe? And she seemed to harbor no fear? This ogre tribe was indeed filled with peculiarities. Ha ha ha, this is high-quality water I painstakingly refined. How about it? Are you tempted? Ogre's mind raced. You wish to sell this? Gorjin nodded. Indeed, for a mere 5 gold coins worth of resources, you can acquire 2 cups of this water. What do you say? Ogre's eyes bulged. 5 gold coins worth. He had braced himself to haggle, believing such high-quality water could fetch a price of over 100 gold coins per cup at auction, yet he was taken aback by how reasonable the offer was. 5 gold coins worth of resources was no trifling amount. It could sustain 100 impoverished souls for half a year. However, to an alchemist of his caliber, it was trivial. The price for hiring a cyclops typically hovered around 10 gold coins per month. Deal. The goblin, who had just been lamenting the half-gold coin needed for lodging, was now unusually eager. Value was paramount. Chapter 10, The Watchdog and the Gentle Cook. Gorjin, we could have simply slaughtered those wolfmen and taken everything from that cyclops. Why engage in business at all? You are an ogre. How could we possibly be involved in commerce? What is this service area nonsense? That evening, Horny arrived at the ogre's pleasure house, casting a discontented glance at Gorjin, who was reclining in indulgence. Mother, I am your son. Trust me, just follow my lead. Oh. Horny turned on her heel and exited. Her son made a compelling argument. This lad had always been clever, unlike other ogres who possessed little intellect, often harboring whimsical ideas. Yet, that mattered not. He was her offspring, and no matter how astute, he remained her child. At the end of the day, Gorjin was merely a hybrid of a Blue Star human and the endless desert. To put it bluntly, he was a mongrel. She did not wish to continue the savage existence she had endured for over 20 years. Previously, with a father and another ogre mage above him, he had ideas but lacked the means to realize them. Now, as chief of the tribe, with only his mother remaining as the ogre mage, his supporters had no choice but to rally behind him. Every denizen of the Dragon Kingdom harbored aspirations, and Gorjin was no exception. In this world, where a paltry oasis existed, the notion of cultivation was absurd, yet the idea of development was not out of the question. Thus, the concept of an ogre service area was born. As it stood, this idea remained in a half-formed state. Should the right clientele come along, they might be welcomed as guests, much like the orcs before and the goblin today. Those who failed to show respect would have to be dealt with, such as the human merchant convoy from earlier. Gorjin's perspective on Blue Star humans had diminished significantly, leaving only deeply ingrained obsessions. This was why he could observe the 2 Blue Star individuals being tormented by the wolfmen with a cold gaze. He was an ogre, a native of this world where one is devoured without a trace. The challenges faced by Blue Star individuals in this realm, whether from the environment or the natives, posed immense trials for their survival. Gorjin felt fortunate to be one of the indigenous people. The following morning, Ogre prepared to depart. The resources he provided were his potions, a corrosive potion and its antidote. When shattered, these would disperse into the air, slowly eroding the insides of any breathing creature that inhaled it. Though it sounded fearsome, the actual effect was rather modest, even deemed weak. For ogres, the damage inflicted was less than their natural healing abilities. However, for weaker creatures, it remained a considerable deterrent. This concoction was relatively easy for alchemists to produce, and travelers in the desert often purchased a bottle or 2 upon encountering it. Thank you for your hospitality, Gorjin. I never imagined ogres would engage in commerce. It is truly astonishing, the goblin Ogre remarked, seated atop the Cyclops' back, somewhat reflective. Moreover, It is astonishing that you possess such pristine, superior water here. If you have any remaining, I would truly relish a bit more. At this point, Greer felt a hint of regret. He could hardly believe that Gorjin would still have such exquisite water. Gorjin scratched his head. Well, I do have a bit left, but not much. If you're willing to pay the price, I can certainly sell it to you. Really? Greer's eyes lit up. I certainly want it. I'll take as much as you have. Gorjin grinned widely, recognizing he had encountered a wealthy patron. He gestured for Greer to wait a moment and turned back to the tribe. When he emerged again, 6 staff members from the establishment each held a bowl filled with the crystal-clear spring water. This is all I have. Do you possess any equivalent goods? I do not require gold coins, only resources of equal value. This left Greer, who had intended to settle the transaction with gold coins, in a bit of a quandary. Most of what he had brought were gold coins, and aside from that, he only had some potions. He hadn't really brought any goods. How about a potion of frenzy? After consuming it, one's attack power and speed are both doubled for half an hour. What do you think? Greer produced a vial of purple potion and shook it in his hand. Not quite sufficient, is it? This is, after all, 6 bowls of superior water. Who knows when the next batch can be refined? A flicker of hesitation crossed Gorjin's fierce visage, though it was primarily for the goblin's benefit. The thought of the next refinement lingered in Greer's mind. Could this ogre tribe truly possess the capability to refine such superior water? In that instant, he even entertained the dubious notion of returning to gather forces to coerce the ogres into divulging this technique. However, he quickly discarded that thought. The ogres were far too formidable. Had this been a tribe devoid of ogre mages, he would have certainly dared to summon aid. Unfortunately, there were 2 ogre mages present, and the amount of oasis water required for refining superior water must be substantial. They could not afford to use all of their oasis water for this purpose. He regarded Gorjin as an ogre mage as well, for such intelligence could not be possessed by mere brutes. How about I leave those 2 humans with you as provisions? I was planning to use them for testing potions anyway. Greer turned and pointed at the 2 blue-skinned individuals, bruised and drooling. Gorjin scratched his head. That could be arranged. But these 2 seem rather frail. The usually miserly goblin, Greer, surprisingly conceded with a pout. In that case, how about I also leave a work? It can serve as a guard or as a reserve food supply. Gorjin then nodded and signaled for the staff to pass the water to the goblin one by one. Greer departed, leaving behind the 2 humans and a warg, along with the potion as compensation. The warg and the 2 blue-skinned individuals trembled in fear. The warg, acutely aware of what ogres represented, found itself the last remaining one, its tail tucked tightly between its legs. As for the 2 humans, the warg's demeanor and the ogre's appearance undeniably conveyed that they were part of a far more terrifying entity. Gorjin gestured for the warg to relax. Fear not, you filthy little hyena, we shall not consume you. From now on, you shall serve as a faithful guard dog, and your sustenance will not be lacking. Gorjin cast a sidelong glance at the quivering warg and, in a rare moment of compassion, offered it a word of reassurance before instructing that it be tied at the entrance of the tribe. The warg lay on the ground, exposing its belly in submission. As for the 2 humans, one appeared to be of Asian descent, though his nationality was unknown, while the other was tall, with blonde hair and blue eyes, likely hailing from one of the Western nations. Upon noticing Gorjin's gaze shift towards them, the Asian-looking man immediately knelt, hands on his knees, and prostrated himself on the ground, bowing repeatedly as he spoke, though the effects of the goblin's potion still lingered, rendering him temporarily incomprehensible. It was evident from his posture that he belonged to a nation that had experienced better days. Anger. Take him out and give him a beating. Gorjin pointed at the prostrating man, addressing the tribe's top enforcer who was lurking nearby. The man, having no chance to resist, was swiftly dealt with a punch, leaving him no opportunity to struggle. The other blonde-haired boy was so frightened that he nearly lost control of his bladder. Chapter 11. The one who can build in the wilderness. Today was uneventful, the winds were calm, and the establishment was at peace. The effects of the goblin's potion were still quite potent, and it wasn't until the afternoon that the blonde-haired boy regained his ability to speak. He was brought into the establishment, where he immediately spotted 6 individuals of different races attending to the massive, fearsome ogre from the morning. Gorjin eyed him critically, arriving at a conclusion. This fellow had likely spent much time outdoors, clad in outdoor attire. However, at this moment, he trembled like a leaf. He had witnessed the fate of that man from the nation that had fared better. Everything, save for his clothing, had ended up in the bellies of those colossal beings outside. What kind of world is this? Speak. Where do you hail from? How did you end up in the clutches of that goblin? Gorjin narrowed his eyes, savoring the massage as he slowly opened his mouth. Huh. The man jolted. Introduce yourself in detail. If I must repeat myself, your fate will mirror that of that man. Gorjin kept his eyes shut, yet his words sent chills down the man's spine. My name is Karlov, from the land of the polar bears. I might not belong to this world. I arrived here unexpectedly. I was captured by that goblin while another person had already been taken. Do you possess any skills? Think carefully before responding. Gorjin felt a stir of interest. From the land of the polar bears? A Russian? I can cook simple meals, set traps for hunting, and construct houses. I have lived outdoors for a long time and have considerable survival experience. Gorjin opened his eyes. That sounds of some value. You have earned a temporary chance to survive. First, build yourself a house. If it is satisfactory, you may continue to live here. If it is unsatisfactory or impractical, then the outcome needs no further elaboration. I am the chieftain of this tribe. My word is law. Do you understand? Upon hearing that he could survive, Karlov nodded vigorously. Gorjin was not a bloodthirsty ogre. Since this lad had skills and, after all, there was nothing else to occupy his time, he might as well give it a try. The man from the nation that had fared better? The ogres outside were primarily adept at two things, eating and fighting. Getting them to perform tasks was a laborious endeavor. Clearly, it was far more convenient to have these intelligent beings around. For Gorjin, individuals from the blue planet were more useful. After all, compared to the various races here who battled daily for survival, those from the blue planet exhibited a certain naive clarity. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Just like the word at the entrance of the tribe, if one had no utility, they could only be considered as potential dinner. Signaling that the man could leave, Karlov hastily exited. Oh, by the way, just as Karlov was about to depart, Gorjin suddenly spoke again, startling him. You may attempt to leave stealthily, but within 100 miles, only my oasis exists. Remain here. If you perform well, you may live. If not, death will be swift. Should you manage to escape successfully, succumbing to thirst may well be your ultimate fate. You are free to depart. This time, Gorjin did not call out to him, closing his eyes to fully relish the massage. This was not a display of excessive compassion. Rather, he intended to utilize Karlov to renovate all the dwellings of his tribe. At the very least, the houses should possess a uniform aesthetic, ensuring that guests are greeted by a neat and orderly environment, in stark contrast to the current chaotic state that resembles anything but a respectable place. Once it is established that the individual is indeed a guest, they are typically not included in the menu, barring exceptional circumstances, with the final interpretation resting solely with Gorjin. To an outsider, Gorjin appeared to be resting with his eyes shut. However, his consciousness had already immersed itself in the chat and trading channels. Even after more than a day, there were still individuals wishing to exchange goods with him. Karlov stepped out of the grand establishment, which felt immense to him. Gazing at the rugged, makeshift ogre dwellings surrounding him, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. What if he were to be captured by the ogre tribe? Should he flee or remain? Waiting anxiously for an answer. After leaving a message in the world channel, Karlov began searching for tools and materials. He had not forgotten his mission. With Gorjin's guidance, although the ogres occasionally cast covetous glances in his direction, they refrained from making any aggressive moves. Even upon exiting the ogre tribe, they paid him no heed. As Gorjin had remarked, should you flee, my kin would merely lose a potential meal. But you must confront the myriad creatures and the harsh environment that lies beyond. The world channel began to attract attention due to his words. So hasty? Are you the legendary king of urgency? An ogre tribe? Karlov, indeed, a player living quite comfortably has met their end. I am simply unoccupied for the moment due to my expertise in constructing outdoor shelters. He then succinctly recounted Gorjin's words. Given your circumstances, if you are certain you are not lying and genuinely possess skills in outdoor construction, I personally believe you should refrain from fleeing. The previous speaker is correct. At least the ogres have their own oasis, and if you perform well, you will certainly not perish from thirst or hunger. Are you all insane? Haven't you heard that this is an ogre tribe? What if they go mad one day, or if you fail at your task and they decide to eliminate you? What difference does it make? In our current state, who can guarantee they will see the sun rise tomorrow? Indeed, from the situation he described, the ogre chieftain appears to be quite trustworthy. Staying is undoubtedly the best option. To be frank, doesn't anyone envy that gatekeeper Gorjin? As long as they guard the entrance, they need not worry about their daily sustenance, which in this context is akin to a secure job. Don't say such things. You're making me consider it. Why not share your location? I might just seek refuge with the ogres. What about you? Do you possess a special skill? What can you do? Is being particularly dexterous with my tongue considered a talent? After all, I was once referred to as a skilled conversationalist in the capital. If what they say about the ogres' eyes is true, your tongue would likely tire before they even noticed. The conversation began to stray, and Karlov was left speechless. Yet he obtained the information he sought. They were right. It is better to endure than to perish. First things first, let us construct a simple shelter. Should the ogre chieftain be satisfied, remaining, even as a slave, would at least spare him the concerns of food and water. Standing at the entrance of the tribe, Karlov surveyed the landscape littered with desert thorns. While materials were abundant, he lacked the necessary tools. Then, He inadvertently noticed a small axe hanging from the waist of a vigilant Gorjin guarding with a crossbow, and his eyes lit up. Chapter 12. A broken bowl? A mark. Having not checked the trading channel for over a day, Gorjin found that numerous individuals had left messages wishing to exchange items. It was unclear whether the abundance of treasure outside was due to its density or the sheer number of participants, but many sought to trade their goods. However, Gorjin was uncertain if he could perceive the treasure chests visible only to those from Blue Star. Logically, although he was a wanderer, his soul originated from Blue Star. Otherwise, he would not possess this interface, available only after the arrival of all members. Yet, why had he not seen any treasure chests? Most individuals seeking to trade with Gorjin were merely testing the waters, hoping to exchange their useless items for some essential supplies. This included a rather foolish individual who had opened a treasure chest containing an inflatable doll. Those with genuinely useful items would not approach Gorjin for trade. Nevertheless, a few fortunate souls managed to unearth some spices. For instance, one had found a substantial bag of dried chili peppers, weighing about 10 pounds, and was asking for 10 bowls of water, along with a day's worth of rations. Gorjin swiftly countered with a decisive offer: 5 bowls of water plus a pound of dried meat. Take it or leave it. The seller promptly acquiesced. Had this been a season of universal winter, those chili peppers might have held some value. Alas, this was a time of universal desolation. Additionally, another individual had procured a large barrel of commercial soy sauce, offering it at the same weight in water. Gorjin replied, 1/3, otherwise, you might as well keep it to quench your own thirst. The other party retorted, you truly are ruthless. It's not your water, so why be so stingy? Gorjin responded, mind your own business. In the end, Gorjin successfully acquired the sizable barrel of soy sauce. To an ordinary person, it was akin to a standard oil drum. 10 liters in size. For Gorjin, it was considerably smaller, reminiscent of an average person holding a slightly larger bottle of mineral water. In the vastness of that enormous vat outside, adding 10 liters of soy sauce would scarcely make a difference. The final useful item for Gorjin was starch. A fortunate individual had discovered 5 pounds of cornstarch, which Gorjin procured for 2 pounds of dried meat. The rest consisted of various trivial items that Gorjin dismissed without a second thought. What use did a Fiji cup or a mold hold for an ogre? Did they dare to attempt trading water with him? Gorjin scoffed. Meanwhile, outside, Karlov was diligently constructing his shelter in a bid for survival. He vowed that this was his most earnest endeavor yet. Not only was it the finest refuge he had built throughout his years of wilderness survival, but it also incorporated the ogre aesthetic, achieving practicality through simplicity. Thanks to the abundance of desert thorns scattered about, Karlov's progress was quite encouraging. Of course, the Gorjin's sharp axe also played a significant role. By evening, when Gorjin emerged, he found that Karlov was already capping off his little shelter. He sat at the entrance, leaning against the doorframe, observing Karlov busily bustling about. The 6 employees from the establishment were massaging Gorjin's thighs, which were thicker than their entire bodies. There was no need to worry about the pressure. Gorjin had previously indicated that, aside from little Gorjin, he preferred the services to be as vigorous as possible. After watching for a while, Gorjin confirmed that this fellow was indeed truthful. The construction of his sanctuary was executed with meticulous precision, and although his subordinates moved with a certain haste, they exhibited no signs of panic. The progress of the shelter's construction steadily advanced. By the time the sun had fully set, he had already reached the roofing stage. When the ogre sat down to dine, he was engaged in crafting rudimentary furniture for himself. Gorjin refrained from preparing his own meal today. He resolved to gather a sufficient quantity of materials before creating a dish worthy of the name from his past life. Tonight's fare consisted of a meat stew simmering in a large vat, lacking any seasoning, yet the ogres were not discerning. As the ogres devoured their food, the noise was akin to thunder, crude and boisterous. Even the raucous clamor stirred Karlov's hunger, having gone 2 days without sustenance. He swallowed hard, trembling as he stood a few meters away from the ogres, and spoke. Esteemed and formidable chief, I have completed my shelter, that is to say, my dwelling. Behold. His words drew the attention of all the ogres, causing Karlov's legs to weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Had it not been for his desperate need to relieve himself after 2 days without a drop to drink, he might have succumbed to fright. Gorjin, with his meal in hand, pushed past the oblivious ogres and approached Karlov, gazing up at the ogre chieftain, who towered at least 5 meters tall. With arms thicker than Karlov's entire body, he managed to squeeze out a few drops of urine in a gesture of respect. Little did Gorjin know that had he been aware of Karlov's reverence, he might have demanded an additional serving that night. Very well, uttered Gorjin, eliciting a long exhale of relief from Karlov, whose heart, nearly leaping into his throat, found temporary solace. Gorjin beckoned a server from the pleasure house with a flick of his finger. Go, fetch him a suitable eating implement. He can momentarily preserve his life. The succubus promptly rose and made her way toward the pleasure house, recalling that there were spare bowls. Although not large, it would suffice. The word tied at the entrance cast an envious glance, having not eaten since being tethered there. The other ogres watched the scene with a mixture of one or two intelligent gazes. Though they did not comprehend, it mattered little. The succubus soon returned, holding the bowl aloft with both hands, standing respectfully before Gorjin. Had the height difference not been so pronounced, she might have even knelt. Gorjin, however, paid little mind, extending 2 fingers to grasp the bowl and casually tossing it at Karloff's feet. The already modest bowl was chipped by small stones on the ground. This is your bowl. Take care of it. It serves as your token of survival here. Gorjin turned to point at the small, battered bowl, instructing, "You lot, pay attention. As long as he carries this bowl, he is not your food. Do not consume him. Is that understood?" A chorus of ogres stared at the decrepit bowl with their intelligent eyes. While they could not recognize a human, remembering a bowl was well within their capability. "You, mark that bowl for him. It will serve as a means of verification later." Gorjin directed at the succubus standing before him. "Yes, esteemed chieftain," she replied eagerly. Chapter 13, The Task of Survival. Karloff cradled the battered bowl as if it were a precious treasure. "Thank you, great chieftain, for your kindness." After 2 days without a drop to drink, coupled with the relentless heat of the desert and the torment of the goblin's poison, he had long since cast aside notions of dignity and shame. He understood clearly that while he was now on par with the word guarding the entrance, he no longer needed to fear for his safety or his next meal. He recognized that the ogre chieftain valued his ability to construct shelters. As long as he remained valuable, he would not be considered as potential food. In comparison to those on the world channel, who might perish from thirst, hunger, exposure, or sun, he found himself devoid of desires. No, he had yet to eat. He craved food. Fortunately, Gorjin seemed to recall this as well, shaking his bowl of stew. Spilling a portion, Karloff hurriedly caught a bowl's worth, yet at least 10 bowls worth fell into the sand, leaving him feeling immensely regretful. "Starting tomorrow, I expect you to organize all the huts in our tribe, whether by repair or reconstruction. I do not care. My only requirement is that this chaotic tribe appears somewhat presentable. Do you understand?" Gorjin towered over Karloff, outlining his forthcoming tasks. "I understand. Please rest assured. Mighty and benevolent lord, I shall fulfill this duty." Gorjin waved dismissively. "It matters little. Perform well, and you shall eat. Fail, and you shall become food. The choice is yours." With that, Gorjin carried his meal aside to eat. Karloff stood frozen in place, bewildered. "Look, yet another has been frightened into silence by the great lord," the succubus teased as she turned toward the pleasure house. As she passed him, she gently patted his shoulder. "Eat well your allotted food, accomplish your necessary tasks, and harbor no inappropriate thoughts, and you shall live safely here. At least the ogres are known for keeping their word." Karloff snapped back to reality. Thank you, my lady. I understand." The succubus chuckled at the formal address, causing Karloff's eyes to widen in astonishment. "We are not, my lady. The true lords here are the ogres. That 2-headed ogre mage is the chieftain's mother and possesses considerable intellect. Unlike the ordinary ogres who are easily misled. Be cautious." With that, the succubus returned to the pleasure house. The other servers, having finished their meals, cast curious glances at Karloff before departing as well. Uncertain if the chieftain would visit that night, they too needed to conserve their energy. Karloff carefully found a quiet corner and took a cautious sip of the stew from the battered bowl. The odor of unidentified meat was pungent, devoid of any seasoning. Yet he savored it as if it were a delicacy, sipping it slowly. In his effort not to waste a drop, he held each mouthful in his mouth for a moment before swallowing. After 2 days without water, this bowl of stew was akin to a life-saving gift. Though he did not feel full after consuming the stew, it was sufficient for someone accustomed to life in the wilderness. He fashioned a small satchel from thorns, placing the battered bowl inside with care to protect it. This bowl would serve as his proof of survival, a means of sustenance and hydration. As the succubus had indicated, the ogres were true to their word. They regarded him not as a person but as the bearer of the bowl at their sides. Karloff retreated into the small shelter he had constructed during the day, finally feeling a sense of relief. Opening the world channel, he typed a message. "I have survived in the ogre tribe and have received a bowl of stew. After 2 days without water, this bowl of stew inspires immense gratitude." A single statement from Carlo ignited a veritable uproar within the global channel. "Good heavens. Brother, which tribe did you just mention?" "In the ogre tribe. Not only did you survive, but you also managed to obtain a bowl of meat soup? What kind of absurd fortune is this for a European? What is it about Europeans? Have they consumed all your fries? This reminds me of that unfortunate female university student who fell into the hands of the human natives. I wager she has been thoroughly dried and salted by now. How did you manage to endure? Do you possess any tricks? Can you perhaps trade me some water, brother?" I have gone 2 days without a drop to drink. Who do you look down upon? Your elder brother? Your own father? Can I exchange my newly acquired bullet-laden pistol for some water? Carlo let out a bitter laugh. As much as I covet your pistol, I must confess that I currently possess not even a drop of urine, let alone water. He promptly closed various channels, disregarding the frantically fluctuating private and trading messages, and shut his eyes. As a qualified wilderness survival enthusiast, he was acutely aware of the necessity to replenish his stamina, especially given his limited energy intake. As the night deepened, the temperature continued to plummet, rousing Carlo from his slumber due to the cold. He felt fortunate that during the day, in an effort to satisfy the formidable ogre chieftain, he had constructed his shelter with exceptional insulation. He had even left a small pit for a campfire, with a tiny hole in the roof for ventilation. The firewood consisted of desert thorns, a fast-growing vegetation that proliferated abundantly across the endless wasteland. Wrapping himself in his garments, Carlo stealthily exited his dwelling and procured a spark from the massive campfire in the center of the tribe. Beside the bonfire, a colossal one-eyed ogre lay soundly asleep, completely oblivious to Carlo's actions, while a werewolf stationed at the tribe's entrance flickered its eerie blue eyes in vigilance. It had not forgotten its duty to guard the entrance, despite the absence of a gate. However, upon recognizing Carlo, it refrained from any further action. The ogre chieftain had already declared that this human had been granted a temporary reprieve from death. After igniting the campfire within his abode, Carlo curled up and succumbed to a deep sleep. Being vigilant was no longer of paramount importance. 2 days of heightened mental strain had pushed him to his limits. Let whatever may happen, happen. At worst, they may slay me. As the night wore on, the resounding snores of the ogres within the tribe became the sole symphony echoing through the vicinity. The werewolf, slumped at the entrance, suddenly sprang to its feet, brandishing a poisoned crossbow bolt and emitting a series of threatening growls. Chapter 14. Kodo Beasts and Extra Rations. A cacophony of unique howls erupted from the werewolves, shattering the peaceful slumber of the ogres. Just as it prepared to attack, the werewolf suddenly recalled that its role was not that of a combatant, but rather as a mere watchdog. All it needed to do was awaken the ogres, for its sole responsibility was to guard the entrance. With no bones to gnaw on, why risk its life? Thus, the werewolf's cries ensued. With a jolt, the enraged ogre shot upright, unleashing a thunderous roar. Ironically, that very roar saved the werewolf's life. Instantly, the tribe was abuzz with activity as ogres groggily emerged from their huts, rubbing the sleep from their eyes while grasping their hefty bone clubs. Gorjin was also roused, emerging with his large eyes squinting in confusion. What is happening? Fury, go check it out. The werewolf, naturally timid, would never rouse the ogres without cause. There must be something amiss. With that thought, Gorjin felt a surge of excitement. After all these years, over 2 decades since his birth, this was the first time someone dared to intrude upon the ogre tribe in the dead of night. How exhilarating, being a purebred and native ogre. The thrill of battle was embedded within his very marrow. Even the projectiles fired by ogres bore more potency than those of other races. Fury, amidst his growls, strode purposefully towards the entrance of the tribe. Seeing this, the werewolf promptly tucked its tail and scurried aside. In the distance, a hulking figure wielding a battle axe froze in place. Initially irritated, Fury's expression shifted upon recognizing the figure. Customers? The newcomer was none other than the first regular patron of the ogre tribe, Cash. This orc, upon spotting the werewolf at the entrance of the ogre tribe, nearly charged forward in a fit of rage. Cash, perplexed, pondered whether the werewolves had successfully taken over the ogre tribe. That seemed implausible. The ogres were far too formidable, and the werewolves far too weak. Now, upon seeing Fury, Gorjin's most formidable enforcer, Cash felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as Fury was present, Gorjin was also there, and as long as Gorjin was there, the ogre tribe would endure. Gorjin, having heard Fury's voice, understood the implications. A guest had arrived. After all, having grown up in Gorjin's shadow, they shared a certain unspoken understanding. Gorjin appeared at the entrance, surprised to see Cash standing there, holding his battle axe, with a broken tusk and various wounds adorning his body, though they had ceased to bleed. He looked quite disheveled. Cash, my friend, what has befallen you? In the unforgiving wasteland, where the weak were devoured by the strong, it was common for orcs to find themselves in such predicaments. Yet Gorjin was more curious about why this orc had come to his doorstep. Did he seek to bring benefits or divert disaster? One hoped for the former. Should it be the latter, Gorjin would have no choice but to reluctantly provide extra rations for Fury and his kin. It was a pity for this first regular customer. Cash had not anticipated that Gorjin would contemplate so much in such a brief moment. In the orc's view, ogres, apart from the ogre mages, were not particularly cunning. Gorjin, I have come seeking aid, the orc declared, his face betraying a fierce determination. Gorkin gestured for him to elaborate. My caravan was ambushed, merely 200 kilometers from here, by a band of filthy centaurs. They attacked us under the cover of darkness, slaughtering my kin and seizing my goods. The orc bellowed with seething fury. So, Gorkin blinked in confusion. I have come to hire your kin. I wish to crush those filthy bandits, sever their heads, and reclaim my goods. I recall your tribe offers such services, do you not? It seemed a lucrative opportunity. A sinister smile crept upon Gorkin's face, rendering him both grotesque and terrifying. Of course, as long as you can afford our price, we will reduce those foolish centaurs to mere pulp. However, Gorkin scrutinized Cash from head to toe. You've lost your goods. How do you intend to pay for our services? With a clenched jaw, Cash replied, if I reclaim my goods, 2/3 will be yours. Gorkin waved his hands repeatedly, insisting, you must understand that those goods are no longer yours. They now belong to those brigands. If we reclaim them, they will be our spoils, will they not? It is unjust for you to use our spoils to remunerate us. Cash was momentarily taken aback, as this line of reasoning seemed somewhat valid. Only items that are entirely yours can justifiably be used for payment, and we ogres do not accept credit. Gorkin shook his head, and the words that escaped his lips were entirely incongruous with his ogre form. For a fleeting moment, Cash felt as if he were conversing not with an ogre, but with a cunning human. However, returning empty-handed was an option that he simply could not entertain, as it would undoubtedly lead to his demise in the gladiatorial arena. This was utterly unacceptable to him. I can offer you my Kodo beast, Cash proposed, throwing forth a condition that Gorkin could not refuse. He was well aware that this ogre had long coveted his Kodo beast. Yet, it was a creature that only they, the orcs, could tame. Sure enough, Gorkin's eyes gleamed with interest. However, Cash quickly shifted his stance. If the Kodo beast is to be used as payment, then I have further stipulations. Gorkin gestured for Cash to continue. As this Kodo beast is my primary means of transporting goods, surrendering it would hinder my ability to deliver. Therefore, I require you to capture a few centaurs for me. I need them to transport my goods. Additionally, you must escort me to my trading post. Gorkin was eager to acquiesce at once, but he inquired, where is your trading post? If it's too far, we may need to negotiate a higher fee. Not far. It's in Great Sand City. Observing Gorkin's bewildered expression, Cash rephrased, it's approximately 400 kilometers from here, with an ogre's speed. A round trip can certainly be accomplished in 2 days. Only then did Gorkin appear reassured. Mom, Gorkin shouted over his shoulder. Here I come. His mother, Honi, emerged, wielding a hefty bone mace with a thunderous clamor, while the two-headed ogre cursed at one another, each oblivious to the other's reproaches. Take your kin and ride the Kodo beast. Oh, and bring that little pup along. It performed admirably today, so it deserves a treat. Chapter 15, Wyack. The Gorjin had never anticipated that their vigilant barks would be deemed commendable by such a formidable ogre chieftain. They even received a reward for it. The ogres busied themselves with their preparations, while the Gorjin were granted their first meal of the day, a bone larger than their own bodies, adorned with visible morsels of meat, accompanied by a bowl of murky oasis water. This brought tears of joy to the Gorjin's eyes. This scene was vividly observed by the attendants of the brothel, who were secretly watching through a crack in the door, as well as by Karloff. The attendants of the brothel had already come to terms with their circumstances. Their primary duty was to serve the patrons of the establishment. Albeit at the moment, there was only the chieftain to attend to. In this world, the chastity of the weak held as little value as the grains of sand in the endless desert. To be well fed, to have water, and to live safely rendered any number of minor indignities utterly inconsequential. Karloff, on the other hand, had come to a profound understanding. The earlier words of the succubus regarding the ogre's adherence to their promises had proven true, manifesting in such a manner. The Gorjin's role as a watchdog only required them to sound the alarm, earning them the chieftain's approval along with a reward of meat and bone. It seemed that simply performing one's duty was sufficient. Honi, the two-headed ogre mage, led a contingent of 9 ogres, spearheaded by Fury, all prepared with supplies. Gorkin turned towards Cash. My kin are ready and waiting, and my mother will take the lead. Now Cash, what of the Kodo beast? Cash retrieved a small horn from his pocket and blew into it gently. A resounding call echoed, and the massive form of the Kodo beast came thundering towards them. Gorkin gazed upon the creature's impressive stature, nearly drooling in anticipation. The Kodo beast, reminiscent of a rhinoceros from a bygone earth, boasted 2 sturdy horns and an immense frame, making it an unstoppable force when charging. Its limbs were robust, with elongated forelegs and shorter hind legs, standing similarly tall to an average ogre. Unless provoked to fury, it maintained a docile temperament. Whether in battle or transport, the Kodo beast was a mainstay of the orc tribes. The mere thought of the beast's physical prowess assured Gorkin that carrying an ogre would be no challenge. This was precisely why he had long coveted the Kodo beast. Gorjin had resolved that, in the absence of a more suitable mount, this Kodo beast would serve as the personal steed for both him and his mother. To be allowed to roam freely in the oasis behind. Gorjin yearned to experience this right away, but considering his mother's impending battle, he decided it best for her to take the reins. With a pained expression, Cash handed the reins of the Kodo beast to his mother, Honi. "Mother, please be cautious." The left head of Honi replied in confusion, "Did you not sleep well?" The right head clarified, "I believe he means for us to temper our approach, so those feeble fools outside can remain safe." After 20 years, Gorjin had grown accustomed to his mother's peculiar manner of speech and her idiosyncratic comprehension. "Very well. Do take care not to let that little pup perish. Its keen nose will guide you to our tribe." Honi mounted the Kodo beast, which bore her weight with steadfast stability. The left head of Honi commanded, "Let the foolish outsiders witness the might of the ogres." The right head echoed, "I mean Waag." Fury, leading the 9-headed ogres, brandished his massive bone mace and shouted, "Waag." Their fervor and excitement were palpable. Though Cash was a merchant by trade, he was still an orc at heart. The electrifying atmosphere compelled him to instinctively raise his battle axe and roar in response. Honi, wielding her great bone mace and staff, held the Kodo beast's reins with one hand. The left head commanded, "Lead the way." The right head bellowed, "Smash them to pieces." Without further ado, Cash exchanged an assuring glance with Gorjin and turned to sprint towards the band of centaur brigands. The Kodo beast, carrying Honi, followed closely, trailed by the ogre kin led by Fury, and finally, a warjin armed with a crossbow and clutching meat bones. Once Gorjin could no longer see their figures, he turned and kicked the ogre who had been trailing behind, watching the commotion. "What are you staring at? If you can't sleep, go back and find a hut to make some little ones." The bewildered ogre scratched his head, then turned and struck a female ogre in the tribe with a punch, carrying her back into the hut. Obedience was the order of the day. Gorjin, unfazed, made his way to the brothel, having been awoken in the dead of night. His temper was somewhat frayed. The 6 attendants of the brothel found themselves reluctantly working overtime to serve Gorjin and young Gorjin. As for the safety of his kin, Gorjin felt no concern. It was not mere boasting. Ogres were akin to the bears of a previous world. They could bulk up from mere consumption, and their mass was a testament to their combat prowess. The ogre, whose diet consists solely of sand, possesses a stomach robust enough to transform the chaotic assortment of ogres haphazardly consumed into fat and muscle. Gorjin, while being massaged, dozed off in a daze, faintly overhearing 6 attendants whispering to one another. "Envious, are we? A change of brains." Gorjin turned over, scratched his backside, and fell back asleep. The 6 attendants exchanged glances and stifled their laughter. Truly, aside from the aberrations of the ogre mage and the chieftain, the other ogres were no different from fools. Otherwise, the previous chieftain would not have been foolish enough to challenge the slumbering black dragon while intoxicated, resulting in a singular fate, demise. The 6 attendants pondered whether there existed deities in this world. If there were, they fervently wished for the chieftain and his mother to live long and free from afflictions, ideally allowing their own lives to continue in such a manner. Aside from attending to the chieftain intermittently, they were spared from labor, provided with food and water daily, and free from beatings. They were acutely aware that in their previous tribes, they had endured arduous daily toil and had to submit to the whims of powerful males. In comparison, their current lives felt like paradise. With silent prayers for the ogre tribe, the 6 attendants succumbed to slumber. As dawn approached, a furious Cash, accompanied by ogres, sprinted 200 miles, arriving at their previous encampment just before daybreak, launching an assault on the 30 centaur bandits. Horny raised his hand, casting a bloodlust spell upon the ogres, with Cash benefiting from this enhancement as well. A flicker of astonishment crossed Cash's mind. It was no wonder that the ogre tribe, despite having lost much of their fighting strength, could still roam unchecked within a 100-mile radius. Ogres were inherently formidable, but Gorjin's mother was truly terrifying. Chapter 16, The Debut of the Ogre Mercenaries. Had Gorjin been privy to the thoughts of this orc, he would have surely laughed aloud. The reason their tribe could dominate this small oasis lay in their absolute strength. Their unchecked reign within a 100-mile radius was due to the lack of suitable mounts. Typically, they merely roamed within this range. Ogres, being broad and hefty, required time to get up to speed. However, once they did, their pace was surprisingly swift. Devoid of any cumbersome appearance, the fat on their bodies would sway, propelling them forward. Centaur bodies were half equine, with the lower half resembling a horse and the upper half a human, equipped with 4 hooves and 2 arms. The harsh conditions and frequent battles had rendered these centaurs, like the orcs, a mass of sinewy muscle, devoid of any excess. If a centaur were to engage in close combat with an orc, the odds would be roughly 60-40 in favor of the orc. Yet, should the centaurs charge, the odds would flip, favoring the centaurs. Centaurs excelled in archery and spear throwing, with some wielding battle axes, contributing to their notoriety as a notorious bandit race across the endless desert. Last night, they had utilized their rapid mobility to ambush the bone-chewer orc caravan. Had Cash not severed the bindings that tethered the cargo to the Kodo beast and made his escape, he too might have met his end there. As bandits, it was imperative to be aware of the surrounding powers, discerning which could be confronted, which necessitated a hasty retreat, and which were best avoided altogether. The centaurs were well aware of the bone-chewer orcs' battle standard, even at their centaur speed. It would take a full day and night to reach that tribe. Even if the orc who fled returned with reinforcements, they would have long since departed. Thus, they feasted contentedly upon the spoils of the bone-chewer orcs. The original plan was to depart the following morning, but unexpectedly, before dawn could arrive, the orc returned with allies, catching them entirely off guard. When the flickering red light of the ogres emerged from the distant darkness, the centaurs were taken aback. How could it be ogres? And ogres accompanied by an ogre mage? The crimson glow surrounding that ogre was the hallmark of an ogre mage. Everyone in the endless desert knew this. As anticipated by the centaurs, a barrage of explosive fireballs arced over the heads of the ogres, crashing into their makeshift camp. Wag! Under the cover of the fireballs, 9 ogres wielding massive bone hammers charged into the centaur camp. In that moment, the centaur chief realized from which tribe these ogres hailed. Though they had encountered other ogre tribes, such battle cries were unique to the Dragon's Nest ogres, because within the confines of that oasis lay a slumbering black dragon. Outsiders referred to that ogre tribe as the Dragon's Nest ogres. But what could possibly bring the Dragon's Nest ogres to this place? Before he could ponder further, he witnessed an especially formidable ogre descending upon him with a bone hammer. Horny, too, joined the fray, lifting a bone hammer and pointing into the void, causing a massive fireball to explode above a centaur's head, rendering him dazed. Immediately after, the bone hammer descended, cleaving the centaur in two. The average height of a centaur's back was about 2 meters, and with their upper body, they reached a maximum of 3 meters. In contrast, ogres averaged 5 meters. Ogres traditionally lacked armor, merely draping a tattered cloth to cover their loins. Even if a centaur's weapon could penetrate the ogre's tough skin, it would struggle to breach the thick layer of fat beneath. Ogres did not bleed. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Had Cash not intervened, pleading for mercy, the ogres could have obliterated the entire band of centaur bandits. Horny's left head shook in discontent. Not satisfying at all. The right head nodded in agreement. Indeed, ogres never leave survivors. Smash! Cash, a beast born for battle, appeared remarkably merciful before the ogres. Wait. I had an agreement with Gorjin to spare a few centaurs to carry my cargo. That is our contract. Horny's left head erupted in fury. Foolish centaur, weak and feeble. The right head, however, remarked with reason. But since it was Gorjin who spoke, we shall leave these few worthless ones to you. Not to smash? Horny's left head retorted. What a load of nonsense. The right head interjected. Get lost. Oh, Cash wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to have secured 5 centaurs. Regrettably, the chief had met his end at the hands of the ogre named Anger. As the effects of the bloodlust spell dissipated, the ogres plopped down to devour their rations. With all his kin slain, the final rites fell to Cash alone. He collected the tusks of his fallen kin, buried their bodies where they lay, and severed the heads of the centaurs, stringing them together to drape across the backs of the surviving centaurs. The 5 centaurs dared not utter a sound, knowing well that had this orc's pleas been any slower, they too would have been reduced to pulp. A third of the goods from Kashgar had been ravaged by the centaurs. He meticulously arranged the remaining cargo and placed it upon the backs of the centaurs. Continuing his journey toward the destination, Hony trailed behind with the ogres. Galkin had discussed this mission with his mother. They needed to escort Kashgar to his destination, Giant Sand City. This small town was established by dwarves and was home to approximately 10,000 dwarves, boasting a formidable force of 500 elite full-time warriors, alongside 1,000 militia for auxiliary defense. In terms of technology, the dwarves, gnomes, and goblins each had their own unique strengths. They possessed the ability to extract iron powder from sand and forge it into weaponry and armor. The purpose of Kashgar's journey was to procure some weapons. The orcs lacked this capability and could only acquire steel weapons through trade with the dwarves. Dwarves stood around 4.5 feet tall, yet their strength rivaled that of the orcs, with their robust physiques allowing them to draw power from the earth at will. Were it not for this, the dwarves would likely have faced extinction long ago. Upon noticing the approach of the ogres, the dwarven militia immediately sounded the alarm. The 500 elite dwarven warriors donned their armor and formed ranks, vigilantly watching the advancing ogres. In their right hands, they wielded battle axes or warhammers, and in their left, they held formidable firearms. Seeing this, Kashgar quickly signaled, negotiating and providing proof to ease the dwarf's suspicions. Yet, he was filled with bewilderment. When had ogres begun offering mercenary services? Chapter 17. The ogres who keep their word. Kashgar arrived at the dwarven giant sand city. Once the trade was completed, the ogre's task concluded. Kashgar sold all 5 centaurs at a slave's price to the dwarves, along with his goods. Honi extended a hand, and the left head commanded, "Produce the horn for controlling the Kodo beast." The right head interjected, "Don't think I'm unaware." With a pained expression, Kashgar reluctantly retrieved the small horn. Indeed, the very one he had used to summon the Kodo beast. Once handed over, the Kodo beast would no longer belong to him. Honi perceived his hesitation, and the left head gaped menacingly. No one could deceive an ogre. The right head then glared threateningly. Those little dwarfs, barely reaching the knees of an ogre, cannot aid you. Kashgar's mind raced as he weighed the pros and cons. Even if he were to betray them now, the dwarves of Giant Sand City would not allow the ogres to act with impunity. However, he would forever incur the wrath of the dragon nest ogres. Imagining the cunning gaze of the ogre chieftain, he surmised that even if he avoided the dragon nest territory in the future, he would still face relentless pursuit. Moreover, he would permanently lose the safety of the ogre service area as a secure transit point. Although a Kodo beast was precious, the cost was steep. He could always use the profits from these goods to purchase another upon returning to the tribe. Most importantly, as an orc, his honor forbade such behavior. Akin to that of a goblin. Resolutely, Kashgar tossed the small horn toward Honi. Honi caught the horn controlling the Kodo beast, and the left head grinned wickedly. "You, little orc, still possess your honor." The right head nodded. Ogres who keep their word appreciate friends who do the same. Honi gestured to Kashgar, pulling the reins to guide the Kodo beast back to its origin. Angrily, the wolfmen and other ogres followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Kashgar boarded a dwarven airship bound for his tribe. After deducting travel expenses, with all the guards dead, the exchanged weapons and armor would suffice to trade for another Kodo beast. Ultimately, this journey had cost him dearly, tantamount to losing both the lady and the soldiers. This was the harsh reality of the endless desert. Back in the tribe, Galkin leisurely observed Karlov as he renovated his chieftain's hut. Galkin's demands were simple. It must be large, spacious, and sturdy. It should be immediately recognizable as the dwelling of a chieftain. This request clearly posed a challenge for Karlov. Constructing a modest hut for normal-sized individuals would take him a day, let alone accommodating a colossal ogre exceeding 5 meters in height. However, contemplating the fate that awaited him, Karlov was suddenly filled with motivation. Galkin wasn't entirely oppressive. As this little creature stood under 2 meters tall, it was impossible to entrust this task solely to him. Thus, Galkin arranged for a female ogre to assist. Should they fail, the only recourse left for this lad would be to improve their rations. With the matriarch and her kin gone, half the tribe was suddenly absent, leaving the remaining ogres idly scratching their heads and watching Karlov scurry about with the ogre. The patrons of the brothel were also keenly observing the spectacle. A human attendant cast a sympathetic glance at Karlov, lamenting how unfortunate he was, as survival seemed so arduous. A dark elf attendant lay sideways on the ground, rolling her eyes. "You still have the heart to pity him? At least he's doing physical labor. We're the ones being worked over. Doesn't it seem that only the chieftain is interested in us?" It appeared that they needed only to speak. For the time being, they weren't required to serve others. "Don't forget, we're in a brothel, while we may be called attendants. The harsh truth is that we're merely commodities. Once clientele increase, we'll surely suffer. What is there to fear? It sounds as if you could lounge around in your previous place. Weren't you working there too?" "Indeed, and there are so many races in this desert. Our own tribe consists of numerous species. Not every race can find compatibility. You all think too much. In this desert, one could perish by tomorrow. Besides, it only takes 3 to 5 minutes. What is there to worry about?" "That is true. Compared to being eaten, how does our current existence differ from paradise? Effectively utilizing our bodies to survive is the true path. Galkin's chieftain's hut would not be completed in a day. No, the current scenario was more akin to reconstruction than mere repair. Galkin had made it clear to Karlov that the chieftain's hut was his first official task. Complete it well, and there would be a feast. Fail, and there would still be a feast. With the hut demolished, Galkin temporarily resided in the brothel. After all, there were no guests at the moment, and the brothel was not accepting patrons. He might as well enjoy himself. Without a bath meant the chieftain had no needs. Requiring only a massage, the world channel remained lively, and the adaptability of the scattered Blue Star inhabitants in the endless desert surprised Galkin. Their discussions were still vibrant. Perhaps most had at least open treasure chests. Even the lowest white chests were better than having nothing at all. There might also be those who hadn't opened any chests or had encountered formidable monsters and perished. Currently, the world channel was filled with requests for material exchanges, suggesting that these individuals were faring reasonably well. Gorjin's purchase request was still posted on the trading channel. Having not checked it for over a day, he had received countless trade requests. Most of them were merely foolish individuals, approaching their endeavors with a trial-and-error mentality, using all sorts of disordered items to barter with themselves. Yet, there were two who managed to procure some seasonings, though they had been unable to reach Gorjin. These two trading requests included a 5-liter barrel of dark soy sauce and 2 packets of meat stew spices, each capable of flavoring approximately 10 pounds of meat. In total, it amounted to a mere 20 pounds of meat, which, for an ogre, would barely suffice to satisfy a fraction of their hunger when combined with broth. Nevertheless, Gorjin welcomed all offerings. After all, what is not built upon the accumulation of small things? Sooner or later, he would gather enough ingredients to whip up a sumptuous feast for himself and his mother. Indeed, he thought of having that rascal Karlov devise a set of table and chairs suitable for an ogre's stature. If that proved impossible, perhaps he could commission the crafting of a custom set of culinary tools from one of the races capable of such manufacturing. As dusk approached, the ogres returning from their mission arrived. The Gorjin had successfully completed their tasks, using their keen sense of smell to guide the ogres home, bringing back with them 13 bedraggled Gorjin with their tails tucked between their legs. Chapter 18. The addition of the Gorjin patrol squad. Where did these little hyenas come from? Gorjin was not particularly concerned about his mother and the others failing to return. He was merely surprised by the arrival of yet another Gorjin squad. His mother was no pushover, especially when the left side of her head was in charge. Great Chieftain, it is your humble watchdog who has encountered these kin. The original Gorjin crouched at Gorjin's feet, while the frightened Gorjin followed suit, kneeling in imitation. Horny dismounted from his kodo beast, handing the reins to the enraged one behind him. The left head remarked, "These are but filthy creatures." The right head countered, "Yet your watchdog deems them beneficial to you. Is that so?" Gorjin raised an eyebrow, disregarding the kneeling Gorjin. "Take the kodo to the oasis at the back. Ensure it is securely tied," he instructed the enraged one. Oh, the enraged one, with a wide grin, eagerly climbed onto the kodo's back and set off towards the oasis. The envy in the eyes of the other ogres became palpable. Gorjin felt a twitch in his eyelid. He had just intended to say that this was his and his mother's exclusive mount, but the words caught in his throat. Never mind. Who would bother to argue with a fool? "Gorjin, I'm hungry." The left head of his mother opened her gaping maw. "Indeed, I crave something delightful." The right head licked its tongue in anticipation. "Very well. Mother, you have worked hard. Go rest for a moment, and I shall call you when the meal is prepared." Horny nodded, casting a curious glance at the bustling Karlov before retreating to her tent. Only then did Gorjin plop down on the ground, surveying the prostrated Gorjin who showed their submission. "Can you still speak? I thought you were mute," he remarked. The original Gorjin trembled as it replied. "The great chieftain decreed that I am a watchdog, and watchdogs need not speak." "Ah, so you possess some sense. Speak, then. In light of your previous satisfactory performance as a watchdog, I shall grant you this opportunity." Gorjin was intrigued to hear what this little Gorjin had to say. "Great chieftain, it was the prior orc who alerted me. As the watchdog of our tribe, allowing non-tribal orcs to approach our domain was a grave oversight on my part. On the way back to the city, the powerful ogre mage's party encountered this beleaguered Gorjin squad, and I conceived a plan. I thought, if I could subdue these filthy creatures and bring them back, we could form a watchdog squad, thereby expanding our vigilance and patrols. Should any unknown beings approach, we watchdogs could alert the tribe promptly. While I believe no creature would dare to approach a tribe under the protection of the great chieftain, we watchdogs must fulfill our duties." The Gorjin, cunning and fierce, articulated its thoughts with clarity while simultaneously extolling Gorjin and belittling itself. Gorjin was not swayed by such flattery. If one were to speak of flattery, Gorjin's previous life had been spent in a realm where social niceties were paramount, where even the act of raising a glass required one to stand. The discourse was riddled with terms like powerful, great, humble, and weak, dry adjectives that lacked originality. Such superficial praise would not even entice a child back on Blue Star. Yet, there was some merit to its words. Forming a patrol squad to rotate surveillance would indeed be beneficial, at least to deter those clever races who might sneak into the oasis to reap its rewards. Moreover, this creature spoke with a certain finesse, frequently referencing our tribe, effectively placing itself within the collective. It was rather amusing. It even looked down upon the Gorjin squad it had rescued, unless they too were acknowledged by Gorjin. Very well. Let them stay. The rules are simple. Obey and perform your duties, and you shall have food and water. The Gorjin rejoiced at this proclamation, eager to sing praises of the chieftain's glory. Enough. Gorjin raised his hand. When you find yourselves idle, keep your mouth shut. Disturb us during our rest, and you shall become dinner. The Gorjin immediately fell silent, trembling as they prostrated themselves on the ground, standing at a mere 5 feet tall. The Gorjin appeared as feeble as a chick before the towering 5-meter ogre. Begone. There are remnants of the midday meal over there, which I shall grant to you wretched creatures. Gorjin waved them off dismissively. The Gorjin, not daring to utter a word, nodded and scurried towards the leftover scraps from the ogre's earlier meal. Great and terrible chieftain. The original Gorjin cast a pitiful glance at Gorjin. Amusement flickered in Gorjin's eyes. This creature was indeed clever. From this day forth, you shall be their leader. Manage them well, and fulfill your duties, or I shall have your skin. Thank you. Great and terrible chieftain. The Gorjin, now elevated to the rank of watchdog captain, bowed repeatedly in gratitude to Gorjin. Begone. The newly appointed captain rolled away, then strutted with newfound arrogance before the scavenging Gorjin. Gorjin, uninterested in these wretched creatures, turned his attention to preparing dinner. His mother had led the mission and safely brought back the kodo. He ought to show some appreciation. Once this meal was completed, the precious seasonings he had painstakingly gathered would be depleted once more. But who could blame it? It was his own mother, after all. Gorjin made his way to the oasis and shortly returned, bearing several plump sand turkeys. These creatures possessed a modicum of fire magic and thrived in the oasis's rich environment. He entrusted the plucking of feathers to Karlov, who, being human from Blue Star, was well suited for such tasks. Then Gorjin retrieved a boning knife from the culinary space and began to chop the prepared sand turkeys into sizable portions. Regrettably, the absence of cooking wine left Gorjin feeling a tinge of disappointment. He placed his makeshift cooking vessel, the skull of a colossal beast, over the bonfire, improvising a frying pan of sorts. The conditions were rudimentary, after all. The chicken pieces were submerged in cold water, brought to a boil, and the froth skimmed off to eliminate any unpleasant odor. Though devoid of oil, could this daunt a true chef? Previously, even the fatty cuts had yielded a fair amount of grease. Lacking scallions, ginger, and garlic, he opted to forego them altogether, instead pouring the entire contents of a jar of Pishian bean paste into the pot. After a swift stir to infuse the flavors, he added the chicken pieces and a splash of dark soy sauce for color. A few tosses later, he tossed in a handful of dried chilies, added a modicum of water, and continued to stir. The fire blazed brightly, and within minutes, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. "Mother," Gorjin exclaimed, presenting the freshly cooked spicy chicken. Chapter 19. The ogre felt it was Ogre. Horny strode out with great purpose, stirring up clouds of dust in her wake. Gorjin quickly shielded the plate of spicy chicken with his large hand. Rarity held value, and while the water and food used for seasoning were sparse, the lack of ingredients was quite disheartening. This single, incomplete plate of spicy chicken could hardly yield a second serving. If it were to be sullied by the dust, it would indeed be a waste of resources. Although these seasonings had long been the epitome of technological prowess and culinary skill in the Dragon Kingdom, Gorjin hadn't savored them in 2 decades. At times, he yearned for a genuine bowl of East Blue's authentic spicy hot pot, complete with sesame paste. Horny's 2 heads, with 4 keen eyes, fixed hungrily on the spicy chicken in Gorjin's grasp, drooling uncontrollably. Curiously, in recent days, Gorjin had conjured up such an array of unusual culinary methods. Yet, Horny never inquired. His son had grown, becoming a legitimate chieftain with his own secrets, a natural progression. Compared to culinary delights, these little secrets seemed trivial. Other ogres thunderously emerged, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at Gorjin's spicy chicken. Gorjin felt a pang of dilemma. Although the sand turkeys were plump, they were surely insufficient for all his kin. Moreover, he and his mother couldn't possibly share just a couple of pieces, could they? After all, his mother had 2 heads. However, seeing the eager faces of his kin, resembling a pack of pleading puppies, Gorjin ultimately softened. Come, line up, each one take a piece to sample the flavor. He beckoned. At the mention of food, the usually bumbling creatures demonstrated an unexpected understanding, their intelligence seemingly heightened. Almost instantly, they formed a long queue based on their usual prowess. Anger took the lead. Gorjin gestured for his mother to remain calm as he approached Anger. The one-eyed ogre, adorned with towering horns, wore a fawning smile. Gorjin rolled his eyes internally and tossed a larger piece into Anger's massive maw. Frankly, the chunk of meat was barely the size of his tooth, truly a mere morsel. Yet, they did not complain. Only after tasting the chief's cooking did they realize that their previous meals were mere sustenance. Eating the chief's cuisine was a true gastronomic experience. Even morsels meant for wedging between teeth were still delicacies, weren't they? Thus, Gorjin distributed pieces of spicy chicken to his kin, dispersing them. Only a small portion remained on the plate. Gorjin hardly felt inclined to regard the stream of recognition points surfacing in his mind, with himself being one head. His mother, too, and considering the effort he had made to reward her after her arduous journey on his behalf, he felt no inclination to compete for the remaining morsels. However, his offspring, affectionate as ever, allowed Horny to taste a bit before leaving the rest for Gorjin. After a mere sampling, Gorjin offered it back to his mother. Truth be told, the allure of his own cooking was rather diminished. Moreover, it differed greatly from the flavors he recalled. In summary, the dish lacked numerous supplementary ingredients, rendering it less than palatable. Horny, noticing the situation, wasted no time, dividing the remainder into halves, each stuffed into her two large mouths. Gorjin sighed. He pondered when he might prepare a dish replete with seasonings. With so many peculiar races traversing the endless desert, it seemed a shame not to utilize them for culinary creations. After preparing a large pot of meat soup, the ogres finally satisfied their hunger. Once the masters had dined, it was time for the staff of the Windy Pavilion, Karlov, and the Watchdog Squad. Strictly speaking, they were part of the tribe, yet they were not recognized by the ogres. Only when Gorjin, as chief, spoke did they tolerate these little beings among their ranks. Gorjin referred to them as vassal races or slaves. Once they were sated, Gorjin turned his attention to the rewards he might glean from this spicy chicken. He couldn't be bothered to check how much recognition he had garnered. Instead, he focused on the final reward. Dish, spicy chicken. Reward, OJBK Weapon Tome, Beginner. OJBK Weapon Tome, Beginner. Faction passive as long as the loyal members firmly believe that the weapon in their hands can serve its purpose. Then that weapon will hold its corresponding efficacy in their possession. Beginner level, effect is weak. Gorjin was taken aback. Wasn't this the legendary I thought so? Although he frequently shouted Wag, that was the rallying cry of the greenskins. How could this ogre possess such an ability? The only drawback was that it could only apply to weapons, and its effect was feeble. Most importantly, it required unwavering belief to function. Any hint of doubt would render it ineffective. Clearly, this effect held no sway over those with intellect. However, for the ogres, anger. The one-eyed ogre charged forward with a thunderous roar. Gorjin, with utmost seriousness, handed over his mighty bone hammer. This is the weapon of me, the supreme chieftain of the tribe. Every strike ignites searing flames. You are my most trusted kin and the strongest ogre aside from me. I entrust this weapon, which can unleash blazing flames upon attack, to you. Anger, tell me, can you bear this responsibility? Anger, whose brain was scarcely larger than a fingernail, widened his singular eye. His blood boiling from Gorjin's words. He thumped his chest with conviction, signaling his unwavering reliability. Gorjin solemnly bestowed the ancient bone hammer, of which he had long forgotten the origin, upon Anger. Go forth, test its heft. Who? Good. Anger accepted it with an equally serious demeanor. Gorjin nodded. The ogres deem it OJBK. Though Anger did not comprehend, he nodded in agreement. OJBK. Having said that, he hurried off, eager to flaunt his chief's weapon's might to the tribe and to try it out himself. Gorjin withdrew his head, reflecting on how easily he had been duped. After all, wasn't this very bone hammer the one Anger had retrieved for him initially? Then, a spectacle unfolded that left the surrounding tribesmen utterly astonished. On the other side, a furious ogre was engaged in a fierce clash with the massive bone hammer wielded by Anger, resulting in a spectacular explosion of flames erupting from the weapon. Hurtling towards the ogre, with a pained howl, the ogre shielded its face and fled towards the oasis. Anger, wide-eyed, stared at the bone hammer in his grasp and then at the astonished expressions of his fellow tribesmen. Suddenly, he raised the bone hammer triumphantly. Ojbk. Chapter 20. Captured. Mother Horny was utterly astonished, her 2 heads and 4 eyes collectively expressing profound bewilderment. As a master of fire magic herself, she could distinctly sense the surge of fire elements that had emanated from that seemingly ordinary bone hammer just moments ago. But how could this be possible? Could it be that Anger was destined to become the next ogre mage of the tribe? She turned her gaze towards Anger, who had already begun his celebration by hoisting a female ogre in triumph, clinging tightly to the bone hammer even amidst his revelry. Horny exchanged glances with herself. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Her attention then shifted to her son. Gorjin, what is happening? That is merely a common bone. Gorjin shrugged nonchalantly. It is the power of belief. What belief? Clarify yourself. Gorjin smirked. The ogres believe it's Ojbk. Horny felt her son had lost his senses. She turned and retreated to her shelter. Gorjin, however, was quite pleased with the outcome. In this world, brute force was the essence of survival. The dwarves were one thing. But how had the frail gnomes and goblins managed to endure in this endless desert? Hadn't it been through their technological advancements? Whether through alchemy or potions, the ultimate aim was to enhance strength. For ogres, this concept had been a forbidden domain. They had relied solely on their inherent might to reach this point. Now, however, their tribe had finally acquired the capability to pursue technological progress. Moreover, this newfound ability seemed to function even better as their brains shrank. Ojbk. The ogre version of my musings, Gorjin deemed himself the eternal deity. Anger had transformed into the most ostentatious cub in the tribe. Gorjin had also mentioned that they could use their own weapons, as long as they believed in their efficacy. Yet, the ogres remained skeptical. They firmly believed that only the chieftain possessed such capabilities. In their eyes, the most formidable individuals in the tribe were the chieftain and the ogre mage. Anything uttered by these two would be met with unwavering faith, without any consideration for logic. Gorjin did not impose this on everyone. His justification for providing anger with a weapon was sound. He was, apart from Gorjin and Horny, the strongest fighter in the tribe and had grown up alongside Gorjin. As for the other ogres, some were older, some younger, but none could match Anger's prowess or contribute significantly to the tribe. Thus, it was unwarranted to grant them weapons freely, at least not all at once. As days passed, no new guests or foes arrived in the tribe. Who among the nearby races was unaware of the ogres dwelling here? Who would be foolish enough to venture into this den of ogres? Gorjin's chieftain's hut was also nearing completion at a visible pace. It must be said that Karlov's construction skills surpassed those of the ogres by countless degrees. The ogres had simple requirements. As long as it was habitable, they were content. However, Gorjin's standards for Karlov were far more demanding. He had assigned Karlov a long-term mission to completely rebuild all the huts in the tribe, specifically allocating 2 ogres to assist him. Initially, no ogres were willing to heed a human's command. However, upon hearing the rewards promised by their chieftain, the tribe members, excluding Horny and Anger, eagerly volunteered. A brawl even broke out among the tribe. The thunderous sounds of battle sent the nearby wolfmen scuttling away in fright. Ultimately, 2 burly ogres, bruised and battered, proudly stood beside the trembling Karlov. Anger looked upon this farce with disdain, then triumphantly swaggered past the ogres, brandishing his bone hammer. Although he said nothing, his demeanor incited envy among all the ogres. Gorjin found the spectacle amusing, reminiscing about the pride he felt during the previous victory parade. This was a long-term endeavor. The 2 ogres likely had no notion that they would only receive their rewards many moons later. The following days unfolded rather uneventfully as Gorjin awaited the completion of his new home. If it weren't for the countless messages flooding the world channel, one might think everything was as it had always been. The wolfmen, under the leadership of their canine captain, formed 3 small patrol squads that continually roamed the vicinity of the tribe, with the oasis being their focal point of vigilance. The magical beasts residing here posed no threat. But should any intelligent races dare to approach, the wolfmen would not permit it. They would capture those they could overpower, warn those they could not, and if necessary, retreat to summon reinforcements. Their efforts were not in vain. In the dead of night, while the ogres slumbered, the patrolling wolfmen returned with 1 male and 2 females in tow. One of the wolfmen bore injuries, limping as he walked. Yet, even the wounded wolfman was filled with exuberance. This was their victory, a contribution to the tribe. In this boundless desert, any member without contributions held no value. The canine captain was astute. He chose not to rouse the ogres just yet. He had witnessed how grumpy the ogres could be upon waking. Moreover, capturing merely 2 humans was not a monumental achievement. If he disturbed the slumbering giants now, they might not survive to enjoy the accolades. After soothing the injured wolfman, they opted to wait quietly for dawn, while the canine captain arranged for another patrol. This was the culture of this place. Once these exiles were accepted by a tribe or settlement, they became its members. Naturally, they would strive for their tribe's welfare. After all, this was a stable oasis tribe. Even slavery here was infinitely preferable to wandering outside. The following morning, Gorjin encountered the trembling male and 2 females under the watchful eyes of the ogres. The ogres had begun to acknowledge the wolfmen to a slight degree, as these creatures had relieved them of nighttime sentry duties and secured 3 meals. The wolfmen stood tall and proud, as if they had emerged victorious. Well done, keep up the good work, Gorjin casually encouraged, eliciting enthusiastic tail wags from the excited wolfmen. Are you injured? Gorjin inquired, noticing the wounded wolfman among them. He was somewhat surprised. Although wolfmen belonged to the lower tier of intelligent races in this world, that status was relative to other races. The trio of 1 man and 2 women was unmistakably from Blue Star, and it was perplexing how they could inflict any harm upon the weapon-wielding, crossbow-bearing wargs. This piqued Gorjin's curiosity. Great chieftain, that male human must be a low-level magician. He was the one who injured me, the warg humbly stated while kneeling. Gorjin raised an eyebrow. Oh? He gestured towards the oasis. Proceed to the oasis. I grant you permission to hunt a prey. The wargs rejoiced, bowing to Gorjin before merrily departing. Chapter 21, The Reckoning. Once the wargs were dismissed, Gorjin shifted his attention to the man and the 2 women. The man had a scruffy beard and appeared to be in his 30s, while the 2 women looked exceedingly youthful, likely just in their early 20s. Compared to the denizens of this world, the Blue Star individuals, despite having endured several days here, still possessed relatively smooth skin, albeit slightly weathered. One of them seemed to be a university student, as a school logo faintly adorned her jacket. Gorkin's opening statement was straightforward. Do you wish to live or die? Surrounded by a horde of towering, 5-meter-tall, brutish ogres with arms thicker than the humans themselves. It was remarkable that the trio had not succumbed to terror. We wish to live, the man stammered, and the two women nodded fervently. Initially, when the ogres had surrounded them, none had uttered a word. Their gazes were filled with ravenous hunger, akin to that of predators eyeing their prey. The two women had become numb, mistakenly believing that the man would be their protector, only to find themselves captured within days. To live? Very well. What skills do you possess that could benefit my tribe? If you have any, you may survive for the time being. The man, sensing an opportunity, quickly replied. I am a magician. I am of use. As he spoke, he began to conjure, and Gorkin observed his performance intently. 3 seconds later, a fireball, roughly the size of his fist, materialized in the man's hand. The man looked at Gorkin with eager anticipation. Gorkin met his gaze, and then, the man, bewildered, responded. What do you mean? Wasn't a magician supposed to be a rare find? Gorkin stared incredulously. Is this all you can conjure? Do you possess no other spells? Perhaps a firewall or an explosive flame? The man's face was a portrait of confusion. He had obtained this fireball spell from a green chest and knew nothing of other spells. Gorkin scrutinized the fireball, which, to him, appeared as a mere flicker, hardly capable of igniting a fire in the tribe. I have no need for a magician who cannot even vanquish a work. Do you possess any other talents? The man, dazed, asked what talents. The fireball spell was his only means of dominance, enabling him to intimidate the two women for over a day. Gorkin's patience waned. I mean, prior to your arrival in this world, what were you? What could you do? The man instinctively replied, I was a mechanic. The three of them suddenly realized how the chieftain had come to know this. Gorkin nodded. A mechanic? That is of no use. Anger. Roar. Strike him. With that. The ogre named Anger gleefully seized the man, effortlessly extinguishing the fireball in his hand. The man's desperate struggles were a pitiful sight, causing the two women to cower in terror. Even Karloff, who was busy constructing a house, was drawn to observe the spectacle. Witnessing the man's fate, Karloff felt immensely fortunate to have been spared due to his skills in building. As for Gorkin, he never entertained the idea of having this man assist Karloff. The contributions of an inexperienced helper were not worth the trouble. It would be better for Anger to have his fun. As a native ogre of the endless desert, compassion had been discarded the moment he was born. Surviving in this wretched place was not particularly challenging, but thriving required a certain ruthlessness, a relinquishment of any notions of benevolence. Only fools aspired to be good. Seeing the terror etched on the two women's faces, Gorkin revealed a cruel smile. You two are rather fortunate. I now present you with a choice. You may either perish at the hands of the ogres or become slaves in my pleasure house. Now, choose, life or death. Gorkin's gaze was cold as he scrutinized the two women. One appeared ordinary, while the other, both in figure and beauty, was quite striking. If they were on Blue Star, they would likely command a price of 2,000. Unsurprisingly, both women opted for life. After all, they had already lost everything upon encountering the man. A miserable death was far less appealing than a wretched existence. Initially, they had shown some resistance and reluctance, but soon realized that the man was utterly useless. Their facade of defiance was exhausting, especially when they had to maintain the appearance of bravery. While there might be some who could face death with equanimity, they were few, especially when it involved being slain by ogres. The elder woman was named Xiao Wanhong, while the younger was He Qingqing. Gorkin showed them no courtesy. Come here, take them away, and instruct them on the rules. He called out to the attendants of the pleasure house stationed by the door before turning to leave. They were merely two girls, nothing to make a fuss over. With Gorkin's command issued, the remaining ogres dispersed, albeit with some disappointment. They had hoped for a meal, as the two humans appeared remarkably tender. Each one scratched their behinds and departed. Xiao Wanhong and He Qingqing's legs gave way, and they collapsed onto the ground. The man was already lifeless. Unless Gorkin specifically demanded a beating, Anger was known for his swift and decisive actions. Sitting beside them, Gorkin observed Karloff working diligently, unable to suppress a sigh. Look, even under Anger's hand, there seems to be no pain. Perhaps he has returned to his own world, escaping the suffering of this dreadful place. At this thought, Gorkin couldn't help but click his tongue. I am still too merciful. This is not good, wouldn't you agree? Gorkin cast a glance at Karloff, who was drenched in cold sweat. The chieftain's decision is the will of the tribe, and we must all obey unconditionally. Gorkin raised an eyebrow. Even if it means your death? Karloff gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain flawless in his duties, earnestly responding, as long as the chieftain requires it. Gorkin burst into a hearty laugh, resembling a prehistoric beast in that moment. Well said, but such hypocritical words need not be uttered again. Focus on your work. You are still of some use. Given your perceptiveness, I offer you a piece of advice. Perform your tasks diligently. You shall have no opportunity for error. Gorjin cast a meaningful glance at him before striding into the makeshift shade. Karloff wiped his face, soaked through with sweat. Terrified. He understood that this was Gorjin's way of admonishing him. To be honest, my mindset has indeed improved considerably over the past few days. The ogres, aside from the chieftain and his mother, possess little intelligence. Moreover, the fact that I am now capable of commanding 2 ogres to perform tasks has instilled in me a slight sense of superiority, a product of knowledge and high intellect rather than mere physical strength. Although these ogres could easily crush me with a single finger, deep down I still regard myself as someone who has received higher education, leading to a certain disdain for these creatures. However, witnessing that man being beaten like a rag doll made me realize the harsh truth. In this world, intelligence is of little consequence. It is a realm governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest. Even back on Blue Star, were there not numerous instances of animals attacking humans? Humanity holds no nobility in this world. Chapter 22. The campus belle can only be a slave. Upon learning from the waitress at the brothel about the challenges they would face, Xiao Wanhong and He Qingqing were utterly devastated. The waitstaff bore no intentions of suppressing newcomers. To them, the more females present in the establishment, the better. An abundance of females meant a diminished likelihood of being chosen by future patrons, thus allowing for a more relaxed experience. They were indifferent to serving clients, but the 2 newcomers struggled to accept this reality. If their client were human, it might have been bearable, but it was evident that this world was inhabited by a myriad of races, making acceptance all the more difficult. The 2 women huddled in a corner, filled with dread. The other waitresses paid them no mind, finding their own places to rest. Sister Hong, do you think it would be better if we committed suicide? He Qingqing mused. Before arriving here, she had only dated a few boyfriends and had never encountered such bizarre circumstances. Even in university, she had a throng of admirers. She had never faced such a spectacle. The inhabitants of this large house were a motley crew, representing various races. The 2 women from Blue Star naturally gravitated toward one another. Suicide. Xiao Wanhong let out a bitter laugh. Do you dare? If you had the courage, you would have taken your life when you encountered that man instead of being here now. He Qingqing's face fell, but he was a man, and moreover, a fellow Blue Star inhabitant. The native men here are said to be terrifying. How could we possibly accept that? Worrying about such matters seemed futile now. Hadn't they just heard that there were no guests at present? Only the ogre chieftain would come by, and all they needed to do was serve him well. Xiao Wanhong, being slightly older but still under 30, had engaged in more experiences than the campus belle, He Qingqing. The ogres were truly terrifying. That man was directly involved. The thought of those monstrous beings, standing at least 5 meters tall with arms thicker than theirs, sent shivers down He Qingqing's spine. Although the ogres wore leather skirts, they were tailored for beings of similar height to humans. The 2 women, having to tilt their heads to see their faces, could easily glimpse through their tattered garments. The memory of that scene made He Qingqing swallow hard. Sister Hong, I don't know if you saw it, but that was terrifying. Her words sent chills through both of them. This could genuinely lead to death. While they had often dealt with cats, dogs, and even cattle and horses on Blue Star, all of which could be explained scientifically, the chaotic races outside were only things they had read about in novels. Although they frequently saw discussions in the World Channel about encounters with natives, they had yet to meet a single intelligent native since their arrival. They never expected to see so many today: ogres, werewolves, orcs, elves, drow, and succubi. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Speaking of which, that man outside must also be from Blue Star. How has he managed to survive? Xiao Wanhong pondered. The daily chatter in the World Channel was overwhelming, and they had missed the experiences shared by Karloff. Blue Star? Is that your tribe? He survived because of his skills in construction, which the chieftain had specially approved. The succubus, with her pointed ears, overheard Xiao Wanhong and smiled as she explained, as long as you can help alleviate the pressure, you're one of us. Hence, the older waitstaff have extended their goodwill. That interpretation seemed plausible. Xiao Wanhong hesitated. And you are? Gazing at the succubus with backward-bending hooves and dual horns, she felt uncertain. I am Corrine, but to be honest, in a place like this, names don't hold much significance. The succubus and the orc waitstaff were the tallest among all the attendants, approximately 2 meters tall. Next were the elves and drow, around 2 meters as well. Given the succubus's height, Gorjin would likely be able to withstand a confrontation if he had to. However, after the fight, Gorjin believed it would be better not to engage in such actions, especially if there were no other succubi in his tribe. The orc waitstaff were the most robust, but Gorjin had little interest in that. He found no appreciation in it. Simply accompanying everyone for massages was already a stretch for him. Nevertheless, to maintain the diversity of his brothel, Gorjin had initially decided to keep her around. Is it possible for us to survive like him, using our skills rather than? He Qingqing's eyes brightened. No wonder the chieftain had initially asked what that man could do. Gorjin chuckled. And what skills do you possess that you think the chieftain would appreciate? Allowing you to live comfortably? Qing's gaze faltered. What could she do? She had merely been an ordinary university student majoring in business management. What skills did she have? Xiao Wanhong interjected. I can cook. I've been in the kitchen since a young age. I excel at making dishes. Qing cast an envious glance at Xiao Wanhong, regretting not having learned practical skills and instead indulging in the adoration of various men. Cooking. Gorjin laughed and shook her head. I advise you to stay here quietly. At least there's no exposure to the elements, and you're provided with food and drink. With no guests. Just focus on serving the chieftain well and forget about the chaos. Sisters, here you must learn to guide yourselves. Don't be so apprehensive. If death is truly in store, your fear won't change anything. Look at me. I was terrified at first, but now I'm quite happy. With a bit of effort, one can live well. Why not embrace it? The chieftain respects us in this regard. At least he bathes cleanly. Beyond that, we still enjoy a fair amount of freedom in the tribe. And don't envy that man. Who knows? One day he might lose his value and end up as an ogress dinner. At least we don't have to worry about that. The glimmer of hope in Xiao Wanhong and Qing's eyes gradually faded. The fate of serving clients was inescapable. As night fell, Gorjin arrived. A new waitress. Still a Blue Star inhabitant, he felt compelled to show support as a fellow countryman. After all, she was a campus belle. In his realm, there are no privileges. He is merely a slave to the whims of the establishment. Particularly, the expression of terror on the faces of others brings him a sense of delight. Chapter 23. The return customer introduces a client. Gorjin remains oblivious to the thoughts of those two women from Blue Star, nor does he care. His primary aspiration is simply to live more comfortably. Although ogres are not immortal, they can be considered long-lived beings. And he has no intention of spending his remaining days in such an environment. This objective remains rather vague for Gorjin. This service area is merely an experiment for him. And whether it succeeds or fails is of little consequence. However, it currently appears that the outcome is quite promising. The third client, or rather, the third wave of clients, has arrived. The dwarves from Giant Sand City have come. As soon as they stepped into the territory of the Dragon's Nest ogres, they were promptly detected by a patrolling pack of wargs. These dwarves were operating a steam tank with impressively broad treads. Its thunderous roar and billowing steam did little to conceal their presence. This was beyond the capabilities of the wargs to withstand, and upon discovery, they quickly scurried back to report. Gorjin regarded this with a degree of seriousness. After all, a steam tank is a formidable weapon of war that warrants careful consideration by the ogres. 20 ogres spread out in a loose formation, encircling the dwarves to significantly mitigate the potential damage from the steam tank. After all, its effective range is limited to 200 or 300 meters, and its projectiles travel slowly, lacking precision. While it may be adequate for sieging, striking a moving target would require an extraordinary stroke of luck. However, a confrontation did not ensue, as the over 100 fully armed dwarves had come to hire the ogres for business. The previous experience of the orc merchant left a profound impact and inspiration on the dwarves. The Dragon's Nest ogre's reputation for reliability further astonished them. On the return airship, Cash did not conceal any truths when responding to the dwarves' inquiries. Orcs are typically straightforward by nature, and given that the Dragon's Nest ogre seemed genuinely worthy of trust, he praised Gorjin profusely. It is worth noting that at that time, the Kodo beast was already in the hands of the ogres, and they could have easily disposed of it to obtain that small horn. Yet Gorjin refrained from such an act, and instead arranged for his mother, the two-headed ogre mage, to personally lead the charge, not only dispatching that foolish centaur band, but also delivering himself to Giant Sand City. He stated that as long as they had the Kodo beast, there was no need to even glance at the goods. In the endless desert, this was akin to a paragon of integrity, was it not? While others may not comprehend this, Cash certainly extolled it. Cash felt reassured. At least under the premise of trade, the Dragon's Nest ogres were the only beings he could trust outside of his kin. Cash's words deeply resonated with the dwarves of Giant Sand City. The prospect of hiring trustworthy ogres for a modest price was indeed an enticing offer. Nonetheless, the Giant Sand dwarves remained somewhat skeptical of the orcs' claims, and thus brought forth their city's soul steam tank. The broad treads were sufficient for this steel behemoth to traverse the arid desert, especially since it bore the enchantment of a light feather spell inscribed by an elven mage, reducing its weight by a fifth. Although these dwarves were diminutive in stature, they were robust and muscular, capable of matching orcs in strength. As long as it pertained to business, they were regarded as clients by Gorjin. He was the first to sheath his weapons. We have always welcomed clients. Hiring is no issue, but Gorjin opened his cavernous maw. Since you have heard of Cash's dealings, let me be frank. Payment must be made in advance, determined by the tasks to be accomplished. We can assure you of our reliability, But without a cooperative foundation, payment must be rendered first. If you can accept this, then share your tasks. If not, you must vacate our territory. The leading dwarf's expression grew somewhat grim, yet it was not unexpected. The orc merchant's example was far too classic. Ogres are powerful, efficient in their work, with clear pricing, no more, no less. By laying everything bare, it at least conveyed that they had no intentions of engaging in underhanded dealings. We require the hiring of at least 15 ogres to cooperate with our tank and airship in breaking through the Hot Sands Consortium, as that despicable goblin slaver faction has attacked our mining convoy. The leading dwarf emerged from the command cabin of the steam tank, true to their mastery of ironworking. The dwarves were clad in fine iron armor. Glancing at his own ogres, who were clad only in ragged cloth, Gorjin shed tears of envy. Naturally, should the dwarven guards falter, it would be unfortunate, but the substantial iron ore that has been seized is intolerable. The Hot Sands Consortium is powerful, we lack certainty. Yet we must also show them that the giant sand dwarves are not to be trifled with. Chief of the Dragon's Nest, the risks of this battle are considerable. Name your price. Gorjin decisively replied. I require 5 suits of armor tailored to the size of the ogres. The thicker, the better. The dwarf leader immediately turned to leave. You truly speak as grandly as your cavernous mouth suggests. Indeed, it is a gaping maw. Chief of the Dragon's Nest, farewell. Consider our visit a mere figment of your imagination. Hey, hold on. When conducting business, one must negotiate. I offer a price. And you counter. This is how it works. Gorjin waved his hands repeatedly. Chief of the Dragon's Nest, do you not wish to consider the sheer size of your own bodies? Even if you are not aware of how much iron is needed for a suit of armor, you should have some inkling, should you not? To forge 5 complete suits of heavy armor requires an amount of iron sufficient to create another siege tank. How about this? We dwarves prefer straightforwardness. Either 1 full suit of armor, or 5 wolf-tooth clubs. You may choose. The dwarf leader directly presented his acceptable bottom line. These dwarves, too, are fiery in temperament, devoid of any elaborate schemes. Very well, a full suit of armor it shall be, but I require you to forge it first. And then I will bring my finest ogre warriors to drag the brains of that wretched consortium out and stuff them where the sun does not shine. Gorjin immediately reached a resolution. Excellent. The dwarf leader stepped forward 2 paces. However, we have one condition, that the ogre mage must participate in the battle. Of course, that is not an issue. As long as you agree to my terms, until the mission is accomplished, you shall remain my most esteemed client, Gorjin. You will witness an ogre mage clad in full iron armor appear on the battlefield. Thus, the contract was forged. And may you not betray the trust of Giant Sand City. The dwarf leader scrutinized Gorjin's physique, committing his dimensions to memory. The sizes of these ogres are quite consistent. What fits the ogre chief will fit the others as well. Rest assured, the day you see the armor is the day the ogres march to battle. Ogres are known for their reliability. Gorjin laughed heartily, revealing his cavernous maw. Chapter 24. Departing for the Hot Sands Consortium. 10 days in this boundless desert is hardly worth mentioning. The indigenous people here, barring any unforeseen circumstances, generally enjoy lengthy lifespans, with little regard for the passage of 10 days. However, for the Blue Star inhabitants, who must unearth resources and treasures from chests, every single day is a torment. These chests, visible only to the Blue Star denizens, are decidedly unfriendly to this world. It is hardly surprising what one might find within them. It is akin to the man who was completely consumed by anger, only to discover a basic fire magic skill, devoid of prerequisites. Should time extend, one can only ponder what sort of items these humans might unearth. The world channel remains lively. After persevering through the initial hardships and dispelling the weak and unlucky, the remaining individuals have proven remarkably resilient. Most have acquired some degree of self-preservation skills and have even begun to exchange goods in the trading channel. Gorjin, who often eavesdrops on their conversations, has noticed that the most impressive chests they reveal are merely blue, yielding a shotgun capable of recharging 5 rounds daily. The number of those producing seasonings has dwindled significantly. This fills Gorjin with a sense of melancholy. It seems profoundly unjust that only humans can perceive the chests. Fortunately, he too can. Over these 10 days, the 2 women from Blue Star have gradually adapted to life here. As the servers who have long resided here have said, as long as the chieftain remains silent, no ogre will harm them. Yet, the ogres still regard them with the same hungry eyes they reserve for food. They shared their experiences on the World Channel, unexpectedly inciting envy among many. Ogres, are they like those from Western fantasy novels? 1 or 2 heads, with grotesquely swollen bellies? Ladies, you've truly struck gold. You don't have to work, enjoying 3 meals a day and unlimited water. While others scavenge daily for chests and resources to survive, you've effectively cleared the game. May I suggest you speak to the chieftain about easing the gender restrictions? My skills are unparalleled. I could extract a coin from rotten flesh. It's maddening. I opened a bottle of mineral water that I Haven tea finished in 3 days. While you two have already started bathing, share your location. While I may not be the belle of the school, I am the flower of my class. I'm youthful. I could even charm the domineering chieftain. Faced with such messages and private notes, the two women found themselves uncertain whether their situation here was a blessing or a curse. Standing at nearly 1.7 meters, He appeared to Gorjin as a mere doll compared to an adult. One could only say, what a predicament. However, once Gorjin's initial intrigue waned, he found himself preferring the succubi and elves, one alluringly sinister and the other elegantly refined, both distinct in their own right. 10 days later, the dwarves of Giant Sand City arrived as promised. A colossal airship hung in the sky, with 3 enormous bombs dangling from the pod and 3 cannons on each side. Following the neatly lined tanks on the ground were 100 fully armed dwarf warriors, wielding battle axes or hammers, with rugged hunting rifles slung over their backs. Oh my, both army and air force are present. Is this the might of Giant Sand City? Gorjin was somewhat taken aback, though not overly so. The ogre's capacity to compel the dwarves of Giant Sand City to pay such a hefty price for their services surely indicated their formidable strength. Those bombs and cannons, unless they struck the ogres directly, would likely inflict only minor injuries. Yet, should an ogre get close to those steam tanks, while lifting them might be impossible, toppling them with a trio of ogres would hardly pose a challenge. Who asked you to inscribe the light feather technique? The dwarves worked together to remove the armor from the steam tanks, and the dwarf chief called out to Gorjin from a distance. The armor is forged. The dwarves have fulfilled their promise. What of the ogre's commitment? Gorjin promptly urged his mother to try it on, but to his surprise, both of her heads refused. The left head declared, I am a mage, it is unnecessary. The right head countered, you are the chieftain, it is safer to wear it. Gorjin attempted to persuade her further, but his mother grew impatient. The left head retorted, enough of your prattle. Wear it as instructed. The right head added, do not make me slap you in front of others. Gorjin shrugged. What else could he do? He lifted the armor and began to don it. As the heavy armor enveloped Gorjin, exposing only his head, a fierce aura swept over everyone present. Ogres are already formidable in appearance, but clad in this armor, he became a veritable instrument of slaughter. The 2 heads of Honi glimmered with satisfaction, both for Gorjin and the armor itself. As a mother, possessing something valuable naturally prompts thoughts of one's offspring first. The dwarves of Giant Sand City were also taken aback. They had not anticipated the ogre chieftain's carrying capacity to be so astonishing. This heavy armor was as thick as their steam tanks. Yet the ogre chieftain donned it with such ease. With such heavy armor, what could possibly threaten this already powerful ogre on this continent? Gorjin was equally pleased. Though somewhat cumbersome, it was a small price to pay, especially considering that Cash had contributed a Kodo beast. O Dragon's Nest chieftain, can you fulfill your promise? The dwarf chief inquired solemnly. If the ogre were to be untrustworthy, they would suffer dire consequences. Of course, my friend. I'll gather the supplies. And we shall set forth shortly. Gorjin laughed heartily, clearly satisfied with the dark armor. The dwarves breathed a sigh of relief. Should a conflict arise due to a lack of trust, even if they emerged unscathed, it would still result in mutual destruction. He instructed his subordinates to gather some food, ensuring each ogre received several water skins crafted from beast hide. Angry also brought over the Kodo beast. Gorjin designated 5 ogres to remain behind as sentinels while he set out with a patrol team of Wirgins. He also instructed Karlov to expedite their progress, ensuring the 5 ogres temporarily cooperated with him. For the time being, Karlov gained command over these 5 ogres for constructing the chieftain's dwelling. However, Gorjin's stipulation was that they must reside in it upon his return, otherwise there would be consequences. Karlov was reluctant to accept this task, but had no choice in the matter. The dwarves of Giant Sand City, accompanied by 15 ogres, headed towards the territory of the Hot Sand Consortium. Chapter 25. I may be wicked, but I cannot be deemed incompetent. The Hot Sand Consortium is one of the more renowned goblin organizations in the vicinity. They are on an entirely different level compared to those wandering little brothers. Though they are all goblins, these fellows are rolling in wealth, mastering alchemy and potion making, extracting every conceivable resource from the sands. The originally yellow sand, once manipulated by them, ultimately transforms into a residue akin to black coal. This type of sand, resembling some foul effluent, is so inhospitable that even the most adaptable sand cockroaches cannot survive within it. However, it cannot be denied that these individuals possess some remarkable capabilities. They excel at extracting the last coin from the pockets of their patrons. Should they encounter a client lacking in prowess, that very client becomes their prey. Alas, Many tribes and cities possessed the products of gnomish technology, rendering the nearby races both enamored and resentful. Were it not for the fact that this band of gnomes had thoroughly incensed the dwarves of Giant Sand City, coupled with the presence of the Dragon Roost clan, the dwarves would not have been compelled to unearth their own treasures in order to retaliate. Guided by the dwarves of Giant Sand City, the Gorjin took note of the path, while the ogres simply followed along. The journey to the territory of the Hot Sands Consortium consumed a full 10 days. Yet, by the 5th day, had it not been for the Kodo beasts carrying ample jerky, and had it not been for Gorjin bringing along the freshwater cask, the ogres would have perished from hunger before reaching their destination. However, the cask contained only half a ton of water daily, barely sustaining the ogres' basic hydration needs. The ogres were unconcerned, for thirst was not their demise. In this land, as long as it was not a matter of life and death, all else seemed trivial. As the scorched sands began to appear, Gorjin sensed that battle was imminent. Gnomish excavators had begun to surface in this region. These rugged machines, emitting a thunderous roar, scooped sand into transport vehicles, which then hauled it to the smelting furnace for refinement. Afterward, the refuse was returned to the ground. The steam tank belted out a deafening growl, its absurdly thick cannon firing a shell at a speed visible to the naked eye. As Gorjin had anticipated, the aim was poor, yet it startled all the gnomish excavators. The battle commenced. The excavators were not merely tools, they were instruments of warfare. Although these machines appeared feeble, akin to children before the steam tank, they proved sufficient against the dwarves. Chief of the Dragon Roost clan, upon witnessing the gnomes charging forward, the dwarven leader turned to glance at the ogres trailing behind. Filled with rage, he commanded his men to let those green-skinned little creatures taste the cruelty of ogres. Gorjin waved his hand behind him. Walk. With a furious roar, he brandished his weapon and charged toward the gnomish excavators. All the ogres, except for their mother, followed suit with wild cries. The gnomes operating the excavators were taken aback. Damn it, how can there be ogres? How could these short-statured beings possibly have tamed ogres? Run. No, mama. The gnomish excavators stood a mere 3 meters tall, towering over the gnomes, yet before the ogres, they were but oversized toys. At the moment the massive bone hammer of rage collided with the excavator's scoop, an intense flame erupted, sweeping toward the gnomes in the cockpit. The gnome had no time to react, instantly burned nearly to death, and then the second blow from rage shattered the cockpit. Rage raised his bone hammer, roaring, Ogre. While the other ogres did not engage as swiftly as rage, they quickly caught up with the gnomish excavators and dispatched the gnomes. The gnomes, brimming with confidence, had left their cockpits fully exposed, with no protection whatsoever. Some ogres even seized a gnome and stuffed it into their mouths. The scene was utterly gruesome. The dwarves had anticipated the ogre's devastating assault, yet the fiery bone hammer left them utterly astounded. Could this possibly be another ogre mage? The dwarven leader stared in shock at Rage, who returned with the bone hammer. Adieu. Rage cast a curious glance at the dwarf before returning to Gorjin, using a rag to wipe the green blood from the hammer as if it were a treasured artifact. The dwarven leader was left bewildered. This intelligence does not seem right. The other ogres looked enviously at Rage, who could not hide his triumphant expression. The dwarven leader turned his inquisitive gaze toward Gorjin, who was seated atop the Kodo beast. Gorjin waved his hands dismissively. Ogres find it odd. Our tribe's little tricks are nothing to speak of, nothing at all. The dwarves could not comprehend. Yet they found it truly impressive. That weapon appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary large bone club, devoid of any enchantments. Yet it emitted flames in the hands of an ordinary ogre. Absurd. Having dispatched several gnomish excavators, the Hot Sands Consortium soon reacted. They could not remain idle, for the dwarven airship had begun to descend, targeting the city of the Hot Sands Consortium for bombardment. However, to err on the side of caution, the airship did not lower too much. The gnome skyward rockets were formidable. Should one pierce the airship, the consequences would be dire. The battle between the dwarves of Giant Sand City and the gnomes of the Hot Sands Consortium officially commenced. 100 dwarves, sheltered by the steam tank, demonstrated to the gnomes of the Hot Sands Consortium what true infantry tank collaboration entailed. Even Gorjin, typically fastidious, could not deny that these dwarves were indeed the elite forces of Giant Sand City. The primary force of the Hot Sands Consortium was a gnomish mining machine towering 7 meters high. Its left side boasted a massive scoop, while a high-speed chainsaw whirled on the right. The 3 leaders of the consortium sat in the cockpit, unstoppable in their advance. The gnomish mining machine even withstood a shot from the steam tank, merely swaying slightly. Chief of the Dragon Roost clan, please adhere to our agreement and lend us your strength, the dwarven leader urged, his expression grave. Gorjin leaped down from the Kodo beast, brandishing his bone hammer. Ogres are men of their word. Eliminate those gnomes. Walk. Gorjin grinned wickedly, charging toward the gnomish mining machine. The crimson glow enveloped him, subtly amplifying his stature. Mother, you deal with the other gnomes. This one, I have set my sights upon. Gorjin licked his lips, his face alight with bloodlust. Among the entire Dragon Roost clan, it could be said that Gorjin was young and cunning, yet not inept, a consensus among all ogres, including his mother, Horny. Chapter 26. If you're so impressive, go ahead. Ogre? The three leaders of the Hot Sands Consortium were enraged. The foolish ogres dare to interfere in the affairs of the Hot Sands Consortium. State your name, and the consortium shall pursue you to your annihilation. Gorjin withdrew the bone knife from his food repertoire. The adaptive bone knife, tailored to the user's physique, appeared to measure 3 meters in Gorjin's grasp, with the handle reaching a total of 3.5 meters. With the bone knife in his left hand and the bone hammer in his right, Gorjin deftly blocked the mining machine's attacks, grinning savagely. I am your father. With a single kick, he sent the gnomish mining machine, which towered 2 meters over him. Staggering busy, the goblin digging machine fell silent, green blood gushing forth from within. Battle, indeed, is as unembellished as this. No grand clashes lasting 3 days and nights, nor any turn-based nonsense. Bang, bang, bang. A hail of bullets surged toward Gorjin, merely leaving faint white marks upon his armor. Those fortunate enough to strike his face might as well have pricked a normal man with a toothpick. Did one truly believe that an ogre, devoid of any technological advantage and possessing a low intellect, had no means of defense? Slaying goblins would yield the finest of weapons. Ojpk, Gorjin bellowed, and the ferocity gleamed in the eyes of the ogres. They charged headlong into the fray, undeterred by the goblins' explosives, firearms, and various contraptions. Were it not for Horny's blessings, which expedited the healing of the ogres' wounds, there might have been significant casualties today. The ogres had taken on the role of tanks, with the dwarves following closely behind to deliver finishing blows and provide assistance. Though the dwarves' firearms lacked the goblins' destructive power, their reliability was commendable. For goblins, who possessed no extraordinary abilities, a well-aimed shot was lethally effective. Horny bestowed the bloodthirst ability upon all the ogres, while vigilantly monitoring any foolish individual who sustained excessive injuries. Showcasing the terrifying prowess of the two-headed ogre. She possessed 2 heads, each capable of gazing in different directions, and could unleash 2 skills simultaneously, alongside bloodthirst and blessing. Her mastery of fire magic rendered her a formidable presence on the battlefield, enlightening all present to the concept of a magical artillery platform. Her dual heads even boasted a faster mana regeneration than a single head. The battle unfolded surprisingly smoothly, even leaving the dwarf chief with a sense of unreality. To assert its presence, the airship above unleashed 3 massive bombs into the city, wreaking havoc. With a swift strike, the goblins' gates were shattered. Those walls, merely 6 to 7 meters high, posed no obstacle for the ogres, who could effortlessly scale them, merely opening the gates out of instinctive disdain. While the ogres could climb in, the dwarves could not. They surged through the main entrance instead. The ensuing slaughter was inevitable. The dwarves targeted their kin and the goblin warehouses, while the ogres sought nothing more than to sate their hunger. At this juncture, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. The dwarf chief, perched atop a tank, observed the ogres lounging on kodos, some even beginning to doze off, and could not suppress his admiration. The combat prowess of the Dragon Roost ogres was truly astonishing, had it not been for them. Our Great Sand City would still be locked in a standoff with the Hot Sand Consortium, struggling to breach their defenses. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Kalber of the Great Sand, and it is a pleasure to fight alongside such a formidable tribe. Gorjin waved dismissively. Just call me Gorjin. No need to get overly excited. After all, you hired us. Kalber clicked his tongue in disbelief. It is truly incredible that such a trustworthy presence as the Dragon Roost tribe exists in this land. Had we known sooner, we might have established a cooperative relationship long ago. We were no different from other tribes until my father passed, and I became chief. If you had come earlier, you might have been eaten, Gorjin replied, his demeanor towards the current employer always affable. How could such a powerful ogre tribe chief possibly meet an untimely end? Surely, no threats loomed nearby, right? Gorjin's words piqued Kalber's curiosity. What do you mean, no threats? Do you truly believe we are called the Dragon Roost tribe for no reason? There lies a colossal beast that has slumbered for countless years. As Kalber spoke, he suddenly halted, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at Gorjin. No way. Gorjin shrugged. Just as you suspect. Otherwise, we would have a tribe boasting 2 ogre mages by now. It is quite remarkable how your father perceived the situation. Not all ogre chiefs are capable fighters endowed with intellect. Gorjin candidly acknowledged the prevailing stereotype of ogres lacking intelligence, a notion recognized by any sentient race. Have you never considered avenging your father? Kalber inquired, intrigued. Gorjin lowered his gaze at him. Do you truly wish to reflect on the words you just uttered? Revenge? My mother told me that when her grandmother was alive, that black dragon was already asleep. Can such a being exact revenge? Perhaps I should pay you to go? Kalber realized he had posed a foolish question, retracting his neck in embarrassment. It is no exaggeration to say that during the slumber of such beings, countless races have risen and fallen. Seeking vengeance is an absurdity. Gorjin chose to disregard the dwarf chief's vacuous remarks. If you are so bold, why don't you go? Moments later, the goblins fled or fell, and the city was thoroughly conquered by the dwarves. The ogres adhered to their code, consuming only a handful of goblins and taking nothing else, as per Gorjin's stipulation. We can be ruthless and merciless, but business must adhere to principles. Moreover, the goblins' possessions are incomprehensible and unworthy of the ogre's attention. A collective sigh of relief escaped the dwarves. They had reaped substantial rewards, rescuing their kin yet unsold, and even acquiring some slaves from other races. The goblin warehouse held considerable stock, sufficient for their needs for an extended period. The Hot Sand Consortium's slave-catching brigade wielded notable strength. Had Gorjin not eliminated their third-in-command, leaving them leaderless, the dwarves would have never breached their defenses. Furthermore, this was merely the smallest city of the Hot Sand Consortium, where their third-in-command resided. After a thorough looting, the dwarves hastily retreated, loading their spoils onto goblin transport vehicles. Also equipped with treads and ample cargo, their stature allowing them to fit into the driver's cabin. Gorjin selected 4 female slaves, each possessing decent looks. Likely ordered from a human city by the goblins, 3 elves and 1 human woman. It was evident that she hailed from Blue Star, as she exclaimed in shock. What the hell? Chapter 27, The Blue Safe. As the dwarves retreated, Gorjin traversed the now ruined city of the Hot Sand Consortium alongside the Wargen. Cities of this nature are not remotely comparable to those on Blue Star. The goblin structures were woefully low, their 3-story buildings barely surpassing Gorjin's height. The ogres collected numerous corpses to feast upon en route, which Gorjin summarily discarded. Previously, a considerable number of goblins resided here, and their stock of jerky was substantial. A small oasis provided a refreshing water source. Why consume those corpses when there was ready food available? The dwarves had thoroughly pillaged every other item, leaving the goblins with naught. The goblins' machinery had been entirely stripped. Though the systems differed, with slight modifications, these contraptions could significantly enhance their capabilities. Gorjin remained indifferent. The contract stipulated that they were to assist in breaching the location, and payment had already been rendered. Thus, the spoils of their conquest rightfully belonged to the contractors. Gorjin adhered to the principles of his trade. The dwarves exhibit an extreme sense of exclusivity, entirely disregarding those slaves who are not of their kind. Save for the fort chosen by Gorjin, the remaining captives are left to fend for themselves in this desolate place, their anguished cries echoing as they beseech the dwarves for liberation. To be in the hands of the dwarves is undoubtedly preferable to falling into the clutches of the goblins. At least the dwarves belong to a more orderly race, one less inclined towards the malevolent torments that the goblins might inflict. However, the dwarves pay them no heed, focusing solely on rescuing their captured kin before departing. Once the transaction concludes, and given that their paths do not align, they part ways without further ado. Despite the ogre's apparent trustworthiness, the prosperous dwarves harbor concerns about potential treachery. Their formidable combat prowess is undeniable. A goblin mining machine capable of rivaling siege tanks was dispatched in an instant by the ogre chieftain. Should these ogres entertain any nefarious intentions, misfortune would surely befall them. The dwarves return home in their commandeered goblin transport, their bounty laden. Gorjin gazes in astonishment, pondering the urgency. Was there a fire at home? Shaking his head, he dismisses the dwarves, knowing that the trade is concluded. With the promotional buzz surrounding the dwarves of Giant Sand City, his own region's reputation ought to benefit as well. The initial stages are often the most challenging. Thus, Gorjin resolves to remain patient. At least he now possesses a steed, formidable iron armor, and an impressive weapon technology passive. How long has his father governed without any variation? And yet he has already made significant progress with the ogre tribe. This pace is indeed quite gratifying. In this boundless desert, how many ambitious souls have been entombed? Regardless of race, contentment is key. A renowned ogre, acclaimed for his prowess in battle, approaches with a sycophantic grin. Of course, this competition for kills does not include anger. Armed with a weapon that triggers fire damage and being the second most formidable ogre after Gorjin, he truly eclipses the others. You are Steel, correct? Gorjin inquires, somewhat skeptical. Yet, considering the ogre's straightforward nature, he doubts any deception. If it were false, the other ogres would surely contest it. Adieu. Steel, sensing Gorjin's disbelief, urgently gestures towards the disgruntled faces of his kin behind him. All right, come here. This is my weapon, capable of inflicting fire damage, just like Anger's. Give it a try. Steel wipes his grimy hands across his chest, excitement glinting in his eyes, although his expression feigns solemnity. He receives the massive bone hammer Gorjin offers and brings it down with great force upon a nearby goblin hut. A resounding crash ensues as the hut collapses, igniting in flames almost instantaneously. OJBK. OJBK. Steel raises his hammer triumphantly, showcasing it to the other ogres. Anger scoffs disdainfully, stroking his own bone hammer. This is the first weapon bestowed upon me by the chieftain. Yours is merely second-rate. Scram. Gorjin, growing impatient, delivers a kick to Steel's backside. Steel bows and scurries off to flaunt his prize. Deep down, Gorjin cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. As a sentient being endowed with rational thought, he cannot fully convince himself that a weapon resembling an ordinary bone club is capable of producing flames. No amount of psychological conditioning can alter that fact, as such a trait must be believed without a shred of doubt. Gorjin cannot manage this, nor can his mother, Horny. In a corner of the Goblin City Square, a blue chest captures Gorjin's attention. He decides to investigate what treasures may lie within. He instructs the werewolf trailing him to take a look. The werewolf obediently approaches the indicated location, but finds no trace of the chest Gorjin spoke of. Gorjin's eyes widen as he observes the werewolf's body passing straight through the blue chest. Great chieftain, we know not of the chest you speak, the werewolf whimpers, tail tucked between his legs. No matter, you all wait outside the city for now. Gorjin gestures dismissively, sending them away. The werewolves comply without hesitation. Gorjin marvels. Could this be the legendary treasure chest? No wonder the dwarves overlooked such an ostentatious object. It must be a privilege reserved for us denizens of Blue Star. Previously quick to deride the natives, he now claims ownership of the chest. Gorjin approaches the chest, rubbing his hands together, and squats down to gently lift the lid with his fingers. A brilliant blue light emanates forth, and suddenly, a colossal scorpion emerges from the chest, lunging toward Gorjin. To humans, this scorpion, the size of a millstone, would indeed be considered a giant. Yet for the ogre chieftain, whose bullets could merely be likened to toothpicks, it poses little threat. What do you want? Gorjin stares blankly at the ethereal blue scorpion, whose tail is ensnared in the crevice of his armor. Please tell me this is not the sole occupant of my treasure chest. I would be quite displeased. Ignoring the scorpion, he shifts his gaze back to the chest. Fortunately, he discovers a blueprint inside. Gently lifting the parchment, relevant information materializes in his mind. Metal smelting furnace, blueprint. Quality, blue. Description, a furnace for smelting, once used. It generates an immobile metal smelting furnace. Input materials to refine designated metals. Can refine iron, copper, aluminum. Gorjin exclaims in delight. Does this not signify that his ogre tribe can now extract metals from the sands? Such a bounty transforms his perception of the scorpion still attempting to attack him into something far more appealing. Chapter 28, Truly Civilized. Encountering a blue-quality treasure chest for the first time, and receiving such a useful item, profoundly elevates Gorjin's spirits. As for the dangers posed by the scorpion, its size suggests it is venomous. Those formidable pincers and stinger would be lethal to any human. Moreover, its sturdy exoskeleton would likely withstand even small-caliber firearms. As a creature of a blue treasure chest, most would be fortunate to survive the encounter, let alone claim the prize. Furthermore, the chest is situated within the square of the Goblin City. Even if one possessed the means to contend with this poisonous scorpion, entering the Goblin City would be another matter entirely. After this incident, Gorjin grows curious. Why is there a treasure chest within the Goblin City? Yet none have been found in his own tribe. In terms of strength, while his Dragon Roost tribe consists of only 20 ogres, their combat capabilities are formidable. Surely, they cannot lack even a single treasure chest. Gorjin resolves to return and search thoroughly. The treasure chest is a rare find. Acquiring one is a significant achievement. Moreover, my tribe is akin to a forbidden realm for the humans of Blue Star. The quality of the treasure must surely be at least of blue caliber, I mused. Piquing my curiosity, as I retraced my steps, I encountered the captives, a rather common assortment of races. In this desolate desert, the most prevalent races are humans, orcs, trolls, and goblins. These four races exhibit remarkable reproductive capabilities and boast the largest populations. In contrast, other races such as elves, dwarves, and gnomes have significantly fewer cities or tribes, and their numbers are quite sparse. However, in this realm of mutual conflict, the race matters little. The tribes or cities hold far greater significance. All others can be considered adversaries, even those of the same kin. Among the nearly 100 captives, the majority were humans and orcs, with a smattering of trolls. As for the goblins, although the Hot Sand Consortium is indeed a goblin city, they disdain goblin slaves. Goblin slaves have no market value outside It is not that goblins look down upon their own kind, but rather that goblin slaves are deemed worthless. These slaves were steeped in despair, having been driven away by dwarves, leaving only ogres behind. Their plight was indeed worse than that of goblins. Nevertheless, the pitiable expressions of these captives stirred a sense of compassion within me. Alas, who could blame me for being a soft-hearted soul? Anger, in a fit of enthusiasm, rushed over, cradling a massive bone hammer. I decided to select 10 relatively capable slaves, prioritizing orcs and trolls, while excluding humans. Pointing towards the captives, I turned to leave. What about the rest? Anger stammered. What to do with the rest, you ask? I gestured at my throat, indicating, leverage your strengths, teach them a lesson. And you know what to do next. Hurry, we are preparing to return home. Oh, Anger scratched his head. It's all so complicated. It seems I need to think harder. I mimicked my gesture, pointing at my throat. What does that mean? Anger shrugged, perplexed. Selecting the strong? His criteria were simple. The larger the physique, the greater the muscle, the more likely they were to be formidable. Thus, I chose 8 orcs and 2 trolls as the selected slaves. The 10 fortunate slaves felt as if they had been pardoned. They had all heard the ogre chieftain's earlier words, so they understood the fate that awaited those not chosen. The remaining slaves wailed and struggled, desperately trying to prove their worth. Yet Anger paid them no heed, for within the tribe, he recognized only the chieftain and his mother. All others held no sway over him. To Anger, the hierarchy was clear. Gorjin Honi any other authority. With a cruel smile, Anger approached the cells where the slaves were kept. The cries of despair echoed, sending shivers down the spines of the chosen 10, though they were stronger among the captives. To the ogres, they were still no different from chicks. Not to mention, other ogres were drawn by the sounds of anguish. The 10 liberated slaves dared not resist. Those ogres were eager for them to rebel, as it would allow them to ignore the chieftain's orders and slay them. Fire roasting would ensure their bellies were full. The ogres of the Dragon Nest tribe finally embarked on their return journey, this time accompanied by 10 slaves and 3 female elves, along with 1 woman from Blue Star. A pack of wargs was tasked with overseeing them. Under normal circumstances, either orcs or trolls could easily crush the 4 wargs, but they dared not do so. Here, not only was there a heavily armored ogre chieftain, but also a 2-headed ogre mage in command. Only a fool would entertain any other reckless notions. Regarding the return of 10 slaves, Honi expressed her discontent. Why bring back such worthless trash? One had questioned. Indeed, son, we are not so affluent, the other head concurred. Gorjin replied with a cheerful demeanor, fear not. I have devised a subsequent plan that requires a few slaves. Our tribe's numbers are far too few, and their intellect cannot be entrusted with important tasks. Honi was taken aback. What is your plan? One had inquired. How do you intend to proceed? Asked the other. Gorjin explained, I plan to engage in trade with those dwarves. I aim to construct a furnace to smelt iron and exchange it with them. We will need those capable of speech and combat for the transactions. Honi's left head questioned, have you lost your senses? The goblin's furnace was taken. Do you intend to pursue and reclaim it now? Honi exhibited a glimmer of excitement. She longed for a black market encounter, believing that a single charge could topple those little dwarves. No, mother, I have my own plans. It's merely a furnace. I have something better in mind. Furthermore, we are merchants now. We must uphold our integrity. Once we have more people, we shall no longer need to engage in the desperate acts of thievery. Thus, I emphasized the importance of civility. Honi's 4 eyes regarded me as I sat atop a Kodo beast, stripping a female elf down to her core. In terms of height, the disparity was not as pronounced as one might imagine, one towering at over 5 meters and the other at 2, akin to the difference between an adult and a child. However, the stark contrast in size rendered the slender elf akin to an oversized doll. Truly civilized. Honi felt utterly exasperated. Her son possessed many admirable qualities, clever ideas, and considerable strength, yet he harbored an inexplicable affection for these frail beings. It was beyond her comprehension why an ogre would be enamored with such delicate races. Chapter 29, Rewards. Is it wrong to appreciate beauty? Gorjin believed not. Whether in this life or the last, at this age, one is at their most vigorous and spirited. As an ogre endowed with the soul of a typical male from Blue Star, is it a fault to admire beauty? Must one forego their desires altogether? Gorjin, a man who vowed to shun vice, saw no harm in such an innocent passion. Having transformed into an ogre, stripped of his previous identity, could he not indulge in the pleasures of life? Gorjin remained unfazed, embracing a life of spontaneity. The journey took 10 days, but on the return, without the cumbersome steam tank of the dwarves, we made much swifter progress, arriving back at the tribe in just 6 days. This mission spanned a total of 16 days, yielding a full set of heavy armor from the chieftain, a blueprint for a smelting furnace, 10 slaves, and 4 courtesans. Within the tribe, Karlov had also made commendable progress. Gorkin's chieftain's hut was now complete, and Karlov was devising a way to procure a large bed for him. Gorjin was thoroughly satisfied, though Karlov appeared somewhat battered and bruised. Upon inquiring with Karlov, the hesitant Russian was reluctant to divulge information. But it was only during the moments when Gorjin was sending patrons into the pleasure house that the waiter revealed the sequence of events. It transpired that the fellow, in his eagerness to expedite progress, had pressured the 5 ogres somewhat excessively. Yet, the ogres, in fear of defying Gorjin's commands, could only hasten their pace. Still, they bore a grudge and would intermittently administer a beating to him, though they were prudent enough not to inflict any real harm or impede his construction efforts. After all, Gorjin had not decreed his death, and the fellow was still burdened with that wretched bull. The other ogres would never dare to truly injure him. Well done. Gazing at his abode, constructed entirely of desert thorns, he noted it had begun to embody the aesthetic of Blue Star. Most importantly, it was sufficiently spacious, allowing for ventilation and light, with a fire pit in the center to provide warmth during the night. The roof even featured an opening for smoke to escape. It was a vast improvement over the modest huts the ogres typically built. Tonight, a feast would be prepared. Gorjin was in high spirits. "It is my honor to serve you," Karlov remarked with a swollen lip. Simultaneously, he felt a weight lifted from his heart. Knowing his superior was satisfied and his life was spared. "Good. Your next task is to renovate my mother's house. The specifications should match mine. You may select 2 of those slaves to assist you." Recognizing the lad's commendable work, Gorjin did not hesitate to reward him with a promotion. Previously lacking personnel, he had to enlist the ogres, but now with slaves available, how could the noble ogres continue to heed a human's orders? "I shall not disappoint you, chief." Karlov beamed, despite the fact that any of the slaves could easily dwarf him in size. Yet, they were slaves, and he had been there longer, contributing more. With the ogres backing him, what did he have to fear? "Bring him forth to select 2 slaves. They are temporarily under your command," Gorjin bellowed. Signaling that he could depart, Karlov eagerly followed the ogres to choose his slaves. Initially, the 2 ogres stood not far off, eagerly watching Gorjin. "Adudu?" Upon seeing Gorjin preparing to recline, they quickly spoke up. "You too." Gorjin paused momentarily before realizing. "Your weapons, correct? Go fetch them. I shall modify them for you." The ogres cheerfully presented their massive bone hammers to Gorjin. "Be off. I will provide your meals tonight." The 2 ogres left, frequently glancing back. Gorjin chuckled softly, tossing the 2 large bone clubs aside. "Bring in some ladies to massage me," he called from the doorway, then turned and reclined on the sand. He was born and bred there and cared little for such discomfort. After a fortnight of ceaseless toil, he was indeed weary. Within moments, 6 waitresses entered. "That orc can leave. Bring in an elf instead." Noticing the initial orc waitress still present, Gorjin waved her off. "Curse it. I had only these 6 to choose from before, but now we have 12 waitresses. 5 humans, for elves. Why should I choose the pale-skinned orc over one with crimson skin and tusks?" An elf entered, one of those brought back this time. The 6 waitresses attended to him, each performing her designated role, massaging shoulders, arms, and legs. Gorjin closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep slumber. He awoke many hours later, the sun nearly set. Rejuvenated, he stood, and the 6 waitresses, who had been patiently awaiting his next command, remained attentive. "What is your name again?" "Something like Kaka." Gorjin addressed the succubus, struggling to recall her name. "Honorable chief, I am called Kareen," she replied, bowing slightly in respect. "Ah, yes, you were the first to approach me voluntarily, correct?" "Indeed, chief. I was pursued and inadvertently entered the dragon's nest territory. Thanks to your formidable prowess in vanquishing those demons that hunted me, I owe my life to you." In her conversation with Gorjin, Kareen displayed no allure, only respect. Unlike the other waitresses, she was the first and willingly served. "Well done," Gorjin praised, a rare compliment. He then pointed at Kareen. "Now that the number of waitresses at the pleasure house has increased, with skills varying widely, I am somewhat dissatisfied. For the time being, you shall oversee the entire establishment, ensuring your skills are imparted to all staff and that their abilities are improved. The pleasure house is, apart from our mercenary services, our tribe's sole point of pride. I entrust it to you. You must shoulder this responsibility. Do you understand?" Kareen immediately knelt. "I shall not fail your expectations, chief." "Excellent. Take them below and see to it that they work diligently." Gorjin gestured for her to leave. With the tribe's diverse members expanding, establishing a suitable management structure was imperative, otherwise, organization would become cumbersome. Surely, not everyone could simply feast. Now, Karlov was in charge of construction. Kareen would manage the pleasure house, and Captain Dog was responsible for patrols. It sufficed to find the appropriate leaders. Chapter 30. The Purple Treasure Chest. Recently, he had not prioritized gathering seasonings, so tonight's meal would inevitably lack enhancement. However, the spoils from raiding the goblins had been quite generous, particularly in terms of food, with ample supplies of jerky and water for the evening. Yet, few could partake. The ogres, being the first tier of the tribe, were naturally the stars of the show. Those bestowed with management roles could dine alongside them, namely Kareen, Karlov, and Captain Dog. Following them were the old waitstaff from the pleasure house and the Knoll warriors. They would eat last, but still receive their fill. Finally, there were the newly arrived slaves and waitresses, receiving only scraps and limited moisture. Yet for the slaves, long tormented by the goblins, this was already a considerable improvement, especially for the new addition, the Blue Star woman, who was still undergoing mental acclimatization. Gorjin was indifferent to such matters. What he cared about was the expansion of his pleasure house, which would only enhance future client options. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Gorjin retrieved the 2 large bone hammers from his dwelling and tossed them to the 2 ogres. Without needing instruction, they embraced their weapons as if they were their own fathers. Gorjin remained silent, as they instinctively triggered fire-based attacks. After Steel's return, they had been eager to showcase their prowess. After everyone had dispersed, Gorjin began rummaging through the tribe in search of the treasure chest. He first eliminated his own house, which was undergoing reconstruction right under his nose, making it impossible for a chest to appear there. Gorjin then proceeded to scour the huts of all the tribe members. Finally, fortune smiled upon him. In a corner of his mother's hut, he discovered a purple treasure chest. This brought him immense joy, yet a tinge of resentment simmered within him. Why should he, the chief of the tribe, find the treasure in his mother's dwelling? Was this a slight against his prowess? Gorjin soon comprehended the situation. Chests not only spawned randomly outside, but were also bound to appear in certain fixed locations within indigenous tribes like his. Moreover, their quality was quite commendable. Both his Dragon Roost tribe and the Hot Sands Consortium city merely acted as guardians of these treasures. Suddenly, Gorjin felt a shiver run down his spine. Did this mean he had become an NPC? Fortunately, he had also accessed the player system, allowing him to open the chest himself. And it was a purple chest, a tier above the blue one from the Hot Sands Consortium. This immense wealth had finally come to his Dragon Roost tribe. As Gorjin opened the purple chest under his mother's inquisitive gaze, a furious roar erupted. His mother's 4 eyes turned red, and she immediately prepared to unleash a fire blast upon him. What the hell? Mom! Gorjin exclaimed, startled. Although he had to admit he was the chief, he truly could not contend with his mother. The left head of Honi, his mother, saw the red glow in its eyes begin to fade slightly. Go Gorjin. The right head's eyes also softened in hue. Why do you look so punchable tonight? The right head glared at the left. You almost threw that damned fire blast at our son, you fool. The left head, disregarding the fading redness, retorted, you're talking nonsense. If you hadn't been so calm, could I have instantaneously cast fire blast? The right head sighed in exasperation. Every day is a trial sharing a body with this idiot. The left head fumed. You're the idiot. You're the big idiot. The right head nodded in resignation. All right, you win, you win. Gorjin, are you all right? The right head of Honi inquired with concern. I'm fine, but what was that all about? I don't know, what did you do? Suddenly, my eyes turned red, and I felt like harming you. The left head shook its head, equally perplexed. Gorjin gazed at the purple chest at his feet, deep in thought. It appeared that his mother was the guardian boss of this purple treasure chest. How intriguing. If not for Gorjin, one could hardly imagine how those blue-skinned humans would manage to acquire it. Not to mention the ogres outside, but just considering his mother. Honi, was the reputation of the 2-headed ogre mage merely an empty boast? She was a formidable caster, a powerhouse in melee combat that rivaled even him, the chief. Seeing that Gorjin was unharmed, Honi's 2 heads exchanged glances and exited, seemingly deciding that it would be better to give her son some space for his unexpected adventure. While she did not voice it, she was well aware. Gorjin smiled at his mother's retreating figure, who said that being unloaded from the system meant losing one's advantages. With a mother who was understanding, fiercely protective of him, and who refrained from interfering in his decisions, not to mention her immense strength, was she not his greatest asset? Frankly, even if all the ogres outside perished, as long as his mother remained, the Dragon Roost tribe could continue to thrive unabated. Setting aside these thoughts, Gorjin turned his attention to the chest. This was indeed a purple treasure chest. The previous blue chest had granted the tribe the ability to smelt, so this higher-tier chest was bound to hold even greater promise. Mark of the Loyal Rock. Quality: purple. Description: you and the members of your tribe who are absolutely loyal to you will receive the Mark of Rock, and will have a rock pattern. Selectable area. Mark of Rock. Passive effect: grants a layer of magical skin composed of rock, providing resistance to physical and magical damage. Please select the area for the pattern. Gorjin pondered for a moment before responding, the outer side of my left arm. Generation complete. As this reward dissipated, Gorjin raised his left arm to inspect it, revealing a rock pattern akin to a tattoo. He could indeed feel a surge of energy coursing across his skin. It seemed to embody the effect of the rock skin. Just as Gorjin was about to depart, he noticed more items within the chest. What the heck? A treasure chest with 2 items? He reached in and pulled out yet another blueprint. Armor-piercing enchantment workbench. Quality: purple. Description: creates a workbench that can add a consumable armor-piercing effect to weapons. Now, Gorjin was truly at a loss for words. The ogre's attacks were already blunt force strikes, and adding an armor-piercing effect would be disastrous. Even the poisoned crossbow bolts of the wolfmen, combined with the armor-piercing effect, could inflict damage on most unarmored or lightly armored foes. This was an absolute windfall. While it might not directly enhance his comfort, increased strength was the foundation for a more enjoyable life, was it not? Chapter 31. Visualizing Loyalty and Hierarchy. If he was not mistaken, this, Mark of the Loyal Rock, should grant him the ability to discern loyalty. Those who were 100% loyal to him would have this mark appear on their left arm. If they were absolutely loyal, they would naturally be considered his allies. Moreover, achieving his goals could not rely solely on ogres. The Dragon Roost tribe would ultimately evolve towards racial diversification. Thus, ascertaining the loyalty of other races was of paramount importance. With this mark, Gorjin could place significant trust in other beings beyond the non-Dragon Roost ogre races. Although he was uncertain how the mark discerned loyalty, those who bore it were undoubtedly completely loyal. After all, the description indicated that it only appeared with absolute loyalty. Gorjin felt quite satisfied. Upon exiting his mother's hut, he found her by the campfire, lifting her arm to inspect it. The left head noticed Gorjin first. "Gorjin, did you do this?" The right head looked surprised. "Magic pattern? It doesn't seem like it, but it constantly radiates energy fluctuations, almost like elemental earth." She curiously felt the energy emanating from her skin, sensing an increase in her defensive capabilities. Gorjin was astonished. Why did his mother also have it? Wasn't it supposed to be a sign of absolute loyalty? What kind of loyalty could a mother's love for her son embody? Regardless, enhancing his mother's defenses was certainly a good thing. Gorjin shrugged it off. The so-called Mark of Rock provided a degree of protection against physical and magical damage. Gorjin elucidated briefly. Those bearing this emblem are entirely trustworthy, regardless of their race. Horny pondered thoughtfully. It appears that her son has acquired something remarkable. She summoned all the members of the tribe, gathering them at the center. During this period, the Dragon Roost tribe has evolved beyond its former status as a mere band of 20 ogres. All races convened, reminiscent of a past assembly in the Yamaguchi mountain tribe. Everyone gazed at Gorjin with bewilderment, yet he remained silent, merely circling among the tribe members, scrutinizing them. Unsurprisingly, all the ogres bore the mark. Among the attendants, only the succubus Corrine possessed the brand. The slaves and the blue-skinned individuals, without exception, bore no sigils on their left arms. Conversely, a few of the virgins, including Captain Dog, possessed the brand, which took Gorjin by surprise. He had not anticipated the loyalty of these little hyenas to be so profound. Consequently, his demeanor towards the branded virgins softened somewhat. Though these virgins may be of little utility, their absolute loyalty to him rendered them akin to a few talking dogs, an unburdened asset that could also serve as guardians. Gorjin stood before the bonfire, with his mother positioned behind him. "You may observe for yourselves." He raised his left arm, displaying the brand. "This is the mark of the tribe, a testament to loyalty, bestowed only upon those who are unequivocally devoted to the tribe and the chief." The onlookers, devoid of magical prowess, could not sense the ebb and flow of magical energy within their bodies. The clumsy ogres, had Gorjin not pointed it out, would have remained oblivious to the brand upon their arms. Some, like Corrine, had noticed but remained silent, uncertain of its significance. "Raise your left arms, those with the brand. Take 2 steps forward." All members bearing the mark, including the ogres, advanced to stand by the bonfire, leaving behind those without, their faces pale, such as Karloff. He was the only one among the 3 foreign managers lacking a brand. After all, it was implausible to expect absolute loyalty from someone hailing from Blue Star, a land of progressive thought. "Excellent," Gorjin affirmed the members with the brand. "Your loyalty brings me great joy, especially you, little hyena. Your fidelity has taken me by surprise." Captain Dog promptly knelt in submission. "Rise. Tonight, I shall seize this opportunity to announce the hierarchy of our tribe." He continued, "First and foremost, the tribe belongs to my mother and me. This is indisputable. Anyone who disagrees may come forth to voice their objections. My mother and I are the absolute sovereigns. Next, we have my ogre kin. This constitutes the first tier. Following them are you, the foreign members who bear the brand. I hereby declare that you are officially part of the Dragon Roost tribe. The tribe will not restrict your movements or freedoms, and you may proudly declare yourselves to be of Dragon Roost. You shall also receive the tribe's protection. However, you must reciprocate with commensurate contributions, aside from the ogres. The tribe does not harbor idlers. Below you are those without a brand, but who have contributed to the tribe. While you are useful, the tribe will protect you. Yet should you become a liability, the tribe will not eliminate you. Exile is the greatest mercy we can show you. Lastly, we have the slaves. At this point, Gorjin cast a piercing gaze at the newly acquired slaves. You are the lowest tier of the tribe, susceptible to becoming sustenance at any moment. To ascend, you must either make significant contributions or offer your absolute loyalty to earn the brand. Otherwise, tremble in perpetual fear. Finally, Gorjin directed his gaze towards Karloff. You disappoint me. Karloff, the tribe has treated you fairly, yet you cannot offer your loyalty. Pray that you remain of use, Karloff. Gorjin's cold stare nearly frightened Karloff into submission. Kareen, you have proven yourself commendable. As a member of the tribe, you may decide whether to accept clients, and if you choose not to, no one can compel you. Gorjin found increasing satisfaction in this succubus. She was beautiful, well-proportioned, exotic, with delicate horns, and now her loyalty was equally commendable. Kareen's eyes sparkled, and she solemnly bowed. I thank the chief for his grace. The chiefs shall forever guide my path. Very well. You may disperse. Gorjin waved his hand. All members, except for the ogres, returned to their resting places, each harboring diverse thoughts. Within the pleasure house, Kareen had acquired her own seat and bed. She surveyed the row of attendants before her, a smile playing on her lips. The chief treats us so well. How could I not win your loyalty? Truly disappointing. Kareen felt that today was the happiest day of her life. Not only had she become the manager of the pleasure house, but she had also received the brand, becoming a genuine member of the tribe, and she was no longer required to entertain clients. However, the chief must still be well attended to. Kareen extended her long tongue to caress her alluring lips. Chapter 32, The Enchantment Workbench. Regardless of the circumstances, the emergence of the loyalty brand and the delineation of a clear hierarchy provided a sense of belonging for the non-ogre foreign members. It also offered the slaves a tangible goal to strive for. At the very least, this was a remarkably stable tribe. There was ample food, a stable oasis, and powerful ogres. Unlike other tribes or cities that occupied oases and were perpetually beset by other races vying for resources, it was well known that this oasis existed. Yet no race would be foolhardy enough to challenge it. The notoriously infamous ogres would rather flee than provoke trouble. The following day, Gorjin sought out Karloff. Observing the trembling Karloff, Gorjin shook his head disdainfully. Rest assured, I won't be consuming you just yet. He led Karloff to a relatively flat area outside the tribe and produced the blueprints for the metal smelting furnace. I will be constructing a smelting furnace here. I need you to promptly build a protective wall. You may temporarily halt any other tasks at hand. Karloff appeared bewildered but instinctively nodded. Gorjin mentally invoked the construction. Before his eyes, a phantom of the smelting furnace appeared, visible only to him. This apparition could be adjusted in direction and chosen for its foundation. Just like a game, Gorjin mused silently, selecting this relatively flat spot. A smelting furnace materialized out of thin air, startling Karloff. This furnace was as large as a basketball court, crowned with a stout chimney reaching 20 meters high. The front of the furnace boasts an entrance for the input of minerals, while the lower section accommodates an entry point for fuel, and the side features an outlet for the finished products. In his mind, Gorjin received the corresponding information. He could remotely select the dimensions of the produced items, limited to either rectangular or cylindrical shapes. The furnace is equipped with a heating mechanism that requires only normal ignition and a sustained, vigorous flame to function continuously. You are now permitted to commence work with the slaves assigned to you. Gorjin gestured towards the smelting furnace. Karloff swallowed hard, greatly alarmed by the sheer scale of this transformed structure. A flicker of suspicion arose within him, though he remained uncertain. Despite never having opened a chest himself, he would watch the World Channel's discussions each night and share his own experiences. He had seen others boast about their acquisitions on the World Channel, including blueprints for similar constructions. Recalling the earlier mention of your world, he pondered if this chieftain might also hail from Blue Star, at least possessing memories of it. This possibility held a staggering 90% certainty for Karloff. The remaining 10% stemmed from his disbelief in how a Blue Star individual could be so ruthless, even placing lives upon a menu. He dared not voice his doubts, burying them deep within, for they seemed trivial compared to the value of survival. Gorjin dusted off his garments and returned to his dwelling. He made no effort to conceal his possession of memories from Blue Star. If someone deduced it, so be it. What could they do with that knowledge? Could they threaten him with it? He would rather smash their skulls into their chests. The furnace was too large to remain within the tribe's confines, but the armor enchanting workstation could not be placed outside. Thus, he positioned it before his house. With the manifestation of the workstation, its entire form was unveiled. It boasted a surface area of approximately 10 square meters. with an appendage resembling a mechanical arm extending from its side, glistening with silver luminescence. Woof, woof, woof. Gorjin called to the vigilant dog captain stationed at the entrance. The dog captain scurried over, tumbling to kneel at Gorjin's feet. Your humble servant greets you, great chieftain. Place your crossbow upon it. Gorjin, disinterested in the dog's flattery, merely wished to test the enchanting effects of the workstation. Without hesitation, the dog captain placed his crossbow atop it. A thought flickered in Gorjin's mind. Enchant. He mentally affirmed the query. Suddenly, a dazzling silver light erupted from the forepart of the mechanical arm, scanning the crossbow from front to back. Completed. Usable attack count, 55. Observing the bewildered wolfman, Gorjin signaled for him to retrieve it. Take it. This is a reward for your diligent efforts during this period. The crossbow had been enchanted, allowing for 5 shots of armor-piercing bolts, all imbued with fiery damage. The wolfman accepted this with unwavering faith, eagerly grasping his newly enchanted weapon. He was well aware that the weapons bestowed by the chieftain possessed extraordinary power. Did not the seemingly ordinary bones of the ogre lords also receive the gift of fire from the chieftain? Moreover, this enchantment was performed right before his eyes. The silver light was dazzling and undeniably potent. Test it. I wish to witness the extent of your weapon's power. Initially intending to comment solely on the armor-piercing effect, Gorjin suddenly desired to ascertain whether the Ogre effect would also apply to the wolfman, especially since the dog captain bore the mark of loyalty, making him akin to a trusted ally. He retrieved a set of leather armor from the human merchant guard's supplies and tossed it onto the ground. Fire. The dog captain promptly readied the crossbow, taking aim at the leather armor approximately 20 meters away before pulling the trigger. The sound of slicing air resonated as the bolt pierced through the armor, embedding itself into the sand below. In an instant, flames erupted, transforming the bolt into a blazing rocket that ignited the leather armor. Quite intriguing. Indeed, you are the most loyal watchdog of the tribe. Gorjin was quite pleased with this outcome. A crossbow featuring both armor-piercing and fire attributes would significantly enhance the combat capabilities of these feeble wolfmen. Like the ogre's bone hammers, such enchantments would be gradually distributed as rewards to deserving individuals unless exceptional circumstances arose. Even dogs understood that rewards too easily obtained would not be cherished. What one struggles for, even if it is but a lump of refuse, is savored as a delicacy. The wolfman jubilantly dashed off to boast about his newfound prize. Although referred to as a wolfman, he bore a striking resemblance to a standing dog, with his master's reward in hand. His tail wagged with such fervor that his entire rear end swayed in tandem. Next, Gorjin planned to smelt some iron and engage in trade with the great sand city. At the very least, he aimed to arm those ogres who only knew how to charge headfirst into battle. Otherwise, each ogre lost was one less in their ranks. Furthermore, he and his mother could not always lead the charge personally. However, deciding who would oversee the smelting process posed a dilemma. His own kin were lacking in intellect, and the few trustworthy outsiders were insufficient. For the first time, Gorjin felt the absence of capable subordinates. Chapter 33, They Came Knocking. While reliable managers could be sought gradually, the smelting furnace could not afford to cease operations. Ultimately, he would have to oversee it himself. Initially, he deployed the 3 camels contributed by the humans. Karlov fashioned 3 carts from thorns to transport sand from afar. They could not collect sand from around the tribe, lest it cause the ground to collapse. Of the remaining 8 slaves, 2 were trolls and 6 were orcs. The trolls were assigned to gather firewood and pour sand into the furnace, while the 6 orcs ventured out to collect thorns for fuel. This resource was abundant and grew rapidly, alleviating any concerns regarding fuel supply. As the thick chimney began to radiate heat, the sand within the furnace finally commenced its gradual consumption. Continuous sand was poured in, yet no iron appeared to be refined. Gorjin felt a sense of bewilderment. He had chosen to smelt iron in cylindrical form. After multiple loads of sand, the outlet remained eerily silent. Were it not for the furnace's operation, Gorjin might have doubted its authenticity. The slaves toiled day and night, and finally, by the following morning, a large, glowing iron pillar with a diameter of approximately 20 centimeters and a length of about a meter tumbled from the outlet. The iron pillar glowed red, its temperature exceedingly high. Gorjin was dumbfounded. This is it. After burning for an entire day and night, is this all? He exclaimed in disbelief. Gorjin glared. Though he ultimately allowed the slaves to take turns resting, he felt no sorrow for the slaves' demise, but the loss of the 3 camels would weigh heavily upon him. Having never smelted metal before, Gorjin was uncertain whether the quantity and quality were satisfactory. Nonetheless, given that the furnace was of blue quality, the iron produced should be commendable. At the very least, Gorjin intended to gather his strength before embarking on a journey to the great sand city. He now harbored a tinge of regret for previously instructing Anger to eliminate all the slaves. Had he not done so, The smelting furnace could have operated ceaselessly. Day and night, Gorjin felt a compelling urge to venture out and procure some slaves. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen events. Before Gorjin could implement his scheme, an unwelcome visitor arrived. The Warjin were the first to sound the alarm, prompting all ogres to return to the tribe. Gorjin donned his armor, his expression darkening. Goblins. Are you telling me that goblins have intruded upon the territory of my dragon roost ogres? Gorjin realized he had perhaps been too lenient, allowing all manner of riffraff to provoke him. Indeed, it was goblins, operating massive machines, some riding cyclopean beasts, exuding an intimidating aura, clearly seeking trouble. Captain Dog, now bereft of humility, hastily relayed all he had witnessed. Damn it! Gorjin furiously scratched his head and unsheathed his bone knife, striding out. The ogres had assembled, all awaiting their chief's command. Gorjin spat with ferocity. Even goblins dare to enter the dragon roost? Our honor is utterly tarnished. Follow me, let us slay those wretched goblins. Gorjin was the first to march towards the approaching goblins, a thunderous roar erupting behind him. Wag! The ogres eagerly brandished their weapons, trailing behind their chief. Ogres have never shied away from combat. They only crave more excitement. The Warjin followed suit, brandishing crossbows and hand axes, exemplifying the term bully. The remaining members stood aside, watching the spectacle, lost in their thoughts. Kareen, arms crossed, passed by the group of slaves. If I were you, I'd follow closely behind and be the first to charge forth. Are you cowards planning to contribute like us by using your lower halves? The succubus possessed a beautiful visage, yet her words were harsh. Both orcs and trolls, being warrior races, could hardly tolerate such provocation. The orcs exchanged glances, pounding their chests and roaring as they dashed out. The trolls, too, joined in. However, trolls were not as adept in close combat as orcs. They selected several straight thorns from the woodpile, snapping one into fashion a makeshift spear. The slaves, fueled by determination, resolved to fight back, eager to shed their identities as slaves. Moreover, they were originally captured by goblins, and the sight of their enemies ignited their fury. Along the way, Gorjin began to speculate. This must be a consequence of the previous city annihilated by dwarven mercenaries hired to obliterate the Hot Sands Consortium. After all, even goblins from a major city would not recklessly seek out ogres unless provoked. Regardless of their chances of victory, the cost-benefit ratio simply did not favor them. The distinctive rumble of goblin machinery echoed from afar, prompting Gorjin to exchange a glance with his mother. Horny waved her hand, crimson light enveloping each ogre. Bloodlust. The attack power and speed of all ogres surged. Gorjin cracked his neck, grinning menacingly as he charged towards the goblin ranks. Clearly, this group of goblins was the elite dispatched by the Hot Sands Consortium. Numerous goblin mining machines were present, serving as mere supporting actors. While one goblin operated a machine resembling a duck's foot, its head obscured by a revolving cannon. Goblin Gatling gun. The caliber of this contraption appeared quite intimidating. The goblin machines numbered over 30, complemented by goblins armed with explosives or hunting rifles, totaling well over 100. Among them were goblin alchemists riding cyclopean beasts. It is you brutish ogres who attacked our Hot Sands Consortium city. Roar. Before the leading goblin could finish his brash proclamation, Gorjin's roar drowned out the entire assembly. Brandishing his 3-meter-long bone knife, he charged into the goblin's ranks like a tank. Attack! The goblin, with a shrill voice, hastily commanded. A barrage of bullets and explosives rained down upon the ogres, yet most were directed at Gorjin. Clad in heavy armor, he exuded such a threat that all goblins instinctively focused their fire upon him. If dwarven forged heavy armor could be pierced by such puny hunting rifles, it would be better for the dwarves to hang themselves. The Gatling gun opened fire. 3 robust barrels began to spin, unleashing a barrage of small projectiles. Horny took charge of countering the Gatling gun. She plunged her massive mace into the ground, her hands igniting with flames, each head channeling its own magic. A fireball spell took only 2 seconds to conjure in her hands. The ogre mage's fireballs were not to be compared with those of humans. They were larger than a human basketball. Horny unleashed fireballs with alternating hands towards the Gatling gun. The goblin, sensing the threat, hurriedly redirected fire towards Horny. Boom, boom, boom. The projectiles struck Horny, yet a layer of earthen energy shield absorbed most of the damage. With a rustling sound, clumps of earth fell away. It was the stone seal displaying its potency. Horny and the goblins, the 2-headed ogre mage and the Gatling gun, clashed in a battle of mechanical artillery against magical prowess. The ogres plunged into the midst of the goblin machines. Chapter 34. Slaughter them all, every last one. Eliminate you. Gorjin allowed the attacks from the goblin mining machines to land upon him, swiftly cleaving the goblin within the cockpit in half. The rapidly spinning saw of the goblin mining machine merely produced sparks against Gorjin's heavy armor, before coming to an abrupt halt. Ha ha ha. The boisterous laughter of the ogre chief even eclipsed the cacophony of the goblin machines. Leading the charge were ogres wielding fiery weapons, with others coordinating against their respective foes. The goblin bombs that could have harmed the ogres merely resulted in scattered dirt. The ogres, tracing the brand upon their left arms, felt invigorated, though they could not speak. A singular thought resonated within them. The chief is formidable. The goblins appeared somewhat dumbfounded. This script was not unfolding as anticipated. The forces they had mobilized from the Hot Sands Consortium were not insignificant. Why were they so thoroughly on the defensive? They yearned for the support of their second-in-command's firepower, only to find that their second-in-command was the one in need of assistance. The three-barreled Gatling gun's firepower had inexplicably faltered. Not only had it faltered, but it was also nearing its demise. Its projectiles inflicted minimal damage, while the ogre's fireballs scorched it mercilessly. The Gorjin, witnessing the ogre's valor, stealthily trailed behind, aiming their crossbows. Those poisoned crossbow bolts could inflict significant damage if they struck the goblins directly. The goblins had grown overly reliant on their machines, their only armor being a flimsy skin. Especially Captain Dog, who fired a burning armor-piercing bolt straight through a goblin aiming a rifle, subsequently igniting it. The dog captain revealed a cruel smile, stealthily changing his position to continue firing cold shots. Reluctantly, the two alchemists joined the fray. With a resounding crash, a purple potion bottle shattered against the Cyclops' head. The Cyclops, visibly enraged, emanated a frenzied purple aura. They swiftly withdrew two blades that jutted from their shoulders, one in each hand, and charged towards the ogres with a roar. In its berserk state, the Cyclops recognized no kin. The alchemist at its back hurled various colored vials, providing enhancements to allies while weakening foes. This was the hidden trump card of this goblin group. Gorjin twisted his neck and, without a hint of hesitation, approached the Cyclops, which stood at his height. Bang! The blade struck Gorjin's heavy armor, even piercing through that layer. Yet, this was where it ended. Gorjin bore the rock seal as well. With a sickening squelch, the bone knife plunged effortlessly into the Cyclops' rotund belly. The knife's description could be summed up in 4 words. Incredibly sharp. Ha ha ha. Gorjin glanced at the enraged Cyclops and then at the goblin alchemist slumped in the chair on its shoulder, a mocking smile gracing his lips. He then twisted his grip on the knife. The blade, once inserted vertically, now lay horizontally. Amid the alchemist's terrified gaze, Gorjin exerted force. Scalding blood mixed with intestines erupted from the Cyclops' belly, drenching Gorjin in the process. A gruesome disembowelment. The Cyclops seemed to lose all strength, gasping as it knelt, wailing in desperation to shove its own insides back in. Gorjin withdrew his knife and swiftly severed the Cyclops' head. Blood gushed forth from the neck like a fountain. Wag! Gorjin, drenched in blood, roared triumphantly while holding the Cyclops' head high. The remnants of his memories from Blue Star had little impact on him. The true face of the savage, bloodthirsty ogre chieftain was revealed. The blood that coated him became his stimulant, igniting the fervor of the enslaved. Locked her. The orcs spread their arms and roared, charging towards the goblin machinery. Without the machines, they could crush a goblin with merely 2 fingers. This disdain for the wild goblins is why they are looked down upon, even by dogs. The trolls did not charge, but their javelins could be thrown over 100 meters with remarkable accuracy. Trolls are born hunters. The advantage remained firmly with the Dragon's Roost clan from beginning to end. The ogres consistently pressed the goblins, while the wolfmen and others merely served as additional support. Yet, the orcs, being a combat race, could inflict considerable damage if they closed in. Their well-muscled bodies were no mere decoration. The goblin Gatling gun, which had been trading fire with Honi, could no longer withstand the pressure. It retreated continuously under the control of its operator. Enough! Enough! We are not invaders. The goblin above screamed. Gorjin paused, nearly bursting into laughter. Whoever takes down that fool first shall be rewarded with a weapon. Gorjin's shout ignited a fervent excitement among the ogres. Even the slightly weaker female ogres, exchanging injury for injury, took down their foes with resounding roars as they charged towards the Gatling gun. The flame-wielding quartet, led by Rage, looked with pride upon their seemingly mad kin, a surge of superiority filling their hearts. Their flames always caught the goblins off guard. The 4 ogres wielding flame weapons were utterly unstoppable. The rock seal significantly reduced the damage received by the ogres, which was their source of confidence. The second-in-command of the Hot Sands Consortium never expected to meet his end in such a manner. The goblins were stunned. The Gatling gun stood a mere 5 to 6 meters tall, almost matching the height of the ogres. They watched helplessly as their second-in-command was overwhelmed by the ogres' relentless assault, hastily dragged from the cockpit. In fact, the ogres even fought among themselves to claim the second-in-command. Ultimately, a female ogre triumphantly held the second-in-command of the Hot Sands Consortium aloft, roaring towards Gorjin in a show of accomplishment. Excellent, it's you. Gorjin was pleased with his kin's enthusiasm. The other ogres, frustrated, vented their anger on the remaining goblin machinery. The battle had, in truth, already concluded. The Hot Sands Consortium lay in ruins. The only remaining goblin alchemist raised his hands in surrender, his cyclopean mount mimicking his gesture. We surrender. We are willing to pay a ransom. He was wealthy, as alchemical experiments are notoriously costly. Surrender? A mocking derision was etched across Gorjin's fearsome visage. Is there such a custom of surrendering in this desolate land? You might as well have gone to hell. Gorjin delivered a resounding blow that sent the alchemist tumbling from the Cyclops' back. Damn you for daring to stir trouble in my territory. The Hot Sands Consortium, is it? Tomorrow, I shall unearth your ancestral graves. Gorjin knew nothing of mercy when dealing with enemies. Slaughter them all, every last one. Chapter 35. Naturally, one must eradicate all. If these goblins were merely passing through, Gorjin might have considered sparing their lives, thus maximizing their potential value. However, it was glaringly evident that these goblins had come to provoke. They were invaders. In Gorjin's lexicon, the term prisoner did not exist. He could capture slaves, could invade other tribes. Enemies encroaching upon his territory were not worthy of becoming slaves. The berserk Cyclops might have fared well in single combat, but the ogres lacked any notion of chivalry. They were simply mindless, not foolish. Anyone who engaged in single combat was a fool. The army of the Hot Sands Consortium was haphazardly annihilated within the territory of the Dragon's Roost ogres. The goblins were reduced to mere pulp. Gorjin reserved the alchemist for last. Speak, what were you thinking to dare assault an ogre tribe under the command of an ogre mage? Gorjin was curious. They were from the Hot Sands Consortium. He had recently been hired to conquer one of their cities, so their animosity was expected. But where did they find such confidence? With their army and firepower, they could have taken Giant Sand City, so why venture here? We did not intend to be your enemies, the goblin alchemist replied, his face pale with trepidation. We discovered traces of dwarven explosives in our conquered city, and the only nearby source of that energy is the dwarves of Giant Sand City. The escaping goblins said that ogres had participated in the battle, which led us to think of you. In this direction, you are the only ogre tribe. We truly did not wish to oppose you. We merely sought to clarify your relationship with those dwarves. Our true target is Giant Sand City. Chief, it's all a misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding. The goblin alchemist pleaded desperately. His kin had all perished, his one-eyed beast had been slaughtered, and he was terrified, wishing only to save his own life. You must be joking. Gorjin scoffed, utterly disbelieving the other's nonsensical claims. You didn't intend to oppose us? Yet you fought quite eagerly from the start. Now you claim you never meant to be our enemies? Are you trying to fool a fool? At this juncture, Gorjin suddenly broke into laughter. Tell me, if you had sent someone to negotiate with us properly, perhaps we might have assisted you in taking down the Great Sand City together. Now look. You haven't even seen the Great Sand City before being annihilated. The goblin alchemist was momentarily taken aback, stammering, "See, chieftain, what do you mean?" My meaning is simple, Gorjin replied, wearing a smirk of schadenfreude. I've established a service area, akin to a transit station, where any race can rest and replenish, provided they offer something of equivalent value. Furthermore, we offer hiring services. Those dwarves from the Great Sand City employed 15 of our ogres to swiftly demolish your little city. In essence, we maintain a purely transactional relationship. Once the task is completed, we are no longer connected. They can hire us, and so can you. As long as you are willing to pay the price. Do you understand? The goblin alchemist could only stare in shock. This. I regret it deeply. Had I known, I should have sent someone to inquire beforehand. With the battle prowess displayed by those ogres, breaching the Great Sand City would have been a mere trifle. How could I have been so foolish, fearing that they would strike us down and opting for a heavily armed collective instead? One envoy would signify diplomacy, an army's arrival, however, would indicate invasion. The alchemist glared at his second-in-command, whose neck had already been twisted off, and fury surged within him. How arrogant can you be? Now, everyone must pay the price for your folly. Not only have all the warriors perished, but so too have countless machines been rendered useless. The entire Hot Sand Consortium has seen its power halved. Damn it all. Chief, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please grant us a chance to live. We have wealth. The Hot Sand Consortium is wealthy. Not only can we pay for my release, but we can also afford exorbitant hiring fees and war reparations. Chief, think carefully. My life may be worthless, but it would require but a finger to extinguish it. Would it not be wiser to use me to barter for resources? Chief, the goblin alchemist fell to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face as he implored Gorjin for a chance to survive. Gorjin sighed. Why must you debase yourself so? You are a renowned alchemist, one of the finest among your kind. Why can you not possess a modicum of dignity? The goblin alchemist repeatedly bowed his head. Dignity? Can dignity save my life? Moreover, What dignity is there for the goblin race? Alas, I must regretfully inform you that I do not permit any enemies who invade my territory to live. Furthermore, do you truly believe that after such a defeat, the Hot Sand Consortium will simply relent? Spare me your empty pleas for mercy. A rare expression of compassion flickered across Gorjin's ferocious, bloodied face. Rest in peace. Heed this warning in your next life. With that, Gorjin waved his hand dismissively. The goblin's words had barely left his lips when Gorjin, impatient, struck him with a bone-crushing blow. Mincemeat, roasted to a pulp. Well done, everyone. Gorjin stood, surveying the wolfmen with an air of approval. These timid creatures had stealthily dispatched a fair number of goblins with their poisoned arrows. As for the others, Gorjin cast his gaze upon the enslaved. Your combat prowess is commendable, though your courage leaves much to be desired. Depart now. You may enjoy an extra meal tonight. Gorjin waved his hand irritably, signaling them to leave, treating them with stark contrast to the wolfmen. The wolfmen had willingly allied themselves and promptly joined the fray. Though weak, their attitude was commendable. In contrast, these orc trolls had only engaged after their own tribe had nearly decimated each other. This behavior displeased Gorjin. If you weren't going to participate, then you shouldn't have shown up at all. If you had charged in before the ogres joined the battle, I might have regarded you more highly. As it stands now, who can't fight when the wind is at their back? Even the typically timid wolfmen have performed better. That I Haven T turned against you is solely due to your late arrival. Honey, growing weary of Gorjin's incessant chatter with the goblin, interjected, why not just kill him? Enough with the rambling. What is there to discuss with an invader? The dead enemy is the best kind. As long as he lives, there remains uncertainty. Gorjin, you're talking too much. This isn't good. Gorjin nodded repeatedly, yet inwardly mused. I certainly understand the perils of a villain's verbosity. But this is akin to playing a hand of poker, with only 2 kings and a 3 left in my hand. What should I do? Naturally, I must reveal my cards. In such circumstances, it was evident that the other party was not the protagonist. Excessive chatter posed risks, yet it was exhilarating. Chapter 36, On Strength. Gorjin ventured alone to the oasis, needing to wash away the blood that coated him. The sticky, foul smell was unacceptable to him. The other ogres, indifferent to such matters, simply returned to their tribe to resume their activities. The wolfmen watched as the slaves cleaned up the battlefield. Now, the wolfmen had upgraded their gear. They had replaced their crossbows with the goblins' hunting rifles. Captain Dog himself carried one, although his primary weapon remained the enchanted crossbow. This battle had consumed 5 of its enchanted attacks, yet he was reluctant to part with it due to its fiery attributes, gifted personally by the chief. They also collected the remaining bombs. This haul was quite substantial. This was a high-quality goblin unit. Not to mention, most of the goblin mining machines were still operational. However, the cockpits were small, only accommodating goblins. Even damaged machinery could be dismantled and smelted into iron for materials. They had also acquired a significant amount of bullets and bombs. The only regret was that the goblin Gatling gun was broken. The 3-barrel cannon remained functional, and the wolfmen excitedly directed the slaves in their attempts to disassemble the gun. This weapon could match the firepower of the chief's mother, the formidable ogre chieftain. Captain Dog was unsure why he felt so exhilarated, but the excitement was undeniable. With this weapon, the tribe's firepower had been significantly bolstered. With slaves to command, Gorjin no longer had to supervise these tasks personally. If the ogres took on the work without his oversight, it would undoubtedly end in disaster. After cleaning himself thoroughly, Gorjin returned to the tribe feeling refreshed. Passing by the pleasure house, he waved to those inside before heading back to his dwelling. A short while later, 6 attendants entered. Upon seeing Gorjin, they understood his intent. Gorjin let out a long sigh, contentedly closing his eyes. This life was quite pleasant. With a sense of satisfaction after dispatching his foes, Gorjin took a refreshing bath, followed by a soothing massage from 6 attendants. All that remained was the enjoyment of a fine cigar. Though he lamented the absence of any oasis capable of cultivating tobacco leaves, this left him with a lingering sense of something missing. Shortly thereafter, the succubus Corrine entered the room. Chieftain, she greeted. Ah, Corrine, Gorjin acknowledged with a slight lift of his eyelids, a casual nod of recognition. Care to join me? Seizing the opportunity, the succubus took a seat. Isn't it possible for you to leave the pleasure house for a stroll? As he observed the deep mark on Corrine's arm, Gorjin found himself feeling quite at ease with her presence. After all, ogres were not entirely devoid of humanity, and he always regarded those who were utterly loyal to him with a certain fondness. Moreover, he couldn't help but admire her. It was akin to the captain of the hounds. Prior to the appearance of the brand, Gorjin had been skeptical of his grandiose claims. However, after the mark had manifested, Gorjin viewed him much like he would have regarded a small dog back in his village. It must be said that the brand provided Gorjin with significant convenience. Both he and the other members could easily discern each other's loyalty. Otherwise, no matter how eloquent one might be, if they bore no mark upon their left arm. The message was clear. You are not one of them, so best to keep your silence and step aside. Out there is chaos. Our tribe is the safest haven. Gorjin mused, squinting his eyes, lost in thought. The dwarves of Great Sand City had indeed found themselves in a fortunate situation. What was initially intended to be trouble for them had turned into an unexpected rescue by his own hand. His tone bore a hint of irritation. Yet he refrained from voicing any complaints. Having accepted the employment, he was indeed part of it, and attracting trouble was a natural consequence. With the introduction of these goblin machines, a deal with the dwarves could be struck, but what could be exchanged to ensure his own comfort? Gorjin closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. Everyone was diligently working, whether they were natives or Blue Star people. Acceptance of reality was the sole path forward. Corrine, however, took note of his words, formulating her own plans. Yet she was not in a hurry. Work was paramount. Standing outside the tribe, she observed the busy slaves and the arrogant gnolls, and a resolution formed in her heart. She approached the formidable ogre named New Lord New. She called. New responded, his expression one of confusion as he regarded the diminutive succubus. Had he not known she was Gorjin's appointed manager of the pleasure house, and shared the same brand as himself, he would have swatted her away without a second thought. Lord New, the chieftain appears quite displeased. I believe it is essential for us to alleviate his concerns. You, after the chieftain, are the strongest ogre in our tribe. Corrine spoke deliberately, cautious that this hulking figure might not comprehend her words. While New may not have grasped everything she said, he certainly caught the part about being the strongest under the chieftain. Indeed, he exclaimed, thumping his chest with pride. Please elaborate. New's interest was piqued. Earlier, the chieftain was incessantly murmuring about the hot sand consortium, clearly expressing dissatisfaction. We are, after all, the hired party, with the employer being the dwarves of Great Sand City. Yet, it is only we who have faced attacks, while those dwarves remain unscathed. Although our tribe is powerful and will obliterate any invading goblins, we have inadvertently come to the aid of those dwarves, who must now pay a price. Lord New, the favors of the Dragon Nest tribe should not be so easily claimed by them, whether it be the Hot Sand Consortium or the dwarves of Great Sand City. They are all the same. If the chieftain desires comfort, then we must rid him of the burdensome trash that causes him distress. What say you, Lord New? New scratched his head, contemplating her words. Speak more of strength, he urged, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Corrine, realizing at last why the chieftain sometimes spoke so much, understood that it was merely pent-up frustration. In this tribe, aside from his mother, everyone else was somewhat foolish. The mightiest Lord New. Let us put it this way. If we handle this matter adeptly, do you think the chieftain might reward you with an even more formidable weapon? At that point, you would be the only ogre in the entire tribe to possess such an item. New immediately clapped his hands in excitement. Let us do it. Chapter 37, at last. Someone to share the burden. Yet, how to proceed remained a question for Corrine to ponder carefully. She aimed to maximize the benefits. Of course, her motives were not solely self-serving. Her loyalty to the chieftain was unwavering, yet she was reluctant to remain merely a manager of the pleasure house. With the number of tribe members increasing, and given the chieftain's demeanor, it was likely that even more would join. Thus, she too aspired to rise in stature. She did not wish for her sole purpose to be that of serving. Such a life was ultimately unstable. Moreover, she genuinely wished to assist the chieftain in alleviating his woes. After a long day of laboring, they had finally gathered all the spoils. In addition to the goblin war machines, they had 2 tracked vehicles filled with goblin supplies and ammunition. With a heavy heart, Gorjin accepted this gift from the Hot Sand Consortium. The gnolls could indeed climb into the tracked vehicles, but they lacked the knowledge to operate them. Furthermore, the goblins' creations were crafted for their own destructive purposes. A single excavator might be utterly incomprehensible to another goblin. Gorjin retained everything salvageable, casting the rest of the machines into the furnace, ultimately transforming them into solid iron beams. The tri-barreled cannon was dismantled, though the feed port was damaged. At times, Gorjin found himself genuinely perplexed. The technological landscape of this world was absurd. On one hand, it was advanced. His tribe had remained stagnant for centuries, lacking even basic undergarments. On the other hand, goblin, dwarf, and gnome technologies had birthed airships and tanks, alongside semi-mechanized constructs like goblin excavators and gnome Gatling guns. It was simply outrageous. Gorjin felt a pang of envy towards the firepower of the tri-barreled cannon, lamenting its unfortunate state. However, considering the ogre's belief in their own technology, he thought it might be worth a try for the less astute. New, come here, Gorjin called, hoisting the disarmed cannon. New grunted as he lumbered over, wielding his massive bone hammer. Give this a shot. It's a cannon taken from the goblin mecha. Its firepower is formidable, even capable of matching my mother's prowess. He handed the cannon over. This cannon, designed to be mounted on a mech, required even a powerhouse like Nu to use both hands to steady it. Quite impressive. It has a certain tyrannical essence, Nu remarked. To fire it, you merely pull this. Yes, the trigger, and it will unleash its power. You should have witnessed its might during the battle. Now go outside and give it a whirl. Gorjin asserted firmly that this weapon was indeed of high quality. Pouting with reluctance, he set aside his cherished bone hammer and hefted the tri-barreled cannon as he exited the tribe. Gorjin followed closely behind, while Kareen and Captain Dog were equally intrigued. Just as Captain Dog was about to remark that the weapon appeared to be malfunctioning, he was promptly silenced by a glance from Kareen. It was evident that a sinister force lurked within the tribe. It was best to observe in silence. Emulating the earlier Goblin-esque stance, Nu aimed the cannon's barrels at the distant sandy expanse and squeezed the trigger. With a resounding cacophony, the tri-barreled cannon began to whirl, spewing forth flames with increasing velocity. Dust billowed from the ground as the high-caliber bullets unleashed their formidable power. Gorjin couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. Indeed, it was a diluted version of what he had expected. Regardless of its condition, as long as the greenskins proclaimed, "I think it's useful," it surely was. Kareen and Captain Dog stared wide-eyed. Surely, the cannon was devoid of ammunition. How was it firing? The Gorjin and Succubus exchanged bewildered glances, both reflecting confusion in their eyes. Nu continued to emit excited roars, clearly delighted with the weapon. He released the trigger and dashed over to Gorjin's side, exclaiming his desire for it. Gorjin mused that this contraption could only be wielded by those with a lack of sense. He himself would find it cumbersome to handle. After all, if it broke, it would simply be broken. There was no fooling himself. Just as he was about to acquiesce, he noticed Kareen gently tugging at the rag she had wrapped around her waist. Wasn't this supposed to conclude at noon? Gorjin looked down at Kareen. Chief, are we not meant to trade with the dwarves? Kareen posed a seemingly unrelated question. Indeed. Haven T, we prepared the goods? Gorjin was momentarily diverted, recalling the pile of iron columns outside the forge. What do you wish to exchange with them? Hiss. What I truly desire is their craftsmen, but they surely won't part with them. Even if they provide tools, we wouldn't know how to use them. Perhaps we could commission them to forge ogre armor? Gorjin felt a twinge of frustration. The sudden need for negotiation left him uncertain about what to request. Or rather, the tribe lacked everything, and he found himself wanting for all. How about this? If you trust me, I could accompany you. Kareen proposed tentatively. You are the great chief of the tribe. You shouldn't have to handle every matter personally, should you? Gorjin's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Finally, someone in the tribe has the awareness to suggest this. He found himself genuinely touched. There were only two sensible individuals in the tribe, himself and his mother. The rest were nothing but gluttonous fools, perpetually eating, sleeping, or fighting, utterly unreliable. It was no wonder he had previously taken on tasks with his mother. If not for these simpletons, he wouldn't find himself in this predicament. Who didn't know that lounging in the tribe while being pampered by the courtesans was more comfortable? Who would willingly venture outdoors to face the elements? And now, someone had finally taken the initiative to propose it. Gorjin, for a fleeting moment, felt a swell of emotion. It was undeniably arduous. Wasn't his struggle solely for the purpose of leading a more comfortable life? I suppose it's all right if I don't go. I suddenly feel that safeguarding your establishment is just as important. The succubus, noticing Gorjin's unusual expression, quickly revised her statement. No. Gorjin interjected immediately. You shall go. You are the one for this task. Not only must you go, but you must lead the team. It was a rare opportunity to have a dependable, intelligent, and utterly loyal member volunteer to share the burden. And Gorjin could not let it slip away easily. Aside from my mother and me, you can freely select your team members. I leave it in your capable hands. Gorjin was elated. He held no concerns regarding the succubus harboring ulterior motives. Even disregarding the radiant stone brand upon her arm, ogres had always heeded his command. Even if she were granted authority over the ogres, a single word from him could strip her of everything in an instant. That was the source of Gorjin's confidence. Chapter 38. A warrior dies for the one who knows him. Gorjin's unexpectedly generous demeanor left Kareen somewhat dazed. Is this really how easily you delegate authority? A wave of profound emotion followed. Kareen felt on the verge of tears. In the previous city, where succubi were abundant, she had never received any recognition. Often relegated to being a mere pawn to forge alliances because of her striking looks. Yet here, she was entrusted with commanding the ogres, capable of effortlessly overpowering elite goblin squads. This acknowledgement, truly, had she not intended to continue serving the chief, she might have been willing to risk everything to ensure his satisfaction. In that moment, Kareen's loyalty soared, her stone brand gleaming with a radiant glow. She vowed to spare no effort in ensuring the chief and the Dragon's Roost tribe stood at the pinnacle of the desert. She would dedicate her life to providing the chief with the utmost comfort, ensuring that any tribe's maiden he desired would be readily offered to him without hesitation. She would absolutely not let the chief down. Kareen's serious demeanor astonished Gorjin. Relax, relax. It's not a monumental task. Just bring back some decent items. I'm still looking forward to your delightful tongue. Gorjin grinned widely, gently patting Kareen on the back. And no, you will accompany Kareen. This weapon is temporarily yours to wield. Should you succeed in your mission, it shall belong to you. However, if you fail, I will reclaim it upon your return. Gorjin pointed sternly at the seemingly daft Nu. Rest assured. Nu hoisted the tri-barreled cannon onto his shoulder, resolutely thumping his chest. He recalled the words spoken by the little succubus, coupled with Gorjin's encouragement, and finally began to take the mission seriously. He had no choice but to regard this task with the utmost importance. Simultaneously, he began to reassess the value of the succubus. Gorjin laughed heartily as he made his way toward his dwelling. This was perhaps the most relaxed he had felt in some time. Nu gave Kareen an earnest thumbs up. The succubus had just mentioned that she might acquire an even better weapon, and now it appeared that her words were swiftly materializing. Truly a reliable individual. Kareen nodded vigorously, swearing to make this initial mission remarkable and splendid. After 2 days of preparation, Kareen was ready to embark. The Kodo beasts became the primary means of transport. With so many iron columns, 3 camels could hardly bear the load. It was the immense Kodo beasts that were required for this task. Gorjin readily approved the request to utilize the Kodo, as he would not be venturing out himself, nor would he require mounts. It was better to allow them to serve a purpose rather than let them languish. After all, they consumed quite a bit. They could not remain free-range indefinitely. Kareen selected a contingent of 10 ogres led by Nu, and she also brought along Captain Dog's squad. She remarked that she had essentially appointed a watchdog for herself. The ogres, lacking in intellect, could only heed their own judgment when out in the field, even with Gorjin's commands in mind. However, the dog captain, who was loyal solely to the chieftain, was no fool. This cunning individual was astute and would relay everything that transpired directly to Gorjin. Gorjin dismissed the notion, noting that the brand on the captain's arm was rather glaring. If he could not trust even that, he truly did not know whom to rely on. Kareen set forth, accompanied by 10 ogres, a pack of wargs, and a Kodo beast, laden with hefty iron columns. 3 days later, she arrived at the city of Great Sand. The dog captain had visited previously and remembered the way. Upon sighting the ogres, the dwarves of Great Sand immediately raised the city gates. Yet they did not appear as alarmed as before. The combination of Kodo beasts and wargs alongside ogres was unique to the Dragon Roost tribe. Soon, the dwarven leader appeared atop the city walls. Ogres of the Dragon Roost tribe, our contract has concluded. What brings you here? Kareen stood at the forefront of her company, chest held high. By the command of the great chieftain Gorjin, I have come to negotiate with the dwarves of Great Sand and demand an explanation. Kareen's tone suddenly turned frigid. Anger stepped forward, clad in Gorjin's heavy armor, his massive bone hammer slung across his back, and his hands gripping the tri-barreled gun mounted on the mech, aimed at the dwarven walls. To the dwarves, these walls were formidable, as their average height barely reached 4 feet, with the tallest point of their walls at 6. To the ogres, however, they were little more than mere barriers of comparable height. Goblins' weaponry. What is the meaning of this, Dragon Roost ogres? The dwarven leader's expression soured. The frequent frictions between dwarves and goblins made such a distinctly goblin-style cannon immediately draw their attention. Have you accepted employment from the goblins? The dwarven leader's face turned slightly pallid. Employment? Kareen scoffed. Those despicable goblins lack the stature to hire the great Dragon Roost tribe. Let me inform you. The pursuers from the Hot Sands Consortium have arrived here. They initially sought trouble with you, but inadvertently trespassed into our territory. Dwarves, we are the hired hands of the Hot Sands Consortium. You must provide us with an explanation. Kareen spoke with eloquence and clarity, contrasting sharply with the ogres, directly shifting the blame onto the dwarves of Great Sand. The dwarves, known for their straightforwardness, found some merit in her argument. And what of the goblins? Kareen pointed to the iron columns atop the Kodo beast. They are dead. Their machinery has been smelted into these iron columns. Pride tinted Kareen's expression as she spoke. The Dragon Roost tribe possessed exceptional smelting techniques. Had it not been for the past transactions between us and the quality of your craftsmanship, how could we have traded such pure iron with you? The dwarven leader appeared bewildered. So, are you here to negotiate with us or to discuss goblins? Moreover, who are you? Why has the Dragon Roost allowed a succubus to take charge? Does my identity truly matter? What is significant is that I can represent the great chieftain Gorjin. The succubus stood her ground, undeterred. You recognize this ogre, Anger, do you not? He is second only to chieftain Gorjin in combat prowess, and during our mission, he must heed my commands. Would you care to test that? Kareen raised her hand, prompting Anger to elevate the tri-barreled cannon, his eyes glinting with eagerness. He was indifferent to the dwarves or goblins. If the commander instructed him to strike, he would charge forth without hesitation. What do you truly intend to do? The dwarven leader was compelled to confront the alluring succubus before him. Heh! The succubus flashed a bewitching smile. Chapter 39. Negotiation. Is this how the dwarves of Great Sand intend to converse with us? The succubus expressed her derision. Could you refrain from cowering behind your walls like those timid goblins? The dwarven leader's face fluctuated between blue and red, gritting his teeth as he leapt down from the city walls. The other dwarves stood on high alert. The dwarven leader approached within 10 meters of the succubus, his expression grave. Succubus, what do you wish to convey? Corrine crossed her arms, her tone unperturbed. You hired the dragon roost ogres and have caused us trouble. Yet we are to bear the brunt of the goblins' retaliation without cause. Dwarves, you must provide the dragon roost tribe with an explanation. The dwarven leader clenched his teeth. But you are unscathed, are you not? That is due to our strength. Corrine scoffed. Those were the elite goblins capable of effortlessly annihilating your great sand. Had it been another tribe, they would have been swept into the annals of history. Should you fail to present a sufficiently reasonable offer, we shall proceed to the headquarters of the Hot Sands Consortium. Do not forget, the goblins possess 2 more cities. To clarify everything, do you believe the goblins would prefer to engage us in war, or accept our terms and settle accounts with you, the instigators? You, the dwarven leader fumed. Is this the will of Chieftain Gorjin? Can you, a mere succubus, truly represent him? The chieftain has stated that I can take charge in this matter. These formidable ogres must heed my command. The succubus pressed forward without retreat. Dwarves, declare your decision. Gritting his teeth, the dwarven leader glanced at the eager ogres. The tri-barreled cannon was indeed intimidating. Its destructive capability was in an entirely different league from their tank shells. However, the precision and firing rate of this weapon far surpassed their steam tanks' ammunition. If a conflict were to erupt, this weapon could easily decimate their steam tanks. Never had he anticipated that the ogres would dismantle such a device for handheld use. What if we craft an identical set of heavy armor? The dwarven leader finally mustered a response. That shows some sincerity. However, 1 set is insufficient. We require 3. That is unacceptable. Do not be hasty, dwarves. The succubus gently gestured to the numerous iron columns atop the Kodo beast. 1 set is for you to provide an explanation to our tribe. The other 2 are for our trade. You may assess the quality of our iron. Is it worth 2 sets of armor? The dwarven leader's expression softened slightly. The quantity of iron required to forge armor suitable for ogres was immense. Offering 1 set as recompense was already a significant concession. Fortunately, this succubus before him was not entirely unreasonable. He approached the Kodo beast, straining to examine the iron materials. Yet the height disparity was not something he could overcome with mere tiptoeing. It appeared somewhat comical, yet it allowed him to discern the quality of the iron. He wore an expression that blended incredulity with astonishment, feeling as though his surprise had accumulated over the past month. The quality was exquisite. How did you achieve this? The dwarven leader was taken aback. When I visited your tribe previously, I did not observe any smelting furnaces, and yet, such high-quality iron is beyond what we in Great Sand can produce. The forthright dwarf would not lie. Good is good. The succubus smirked. How we accomplished this is of no concern to you. We have the great chieftain Gorjin. What do you think? Was this transaction not a loss for you? The dwarf chief gazed at the pile of iron materials, his mind racing with calculations. He estimated that with the existing iron in the city combined with these superior iron goods, they could still retain at least 1/3 after forging. Logically, such profits seemed modest, yet the exceptional quality of these iron pillars was undeniable. Deal. With this thought, the dwarf chief made a decisive resolution. Now that business is concluded, shall we indulge in more personal matters? The succubus felt a sense of relief within. Personal matters? The dwarf chief appeared somewhat bewildered. Are you not planning to wait here for the Hot Sands Consortium to come and annihilate you? Corrine squatted down to regard the dwarf, who barely reached her waist. The goblins have suffered a significant setback this time. They surely will not let it go easily, and there is no telling that they might choose to hire us. When that time comes, with the Hot Sands Consortium and us ogres combined, how long can your giant sand city withstand? The succubus lightly tapped the dwarf's chest. Her tone laced with seduction. Though goblins may be despicable, what does it matter to us? If the right price is offered, we are open to any employment. In light of our 2 previous enjoyable transactions, I have made this abundantly clear to you. The next move is up to your giant sand city. The dwarf chief, who had just relaxed, found his tension returning immediately. Given Chief Galkin's character, the succubus's words were entirely plausible. Dwarves would not sit idly by. The dwarf chief's face grew somber. But we rely on you ogres even to assault a small city of the Hot Sands Consortium, and against their headquarters, we are powerless. A bittersweet feeling washed over him. Giant Sand City is merely a small settlement, with a population of less than 10,000 and only 500 full-time warriors. Were it not to reclaim our kin and the plundered materials, how could we dare provoke the Hot Sands Consortium? Yet, if we do not act, the dwarves of Giant Sand City will inevitably be branded as cowards, and those goblins will persistently seek to exploit us. And now here we are, facing the consequences of our actions. The goblins of the Hot Sands Consortium, having suffered losses, will undoubtedly seek retribution. This enmity has been established. Chief Gorjin was quite displeased with the goblins' previous actions. Should your dwarves choose to strike, we would gladly participate. The succubus's words ignited a flicker of hope in the dwarf chief's heart. Are you truly willing to intervene? No, although I have only met Chief Gorjin once. I know he does not act without benefit. Why would you intervene without gain? Of course, we are not without our demands. The succubus shook her head repeatedly. No one is foolish enough to act without any interest. What are your conditions? The dwarf chief awaited the succubus's lion's share of demands. This matter does not concern your dwarves. However, once we breach the Hot Sands Consortium, we demand the first selection of slaves, including those goblin craftsmen for ourselves. Naturally, you must also provide supplies for the ogres. The succubus revealed her true intentions. Is that all? The dwarf chief found it hard to believe. Certainly. But it must wait until those 3 sets of armor are completed. After all, I must ensure that no ogres are harmed. The succubus added, this depends on you dwarves. The sooner you forge, the sooner the Hot Sands Consortium will fall. Should you delay, and they catch up to you, we shall not take responsibility. The dwarf chief nodded gravely. Chapter 40, Self-PUA. With the transaction complete, the dwarves released their vigilance, bustling out from the city to receive the materials. Gorjin and the ogres temporarily camped outside the city. The dwarves built a bonfire, excavated windbreaks for the ogres, and arranged provisions. For a city with a population nearing 10,000, it was not an issue to temporarily provide for 10 ogres. Most importantly, the ogres were not picky eaters at all. The dwarf chief hurried back to arrange for the craftsmen to urgently begin forging heavy armor for the ogres. The protective capability and crafting speed of the heavy armor were crucial to the safety of Giant Sand City. He could not afford to be negligent. The ogres, having eaten their fill, lay down to sleep, while Gorjin reclined against the dwarf city wall, leisurely swinging her legs. Why did you urge the dwarves to attack the Hot Sands Consortium? Those goblins, having taken this beating, I doubt would dare to provoke such a formidable foe again. Captain Dog approached. Though the chief had instructed him not to monitor Gorjin, he remained curious. Well done, little pup, you're starting to think. Gorjin grinned at Captain Dog. Are you aware that the chief has been harping on about the Hot Sands Consortium? I do not know, Captain Dog replied, as if it were obvious. Indeed. During that time, we were serving the chief, so you naturally would not know. The succubus sat up. This little dog, like herself, bore the rock brand. She was not afraid to share her thoughts. Though the chief did not speak explicitly, I know he harbors great dissatisfaction toward that Hot Sands Consortium. Furthermore, from my observations, the chief desires to keep the smelting furnace operating continuously, producing high-quality iron materials without ceasing. Consequently, both the camels responsible for transportation and the slaves tasked with labor are somewhat insufficient in numbers. Lastly, when I inquired about what the chief wished to trade with the dwarves, he mentioned that he wanted craftsmen, which the dwarves would undoubtedly refuse. Thus, we can settle for a compromise. If dwarven craftsmen are unavailable for now, goblin craftsmen will suffice. Captain Dog's eyes widened in realization. Oh, I see. That's why you were so insistent on pushing the dwarves to attack the Hot Sands Consortium's headquarters and demanding priority in selecting slaves and craftsmen. Connecting this with the earlier conversation between the succubus and the dwarf chief, Captain Dog was filled with astonishment. So it was not the Hot Sands Consortium seeking trouble with the dwarves, but rather you plotting against the Hot Sands Consortium. Of course. Otherwise, do you think I would venture so far to the headquarters of the Hot Sands Consortium? Do you think I have nothing better to do? The succubus smiled gently, exuding charm. Truly, a demon. Captain Dog clicked his tongue. You clearly wish to strike at the Hot Sands Consortium. Yet you framed it as the consortium wanting to attack the dwarves of Giant Sand City, thus dragging these dwarves onto your warship. Quite ruthless indeed. Then Captain Dog voiced his inner confusion. I do not understand. Why go to such lengths for what? You possess the rock brand, no longer needing to take clients. And your tribe is so secure. What drives you to stir up such chaos? The succubus paused, then replied earnestly. I wish to serve the chief. I want to prove that I am not merely a beautiful vase. I seek greater recognition. I long to escape this identity that can be discarded at any moment. Don't you? Captain Dog, do you wish to remain a mere gatekeeper, wagging your tail? The jackal man gritted his teeth, his expression dimming. What can I do? I am but a gatekeeper. In terms of combat strength, I rank among the lowest in the tribe. Besides guarding, what else can I do? Gorjin pointed to her brand, then to Captain Dog's, and stated firmly, no, You are mistaken. In the tribe, apart from the ogres of our kind, the loyalty of any outsiders is prioritized over their combat prowess. Here, any race lacking the mark will find their abilities, no matter how formidable, unrecognized and unprotected. In other words, within the Dragon Roost tribe led by the chieftain, only the mark matters beneath the ogres, disregarding both race and capability. You and I are equals. And this is precisely why I have shared so much with you. Captain Dog, if we were to judge by race, my demonic lineage would surely rank higher than your wolfman heritage, wouldn't it? Yet here, you possess the mark, and thus, we stand on equal footing. The chieftain seeks comfort. And that is our ultimate objective. We, the marked members, must strive to eliminate any obstacles on the chieftain's path to ease. The chieftain will not neglect us. And that is what I wish to convey. Captain Dog was momentarily taken aback by the words, a long-lost fervor surging within him. Though I may not fully grasp it. I feel you are right. You need not understand everything in depth. You simply must recognize that we, the marked members, should unite and diligently serve the chieftain. Many things the chieftain does not articulate, yet we must ponder and comprehend. Whether we do much or little, the chieftain observes it all. A solemn and sacred light unexpectedly graced the enchanting face of the succubus. The wolfman gaped, his mind racing with thoughts. No wonder they can now command ogres. I am but a mere shadow in comparison. Should Gorjin hear these words, he would undoubtedly be astonished and offer his praise. Is this a form of self-PUA? I have said nothing of substance. I merely murmured a few words while reclining in comfort. In this battle, I aim to ensure the chieftain acquires his own craftsmen, allowing the forge to operate ceaselessly, enabling him to create whatever he desires. As for the Hot Sands Consortium, they can only be deemed unfortunate. After all, the chieftain desires what they already possess, so there is no fault to be found elsewhere. Furthermore, I have not entirely deceived the dwarves of Giant Sand City. Can you guarantee that the Hot Sands Consortium will truly remain docile? If they can endure it, then surely the consortium would lack any deterrent power. The dwarves understand this principle, otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed so readily. It's merely a matter of mutual benefit. The succubus extended her palm, conjuring a dark purple energy sphere that appeared in her grasp. This battle represents the perfect stage for the two of us to showcase our abilities, Captain Dog. If you wish to transcend the ordinary, then strive with all your might. The succubus tightened her grip, shattering the dark purple energy sphere, causing energy to spill forth. Captain Dog's eyes widened in astonishment. Well, I thought you were merely an ordinary succubus, yet you possess such prowess. So, in the end, I am just the most ordinary one, am I? Chapter 41. My molars are ground to dust. It has been proven that humans are forged by circumstances. Dwarves, too. Under the threat of the Hot Sands Consortium, the dwarven artisans of Giant Sand City halted all their tasks to wholeheartedly craft armor for the ogres. They understood that when the time came for battle, the ogres would be the main force, and thus, they spared no effort. The finished heavy armor was so weighty that they could hardly lift it. Previously, crafting a single suit of ogre armor took 5 days, leaving the remaining 5 days for travel. Now, they fashioned 3 suits of ogre armor in just 8 days. Additionally, they produced 3 rectangular shields, each 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 10 centimeters thick. These 3 suits of heavy armor were temporarily allocated to 3 other ogres wielding flame weapons. Together with Rage, they formed a heavy ogre battalion. Rage, shouldering a massive bone hammer and wielding a tri-barreled cannon in both hands, stood alongside the other 3 ogres clad in heavy armor, one brandishing a bone hammer in the right hand and an iron shield in the left. Once the ogres were fully equipped, even the dwarves were taken aback. It is no exaggeration to say that these 4 ogres could single-handedly raise their entire Giant Sand City to the ground. Rage glanced at his formidable comrades and, in a rare moment, exclaimed, "Good." The troops set forth. The dwarves assembled 200 elite soldiers and 500 militia. The armored tanks and airships were mobilized once more. Accompanying them were numerous tracked vehicles laden with supplies, food, water, and ammunition for both their troops and the ogres. The dwarves were heavily invested in this endeavor, representing half of their city's defensive might. This relentless back and forth had taken a toll on the dwarves of Giant Sand City. The dwarven leader vowed to completely eradicate the threat posed by the Hot Sands Consortium. The grand army set off with great fanfare. Along the way, Captain Dog appeared somewhat disheartened. He and Corrine were seated in one of the dwarven tracked vehicles. "What is wrong with you? You've been glum for days. As if you've lost your mother." The succubus opened her mouth with a bombshell. The wolfman, sprawled atop the supplies, muttered, "My mother was eaten long ago." He then abruptly sat up. "Are you out of your mind? Why didn't you mention you were a mage? You're a succubus mage. While I'm just a worthless wolfman. What kind of connection is that? Isn't that a complete waste of feelings?" Corrine rolled her eyes. "Who said I was a mage? Strictly speaking, I'm a warlock. Besides, you never asked, So why the sudden fuss? The wolfman felt as if his molars might shatter. To think I assumed you were just like me, a mere watchdog, while you secretly turned out to be a warlock? You ought to be damned. Kareen swatted Captain Dog with her tail. What is your problem? What is wrong with being a warlock? The succubus race is primarily comprised of warlocks. I only know 3 spells that can't even scratch an ogress fur. What good is that? I still have to rely on serving the chieftain to survive. You can still cast 3 spells. You can actually cast 3 spells. Captain Dog lay back, turning away from Kareen. Over the course of these many days, the bond between the succubus and the wolfman had grown considerably. Don't you have the fire weapon granted by the chieftain? Except for the ogres. You are the only one who possesses it. What have I said? Humph, Captain Dog scoffed. I refuse to converse with the noble warlock. Kareen rolled her eyes again. Idiot. After 12 days, they finally reached the city of the Hot Sands Consortium, which had initially fallen. Here, goblins were already arriving with slaves to tidy up, attempting to restore production. The dragon roost and giant sand joint forces were so imposing that they could not be concealed. The goblins began to panic, hastily gathering to retreat. What is the plan? The dwarven leader, seated atop a steam tank, glanced at Kareen. Eliminate them all. We cannot allow them to return and report. As Kareen entered battle mode, she became serious. Lord Rage, you may lead your kin, she shouted. Oh, Rage, clad in heavy armor and mounted on a kodo beast, wielding a tri-barreled cannon, opened his massive maw. Wag, wag, the other ogres roared, thundering forward in a charge. Leading the charge was Rage, atop his kodo beast. Like a giant rhinoceros, the kodo beast, once in motion, exhibited astonishing speed. Bang, bang, bang. The tri-barreled cannon whirled and continuously unleashed its fiery tongues. Go. Karen murmured incantations under her breath and then, with a sharp exclamation, conjured a sinister magic circle in the sand before her. From within it emerged a hellhound, standing half a man's height, which roared and charged forth under Karen's command. Let the rock ram knights advance, leave no survivors, commanded the dwarf leader defiantly. 10 rock ram knights galloped forward, each dwarf rider wielding a square hammer in one hand and a hand cannon in the other. Their whistles harmonized into a sharp volley as they pursued their prey. In the city of Giant Sand, there were only 20 such rock ram knights. These rams boasted massive spiral horns and sturdy hooves, perfectly adapted for galloping across the arid wasteland. Even these rams wore lightweight plate armor upon their chests. The goblins and their enslaved thralls were swiftly dispatched, their machinery and vehicles obliterated. Proceed with the order, the dwarf leader commanded. The remaining dwarves began to disperse, forming groups of 3 to disassemble and assemble small mortars from the tracked vehicles. While it was simple enough to prepare these artillery pieces for use, achieving pinpoint accuracy was a challenge. The dwarves of Giant Sand had only mastered the basics. Shells were launched, exploding amidst the remnants of goblin machinery. In no more than 5 minutes, we can clear the battlefield and advance. The dwarf leader assessed the situation and remarked to Karen. Indeed, we must strike swiftly and decisively. Denying the Hot Sands Consortium any time to prepare, catching them off guard, Karen replied, surveying the battlefield. This was a novel experience and challenge for her. Previously, she had merely survived as a succubus relying on her wits. Now, she found herself directly involved in the fate of a large goblin city. How exhilarating. Compared to the ogres, the dwarves' combat style seemed somewhat flamboyant. The ogres employed a straightforward and utterly uncompromising method of attack. They charged forward, wielding massive bone clubs that signified death. Their tremendous strength rendered goblins and thralls alike vulnerable to mere contact. The most formidable among them was Fury, clad in heavy armor and riding a kodo beast, radiating an imposing presence even greater than a steam tank. His tri-barreled cannon wreaked havoc upon the goblins, scattering them in disarray. When the goblins' own tri-barreled cannon turned against them in a moment of folly, they realized the terrifying destructive potential of goblin technology. Chapter 42, Annihilation. The goblins were thoroughly exterminated, leaving no survivors. In this barren desert, population was worthless, resources were paramount. The Dragon's Roost coalition surged into the second city of the Hot Sands Consortium with astonishing speed. This very city had previously dispatched troops to the Dragon's Roost. Having lost their second-in-command and a significant portion of their elite forces and machinery, the Hot Sands Consortium faced immense losses. Contrary to the expectations of Karen and the dwarves of Giant Sand, the Consortium did not gather troops for retribution. Having lost a city and elite forces, even if they still held their headquarters, they were severely crippled. They required time to reconstruct machinery and retrain pilots. Their physical frailty left them unable to survive in such a hostile environment, relying solely on their own strength. To ensure the stability of the second city, the Hot Sands Consortium dispatched reinforcements from their headquarters to suppress it, initiating a mass production of machinery. Unfortunately for them, the Dragon's Roost coalition and the dwarves of giant sand advanced too swiftly. When the heavily armored ogres charged with their tri-barreled cannon, it was already too late. The goblin commander stationed in the second city sent scouts to sound the alarm, but their efforts proved futile. They could not withstand the onslaught. Hold the line. Stop them. The goblin commander roared from his Gatling cannon, targeting the most audacious ogre. Goblin diggers and lumber machines also rushed to confront the threat. In a matter of moments, they were engaged in close-quarters combat. To their despair, they discovered that their proud attacks were effortlessly absorbed by the ogre's shimmering ochre energy, transforming into harmless earth. The damage they inflicted was negligible. In contrast, the ogre's assaults were outrageous. When a massive bone club came crashing down, even if one avoided the cockpit, the mechanical arms used for attacking would instantly deform and fail. Ultimately, the bone clubs, being made of bone, lacked the requisite durability against metal, and soon the ogre's weapons broke. They simply discarded them, seizing anything at hand to wield as a weapon. Even large chainsaws and diggers, powered by steam and hydraulics, were deftly maneuvered by the ogres as if they were mere extensions of their bodies. The most ludicrous were the 4 heavily armored ogres, each wielding a bone club in one hand and a massive iron shield in the other. This was a solid iron shield, and combined with their full iron armor and the rock seal, they emerged from the battle virtually unscathed, having reduced countless goblin machines to scrap. Reluctant to use their fire-spewing bone clubs, they instead wielded their iron shields as weapons, howling as they charged. Fury roared as he exchanged fire with the goblin Gatling cannon. Countless bullets struck him, igniting a flurry of sparks. He did not ride the Kodo beast but advanced steadily, step by step, undeterred by the barrage. Karen feared for the life of the chieftain's only mount. Should it fall in battle, there would be hell to pay upon their return. Whether her modest contributions would save her from the ensuing wrath was uncertain. Cursed be it. Why is their firepower so formidable? The goblin driver, locked in combat with Fury, shrieked in frustration. Request reinforcements immediately. We can barely hold out, he shouted, only to find chaos had already erupted behind him. The front line was held by the ogres, while the dwarves of giant sand executed a surprise flank. All goblins were drawn in by the seemingly invincible ogres. And when the dwarven steam tank obliterated their side wall at close range, they realized their rear was compromised. Above, airships hovered, unleashing bombardments upon the ground. On the ground, steam tanks surged into the city, accompanied by 200 fully armed dwarves, executing a classic combined arms urban warfare strategy. The remaining dwarves sealed off various entrances. Though they were militia, their hunting rifles inflicted damage on par with seasoned soldiers. The disparity between militia and elite forces lay not in their firearms, but in their armor. In groups of 3, a total of 10 mortars advanced deeper into the city alongside the tanks. While their accuracy left much to be desired, they could still bombard ahead of their own troops. If they failed even this, they would lose the right to call themselves elite and ought to return to the forge. The dwarf leader had joined the fray, leaving only Karen and the dog captain atop the Kodo beast to observe the battle. With the ogres present, the damage caused by this duo of onlookers was inconsequential. Look, the goblins can't hold on any longer, the dog captain exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If we truly managed to conquer the Hot Sands Consortium, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement, and the chieftain would surely be elated upon our return. Perhaps, though, given that we have been away for so many days, I wonder if the chieftain is worried. Kareen hesitated momentarily. Initially, it was merely a transaction with the dwarves, a round trip that should have taken 5 days. Yet here we are, more than half a month later. I hope the chieftain does not misunderstand and think that I have absconded with the ogre, Kareen pondered, extending her long tongue to lick her lips. I wonder what the chieftain is up to and whether those attendants are able to provide him with a proper massage. It's been quite a while, and I find myself missing the chieftain. Meanwhile, the chieftain was rolling over on his bed, scratching his backside, releasing a loud flatulence, and continuing to snore. During this extended period, Karlov had prepared a bed for him. He wove an enormous solid mattress from the main stems of thorn bushes, filled it with the tender sprouts of desert thorns that only grow at dawn, and layered it with various animal hides. He even crafted a pillow for Galkin using the same method, encased in animal skin. After lying down to test it, Galkin joyfully rewarded Karlov with a large piece of jerky and permitted him to bathe in the oasis. When Galkin reclined on his own bed, although he compressed the thornbush mattress beneath him, fortunately, the sturdy animal hide prevented it from collapsing. Compared to sleeping on the sandy ground, this was akin to a luxury mattress for Galkin. After 2 decades of slumbering on the sands, he finally possessed a bed of his own. This realization brought a tear to Galkin's eye. For this reason alone, Galkin silently resolved that even if this Russian never bore the stone brand, he would grant him a swift end after his value had been fully extracted. Lying on his bed, indulging in massages from attendants of various races while chewing on jerky and observing the world channel filled with idle chatter. Gorjin felt life had never been so splendid. Though he was somewhat puzzled as to why Gorjin had not returned from the transaction for so long, the presence of 10 ogres led by Fury alleviated his worries. Fury, in comparison to other ogres, possessed a modicum of intelligence. He made his own decisions, and if Gorjin entertained any foolish notions, his character would surely crush her without hesitation. There was nothing to be concerned about. Chapter 43, The Despairing Armored Ogre. The garrison of the second city of the Hot Sands Consortium was silenced in less than half an hour of combat. The driver of the goblins' Gatling cannon proved to be quite the man. He did not retreat a single step, engaging Fury in a fierce exchange of fire. This cannon even had the capability to hurl bombs at short range. Yet, he still met defeat. He was reduced to a pulp by Fury, who bore down on him with no defense, advancing step by step through the barrage to unleash devastating fire upon him. The formidable 10 centimeters of heavy armor, combined with the stone brand, rendered him impervious to effective damage unless struck by specially crafted armor-piercing bullets or bombs. Conversely, for the frail goblin, a single shot from such a cannon was sufficient to obliterate half of his body. In some respects, fate is fair. It bestowed upon the goblins agile minds, unparalleled financial acumen, and boundless creativity, while depriving them of robust physiques. Conversely, it granted the ogres near-universal digestive capabilities, towering stature, and unmatched strength and defense. Yet stripped them of intelligence. Ogre mages are anomalies. One might find 100,000 ogres, yet only a handful would emerge as mages. This underscores the exceptional nature of the Dragon's Roost tribe. Despite having fewer than 100 members, they boasted 2 ogre mages, a feat worthy of respect. However, the downside was evident. The dim-witted patriarch and the male ogre mage, inebriated, caused the Dragon's Roost to lose 2/3 of its kin, leaving them merely able to walk sideways. They were commanded to lay down their arms and kneel in surrender. Gorjin swayed her slender waist as she approached the battlefield, which had now fallen silent. Fury, panting heavily, gazed with a cruel and bloodthirsty glare at the remaining goblins. The dwarf leader stood atop a tank, waving his hand, according to our allies' instructions. Compel them all to kneel. The dwarves, with hammers in one hand and hunting rifles in the other, roughly forced the goblins to kneel in the sandy ground. The exhilarating battle had given the dwarves a profound understanding of the ogre's terrifying combat prowess. Among the survivors, are there any goblin craftsmen? If so, they may stand. Gorjin stood among the surviving goblins, her hellhound baring its teeth beside her. The goblins trembled, none daring to speak. None. Gorjin felt a pang of disappointment, then waved her hand. If they are of no use, then let us eliminate them all. A glimmer of excitement and admiration flickered in Fury's eyes. The cruel ogre favored brutal companions. He raised his hand, ready to pull the trigger. The powerful firepower of the tri-barrel cannon captivated the one-eyed ogre. Other ogres were eager to join in. Wait, I'm a craftsman. One goblin, witnessing the situation, cast aside all hesitation and raised his hand. I am a repairman. With one taking the initiative, another goblin quickly raised his hand. Me too. A third goblin followed suit. 3, you say? Gorjin did not mind the small number. Pointing to an empty patch nearby, you 3, go over there. The 3 goblins scrambled and crawled toward the indicated area. Lord Fury, the rest are of no use. Dispose of them, the succubus stated before turning to leave. Behind her, the cruel laughter of the ogres mingled with the cries of the goblins echoed in the air. Moments later, the Dragon's Roost and Giant Sand City Coalition departed toward the last remaining city of the Hot Sands Consortium. Those 3 goblin craftsmen were bound together and tied to a Kodo beast, accompanied by their commonly used tools. The dwarves overturned the goblins' warehouse for supplies, replenishing their water and food to full capacity. The remaining buildings and factories were subsequently demolished and set ablaze. The second city of the Hot Sands Consortium was reduced to ruins. Even if they did not completely dismantle the Hot Sands Consortium afterward, restoring the second and third cities and constructing machinery would require a considerable amount of time. Thus, they would no longer have the opportunity to trouble the dwarves. The only regret was that the slave camp here was struck by an airship's bombing, leaving the slaves either dead or maimed, devoid of any remaining value. Gorjin's hope of selecting high-value slaves would have to wait until they reached the headquarters of the Hot Sands. 3 days later, the Dragon's Roost tribe and the Giant Sand City Coalition forces arrived at the headquarters of the Hot Sands Consortium. Unlike the previous 2 cities, the headquarters boasted an oasis and city scale that were incomparable. The goblin who had returned seeking aid brought back this news. Now, the coalition forces faced a city that was fully prepared for their arrival. The sandy ground outside was even riddled with landmines. The Hot Sands Consortium had grown ruthless. They suspended all operations, completely cleared the area outside the city, and meticulously filled it with explosives and landmines. Various mechanical devices emitted thick smoke from atop the city walls, and numerous mercenaries from foreign races were present. This represents the full extent of the resources at the disposal of the Hot Sands Consortium. At this juncture, neither party possesses any room for retreat. The airship gradually ascended to a higher altitude, its cannons beginning to tilt downwards, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the ground below. Peep, peep, peep. The goblins, lacking aerial vehicles, resorted to anti-aircraft weaponry, employing rudimentary yet effective contraptions akin to simplified versions of Katyusha rockets, with bombs affixed to them. Their fuses ignited. These bombs were entwined with a multitude of thin iron shards. Upon reaching the zenith of their flight, the bombs detonated, scattering iron fragments that posed a grave threat to the leather-bound gas bags of the airship. Faced with this peril, the airship could only continue its ascent. On the city walls, the goblin defensive artillery and Gatling guns commenced their onslaught. 3 ogres, clad in formidable iron shields and fully armored, stood as immovable sentinels, enduring the relentless assault of projectiles and explosives. They remained steadfast, unyielding amidst the chaos. The landmines buried in the sand also posed a considerable threat to the ogres. Every formidable defense has its vulnerabilities. The explosions from below sent a chill through the tattered fabric of the ogre's trousers. Rage, endowed with a remarkable aptitude for combat, discerned the way to turn the tide with a mere glance. Thump, 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 thump. The tri-barreled machine gun began to whirl and spew forth fire, but not directed at the goblins. Instead, it targeted the landmines beneath. A continuous barrage of shells carved a path through the sand, obliterating every mine along its route. The dense explosions sending up clouds of dust. Should this scene be witnessed by the inhabitants of Blue Star, they would likely find it unfathomable that this was a battle emerging from a savage, otherworldly realm. Absent were the flamboyant spells and dazzling martial techniques. The combat here, while not primitive, was equally sanguinary. The ogres, wielding iron shields that rivaled the armor thickness of World War II tanks from Blue Star, surged down the cleared path towards the goblin city. Steam tanks provided cover for the mortars positioned behind, which incessantly bombarded the goblins atop the city walls. The primitive shotguns may not have boasted high accuracy, yet at a distance of 50 meters, they proved adequate. The elite warriors of the dwarves, shielded by the ogres, gradually approached the city. The goblins, in despair, realized that their once reliable and proud machinery was being utterly vanquished before the heavily armored ogres. What manner of ogres are these, who bestowed upon them such heavy armor and shields? The leader of the Hot Sands Consortium bellowed from the city walls. Chapter 44. What reason do we have to hold back? Bring forth all of my gold. The leader ground the cigar he had been smoking against the parapet, shouting to the goblins behind him. The goblins scurried away in a frenzy. In less than 3 minutes, crates upon crates of gold coins were laid atop the city walls. The universal currency of Hot Breath City, which repelled those ogres, shall be yours. The leader of the Hot Sands Consortium reached out, grasping a handful of gold coins, then stood up and released them. The glimmering coins cascaded down, producing a crisp sound that drew the attention of numerous foreign mercenaries on the city wall. Hot Breath City was a vast metropolis. Having issued its own coins, the extent of its influence remained unknown. However, it was irrefutable that the gold of Hot Breath City was the most effective currency beyond mere barter. Those willing to accept goblin employment were individuals who danced on the edge of danger, placing their very lives on the line. Though the ogres were fearsome, the allure of gold was equally compelling. Warriors of the Dirty Spear tribe, follow me. A red-haired troll, his eyes glinting with greed, bellowed to his kin behind him. Nearly 20 trolls, armed with sharp javelins and several throwing axes, readied themselves. Other mercenaries, eager for action, restrained their greed for the moment, observing as the trolls formed a line atop the city wall. The so-called wall, much like that of the dwarves, barely reached 5 or 6 meters in height. For these hunched trolls, towering at 2 meters, it could hardly be considered a wall. For the ogres, it was even less significant. A wall of equal height to oneself? Warriors of the Dirty Spear tribe, you are valiant hunters. Do not be intimidated by those brainless ogres. Utilize your advantages. Aim for their eyes. The red-haired troll rallied their spirits. Javelins. All the trolls, including him, withdrew javelins from their backs. Prepare. The trolls, straightening their bent bodies, held their javelins as if drawing back the string of a mighty crossbow. Throw. The red-haired troll roared as he beheld the approaching ogres. The trolls' top bodies snapped back. Their long arms propelled the javelins like arrows into flight. They aimed for the eyes of the ogres. While the 2-eyed ogres might be difficult to target, the single-eyed ogre, led by Rage, was an ideal mark. That massive eyeball was practically the perfect target. The javelins flew swiftly, Rage could only manage to close his eyes in time. The earthy energy erupted. The skin of his eyelids, tender compared to other parts, was ill-equipped to withstand the assault. Roar! Rage's deafening roar echoed. He extended his arm to shield his eyes, discarding the machine gun to wrench the javelin impaled in his eyelid free. Blood trickled down from the corner of his enormous eye. In the rear, Corrine felt a shiver run through her. Should the chief's closest companion fall here, she would certainly face dire consequences upon returning. Bring it. Rage seized a massive iron shield from a nearby ogre and swiftly drew his colossal bone hammer. Useless. All of you are useless. Thanks to the rock brand, the javelin penetrated his eyelid but did not fully breach. Although bleeding, it did not rob him of his sight. Pain! Rage roared, the scenery before him becoming a blinding crimson, his left hand raised high with the shield, and his right hand wielding the bone hammer. He charged with the force of a heavy tank against the onslaught from the city wall, crashing into the goblin defenses. Keep up. The entire army moved forward. The dwarf leader swung his mighty hammer, disregarding any losses. If they did not seize this opportunity to breach the city, they would never conquer it. The dwarf militia began to advance step by step, employing a three-part volley technique, engaging in a continuous exchange of fire with the goblins atop the walls. The airship above intensified its assault. A sharp, elongated whistle resounded as massive aerial bombs descended upon the goblin city. The cataclysmic explosions instilled terror in the hearts of all goblins. Enough idling, hurry up. If an ogre falls here, our accomplishments will be for naught. Corrine patted the dog captain beside her, rallying her strength to follow the troops. I am merely a wolfman. Without the goblin's machinery, I would have no fear. But in this battle, what use could I possibly serve? The dog captain, bewildered, gazed at his diminutive arms and legs, feeling a sense of confusion. Coward. It serves you right to spend your life guarding the gates. Corrine shot him a sidelong glance, summoning a hellhound, and then unleashing a barrage of shadow arrows. The dog captain froze, his face beginning to flush. This opportunity was one I fought for myself, considering that we are both outsiders bearing the rock brand. I am willing to lend you a hand. If you lack the courage, you may as well resign yourself to guarding the gates henceforth. Corrine's words stirred a tempest within the heart of Captain Dog. Resolute, he drew forth his crossbow, loaded a bolt, and hastened to follow. Do not underestimate me. The gnoll bared his teeth, revealing a cruel grin. In terms of accuracy, we gnolls are their ancestors. With a swift motion, the gnoll released his body and fired an arrow. The bolt whistled through the air, striking an outsider mercenary in the neck atop the wall, igniting a fierce blaze that consumed the mercenary's throat. The fire engulfed him from within, leading to a most agonizing demise. Apart from certain specific races, no one could survive once their neck was fully ablaze. The gnoll was indeed not boasting. Their physical prowess surpassed that of the goblins, albeit slightly. However, they possessed remarkable talents in marksmanship and toxins, which explained why that goblin alchemist had dared to confront Gorjin with a band of gnolls. The goblin's poisons were a lethal concoction mixed with his potions. Once a wound was inflicted, it might not be fatal, but it could significantly diminish an ogre's combat capability in a short span. Captain Dog still retained his poison bolts, and with Gorjin's OJKB effect, his combat effectiveness was surprisingly adequate. Oh, Captain Dog himself was momentarily astonished. Was that truly a gnoll? Did he fall so easily? I had no idea I was so formidable. Captain Dog felt invigorated. The weapon was bestowed by the chieftain, and the bolts were a gift from your former master. What is there to be smug about? Corrine was at a loss for words. Why is it that you, woman, know not the meaning of restraint? I serve the chieftain. What have I to restrain before you, mere pup? Grrrr. Captain Dog bared his teeth. Chapter 45. The Division of the Hot Sands Consortium. Without the chieftain leading the charge, and absent the ogre mage's support and enhancements, the 10 ogres led by Fury appeared somewhat beleaguered. Thus far, they had sustained minimal injuries, entirely due to the rock brand emblazoned upon their arms. Whether from physical attacks, explosions, or sporadic magical assaults from the spellcasters among them, the rock brand had absorbed the brunt of the damage. Coupled with Fury and the other 3 ogres clad in heavy armor, their defensive capabilities had reached an apex, ultimately resulting in the breach of the Hot Sands Consortium's gates. The goblins within were too preoccupied to mount a defense. Upon witnessing the city's fall, the mercenaries began to flee in a panic. The goblin overseer screamed commands to fortify against the invading ogres and dwarven warriors. Amidst the chaos, the mercenaries seized handfuls of gold coins and scattered in all directions. The goblin overseer's heart bled, yet he felt powerless. Were the mercenaries not merely mercenaries because they recognized only gold, lacking any semblance of moral boundaries? In this desolate expanse, even a pair of undergarments could be worth more than any principle. Once dragged into close-quarter combat, the already disadvantaged goblins found themselves at a severe disadvantage. The situation collapsed. The ogres, particularly those who had been ambushed by the mercenaries, descended into a frenzy. The enraged ogres wreaked havoc upon everything in sight. Houses, factories, and goblin machinery were all reduced to rubble at the hands of the rampaging ogres. If their great bones were to shatter, they would seize the timber from goblin structures. Utilizing whatever was at hand, they spread out in formation behind the ogres, employing ranged weaponry at a distance and hammers in close combat. While the Rock Sheep Knights pursued the fleeing goblins, chaos reigned within the city. This was anticipated. The goblin overseer, clutching the remaining gold and accompanied by his trusted allies, commandeered an armed tracked vehicle to escape. He understood that his city was lost, yet as long as he remained, with his wealth intact and his loyal companions by his side, he still harbored hopes of resurgence. The loss of 3 oasis cities made his heart ache. After all, 3 entire oases. The ogres may be formidable, yet they possessed but a single oasis. He vowed that once he regained his strength, he would return with an even larger army to eradicate the ogres and dwarves from this land. Corrine cast a cold smile at the departing convoy. Just a dog without a home. She was hardly concerned about what this individual's escape might entail. Even if he found a way to regroup and amass an army once more, it would merely be a matter of recovering and strengthening. Meanwhile, the Dragon's Nest tribe faced no losses and would grow stronger directly. When he returned, it would merely be a matter of serving up a feast. She genuinely hoped that this fellow would come seeking vengeance, as it would be far preferable to the chieftain traversing mountains to conquer. Lady Corrine, could you perhaps bring the ogres to their senses? Should they continue their rampage, our spoils will be significantly diminished, suggested the dwarven leader, approaching her side. Captain Dog grinned ominously. Your words flow so easily. Why don't you go and do it? The dwarven leader chuckled awkwardly. These ogres are simply terrifying. I dare not. Corrine rolled her eyes. As the dwarven leader, your strength far surpasses mine. If you lack courage, what makes you think I would dare? The dwarven leader blinked. That is true. However, we cannot say it that way. In terms of strength, we are not so different before the ogres, are we? Weren't they following your commands before? Corrine snorted coldly. That was when they were in their right minds. Now, who provoked those fools to rouse the wrath of these killing machines? Dwarven leader, I advise you to save your breath, rather than wasting time. It would be better to slay all those fleeing goblins. By the way, if you encounter any craftsmen, ensure they are spared. The same goes for the slaves. Do not kill them just yet, as we need to prioritize our selections. This was agreed upon beforehand. The dwarven leader nodded earnestly. Fear not. We dwarves hold our contracts in the highest regard. Lads, move out and completely annihilate those sharp-nosed, green-skinned rats. The dwarven leader brandished his warhammer as he climbed atop the steam tank. The dwarves roared and scattered in groups of 3 and 4. The ogres ravaged the entire city, unleashing their pent-up fury before finally halting. Fury sat down heavily upon the ground, gently touching his eyes. Pain. Fury grimaced, his expression a blend of ferocity and innocence, a far cry from a reaper who had just turned a goblin city upside down. Corrine approached him. My Lord Fury, you are truly formidable. Without the chieftain present, you led just 9 kin and breached the goblins' headquarters, with none of your kin suffering any casualties. Your might and achievements will surely delight the chieftain. Corrine showered him with praise. Upon hearing this, Fury's fatigue vanished, his eyes ceased to ache, and his stamina was restored. He joyously patted his chest, then raised a thumb in approval. Soon, I shall select some slaves. These slaves are to ensure that the chieftain and the mighty Lord Fury can enjoy a more comfortable life. My Lord Fury, you must keep your kin in check. They must not treat them as mere snacks. Fury's eyes held a hint of confusion. Corrine promptly exclaimed, I am well aware that among the entire tribe, apart from the chieftain and his mother, only the formidable Lord Nu possesses such esteem and strength. Wouldn't you agree? Nu solemnly nodded, casting a dignified glance at the 9 ogres. Nu is capable. Corrine immediately applauded. You are truly remarkable, Lord Nu. It's evident that you excel. Nu grinned widely, showing his teeth. Corrine departed with satisfaction, while Captain Dog followed closely behind, muttering softly, Aren't you just flattering a fool? Corrine shot him a sidelong glance. But it works, doesn't it? Or would you care to try? Captain Dog promptly tucked his tail. You are the designated manager of the pleasure hall by the chieftain, while I merely stand guard at the entrance. You are capable, whereas I am not. You have a heart of mischief, woman. Corrine scoffed. Succubi are demons too. Have you ever encountered a demon who is virtuous? A valid point. The dwarves had already selected the surviving goblin craftsmen, executing the remaining goblins without hesitation. Given the current state of affairs with the Hot Sands Consortium, refraining from decisive action would render one a saint. Had Corrine not insisted beforehand, they wouldn't have even considered retaining these goblin craftsmen, as they were part of the Hot Sands Consortium. Leaving them behind could potentially lead to trouble. There were indeed numerous slaves from the Hot Sands Consortium. The goblins in this city numbered less than those in the Great Sand City, amounting to only about 3,000. Yet the slaves numbered over 6,000. On average, each goblin possessed 1 or 2 slaves. Most of these slaves were human and orc, with a small assortment of other peculiar races. However, the singular commonality among them was that all the slaves were male. The female slaves had been sold off by the goblins. These male slaves remained to undertake physical labor. Out of the thousands of slaves, aside from a portion that managed to escape amidst the chaos, only about half remained. Corrine selected 300, predominantly orcs, with a dozen or so minotaurs. In Corrine's eyes, the primary service group in the tribe was the ogres. Anything these ogres required would inevitably be substantial in weight and volume. Therefore, orcs, known for their strength, would undoubtedly prove more useful than humans. Especially the minotaurs, who possessed even greater strength than orcs. Corrine believed the chieftain would surely appreciate them. She gathered all the craftsmen together, along with their tools, cramming them into a tracked vehicle. The slaves had their hands bound with ropes, forming a long line. "The rest is up to you," Corrine said nonchalantly, waving her hand. The dwarves, elated, began to frantically scavenge for anything of value from the goblins: materials, tools, minerals, gunpowder, machinery, taking everything they could carry. "What shall we do with the remaining slaves?" the dwarf chief inquired. "You don't want them? If no one wants them, then kill them," the succubus replied, her tone utterly indifferent. "I do have a rather immature idea. How about you all listen?" Captain Dog quietly tugged at the succubus's garment. The succubus raised an eyebrow. "What?" Chapter 46, Terrifying Neighbors. Captain Dog scoffed. "Why do you always resort to killing? Who taught you that?" Corrine retorted with a scoff. "I learned it from the chieftain. If you have an issue, take it up with him." Captain Dog shrank back. "The chieftain is an ogre and looks down on these slaves. We are not. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to keep them and extract maximum value? Killing them yields no advantage. They would merely turn into jerky." "Humph." Corrine lightly snorted. "Interesting. Pray tell, what is your idea?" The dwarf chief, intrigued, listened intently. This was the first time he encountered such a peculiar Gorjin. Captain Dog did not shy away from the dwarf chief. It was better for the latter to be aware of his forthcoming plans. "You see, the head of the Hot Sands Consortium has fled with his people. The remaining slaves are not numerous, around 2,000 to 3,000. While these slaves may not seem significant, this splendid oasis would go to waste." Captain Dog rubbed his claws together. "Such a bountiful oasis cannot be left for those fleeing goblins to return and reclaim." Corrine frowned. "You present a valid argument. But this place is too far from our tribe to manage. The second city is a bit distant from our current headquarters, but what about the previous third city?" Captain Dog pointed in the direction they had come from. "It is unrealistic to transport all these slaves to our tribe. But the third city is not far from our Dragon Roost tribe. It would take just over 10 days on foot. If we have the goblins modify the tracked vehicles, we could arrive in 2 to 3 days. Corrine began to grasp the idea. "You wish to seize the nearest oasis of the Hot Sands Consortium and have these slaves manage it? Isn't that a bit unrealistic? Can you ensure these slaves will be obedient?" Captain Dog immediately waved his hand. "I certainly cannot, but the ogres can. 1 or 2 heavily armored ogres could easily subdue these slaves. With the goblin craftsmen and a smelting furnace, we could achieve self-sufficiency. And that oasis could eventually benefit our Dragon Roost tribe. The hunting grounds for the ogres would also expand, providing more slaves readily available. Should the chieftain have any desires, they could be realized. If the chieftain has no need for them, we could always choose to eliminate them later. What do you think?" Captain Dog spoke of an immature idea, yet it was evident he had made thorough plans. The dwarf chief gazed at the loquacious Gorjin, bewildered. "Is this truly the essence of the Dragon Roost tribe? Is this even a Gorjin? Isn't the Dragon Roost tribe an ogre tribe?" The succubus was one thing. The oasis of the Hot Sands third city is a 10-day journey from the Dragon Roost tribe. Yet his Great Sand City is merely 3 days away from the Dragon Roost tribe. If the Dragon Roost tribe harbors ill intentions toward Great Sand City, the dwarf chief glanced at the subdued ogres and recalled the even more fearsome ogre chieftain. It was an overwhelming thought. Should such a situation arise, the current Great Sand City would undoubtedly falter. Meanwhile, Corrine and Captain Dog had concluded their conversation. Corrine considered Captain Dog's proposal to be quite sound. Utilizing these slaves in the oasis was certainly preferable to leaving them for other races or goblins. With the goblin craftsmen, the tracked vehicles could indeed be put to use. Corrine and the dwarves requested several tracked vehicles to transport the goblin craftsmen and their tools. As for the slaves, they were all bound and walked behind. The joint forces had arrived with great fanfare and departed in grand style, leaving only the ruins of the Hot Sands Consortium behind. Whether it be the Dragon Roost or Great Sand, They thoroughly divided the valuable assets of the Hot Sands Goblin headquarters. The Dragon Roost tribe claimed the craftsmen and slaves, while Great Sand took the materials and stockpiled resources. Once the spoils were divided, the dwarf chief bid farewell to Kareen and Captain Dog. He had gained a handful of goblin drivers, and now the numerous goblin-tracked vehicles formed a fully mobile force. He needed to return swiftly to transform these resources into combat strength and city defenses. After all, their neighbor was exceedingly intimidating. The Dragon's Nest tribe found themselves in a predicament, burdened by a multitude of slaves that compelled them to proceed at a sluggish pace. The ogres, strutting about with an air of triumph as though they had secured a decisive victory, struck fear into the hearts of the slaves. Previously under the dominion of the goblins, life had been arduous, yet at least they were aware of their purpose. Now, in the grip of the ogres, they could scarcely conceive of any value beyond serving as potential sustenance. As for rebellion, such thoughts were far too perilous. They had become slaves precisely because they were unable to withstand the slave-catching forces of the Hot Sands Consortium. The ogres had even overthrown the headquarters of the consortium, rendering any notion of resistance from these emaciated slaves utterly futile. Upon reaching the ruins of the third city of the Hot Sands Consortium, Kareen instructed Captain Dog to return in the tracked vehicle to relay the news, while she remained with the ogres to await the chief's specific directives. Initially, she intended to return herself, but recognizing that the ogres did not heed Captain Dog's authority, she resolved to wait here instead. Captain Dog, laden with a cargo of goblin engineers, made his way back to the tribe. Armed with incendiary weapons, he harbored no fear of any ill intentions from the unarmed goblin craftsmen. In the presence of machinery, goblins were a formidable race, devoid of it. Even the most lowly gnoll would scorn them. As Captain Dog returned to the tribe, dusk was fast approaching. In the distance, he spotted a vast furnace encircled by thorny walls, exuding waves of heat and plumes of smoke. The news of his return had already been conveyed to Gorjin by patrolling gnolls. At that moment, Gorjin sat imperiously by the campfire, awaiting him. As the tracked vehicle halted at the tribe's entrance, Captain Dog tumbled from the passenger seat, tail tucked, and scurried towards Gorjin. "Great Chief, your most humble watchdog has returned," he exclaimed, sliding onto his knees in the sand, leaving 2 long trails behind. Clutching Gorjin's toe, he howled with sorrowful cries that brought tears to his eyes. Gorjin nonchalantly kicked Captain Dog away. "Ah, you two are quite the pair." His tone was devoid of joy or sorrow, yet it sent a jolt of fear through Captain Dog, almost causing him to lose control of his bladder. "I sent you to negotiate with the dwarves for a 3-day journey, and you took a month. Little hyena, in light of the rock brand, I grant you a chance to explain. Should your justification fail to satisfy me, you and the succubus shall be tonight's feast for the slaves." Captain Dog whimpered. While he was bowled outside, in front of Gorjin, he was merely a dog. Chapter 47, The Chief Who Knows Not Enjoyment. Captain Dog spared no details, recounting every aspect of the operation. Even the exchanges with the succubus Kareen and their individual thoughts were laid bare. He dared not conceal anything, for under the brand, he could not. Despite harboring personal motives, both he and Kareen were undeniably devoted to the tribe's welfare. Gorjin listened, bewildered. "You two instigated the people of Giant Sand City to utterly dismantle the Hot Sands Consortium? Not only did you bring back nearly 100 goblin craftsmen, but you also returned with over 2,000 slaves?" Captain Dog knelt in reverence. "Indeed, Great Chief. Kareen is currently at the oasis where you once personally campaigned, alongside Lord Rage and other ogres, awaiting your next command." Gorjin appeared somewhat dazed. "Yes, you were away for a month, achieving great success. However, I wish to understand your motives in this endeavor." Captain Dog raised his head, his gaze resolute. "To alleviate your burdens, Great Chief, to fortify our tribe, to ensure you live as you desire, and to elevate our clan to the pinnacle of the desert. Get the hell out of here." Gorjin kicked Captain Dog away. "You don't think I lack the strength to conquer those oases?" Gorjin retorted. "You presume I cannot fathom what you have conceived? Go take a look at the powers that span the oases in this desert. How many can endure? I merely wish to establish a service area. Where do you see me seeking dominion? Conquest is exhausting, you know. How do you think the neighbors will perceive me if you continue this way? How will I conduct my business henceforth?" Gorjin raged, causing Captain Dog to soil himself once more. "Is this what you call goblin craftsmen?" Gorjin pointed at the trembling goblins in the tracked vehicle. "Why yes, Great Chief, this is only a portion. The rest are with the main force," Captain Dog stammered. "Have them disembark and settle outside the tribe. There are materials available. Let them modify this tracked vehicle and deliver it to me by dawn. As for your unauthorized actions, we shall settle that later." Gorjin waved his hand, dismissing Captain Dog. Captain Dog felt as if a great weight had been lifted as he hurriedly directed the goblins to disembark. He positioned the goblin craftsmen beside the furnace, where they need not worry about the night's chill. The original orcs and trolls working nearby watched with curiosity at this unfolding scene. Within the thorny enclosure lay stacks of iron pillars. You've heard the orders. We have only one night. If that tracked vehicle is not modified by tomorrow morning. Captain Dog's gaze turned cold. I may not perish, but you are as good as dead. With that, Captain Dog addressed the assembled orcs. You are to assist the goblin craftsmen in their work under the chief's command. Ah, yes, chuckled a gnoll, relishing the unfolding drama. They are the goblin craftsmen of the Hot Sands Consortium. The orcs and trolls suddenly drew in their breaths, their expressions heavy. The gnoll continued to the goblin craftsmen. You are the slaves captured by the Hot Sands Consortium's slave-catching squad. The goblins immediately recoiled. The task was clear. The goblin craftsmen must not perish. And they were to avoid disturbing the chief's rest. The gnoll, grinning, turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he was surprised to find no movement behind him. Captain Dog finally displayed an expression of astonishment. Do you not wish to retaliate? Both orcs and trolls continued their work undeterred. That is all in the past. These goblins, and we are now the chief's slaves. Completing the chief's task is paramount. We harbor resentment and would love to devour them alive. But the chief's task supersedes all, declared the strongest orc in a deep voice, having previously restrained those eager to strike. Oh, Captain Dog was taken aback. He had not anticipated such awareness among the orc slaves. How intriguing. He turned to leave, catching a faint glimmer emanating from the orc's left arm. Get to work. The robust orc glared menacingly at the goblins before resuming his labor. Though he longed for vengeance against the goblins, he recognized their necessity for the modifications. Relying solely on them. After more than a month in the dragon's nest, he had begun to feel a sense of belonging. Although they held the lowest status here and were compelled to labor, their lives were starkly different from their previous existence among the goblins. Here, despite being enslaved, the ogres were lethargic and did not torment them, in contrast to the twisted personalities of the goblins. He began to comprehend why the werewolves and that succubus were able to obtain their branding. The ogre tribe appeared fearsome and indeed was terrifying, yet in certain respects, there were commendable aspects. Fortunately, the goblins, equipped with their various tools and aided by the orc slaves, managed to modify the tracked vehicle within a single night. The following morning, Gorjin rose, had his breakfast, and then ambled out with two attendants. He-Ching-Ching, the belle of Blue Star, and the elf Lit. The elf exuded elegance. Her beauty and physique typical of her kind. Among the elven attendants, Lit was the most outstanding. He-Ching-Ching, benefiting from the fair skin characteristic of Blue Star people, remained sheltered in the charm hall, rarely exposed to the sun, and with the luxury of bathing frequently, her skin remained smooth and fair. As a chief who aimed to enjoy life, how could he venture out without two attendants to massage away his fatigue? In his past life on Blue Star, he lacked such privileges, yet in this wretched place, he had become a chief and was not to indulge himself. He then selected a goblin craftsman as a driver and, with his two attendants and ample supplies of jerky and water, set off. The modified tracked vehicle, with its widened and reinforced rear compartment, also boasted a grand metal chair crafted by the goblins for Gorjin. The steam-powered vehicle billowed white mist as it thundered toward the oasis. Just as Captain Dog had anticipated, the ogres had trekked to Great Sand City in 10 days, but with the tracked vehicle, the journey took merely 3. Including the 3 days Captain Dog took to return with news, it had now been 6 days since Corrine arrived with the ogres and the slaves. During these 6 days, the site had been anything but idle. It buzzed with industrious energy. Corrine oversaw the operation, with ogres acting as overseers, and nearly 3,000 slaves of various races each performed their duties, constructing numerous work shelters among the ruins of the Hot Sand Consortium. The materials left behind by the dwarves proved invaluable. Upon Gorjin's arrival, he beheld a row of orderly shelters. As the chief overseer, Corrine knelt at the forefront, awaiting Gorjin's judgment. Chapter 48. The endless desert. The once bustling oasis fell into silence for the first time in 6 days. The formidable ogres, capable of breaching the Hot Sand headquarters, now stood quietly at the camp's entrance, awaiting their chief's arrival. Upon witnessing the succubus, who had previously held dominion over their lives, kneeling at the forefront, the slaves understood that the true arbiter of their fates had arrived. Gorjin descended from the vehicle, striding toward the oasis camp. His two attendants trailed closely behind. Lit, being a local elf, was somewhat accustomed to the diversity of races, but He-Ching-Ching felt trepidation. The peculiar appearances of the various races constantly heightened her anxiety. Orcs, minotaurs, centaurs, trolls, each was robust and imposing. To He-Ching-Ching, a flower sheltered in a greenhouse. These beings seemed monstrous. Among the few humans present, all were also burly and rugged. A mere glance revealed 2 men from Blue Star, their attire unmistakable. Reconnecting was impossible. With the multitude of conversations on the World Channel, She was well aware that none of her kin, nor compatriots, were as reliable as this ogre chief. At least he required only her tongue, while he reciprocated with merely his hands. The multitude of slaves, under the oppressive gaze of the ogres, resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. Karine watched as Gorjin approached, bowing her head to the ground. Gorjin did not even glance at her, proceeding directly to Nuwa. Observing the myriad scars on Nuwa's armor and the scabbed wounds on his eyelids, Gorjin delivered a heavy punch to Nuwa's chest. What a lad! How did you even injure your eyes? Nuwa revealed a simple smile, scratching the back of his head. Gorjin patted Nuwa's shoulder and then surveyed the various slaves and the shelters they had constructed. The pace was certainly commendable. Go fetch my chair from the vehicle, he commanded. Pointing to the modified tracked vehicle, Nuwa cheerfully dashed over, disassembling the chair and placing it behind Gorjin. Gorjin sat down, with Lit and He Ching standing on either side of him. Come here. Gorkin's demeanor darkened as he emitted a low grunt. Karine, still kneeling, inched closer to Gorjin. He fixed a cold gaze upon the kneeling succubus. It was midday, yet she was drenched in cold sweat, her heart plummeting. I had no idea your ambitions were so grand. Gorjin finally spoke after a lengthy pause. I entrusted you with leading the trade with the dwarves of Great Sand City. And you dare incite the dwarves to assault Hot Sand? What were you thinking? Do you believe that just because I granted you temporary authority over the trade with the dwarves, you could act with impunity? A mere succubus attempting to command ogres. Your audacity is remarkable. Have I been too lenient with you? Gorjin's words were merciless, yet Karine felt a wave of relief. Given Gorjin's character, his failure to execute her outright meant she still had a chance. The harsher his words, the greater her opportunity. Trembling, Karine pressed her forehead deeply into the ground, signifying her absolute submission. Dare you? Gorjin scoffed. I believed you before, but now I cannot. A mere charm hall slave possesses such boldness. You truly astonish me. Raise your head and look at me, Gorjin commanded. Karine hastily lifted her gaze, but she could not meet his eyes, only daring to look at his chest. Look, you too. Take a good look, Gorjin instructed the two attendants at his side. This was once your companion. Did you ever imagine that she, not only a sorceress, could persuade the ogres and the trading dwarves to together bring the Hot Sand Consortium to its knees? The two attendants dared not utter a word. They did not possess the rock brand. You have concealed yourself well, succubus. Had it not been for the branding on your arm nearly blinding me, today would have marked your demise. Gorjin's tone was laced with a profound murderous intent. Karine had not intended to conceal anything. In truth, her abilities were only slightly superior to those of an ordinary individual. Before the powerful chief, she was no different from an ant. Karine had previously served Gorjin with sincere devotion, harboring no ulterior motives. It was only because Gorjin had bestowed this opportunity upon her that Karine had dared to overstep. Karine repeatedly bowed her head. Rise. I shall deal with your punishment later, Gorjin concluded, refraining from further elaboration, as it was ultimately he who had granted her that authority. If you manage to persuade the dwarves to conquer the scorching sands solely through your own prowess, I would wholeheartedly commend you and raise my thumb in admiration. However, take a look at my kin. Who among them is unscathed? Utilizing my tribe's strength to negotiate with the dwarves is hardly a feat. Gorjin sat majestically in a specially crafted chair. Moreover, I find myself in stark disagreement with your subsequent actions. Gorjin waved his hand, and two attendants hastily approached to massage his calves. Chief, Karine does not comprehend, she remarked, observing the attendants and noticing their unblemished arms, which assuaged her concerns. Since you and that foolish hound agreed to seize this oasis, what will follow? You merrily divided the resources of the Hot Sands Consortium with the dwarves of Giant Sand City. But do you realize the message you have conveyed to them? What message? The succubus appeared perplexed. Did not the chief insist on keeping one's word? Karine fulfilled her promises to those dwarves, and we have both reaped ample rewards. I often say that keeping one's word is paramount. However, that stands from my position as a neutral service area, Gorjin replied dismissively. If you merely engaged in trade with them, then indeed, you must honor your commitments. However, if they approached us for a partnership to conquer the Hot Sands, that would be entirely reasonable, as we act as a neutral party engaged in a contract. Yet, the fact remains that you were the one to propose the joint conquest of the Hot Sands. Do you truly believe that the dwarf leader is a fool, risking an entire city of nearly 10,000 inhabitants in a gamble for the Hot Sands? Is a fool capable of managing Giant Sand City to such an extent? Karine was momentarily taken aback. You initiated the proposal, and to make matters worse, you and that foolish hound left behind so many strong slaves and seized this oasis. Do you think that if you visit Giant Sand City now, the dwarves are not fortifying their defenses, perhaps even developing weapons to counter ogres? From the moment you parted ways, the Dragon Nest tribe ceased to be the neutral ogre service area it once was. Tell me, Would an expanding ogre tribe overlook a dwarven oasis city just 3 days' journey away? Would you believe it if you were in my position? Chapter 49, Kareen as Punishment. The despair of He-Ching-Ching. Kareen never anticipated such a revelation. But, Chief, we truly had no intentions of expansion. We merely sought to maximize the utility of these slaves. What you believe is irrelevant. The dwarves of Giant Sand City do not share your perspective, Gorjin retorted with a cold snort. Do you not realize that every race engaged in trade with the dwarves is now aware that the dragon nest ogres are on the brink of expansion? Kareen, initially aiming to alleviate the chief's burdens and showcase her capabilities, was oblivious to the intricate entanglements lying beneath the surface. Had you not acted thus, the dragon nest would have remained neutral, and as its fame grew, a steady influx of clients and business would have followed. Yet, with your actions, regardless of the dragon nest's actual neutrality, it is no longer perceived as such by outsiders. Gorjin raised an eyebrow at Kareen. You have disrupted my meticulously laid plans. Especially you. Had you not taken the initiative, would that foolish hound have dared? Tell me, do you think I should punish you? Kareen gritted her teeth. Yes. I deserve punishment. I am indeed at fault. Gorjin coldly gazed down at her. Upon returning to the tribe, cleanse yourself and present yourself at my quarters. Kareen shuddered violently. Then, with a sense of despair, clenched her jaw. Yes. She and the two attendants both understood that this would not resemble their previous service. Otherwise, it would not qualify as punishment. When they recalled the terrifying little Gorjin, a chill ran down their spines, and their gazes towards Kareen were tinged with sympathy. This succubus was the first to garner the chief's attention and the first foreigner granted freedom of movement. Yet, she never anticipated such an outcome. Kareen took a deep breath, momentarily setting aside thoughts of her impending punishment. Chief, is there a way to remedy this? Gorjin rose. Certainly. There are currently 2 methods to resolve this. Hope ignited within Kareen's heart. Chief, whether her punishment led to her demise or not, it would be her deserved fate. However, if she truly hindered the chief's plans, she could not rest in peace even in death. The rock brand was not merely a mark. It is evident that those dwarves are leveraging their strengths. Observe my kin. Had it not been for the rock brand, their numbers would have dwindled long ago. Without my ogres, they would not even qualify to carry the shoes of the Hot Sands goblins. You, too, mistakenly believe you have gained an advantage over the dwarves. Gorjin shook his head. This succubus and the wolfmen possess a modicum of intelligence, which is commendable in the tribe, though it is not substantial. 2 options exist to resolve this matter. Either subjugate that group of dwarves or eliminate them entirely. Whichever path is taken. As long as Giant Sand City falls under the dominion of the dragon nest, it will be an internal affair, thus not considered expansion. At that point, we can cast the blame upon the goblins of the Hot Sands Consortium, claiming the dragon nest acted justly in vanquishing those goblins. Wouldn't that be a splendid narrative? Is it so easy to borrow my power, the might of the dragon nest ogres? Gorjin erupted into a raucous laugh. Ogres keep their word. Dividing the Hot Sands is merely the outcome. If those dwarves do not provide commensurate rewards, it cannot be deemed a transaction. Kareen's eyes widened in shock. Is this truly the chief of the dragon nest? Gorjin turned to address the mixed assembly of slaves. You feeble slaves. The goblins have been slain by the ogres. And now, I offer you an opportunity to break free from your shackles. His gaze shimmered with ferocity and bloodlust. Follow me, my ogres, and crush the dwarven city. Those who survive shall no longer be slaves. The brave shall earn positions of authority, while the timid shall become mere sustenance. You pitiful wretches. Dare you engage in a grand contest with me? Gorjin stood before the slaves, his mouth agape in a fearsome grin, flanked by 10 imposing ogres. Their battle-scarred armor spoke of their unparalleled ferocity. A few orcs exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of defiance. This was an opportunity, a chance to wager their lives. Loktar, they roared, raising their hands in fervor. The other slaves found their emotions ignited. Those left behind by the goblins were all robust and formidable. Who among them did not harbor a fire within? The minotaurs, even more imposing than the orcs, dug into the sand, their eyes glistening with red. Gorjin laughed boisterously. Kareen, let me tell you again, since our relationship is no longer harmonious, we must immediately locate their stronghold and drown them in their own filth. Gorjin's demeanor shifted, shedding any remnants of the amiable businessman he once was, revealing the brutal and bloodthirsty nature of the ogres in its full glory. Karen, I still grant you command. Together with Nu, lead the slaves back to the dragon's nest at the swiftest pace. I shall await your return in the tribe. Once the slaves arrive, the entire army of the dragon's nest will launch an assault on Giant Sand City. Gorjin lifted his chair and placed it upon the tracked vehicle, taking a seat with 2 attendants. He-Ching-Ching and the few men mingling among the slaves watched in astonishment. Just days ago, They had united in a coalition against the Hot Sands Consortium, and now they were on the brink of mutual slaughter. Countless lives would be extinguished, adding but a trivial amount of nourishment to the desert. Gorjin sat atop the vehicle, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Welcome to the endless wasteland. Ching's body jolted. He must be a Blue Star being. He undoubtedly hails from Blue Star. A tumult of thoughts surged within her. Yet she dared not reveal a trace of her realization. This ogre was ferocious beyond measure, showing no semblance of any Blue Star heritage. The inexplicable structures that had appeared in the camp made her feel as if she had uncovered a monumental secret. This ogre could undoubtedly see the treasure chests. He possessed the interface that belonged to the Blue Star people. After the tempest of thoughts calmed, an overwhelming despair settled in her heart. There was no hope left. Truly no hope. The privileges of the Blue Star beings were his as well, and even more so, being a chieftain of such formidable power. Ching came to a stark realization of her predicament. She began to persuade herself to relinquish the so-called dignity, face, and shame of Blue Star, recognizing that her only chance of survival lay with this ogre chieftain who bore the soul of a Blue Star being. The tracked vehicle thundered towards the dragon's nest. Trailing behind it, a cloud of dust kicked up by the frenzied slaves. Nu rode a kodo beast alongside Karen, flanked by the ogres. With Gorjin's arrival, the drums of war were once again sounded. Chapter 50. War with the Dwarves of Giant Sand City. This marked the Dragon's Nest's first full-scale war. Gorjin had made minimal preparations, merely finding an excuse to enhance the weapons of all tribe members, save for his mother, with flame effects. This included those clansmen led by Nu, who had lost their large bone hammers. Over the past few days, the goblins, upon discovering their treatment here, expressed their disbelief. In their eagerness to prove themselves, they ingeniously repurposed the steam apparatus of the tracked vehicle to create a rudimentary stamping device. The solid iron columns served as excellent raw materials. They fashioned 2 simple iron hammers for the orc slaves. Particularly, the freshly forged iron columns, still red-hot, could be shaped under the mighty strikes of the orcs. Wide sheets of iron emerged from the process. Time was too short, and the goblins could only manage to wrap a layer of iron around the weapons for the ogres. Karen and Nu returned with their contingent. Had Gorjin not forewarned them, the Wergens would have surely been terrified. After a half-day of rest, Gorjin once more enchanted the weapons of his armed members. Throughout this half-day, he remained at the enchantment workbench at the entrance of his home. The tribe was in disarray, now hosting an unprecedented population. Just months prior, there had been only 20 ogres and 6 attendants in the pleasure house. Now, nearly 3,000 robust slaves of various races had gathered here. As he enchanted, Gorjin shouted, "Karen, prepare 3 days' worth of water and food." Karen hesitated. "Shouldn't we prepare a bit more?" Gorjin waved his hand dismissively. "No need. 3 days is the consumption for the journey to Giant Sand. After 3 days, I intend to feast within Giant Sand City." Karen ceased her hesitation. "Yes, great chieftain." Gorjin had no choice but to rely on Karen, for his own tribesmen lacked wisdom. After much effort, he had convinced the ogres that their weapons were satisfactory, and he began to assemble the troops. His mother stood behind him, while the remaining 18 ogres stood haphazardly at the forefront. Behind the ogres were the slaves of various races. The surviving goblin craftsmen numbered over 100. They were too weak to participate in battle, including the Wergens, who were left behind to guard the camp. Gorjin had even designated a few seemingly incapable slaves to ensure the furnace operated smoothly, aiding the goblins in creating large tools. Observing their empty left arms, Gorjin deemed it wise to leave one ogre behind to keep watch. "The weakest among you, step forward." Gorjin's declaration caused the 18 ogres to widen their eyes in disbelief. Except for Nu, who arrogantly brandished a triple-barreled gun, the other ogres glared at each other in defiance. Their eyes clearly conveyed the message, "We're not talking about you. Step aside." Ultimately, the smallest female ogre reluctantly stepped forward. "You will stay behind and guard. That weapon belongs to you." Gorjin indicated her fire-enchanted bone hammer. Though they believed it could be done, it was Gorjin's words that instilled in them the confidence they needed. The rest, aim for Giant Sand City. Gorjin instructed his mother to mount a kodo beast, while he himself ascended the tracked transport vehicle. He brandished a bone knife, revealing his elongated, razor-sharp fangs. "Let us depart." "Wag." The ogres raised their weapons and roared, a rallying cry that was distinctly their own. The slaves, who had previously chanted their own slogans, began to mimic them. The thunderous wag resounded throughout the dragon's nest. A trembling goblin craftsman was pulled from the ranks to drive the vehicle, which belched steam as it set off towards Giant Sand City. Pony rode her kodo beast behind, followed by the ogres, and lastly by the slaves, who desperately sought to forge a future for themselves. Gorjin sat upon his specially crafted chair, with Karen standing behind him. "Chieftain, can those unarmed slaves contend with fully armed dwarves?" Gorjin replied coldly, Dwarves predominantly wield hammers or axes. Are these not ready-made weapons? Should the ogres fail to seize the gates, they might as well perish. The dragon's nest can accommodate them, but it cannot harbor the useless. You seem perplexed, Karen. When did you begin to show such mercy? In that moment, Karen found herself at a loss for words, her mind swirling in confusion. Mercy? I was contemplating disposing of all these slaves outright. How is it that in the chieftain's eyes, such a thought is deemed merciful? Karen was at a loss. I learned all this from you, chieftain. Just as Gorjin had anticipated, the dwarves of Giant Sand City, upon their return, began to tense up, preparing to reinforce their city defenses. The division of resources acquired from the Hot Sands goblins set Giant Sand City into full operation. After all, these resources were generously bestowed by their goblin brethren, and thus, there was no remorse in their utilization. Concurrently, the dwarves' elite forces and militia began to expand. Even under the watchful eyes of the ogres, the dwarves could not evade casualties in battle. Yet, in comparison to their gains, these losses seemed rather trivial. Reflecting on the massive iron shields crafted for the ogres, the dwarf leader could hardly restrain his desire to slap himself. A solid iron shield, 10 centimeters thick, now left him scratching his head in bewilderment, utterly at a loss for a solution. Enchantment? The dwarf chief scrutinized his kin, only to find none possessed such a talent. Their only recourse was to emulate the goblins, enlarging the caliber of their cannons and augmenting the weight of their projectiles, intensifying the density of their flames. Goblin airships soared ceaselessly through the sky, ever vigilant towards the direction of the Dragon Roost tribe. Throughout the vast Sand City, from the elderly to the children, save for the infants clamoring for sustenance, all dwarves sprang into action. In the face of survival, not a single dwarf uttered a complaint. Even the slightest glimmer of hope justified their exertions. Boom. Suddenly, a goblin airship released a flare, emitting a plume of black smoke that stood in stark contrast against the midday azure sky. Thud, thud. The dwarves manning the bell tower immediately sounded the alarm upon witnessing the ominous smoke. The deep tolling of the bell resonated throughout the entirety of Sand City. The bronze-skinned dwarf chief turned pale, his heart sinking with each chime. It had finally arrived. This was the warning he had established, should any other circumstance arise. Such a toll would sound only once. Yet, 2 rings signified the approach of ogres towards Sand City. Everyone to the walls. The dwarf chief bellowed, brandishing his warhammer. The ogres are coming. Chapter 51. Explosions. We are professionals. Chief, look. Kareen pointed at the airship wreathed in black smoke above, immediately drawing Gorjin's attention. Ah, the dwarves of Sand City were well prepared. Kareen, do you still think I'm being alarmist? Gorjin retorted. The dwarves have had their sights set on us for some time now. If you believe it, when we arrive, you shall witness a fortified city far more daunting than your last visit. Kareen lowered her gaze in shame. Chief, while you merrily led the slaves to develop the oasis and construct shelters, the dwarves were tirelessly fortifying their walls and crafting weapons, all in anticipation of our Dragon Roost tribe. Gorjin squinted at the airship above, a sardonic smile creeping upon his face. Yet, in the face of overwhelming might, their efforts can only serve to delay the inevitable. Even the heart of the Hot Sands has fallen. What resources can they truly leverage? Relay the message, halt our advance. Let everyone replenish their strength. Then we shall seize Sand City with a single concerted effort. Gorjin waved his hand, prompting Kareen to descend and convey the order. The weary Dragon Roost tribe and their thralls finally paused in their march. Those in need of sustenance were allowed to eat and drink, with even the slaves receiving ample provisions. Having promised them a chance to fight, Gorjin would not send them into battle on empty stomachs against a fully armed dwarven city. As the airship altered its course towards Sand City, it descended as the Dragon Roost tribe prepared to resume their advance. Chief Gorjin, Sand City has not wronged the Dragon Roost tribe. What is the meaning of this? The dwarven chief shouted through a megaphone from the flying basket. Get lost, Gorjin ordered, turning to Horny, who was mounted upon a Kodo beast. Let him taste the flames. Horny's left head exclaimed. Leave it to me. Her right head chimed in. With a swift motion, Horny placed her massive bone hammer upon the back of the Kodo beast, extending her arms toward the airship, summoning searing fire elements that coalesced in her hands. Thud, thud, thud. A barrage of basketball-sized fireballs erupted forth like a machine gun towards the airborne basket. Ding, ding. Ding echoed the frantic chimes from within the airship as it rapidly ascended. Accelerate. No need for further parley with the dwarves. Let the ogres carve a path straight through Sand City. Gorjin commanded. Horny gave the Kodo beast a sharp smack on the head, prompting it to bolt forward in pain. Wag! Roared the ogre, brandishing a tri-barreled cannon as it sprinted alongside. The entire Dragon Roost tribe surged forth. Meanwhile, the dwarven chief of Sand City turned pale with dread. They've gone mad. Those accursed ogres are insane. All troops on high alert. Should any ogres be spotted, attack without waiting for orders. Just moments ago, the fireballs had nearly struck his airship. This city possessed only that one airship. Although several oversized cannons had been hastily constructed, their projectiles and barrels were excessively heavy, capable of a single shot at best. Boom. A defensive cannon roared to life. The dwarf chief immediately turned his gaze outward. A swirling storm of sand and dust approached ominously. Fire the remaining cannons, he commanded, swinging his warhammer down decisively. Boom, boom, boom. The dense volley of cannon fire reverberated through the walls, shaking the very foundations of the citadel. The fierce explosions drove the Kodo beast into a frenzy. Lowering its head, it charged forward with renewed vigor. Waha! Horny's left head cackled. Feel the cruelty. Seated atop the Kodo beast, she unleashed torrents of crimson light from her hands. Bloodlust. A widespread bloodlust spell. Bloodlust. Upon activation, it induces fervor in the target, enhancing attack speed, movement speed, and a slight increase in attack power, with duration dependent on the caster. The two heads laughed maniacally, unleashing an inferno of flames. The dwarves within the city screamed in agony, for the magical flames far surpassed the ordinary. Even if dwarves were more resistant to heat, they could not endure the relentless blaze. Most of the onrushing ogres intercepted the dwarven defenders, led by the furious heavily armored ogres who easily deflected the cannonballs. Other ogres cared little, as the effects of the stone imprint from their purple chests absorbed most of the damage. Even without it, the ordinary cannonballs could hardly fell a single ogre. Moreover, the front-loading cannons had tragically poor accuracy. Gorjin signaled dismissively, and Kareen charged forth as well. In a state of full military engagement, she could not remain an exception. If she refused to be merely a service manager, she must accept the corresponding risks. Gorjin then turned his gaze toward the goblin driver. I understand. Chief, I understand. The goblin artisan exclaimed, trembling. He urged Gorjin to disembark, adjusted the direction of the steam tank, then stood beneath the vehicle to gently press a button on the steering column. The steam tank roared to life, hurtling toward the city gates. What are you doing? Gorjin growled, seizing the goblin. Fear not, chieftain, we are experts in the art of explosions. With but a few modifications, this vehicle can be transformed into a colossal bomb. The goblin craftsman, although initially trembling with trepidation, soon found exhilaration in the prospect of destruction. When it comes to explosions, those diminutive beings are leagues behind us. He momentarily contemplated voicing that if it weren't for the grotesque ogre's involvement, the dwarves would never have breached the hot sands. However, the realization of his own status as a captive of the ogre silenced him instantly. With a dismissive gesture, Gorjin cast the goblin aside and brandished his bone knife. Charging forward, a resounding boom followed as the entire Dragon's Roost tribe launched their assault, and the massive heavy artillery unleashed a deafening roar. A gargantuan shell hurtled through the air, striking the advancing slaves with visible velocity, even bouncing twice on the sandy terrain. The impact cleared the area instantaneously, and Gorjin estimated that at least 100 slaves were lost in that single moment. But who cared? The furious tri-barrel machine guns began their cacophonous assault, showering the dwarven battlements with a relentless barrage of bullets, leaving them unable to lift their heads. His proficiency with this weapon was steadily increasing. Chapter 52. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos. Once the bloodlust took hold, who would mourn the fallen? Moreover, the number of humans among the slaves was scarcely a fraction of 1%. The rest were all related to beasts. The innate ferocity within them surged forth, and even the loss of an arm would not hinder their charge. Furthermore, the ogre leading the vanguard was exceedingly formidable, an ally of their own. The atmosphere ignited with fervor. The dwarves soon realized that their ability to penetrate the hot sands was not due to their own strength. That tri-barrel machine gun suppressed a vast expanse of their wall's defenses. The steam tank, amidst swirling dust, boldly rammed into the dwarven gate. The goblin had not been exaggerating. It was unclear how he accomplished this feat, but upon impact, the vehicle unleashed an immense burst of energy. Billowing white steam accompanied by an explosion engulfed the area surrounding the gate. The dwarves above were instantly rendered as if half-cooked, their bodies grotesquely disintegrated. The goblin, witnessing the scene, erupted in joyous exclamations. Ha ha ha, damn you dwarf rats, I'll blast you to pieces. The goblin reveled in the moment. Previously, this group of dwarves had followed the ogres to stab at their city's rear, but now it was the ogres who were striking back. How could he not be elated? Gorjin was somewhat taken aback. While the goblin may have lacked in other areas, his genius for explosives and bombs was truly remarkable. However, the goblin was left somewhat disappointed when the gate did not collapse as anticipated. The dwarven chief, witnessing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the abundant resources provided by the Hot Sands Consortium, they had fortified the gate significantly. The chief had personally witnessed the ogre shattering the goblin's gate with a colossal bone hammer. With this perspective in mind, he decisively reinforced the gate's defenses. Mother. When faced with uncertainty, one calls for their mother. Gorjin shouted with authority. What sane person engages in a siege? My offspring knows precisely what that grunt signifies. Raising his bone hammer, he struck the air before the gate. Calm flame explosion. A fireball larger than a grinding stone descended into the gate's opening, igniting with an explosion many times more intense than the goblin's steam tank blast. The battlefield fell into a momentary hush. Honi, perplexed, wondered why her flame explosion felt significantly more potent today. Unbeknownst to her, her subconscious had determined that her spell could obliterate the gate, thus amplifying its effect. Had she cast it barehanded, the outcome might not have been the same. Her bone hammer served not only as a weapon but also as her staff. This unconscious certainty triggered an effect that the ogres found satisfactory, if the ogres deemed it sufficient. How could a mere damaged gate withstand the might of an ogre mage's calm flame explosion? The gate, along with a section of the wall above, crumbled. Ha ha ha. Charge in, all of you. Gorjin's maniacal laughter turned the dwarven chief's face pale with fury. In close-quarters combat, who could rival an ogre? Bodyguards, follow me into the fray. The dwarven chief leapt from the wall, followed resolutely by 2 of his guards. For the great sand city, the chief's figure swelled rapidly, glowing with silvery light. And his 2 bodyguards mirrored his transformation. Descending from the heavens, the 3 were the only ones among the nearly 10,000 dwarves capable of invoking such divine power. Dwarves are the spirits of the earth. Crafting, strength, and divine intervention were their trinity. This divine blessing not only inflated the dwarves, averaging around 4 feet tall, to a towering height of 4 meters, but also granted them remarkable physical defense and magical resistance. The dwarven chief brandished his mighty hammer, charging directly at Gorjin. Huh. Gorjin, grinning widely, revealed a cruel smile as he met the charge with his bone knife. However, Gorjin was not one to engage in a direct clash with a hammer. An eye for an eye. The hammer struck Gorjin's rotund belly, sending yellowish energy scattering. Damn it, that hurts. Gorjin's eyes bulged in pain as he gaped, sinking his knife into the gap of the dwarven chief's helmet. Ah! The dwarven chief staggered back, clutching his face. Gorjin's knife drew forth a stream of blood. Spitting a mouthful of blood, which contained fragments of his own entrails, Gorjin grinned at the chief. Haha, you lunatic. The chief's voice, laced with anguish, echoed. That blow struck true, but if it weren't for the divine blessing, I would be no more. Scarlet light enveloped Gorjin, alleviating much of his pain. Undoubtedly a blessing from his mother. Again, Gorjin bared his bloodied teeth, his eyes filled with savagery. The dwarven chief had no choice but to confront him. At that moment, a dark purple energy enveloped the dwarven chief. Thwack! Another hammer struck Gorjin's belly. With a squelch, the knife slid smoothly along the dwarven chief's neck. The sensation was more fluid than the previous strike. In the rear, the succubus flicked her arm, launching a shadow arrow at the dwarves atop the battlements. Corrine possessed only 3 spells: Shadow Arrow, Hellhound, and Corruption. She had just cast Corruption on the dwarven chief, slightly diminishing the defenses of the divinely empowered leader. Wow! Gorjin expelled a copious amount of blood, spewing out chunks of his insides. The dwarf chieftain clutched his throat, his eyes widening in shock, and with a thud, he half knelt upon the ground. Cough, cough, ha ha ha. Gorjin, with a rag from his waist, wiped the blood from his bone knife, laughing maniacally. Where is the elaborate dance of combat, with you trading blows and showcasing your prowess? The ultimate goal of battle is simply a matter of life and death. The more intricate the moves, the longer the charge time, the more gruesome the demise. This is a conclusion drawn from the sacrifices of countless races across this desolate land. The crimson light once more enveloped Gorjin. How many more strikes can you endure? He mocked, gazing at the half-kneeling dwarf chieftain. Blood flowed from the cracks in his armor, pooling on the ground like a small stream. Why is this happening? We of the great sand city are but patrons of the dragon's nest. The dwarf grasped his throat, the divine intervention preventing an immediate death. Is your question merely rhetorical? You dispatch airships to monitor us, create such formidable artillery, all for what purpose? The chieftain's plight only served to heighten Gorjin's satisfaction. To feel sympathy for one's enemy is a grave taboo in this barren expanse. Chapter 53, One Man Revolts. The entire clan pays the price. We merely seek to protect ourselves and pose no threat to your dragon's nest. Why? The dwarf chieftain's voice was hoarse, blood gushing forth with each utterance. You have cunningly exploited our dragon's nest faction to conquer the scorching sands, thereby resolving your own crisis while amassing a wealth of resources. Have you compensated us in any way? Gorjin's wounds healed swiftly under the blessings he had received. He reached out and mockingly patted the side of the dwarf chieftain's helm, a gesture steeped in humiliation. Two of his personal guards attempted to assist him, but were swiftly intercepted by ogres, unable to break free. As a city lord, do you not find it laughable to ask such questions? Gorjin sneered. We are willing to compensate and take responsibility for our prior actions. How about that? The dwarf chieftain began to feel darkness encroaching upon his vision. How about no? Gorjin retorted coldly, turning him around to face the great sand city. The walls have been breached. My kin have already entered. Whatever I desire, I can take for myself. To speak of compensation now, it is too late. The dwarf chieftain gazed in despair at the multitude of slaves, of various races, surging into the great sand city alongside the ogres. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness and furious grief swelling within him. Once urban combat ensued, the great sand dwarves would undoubtedly meet a horrific fate. Though the population of Great Sand City neared 10,000, it included the elderly, women, and children. Only a third of them were capable fighters. And these slaves he had seen were all robust males, bolstered by the ogres, who resembled humanoid tanks. Ah, the dwarf chieftain lamented. What benefit do you gain from the annihilation of the Great Sand? Do you lack oases? Gorjin shook his head. Not at all. Then why must you pursue total extermination? Because I wish to. A spurt of blood erupted from the dwarf chieftain, his heart heavy as ash. You butcher, you executioner. Thank you, Gorjin replied coldly. Impervious to please. I beg you spare my kin. The idea of taking advantage was mine, and has nothing to do with my people. The dragon's nest forces surged into the great sand city. The dwarf chieftain's cries echoed in despair. His two guards, who could also summon divine intervention, had already fallen. Horny rode in on a kodo beast, followed closely by Kareen. The most arduous siege had concluded, and in urban warfare, the ogres were invincible. Ah, Gorjin sighed deeply. I could let you go, but... The dwarf chieftain's ashen eyes suddenly gleamed with a flicker of hope. From this day forth, this place shall no longer be known as Great Sand City, and you shall no longer be known as Great Sand Dwarfs, but as Dragon's Nest Dwarfs. Your elderly, women, and children may continue to live, while your able-bodied warriors shall be reduced to slaves. You must either accept this condition, compelling the dwarves within to lay down their arms and kneel and surrender, or reject it and watch your city be slaughtered. As long as there is an oasis, this place will attract a multitude of people within a year. Whether the dwarves survive is of little consequence. Gorjin was merciless, yet he offered the chieftain a chance at survival. Indeed, Gorjin was almost moved to tears by his own mercy. Very well, I accept. Command your kin to cease. The dwarf chieftain gritted his teeth in response. Gorjin clicked his tongue. I am pleased with your choice, but your tone displeases me. So I have decided to allow them to halt only after 10 minutes. No, I beg you. The mighty chieftain Gorjin, I concede, we are defeated, please. The dwarf chieftain was utterly broken, his face a mix of blood and tears. Gorjin chuckled coldly. It would have been much better to act like this from the start. Surrender requires a posture fitting of a defeated foe. How dare you act so arrogant? Forgive me. Chieftain Gorjin, I was wrong. It was my mistake. The dwarf chieftain transitioned from kneeling on one knee to both knees, pleading before the ogre. Yes, this is the attitude befitting a vanquished foe. Mother, run and tell those scoundrels to cease. Now that Great Sand City is our rightful possession. Do not let them desecrate it. And please treat this fellow. He possesses considerable combat potential. Do not let him perish. Horny replied, not killing them all. It is better to eradicate the roots of the problem. Another Horny chimed in. The dwarf chieftain repeatedly begged for mercy. No, I truly do not dare. You may rest assured, we have genuinely surrendered. Gorjin nodded. Do not worry, mother, I have a plan. Very well, you are clever from a young age, one Horny conceded. Then I shall go and command them to cease. With a swift blessing, Horny jumped down from the kodo beast and marched towards the city. Under the blessing, the dwarf chieftain's wounds began to mend. While complete healing was impossible, he at least would not die. As the divine effect waned, he reverted to the stature of a normal dwarf. Quite a remarkable skill, Gorjin mused with a tinge of envy. Damn it, I am a chieftain too. Why do I lack any skills? Even Kareen has 3. Filled with indignation, Gorjin lamented. This world is truly unkind to me. Do not lie there feigning death. Go and inform your kin to lay down their arms and kneel and surrender. Should even a single dwarf resist, I shall annihilate the city entirely. This opportunity is yours alone. The ogres are men of their word. With a kick, Gorjin sent the dwarf chieftain sprawling away, his voice icy. Rest assured, Chieftain Gorjin. The dwarf chieftain hastily fled towards the city. A moment's delay could cost countless lives. Chieftain, could keeping them alive pose future troubles? Kareen hesitated. No matter. When the time comes, we shall relocate all the elderly, weak, women, and children to our domain. Those dwarves will hardly stir up any significant trouble. It is only fair to communicate to them that should one rebel, the entire clan shall face annihilation. Galkin settled heavily onto the ground, rubbing his abdomen, still feeling the dull ache from the 2 hammer blows he had received earlier. Observing this, Kareen promptly rushed to assist him, attempting to alleviate his discomfort, but was swiftly pressed down into a kneeling position by Galkin. Understanding the situation, Kareen delicately lifted the tattered cloth that served as the chief's only garment. A sigh escaped Galkin's lips. Chapter 54, Pledging Loyalty to the Mighty Chief. The dwarves of Giant Sand City have surrendered. All surviving dwarves, regardless of age or gender, have been gathered to kneel upon the sandy ground outside the city. In this battle, 2/3 of the able-bodied dwarves have perished. The elite warriors have been nearly wiped out, and the remaining militia are scant. Fortunately, their swift surrender meant that the ogres and slave forces were engaged in urban warfare with the militia inside the city, sparing the civilians from the massacre that would have ensued otherwise. The combat strength of the Longchi tribe has now entirely withdrawn. The ogres, feeling utterly bored, lounged about, some idly scratching themselves while others sprawled in the sun. In stark contrast to the ogres' relaxed demeanor, the slaves appeared somewhat anxious. It was clear that the ogres had played a pivotal role in the previous conflict. Despite their numbers, their influence was decisive. Galkin staggered towards the slaves, surveying the injured yet fiercely spirited individuals from various races. Their losses were not insignificant. A quick glance revealed that their numbers had diminished by about 1/3, leaving approximately 2,000 remaining. Though you may not have been of great assistance, your bravery is commendable, and your morale is valuable, given your status as slaves. Galkin paused momentarily. All the slaves, upon hearing Galkin's words, instinctively lifted their heads, their eyes glistening with longing as they gazed upon the ogre chief. Noticing their reaction, Galkin revealed a rather unsightly grin. You may be spared. Instantly, the slaves erupted into a fervor, culminating in a unified chant. Long live the chief. Galkin waved his hand, signaling for silence. I have always stated that we, the Longchi ogres, are men of our word, a sentiment I believe the dwarf chieftain can attest to. The dwarf leader, positioned at the forefront, lowered his head, accepting the scorn of the victors. Since you are no longer slaves, I shall give you a straightforward choice. Those who wish to remain with the Longchi tribe may do so, those who do not. Take your ration of food and water for 1 day and depart. The slaves exchanged glances, some intrigued, others eager, while some remained motionless. The advantages of staying were evident. This was a tribe of ogres with a 2-headed ogre mage. Though their numbers were few, their strength was formidable. Moreover, this tribe, combined with their own oasis, now possessed 3 oases. Clearly, they were in need of manpower, and with their newfound freedom from slavery, those who performed well might even secure positions of authority. A crucial point was that here, they need not fear incursions from other cities or tribes. No race would dare provoke the likes of ogres. Leaving also had its merits. The diverse races here, stemming from various factions, lacked the cohesion found among their kin in their original cities or tribes. However, they had to consider how to utilize the 1 day's worth of food and water to return to their former homes. 1 day as provisions would barely allow them to exit the confines of Giant Sand City. Yet, none dared to broach this topic with Galkin, nor did they even wish to entertain the thought. To them, Galkin's willingness to offer even a day's supply of provisions was already a remarkable concession. Any further demands would be seen as exceedingly presumptuous. They deliberated fervently, weighing their options. Ultimately, the benefits of remaining outweighed those of departing. Almost immediately, individuals began to express their desire to stay, but one orc, who had stood up during their deliberation, had already made his intentions clear. Mighty Chief, I need not ponder. I wish to remain and aspire to become a part of the Longchi tribe. This was the orc who had previously thwarted other slaves from retaliating against the gnome craftsman. You are that one. Galkin thought he recognized him, though he couldn't place him immediately. I am one of the 10 slaves you selected from the Hot Sand Consortium city during your first campaign. The orc was robust and imposing, with crimson skin and eyes like copper bells, 2 long braids cascading down his back, and a lengthy beard adorning his chin. He knelt on one knee, his right fist thumping against his left chest, his tone earnest. Mighty Chief, I thank you for granting me this honorable opportunity. I pledge my loyalty to the Longchi tribe. Galkin noticed a remarkable brand upon his left arm, the rock seal, causing him to inhale sharply. Was the threshold for acquiring such a mark truly so low? Or was it that the loyalty of orcs was easily won? Regardless, the description of the rock seal was undeniably accurate. A satisfied smile crept across Galkin's face. As brutal as he was, he relished the sense of being sworn fealty by another. Others among the slaves who wished to remain cursed their own hesitance, hastily kneeling, each expressing their desire to pledge loyalty to Galkin. Ha ha ha. Galkin laughed heartily. Excellent. You. He pointed at the orc. What is your name? The orc shook his head. Since I belong to the Longchi tribe, my previous name holds no significance. I shall be called what the chief desires. How amusing. Truly delightful. Gorjin could hardly suppress his applause. The way he spoke was incredibly refreshing. All right, since you are now a member of the Longchi tribe, you shall henceforth be known as Fury Tooth, and you will serve as my top enforcer. The orc bowed deeply. Fury Tooth thanks the mighty chief for the name. Rise. For now, you will manage those who wish to remain. As for how you manage them, that is your decision. Gorjin waved his hand in high spirits. Fury Tooth's face was alight with uncontainable joy and gratitude. He understood that he had made the right gamble and was on the cusp of soaring to greatness. Do not become overly elated. How you manage these individuals is your concern, and I shall not intervene. I only demand results. The opportunity has been granted. It is up to you to seize it. Should you fail to manage well, do not blame me for replacing you. Fury Tooth immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Under the envious gazes of the others, he swore by his soul and honor that he would not betray the chief's trust. Gorjin waved his hand, directing his gaze towards the remaining slaves who had not yet made their intentions known. There were not many, perhaps fewer than 100. To his surprise, several robust individuals evidently from the Blue Star chose to stay as well. Kareen, take them to collect a day's worth of food and water, then let them depart. Kareen nodded in agreement, casting an envious glance at Fury Tooth before swaying her hips as she led the unwilling slaves towards the dwarven storeroom. She gazed enviously at the formidable Noya, who had effortlessly ascended to a position of such authority, while she, despite her meticulous scheming, still faced the prospect of punishment. Others felt compelled to strike themselves, believing that Noya had merely stumbled upon good fortune, having been the first to pledge loyalty. And they were convinced that had they been in the same position, they would have succeeded as well. In truth, Gorjin had discerned the rock brand upon Noya's left arm. Otherwise, Gorjin would have reiterated his stance. Regardless of how eloquently you speak, if you lack the brand, you should step aside. Chapter 55, The Blue Forging Hammer. After dealing with those slaves, she now found herself a third-class member within her tribe. The hierarchy was as follows. The first tier comprised the ogres of her own kin. The second tier included the branded outsiders. The third tier consisted of ordinary members, and the fourth tier was relegated to slaves. It was then that Gorjin approached the dwarf chief. What is your name again? The dwarf chief pursed his lips. Chief, I am Culber Giant Sand. Though I should now be referred to as Culber Dragon Roost. Ah, yes, you once introduced yourself as a customer, Gorjin recalled, though it mattered little. Who would remember an inconsequential figure? However, you are not yet worthy of a pending dragon roost to your name, like your kin. You currently occupy the lowest echelon of the Dragon Roost tribe. Gorjin's voice rang out loudly, rendering Culber and his fellow tribesmen visibly disheartened. The same proclamation echoed. Anyone who dares oppose will face the consequence of collective retribution for their tribe. Abandon your fragile dignity. Living as slaves should inspire gratitude. His words shattered the remnants of the dwarves' dignity, spreading a wave of pessimism and despair among the thousands of dwarves present. In this desolate expanse, as vanquished souls, to receive even such treatment was a manifestation of Gorjin's overwhelming compassion. Had the roles been reversed, extermination would have been the order of the day. Yet, there was no need for excessive despair. Gorjin, in his benevolence, had indeed provided a pathway for advancement. His subsequent words captured the attention of all dwarves. 2 paths. Gorjin raised 2 fingers. Either make a significant contribution to the tribe and earn your freedom from slavery, or offer your unwavering loyalty. Those who succeed will ascend to the second tier. With that, Gorjin reiterated the hierarchy within the tribe. Culber looked up at Gorjin. Chief, we have surrendered and pledged our allegiance. No, no, no. Mere verbal allegiance is less valuable than a fart. Gorjin pointed to the brand on the ogre's left arm. Do you see that? It is the testament of absolute loyalty to me. If you truly wish to demonstrate your loyalty, a similar mark will manifest upon your left arm. Only then shall we discuss your fidelity. Culber and his kin were utterly unprepared for the revelation that the Dragon Roost tribe possessed such capabilities. Was this the reason the chief placed great trust in that succubus and the beastman from earlier? Culber sighed. You two have been a city lord, without absolute loyalty. Would you dare to employ them? Understood, chief. The victor takes all. We cannot blame anyone else. We only hope that the chief keeps his word and treats our women, children, and elders kindly. With a heavy bow, Culber paid his respects to Gorjin. The creed of the Dragon Roost tribe is to act upon their words. Gorjin smiled and, disregarding the dwarves, made his way into the city. He intended to verify his suspicions regarding treasure chests. As a faction that had occupied an oasis for an extended period, it was reasonable to assume that there might be treasure within the city. The most likely location for such a treasure would be Culber's residence. It would be a foolish endeavor for a single ogre to attempt entry into a dwarf's home. Nonetheless, if entry was not possible, he could simply dismantle the house. As expected, Galkin discovered a blue treasure chest in Kalber's living room. Ashen forging hammer. Quality, blue. Description: a forging hammer of exceptional hardness. It adapts to the user's strength and physique. Weapons forged with it possess minor fire elemental attacks, while armor provides minor fire elemental resistance. As Galkin grasped the unremarkable hammer, it instantly expanded to a size perfectly suited for him. Clearly, the contents of the treasure chest were influenced by its location. Galkin pondered while hefting the hefty double-sided forging hammer. Previously, he had uncovered a metal smelting furnace in the Goblin tribe, where they excelled at extracting desired elements from sand. In his mother's shed, he had found the rock brand and an enchanting workstation, one that could make loyalty visible, and the other that could enhance combat power. Now, having discovered a forging hammer among the dwarves was entirely reasonable, given their prowess in metallurgy. Undoubtedly, this hammer could yield its maximum value in the hands of a dwarf, crafting weapons and armor imbued with magical effects. Yet, in Galkin's eyes, these dwarves were unworthy at present. They could earn their marks before they could claim such treasures. Moreover, he was indeed in need of a weapon. The hammer's most appealing attribute was its formidable hardness. The bone knife was sharp, yet it did not align with his straightforward combat style, and using it frequently for battle was impractical, given its primary role as a cooking knife. He slung the hammer over his shoulder and began searching for a second treasure chest. Unfortunately, he found none. Instead, he encountered Kareen, who was distributing supplies to slaves preparing to leave. Upon seeing Galkin, the slaves were taken aback, fearing he had come to silence them. Kareen bent slightly to greet Galkin. "How goes it, Chief? We are nearly ready. I was just about to let them exit the city." "Excellent." Galkin fixed his gaze on the slaves. "Do you know what to say once you're outside?" A clever slave seemed to recall the reason Kareen had been reprimanded at the Hot Sand Camp and quickly stated, We understand. The Hot Sand Consortium's goblins have taken Giant Sand City, and the dwarves of Giant Sand City sought help from the powerful neighboring Dragon Roost tribe." Seeing Galkin's expression of satisfaction, the slave continued, "The chief of the Dragon Roost tribe is wise and honorable, demonstrating great sympathy for our neighbor's plight and disdain for the greed of the Hot Sand Consortium." Enraged, he rallied forces, resolving the crisis of the Giant Sand Dwarves and leading them to defeat the Hot Sand Consortium. The dwarves of Giant Sand City, swayed by the chief's virtue and strength, pledged their allegiance to the Dragon Roost tribe, willingly becoming vassals. Applause erupted from Galkin, who could not contain his delight. "Well done. Your little tale flows quite smoothly. Kareen, provide him with another day's worth of supplies. Once you leave, speak precisely as you just did. Anyone who dares to fabricate lies about me." Galkin's cold smile revealed his intent. "I now have goblins and dwarves at my disposal. I will send an airship to obliterate those bastards. Do you understand?" In conclusion, he proclaimed, "Well done, but no rewards. If you spread falsehoods, you will face dire consequences. I mean what I say." With a wave of his hand, akin to shooing away flies, he dismissed the nearly 100 slaves, who hastily departed down the street. Chapter 56, Punishment, Reward, Assignment. Gorkin scratched his head as he gazed at the sprawling city before him. Behind him stood Kareen and Nuyur. Compared to Kareen, Nuyur seemed somewhat overly restrained. As an orc, he was robust and powerful, yet he possessed more thoughtfulness than the average orc. At this moment, he dared not speak hastily. "Chief," Kareen said cautiously, her voice tinged with concern. "Look at the situation now. I was content managing my modest plot of land, living a carefree life. But it's all because of you and that foolish dog. If it weren't for both of you, I could have seized 2 oases by now. And now, look at this. Over 1,000 slaves and several thousand dwarves. What are we to do? What do you suggest?" Gorkin was acutely aware of his own limitations. He had sworn from the very beginning that his intention was merely to establish a service area to liberate his kin from a life of plunder. He had never entertained ambitions of conquest or slaughter. Before his transmigration, he had been merely a cook, and after arriving in this world, he had spent 20 years as a savage ogre. Conquering was simple, governance was arduous. He was adept at one thing. Yet he had been too hasty in considering the idea of gathering the dwarven women and children at Longchi tribe as leverage. However, the Longchi tribe lacked the capacity to accommodate such a multitude of dwarves. Should they remain here, the moment we depart, they will undoubtedly flee with their belongings. Or should we slaughter them all? Gorkin rubbed his chin in frustration. "That would not align with your principles of keeping your word, Chief," Kareen interjected, shrinking her neck as she sensed Gorkin's dissatisfaction towards herself and Captain Dog. "Do you even have the audacity to speak?" Gorkin rolled his eyes and, with a swift motion, seized the succubus, striding purposefully towards the city. Kareen gasped in shock, her complexion paling as a sudden realization hit her. Was punishment truly imminent? Be they ogres, dwarves, or the foreign troops led by Nuyur, all remained outside the city, leaving its interior desolate. Gorkin sought out an open area, shielded from view, which appeared to have once served as a dwarven forge, and unceremoniously placed the succubus upon it. I've done my best. This will have to suffice. The two heads of Honi exchanged glances. The sun has grown, one remarked. Indeed, the other agreed. After some time, Gorjin emerged, carrying the succubus, now drenched in a deep purple hue from her own blood. She had lost consciousness, teetering on the brink of death, her body a tapestry of injuries, blood flowing profusely. The superior constitution of her demonic race had spared her from immediate demise. He tossed the battered succubus at Honi's feet and stretched his limbs. Mother, see if there's any chance of saving her. Honi's left head remarked, I truly do not understand your fondness for such a frail race. I suppose if you cherish her, she may survive, the right head chimed in. Scarlet light surged into Corinne's broken form, swiftly mending her wounds. Ugh! Corinne groaned in agony from the ground. Gorjin smirked slightly. This was a positive sign, at least indicating that she was regaining consciousness and could feel pain. Honi continued to bestow blessings, taking a full 10 minutes to wrest Corinne back from the clutches of death. Truly exhausting. Why not simply kill her? Honi's left head grumbled. This little one has proven quite resilient, the right head countered. In response to his mother's banter, Gorjin chuckled. Ogres cared little for appearances. Such occurrences were common in the tribe's public life. Corinne awakened abruptly, her eyes flying open. Chief, I dare not. I truly dare not. Please spare me, she cried, immediately kneeling and pleading desperately. Gorjin regarded the radiant rock brand upon Corinne's arm with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. The hot sand oasis and the great sand oasis are beyond my management. You are clever enough to oversee one of them for me. Gorjin's voice remained cold but struck Corinne with astonishment. You mean? Her disbelief was palpable. Your loyalty has been proven, and your transgressions punished. I am just in my rewards and punishments, and now the tribe is in need of capable individuals. Corinne, seize this opportunity and do not disappoint me again. Gorjin's expression was impassive, chilling to the core. Yet Corinne, having narrowly escaped death, bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Great Chief. Then you shall manage the Great Sand City. It is close to the tribe and requires no reconstruction. You must restore production here swiftly to supply the Lungchi tribe. Gorjin assigned the task without hesitation. Mother, if you wouldn't mind, could you take Nuyer and the others to the third oasis of hot sand? I envision it as a mining site, a source of materials. Honi's left head replied, You always find ways to command your mother. Yet, with only one offspring. I have no choice, the right head lamented. Gorjin chuckled, In crucial moments, I must rely on my mother. Honi nodded, guiding her Kodo beast towards Nuyer's foreign troops. Corinne, I'll leave you 3 ogres and all the dwarves, but I must take Kalber and his offspring with me. I fear the ordinary ogres may not manage him. Do not worry about my mother. With her and the already branded Nuyer, it's as secure as a mountain. However, it was Corinne's situation that posed a challenge. Ultimately, there were too few usable individuals bearing the rock brand. Besides restoring production and order, she needed to craft vehicles capable of accommodating ogres. I have a preliminary, albeit unrefined, idea. I will gather the craftsmen for a meeting to finalize it. Rest assured, Chief, I will not falter again. Corinne vowed solemnly. Gorjin nodded and departed. Once he was gone, Corinne clenched her fists tightly. It was worth it, although she had nearly faced death at the chief's hands. This punishment was a consequence of her bringing trouble upon him, and she had successfully become the overseer of an oasis. This was a gift from the chief earned at the cost of her life. She could not let herself down, nor could she disappoint the chief. Indeed, it was her honor. The succubus bore a wicked smile, the rock brand on her left arm shimmering brilliantly. Chapter 57. Divergence of thought and replacement of weapons. The remaining dwarven warriors had been disarmed, their armor and weapons piled together. With a growing population, matters became increasingly complicated. Gorjin yearned to return to his modest plot of land, yet he felt powerless to do so. However, the prospect of achieving this was impossible. There was no chance in this lifetime. Gorjin's ultimate goal had always been to secure a better and more comfortable existence. He reveled in life itself, rather than the pursuit of power. He had no interest in controlling cities and oases. He only wished to oversee those who managed the oases. He led the ogres to the water's edge at the Great Sand City Oasis, reclining comfortably in the shade, while simultaneously assigning tasks to Corinne. Get those dwarves moving. Stop moping around like you've lost your mother. It's vexing to behold, Gorjin declared. Karen, having tidied herself up, swiftly embraced the role of the city lord. As a succubus who had battled an ogre chieftain for a solid 20 minutes and emerged unscathed, she exuded an air of decisiveness and even enthusiasm. She had never envisioned that she would so effortlessly ascend to the position of a city lord. Such dreams had never graced her slumber. Yet, with this elevation came an immense burden, a profound pressure. Upon introspection, she realized she had gained a rudimentary understanding of the chieftain. Her rise to power could be attributed to two principal factors: unwavering loyalty and the chieftain's dearth of capable subordinates. Opportunities, it seemed, were always reserved for those who were prepared to seize them. Transitioning from a mere slave to a city lord in this desolate expanse was nearly inconceivable. Karen stood before thousands of dwarves, acutely aware that while she was now negotiating on par with the chieftain, she had once been just an ordinary attendant in a pleasure house. To frame it more graciously, she had been a service worker. To put it bluntly, she had merely been a courtesan. The chieftain might have claimed she was ruthless, but a lack of mercy was a prerequisite for any sovereign. His assertion of being cruel was not unfounded. After all, did a world devoid of cruelty truly exist? As a succubus, she was acutely aware of this reality. Despite the chieftain's harshness, his treatment of his kin was commendable, as long as one did not err and diligently fulfilled the tasks assigned by him. Survival within the realm of this brutal chieftain was assured. Most importantly, the chieftain was a man of his word, discerning in his rewards and punishments. He was benevolent to his own, yet merciless to outsiders, rewarding merit and punishing mistakes, possessing both formidable strength and remarkable intellect. He evaluated loyalty over race, extending trust and responsibility to outsiders as well. This was indeed the quintessential archetype of a regional overlord. Chieftain, you profess not to covet dominion. Who could possibly believe such a claim? Perhaps it is merely the lack of intellect among your kin that hinders your ambitions. As she caressed her rock imprint, Karen resolved to act. The chieftain often spoke of desiring a comfortable life. She would endeavor, even at great personal risk, to ensure he lived the most splendid and comfortable existence imaginable, for the chieftain's sake, and for her own. If Gorjin were to uncover Karen's inner thoughts, he would likely be left speechless. This encapsulated the divergent interpretations of comfort held by two worlds. Gorjin yearned for simple pleasures, savoring delectable meals, enjoying restful slumber, and being attended to by a variety of servants. These three desires, pursued to their utmost extremes. Ideally, he wished to live out his days without lifting a finger. In contrast, Karen, as a succubus, envisioned wielding the greatest power as the chieftain, with the authority to dictate the fate of every soul inhabiting an oasis with a mere word. This was a shared understanding among the wise races of the endless desert. In summary, it was a fundamental misunderstanding. Karen sprang into action. She led Kalber and all the nimble dwarves to cast all the armor and equipment into the largest furnace within the city of giant sand. Karen did not reclaim the weapons seized by the foreign forces during the battle. Angertooth and his team were heading to the Hot Sand's third oasis, where a garrison was also necessary. Without weapons, those warriors would face significant hardships. Although they bore no imprint, they were now third-tier members of the Dragon's Roost tribe, the chieftain's private property. The intense flames blazed within the melting furnace, transforming the armor and weapons into molten iron. Meanwhile, the dwarves had also prepared a massive mold, measuring approximately 3 meters in length, thick at one end and tapering at the other, adorned with robust, sharp teeth resembling a wolf's jaw. Including Gorjin, Karen needed to prepare 20 of these colossal wolf jaws. Although Gorjin now possessed a forging hammer, having a spare wolf jaw was crucial. The molten iron was poured into the mold, solidifying after a brief cooling period, and once the temperature had fully diminished, the mold could be opened. Even the dwarves of the Earth Spirit required 2 individuals to laboriously lift the 3-meter-long solid iron wolf jaw. The dwarves needed to present the finished wolf jaw to Gorjin for approval. Karen, with thoughtful consideration, had wrapped the grip of the wolf jaw in animal hide. Upon seeing the dwarves carrying the wolf jaw, Gorjin, who had been enjoying a respite, rose with keen interest. Grasping the wolf jaw, he immediately felt its weight and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. A solid mass of iron, indeed, has substance. He swung the wolf jaw, and it sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. Had they possessed such weaponry from the start, the previous siege would have been significantly easier. The dwarves shrank back, hesitant to speak. A 3-meter-long solid iron wolf jaw, combined with the terrifying strength of an ogre, was a formidable sight. Their city walls stood merely 6 meters high. Had the ogres wielded this weapon back then, they would have surrendered long ago. In the hands of the ogres, this weapon was akin to a battering ram for ordinary races. Very well, let's proceed with this standard, Gorjin decided with satisfaction. If they had sufficient materials left after forging 20 of these weapons, they would create shields as well. They must be thick and sturdy, at least 10 centimeters in thickness. As for the design, they could exercise their own discretion, allowing for larger dimensions within reasonable limits. The dwarves, naturally, dared not voice any objections. The materials used were derived from the weapons and armor of their fallen warriors, even stripping the deceased of their belongings. It was a disgrace, yet unavoidable. Gorjin waved them off, signaling their departure. This was Karen's first task. The recent battle had rendered the ogre's great bone hammers utterly useless. After all, bones, no matter how resilient, could not withstand such combat. The wolf jaws and shields represented the initial batch of standard replacement equipment Gorjin was preparing for his kin. With the ogres possessing the advantageous racial effects, Gorjin had begun to contemplate new ideas regarding weaponry, although time would be required for research and experimentation. Should the trials prove successful, these weapons would soon be retired and remelted. Anger, take this to my mother, Gorjin commanded as he slumped down to the ground, delegating tasks to his subordinate. Oh, Anger scratched his head, shouldering a 3-barreled cannon while effortlessly hoisting the wolf jaw with one hand as he strode purposefully toward the city gates. The external forces had yet to depart. There was still time to deliver it. Chapter 58, Return to the Tribe. After lingering here for 3 more days, Gorjin set off toward the dragon's roost. Ultimately, the dwarves' weapons and equipment had not provided the ogres with a complete set of 20 wolf jaws and shields. However, the 20 wolf jaws were more than sufficient. When distributing the wolf jaws, some of the ogres expressed dissatisfaction. They had yearned for the previous weapons that bore fiery effects. Gorjin found himself both amused and exasperated. If only you were resolute in your hearts, you could imbue your weapons with any effect you desired. This was merely the rudimentary version of the Ogre concept. Still in the early stages of weaponry, with feeble effects. If they were to truly transform into their complete forms, he mused, it would be akin to the green-skinned warriors. Given a heap of scrap metal, you can still envision it as a mech. However, one must appease one's own fool. Gorjin, once again, pretended to tinker with it, managing to convince those dim-witted ogres. After all, they believed their chieftain was omnipotent. With a proud expression, he hefted a tri-barreled machine gun and brandished a spiked club in his hand. Were it not for the chieftain's decree that each should possess one, coupled with his occasional desire to engage in close combat and shatter his foes, he would have no use for the club. The relentless firepower of the machine gun, with its devastating damage, was the true weapon befitting a real man. He often paraded the unloaded tri-barreled gun before the other ogres, relishing the envious glances of his kin. They too desired one, yet none were available. Previously, when they battled the dwarves in the scorching sands, their fury led them to smash 2 goblin Gatling guns to smithereens. Ultimately, they had only themselves to blame. They had set off in a modified tracked vehicle, but that contraption had been blown up by that foolish goblin engineer. Gorjin found himself powerless, as he insisted on showcasing the machine. Thus, he had no choice but to ride back atop the shell of a steam tank. Indeed, both the steam tank and the dwarven airship, treasures of the great sand city, had been preserved. The steam tank served as a formidable offensive weapon, yet its defensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. Its cannon was powerful, but it could not reach the dwarven walls. The dwarven airship, on the other hand, was adept at offense, defense, and reconnaissance, but with only a single airship, it fell short. With those below having surrendered, the dwarves aboard the airship could persist, but it would bear little significance. While Gorjin had a yearning to ride in the dwarven airship, the pod below was custom-made for dwarves, rendering it inaccessible to him. Although weight was not a concern, there was simply no room. Kalber and over 1,000 dwarven children, along with a few female dwarves, were forcibly relocated to the Dragon's Nest tribe. 3 ogres and the remaining dwarves were left in Karin's care. Should those dwarves entertain any nefarious thoughts, Gorjin was resolute in his intent to roast a few of the dwarven children and serve them to his kin as a stark warning. The message was clear. He was keeping hostages, and should they dare to rebel, he would not hesitate to ensure that not a single one of them remained alive. Gorjin had no time for any roundabout tactics with the dwarves. He laid his intentions bare. Strangely enough, this forthrightness provided the dwarves with a sense of reassurance. At the very least, they were no longer overly concerned for the well-being of the children. The chieftain even permitted a portion of the female dwarves to accompany them for care. Upon reflection, this arrangement did not seem so bad after all. Gorjin, however, was indifferent to the dwarves' thoughts. He merely wished to return to his abode and recline upon the bed that Karlov had prepared for him. The dwarven steam tank, devoid of any shock absorption, jostled him about to the point of nausea. Upon returning to the Dragon's Nest, Gorjin swiftly rolled into his house, leaving over 1,000 dwarves in a state of bewilderment. That foolish dog, leading them to establish camp outside the tribe. Do not disturb me before dawn. Currently, the only one in the tribe with both a brand and a brain was Captain Dog. The situation now was partially his doing, but Gorjin had yet to decide how to punish him. To execute him? Well, that seemed excessive. To forego punishment? The succubus was left barely breathing, which would hardly reflect well on his sense of justice. This dilemma left Gorjin in a quandary. Surely, he could not simply overlook it. Ogres ought not to be so lenient. Lost in thought, Gorjin eventually succumbed to slumber. Before he could even contemplate punishment, Captain Dog, who received a task instead, was overjoyed. The dwarves were equally taken aback. They never imagined they would find themselves under the command of a desert wild dog such as a warg. Captain Dog strutted about, tail held high, hands on his hips, brimming with confidence. What are you all gaping at? There are still several hours until nightfall. If you do not erect your camp, you will freeze tonight. Not only the wargs, but even the newly subjugated goblins looked at him with envy. This brought him immense pride, his chin nearly touching his chest. Especially you. Captain Dog pointed at Culber. I do not care what status you held before. Here, you are a fourth-class member. You are the only adult male among your kind, and your responsibilities are heavier. Culber inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. Rest assured. Humph. Captain Dog wagged his tail and shot him a glare before turning to leave. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Do you expect the heavens to build your camp for you? Culber silently led the female dwarves out. Captain Dog, while not overtly cruel, understood that these dwarves, despite being the fourth tier of the tribe, could rise to prominence at any moment. Conversely, although he was currently a second-tier member, his contributions to the tribe could never compare to those of the dwarves. In terms of combat prowess, they were not even on the same level, and these beings were born smiths. He deliberately assigned their camp to the north side of the forge. Thus, even if they failed to establish their camp before nightfall, they would not perish from the frigid temperatures. Of course, Captain Dog was not excessively harsh, but he was not overly lenient either. The goblin camp and the dwarven camp were closely situated. The goblin city had been breached by this band of dwarves alongside the ogres. Not long afterward, this group of dwarves also fell victim to the ogre's assault. Observing those dwarves scavenging for desert thorns to construct their makeshift camp, the goblin engineers burst into laughter, their mirth tinged with schadenfreude. Serves you right. Attempting to bargain with a tiger for its skin. Originally feeling quite miserable, the goblins suddenly found their spirits lifted. The goblins were highly intelligent. This entire sequence of events ultimately stemmed from the actions of those dwarves. Had they not initially hired the ogres to attack their third city, they would not have encountered so many subsequent troubles. They conveniently omitted mention of the dwarven resources they had seized earlier. In the desert, the law of the jungle prevails. Is that not quite normal? The ogres are strong, and they are weak. Now they are but slaves. Is that not also normal? Chapter 59, Masters of the Agricultural Academy. Gorjin slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky the next day. He truly managed to refrain from rising until he could no longer hold it in. Even meals and water were brought to him. Upon reaching the ogre's stronghold at Dragon's Nest, the dwarves, despite their eagerness to set up camp, intentionally moved with greater care, fearful of disturbing the slumbering and fearsome chieftain within. Just before nightfall, they managed to construct a dwarven encampment, ensuring that the young dwarves would not suffer from the cold. Those who were unable to finish in time huddled close to the thorny walls of the smelting furnace, which provided ample warmth even through the night. Culber, upon witnessing this seemingly unscientific smelting furnace, was somewhat bewildered. This contraption was evidently not of goblin design. Goblin smelting furnaces are notoriously unstable, often producing gray-black residue. Yet, he had observed this smelting furnace in secret, and the residue it produced bore little distinction from the original sand. He found himself in a state of confusion. Gazing upon the neatly stacked iron columns, the once knowledgeable former dwarf chieftain fell into a contemplative silence. Initially, he had presumed these materials were either a reward from some city to the ogres or spoils of conquest. But he was utterly astonished to discover they had been forged by the ogres themselves. The mysterious markings etched on their left arms further perplexed Culber, making the intricacies of this tribe increasingly elusive to him. The young dwarfs, oblivious to the reasons behind their sudden shift to such a rudimentary existence, remained quiet, instinctively wary of causing trouble, as the primal instincts ingrained in their very bones dictated. Gorjin, however, paid them no mind. The age-old adage of the weak being prey to the strong held true in every realm, and there was little pity to be found. When the Hot Sand Consortium was besieged and its city razed, the dwarves exhibited no compassion then, despite the presence of many young goblins who ultimately met the same fate, reduced to mere skeletal remains. Culber understood this truth and harbored no grievances. In fact, he felt a sense of satisfaction, at least since their arrival. The ogres had not cast more than a cursory glance in their direction, nor had they shown any inclination to feast upon their young as snacks. The steam tanks and anchored airships, once instruments of the dwarves, had now become the property of the Dragon Roost tribe. They could only gaze upon these colossal machines, reminiscing about the former grandeur of Great Sand City. Gorjin lay languidly, occasionally glancing at the world channel where people boasted and exchanged resources, or checking for any available trade in spices. To his disappointment, there had been a dearth of spice offerings recently. However, one individual did propose a packet of chili seeds. Inquiring if Gorjin was interested, Gorjin scratched his head. Naturally, he desired them. Yet he was no farmer. "You foolish mutt, get in here," he called lightly. And the dog captain, stationed at the entrance, scrambled in. While others may not have heard, the canine-like ward could undoubtedly pick up the sound. Gorjin continued to lounge on his bed, looking half awake. Go summon the charming Xiao Wanhong and He Qingqing, along with their compatriots. "As you command, great chieftain," the dog captain replied eagerly, hastening towards the pleasure house. In less than 3 minutes, 3 shy attendants from Blue Star entered. Previously, they had been accompanied by other attendants. But this was the first time it was solely the Blue Star servers. Xiao Wanhong and He Qingqing were familiar faces. But Gorjin had never closely observed the third attendant from Blue Star until now. At first glance, she appeared to be in her 20s. Yet her demeanor was markedly different from the other two. Xiao Wanhong was the epitome of an ordinary woman nearing 30, blending into the crowd without any remarkable features. He Qingqing was the campus belle, tall and youthful with striking looks. The last one, however, possessed an elegant figure and a refined aura. Gorjin imagined she would exude charm in a kipeo. "Among the 3 of you, who has experience in farming? If I were to give you a packet of chili seeds, could you cultivate them?" Gorjin did not dwell on the matter too deeply, as the pressing business at hand took precedence. The 3 exchanged glances. And He Qingqing was the first to shake her head. "I'm sorry, chieftain, but I studied business management." Gorjin rolled his eyes. "What good is that? How many people who studied that have the capability to manage affairs without any experience?" Xiao Wanhong hesitated before raising her hand. "Chieftain, I often accompanied my family to the fields when I was younger, but I cannot guarantee success. I fear I might hinder your endeavors." Gorjin waved dismissively. "It's fine. Don't burden yourself too much. If it fails, just remember to be more cautious in your next life." Xiao Wanhong. Gorjin then turned his attention to the final Blue Star attendant. The cultivation of chili peppers requires various considerations. The most fundamental being that they cannot be planted in the same soil repeatedly, nor can they be sown too densely, and they must be shaded, which is quite challenging to achieve in this environment. The poised woman spoke with confidence. Xiao Wanhong and He Qingqing. Gorjin sat up, intrigued, leaning against his oversized pillow. "This is interesting. What is your name?" The graceful woman replied with poise, evidently aware through He Qingqing that Gorjin also hailed from Blue Star. "Great chieftain, my name is Chu Mai, and I am a graduate student at the Agricultural Science University of Miaojiang." "Very well, Chu Mai. If I entrust you with these chili seeds, can you ensure their survival? While the conditions in the Gobi Desert are unsuitable, we could cultivate them in an oasis. If the soil here is similar to that of Blue Star, I believe it should be feasible." Chu Mai maintained her composure. Despite Gorjin's imposing and fearsome presence, the knowledge that he possessed a human soul made him seem less daunting. If He Qingqing were to learn of Chu Mai's thoughts, she might smile. Recognizing the value of true expertise, Gorjin pointed at He Qingqing. "Look at you. What good is your field of study? Being a campus belle means little. How long can you rely on your youth? One must be capable to forge one's own path." He Qingqing recoiled, hesitant to retort. "Then I shall leave this matter to you. You may select a few dwarf women to assist you. If you require tools, consult the goblin craftsmen at the entrance. Have them forge what you need. If we achieve chili freedom in the future, I will remember your contribution." Gorjin clapped his hands and agreed to the trade proposed by the other party. They sought a more potent weapon, and Gorjin intended to have the goblins craft 2 goblin bombs. Whomever they detonated upon was not his concern, as long as the explosive power was significant. "Great chieftain, may I relinquish my role as a server?" Chu Mai ventured tentatively, unable to accept being reduced to a mere attendant at the pleasure house. "Ha ha ha. Not a chance." Gorjin laughed heartily, then decisively stated, "Even Kareen wouldn't be exempt, much less you, who have yet to prove your worth." He reclined back onto the bed. "You 3, come here and give me a massage, especially you, Chu Mai. Given that you possess some usefulness, this is your first and final chance to act out. Should you do so again, you won't even qualify to be a server." Chapter 60. Come to terms with reality. This is not Blue Star. Gorjin's intent to punish was unmistakable. "You think you have grace? You believe you are cultured? I will ensure your dignity is stripped away. Bargaining with me? Only esteemed clients have the privilege to negotiate during transactions. To put it bluntly, you are merely a servant, a slave. You think I hold you in high regard to negotiate with me?" The absence of actual harm inflicted upon her was Gorjin's concession due to the chili seeds. He Qingqing's gaze held a hint of resentment. "The chieftain commanded you, just comply? Why must you insist on negotiating terms? Now, if you fail, you will surely face dire consequences. If you succeed, there will be no accolades to be had. And because you attempted to negotiate with the chieftain, we are both caught in your predicament." Xiao Wanhong flexed her wrists and sighed. "The workload meant for 6 individuals is being shouldered by just the 3 of us. It is truly unbearable." Chu Mai, listening to the grievances of her fellow villagers, felt a wave of despair wash over her. Just as she was about to speak, a wave of nausea struck her. He Qingqing and Xiao Wanhong quickly intervened, cautioning her, "You mustn't. This is the chief's punishment for disobedience, and it can be fatal. I forgot to mention. The chief is a man of his word. He always follows through." Chu Mai sank onto the ground. A tumult of emotions, resentment, sorrow, humiliation, and revulsion washed over her, making her wish for nothing more than to cease existing. Yet, she lacked the courage for self-destruction. Despite their own complaints, Xiao Wanhong and He Qingqing couldn't bear to see Chu Mai in such a pitiful state. They united to help her back to the Fengqing Pavilion. Once there, the other attendants rushed to assist them upon seeing their return. After a while, Chu Mai lay on her cot, staring blankly at the lofty ceiling. What? Xiao Wanhong, who had been keeping vigil by her side, leaned in closer, straining to hear. "Why are all of us from Blue Star? He is nothing short of a demon." Xiao Wanhong sighed and settled beside her. "At least if you obey here, you won't have to worry about food and shelter. Sister, let me speak candidly. The chief has been quite lenient with us attendants. If you disregard our Blue Star sensibilities, look at the natives. They would leap at the chance to serve the chief. Take Karine, that succubus attendant. She has risen to become a city lord. Despite her excellence, she cannot escape the role of an attendant. Even if she doesn't have to take clients, she must still serve the chief. Do you believe that if he were to dismiss her, she wouldn't beg for another opportunity? Look at the billions of Blue Star inhabitants, countless of whom go missing every day. In comparison, we have merely sacrificed our dignity. Sister, heed my advice. Do not dwell on whether the chief is a Blue Star person. He is the chief, born and raised in this desert. Both I and Qingqing know little, and our lives will remain as they are, but you are different. The chief has already granted you an opportunity. You must seize it." Xiao Wanhong's earnest words struck at Chu Mai's heart. Though she had been sheltered in the ivory tower of academia, coddled by her parents and mentors, she was now an adult in this harsh world, forced to confront reality. "But I have already messed things up. I thought he would be like the men from Blue Star." Chu Mai felt lost. Like the men from Blue Star? In what way? Fei Yangyang, Shuangmi and Gui? Xiao Wanhong began to grasp Chu Mai's thoughts. Chu Mai lowered her head in silence. Xiao Wanhong felt a wave of sadness and absurdity wash over her. Survival of the fittest. Have you truly been so blinded by capitalism that you can no longer distinguish right from wrong? Have you lost even the most basic sense of discernment? In Blue Star, as long as you have wealth and power, you can play by your own rules. Men can support women with their wallets, and women can indulge in a horde of young men. You are still a master's student. Does gender truly matter? What matters is strength. In this world, money is insignificant. Power is inconsequential. What truly matters is strength. If you possess enough power, you can do whatever you wish. And as for the chief, I have yet to encounter anyone who poses a threat to him. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you wish to live well, you must recognize reality. If the chief is pleased, we all fare well. If he is displeased, the existence of this Fengqing Pavilion is questionable. Perhaps as you accumulate merits and demonstrate absolute loyalty to the chief, you too could rise like that succubus." Xiao Wanhong had said all she could. They were mere acquaintances in a shared predicament. Her intentions were pure, and she would help as much as she could. But if Chu Mai remained obstinate, there was little she could do. After all, it is difficult to reason with the damned. "I will do this well, rest assured, Hongjia." Despite emerging from her ivory tower, Chu Mai was no fool. "However, I feel that loyalty is far too difficult for us Blue Star people." Xiao Wanhong found herself at a loss as well. She too had no aversion to serving the chief, but it was merely a matter of survival. Loyalty, for someone who had undergone a complete 9 years of education, was indeed a tall order. Let us do our best. Otherwise, unless we achieve great merit, entering the third tier will be impossible. The two fell into a contemplative silence. After a while, He Qingqing peeked in from outside. "Everyone, dinner will be served soon. Let us head out to queue." The attendants, who had been lounging about, promptly stood and made their way outside. Xiao Wanhong rose. "Let's go. It's time to eat." Chu Mai shook her head with a bitter smile. "I have no appetite at all. I never imagined I would find myself in such a situation." Chu Mai felt her worldview and dignity gradually slipping away. Chapter 61. The tides have turned. With his mother absent, Gorjin no longer had to cook for her. He truly managed to stay out of sight as much as possible. The dwarves outside were diligently working to improve and finalize their camp. This would be their primary residence from now on, and carelessness was not an option. This development stirred a sense of crisis in Karloff. Though the dwarves built houses of distinct styles, they were no less impressive than his own. This instilled a profound sense of urgency within Karloff. If he became obsolete, even if the ogre chief chose not to consume him, being expelled would be intolerable. Here, he faced no worries regarding food and drink, and 2 robust orcs heeded his commands. What kind of life would he have if he were to wander outside? In a flash, he hastened his own progress alongside his team. He was currently constructing a house for Honi that matched the chief's in specifications. and it had now reached the roofing stage. He planned to rebuild all the ogres' huts in the tribe in the coming days, though there would be differences in standards. Among them, Nu, the most formidable and favored by the chief, would have a house of higher specifications than the other ogres, but still below that of the chiefs. As for the others, they would be treated equally. The chief had no intention of distinguishing among the remaining 20 tribesmen. After all, they were all part of the tribe's upper echelon. He had consulted Gorjin about this matter, who was always focused on outcomes rather than processes. The only requirement was one: neatness, and more neatness. As for the rest, Karlov was left to manage as he saw fit. Karlov left in high spirits. Initially, he had grumbled about not receiving any wages and had wanted to experience life at the Fengqing Pavilion. However, with the arrival of these dwarves, he dropped the subject entirely. The tides have turned. The dwarves exchanged bewildered glances at this somewhat hostile human, unable to suppress their whispers. Is he unwell? Why does he keep staring at us? Look, he doesn't have any brand on his arm. He shouldn't be of the second tier. Yet, he could move freely, and the two orcs also obeyed him. At the very least, he was not like them, who belonged to the fourth tier. Forget it. Let's not provoke him. It's not worth it. Surely, he must be constructing houses for the first tier of ogres, right? We shall build our own. After all, we are merely the slaves of ogres. What have we done to deserve their animosity? I'm not certain. He seems quite unwell. Let us not concern ourselves with him and focus on our tasks. The dwarves chose to ignore Karlov. For 2 or 3 consecutive days, tranquility enveloped the camp, allowing the dwarves to relax their anxieties somewhat. The more audacious young dwarves even commenced playful activities within the encampment. Observing their industriousness, Karlov felt compelled to hasten his own efforts. Gorjin, confined within the house, remained oblivious to these developments. However, Captain Dog would duly report to him. This was how he had earned the title of sycophant. Gorjin maintained a watchful stance, considering it beneficial for that lad to feel a sense of urgency, as he had appeared somewhat complacent of late. Reclining against his pillow, Gorjin gnawed on a piece of jerky, with a tank of fresh spring water conveniently placed nearby for his thirst. His only lament was that the jerky was a tad bland. If only he could capture a blue star individual skilled in the art of curing or air-drying meat. What was that Shumai up to now? Gorjin mused, not lifting his gaze. Captain Dog knelt respectfully before Gorjin, reporting, "She appears to have come to terms with reality. This morning, she sought me out, expressing a desire to visit the oasis behind us. I have arranged for the pups to protect her on her journey." Gorjin snorted dismissively. "At least she knows her place. Go summon Kalber and also visit the goblins. Select the one with the finest craftsmanship to join us." "Yes, Chief," Captain Dog replied, bowing deeply before exiting Gorjin's quarters and swaggering toward the foreign encampment. Moments later, Captain Dog returned with Kalber at the entrance. "Chief, Kalber has arrived." "Very well. Let them in," Gorjin responded. However, the voice of the wolfman hesitated. "Chief, only Kalber has come." Gorjin's tone was laced with curiosity. "Are the goblins bold enough to defy my commands? If that is the case, I must reevaluate my perception of them before administering punishment." "Chief, it seems they are all obstinate, each believing their skills to be superior, and then they began to fight." The wolfman's voice carried a hint of incredulity. Gorjin interjected, and soon after, I heard the sounds of conflict. For the first time, aside from restroom excursions, Gorjin stepped out of his dwelling. The tribe was compact, and from his doorstep, he could easily observe the entrance to the tribe. Oh, how fiercely they are battling. This ignited Gorjin's interest. "Let us take a look." As he chewed on the jerky, Gorjin ambled toward the entrance. Captain Dog and Kalber exchanged glances before hastily following suit. Over 100 goblins were engaged in a fray within their own encampment. Although they wielded no weapons, the dust they kicked up was substantial. The escalating commotion soon captured the attention of other ogres in the tribe. The tradition of spectatorship seemed to hold true here, as the dwarves huddled atop their rooftops, keenly observing the spectacle. Upon noticing Gorjin's emergence, they quickly concealed themselves, harboring a palpable fear of the brutal chief who had decimated their city. Captain Dog, witnessing this, hastened to reprimand the goblins, but Gorjin swiftly kicked him aside. "What are you doing?" "I'm watching." Gorjin rolled his eyes, captivated by the goblins' antics. The goblins, though unarmed, possessed tools. Yet, none dared to draw their weapons, as Captain Dog had previously proclaimed. "You are now the chief's personal property. Everything you produce belongs to the chief, including your very lives." Thus, their skirmishes were merely a means to vie for the title of the most skilled. Their shrill voices echoed as they hurled insults, drawing circles around each other with references to familial ties. How delightfully crude. Gorjin reveled in the unfolding chaos. At that moment, a goblin was flung from the melee, landing in a disheveled heap. He sprang to his feet, spitting out sand. Ugh, ugh, ugh. He was about to rejoin the fray when he caught sight of a looming figure. Slowly raising his head, he discovered Gorjin observing him intently. The once mighty captain dog now knelt at Gorjin's feet, casting a peculiar glance in his direction. With trembling legs, the goblin collapsed to his knees. "Stop fighting. Please. Don't fight anymore," he wailed desperately. Chapter 62. The first task of the goblins and dwarves. If his cries held any weight, the goblins would not have fought so fiercely. "Silence. If you've been thrown out, it signifies your elimination. Go sit aside." Captain Dog, now fully aware of Gorjin's intentions, displayed his loyalty. The goblin, upon hearing this, stifled his cries, crawling away in defeat. As more goblins were ousted, they noticed the ogres encircling them, watching intently. Had it not been for the severely bruised goblins signaling them, they would have been paralyzed with fear. As the number of goblins dwindled, the brawl neared its conclusion, culminating in a standoff between the last two combatants, who then realized their surroundings. Terrified, they were ready to kneel and concede. "Hey," Gorjin interjected, displeased. "You're in the finals now, why stop? There are only two left. We must determine the victor. Fight. Continue fighting." Seeing the two goblins trembling in fear, Gorjin found himself exasperated. "What a hassle. Are you still a race of the desert? Why are you all staring at me? Go at it. Attack. You two. Just the two of you. Whoever wins shall become the leader of the dragon's nest goblins," instantly ascending to the third tier. Gorjin, unsettled by their cowardice, felt irritation welling within him. The other ogres began to express their dissatisfaction as well. For them, aside from the chief and the pursuit of sustenance, nothing should impede an ogre's enjoyment of a good brawl. With Gorjin's encouragement, the two goblins found renewed vigor. Even the breaths of the other goblins quickened with anticipation. Their eyes glimmering with envy, they silently cursed themselves for not enduring longer, contemplating the possibility of becoming the goblin leader. Though the goblins numbered just over 100, they were capable of reproduction. Moreover, this leap to the third tier would liberate them from the shackles of slavery, granting them the right to act freely. Unfortunately, Gorjin would not afford these failures the opportunity for reprieve. "Fight. Since none of you acknowledge the other, it indicates your skills are closely matched. Let your fists determine your worth." Clapping his hands, Gorjin signaled for them to continue. The intensity in the glances exchanged between the two goblins crackled with electricity, and with a unified scream, they clashed once more. The encounter concluded with one goblin clutching his groin, disbelief etched across his face. "Filthy, truly filthy. But I adore it." Gorjin bellowed with laughter. "What is your name? From this moment forth, you shall assume the esteemed position of chief of the Dragon Roost Tribe's goblins." The goblin cast a proud glance at his kin, who were lamenting while clutching their groins, before swiftly donning a sycophantic smile. "Respected and magnificent chieftain, since I am now a part of the Dragon Roost Tribe, the former Hot Sands version of myself has perished. I am now your most loyal servant. Whatever name you bestow upon me, I shall bear it with honor." "Ha ha ha," Gorjin scoffed, his expression laced with disdain. "Foolish cur, look at that goblin. His flattery nearly rivals your own, yet it lacks authenticity." The captain of the dog brigade bared his teeth at the goblin. "Your attempts at flattery are worthless before the great chieftain. Observe." He raised his left arm. "This is the true testament of loyalty. Your words can only stir your own heart. Everyone knows how flexible the goblin's moral compass is." The goblin nodded vigorously, his demeanor steeped in humility. "Truly, the great chieftain possesses eyes like lightning. Enough. Since you have said so, from now on, your name shall be Steel Coin." Gorjin, uninterested in further debate, turned to his abode. He felt a surge of irritation upon noticing a pair of daft tribe members gawking at the scene. "What are you staring at? Your eyes look like cow pies. Do you have nothing to do? If not, then go back and make some offspring." He proclaimed, "I declare this. Whoever bears a child, I shall prepare a grand feast in their honor, and there will be other rewards." Gorjin rolled his eyes, dispersing his foolish kin. It must be said that Gorjin had a knack for hitting people where it hurts. Other incentives could be overlooked, but his personally prepared feasts were the most enticing. As for why he only rewarded female ogres, it was simply due to their scarcity in the tribe. They rotated their affections, and when a pregnancy ensued, who could discern the father? Gorjin's father was assured of Gorjin's lineage solely because both he and his mother were formidable. His father dared not seek another female ogre, while his mother scorned other male ogres. Thus, by an ironic twist of fate, they inadvertently established a desert version of monogamy. Male ogres could not guarantee paternity, but female ogres could confidently claim motherhood. Hence, this situation excluded the male ogres. Interestingly, the female ogres, who were often knocked down by male ogres and carried back to their shelters, had now taken the initiative, actively selecting their partners. Gorjin paid no mind to the ruckus caused by his foolish tribe members and returned to his dwelling. The captain of the dog brigade, Culber, and Steel Coin followed closely behind. The captain led the way, while Steel Coin cast a haughty glance at Culber, trailing behind the captain. Culber, with a wry smile, walked at the rear. He was not the designated dwarf leader, but merely a fourth-tier member of the Dragon Roost. Upon entering, Gorjin instructed Culber and Steel Coin to join him, while the captain, understanding the situation, waited outside. "You two, come in." Gorjin's voice sent the captain's tail nearly spinning in delight. "Culber, if you cannot be the first to pledge your loyalty and earn the rock brand, then be prepared to accept your fate as a mere slave if another dwarf claims it first. Your strength is commendable, but I value loyalty more." "Steel Coin, what are you grinning at? Did I say anything about you? Your mouth is nearly reaching your heels. If another goblin obtains the rock brand before you, you shall no longer be the chief of the Dragon Roost." Steel Coin's expression froze. As the most morally flexible race in the Endless Desert, only gold could compel absolute loyalty from goblins. This posed a significant challenge for him. Now, back to the matter at hand. The Dragon Roost tribe possesses 3 oases, and I require you to collaborate on developing a viable mode of transportation to connect these oases, fast and capacious. This is your first task. Complete it well, and rewards await. Fail, and you shall experience the consequences. After all, you know I am not one to be trifled with. This proclamation ignited a spark of enthusiasm in both the dwarves and goblins, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they exchanged glances, recognizing the battle spirit in one another. Though they were currently Gorjin slaves, this was the norm in the Endless Desert. If there was one thing more vital than mere survival, it was to live well. Despite their reluctance, they had to concede that Gorjin's words were indeed backed by action. He was a merciless yet cunning ogre chieftain who delivered on his promises. "Chieftain, we goblins can manage this task ourselves. Our machinery is renowned throughout the desert," Steel Coin promptly affirmed. Culber, initially hesitant to showcase himself, had come to terms with reality. However, with the city's fall imminent, the drastic shift in status left him feeling somewhat unrealistic. Yet, upon hearing the goblin's declaration, he felt compelled to assert himself. After all, he had many dwarf cubs relying on him, and the other tribesfolk were laboring in the Great Sand City, now aptly named the Dragon Roost Great Sand. Indeed, Culber admitted, surprisingly acknowledging the goblin's claim, which took both Gorjin and Steel Coin aback. However, his subsequent words darkened Steel Coin's expression. The unparalleled explosive capability of goblin machinery is indeed famed across the Endless Desert. I cannot deny that. Steel Coin, infuriated, nearly leaped up. "Do your own cannons hit a target 50 meters away? What do you dwarves have to offer aside from thick armor? At least we don't expose our cockpits, sending our drivers to their doom." Culber retorted, rolling his eyes. "Do you wish to fight, you short-statured dwarf?" Steel Coin shouted, pulling out a wrench. Culber's body gleamed with a silvery light as he regarded the wildly gesticulating goblin with raised brows. The goblin recoiled. He was not foolish enough to be unaware of the dwarven demigod's presence. "May you earn not a single coin." Steel Coin cursed as he begrudgingly stowed the wrench away. Gorjin observed the farce without intervention, as this was precisely why he had gathered both goblins and dwarves together. Competition breeds refinement and progress. "Let me be candid with you both. Though my words may sound harsh, lend me your ears. Both your goblin and dwarven creations possess merit in my eyes. Yet I remain dissatisfied. Culber, your steam tank boasts thick armor, yet its sluggish speed and singular attack capability, along with its slow-loading cannons and poor accuracy, leave much to be desired. Steel Coin, those mechs you crafted in hot sands, though they exude technological prowess, I must say, they are akin to a pile of refuse in my view. The explosive capabilities of your goblin technology are formidable." Gorjin recalled the foolish goblin engineer from the previous skirmish against the dwarves, who had inadvertently blown up his makeshift vehicle. The memory elicited a wave of exasperation. However, one cannot solely dwell on explosions. Moreover, given that you are capable of developing weapons like the Gatling cannon, why not mass-produce them? What utility is there in perpetually researching mechs and bombs that detonate upon impact? Steel Coin felt overwhelmed by Gorjin's reprimand, and though apprehensive, he could not resist defending goblin technology within his area of expertise. "Great Chieftain, it may appear to you and your ogre kin that our goblin technology lacks potency, but that is merely a reflection of your own formidable strength. In the hands of other races, even our most basic goblin mining machines possess considerable deterrent power. A single goblin mining machine can engage multiple orcs without faltering, not to mention those diminutive dwarves." Steel Coin, true to his cunning goblin nature, countered while simultaneously extolling Gorjin and his kin. "Enough. I have no interest in either of your creations at present. What I require is a concrete and feasible plan. Additionally, select an appropriate location outside the tribe for the construction of a docking tower for airships, designed to accommodate the size of ogres. You two must also present a modification proposal for that airship. My demands are simple. It must be spacious enough to accommodate ogres and their equipment, enhancing its firepower and bombing capabilities. In summary, it must be grand, formidable, and sufficiently wok. Do you comprehend? Gorjin issued his final command. Both of your races possess their unique merits. I expect you to amalgamate your strengths while discarding your weaknesses to accomplish this task. Though our races differ, I value loyalty and capability above all else. You both are now members of the Dragon Roost tribe, and while I welcome competition, I do not wish to see malicious rivalry, understood? The dwarf and goblin promptly knelt, declaring, "We shall adhere to the will of the great chieftain." That's more like it. Regarding the airship, it should feature dwarven armor, goblin firepower, and ample storage capacity. However, let us overlook the goblin's inherent instability. I have no desire to plummet from the sky mid-flight. That is all I wish to convey. You may figure out the process on your own. My requirement is to connect the 3 oases for mutual resource supply. Gorjin then sipped water and waved them off. If there are no further matters, you may leave. Foolish pup, continue with your duties. Gorjin referred to the oversight work, as neither the dwarf nor the goblin bore the rock brand. Gorjin was astute, though not foolish, and he now focused solely on the rock brand. Great chieftain, the dog captain tentatively raised his hand. Do you have something to say? Gorjin looked at the warjin in confusion. Hee. The dog captain displayed a sycophantic grin. Chieftain, now that we possess 3 oases, should we not have a flag or emblem for our tribe? Once it is planted upon the oasis, it will surely inform all creatures that this is the esteemed Dragon Roost tribe, led by the great chieftain Gorjin. At the dog captain's suggestion, Kalber was momentarily taken aback, and Steelcoin nearly regretted his own existence, wishing he could dig into his own skin. Indeed, how could I not think of such a simple yet flattering idea? Steelcoin's face was a mask of regret. Even Gorjin was momentarily stunned. Now that you mention it, ha ha ha, you little pup have some wit. Gorjin laughed heartily. Since you proposed it, you shall present a design. If I find it unsatisfactory, I shall be quite displeased. The warjin nodded eagerly in agreement. Chapter 64, A Dog in the Shadow? The dog captain's scheme. Upon exiting the chieftain's abode, the warjin cast a haughty and meaningful glance at the dwarf and goblin. I told you, your flattery is both simplistic and ineffective. It only serves to amuse the chieftain. Steelcoin's expression turned awkward. When you abandon your foolish pride and offer absolute loyalty to the chieftain, only then will you truly integrate into the Dragon Roost tribe. The warjin looked down upon any member of the Dragon Roost tribe who bore no brand. The chieftain has also declared, we are now members of the Dragon Roost tribe. And our roots, our children, are here. Why? Kalber attempted to retort in a low voice. Utter nonsense. The dog captain sneered, baring his fangs. Kalber, you were once a lord of a city. Ask yourself, would you believe such words if they came from you? Kalber fell momentarily silent. The warjin's words left him with no retort. If that were not the case, why had the former Great Sand City been so exclusionary? We are not like them. We sincerely work for the chieftain and the tribe. At this point, Steelcoin swelled with pride, pointing to the goblin camp where preparations for the night's machinery were underway. Enough with the useless chatter. If the chieftain did not see some potential in your craftsmanship and technology, do you think the Dragon Roost tribe would have taken you in? The dog captain spoke bluntly. Let me tell you, the Dragon Roost tribe will grow increasingly powerful under the leadership of the formidable chieftain Gorjin. Should we find a race of craftsmen willing to pledge loyalty to the chieftain, you. The dog captain pointed at the dwarf and goblin camp. You who have failed to demonstrate loyalty to the chieftain will be relegated to mere provisions. The dog captain's tone was ominous, even as he patted Kalber's weathered face. Kalber never imagined he would experience such humiliation from this desert hyena, his anger causing his eyes to redden. In terms of strength, he could easily crush the warjin before him with a single blow. Yet he dared not. This was Gorjin's watchdog, a creature that could not be bested even by a divine being. Wanna hit me? The dog captain provocatively thrust his canine head forward toward Kalber. Come on. Hit me. If you do not, then I shall strike myself. I will claim you did it. And we shall see whether the chieftain believes this frail but branded watchdog or you, the former lord of Great Sand City. The dog captain's face twisted with mockery as he genuinely raised his hand to strike his own face. Smack. The dog captain's fist was caught firmly in Kalber's grip. What do you intend to do? We have reached a point where you torment me so relentlessly, but for what purpose? With a sharp crack, Captain Dog's other paw struck Kalber's face, producing a resounding slap. Kalber's eyes instantly turned crimson, his heavy breaths mingling with a faint silver glow emanating from his body. The goblin discreetly grinned and stealthily edged away. Dwarves are notoriously stubborn. Should this fool truly erupt, his frail limbs would not withstand a single blow. Yes, let your anger surge. Erupt. Do you not have the ability to grow larger? Show me your dwarven talent. Come forth and slay me. Captain Dog chuckled derisively. his gaze icy as he observed the simmering fury within Kalber. Another slap resounded. Captain Dog raised his hand once more, delivering another sharp blow to Kalber's face. Come on, deliver the fatal blow. After all, with so many little dwarfs accompanying me to the grave, my life as a dog would be worth it. Kalber's body froze, panting heavily. Look at you, reduced to this state after just 2 slaps. Captain Dog smacked his lips, shaking his head repeatedly. Today, either you kill me, or I will not cease this onslaught. Choose wisely. Captain Dog grinned, saliva collecting on his teeth. Kalber clenched his fists in silence. Slap. Another blow. Slap. Another slap followed. The male ogre, not chosen by the female ogre, was drawn out of his hut, his wise eyes glaring at Captain Dog's bravado. Although he did not comprehend the situation, his wisdom informed him that this was the chief's dog. Do you believe I could persuade this esteemed ogre to select 2 little dwarfs for a snack right now? Upon witnessing the ogre's emergence and hearing Captain Dog's words, Kalber crumbled. What do you want from me? Slap. Is this how you speak to someone of the 2nd tier? The wolfman retaliated with another slap. The chief has decreed that my kin shall not be harmed. Slap. Another resounding blow. But now, the Dragon's Nest tribe is here. Not yours. What are you even worth? Yet you promised me. Kalber shouted in despair. You promised me. Slap. What are you yelling about? What did we promise you? You swore not to harm my kin. Did you not claim to stand by your word? Slap. Who made such a promise to you? Your chief. He said it himself. Slap. Whose chief? Ours. Our chief. Slap. The chief could have slaughtered all of you and dried your corpses for provisions. Yet he mercifully spared you. And this is the attitude you present. I slap. For several days, I found you utterly detestable. How many cities in this desolate wasteland have not been razed? Who do you think you're showing that ugly face to? I will take the ogres and feast upon your children. You shameless wretch. A doo-doo? At the mere mention of feast, the watching ogre's eyes gleamed with excitement. No. You promised to let us live. Slap. Who made that promise? The chief. It was the chief who said so. I beg you. Do not harm the children. Slap. The chief can fulfill his promises. What authority do you have to demand anything? Turn around, kneel. Bow before the chief. With a thud, Kalber turned and knelt on the ground, his forehead striking the earth heavily. Chief. This old dwarf's voice trembled with tears, his body shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 65. The Wisdom of Captain Dog. Old man, have you grown too senile? Have you forgotten the traditions of this wasteland? Captain Dog gently rubbed his claws, his expression indifferent, perfectly imitating Gorjin's demeanor. Do not compel me to slaughter each dwarf before your eyes. The chief always keeps his promises. I am not like that. I am a cunning wolfman, and I'll gladly accompany you to the grave. Tell me, how has the chief wronged you, you wretched creatures? You are absolutely right. Kalber screamed, tears and snot streaming down his face. Weakness is a crime. Allowing you to live is a mercy. Do you understand? The wolfman's tone was chilling. I understand. Kalber pounded the ground, his expression one of utmost despair. Yet, sadly, in this endless desert, the more pitiable you are, the more tragic your demise. If you understand, then for the great grace of the chief, offer your wretched loyalty. You coward. The wolfman pressed his hoof down on Kalber's neck. Express gratitude for the chief's immense benevolence. I truly offer my loyalty to the merciful chief. I understand. Kalber buried his head deep in the sand, trembling all over. Captain Dog glanced at his left arm, where a faint rock brand appeared. Humph. Retracting his paw. Captain Dog turned and flashed a sycophantic smile at the ogres watching from the sidelines, then walked outside, barking at Steel Coin. What are you staring at? Did he say you could just stand there? Go help Kalber, who's about to ascend to the 2nd tier, up. Steel Coin. What the hell? What the hell? Seeing the brand on Kalber's left arm gradually manifesting in the same manner Captain Dog often flaunted, Steel Coin was stunned. Wasn't he just 4th tier? Now he's already 2nd tier? Steel Coin looked bewildered. He hurried over to assist the tearful Kalber. Kalber, now that you possess the rock brand, present yourself as a 2nd tier member and fulfill the chief's task. As they approached the door, Captain Dog paused, turning to speak coldly. I understand. Kalber wiped his tear-streaked face, bowed toward Gorjin's hut, and then proceeded outside. Once Captain Dog assumed his usual demeanor and exited, he ran away with his tail tucked between his legs. Truly frightful. Running far away, Captain Dog lifted his leg to urinate. After circling back, he returned to Gorjin's dwelling. Chief, I have seen it. Kalber now possesses the brand, and our tribe has grown stronger. Captain Dog knelt before Gorjin's bed, his face a mask of humility and flattery, his tail wagging exuberantly. Gorjin did not even open his eyes, merely murmuring a soft acknowledgement. I heard that. Is this your plan? Little one. I did not expect you to have such a ruthless side. I truly underestimated you. Had Kalber not acquired the rock brand, did you truly intend to slaughter each of those little dwarfs? Captain Dog shook his head vigorously. How could that be? Those dwarfs are your private property. Though they are now slaves, they are still our tribe's slaves. I am merely your watchdog, here to intimidate them. Moreover, these dwarfs are integral to your plans. If Kalber fails, I shall simply replace him with another dwarf. Gorjin opened his eyes, watching the dog captain on the ground with keen interest. How can you be so sure Kalber wouldn't just kill you? You must realize that once you die, it is truly over for you. Are you not afraid of death? Captain Dog lowered his head and chuckled softly. I knew I could not deceive the wise and formidable chieftain. In truth, I was utterly terrified when I ventured out earlier. Fear gripped my heart. Yet, this was the only opportunity one could conceive. Death could be my fate. But ever since I received this brand, my loyalty to the chieftain compels me to face mortality, despite my trepidation. Chieftain, I first provoked him, then systematically dismantled his pride with each resounding slap, for only when he discards all arrogance can he truly offer his allegiance. His pride is insufferable. The dog captain paused. If he remains ensnared in the past, he will surely affect the other dwarves. If that occurs, he may not survive. If he were still the dwarf leader, he would deserve his demise, but he is now merely a fourth-tier member of our tribe, with commendable strength and skill. I believe that if he were to possess a brand, it would greatly benefit you, chieftain. Even if he harbors hatred, it would be directed solely at me. The dog captain's words left Gorjin momentarily speechless. After the complete surrender of these dwarves, he had not contemplated exterminating them entirely. However, the dog captain piqued Gorjin's interest. Are you truly this clever, Euchre? Or is it that all your kind are equally astute? If so, I shall have to reassess your race. The dog captain replied with a sycophantic grin. Chieftain, I am merely a tad more intelligent than the average wolfman, but intelligence is of little use. Our tribe is too small, and our individual strength is too feeble, merely possessing a bit of cunning. If not for your leadership, I would still be scurrying about with that alchemist. Gorjin grinned widely. Ha ha ha. Delightful, delightful. I had intended to punish you for this, but since you performed well, I shall temporarily spare you. In the future, refrain from entertaining any errant thoughts. The dog captain was overjoyed and immediately bowed to Gorjin. Thank you, great chieftain. Now, go and issue orders to the dwarves and goblins. Hasten the docking of the airship and the modifications to it. I have matters requiring its use. And summon a few attendants to massage my feet. The dog captain humbly bowed and retreated from the chieftain's abode. Shortly thereafter, 6 attendants entered in sequence. To Gorjin's surprise, Sumai was among them. How curious. Instead of studying those exquisite peppers, what brings you here? I must inform you. The survival of the peppers is linked to your own existence. Sumai lowered her head, awkwardly mimicking the other attendants, putting her utmost effort into massaging Gorjin's soles. Their strength was negligible against the calloused feet Gorjin had developed over 2 decades in the desert. I have come to report to you. I have already planted the pepper seeds. The oasis and water sources here seem to harbor a unique energy. To ensure the pepper's healthy growth, I may need to remain here in the oasis. Very well, go. I do not lack for attendants. Your task is solely those peppers. Also, inform the wolfmen outside to intensify their patrols around the oasis. I cannot have other creatures devouring you. Work diligently. Our tribe does not harbor idlers. I have high hopes for your agricultural graduate status. Do not squander it. Gorjin waved his hand, signaling her to leave. Chapter 66. The dual technological surge of goblins and dwarves. The ensuing days grew somewhat tight. The food supplies in the warehouse were insufficient to sustain the rapidly increasing members of the Dragon Roost tribe. However, with the resources brought back from the Great Sand City, it was just enough to get by. The tribe was abuzz with activity. The clamor during the day was so great that the ogres found it impossible to sleep, prompting them to wander into the desert, seeking shade on a sandy slope to snooze. Gorjin, however, found it manageable. He spent most of his days reclining, either lying down or enjoying a massage with his eyes closed, never truly falling asleep. The dwarves, having pledged their loyalty to Kalber, found a newfound stability. The female dwarves who had accompanied to care for the young dwarves also felt reassured, and upon seeing the brand on Kalber's left arm, the ogre's attitude towards him improved significantly. Among all the races in this endless desert, the loyalty of dwarves and goblins is the most challenging to earn. Goblins possess almost no ethics or bottom line. Gold is their religion. Dwarves, on the other hand, are unyielding. This rigidity is precisely why their population has failed to grow. Gorjin, however, holds a particular fondness for orc-like races who rely on strength to speak, exuding a strong sense of honor. Once subdued by might, their loyalty is easily obtained. These beastly races are less contemplative and more devoted to brute strength, making them easier to manage. Yet, dwarves are not without merit. Their steadfastness ensures that once their loyalty is secured, they will remain faithful until death. This is the singular aspect Gorjin values. However, The dwarf's nature is ill-suited for survival in the desert. Once a city falls, the likelihood of complete annihilation is high. As for the goblins, Gorjin has never aspired to earn their loyalty. He merely seeks to utilize their technology to live more comfortably. He cannot allow his tribe to remain in such a primitive state. He desires to instigate change. Presently, the goblins and dwarves are compelled to collaborate under Gorjin's pressure. With Ogre now branded, he will tirelessly execute his duties, while the goblins must comply for their very survival. Just as the dog captain predicted, Ogre harbors considerable resentment. But the dog captain is unconcerned. He reasons that with many harboring hatred towards him, Ogre's feelings are inconsequential. As Gorjin's subordinate, he fears no one but the ogres. The airship watchtower is being constructed at an observable pace. It amalgamates the styles of both goblins and dwarves, yet its scale is several times larger. Gorjin temporarily lent Ogre a blue forging hammer, and he crafted an array of iron pillars and various small components. The goblin steam press has also begun to work diligently. Iron materials are fed into the machine, and the press's hammer slowly rises under steam pressure, crashing down with a resounding whistle. The cacophony in the tribe predominantly stems from the goblin press. After observing it for 2 days, Gorjin lost interest. He is inherently results-driven. The watchtower is meant to secure the airship, and to access the gondola, steps are necessary. The components produced by the goblin press, combined with the small parts forged by the dwarves, gradually formed a wide and tall staircase, constructed entirely of solid iron. These steps can withstand the weight of fully armed ogres. Concurrently, modifications to the airship are underway. The plans for the airship's modifications have sparked numerous heated arguments between Steelcoin and Ogre. They bickered passionately, each convinced their approach was superior. Ultimately, their dispute reached Gorjin, who received 2 differing proposals drawn with charcoal on the backs of animal skins. Upon reviewing them, Gorjin could not help but roll his eyes. Is this an airship? Or a self-destructing airship? Gorjin scrutinized the draft designed by Steelcoin and remarked, "Well, I must concede that your modification plan indeed maximizes power and damage. But have you considered that I am the one who will be riding in it? Are you so eager to send me to my demise?" Steelcoin shrank back, silenced by Gorjin's rebuke. Then Gorjin turned his gaze towards Ogre's design. "This one has some merit, but have you pondered whether it can actually take to the skies? Are you attempting to construct a fortress in the heavens? I've already stated that your dwarven artillery is inadequate, short in range, and lacking precision. Can't you at least glean some inspiration from the design philosophies of goblin weaponry? Take this back. All of your wretched designs, just take them away. Be gone." With a dismissive wave, Gorjin shooed them out as if they were mere flies. Once outside, Ogre and Steelcoin exchanged glances, each huffing disdainfully before retreating to their respective camps. A short while later, Captain Dog entered. "Chief, I have sketched a draft for our tribe's banner. Please, take a look and see if it meets your approval." Gorjin opened his eyes and regarded Captain Dog with skepticism. "You designed this? I thought you would consult Kareem." Upon examining the sketch, Gorjin's expression brightened. "I must admit, you truly have a knack for this." The primary outline features a remarkably simplistic silhouette of a black dragon, with a spiked mace and a large bone hammer crossed beneath a rudimentary drawing of an ogre's head. "Did you conceive all of this? You possess such talent?" Captain Dog smiled ingratiatingly, rubbing his paws together. "As long as it aligns with the chief's will, I can do anything except bear young, if necessary. I can even find a way." "You rascal," Gorjin chuckled, though he acknowledged the design's merit, resigning himself to the possibility of a better one in the future. "Let us go with this, but it would be best to simplify the design. It appears somewhat too intricate." "Yes, Chief, I shall revise it immediately." Captain Dog replied respectfully as he took his draft back. "Once completed, have those female dwarves stitch it together using beast hides. We need to hoist the largest one in the tribe. Additionally, it must be emblazoned on the airship. Inform Ogre and Steelcoin that I desire a fusion of goblin and dwarven attributes for the airship, with a hint of ogre flair, not for them to impose their own racial style. If they fail to execute this adequately, let them go hungry. It would be a waste of provisions." "Understood, Chief. I shall attend to it at once." Gorjin waved him off, and Captain Dog exited with utmost respect. After leaving, he strutted away, clutching his draft with pride, making his way to the outermost edge of the oasis. "Come out. Your design is inadequate." From the rustling foliage, a rabbit-like creature, nearly the height of a Gorjin, emerged from the grass. "That can't be right. My design is flawless. How could it fail to impress Chief Gorjin?" The desert rabbit, adept at burrowing and digging, possessed exceptional artistic talent, keen hearing, and remarkable reproductive capabilities. Its only limitation was the brevity of its lifespan, often concluding before most could even grasp the situation. The rabbit bore long ears atop its head, and its 3-part lips barely concealed 2 elongated incisors. As it reached for the sketch Captain Dog offered, Confusion filled its eyes. I warned you that it was too complex, but you insisted on flaunting your so-called artistic prowess. Captain Dog retorted with a cold huff. The lines need to be simplified. There are countless mindless beasts roaming this desert. We must ensure they can instantly recognize this as the emblem of the mighty dragon nest tribe. The desert rabbit sighed. This food truly is hard to come by. Captain Dog laughed triumphantly. You should count yourself fortunate to still be of use, and even more so that the great Chief Gorjin is willing to trade with outsiders. Otherwise, creatures like you would have long been our meal. The rabbit clicked its tongue, somewhat resigned. Do you have a charcoal pencil? I might as well change my profession now. From the tattered skirt wrapped around his waist, Captain Dog produced a charcoal pencil, essentially a charred thorn branch. This tribe of desert rabbits had become permanent residents of the Dragon Nest Oasis, digging tunnels on the outskirts and living underground, which afforded them a measure of safety. The oasis's soil ensured their burrows wouldn't be buried or collapse. They were aware of the ogre's territory, yet the ogres remained oblivious to the presence of these rabbits. Ogres, with their massive physiques, thundered as they walked, prompting the rabbits to retreat long before they drew near. However, the ogres were unconcerned. They were indiscriminate in their appetite. Not picky at all. The Gorjin patrols had long discovered these rabbits, yet Gorjin had instructed them not to indiscriminately slaughter the oasis's inhabitants, advocating for sustainable resource management. Thus, the Gorjin refrained from disturbing the rabbits, viewing them as potential reserves should food become scarce. By sheer coincidence, as Captain Dog was bent over studying the design, deeming it too garish, the rabbit proposed a trade. Captain Dog was elated. However, the remuneration was merely a few meaty bones. Rabbits, like their kin, were omnivorous, but their weakness often left them deprived of sustenance. Both parties reached an agreement, ultimately producing the draft of the tribal emblem that Gorjin would review. Captain Dog was well aware of his chief's character. He always focused on outcomes rather than processes. As long as he presented a design that satisfied Gorjin, it would suffice, even if the design were crafted by the deity himself. Near the tribe's direction, guarded closely by the Gorjin, a small patch of land had been meticulously cultivated. Within a few days, pepper seedlings sprouted. Siumai adjusted the shade canopy made by the dwarves overhead while calculating the time to water the seedlings. In truth, Siumai had little confidence in cultivating peppers. Her knowledge stemmed solely from theoretical studies. Her thesis had been on corn, which was ultimately sabotaged by a careless freshman passing by. Had it not been for family connections, she might never have graduated. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but sigh. Transitioning from a privileged offspring to a slave was a blow akin to a thunderclap. Yet, Sierra Wanhong's words rang true. Survival was paramount, for therein lay hope. Days later, Kalber and Steelcoin returned with a new design proposal for Gorjin. This time, it was a collaborative effort, crafted to meet Gorjin's demands. Gorjin, however, did not even glance at it. Keeping his eyes closed while a few elves were massaging his arms and calves. Present the design directly. I'm listening. The dwarves and goblins exchanged glances. And Kalber stepped forward. Chief, our design this time is as follows. We have chosen an open-style pod, consisting of 3 levels. The bottom level serves as a buffer and storage for supplies. The middle houses fixed gun positions. And the top level is open to ensure ample space for ogres to maneuver. The pod's front and rear sides can accommodate 4 drop bombs, which can be set to either timed or triggered detonation modes. Due to the expansion of the pod, we were compelled to enlarge the airship's gas chamber and install steam-driven propellers for steering and propulsion. Gorjin squinted his eyes, saying, as long as my demands are met, I leave the rest to you. I only require results. However, with such a sizable target as the gas chamber, appropriate defenses must be in place. A mere bird should not be able to puncture it. The chieftain reassured him, rest assured, we are both well aware of this. Kalber nodded gravely and inquired, how long do you anticipate it will take to complete? Gorjin's question stemmed from his earlier discovery of a blue treasure chest in the 3rd city of Hot Sands, suggesting that similar treasures should exist in the 2nd city of Hot Sands and the headquarters. It had been many days since the complete breach of Hot Sands. He hoped no Blue Star beings had come to scavenge. Of course, the likelihood of this was quite low. The endless desert was vast, with distances between oases stretching hundreds of kilometers, and the gnomes had already captured the nearby inhabitants. Given the current condition of the Blue Star beings, they should lack the capability to locate Hot Sands. If all goes according to plan, it will take approximately a month, Kalber calculated. That is unacceptable. I tasked you with modification, not a complete reconstruction. I cannot wait that long, Gorjin retorted, his gaze fixed angrily on Kalber and the gnomes. 10 days. I require the airship to be ready for departure in 10 days. I only want results. The process is yours to manage. Gorjin's directive was aimed at Kalber, as he now possessed the rock seal, rendering him more trustworthy than steel coin. The airship was to ascend. Gorjin had no faith in anyone other than those he trusted. Chieftain, if we are to expedite this, I lack sufficient manpower, Kolber expressed, his countenance displaying a hint of distress. Cutting corners was out of the question. The old dwarf's craftsmanship ethos and loyalty, once stripped of pride, forbade such actions. Then seek assistance from Corrine. It has been many days, and she should have nearly recovered by now. In short, I demand results, and only results. Kolber, you are now a member of the second tier with the rock seal. You must shoulder this responsibility and cease burdening me, the chieftain, with every matter. I have a tight schedule of sleep, meals, and massages. I am quite fatigued, you know. Gorjin waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to leave. Chapter 68, Kolber's Shock. With no other recourse, Kolber begrudgingly approached Dog Captain. He entrusted the design task to the rabbit folk, while Dog Captain returned to guard the gate, finding a shady spot to sprawl out and nearly drooling in his slumber. This was why Dog Captain was so favored by Gorjin. He was one of the most influential members of the tribe, second only to the ogres. If he were of a different intelligent race, the chieftain's kin would surely afford him some respect. After all, he was the chieftain's own sycophant. This was akin to a royal eunuch. Even a prince would show him deference. However, such dynamics were ineffective in the Dragon's Nest tribe, as the chieftain's kin lacked the wit for such considerations. In a fit of rage, they might even resort to violence. Kolber could not deny his disdain for this canine creature. He was a living dwarf, his dignity thoroughly shattered by the relentless blows from this wolfman. Yet, he also felt a sense of gratitude towards him. Had he not jolted Kolber awake, he might have faced a dire fate. The chieftain had, in fact, offered him more than one opportunity, but Kolber had remained obstinately entrenched in his dwarven stubbornness. Reflecting on past events, he recognized how absurdly ungrateful he had been. As for the city being breached, at least the chieftain had provided a sufficient excuse and rationale at the time. In this arid wasteland, whether a tribe or a city occupying an oasis, the threat of attack was ever present. There was no justification, merely occupying an oasis. The highest resource capable of sustaining a tribe was reason enough for an assault. It was laughable that he had once asked the chieftain why. It was simply the law of the jungle. Having been awakened to this reality, Kolber came to understand that as long as he could survive and ensure the well-being of his kin, the question of whom to pledge allegiance to became irrelevant. At least the chieftain was a man of his word, a quality Kolber genuinely admired. When he declared that a city would be conquered, it was conquered. When he promised not to slaughter, he kept that promise. Quite formidable indeed. Upon hearing footsteps, Dog Captain warily opened his green eyes. Just call me Dog Captain. That's what the chieftain named me, he said, lifting his eyelids slightly. Dog Captain, you see, the chieftain has mandated that I complete the airship modifications within 10 days. And I simply lack the requisite craftsmen. Kolber rubbed his hands together, his feelings conflicted as he struggled to find the right words. Just tell me what you need. Dog Captain replied, rolling over to face Kolber. Kolber gritted his teeth, suppressing his discomfort. Dog Captain, the chieftain has specified the modification time frame, and I cannot manage it alone. I would like to request that you make a trip to Dragon's Nest to bring back some craftsmen. Dog Captain, upon hearing this, extended a claw and scratched at his teeth. Is it truly necessary for me to make the trip for such a trivial matter? Kolber assumed the wolfman was merely being difficult, but before he could respond, Dog Captain leaned against the fence and sat up. Hey, you four, come here. He called out to a group of wolfmen sauntering back. The 4 wolfmen rushed over, their faces adorned with the same obsequious expressions. You 4, go collect 3 days' worth of provisions and make a trip to Dragon's Nest. If you don't know the way, take a female dwarf with you. Is that acceptable? He said, glancing at Kolber. Kolber quickly nodded. No problem, we can spare a dwarf. Dog Captain nodded in agreement. Once you arrive, find Corrine and inform her that Dragon's Nest requires craftsmen. Ask her to send back any she can spare. This is the chieftain's will. Do you understand? The last 4 words were delivered with an elevation in his tone. Understood, understood. Rest assured, we will fulfill this task. The 4 wolfmen eagerly affirmed, nodding their heads. Now go, and be swift. If you delay the chieftain's affairs, you will not die easily. Dog Captain waved his hand, and the group hurried off to gather supplies. After Dog Captain finished, he reclined once more, noticing Kolber still present and asking curiously, is there anything else? Kolber hesitated, feeling as though, given the wolfman's vengeful nature, he would not so readily acquiesce to his request. No, nothing at all. I merely wanted to express my gratitude. Dwarves, like orcs, were inherently poor liars. And Kolber's face flushed with embarrassment. Dog Captain regarded him for a moment before suddenly letting out a scoff. Do you think I would make things difficult for you? Or perhaps you believe I should make things difficult for you? Kolber stammered. When it came to eloquence, how could a single-minded dwarf compete with the cunning and ruthless wolfman? Firstly, I bear no animosity towards you. Any prior reprimands or insults directed at you were solely due to my perception that the chief was extending you a favor that you were ungrateful for, which irked me considerably. Now that you possess the rock emblem, as a trusted scion of the chief, among his kin, I see no reason to trouble you further. Ultimately, as you have stated, this task has been assigned by the chief, and as a bearer of the rock emblem, his will is our sole guiding principle. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not allow my own interests to impede the chief's affairs. Your awareness of this matter truly requires enhancement. I find it somewhat fortuitous that you have attained the rock emblem. With that, the wolfman clapped his hands, rose to his feet, and ambled towards the oasis in the distance. What are you planning to do? Culber instinctively inquired, feeling somewhat dazed by the torrent of words. There are only 3 patrol teams of wolfmen, and one has been assigned to the Great Sand. Do I not have to compensate for the vacated patrol area? Without turning his head, the dog captain simply secured his crossbow and tucked his hand axe into his belt, taking deliberate steps away. Culber remained frozen in place, profoundly impacted by the dog captain's words. Is this truly the first batch of bearers of the rock emblem? The chief's trust in him and Corrine is not without merit. Corrine nearly faced the punishment of death, yet her emblem shines all the more brilliantly. The dog captain is willing to dispatch his subordinates at the chief's behest, taking on the patrol himself. Having spent some time in Longqi, he is acutely aware that this dog captain spends his days either flattering the chief or napping at the entrance, delegating all tasks to the underlings. As the chief's sycophant, he has mastered the art of indulgence and idleness. Yet now, the dog captain has truly astonished Culber. Is this the same wolfman who merely surpassed the goblins in strength within the desert? Chapter 69, Lord Corrine. Corrine's movements were swift, just as Culber surmised. This succubus has risen to the rank of lord through her own merit, not merely by virtue of having been a vessel for the chief. While the scarcity of capable subordinates may have played a role, her own tenacity and courage are undeniably significant. To stake one's life on a possibility that may not even exist requires a rare breed of audacity, and such individuals are indeed few. What if Gorjin had been enraged and crushed her outright? What if she had succumbed to the damage and perished on the spot? What if Gorjin's mother had not healed her afterward? Or if she had received treatment, but it failed? The ratio of risk to success she faced was exceedingly disproportionate. While others may deem her cleverness as folly or a path to self-destruction, she succeeded. As Gorjin himself stated, the races that endure in this desert are no fools. Aside from the ogres, she seized the opportunity and timing, wagering her life, and ascended to power when her demise seemed imminent. Had she attempted the same, once the Longqi tribe had fully flourished and its members were abundant, it would have been a certain death. Similarly, she demonstrated her capabilities, not exceptionally outstanding, but decisively effective. Under her leadership, the Great Sand swiftly resumed its operations. Only adult dwarves remained in the vicinity, a small fraction of whom were robust. The absence of juvenile dwarves meant that all present were compelled to labor. The walls of the city were restored, and the damaged structures within were cleared away. The losses among the dwarves during the Great Sand battle were considerable. Surplus houses were leveled, and Corrine ordered the construction of workshops. She was acutely aware of her mission, to transform the Great Sand into a supply hub for Longqi. The dwarves likewise possessed their own smelting furnaces, and unlike the destructive refining employed by the goblins, the dwarves could compress the sand into bricks under high temperatures. This served as the primary material for their walls and edifices, dry yet remarkably sturdy. The inhabitants of the desert have always devised peculiar methods to survive. Such mentality and capability are incomprehensible to the arrivals from Blue Star, who possess chests that yield various scientific and non-scientific wonders. A female dwarf, accompanied by weary wolfmen, arrived at Longqi's Great Sand and attracted considerable attention. The dwarves laboring nearby, although still engaged in their tasks, had their gazes and thoughts drawn to her. They were eager to ascertain the fates of their wives and children in Longqi, whether they were alive, if they had been mistreated, or if they had been targeted as snacks by the ogres. It is vital to note that those were a group of juvenile dwarves with almost no capacity for retaliation, and should the ogres set their sights on them, it would likely result in a massacre. However, within mere days, Corrine successfully established her own regulations. Until she received directives from the chief, she defined this city as an industrial hub. All dwarves were required to adhere strictly to the work standards she set. Organized into teams of 10 with a designated leader, implementing a system of collective rewards and punishments. Daily working hours were also stipulated. Yet, Corrine did not regard these dwarves as mere slaves. Given the extensive repairs and renovations required for the Great Sand, she instituted a 3-meal-a-day schedule. Moreover, during the height of the afternoon sun, there was a designated hour for rest. After dinner each evening, the dwarves could essentially transition into a state of relaxation. The conditions were not exceptional, but certainly adequate. At the very least, Those who had been reduced to slavery found little to complain about. However, this was contingent upon adherence to the system and the responsible completion of their work. Should anyone dare to slack off, the entire team would forfeit their meal for the day. Anyone caught engaging in unrelated activities during work hours outside of designated breaks would see their team's next meal canceled. The three ogres served as the most formidable enforcers of this system. These dwarves were unarmed. Even if they abandoned their spouses and children, they could not hope to contend with the ogres wielding iron wolf-toothed clubs forged from their own weaponry. In the eyes of the dwarves, such implements in the hands of ogres possessed greater destructive power than a battering ram. Among this team of wolfmen, one bore the rock emblem, and Gorjin placed great importance on the members dispatched from Longqi, promptly seeking out these wolfmen. Upon witnessing the expressions of the dwarves, Gorjin huffed with disdain. "What are you all gaping at? Dinner is in an hour. You'll have plenty of time to inquire about your concerns then. For now, if you wish to continue to eat, focus on your work. If any issues arise in the area your team is responsible for, the entire team will forfeit their meal." The dwarves, who were diligently working, quickly reined in their eager gazes. With the arrival of the wolfmen, and with only an hour until break time, the workload was substantial. To risk the entire team missing a meal over this would be a grave offense. The wolfmen conveyed the dog captain's words to Gorjin. She persistently probed for details about the tribe, yet a wolfman who only patrolled the periphery could hardly possess intricate knowledge. Gorjin felt a pang of disappointment. She had received no word regarding herself. It seemed the chief had forgotten her. This left her feeling unmoored. Nevertheless, she took the dog captain's words to heart with utmost seriousness. The Gorjins were instructed to rest, and Gorjin took charge of the arrangements. The industrious dwarves eagerly awaited mealtime, swarming around a female dwarf, their chattering almost overwhelming her. The commotion was so immense that it even caught the attention of the ogres, who suspected a potential uprising among the dwarves. Had it not been for Gorjin's stern intervention, the situation could have escalated into a catastrophic event for the dwarves, as the ogres would not entertain any explanations. However, Gorjin empathized with the dwarves' plight. She commanded them to hush and maintain silence. After escorting the female dwarf to the platform, Gorjin encouraged her to share the current circumstances and lives of her kin within the tribe. Though Gorjin was not well versed in the tribe's affairs, she had unwavering faith in Chief Gorjin. She firmly believed that since the chief, known for his integrity, had allowed the dwarves to live, he would not go back on his word. This conviction was the very reason she had brought the female dwarf up without prior inquiry. As the female dwarf continued her narrative, the dwarves' anxiety and tension began to dissipate. The area was secure, without the chief as command. The ogres would never dare harm the dwarf children, alleviating fears of any formidable adversaries. Ultimately, when Gorjin announced the selection of 300 dwarf craftsmen to undertake work, the dwarves erupted with excitement once more. Even though it meant departing from their homeland, they yearned to see their wives and children with their own eyes. That afternoon, the Gorjins set off, riding sturdy rock goats, accompanied by the 300 dwarf craftsmen and provisions for 3 days. Chapter 70. Kirov reporting. Despite their relentless journey day and night, upon arriving at the Dragon's Nest tribe, 6 days had already elapsed from the 10-day deadline set by Gorjin. Adhering to this strict mandate, Kalber had tirelessly worked alongside the available female dwarves and 100 goblin artisans without pause. Even at night, enormous bonfires burned brightly as they labored late into the hours. On the first evening, Gorjin, disturbed by the noise and on the verge of fury, recalled his own 10-day demand and his insistence on results over process, ultimately deciding to overlook the ruckus. The steadfast Gorjin could only accompany the equally restless ogres to the oasis. It was a frustrating situation, but with so many working tirelessly for his words, he felt he had little right to complain. On the afternoon of the 6th day, the weary Gorjins arrived, escorting the dwarf artisans. Although they were not the most robust of dwarves, their wealth of craftsmanship experience was invaluable. Upon witnessing the unharmed young dwarves frolicking within the camp, the artisans finally felt at ease and, invigorated, immersed themselves in their work. The addition of fresh labor significantly alleviated Kalber's workload, allowing him to exhale in relief. After meticulously briefing the new dwarf craftsmen on the plans and blueprints, he returned to the camp, nearly collapsing into slumber. The dwarves and goblins, having worked diligently for 6 days, skipped dinner and fell straight into bed, not rising until the following morning. With an increased workforce comprised of seasoned dwarf masters, the overall progress surged beyond mere doubling. Gorjin witnessed firsthand the astonishing transformations occurring to the airship at an almost visible pace. Considering resource and material limitations, the basic framework and deck of the cabin were constructed from iron, while the remaining parts were fashioned from wood and thorny poles. The oasis was far more expansive than the small water pools and scattered trees imagined by the Blue Planet inhabitants. Reflecting on the population of the 3 cities under the Hot Sands Consortium, with Giant Sand City housing nearly 10,000 residents, the oasis had to be substantial to sustain such a populace. Otherwise, they would have perished from thirst long ago. The oasis was indeed vast, with the smallest oasis in the 3rd city of Hot Sands equivalent to the size of a village supporting thousands. The Dragon's Nest oasis was 3 times larger than that. Otherwise, how could it possibly provide sufficient sustenance for nearly 100 ogres during the tribe's heyday? Of course, raiding was also crucial. Who knew which merchant caravan they had plundered, resulting in not only bountiful food, but also seized alcohol? The oasis was not devoid of fruits and rice. Albeit in limited quantities, the amount of alcohol capable of drunkenly staggering a large group of ogres was likely the result of years of accumulation from a major city. In summary, it was all a matter of survival. The airship's cabin adopted a ship-like design, a suggestion from Gorjin. At the bow, a massive ram protruded, integrated with the keel, fashioned to resemble the head of a colossal ogre. 20 meters above loomed the enormous gas bag. The dwarves possessed a furnace capable of extracting a hydrogen-like gas from water, though it was not as easily ignitable as hydrogen. Gorjin was not entirely sure, nor could the dwarves adequately explain it. It was simply a long-held ancestral technique, a culmination of countless trials and errors resulting in the demise of numerous dwarves. Do not question why. Simply follow instructions. Even the furnace's construction was not overly complex. 2 sizable boilers were positioned at the cabin's rear, each equipped with a propeller for propulsion, on both the cabin and the massive gas bag. The emblem of the Dragon's Nest tribe was drawn in black charcoal on either side. A primary cannon extended from the 2nd tier beneath the ogre's ram, boasting a caliber exceeding that of the ship's side cannons. This was a genuine rear-loading cannon. The airship featured 1 primary cannon and 3 secondary cannons on each side, all rear-loading. The dwarves' front-loading cannons were of little interest to Gorjin, and even dogs would scoff at them. The goblins had mastered the rear-loading cannon technology. And with both races present, a synthesis was imperative. Those who resisted would face dire consequences. Naturally, while goblin technology could be adopted, the dwarves' safety measures were equally vital. Without them, relying solely on goblin technology could easily result in self-destruction before the enemy was even engaged. The cabin deck also included a large canopy constructed for Gorjin to shield him from the wind. Chief, everything is ready. The 10 days of intense labor had left the dwarves and goblins quite exhausted. Even Kalber appeared drained. Yet, he mustered the energy to report to Gorjin. Gorjin lazily rolled out of bed and emerged outside. Despite the ogre's massive stature, the airship still loomed impressively large. Even upon seeing it completed, Gorjin could not help but exclaim, "Kirov reporting. Kalber, Steel Coin, Captain Dog." After speaking, Gorjin couldn't restrain his laughter. "Ha ha ha. It looks splendid. Will it ensure safety?" Kalber replied earnestly, "Chief, please trust in the dwarven craftsmanship. Every screw on this vessel was forged by my kin." "Excellent. In that case, gather the crew to operate the airship, the gunners, and supplies, and let us embark." Gorjin nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he stood in his tribe and beheld something that intertwined both technology and ogre craftsmanship. Indeed, Kalber had even altered some intricate design elements to further satisfy Gorjin, while the core remained a fusion of dwarven artistry and goblin ingenuity. Even in front of the airship's gas bag, a colossal and menacing gaping maw was depicted. The design was quite impressive and thoroughly to my liking. Whose idea was it? Gorjin grew increasingly satisfied as he gazed upon it. This chieftain was actually the brainchild of a design I commissioned, crafted by the dwarves. Captain Dog raised his hand from the rear. "Oh, what kind of creature could you possibly enlist?" Gorjin asked, astonished. Captain Dog chuckled awkwardly. "Actually, it's a group of rabbit folk living in the oasis. I traded them a bone as payment, and the emblem of our tribe as well as the airship's artwork is all their handiwork." "Ha ha." Gorjin burst into laughter. "Look at that. This dog has truly begun to embody the spirit of the Dragon Nest tribe, even engaging in trade. Remarkable progress." Captain Dog beamed with a sycophantic smile, wagging his tail so vigorously that even his rear seemed to dance. Since he dared to speak up, he harbored no fear of punishment. Besides, he had indeed fulfilled the chieftain's task. "Anger, take your weapons and follow me." Chief Kalber accompanied him. "Steel Coin, when I return, I expect to see a 30-meter-tall flagpole in the center of the tribe, adorned with the banner of the Dragon Nest tribe. Now disembark the airship." Chapter 71, The Flagship Terror. Anger donned heavy armor, shouldering a triple-barreled machine gun in his left hand while wielding a spiked club in his right, standing imposingly behind Gorjin. As the only ogre brought along by Gorjin, he could hardly conceal his prideful expression. Gorjin was no longer the figure wrapped in tattered cloth he once was. He had acquired the skills and had plenty of dwarf women to fashion him a proper pair of trousers from animal hides. As for his upper body, Gorjin preferred to remain bare. Having been an ogre since birth, he had spent 20 years unclothed and felt somewhat uncomfortable in clothing. Moreover, his skin and thick layer of fat served as his finest attire. Since he had given the heavy armor to Anger, Gorjin did not desire it back. As a chieftain, he believed that any enemy Anger could handle was one he need not confront himself. If Anger could not deal with the enemy, then the significance of having the heavy armor was diminished. Since Gorjin ascended to power, the traditional model of ogres charging into battle led by their chieftain was gradually changing. The dragon nest ogres had become accustomed to brawling in groups. Of course, this was all contingent upon Gorjin remaining the strongest of the ogres. You may be a slacker. You may be lazy, but you cannot be truly inept. This airship had temporarily become Gorjin's flagship, aptly named Terror. He intended for every desert creature encountering this vessel to feel profound dread. All members operating the Terror were dwarves, gunners, helmsmen, and even the boiler operators. The primary material generating steam was, of course, the desert thorny branches abundant throughout the arid expanse. The third level of the cargo pod was filled to the brim with these thorny branches, which, alongside cacti, provided another resource for survival in the desert. Are you certain those 4 large bombs won't detonate? Gorjin had inquired more than once. Culber nodded gravely. Rest assured, Chief, I personally supervised the modifications made by those goblins. Their safety is unequivocally assured. I have faith in you, but I harbor no trust in those goblins. Do not worry, Chief. Look. Culber produced 4 palm-sized iron plates from his pocket. What are those? Gorjin asked, perplexed. In light of your doubt, I designed 2 safety mechanisms. Culber jingled the 4 iron plates in his hand. All 4 bombs were impact-triggered, and they could only be activated by inserting all 4 plates into the safety mechanism. Otherwise, unless subjected to the fiery blast akin to your mother's previous fire explosion spell, they wouldn't detonate even if set ablaze. Safety is absolutely assured. He then stated emphatically, "This is the Chief's flagship. I will not allow such an incident to occur." Only then did Gorjin feel reassured. This is quite interesting. What are we waiting for? Full speed ahead towards the second city of Hot Sands and the headquarters. Culber hastened to a speaking tube and solemnly declared, "The chief has issued his command. Full speed ahead." With a hiss, a torrent of scalding steam erupted from the rear, causing the 2 large propellers, which had been rotating at a steady pace, to accelerate immediately. Gorjin estimated that while the vessel appeared large, its speed upon takeoff was indeed impressive, approximately 80 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, an ogre, striding purposefully, could cover about 10 kilometers in an hour, discounting nighttime and rest periods. An ogre could traverse roughly 150 kilometers in a day. The distance from the third city of Hot Sands to the dragon nest ogres required about 10 days on foot. However, with the airship, it would take less than a day to reach. Furthermore, the unparalleled hovering capability of the airship allowed for continuous flight day and night. Gorjin stood at the bow, gazing downwards, estimating a drop of at least a kilometer. Setting aside the war potential of the Terror, it also meant that Gorjin would no longer have to exhaust himself on arduous journeys. Magnificent. Even Gorjin could not suppress a surge of exhilaration at that moment. Ha ha ha. His boisterous laughter reverberated through the skies, harmonizing with the roar of the steam engine. As Gorjin had anticipated, they departed in the morning and by dawn the following day soared over the third city of Hot Sands belonging to the Dragon Nest tribe. Gorjin chose not to descend nor engage in idle chatter with his mother. He intended to first open the treasure chests at the second city of Hot Sands and headquarters before returning for leisurely conversation. On the ground, the slumbering Honi abruptly opened her 4 eyes. Emerging from her shelter, she gazed skyward. Honi's left head remarked, "Should we shoot it down? It should be within reach." Honi's right head replied, "Perhaps not. I have a foreboding feeling that if we bring it down, we may come to regret it." Honi's left head retorted, "Why are you so full of worries all the time? If we shoot it down, what is there to regret? You keep your cool while I unleash a fire explosion. Be quick about it." Honi's right head insisted, "I want to shoot. Every time I entertain that thought, I feel uneasy." Honi turned back towards her shelter, her left head continuing to chatter while the right head ignored it. From the first light of dawn to the deepening dusk, the Terror arrived at the second city of Hot Sands. The 2 propellers began to rotate at the base, tilting downward. The Terror commenced its descent. "Chief, it appears the oasis below has been occupied." The jackal men, possessing keen eyesight, crouched at the edge of the cargo pod and glimpsed indistinct figures in the oasis below. They did not appear to belong to an intelligent race. Gorjin reclined in his shelter, not lifting an eyelid. "Drive them away." "Understood." Culber approached the speaking tube and issued the command in a low voice. The Terror continued its descent, the starboard cannon adjusting its angle in preparation to fire. On the right side of the second floor, 3 cannons stood, each manned by 3 dwarves who swiftly adjusted their angles and loaded the shells. Fire! Boom, boom, boom. The 3 cannons discharged in succession, their projectiles tracing arcs through the air before crashing into the sandy outskirts of the oasis. While the desert creatures faced no casualties, a wave of panic swept through them. At this moment, the sky had not yet succumbed to complete darkness, with the remnants of the sun casting a slanted glow. The enormous silhouette of the fearsome descended slowly, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The menacing maw of the airship was particularly terrifying. The desert dwellers, who had only recently inhabited this oasis, fled in haste. At the foot of the hill, a man stood agape, staring at the descending airship, unable to contain his astonishment on the world channel. Wow, I see a Kirov. This is incredible. What else with that cannon? Boom. Oh my god, that iron mass. Chapter 72, Treasure Chest of the Hot Sands, Second City. What on earth is that noise? The fearsome had descended to a height of less than 100 meters. Emerging from the tent, Gorjin faintly heard a piercing scream that abruptly ceased. Culber, perplexed, rubbed his ears. Was that not just cannon fire? Captain Dog wore a strange expression. Just moments ago, he had spotted a sneaky human and alerted the gunners below via a speaking tube. To be fair, those gunners were indeed quite experienced. They had likely been delayed by the dwarves' outrageous artillery. The breech-loading cannon, integrated with goblin technology, was capable of striking accurately within a range of 200 to 300 meters. Captain Dog clicked his tongue. Well, since it's already destroyed, let us not mention it to the chief. The chief is the grand chieftain of the Dragon Roost tribe. He is not someone to be trifled with. As the fearsome drew ever closer to the ground, the speed of its 2 propellers gradually decreased. Clouds of dust swirled as the pod of the fearsome gently landed on the ruins of the Hot Sand Second City. A broad iron staircase descended slowly. Gorjin made his way down the creaking ladder, followed closely by Rage, and then by Captain Dog and Culber. You really went hard on this, didn't you? Looks like a city slaughter, Gorjin remarked, gazing at the nearby ruins, half in awe, half in jest. Rage wore an expression of indifference, while Culber and Captain Dog exchanged awkward smiles. All right, you two stay here. I'll be back shortly. Gorjin waved his hand, signaling Rage to accompany him, while Captain Dog and Culber remained behind. With the fearsome present, along with Culber, the ancient dwarven alchemist, and Captain Dog, who was adept at sniping, they would be just fine. Having learned from previous experiences, Gorjin headed directly towards what appeared to be a landmark within the ruins. Treasure chests emitted a glow, albeit faint, and were unlikely to be entirely buried beneath the debris. The Hot Sand Second City was larger than the first, but still finite. Gorjin hadn't ventured far when he stumbled upon the blue treasure chest. Unbeknownst to him, he let out a subtle sigh of relief. The items extracted from treasure chests had proven immensely beneficial to him thus far, illustrating the absurd advantages this world bestowed upon those from Blue Star. He didn't expect to find randomly spawning chests in the wild, but passing up a treasure chest from a breached oasis city would be nothing short of sacrilege. Without hesitation, Gorjin opened the blue chest. Unstable dual potion, personal passive. Consuming this grants the passive, allowing the next normal attack to potentially deal an additional instance of the same damage. Goblin's alchemist. Consuming it will bestow wondrous power. A passive skill potion? Gorjin raised an eyebrow, surprised at the goblin alchemist's capabilities. If they were truly that formidable, their cities wouldn't have fallen so easily. However, since it was a treasure chest reward, it was a divine gift to the denizens of Blue Star. He would seize it without reservation. He gingerly grasped the elongated potion and tossed it into his mouth. A gentle bite shattered the vial, and Gorjin seized the opportunity to swallow the potion while spitting out the empty glass. Eat. Rage, curious, poked at his chieftain, eager and expectant. All right. I didn't eat anything foul. Why the urgency? Gorjin swatted Rage's hand away, circling the Hot Sand City. Regrettably, he found no further treasure chests. What a load of rubbish. Gorjin grumbled as he returned to the fearsome. Though he had acquired a treasure chest, and a passive skill no less, his insatiable greed left him feeling unfulfilled. Nonetheless, having gained his first skill was a commendable feat. The fearsome ascended once more, heading towards the headquarters of the Hot Sands. It was another lengthy and uninterrupted flight, and it wasn't until the following morning that the fearsome reached its destination. As before, sparse desert creatures could be seen here, either quenching their thirst or hunting. Even before Gorjin landed, he spotted another treasure chest. This one was significantly larger than the previous blue treasure chests, radiating a crystalline azure light. Gorjin's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was evident that this chest would contain something far superior to the last. Although both were of the blue grade, this one's size alone spoke volumes of its potential power. In the desert, size equated to strength and ferocity. Steer the ship closer, Gorjin commanded, pointing towards the location of the blue treasure chest. while the others could not discern what lay ahead. The will of the chieftain was paramount. Kalber decisively directed the dwarves to angle the airship towards it. Below, 3 distinct figures concealed themselves among the ruins. Now less than 100 meters from the blue chest. Upon witnessing the colossal airship, which loomed like a shadow over ordinary mortals, they were taken aback and hurriedly sought refuge. They prayed that the airship would merely pass by, hoping it would depart quickly. They swore that given a moment, they could access the evidently valuable blue treasure chest. Unfortunately for them, the airship descended directly towards the blue chest. Gigi, what do we do? There can't be Blue Star people on board, right? They're clearly after the chest. One anxious male glanced at the leading woman. Damn it, the tall woman, Gigi, cursed under her breath. Of course they are. Otherwise, how would the natives even notice the chest? What should we do? Keep hiding? Or quietly slip away? How can you even ask that? Do you have any idea what this is? Staying here without a plan is just waiting for death. That makes sense. Didn't those shows always depict this? Knowing full well the danger, they still went for it, leading to a horror film. Enough with the chatter. Let us move. Chiji interrupted the 2 foolish men, casting a begrudging glance at the treasure chest. Gritting her teeth, she began to slowly retreat. On the ship's deck, the wolfmen sneered, watching the trio who believed they were hidden so well. Their meager attempt at concealment was hardly more adept than that of cockroaches among gravel. Captain Dog had already grasped the speaking tube. If they did not flee, the main cannon would soon be loaded. The fearsome slowly descended, hovering approximately 100 meters above the ground. As it drew nearer to the earth, its speed diminished further. The 3 individuals had already retreated by 200 to 300 meters. Based on their experience of surviving in this realm for over a month, they were confident that the cannons aboard the airship could not reach them. They had encountered natives armed with cannons and firearms before, yet their accuracy and range paled in comparison to the weaponry found on Blue Star. After the initial astonishment wore off, they discerned that anything beyond 100 meters rendered that contraption nearly ineffective. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Let's fire a shot at them and make our escape. That thing looks cumbersome and surely can't catch up. With a ferocious expression, Chi Jia leveled her iron fist at the airship's gas bag and squeezed the trigger. Chapter 73. Treasure chest at the Hot Sands headquarters. Boom. Chi Jia grunted. Kalber curiously picked up the iron fist that had fallen beside him for inspection. This line of thought is feasible. The iron fist seemed to open the door to a new era for Kalber. How about it? Can we use this? This contraption was quite effective back in the day. If it were another weapon, Gorjin might not have recognized it. But this is undoubtedly the military's happy stick, isn't it? This device is quite iconic, akin to the notoriety of the Stick of Joy. One carries a positive reputation, while the other bears a negative one. Hey, how many times have I told you? After capturing someone, strike first, then beat them senseless. Why can't you ever change? Just pick them up and shove them in your mouth. You haven't even cleaned out the filth. How can it possibly taste good? Gorjin scolded angrily at the side, holding the survivor he was about to toss into his mouth. A doo-doo? Anger rolled his eyes in exasperation. Clearly, one could just put it straight in. Yet you insist on creating a sense of ceremony. Pouting, Anger cautiously beat the survivor, fearful of reducing them to a pulp. After examining the structure of the Iron Fist rocket launcher, Kalber nodded. No problem, Chief. The design is relatively simple. The challenge lies in the small shell that struck the airship's gas bag earlier. However, this weapon could serve as a close-range supplementary artillery. It should work well for ordinary tribesmen. At this point, Gorjin couldn't help but glance at his flagship, the Fearsome, with a pained expression. Damn it. I was landing just fine when a single rocket struck the gas bag of my flagship. Whom have I wronged? This descent was executed without any bombardment. If it weren't for the numerous partitions added during the gas bag's expansion, that Iron Fist could have punctured my freshly minted flagship's gas bag. This was also Kalber's suggestion. He expanded the existing gas bag into compartments, ensuring that even if one section were compromised, the gas leak wouldn't damage the entire airship. Moreover, this gas bag has been reinforced, considering it serves as the war vessel for the chieftain. If it were so easily destroyed, Kalber's expression darkened. But this is a slap in my face. Captain Dog was also flabbergasted. Seriously, are you all insane? I killed one yesterday, and today I don't feel like taking lives. I finally showed a bit of mercy, thinking you all would retreat, and yet this is what I get? You all are the ones. Captain Dog turned his back to Gorjin and Kalber and slapped his own face in frustration. I let you act all high and mighty, pretending to be the good guy. Huh, what's that noise? Gorjin lowered his head in confusion. Captain Dog withdrew his hand, his right side slightly swollen. It's nothing, Chief, just slapped a fool. The term fool was one he learned from the chieftain. Gorjin stared at him, bewildered by his trembling right hand and swollen right cheek. Enough, keep watch. Let us not allow those oblivious idiots to bully my Fearsome again. Gorjin waved his hand and walked toward the large blue treasure chest. Kalber was engrossed in studying the Iron Fist, Captain Dog was on alert, and Anger was having a snack. Just as Gorjin anticipated, the large chest indeed yielded treasures. Unstable multicasting potion. Personal passive. Consuming this grants a passive ability that triggers a 40 chance for double casting, a 30 chance for triple casting, and a 20 chance for quadruple casting. No alchemist. Hee. I won't tell others that ordinary people who drink it will have their stomachs burned to shreds. Flag of Maglobiate Scorn. Racial passive. Upon planting the flag, your tribe's fertility rate increases by 10, and the growth rate of offspring speeds up by 10. Gnome's Big Boom. This is a massive cannon that can inflict tremendous damage on enemies, but it also poses a significant risk of harming yourself. A vial of potion, a flag, and a giant cannon. Without Gorjin needing to retrieve them, the 3 items floated out of the chest in ascending order of size and landed on the ground. As the brilliance faded, Gorjin collected the potion and flag. The Big Boom was indeed grand. The cannon's bore could easily accommodate a slender adult, and the barrel extended a full 5 meters. Gorjin's first thought was whether this was the main gun of some battleship that had been disassembled. Nearby were 2 similarly absurdly large shells. Though somewhat rudimentary, lacking a base, it was merely a barrel with a loading port and a firing cord. Gorjin blinked. Big Boom. How large? He was tempted to give it a try, but upon noticing its distinctly gnome style, he hesitated. Anger. Gorjin shouted. Oh. Anger, covered in blood, looked over. Come see this magnificent item. Gorjin secured a shell and casually positioned the cannon in the crevice of the ruins, aiming it into the distance. Anger thundered over. What? Behold this cannon. I have it all set up. All you need to do is point the barrel at your target, pull this cord, and poof. Your target will be obliterated. Real men should play with cannons, not clutch at that water gun all day. A doo-doo. Anger gaped. Remnants of flesh still visible on his face. He pointed at the Big Boom, then at himself, casting a questioning yet incredulous glance at Gorjin. Gorjin nodded emphatically, thumping his chest with his fist, then gesturing toward Anger. Anger solemnly nodded, pounding his chest in response. Then, with a serious expression, he approached the Big Boom and astonishingly lifted it with ease, stepping on the firing cord. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, accompanied by a massive flash from the cannon's mouth, sending a colossal cloud of dust and shockwaves rising from a distant ruin. Roar! Anger clenched his teeth, his expression fierce as he held onto the Big Boom. His body carved deep tracks into the sandy ground from the recoil. The skin in contact with the cannon flickered with a yellowish energy. Once stabilized, Anger wore an expression of exhilaration, readying himself for another shot. Well, Gorjin was about to speak when he heard another cannon fire. Though it was considerably quieter than the previous blast, it was undeniably real. Gorjin cast a glance at the solitary shell that remained beside him, seemingly deeming its existence unnecessary. Anguish enveloped him as he pondered the absurdity of it all. If that fool could wield it, why could he not? His envy turned his eyes a shade of crimson. What an astounding ability it was. Why should a simpleton possess what was beyond his grasp? With a sigh, Gorjin once again felt the profound malice that this world held against him. Chapter 74. The Lair of the Dragon's Nest. I ask, how long do you intend to remain inside? Once the test fire concluded, Gorjin turned his attention to the grand treasure chest. It remained silent. A grin spread across his face. If you do not emerge, I shall simply insert the cannon into it, you know? And no, please. A voice, deeper than the typical sharp tones of a goblin, called out. A chain hammer was tossed forth. Do not attack. I am unarmed. I will come out. Soon after, a figure transformed into a luminous orb, descending to the ground, and morphing into a creature not much smaller than a beastman. A bear goblin. Gorjin was taken aback. It was no wonder he was surprised. Such creatures were a rarity in these parts. Bear goblins were the most robust of their kind, boasting the highest attack power and combat prowess. Their size was comparable to that of orcs, towering around 2 meters. And the disparity with ordinary goblins extended far beyond mere height. Bear goblins sported faces reminiscent of bears, their bodies rippling with muscle and equipped with razor-sharp claws. In the wild, they would reign as the sovereigns among goblins. Yet, the affluent goblins of the major corporations looked down upon them. No, they scorned all but gold. Unlike the pampered goblins residing in the cities, bear goblins were wicked, greedy, and foolish. Gorjin scrutinized the bear goblin, contemplating quietly. This creature was likely the threat hidden within the treasure chest. Had the Hot Sands Corporation not been obliterated, even if humans managed to infiltrate, they would have been devoured upon opening the chest. As an anomaly among goblin species, a bear goblin could not be vanquished with a mere iron fist. Though they appeared formidable, they were remarkably agile. As for their defenses, their tough skin and resilient flesh were traditional skills honed in the endless desert. And it was needless to say that bear goblins would not merely stand idly by to be attacked. He indeed possessed the capabilities of a treasure chest monster. It was merely unexpected that the one prying open the chest was an ogre chieftain. Let alone a chieftain, even a common ogre would pose a challenge. Very well. I present you with 3 choices. Gorjin, the magnanimous chieftain, declared as he pronounced the creature's fate. First, you may choose to resist to the bitter end, in which case our lunch will be you. Second, you may choose to submit and kneel at my feet. Third, should you refuse, you will be given a thrashing and then kneel at my feet. Choose wisely. No sooner had Gorjin concluded his statement than anger, brimming with excitement, regarded the bear goblin with eager eyes, his hands clutching the massive hammer, eager to engage. Indeed, the fickle anger had abandoned his trusty 3-barreled cannon, falling in love with the colossal hammer, forsaking even his spiked club. The bear goblin found itself devoid of options. Encountering an ogre chieftain who offered 3 choices was already a stroke of luck earned from a past life of saving the goblin race. What other choice could he possibly have? As an ogre, merely refraining from dining upon him immediately was a significant concession, should he fail to take it. Tomorrow would merely witness the emergence of a rather unsightly pile of excrement. As the airship set sail, commencing its return journey, the bear goblin meandered about the deck like a simpleton, peering curiously from side to side. Chieftain, this fellow seems a bit dim-witted. What use do we have for him? Captain Dog whispered to Gorjin. Lying in his makeshift shelter, Gorjin rolled over, his tone languid. The goblins in the tribe require someone to oversee them. This one appears promising. If he performs well, he may well be considered. By the way, you mutt, have been performing admirably of late. It is time I bestowed upon you a name. To spare me the constant repetition of Captain Dog, the jackal wolf, elated, dropped to his knees with a thud, his tail wagging furiously. Then let us call you Doug Longperch. What do you think? Doug promptly bowed thrice in reverence. He would forever remember the chieftain's great kindness, remaining the most loyal watchdog to Gorjin. Simultaneously, Doug felt a surge of joy. This was not merely a simple naming. Most significantly, the chieftain had bestowed upon him the illustrious surname of Longperch. He was the first in the tribe to gain such a name as an outsider. Karina, oh Karina, clever and capable, what of being the lord of a city? Are you not still merely Karina, and not Karina Longperch? In gaining some, one inevitably loses others. Who can discern the balance of gain and loss? Under the guidance of Kalber, the dwarves have now entered a stable phase. The number of dwarves receiving the stone mark will undoubtedly increase. However, those goblins. Gorjin remarked coldly, those goblins are different. I am not gold. It seems their loyalty shall remain elusive. Chieftain, the nature of goblins is well known throughout the desert. This was to be expected, Doug humbly replied. You speak wisely, yet this is in Longperch. I understand. In Longperch, the chieftain's reasoning reigns supreme. Doug quickly grasped the meaning behind Gorjin's words. In light of the contributions made by the goblins in the transformation of the dreadnought, I shall grant them one opportunity. Let the bear goblins and the steel coins compete. Gorjin's tone was frigid. In due course, the one who first bears the stone mark shall emerge as the leader. Should none succeed, I am not so adamant about goblin technology. I've heard that the gnomes possess commendable craftsmanship. Doug lowered his head in humility. The chieftain was still too merciful, granting them yet another opportunity. However, this would be their sole chance. Should they fail to seize it, even the possibility of becoming slaves might slip away. The chieftain's offer was a double-edged sword. Had the chieftain remained silent on this matter, they would have been allowed to languish indefinitely, much like those in the pleasure house. Yet, with the chieftain's opportunity, only 2 paths lay ahead: seize the chance to soar or lose it and face demise. Doug was perplexed. Deep down, he could not comprehend why it was so challenging to offer unwavering loyalty to such a powerful chieftain, one willing to extend opportunities to outsiders. The airship thundered through the skies as it returned, reaching the 3rd city of the hot sands in the domain of Longperch, once more within 2 days. Gorjin found the name too convoluted and resolved to take this opportunity to amend it. Horny stood outside the shelter, her expression grave. Left, I told you we should have shot it down. Right, let us first see what it intends to do. And don't you find those flamboyant patterns up there somewhat familiar? Left, they do seem familiar, resembling a target for fireball. Right, all right, I got it. You can be quiet now. As the airship began its descent, Horny finally caught sight of the vessel's entirety and noticed anger peeking over the edge. Right, I'm calm and collected. What of your fireball? Right, come on, aren't you stubborn? Come, bring your sun down, come. Left, Chapter 75, Mother Horny. Ha Mom. What do you think of my newly crafted airship? Stepping down from the dreadnought, Gorjin beamed with pride as he gazed at Horny approaching. Left head of Horny, how many fire explosions can withstand? Right head of Horny, you truly fear nothing. Do you not know that this fool beside you has attempted several times to bring your so-called dreadnought down? Gorjin appeared utterly astonished. Why would he want to attack me? Left head of Horny, can you permit a chaotic airship, one you do not recognize, to fly in the skies? Right, head of Horny. You would do well to notify me of any unforeseen events in advance, had I not felt uneasy and refrained from acting. A fall from 1,000 meters would surely have been fatal. Gorjin recoiled slightly, feeling a twinge of fear, followed by disbelief. No, Mom. I was at a height of 1,000 meters. Could your fire explosions truly reach me? Left, head of Horny. Nonsense. Is that even a question? Right, head of Horny. Let me put it this way. As long as I can see it, I can strike it. Gorjin fell silent. Are ogre mages truly this formidable? Subsequently, Gorjin waved behind him. Duj immediately stepped forward, respectfully holding a potion in his hands. Mom, this is an alchemical potion I found at the Hot Sands headquarters. Drinking it will grant you a passive spell, specifically brought for you. Left, head of Horny shook her head. I have no need for it. You drink it. Right, head of Horny nodded. Keep it for yourself. Although you are the chieftain, your strength is rather lacking, and by the way, why do you seem to have lost weight lately? Gorjin's eyelids twitched. Mom, I know you mean well, but please stop. I've already consumed one. Drinking another would be futile. Duj behind them sighed inwardly. Having a mother feels wonderful. Clearly, he had gained weight, yet in her eyes, he appeared thinner. Since Gorjin had said so. Horny made no further objections. Ogres are not so particular. Left, will you come, or shall I? Right, you go ahead. What if it doesn't taste good? The left head directly grasped that seemingly trivial potion and tossed it into her gaping maw. After a casual chew, she swallowed it whole, glass shards and all, causing Duj to gulp audibly. The left head smacked her lips. Then, patting her belly, why does it feel like a raging fire? The right head assessed. It's just as expected. It's probably a side effect. A little sprinting later should fix it. Goblin alchemist. Good, good, good. Gorjin. What effect does this have? Gorjin pondered for a moment and replied without blinking. To activate this potion's effect, one must use a staff to cast spells. After using the staff, each skill will become multicasting. The chance of double casting is 100, triple casting is 50, and quadruple casting is 30. If no weapon is used, the effect diminishes. It would then become a double casting chance of 40, triple casting 30, and quadruple casting 20. Gorjin spoke fluidly but did not exaggerate, knowing his mother was no ordinary ogre. Her intellect was equally formidable. Saying too much could reveal inconsistencies. This was a potion crafted by a highly skilled goblin alchemist, and if an ordinary human drank it, they would immediately suffer severe burns to their stomach. I reckon this is tailor-made for a powerful ogre mage like you, Mom. Left head of Horny laughed heartily. Ha ha. You speak the truth. Right head of Horny nodded with a smile. You are thoughtful. Gorjin beamed with excitement. Mom, give it a try. Let us see how it works. Horny's two heads, with their 4 eager eyes, began scanning for a target, soon settling on Fury. Fury, with wide eyes, clung to his massive weapon and quickly hid behind Gorjin. Left head of Horny. Useless. Fury dared not retaliate or speak. Looking at the other outsiders, one and all, they appeared ready to withdraw into their chests. The most perceptive was Duj. He swiftly dashed to a pile of Hot Sands construction debris awaiting disposal. You can test it here. I've checked. There are no other tribe members around. Duj waved his hands, and upon catching Horny's gaze, he rolled away hastily. Horny hefted her massive bone club and summoned her signature calm fire explosion. No, now it's double calm, quadruple fire explosion. Calm demeanor combined with fire explosion triggered double casting. Though it was merely the most basic and highest probability double casting, both spells activated this effect. 4 enormous fire explosions detonated in rapid succession, striking the debris before Horny even realized what had occurred. The explosions erupted, creating a small mushroom cloud. Horny's 2 heads gaped in astonishment. Is this even possible? Ha! Gorjin erupted into a satisfied and boisterous laugh. With my mother here, I can swagger unabashedly. Excellent, excellent. Now I can truly relax. Mother Horny. The 2-headed ogre mage. Why should I even strive further? Captain Dog, being closest, felt the impact most acutely and scurried back. He stood beside a similarly wide-eyed Culber, jesting. So how does it feel? I told you to pledge your damned loyalty to the chieftain sooner. Had the chieftain's mother possessed this skill when attacking you, your pitiful city gate would have crumbled, not to mention the walls. Culber found himself at a loss for words, staring blankly at the dissipating flames of the mushroom cloud. You are right, Captain Dog. Who are you calling Captain Dog? Duj immediately retorted. The great chieftain bestowed upon me my full name. I am now Duj Long Roost, the first outsider to bear the Long Roost surname. Culber was once again astonished, gazing enviously at this jackal wolf who was merely clever and obsequious. You are correct. In the chieftain's eyes, absolute loyalty outweighs all. Duj, I indeed fall short of you. Moreover, I must express my gratitude. The term dog face aptly describes Duj. He proudly lifted his head, tilting his chin toward Culber. See, the earlier you pledge your loyalty to the chieftain, the more benefits you reap. You, old dwarf, are fortunate. Allow me to let you in on a little secret. Douche conspiratorially leaned closer to Culber and whispered, "The chieftain is currently displeased with those goblins who have yet to pledge their loyalty. Considering they all bear the stone mark, I will offer you a piece of advice." Culber solemnly asked, "What advice?" "You are the first dwarf to pledge loyalty to the chieftain. Your status among the dwarves is assured, but if you wish to advance further, it is not merely about achieving great feats. Rather, it is essential that all your kin pledge loyalty to the chieftain. Do you understand?" Chapter 76. The Name Transformation Roar. Culber appeared somewhat bewildered, blinking his eyes. "I do not comprehend. Please clarify, my mind is slow to grasp." "TSK. Doug clicked his tongue in disdain. "You yourself have stated that the chieftain values loyalty above all else. If you were to compel those diminutive folk to pledge their allegiance to him, do you suppose the chieftain would be pleased? Perhaps in his delight, you, old dwarf, might become the second foreigner to bear the surname of Longchi." Culber interjected. "Those are members of the fourth tier of the Longchi tribe, not mere dwarfs, but dwarves." Doug waved his hand dismissively. "Spare me. I only recognize those with the stone brand, like you. I acknowledge you now, or I wouldn't bother whispering so much to you. Without the stone brand, in my eyes, you are no different from foul refuse. So do not argue with me. First and foremost, you are a member of the Longchi tribe, the chieftain's loyal hound. Only secondarily are you a dwarf. You must understand this in your heart. The stone brand can appear as easily as it can vanish. Mind yourself." After delivering his words, Doug patted Culber on the shoulder and, wagging his tail in flattery, scampered over to the feet of Gorjin. Culber was left astounded. He could not help but respect this work. Within the tribe, this creature flaunted its prowess over outsiders, bowing only to the chieftain and his ogre kin. He looked down upon any member lacking a brand. However, he was also the sole member who could approach the chieftain with such obsequiousness at any time. He could often be seen wagging his tail at the chieftain's feet. Others, even Kareen, lacked such privilege. After all, who could refuse an utterly loyal, charming, tail-wagging little gray creature? It was akin to having a pet dog. Most importantly, thus far, Doug had not exhibited any other ambitions or ulterior motives beyond initially desiring the position of the word captain. This distinguished him from Kareen, and it was one reason Gorjin could tolerate Doug's casual demeanor. Horny, as if acquiring a novel toy, thunderously dashed out to experiment with the multiple casting passive. Only then did Gorjin free his thoughts to survey the former third city of Hot Sand. The architectural style here unmistakably bore the mark of Fury Tooth's command. The unmistakable Orcish influence was palpable. All around were rugged thornwood huts, haphazardly arranged, presenting a disordered appearance. The goblin's smelting furnace had been repaired and now belched thick smoke as it continuously produced iron materials. "Chieftain, Fury Tooth has arrived. Do you wish to see him?" Doug, squatting at Gorjin's feet, glanced at the distant Fury Tooth, who hesitated to approach. "Let him come." Gorjin looked back and casually seized Fury Tooth, who was cradled like a treasure, and plopped himself down upon the ground. Fury was stunned, feeling wronged, and with a petulant huff, he sat beside Gorjin. Gorjin shifted over slightly to make room for him, prompting Fury to beam with joy as he sat beside the chieftain. Gorjin merely shrugged. "Fine. I'll indulge my foolish brother." Fury Tooth, the brawny orc, strode over confidently. Two ogres sat upon a stout cannon, with a word crouching at their feet. It was quite the striking tableau. Fury Tooth offered his respects to the powerful chieftain, wishing for his eternal glory. He tapped his forehead and then struck his chest twice, presenting the highest honor among orcs. "Introduce the situation here. I lack the patience to question you one by one," Gorjin yawned. "Managing matters would be less tedious if I could do it while receiving a massage and napping." "Chieftain, the third oasis of hot sand under Longchi has essentially stabilized. The last remaining goblin smelting furnace is now functioning well, and we expect to transport the first shipment of iron materials to the Longchi oasis in 10 days. During this time, we faced 2 waves of refugee tribes attempting to seize this place, which we repelled. We lost dozens of our members, but with your mother's assistance, we annihilated all invading foes and turned them into dried meat for reserves." "Excellent. However, Longchi's third oasis of hot sand is too lengthy and unwieldy. I dislike it. Think of a suggestion and bring it to me. Those iron materials must be transported to Longchi without delay. I have grand plans for them. Additionally, select some trusted members to distribute weapons. How can one engage in battle barehanded? Furthermore, I must say, the houses you've constructed are far too chaotic. They give me a headache just looking at them. Would it be so difficult to arrange them neatly? If you are unsure of what neat means, weren't there 2 oddly dressed humans who survived? You might enlist their help, but solely for the purpose of tidying up. Do not grant them any other rights." Fury Tooth was taken aback. "Chieftain, is there an issue with them? Should I, Fury Tooth gestured as if to dismiss them. No, no, no. I am quite surprised they have chosen to stay. They are not the problem, but their kind might sometimes exhibit troublesome behaviors. Never mind, just follow my instructions. Gorjin seemed to reflect on something, realizing that after mingling with the simpletons of his own tribe, he truly appreciated this straightforward, yet powerful race. What if they appeared grotesque and ugly? In this world filled with myriad races, who cares about appearances? Isn't strength and might the truest principle? Fury Tooth nodded pensively. Chieftain, when you next return here, I shall present you with a tidy oasis tribe. Work diligently. Aside from this oasis, everything else here has been ravaged by the goblins. So focus solely on producing iron materials. Gorjin rose, and Fury followed suit. I will have someone inform you of the next steps. Now go and attend to your duties. The following morning, Gorjin set forth on the fearsome towards the great sand city. The name of this oasis tribe was also decided by Gorjin, Magic Roar. Fury Tooth thought it sounded quite pleasing, so it was settled. The fearsome ascended, watched by all members of the Magic Roar tribe and his mother, as it departed. Since Fury Tooth arrived, he had performed admirably. Although he was an orc, the experience of having been a slave had tempered much of his ferocity, rendering him far more composed. Horny had refrained from intervening in his governance. After the fearsome had departed, Horny returned to her tent. Fury Tooth gazed at Horny's corpulent form, unable to suppress a sigh. The dual-headed ogre mage, already formidable with scarcely any weaknesses, had gained a passive spell for multiple castings. With his current capabilities, it was impossible to fathom the limits of the chieftain's mother. Magic Roar. Fury Tooth tightened his massive fists as he pressed against the goblin's smelting furnace, spewing black smoke. Let this be the first tribe from Longqi to unleash its roar to the world, he commanded to the members of the Magic Roar tribe. Chapter 77. The Old Dwarf Repeatedly Wounded. When the fearsome reached the Great Sand City, it similarly caused a stir. All the weapons here had been smelted down, and Gorjin had witnessed the effectiveness of the city's defensive cannons. Up close, they performed admirably, but at a distance, their accuracy was merely chance, let alone when targeting aerial foes. The dwarves of Giant Sand City are currently devoid of weapons, relying solely on the 3 ogres at their disposal. Gorjin, possessing a keen intellect, has commanded the dwarves to craft partial armor for these ogres from iron forged in the dwarven furnace, utilizing their formidable iron clubs and massive iron shields. Although this armor cannot compare to the full suits once worn by ogres, it sufficiently protects vital areas. With the aid of the stone mark, these ogres have transformed into humanoid heavy tanks. Most importantly, Gorjin has rationed the dwarves' daily food supply to fully nourish the ogres, leading to a noticeable increase in their weight. The ogres' bulk and fat are indicative of their combat prowess. However, upon witnessing the colossal fearsome ship looming overhead, Gorjin felt a twinge of regret. She realized she ought to have constructed a massive ballista, which, with the strength of the ogres, could have been wielded effectively against such a formidable aerial adversary. The modified fearsome ship was vastly superior to the original airship, a fact that had not crossed her mind. Her only option now was to awaken the 3 slumbering ogres and prepare for battle. She vowed that should the enemy dare to land, they would swiftly learn the terror of the armored ogres. As the fearsome ship descended, the expression of the succubus grew increasingly peculiar. If she was not mistaken, the prow of that pod was crafted in the likeness of an ogre, and there was no one else capable of achieving such a feat and reaching this location but the chief she so ardently admired. Just as Gorjin anticipated, when Gorjin descended the large staircase from the pod, her eyes appeared almost to glaze over, fixated on him as if her very gaze were glued to his form. This was the tradition of the desert. A true native female must either be strong like Horny or submit to strength like Gorjin. As a succubus among demons, she was indifferent to Gorjin's race, his terrifying visage, and his corpulent physique. What mattered to her was Gorjin's power, for which she was willing to sacrifice everything. In comparison to the Moan tribe, Giant Sand City offered Gorjin a most favorable impression. Well done, Gorjin. I didn't realize you possessed such remarkable skills, he remarked as he traversed the city. Following closely behind Gorjin were Gorjin, Doug, and Culber. As the former leader of Giant Sand City, Culber had entirely relinquished his past, especially after being thoroughly educated by Doug, the Jackalman bestowed with the surname Dragon Roost. He found himself genuinely admiring Doug, a third-rate race that was only slightly superior to the wild goblins, for achieving such heights. He even reflected on whether he could have attained the same success had they swapped roles and races. The answer was a resounding no. Doug was far more suited to the desert than he was. Had he not been the son of the previous giant sand leader and not grasped the essence of divine intervention, his life would not have been any more prosperous than that of the Jackalman. Today, Giant Sand City had dismantled most of its unnecessary buildings, with living and working areas divided by a broad avenue. The city gates had been widened and elevated, allowing Gorjin to stride in with his head held high. The sound of clanging echoed through the work area, where the dwarves were diligently toiling. It was evident that an orderly and well-defined division of labor significantly enhanced productivity. Even Ogre, the seasoned dwarf, had to concede that under Gorjin's governance, Giant Sand City excelled in production, at least more so than he had previously. He had been overly steeped in racism and had been too lenient with his kin. In contrast, Gorjin enforced a strict, systematic management approach, prioritizing regulations and productivity. After being outshone by Ogre found himself further humbled by Gorjin. Why do I feel like I'm the most inept among the outsiders who have received the stone mark? He pondered, engulfed in self-doubt. What were you doing before that you even understand this? Ogre could not help but inquire. I don't understand, Gorjin replied with a smile, radiating charm. Having spent so long in the tribe, I naturally know that the chief prefers order. I merely directed the city towards organized production and layout. This way, when the chief arrives, he will be more pleased with the sight of the city. Ogre, there is no secret to it. When one is devoted to the chief, such results are inevitable. Ogre felt as though he had been struck again. These two were truly formidable. The old dwarf was left in awe, utterly defeated. Giving Gorjin a thumbs up, quietly remarked, Gorjin, I must say you are impressive. Even I, an ordinary dragon roost, must admire your prowess as a triple-skilled sorceress. Doug's words were ostensibly flattering, yet carried a hint of envy. Gorjin, walking ahead, eagerly surveyed the dramatically transformed Giant Sand City. Oblivious to the exchange among the three holders of the stone mark behind him. Aren't you the captain of those little dogs? Gorjin blurted out, taken aback. Grinning broadly, replied, Captain of dogs? No, that is all in the past. Now I bear a new name, Dragon Roost. The highest honor bestowed upon me by the chief. Of course, I cannot compare to you, the sorceress and lord of Giant Sand City. I am merely the chief's little dog. His words, though self-deprecating, were laced with pride. No. Why do you get to claim that? Gorjin retorted, gripping by his tail. Unfazed, feigned ignorance, claim what? Gorjin, grinding her teeth, pressed, what have you done? What great merit have you achieved to earn such a name and the Dragon Roost surname? Blinked innocently, flashing a rather mischievous grin. Look at you. You're a city lord now. Why bother quibbling with a mere watchdog? You oversee so many people, while I only have my few little dogs. Don't play this game with me. Gorjin growled, then turned to the observing old dwarf. What do you think? Has this foolish dog accomplished something monumental? Ogre, not expecting to be drawn into the conversation, instinctively replied, No, he has just been the same. Then you and I, Gorjin exclaimed, her frustration palpable. I'm losing my mind here. Chapter 78, the plan to connect three oases. Having become the city lord had indeed brightened Gorjin's demeanor considerably, rendering her even more alluring and exuding an air of triumph. Yet, almost instantaneously, she seemed to wither, as if drained by a soul-devouring demon, radiating waves of resentment. Even Ogre, the old dwarf, felt a wave of discomfort beside her and hurriedly shuffled away. Grinning impudently, patted Gorjin on the shoulder with his sharp fangs bared. If you wish to showcase your abilities, you must step away from the chief. It's simply unavoidable. Don't worry, it's just a surname, Dragon Roost. You're still the first to bear the chief's favor as a female. Keep it up. Gorjin felt a twitch in her eyelid. Clenching her hand around a dark purple energy, ready to unleash it upon Doug's canine visage, only for him to dodge away. The warg, baring its fangs and wagging its tail, caught up with Gorjin, who was walking ahead. And the expression it revealed upon glancing back nearly drove Karen to the brink of exasperation. With a swift motion, she crushed the dark purple energy in her hand. Incensed by Doug's audacity, Doug, however, appeared invigorated. This is what you get for being so cocky back then. After a cursory inspection of the Great Sand City, Gorjin failed to offer any particularly impressive suggestions. While Karen's performance lacked any notable brilliance, it certainly did not present any significant issues. In fact, it was markedly superior to the time when Ogre was at the helm. After all, in a city of nearly 10,000 inhabitants, excluding the young and elderly dwarves, there remained a substantial working population. Having managed for so many years with only a single steam tank and airship, Karen viewed such output as a flagrant waste of dwarven manpower and craftsmanship. Standing atop the expanded city walls, Gorjin surveyed the orderly Great Sand City. With the rock imprint trio positioned behind him, his curiosity was piqued. Ogre fell silent for a moment, then offered a wry smile. Chief, while fewer oases have their advantages, an abundance also bears benefits, especially concerning our population, particularly for a race like ours, so steeped in tribal ideology. Although I was once the leader of Great Sand City, the rules here have remained unchanged for quite some time. Beneath me, numerous minor leaders wield their own influence. Despite the population being less than 10,000, it has fractured into several small factions. This increased populace, combined with the absence of large-scale warfare for an extended period, has rendered many of my decrees ineffective. Is that so? Karen queried skeptically. I feel no such change. Doug shrugged. Previously, they were under the incompetent Culber. Now, they are under the wise and formidable chief. Moreover, our hierarchical structure in Dragon's Roost is quite clear. They're all fourth-tier slaves. How could they possibly entertain notions of forming small factions? Do they desire their own demise? Culber nodded in rare agreement. Indeed, Doug is correct. Furthermore, this recent conflict has thoroughly awakened us, those of us who were complacent. The crux is to dismantle a rule. Bloodshed is often unavoidable. I believe our dwarven kin will thrive under the chief's guidance. A charming smile graced Karen's lips. Isn't this the very tradition of this desolate expanse? Complacency and stagnation only lead to oblivion. Culber, your defeat was not unjust. Without us in Dragon's Roost, other, more powerful races would have surely cast you into the dust. Culber nodded. Indeed, Doug has mentioned that after a city falls, instances of slaughter are exceedingly rare. The chief truly is an extraordinary ogre. With a command from the chief, all combatants who had invaded the city ceased their slaughter, even the ogres and the slave army, who were caught in a bloodlust. Doug proudly flicked his tail. I told you, the chief always delivers on his promises. Gorjin grunted. You three are quite adept at flattering. It's rather pleasing. Doug and Karen exchanged amused glances, while Culber felt a tinge of discomfort, yet recognized it as a minor triumph. Previously, I mentioned we should find a way to connect these three oases. Now that Dragon's Roost, Great Sand, and Magic Howl are all on the right track, do you have any brilliant ideas? Culber ventured cautiously. How about constructing large transport caterpillar vehicles? He proposed. Karen suggested, what about building railcars? This method had significantly improved efficiency in Great Sand City. Doug raised his hand. I still think airships are the way to go. Why tread the ground when you can soar above? Culber immediately countered. The advantage of airships lies in their prolonged hovering capability, yet the cost to build one remains quite high. Doug scoffed. That's still better than your cumbersome transport vehicles. How large could they possibly be? How many steam engines would you need? What about water consumption? Karen instantly concurred. Exactly. Each vehicle would require a dedicated driver, necessitating a considerable workforce. My railcars, however, only need one driver to pull several carriages. Doug retorted. Yours is even less feasible. I've seen your railcars. Have you considered how long the tracks would need to be to connect three oases? The amount of iron required is simply outrageous. Karen shot back. That's still more viable than your airship plan. I've heard the materials consumed by the Terror are not insignificant. As the primary overseer of the Terror's modifications, Culber also supported Karen's argument. Doug chuckled confidently. The Terror was being modified as the chief's flagship, necessitating top-tier quality in terms of durability, firepower, and protection, thus incurring substantial costs. However, if one were to create an airship solely to transport goods and ordinary passengers, it would not require nearly as many materials. That much is certain. Culber nodded thoughtfully. Even Gorjin found himself intrigued. Elaborate. As soon as Gorjin joined the discussion, Doug's enthusiasm surged. Absolutely, Chief. Ahem. Doug lightly adjusted his leather armor and cleared his throat, straightening his posture. Let it out clearly. Gorjin frowned. Hey. Doug immediately nodded and smiled ingratiatingly. Let us take the Chief's Terror as an example. Not to mention, the Terror's pod requires a great deal of iron to accommodate the Chief and the ogres. Yet a standard transport airship wouldn't necessitate such excess. For the pod, aside from the keel and the bottom framework, we could utilize the main stalks of desert thorns. When it comes to cargo, only a cargo hold and a steam engine are needed. The rest of the space could be left empty to maximize cargo capacity. As for the gas bag, the Terror has a protective layer, but a transport airship could forego this, as 2 layers of burlap and fur would suffice. We could make it slightly larger to ensure it can carry even more cargo. Chapter 79, The Airship Plan. But what if we encounter danger? There are flying monsters in the desert. Karen raised a concern. If we make no provisions for protection, should we face peril? Your proposed airship's gas bag would surely burst at the slightest puncture. Too small. Doug gestured with his fingers. Since he had proposed this idea, he naturally had a comprehensive plan. Otherwise, given Doug's cautious nature, he would never have spoken so freely. Doug was far more prudent than Karen. While Karen enjoyed taking risks, Doug preferred to avoid them. After witnessing Karen nearly meet her end during their previous gamble, he had been thoroughly shaken. Had it not been for the Chief's request, he would have remained silent. Is that all the ambition you possess? Are you seeking punishment? Karen rolled her eyes, her alluring figure suggesting that a whip would only enhance her allure. Gorjin and his brothers felt a stir of desire, but with their mother absent, They could not act impulsively, for Great Sand City relied on Karen at present. Did you hear anything from our earlier discussions? Or did it simply go in one ear and out the other? Doug chided, turning the tables on Karen. You just said that stagnation leads to downfall. Yet you seem to have absorbed none of it. Our Dragoness Roost tribe is also progressing and must continue to do so. We should aim to construct larger transport airships to carry more cargo, but we must also develop specialized combat airships. At all times, a strong fist is the foundation of self-preservation. Our cargo cannot solely circulate within the oases of Longchi, Jusha, and Mohu. It is imperative that we venture forth and engage in trade with other oases. If we do not have our own armed forces to provide protection, will we not merely be delivering warmth to others? While transport airships conserve resources, we should minimize the size of our battle airships, compact, yet fortified with materials concentrated on defense, firepower, and speed. These battle airships must solely be dedicated to combat, compressing the cargo pods and gas bags as much as possible, apart from weapons, ammunition, and steam engines. Nothing else should be included. A more diminutive size also equates to a conservation of resources, does it not? Gorjin raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished as he regarded Doug. Your plan, you rascal, is rather intriguing. Do you have more to say? Please continue. Receiving Gorjin's affirmation, Doug cast a triumphant glance at Kareen and Kalber. Kareen, her teeth clenched in frustration, seethed, while Kalber shrugged, indicating, I'm merely an engineer. You may proceed as you wish. Chief, I believe it is essential for us to establish a dedicated armed force, allowing the rest to focus entirely on production. Kalber raised his hand. That was precisely my approach. I had 500 elite dwarf warriors solely for combat, alongside 1,000 militia engaged in both combat and production. Doug nodded. Indeed, apart from your craftsmanship, that is your only merit. Kalber replied. Our tribe is diverse, comprising various races. Thus, we can assemble balanced combat squads. Of course, the mainstay of the airships will still require your dwarves. Doug pointed at Kalber. As I mentioned before, you must expedite the acquisition of the rock seal by your dwarves. Otherwise, who would trust them with the airships? Kalber solemnly nodded, having fully internalized Doug's earlier admonitions. However, should this plan be implemented, the timeline will be extensive and the requisite resources immense. According to your scheme, we require not only airships but also large towers for docking and transport channels. We cannot possibly move all that cargo one piece at a time, can we? In this regard, Kalber's expertise was considerable, and he promptly offered his insights. Your dwarves truly excel in city construction. Doug interjected, a skilled orator, which immediately darkened Kalber's expression. You know how to place tracks beneath tanks. Yet you lack the foresight to transport goods to the airship pods? Kalber's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. He had never considered such a notion. We have a tower in our Longchi tribe. Jusha originally had one, and now only Mohu lacks it. We can certainly construct one there as well, as it entails minimal cost. Currently, all 3 oases are producing iron simultaneously. Is that not a substantial yield? Doug spoke animatedly, his dogged demeanor oddly incongruous with the gravity of his words. He began to pace back and forth, further elaborating on his plan. Our headquarters is in Longchi. Thus, it would be best to transport your gas production apparatus there. Chief, I have one small suggestion, if I may. Gorjin scratched his chin, finding Doug's ideas somewhat incredulous. Did we not once leave a warg at the entrance as a guard and for supplies, only to find it has now transformed into an SSR? Is this a suggestion or an opinion? He regarded the warg with interest. Merely a suggestion, I wouldn't dare voice an opinion. Doug rubbed his palms together with a sycophantic grin. Go on. Gorjin gestured for him to continue. Chief, I believe our Longchi tribe should also construct a dwarf smelter. Gorjin appeared puzzled. What do you mean? The waste produced from a dwarf smelter can be compressed into wall bricks. Our Longchi tribe cannot continually construct houses from thorn bushes. At the very least, your residence and those of the other ogre lords must be built beautifully. Kareen stared at Doug, aghast. You treacherous scoundrel. How could you betray me? Simultaneously, she inwardly lamented her own lack of foresight. Kareen, how could you not think of such a simple yet effective means to please the chief? You've become complacent. She began to reflect on her own shortcomings. Gorjin erupted into laughter. This is amusing, quite amusing. Let us proceed with it. You cunning rascal have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. But I like it. Gorjin unabashedly expressed his admiration for Doug, while Kareen's jealousy simmered. The airship plan also shows promise. At least for now, I am thoroughly satisfied with the dreadnought. Kareen's railcar proposal is commendable, but more suited for production. Doug is correct. We cannot remain stagnant. We must venture forth. The limitations of railcars are too great. The airship plan allows for greater freedom. Gorjin's words filled Doug with pride, lifting his chin as he cast a smug glance at Kareen, who sulked, pouting with her head bowed. As for Kalber's transport vehicle, Let that be. However, I require you to devise a more efficient battle vehicle. Frankly, your previous steam tank was nothing short of rubbish. Let us proceed with it. You all strive diligently, while I shall recline and enjoy." Gorkin laughed heartily as he descended from the city walls. "Chief." Kareen ground her teeth and hurried after him. Chapter 80, New Arrivals. Gorkin returned to Jusha City with an odd expression. He never anticipated that Kareen would proactively propose to give it a try. It was evident that she had prepared thoroughly, having arranged a grand house towards the oasis side of the city. However, it was merely a shell. Most of the city's resources had been allocated to urban renovation and production layout, leaving the house effectively empty. Gorkin lay directly on the ground, observing the succubus who entered. "Your courage is commendable. Have you forgotten the dire consequences of our last encounter?" Kareen extended her long tongue to lick her lips, her gaze thick and sticky as if it could ensnare. Gorkin found her behavior unsettling, yet lacked any evidence to substantiate his suspicions. After all, he was an ogre. For him, being called ugly was a twisted form of flattery. The grotesque and terrifying were his trademarks. The first time was forgivable, but now she was willingly risking her life? And what was with that look in her eyes? It resembled parched earth finally receiving a long-awaited rain. Could this truly be the nature of a succubus? Did she care so little for her own race and appearance? Gorkin found himself at a loss for words, utterly bewildered. Kareen's request was simply for her to take action herself. Fine. Loading. Kareen began to tidy the scene. She felt she had discovered a method to alleviate the chief's burdens. Meanwhile, Gorkin maintained his unyielding demeanor, offering only a non-committal "not bad" before departing. Kareen wore a smile. Though she was the lord of Jusha City, she was still the manager of the brothel. Serving the chief remained her primary duty. Gorkin boarded the dreadnought, setting course for the Lungchi tribe. Simultaneously, the airship carried a substantial amount of iron materials. This was merely a portion. Upon his return, Gorkin would arrange for the tracked vehicles to transport the remainder. He also established the subsequent task objectives. Jusha City would produce iron and city bricks in large quantities for the Lungchi tribe. The value of the ogre's roar lies solely in the extraction of iron. Although the damage inflicted by the goblin furnace on the sands is irreversible, it is indisputable that the output of the goblin furnace is unparalleled. Gorkin held no particular thoughts on the matter. While it might be feasible to transition from goblin furnaces to dwarven ones in the future, such a change was not possible at present. The Dragon Roost tribe was in dire need of iron. In this desolate expanse, sand was as worthless as life itself. Perhaps a time would come when the demand for iron by the Dragon Roost would diminish, but for now, they were poised to embark on an intense period of construction. They needed to establish at least a factory capable of producing airship pods. The docking towers for the airships would also require expansion and an increase in number. Of course, this was merely a task for the near future. Nothing could be accomplished overnight. This was also the reason why Gorkin had not made any significant changes to the tribe over the past 2 decades. A lack of authority, a shortage of cooperation, and a dearth of materials. It was utterly futile. However, surprises often emerged when least expected. When the fearsome arrived at the Dragon Roost tribe's airship tower, a hungry ogre was already waiting there with eager anticipation. Gorkin, perplexed, descended, followed closely by Nu and Doug, as well as Kalber. What was going on? Upon seeing the female ogre with her wide, glistening eyes and drooling mouth, Gorkin was taken aback. "Adudu." The female ogre patted her rotund, fat-laden belly, pointing expectantly at her mouth. "Huh." Gorkin looked at Nu in confusion. Nu tapped his own horn, puffed up his belly, and after a moment of effort, managed to utter a syllable. "Cub?" "Adudu." The female ogre nodded repeatedly, thumping her large belly again and gesturing toward her mouth. Nu understood. He truly understood. "Meal." The female ogre excitedly patted Nu's shoulder with a resounding thud. "Adudu." It took Gorkin a moment to process this. "Oh my goodness. You're pregnant with a cub?" Gorkin gazed in astonishment at the flag of Maglobiot's contempt in his hand. Was this mere coincidence? Or was this item truly that formidable? Gorkin believed it to be coincidence. Given the reproductive capabilities of ogres, it would take time for her to realize she was expecting. At least 2 months would pass before she became aware of her condition. By that time, they would have barely conquered the 3rd city of the hot sands. One could only say that the timing was fortuitous. The female ogre nodded vigorously, continuously pointing at her gaping maw. Gorkin then recalled that he had promised to prepare a grand feast for anyone who bore young. "You want something delicious, huh?" "Adudu." The female ogre nodded repeatedly, unable to contain her drool. "No problem. I keep my promises. If anyone is expecting, I will personally cook for them. Just wait. I'll prepare something special for you tonight." Gorkin laughed heartily. His tribe was finally set to increase its population. Ultimately, irrespective of the wisdom and loyalty of outsiders, these foolish tribesfolk were his true roots. "Adudu." The female ogre nodded emphatically and walked away with a swagger. "Adudu?" Nu extended his large head, eyes brimming with desire. You want to eat too? I do. Get lost. Nu sulkily retreated with Dajwa. But before they had even stepped into the tribe, he began to proudly showcase his weapon to the other ogres. The prideful glint in his eye was impossible to conceal. The other ogres were envious, but they only saw the size of Dajwa without comprehending its true power. Though envious, their feelings were not overwhelming. Adudu? An ogre questioned the weapon's purpose. Oh. Nu grew furious. He immediately lifted Dajwa, assumed a stance, and stomped down hard on the firing cord. Boom. The deafening blast accompanied by a cloud of dust startled the entire dragon roost. Nu. Gorkin's eyes reddened with rage, his upward curving tusks trembling. He seized his spiked club. You bastard. I'll kill you. Die. Chapter 81. The Feast. The dwarves began to tidy up the wreckage of the chief's hut. Karlov and his 2 orc apprentices stood in the distance, dumbfounded and disheartened as they gazed at the house they had toiled over for so long. The largest in the tribe. Even the nearby ogre huts had been affected. After laboring tirelessly for over half a month, it had all been reduced to rubble in a single blast. Bloodied and bruised, Nu sat obediently to one side, his nose bleeding profusely, too afraid to wipe it away. The prize Dajwa lay discarded in the sand, treated like refuse, and he dared not retrieve it. Gorkin was on the verge of madness. My spring water tank. My daily half-ton spring water tank. My enchanting workstation. The enchanting workstation I placed at the door. Gorkin roared, while the surrounding ogres and other tribe members fell silent, not daring to utter a word. My house, my mother's house, all destroyed by your cannon fire. Nu. If you truly wish to die, I'll send you aboard the fearsome to meet my mother right now. Nu shook his head repeatedly, his wise eyes filled with meekness. Chief. Doug cautiously raised his hand. Speak. Gorkin snapped, irritable and irate. The spring water tank should be unharmed. Before you left, you instructed that Sumai should have the dwarves empty the tank's water into the oasis daily. At this hour, they should not have returned the tank yet. Phew. Upon hearing this, Gorkin barely managed to suppress his fury. You all. Gorkin pointed sternly and fiercely at Nu and the other ogres. From now on, anyone who lays a hand on anything within the tribe will find themselves eternally deprived of food. The ogres understood that the chief was genuinely angry this time, and the punishment of being deprived of food was exceedingly harsh. They nodded vigorously. I'll only say this once. If any of you bring me misfortune again. Gorkin slammed his spiked club into the ground, creating a deep pit in the sand. Don't blame me for lacking compassion. Gorkin forcefully kicked Nu, sending him tumbling, and strode toward the ruins of his home. The enchanting workstation, scarcely used, along with his newly completed house, had all been reduced to rubble. Gorkin's face was etched with frustration. Confirming that there was no possibility of salvage, Gorkin made his way toward the fearsome. The atmosphere in the pleasure house had become crowded with staff, making it less inviting to enter and rest. He preferred his flagship instead. As he passed by the ogres, he noticed the female ogre looking at him with a pitiful yet hopeful gaze. Gorkin sighed. At least there was a potential addition to the population. It was not all bad. Rest assured, your grand feast tonight is guaranteed. I assure you, I am a man of my word, particularly when it comes to food, which I would never take lightly. The female ogre beamed with delight, but upon glimpsing the scowl on her chieftain's face, quickly composed herself. Gorkin, disinterested in the antics of his foolish tribe, summoned Kalber to relay his arrangements and requirements. Kalber, startled by Gorkin's earlier fury, scrambled to fulfill the chieftain's requests with exaggerated urgency, hastily organizing what was needed. Meanwhile, Gorkin retreated to his tent, closing his eyes to meditate and restore his composure. As afternoon waned and the sun began its descent, Master Gorkin made his appearance. The dwarven artisans, proficient in the art of forging, had long prepared the items Gorkin required. They had crafted a substantial cooking stove from the bricks transported from the Great Sand City, complemented by the earth of the oasis, an imposing structure for dwarves but perfectly suited for ogres. It boasted a dual fire setup with bellows, and the grand iron countertop was ample enough for Gorkin to prepare his ingredients. Other iron utensils lay neatly arranged atop it, meticulously designed to accommodate ogre proportions. Eager ogres gathered around, eyes wide with anticipation despite having nothing yet to savor, their imaginations running wild. Gorkin strode past the ravenous crowd with pride. His previous arrogance stemmed from his status as chieftain, but now it was rooted in his mastery as a culinary virtuoso. The jackals brought forth the raw ingredients, an infernal wild boar, thoroughly eviscerated and drained of blood, which Gorkin did not waste, collecting the blood in a large basin. For the entirety of that afternoon, the hundreds of dwarven craftsmen had labored solely to fashion various cooking implements for Chef Gorkin. The boar's carcass was placed upon Gorkin's workstation, accompanied by bowls of innards and fresh blood. He fetched clean water from a tank, sprinkling it with salt before pouring the blood into a separate vessel. Expertly, he disassembled the boar's four trotters and severed its massive head, setting these parts aside to soak. Although the wild boars here differed from those in Blue Star, they were fundamentally similar. Gorjin, unable to distinguish the specific cuts such as the loin or belly, proceeded to thoroughly dismantle the beast. Once all ingredients were prepared, Gorjin washed his hands and exhaled softly. After 20 long years, he finally grasped the knife and ladle again. He selected a portion resembling loin, slicing it into small segments. With no wine available, he resorted to salting it for marination, continually adding water to infuse moisture into the meat. He cracked an egg from an unknown creature collected by a jackal in the oasis into the mixture, ensuring thorough blending. A simple batter of water, flour, and starch was prepared, into which he tossed the marinated loin before heating oil. The oil was a necessity, extracted from the animal's own fat. Once heated, he carefully dropped the battered loin into the pot to fry until crispy on the outside, yet tender within. A sauce composed of ketchup, vinegar, sugar, salt, and cornstarch was concocted, and after thickening it in a separate pot, the fried loin was added, tossed lightly before declaring the dish ready. Sweet and sour loin, served on an oversized iron platter. Gorjin inhaled the aroma. Though it differed slightly, it was undeniably reminiscent of a familiar taste. Setting the dish aside with a warning glare to deter the foolish from approaching, he commenced preparation for the next course. After thoroughly washing the trotters and the boar's head, Gorjin placed them into a large vat within the tribe. He then transported the vat directly to the outlet of the smelting furnace, where the heat was intense and cooking time swift. This entire vat of meat would consume the last remnants of Gorjin's stewing ingredients accumulated over several months. As the fragrant aroma of the stew began to waft, all members swallowed hard. The ogres grew restless with anticipation. For the other members, merely inhaling the air saturated with the delightful scent was satisfaction enough. After all, this was a feast prepared by their chieftain himself. Apart from the chieftain and his mother, only the pregnant female ogres would indulge fully. The rest of the ogres could merely sample the new offerings. Chunks of fatty pork stewed alongside prickly pear fruits, carefully harvested at Gorjin's behest, stood in for potatoes in a traditional braised dish. To ogres, anything was fair game. Even the offal was not wasted. After minimal preparation, Gorjin stir-fried it with other available ingredients and edible plants foraged from the oasis. The pig's blood, having coagulated in brine, was cut into sizable blocks and cooked, transforming into pig blood cubes. This simple dish was swiftly prepared with leeks, obtained through trade, an ingredient that had proven both a boon and a bane for its supplier. While the unfortunate soul could not consume them raw, Gorjin welcomed all ingredients. With the tribe flourishing, provisions, drinks, tools, weapons, and ammunition were all readily available for trade. Beyond reserving some seedlings for tsumai, Gorjin generously tossed in everything else. Once stir-fried, the quantity diminished rapidly. Though chili peppers had yet to sprout, Gorjin utilized Sichuan peppercorns, combining them with soy sauce to create a large platter of Sichuan-style leeks and blood cubes. The remaining meat was not wasted. It was minced and fashioned into meat paste, affixed to the exterior of the stewing vat like a pancake. Gorjin dubbed this creation pot stickers. The banner of flag of Magnru-Br's contempt fluttered proudly alongside the main flag of the Dragon Roost tribe. In the expectant gaze of the pregnant female ogre, Gorjin gestured for her to take a seat on the solid iron stool crafted by the dwarves. Eagerly, she complied, drooling in anticipation. The other ogres fidgeted restlessly, but Gorjin brandished the wolf-toothed club to enforce calm. The female ogre reached out to grab, only to be chastised by Gorjin with a swift reprimand. I have prepared this for you to enjoy, but do not rush. After more than 20 years, to finally saute with such completeness could not be squandered. Unperturbed by whether the ogre understood, Gorjin began his culinary presentation. This is called sweet and sour loin, a delightful blend of tang and sweetness. This is braised pork, rich and savory, bursting with flavor. This is stewed trotter. This is roasted pig's foot. This is pig's head, smoked to perfection after stewing. This is cold-tossed ear strips and pig's tail. This is stir-fried pig liver. This is sautéed pig heart. This is a rich pig offal soup. This is Sichuan-style leek blood cubes. This is pot stickers. And this is meat soup to accompany the meal. 10 dishes and 2 soups. This lavish banquet served as the chieftain's reward and appreciation for her contribution to the tribe's growth. Adieu, adieu. The female ogre nodded eagerly, ready to partake. Gorjin once again intercepted it. You must understand that this meal consumed all the ingredients I had painstakingly gathered over several months. Thus, you should savor it with gratitude, relishing every bite. Should you dare to dump the entire plate into your mouth, do not blame me for forbidding you from eating and then slapping you. Gorjin's gaze was menacing. Adieu, The female ogre immediately adopted a solemn demeanor upon hearing that she was not allowed to eat. Her expression turned grave. Gorjin, very well. Gorjin stood by, observing as the ogre consumed her meal. If he were not present, that group of ravenous fools nearby would have devoured the entire table. Under Gorjin's watchful eye, the female ogre began to eat slowly, pinching her food with her hands. She took only small morsels. Yet her expression nearly drove all the ogres present into a frenzy. The other female ogres cast envious glances at her, then disdainfully eyed the male ogres. Useless trash. Engaging in such antics daily hasn't stirred any interest in me. Pathetic. The other male ogres felt a twinge of embarrassment under their gazes. But the sumptuous feast held them captive. This female ogre was intriguing. She did not finish all her dishes, leaving a bit of everything behind. Then, amidst the watchful eyes of the other ogres, she proudly vacated her seat. The other ogres shifted their gaze to Gorjin. Humph. Gorjin snorted coldly. Remember what I said. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the tribe again, I shall skin them alive. He then turned to head towards his flagship. The other ogres sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was merely a threat of skinning, not a prohibition on eating. They then hurriedly began licking their plates. While fighting was forbidden, they could still seize food. The strongest would claim the spoils. The female ogres, being relatively weaker, ended up with nothing. Their bodies trembled with frustration. Fine. When I am pregnant, I shall ensure that you all lick the plates clean, leaving you with nothing. Subsequently, these female ogres casually spotted the large cauldron of stewed meat. Stealthily, they tossed some jerky into it to soak, then divided the cauldron of stew among themselves. This novel delicacy, even the braising sauce, was something magical for the ogres. These usually foolish creatures became quite clever in the presence of gourmet food. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. A fierce battle was imminent among the jealous male and female ogres. The female ogres were eager to bear offspring, while the male ogres were equally keen to get their share of the feast. Upon returning to the fearsome, Gorjin received a timely notification in his mind. Dish, bountiful banquet, 10 dishes and 2 soups. Reward, power of loyal kin. Power of loyal kin. Each absolutely loyal kin will contribute 1/10 of their overall strength to their great chieftain. Upon the death of that kin, their contribution will cease. In that moment, Gorjin felt 19 surges of invigorating energy flooding into his body. One surge was particularly potent. Without a doubt, he recognized this energy as coming from his mother. Compared to the energy from his mother, all the other energies combined paled in comparison. Roar! Gorjin emitted a deep, resonant growl. This energy continuously transformed and invigorated his body from within, revitalizing his blood, organs, bones, skin, even his tonsils and appendix. After an indeterminate amount of time, once he could no longer feel the energy fluctuations within him, Gorjin stood up. The cracking of bones echoed. He felt unprecedentedly revitalized. If he were to face Kalber, who had descended like a celestial being, there would likely be no exchange of injuries this time. Chapter 83. You all work hard. I shall indulge. After such a commotion, Gorjin found himself devoid of any desire for sleep. He walked to the deck of the fearsome and looked down at his tribe. Upon noticing this, Doug dashed to the dwarven camp, moments later returning with a long box, wagging his tail eagerly. What is this? His tail was practically wagging off. Gorjin cast him a surprised glance. Hee. The wargen proudly opened the box and held it aloft. Oh my. Gorjin was genuinely astonished. A splendid cigar, nearly a meter long. Cautiously, he pinched the large cigar, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Quite intriguing. Gorjin was genuinely impressed. Doug hurried to the boiler room, ignited a thorny stick, and returned to light Gorjin's cigar. Hiss. Gorjin took a shallow puff, and a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. Suddenly, he felt dizzy, collapsing onto the deck with a dull thud. Doug's face turned pale, and he dropped to his knees. Chief, I had no idea this thing was toxic. Chief. Silence. Gorjin shut his eyes, striving to recover quickly. I'm merely high from the smoke. Why are you panicking? Gorjin held the cigar in one hand, propping himself up with the other, taking some time to regain his composure. Goodness, this is quite potent. Gorjin marveled, then affectionately ruffled Doug's wolf head. Where did you procure this? Such a rarity. Doug finally relaxed, squatting on the deck with his ears flopping back under Gorjin's hand, a broad grin on his face. When I went with Karen and the dwarves to raid the Heat Sand headquarters, I saw the leading goblin with one in his mouth from a distance. After the city fell, I went looking for it. I vaguely remembered you mentioning that it would be nice to have a smoke, so when I spotted one, I thought I might be able to get some. However, there wasn't much at the Heat Sand headquarters. It seemed quite scarce. After bringing it back, I had those dwarves dismantle it and fashion this large one, so you could enjoy it comfortably. Ha ha ha. Gorjin gently patted Doug's head. You clever mutt, well done. Doug wagged his tail, looking utterly delighted. Gorjin's praise made him feel more accomplished than if he had become a city lord. He, as long as it pleases you. Chief. Gorjin, with the cigar in his mouth, reflected. Well, look below. I have no idea how much time has passed, 2 or 3 months, perhaps, when you arrived. What was this place like? Look at it now. Gorjin squinted, the cigar, thicker than an ordinary person's thigh, perched between his rugged lips. The ogres returned to their respective huts after licking their plates clean. Karlov, accompanied by his orc workers, was still fretting over the ruins of the chief's house and his mother's abode. Meanwhile, the dwarves, now the most populous group in the tribe, had begun the cleanup efforts. They collaborated to meticulously cleanse the stove, cooking utensils, and tableware of Gorjin, after which several individuals carried the filthy water to the oasis. This water, poured upon the soil of the oasis, could not be squandered. Kalber, accompanied by his design team, was embroiled in a heated dispute with Steel Coin, their faces flushed with fervent argument. The dwarves, lacking in eloquence, would fall silent whenever Kalber rolled up his sleeves to reveal the boulder brand upon his left arm. At such times, Steel Coin would begrudgingly close his mouth. In this Dragon's Nest tribe, the boulder brand served as the most formidable pass. The bear goblin, clutching his meteor hammer, observed this scene with a contemplative expression. He despised the condescending glances cast upon him by these goblins, reminiscent of how city folk might regard impoverished relatives from the village who could scarcely afford an education. It was he who belonged to the ruling class among goblins. Kalber's gesture sparked an epiphany within him. Amidst the clangor of the dwarven camp, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of the neighboring goblin press, they toiled tirelessly. Their labor was driven by the chief's ambitions and their own survival. The ogres seemed to have grown accustomed to the cacophony, no longer retreating to the oasis to sleep. A few months prior, after dusk, the Dragon's Nest tribe was only filled with the resonant snores of ogres. Now, flickering bonfires illuminated the surroundings, chaotic yet thriving. Chief, under your leadership, the tribe will prosper increasingly, Doug praised, his tail wagging. Strictly speaking, this was not mere flattery. The current state of the Dragon's Nest tribe, with 3 oases mutually supporting one another, was entirely dependent on Gorjin. Within the tribe, all individuals, regardless of race, were judged solely on loyalty and capability. All thanks to Gorjin. Even if he merely lounged about, indulging in the company of various establishment servers, alternating between eating and sleeping, everything operated under his presence. As long as he remained, the Dragon's Nest tribe would continue to advance. Without him, the members would become fodder for the ogres. The tribe would instantaneously revert to its previous desolate, yet powerful state. To the bearer of the boulder brand, Gorjin was akin to a deity. The only discrepancy was that there had previously been a few sporadic clients, which Gorjin lamented. Doug recoiled slightly. Chief, we now possess our own production line and workforce. We can engage in independent trade without waiting for those clients. Gorjin snorted dismissively. Independent trade? How could that possibly be as lucrative and effortless as being a middleman? Doug chuckled. Chief, initially, we thought merely surviving was the greatest blessing. It is only since arriving at the Dragon's Nest that we have had the time and opportunity to contemplate matters of trade and platforms. For me, as long as I can ensure your days improve progressively, that is sufficient. If only everyone were as articulate as you. Speaking sweetly and executing tasks with such reliability, Gorjin chuckled, though even in laughter, his fearsome visage appeared more menacing than amiable. Were it not for your opportunity, Chief, I would be but a superfluous desert hyena, living today and perishing tomorrow, utterly inconsequential. As for Kareen, she merely possesses a touch of ambition. Yet she is genuinely dedicated to your service. Chief, look how orderly she has managed the great sand city in such a short span. Kalber too. This old dwarf may be taciturn and obstinate, yet he is a dependable fellow. As a lord, he may be a failure, but as your craftsman, he is truly reliable. Look at the modifications made to the dreadnought. I overheard him arguing with Steel Coin just moments ago. Steel Coin's plans provoked this meticulous old dwarf into a passionate dispute. Gorjin let out a hearty laugh, extinguishing the half-smoked cigar in his hand and placing it back into the box, reluctant to finish it. Well, you are indeed a thinker. You all strive diligently. I shall indulge myself. With that, Gorjin retreated to his tent. Doug slowly withdrew, summoning a few attendants to provide his chief with a massage. Chapter 84. To survive, one must integrate. As Gorjin's foremost sycophant, Doug also became active. Besides flattering Gorjin, he had not a moment to waste in idleness. He sought out Karlov. Are you suggesting we construct a house for the chief using those bricks here? Karlov's face was a canvas of disbelief. What? Am I not the designated builder by the chief? Shouldn't you be consulting me? Doug replied with a sense of entitlement. No. Using bricks and thorns are entirely different matters. Bricks necessitate a foundation, and the water requirement is considerable. Do you grasp the implications? Karlov's eyes widened as he regarded the wolfman. The bricks forged by the dwarves require minimal water, and as for the foundation, we simply lay it. Doug waved his hand dismissively. No, it's not as straightforward as you suggest. Karlov hastily attempted to clarify. Doug swiftly cut him off. Just tell me if you can do it. The Dragon's Nest tribe will undoubtedly transition towards Dragon's Nest City. We cannot forever rely on desert thorns. Given that you are the chief's previously designated builder, I will grant you this opportunity. If you cannot manage, I shall consult the dwarves. I cannot allow the chief to remain in a tent. Karlov, visibly flustered, stammered. Wait. I can do it, but 3 of us simply isn't feasible. I need more hands. Doug snorted disdainfully. I will find a way to resolve that issue for you. Contemplate what kind of house would ensure the chief's comfort and satisfaction. By the way, the chief prefers order. Hence, it is best for all other tribe buildings to adhere to a unified style. You determine the standards. The chief, like myself, only cares about the outcome. Also, what's your deal? We arrived at the same time. Yet why is your arm so pristine? Doug glared disapprovingly at Karlov's bare left arm. Karlov felt a twinge of embarrassment. Humph, should the chief recall this matter one day, I wonder how you will fare. Doug cast a dismissive glance at him before turning to leave. In truth, this human enjoyed privileges far superior to his own. Constructing a house for the chief was a tremendous honor. While he built for the chief, he would merely be gnawing on a bone. Failing to seize such a splendid opportunity, even Kalber now enjoyed a better existence than he. It had nothing to do with ability. In terms of strength, Kalber, channeling divine power, was among the most formidable aside from the ogres. But what of it? Even he, upon encountering me, would afford me due respect. Such was the reward for loyalty to the chief. Doug shook his head and sauntered off, leaving Karlov in a state of bewilderment. Quietly, he opened the chat channel. I am thriving in the ogre tribe, yet a visible loyalty indicator has emerged here. Only those exhibiting absolute loyalty to the chief will receive it. And I am at a loss for what to do. He quietly sent a message, maintaining updates since his arrival, though upon the dwarves' arrival. He had entered a state of internal competition, neglecting updates. The number of those who respond to him has dwindled. Many of his former admirers have departed, leaving only a handful behind. The remaining active individuals have largely ceased to worry about their basic sustenance. As the territories they explore expand, they now confront the lurking beasts of the desert, inclement weather, and the myriad tribes of indigenous peoples. Those seeking to trade with Gorjin predominantly require defensive weaponry. A considerable number of goblin bombs and dwarven firearms have exchanged hands. While trading dwarven firearms is relatively safe, those dealing in goblin bombs must rely on their own fortune. However, those who have survived to this point possess both strength and luck, and it is unlikely they would meet their demise by their own explosives. Others find his words somewhat peculiar. Ogres, are they like the ones in the game? One states, I've unlocked 2 spell skills, and am currently serving as a patrol captain in a human settlement, and the rewards seem quite satisfactory. You are indeed fortunate. Encountering anything beyond humanity could spell doom. Not at all. I'm in an orc tribe. Initially a slave, I now assist in their governance. And the old chieftain is quite pleased with me. I concur. Those who survive now possess various abilities to enhance their strength. To be honest, I've only managed to learn a slow healing spell, and the tribe dotes on me, fearing for my life. Karlov interjects, you all are quite lucky. Since my arrival, I've been captured by goblins and sold to this ogre tribe, never having seen what a treasure chest looks like. So, how have you survived until now? I can construct shelters in the wild, so the ogre chieftain has tasked me with building for him, and later granted me 2 orc slaves to assist. Ogres sound terrifying. They must be harsh masters. Not particularly. They have not restricted my freedom. I am provided with food and water daily. I eat in the morning, work, rest during the midday heat, and continue until evening, when I eat again. They are formidable. No enemies dare to confront them. Are you saying those ogres do not restrict your freedom, do not harm or berate you, and instead give you 2 orc slaves to command, allowing you to live a life free from safety concerns, only to react indifferently now that tribal loyalty is visible? It seems that way. I could leave if I wished. No one would stop me, but if I departed, I wouldn't know how to survive. To speak frankly, you seem somewhat ungrateful. Do you think our survival thus far has been easy? Do you know what it's like to open a treasure chest today and be killed by a monster from another tomorrow? Have you ever experienced the terror of merely gazing at a bottle of water, too afraid to drink, or the desperation of catching sand roaches to survive? If I were in your position, I would gladly prostrate myself in loyalty. Brother, this is no longer Blue Star. The rules and systems of Blue Star hold no sway here. The only everlasting truth is survival. My patrol team appears imposing, yet a member dies every few days, and new ones are added constantly. I fight tooth and nail daily against beasts, monsters, and even other intelligent races intruding upon our oasis. Can you guess what drives me? If only this had a location function. If it did, I would gladly offer my loyalty to the chieftain. Karlov thought he would find camaraderie among those from Blue Star, only to receive a scolding instead. Enough. This is a fool who has not endured the harsh realities of desert life. Why waste time on him? Indeed. Does he truly believe he can open a chest unseen by the natives and become the chosen one? To survive, one must learn to integrate and ascend through knowledge, not remain oblivious to the fortune one possesses. Chapter 85. The Rock Emblem Mutual Aid Society. Karlov, troubled, began to reconsider his architectural plans. He acknowledged the wisdom in the words of those in the chat channel and felt compelled to alter his mindset. Doug and Kalber were huddled together. What were you mumbling about with that person? Teaching again? Kalber inquired, curious. Doug scoffed. Kalber, from your perspective, how would you assess your current life? Kalber paused, holding his forging hammer. Actually, since receiving the rock emblem, I have felt more at ease than I have in a long while. Doug's expression confirmed his thoughts. Just as I suspected. The old dwarf sighed. Previously, as the leader of Great Sand City, despite the facade of grandeur, the burden of the entire city rested on my shoulders. I had to devise means for the city's sustenance and navigate the power struggles of minor factions. Now, my primary task is forging, which is, in fact, my greatest passion. I no longer worry about the safety and livelihood of my kin or engage in the political maneuverings of the elders. My days are fulfilled and uncomplicated. Doug disparaged. You are ill-suited to be a city lord, entangled in political strife. Brother, are you a native of the desert? Kalber laughed heartily, revealing a relieved smile. Haha, you're right. I may be a good craftsman and warrior, but I am certainly not a good leader. So, when you asked me earlier, I sincerely told you my loyalty to the chieftain is absolute. Living here is splendid. Witnessing the tribe thrive under my hammer fills me with genuine joy. Doug clapped Kalber on the shoulder. Haha, your words delight me. Welcome to the Rock Emblem Mutual Aid Society. The old dwarf paused. What society? The chieftain and the ogres are supreme. Beneath them, we are the bearers of the emblem. We should assist one another in ensuring a better life for the chieftain. Of course, this is merely my idea. Currently, only I and Karina have reached a consensus, but I believe with your newfound awareness, you are worthy. In other words, we acknowledge you. The old dwarf asked earnestly, are you certain? Seeing Kalber's serious demeanor, Doug too became solemn. I am certain. Good. The old dwarf set down his forging hammer and extended his hand. Doug grinned, ready to shake, but unexpectedly, the old dwarf changed his motion and delivered a punch to Doug's stomach. The blow made Doug wince and slowly collapsed to the ground. You better be certain. I've been saving that punch for quite some time. I imagine that slap you gave me before was quite satisfying. Kalber dusted off his hands and hoisted his forging hammer. The word lay crumpled on the ground. Grrrr. I should have slain you back then. Kalber laughed heartily, lifting Doug back to his feet. You've missed your chance. Truly you have. Friendship among males can sometimes be quite simple. A smoke, a film, a glimpse of silk stockings, a fishing rod, or an old punch. So what is the plan? Kalber now felt considerably more relaxed. Doug rubbed his stomach, fully aware the old dwarf had not exerted himself. Otherwise, that punch would have left him half dead. He bared his teeth and said, let us get down to business. I believe I have finally discerned the chief's true intentions, and it is far removed from what Karina imagines. That foolish woman thinks the chief's ultimate goal is to grow in power and strength, but it appears that is utterly nonsensical. What the chief truly desires is quite simple, to lead a life of increasing comfort, be it in terms of environment, material wealth, or even psychological well-being. Kalber interjected. But what you're saying is that without growth and strength, such comfort cannot be achieved. Doug waved his hand dismissively. Of course. I am not one of those stagnant dwarfs. As our Dragon Roost faction becomes wealthier and our resources multiply, if we lack sufficient strength, wouldn't that make us easy prey? What I mean is that she has misordered her priorities. The old dwarf's thoughts are sluggish. He paused. What do you mean? Growth and strength are merely the process, whereas ensuring the chief's comfort and a good life is the outcome. These two must not be conflated. Karine nearly met her demise because she mistook growth for the goal. The chief focuses solely on the outcome, disregarding the process. Doug tilted his head back. The chief has stated that we should work diligently. He is eagerly awaiting to enjoy the fruits of our labor. Kalber was momentarily taken aback, feeling only capable of uttering. Then how do we achieve that? Doug clasped his claws behind his back, entering a focused state. First and foremost, our tribal structures can no longer be constructed of thorns. We must switch to bricks, the kind produced from your furnaces. You need to expedite the creation of one of your dwarven smelting furnaces. If we rely on transportation for that, it would be absurd. Kalber nodded, still in a daze. All right, and then what? Then, let us not get ahead of ourselves. Just this alone is an endeavor of uncertain duration. Furthermore, We need to at least produce a set of transport and combat airships. A large transport airship would certainly require an escort, right? That's the bare minimum. Culber hastily interrupted him. But the pelts from Giant Sand City and the Dragon Roost tribe have all been allocated for the transformation of the Terror. We cannot produce any gas bags right now. Doug pondered for a moment. That is indeed a concern. Which nearby city or tribe has an abundance of pelts? Shall we negotiate some? Culber grimaced. Negotiate? Is that negotiation legitimate? TSK. What you're saying is, we are now a recognized power, so of course we'll coordinate through trade. If that fails, we can always resort to hiring, as long as we acquire the pelts, even if trade does not suffice. With a sly grin, the Gorjin remarked. I doubt anyone could refuse a trade with the Dragon Roost tribe. Trading with us would be an honor. Culber scoffed. What else? Do you have any other ridiculous ideas? The Gorjin suddenly adopted a more furtive demeanor, rubbing his claws together. Do you know what the very first building in our tribe was? Culber shook his head vigorously. How would I know? I've only been here for a short time. If you have something to say it quickly. I still have work to do. The exotic pavilion. Doug pointed to the towering structure, where shadows of figures could be seen moving about. This is also the chief's ambition. We must expand it. Whether in terms of race, quantity, or quality. If we can elevate the exotic pavilion to be half of what heaven is, how delighted the chief would be, Culber remarked. The old man is advanced in years. He cannot endure such talk. Chapter 86. This injustice, anger cannot be endured. As the chief sycophant, this fellow was not only adept at flattery, but also remarkably swift in action. The entire tribe soon became bustling with activity once more. The dwarves clanged and hammered as they established furnaces brimming with dwarven character. Doug, donning a small safety helmet, navigated through the dwarves' work area, persistently directing their efforts. It must be said that Culber's transformation, having shown absolute loyalty, was unprecedented. He had also taken Karin's words to heart. The chief favored tidiness. So his dwarven furnace was placed adjacent to the existing metal smelting furnace, with the surrounding walls matching in length, width, and height. The dwarven encampment had yet to undergo significant changes, as he and Doug's plan was to transition the entire Dragon Roost from thorn to brick, eventually. These dwarven shacks would need to be dismantled. To conserve resources and time, no immediate action was taken, but everything newly constructed had to adhere to a standard of order. During this time, Culber and Doug also solidified their first trading alliance, the Bone-Chewing tribe. According to the Orcish customs, their tribe would possess a wealth of pelts, and they had a substantial demand for iron weapons and armor. However, that demand was limited strictly to weapons. Armor was not something they could trade. When Doug mentioned protective gear, Culber promptly refused. When Giant Sand City was breached, the Ogre heavy armor and shields he personally crafted had made a significant contribution. They were impenetrable, truly absurdly so. The orcs were robust enough. Providing them with heavy armor would only invite trouble. Should Dragon Roost ever seek to expand its influence towards the Bone-Chewing tribe, wouldn't that just create complications? Weapons were acceptable, but armor was out of the question. Doug agreed, recognizing the prudence in Culber's stance. It was wise to be cautious, as a sycophant and an old dwarf huddled together, murmuring incessantly. Once the dwarven furnace was completed and successfully ignited, the plans for the Mutual Assistance Group officially commenced. Karlov, in a desperate bid for survival, meticulously combined his knowledge to design a chief's hall that showcased a distinctly ogre aesthetic. This hall would serve as the highest and most prominent landmark of the Dragon Roost tribe, second only to the chief's mother's residence. The dwarves began to toil tirelessly, smelting iron materials, compressing the remnants into bricks, and then crafting various heavy weapons suitable for Orcish sizes from the iron. Gorjin scratched his head as he observed the bustling tribe. What is going on? It's as if a great battle is impending. Doug's words rang clear. Chief, you bear the burden. Rest well and enjoy. We shall ensure your life is a good one. This declaration was delivered with resolute conviction, and Gorjin could hardly dampen his enthusiasm, turning back to the terror. The only visible outcome was that they seemed to be constructing their own homes. The Foundation's location was precisely where their previous homes had stood. Gorjin scratched his head, suddenly feeling a bit lost as to what to do next. After another half-month had passed, the first batch of goods was ready. Culber and Doug jointly approached Gorjin, hoping to temporarily use the terror for transporting goods to trade with the Bone-Chewing tribe. Gorjin had initially been reluctant. His own house was not yet complete, and if they took the terror, he would have nowhere to go. However, Culber explained that this was essential for their forthcoming operations, and the foundation for the chief's hall was already laid, with walls currently under construction. Once they traded for the pelts, they would have materials for the transport airship, eliminating the need to use the flagship terror. Gorjin found himself with few alternatives. These two were not troublemakers. They were engaged in legitimate trade, and it was for the good of their tribe. He truly could not find any grounds for refusal. All right, off you go, and take anger and steel with you. Though they were not out to cause trouble, they could not afford to shy away from it either. Anger and steel were now the martial pillars of the tribe in their mother's absence. Fury had acquired a magnificent weapon, one that he cherished more than even a female ogre, cradling it as he slept. However, the fickle three-barreled cannon had been bestowed upon steel. Now, this fellow strutted about with the cannon slung over his shoulder and a spiked club in hand, exuding an aura of undeniable majesty. When the fully armed vessel, Terror, arrived at the Boneshoe tribe, the sight of two heavily armored ogres standing at the bow, gazing down, left the Boneshoe tribe utterly astounded. The crude yet formidable orc catapult was primed and ready, with all the orcs on high alert, prepared for battle at any moment. Beside the burly chieftain of the Boneshoe tribe stood an elderly orc, whose occasionally flashing eyes hinted at his identity as a shaman. Under the dwarves' guidance, the Terror began to meander in circles, a customary trade signal among dwarves. The only visitors arriving via the airship were the dwarves from Great Sand City. However, what was the peculiar-looking ogre aboard the airship? Moreover, it was not a vessel typical of dwarven design. The chieftain of Boneshoe gestured for the airship to descend away from the tribe. The Terror gradually lowered its altitude and dropped its sand anchor. A broad ramp was lowered, and Culber and Doug descended side by side, followed by two armored ogres. The orcs had no time to ponder why the dwarves and Gorjin were allied. Their attention was entirely captivated by the two ogres. The most striking feature was the heavy armor clad in battle scars that adorned these ogres. Who had the audacity to outfit ogres in such armor? How could one expect to engage in combat against them, apart from a spiked club that was larger than themselves? The weapon they bore seemed to be a cannon barrel? And what of that goblin-style cannon? Had ogres truly become so extravagant in their weaponry? The glaring absence of ammunition only added to the confusion. Both the chieftain of Boneshoe and the shaman were bewildered, failing to even hear Culber's words. "Isn't this weapon you bear yours?" The orc chieftain inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity rather than fear. After all, the orcs were not acquainted with the concept of fear in the face of battle. Upon realizing that the other party had spotted his prized cannon, Fury's face lit up with excitement and pride. "Behold, the great boom." He earnestly introduced his treasure to the chieftain of Boneshoe. It was indeed large and imposing, but without ammunition, was it merely a tool for bludgeoning? Perhaps it could serve as such. Fury's eyes widened as he lifted his great boom with indignation. This was an affront he could not tolerate. "You may question me, but you shall not question my great boom." With a thunderous blast accompanied by a tremendous recoil and a cloud of dust, a distant sand dune vanished without a trace. "Behold, the great boom." Fury's eyes glared fiercely as he pointed at the massive cannon in his embrace. His demeanor grave. Chapter 87, Doug's Eloquence. Doug attempted to intervene, but it was futile. The orcs of the Boneshoe tribe gaped in disbelief at the sudden disappearance of the small sand dune, exchanging bewildered glances, each reflecting a shared confusion. What on earth had transpired? The chieftain of Boneshoe gaped, his mouth agape, casting a questioning look towards the elder shaman. "You two are engaged in the realm of the inexplicable. Care to explain?" The old shaman's eyes widened. While he wielded the powers of wind and lightning, he could not fathom this phenomenon of sudden appearance. The elder orc gazed at Fury with a blend of longing and curiosity. "May I have a look?" Fury was initially poised to refuse, but the elder's subsequent words caught his attention. "After all, your weapon is overwhelmingly powerful." Fury's spirits lifted. Praise or criticism mattered not. The prospect of slaughtering him was a mere possibility, but compliments for his great boom brought him joy. He cradled the great boom and handed it to the elder orc. "Hey, hey," the elder orc grunted, his muscles bulging as the weight of the great boom pressed him to the ground, necessitating the chieftain's assistance to hoist it up. This once again shattered their perception of the ogre's extraordinary strength. Which tribe did this ogre hail from? Was their power truly so formidable? They had encountered wandering ogres before. Although strong, a squad of 10 orc warriors could typically subdue them. Never had they encountered such an outrageous level of strength. The massive cannon barrel was a challenge even for the two strongest members of the tribe, the chieftain and the shaman. The elder orc could barely set the cannon barrel down on the sandy ground, gesturing towards the pulling cord. "Here, right? May I give it a try?" In the realm of ogre extraordinary tactics, Culber and Doug were at a loss for words. Fury nodded vigorously. "Pull." The elder orc enlisted a few orcs to help steady the great boom and yank the cord with vigor. Silence fell, an eerie, deathly silence. Even the orcs, bracing themselves for the impending shock, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. The orc shaman exchanged a confused glance with Fury, only to find Fury's own expression mirrored his confusion. With a decisive push, Fury shoved the elder orc aside and seized the cord from the ground, pulling it with determination. Boom! The cannon roared once more, creating another massive crater in the distance. Fury lifted his great boom, casting a perplexed gaze at the elder orc. Sometimes, a look could convey 1,000 words. At that moment, the elder orc gleaned a message from Fury's gaze. Can you handle it? The elder orc offered a wry smile, shrugging his shoulders. This world was indeed absurd. Enough of this farce. Lord Fury, we have matters to attend to, Doug interjected, stepping forward to disrupt the silent exchange between the orc and the ogre. Fury, proudly cradling his great boom, strutted to the side. With such a striking example before them, no one doubted the functionality of the three-barreled cannon resting upon Steel's shoulder. Who might you be? Only then did the orcs take notice of the unusual alliance between the Gorjin and the dwarves. We are a trade caravan from the Dragon's Roost tribe and wish to explore the possibility of trading with the Boneshoe tribe. The chieftain of Boneshoe scratched his head. That is indeed a possibility, but I am uncertain as to what our tribe possesses that you may require. The name Dragon's Roost sounds rather familiar. Our Dragon's Roost tribe has had 2 pleasant collaborations with your Boneshoe caravan in the past. We recognize the honor of the Boneshoe tribe through your caravan leader, Cash Boneshoe. Hence, this time, our chieftain thought of you first. The Gorjin, eloquent in speech, succinctly laid out the premise of their prior cooperation, acknowledged their acquaintance with the caravan leader, and then elevated the standing of the Dragon's Roost tribe. Kalber remained silent, his lips pressed together, for he was indeed not skilled in such discourse. Cash? The orc chieftain paused, recalling that Cash had indeed left with a contingent. I remember now. Isn't the Dragon's Roost tribe an ogre tribe? What is this about? Prompted by Doug's words, the chieftain of the orcs immediately recalled the tales and experiences shared by Cash upon his return. Doug stood tall, as did Kalber beside him. The Dragon's Nest tribe, under the esteemed leadership of the great chieftain Gorjin, is a formidable coalition predominantly composed of ogres and various other races. We have experienced rapid development under Chieftain Gorjin's unwavering principle of action, and we solemnly present a proposal for trade to your esteemed tribe. Doug's tone was grave and serious, with the emblem of a warg and a dwarf gleaming on his left arm, accompanied by 2 massive, heavily armored ogres radiating an aura of strength. The chief of the Jawbone tribe also solemnly struck his chest twice. I, Roltac Jawbone, extend a warm welcome from the Jawbone tribe to the powerful Dragon's Nest tribe. We welcome all desert warriors who come with goodwill and friendship. Although Roltac was puzzled as to why the Dragon's Nest tribe chose a warg as its representative, he could not deny that this warg was eloquent. Compared to the previous trading caravans, the tone and demeanor of this envoy were far more agreeable. Furthermore, the display of strength from the Dragon's Nest tribe compelled him to treat them with due respect. This is our master craftsman, Gorjin. All the weapons we intend to trade with your tribe have been forged by him and his kin, and the quality is assured. Dwarves are indeed reliable. Doug gravely introduced his partner once more. Have we met before? Both parties exchanged bows, and Roltac hesitated momentarily, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the old dwarf. Indeed. Several months ago, I passed through here aboard an airship, accompanied by your tribe's Cash, Gorjin candidly acknowledged, having long reconciled with his past. I was once the leader of Great Sand City, but due to unforeseen circumstances, we are now unified under the Dragon's Nest tribe. I am now a member of the 2nd tier and the chief craftsman of the tribe. Roltac exchanged glances with the old shaman. Unforeseen circumstances? There are plenty of those in this desert. Only the weak fear them. The 2 orcs deftly sidestepped the topic, now understanding why these ogres donned heavy armor. Yet, it was remarkable that the unseen chieftain Gorjin could command such loyalty from these dwarves. Regardless of the orcish thoughts, the dwarves descended, bearing large weapons with steadfast resolve. Doug's expression remained unchanged, but Roltac sensed a hint of cunning. Chapter 88, Dragon's Nest Universal Trade Equipment. Considering that orcs predominantly wield heavy weaponry, this batch of trade weapons featured only 2 designs, the 8-sided hammer and the single-bladed axe, each measuring approximately 1.5 times the height of an orc. An excessively long handle is not ideal for heavy weapons. Doug rubbed his hands together as he approached the weapons. Allow me to introduce our universal heavy trade weapons to Chieftain Roltac. The Dragon's Nest Universal 8-sided hammer, with a total length of 1.5 meters. It is forged from solid iron, with a handle wrapped in beast hide to reduce impact on the body. Each strike from its sharply defined hammerhead delivers a powerful blow to the enemy. Dragon's Nest Universal Single-Bladed Axe. The axe blade, repeatedly forged and hammered by dwarven craftsmen, boasts a robust axe body, which, combined with the unparalleled strength of an orc warrior, can cleave through any foe. Doug spoke with fervor, while Gorjin stood by, somewhat woodenly. Are our rough, assembly-line crafted weapons really that formidable? Gorjin pondered, unable to reconcile Doug's praise with his own straightforward nature, yet loyalty to the chieftain compelled him to remain silent. Caught in a dilemma, Roltac absorbed Doug's words, yet he believed that the true test of the weapons lay in their hands. May I give it a try? Roltac licked his lips, revealing his elongated fangs. Of course, it is the customer's right. Doug stepped aside, gesturing for him to proceed. Roltac promptly seized an 8-sided hammer. The weighty feel and rugged appearance earned his approval immediately. Taking a few steps back, he began to swing the hammer, whether wielded with 2 hands or 1. It felt satisfying. At the very least, he was quite pleased. Subsequently, he tested the single-bladed axe, noticing that the curved blade lacked a gleaming edge and bore some rust, a result of inadequate maintenance following its quenching. This type of weapon was known as the blade of tetanus. Corber had previously asked Doug if proper upkeep was necessary, only to be decisively rebuffed. He anxiously watched the orc chieftain testing the weapons, fearing that these imperfections might jeopardize the trade. After thoroughly testing both weapons, Roltac turned to Doug. Are all the weapons like this? I mean, are they all the same as the 2 I have just used? Doug, understanding the implication, offered a reassuring glance. You can rest assured, all weapons are crafted by dwarven hands. You know the nature of dwarves. They would never allow subpar products to be presented. Roltac conceded this point. Racial characteristics are not easily altered. Orcs are brash, elves are haughty, dwarves are meticulous, goblins are cunning, and ogres are simple-minded. These traits are inherent. The quality of dwarven craftsmanship is undoubtedly trustworthy. Moreover, this marks the Dragon's Nest tribe's inaugural foray into external trade. We would never sacrifice our tribe's reputation for a trifling profit. Roltac nodded, finding this reasoning sound. Given the nature of ogres, it was unlikely they would engage in legitimate trade if they could profit without effort. And Doug, Roltac's expression grew serious. What is the price? Doug chuckled softly, gesturing to the orcs present. On this matter, we, the Dragon's Nest tribe, shall remain silent. We shall entrust the determination of price to the Jawbone tribe, as we believe. Indeed, the Jawbone tribe will propose a fair price. Corber was about to speak, but was halted by Doug's raised hand. What we seek are furs, various types of furs, which are resources the Jawbone tribe possesses. Of course, we have faith in the honor of the Jawbone tribe. Roltac inhaled sharply, his chest swelling. His lips quivered, and his fangs trembled. He struck his chest with a heavy fist. The honor of the Jawbone tribe will ensure you a fair price. Doug's countenance radiated sincerity. The Dragon's Nest tribe is willing to trust the friends of the Jawbone tribe. Roltac exhaled deeply and turned decisively. Gather the furs. Bring forth all we have. The orcs shouted in unison as they rushed back to their tribe. Before long, the orcs returned, shouldering bundles of furs. And Doug beamed with delight. The fearsome horn began to ascend, heading toward the Dragon's Nest tribe. Roltac felt quite satisfied with the transaction. The orcs are a quintessential nomadic race, tending to numerous desert creatures, consuming meat and stripping hides. Furs are among their most common trading commodities. In previous dealings, including the last trade with Great Sand City, the weapons presented by the dwarves had left the orcs at a loss for words. However, having iron weapons is always preferable, and they are not overly picky. Orcs excel at utilizing everything at their disposal as instruments of destruction against their foes. However, it must be said that the Dragon's Nest tribe has truly struck a chord with this transaction. The weapons are both orderly and substantial. Their size and weight perfectly suited for the Orcish kind. 30 standard weapons exchanged for all their furs, save for a few kept as reserves. On the ship the Dread, Culber finally mustered the courage to voice his burning question. Why didn't you negotiate the price properly? Aren't you afraid of incurring a loss? Doug retorted. Do you think we suffered a loss? I doubt it. Culber glanced at the pile of furs on the deck and stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems we actually made a profit. Doug placed his hands behind his back, a mysterious expression adorning his face. Precisely. This is why I am the leader and you are the deputy. Culber clenched his fists. Doug paused. Don't. You must ask. Culber relaxed his grip. I want to ask. You can stew in it. Isn't it that you're just dying to know why? I was curious earlier, but not anymore. Why not? Because I want to see you squirm. Grrrr. The Gorjin bared his teeth, yet upon catching sight of Culber's battle-hardened fists, he promptly restrained himself. All right. I'll tell you. The Gorjin capitulated. No, I don't want to hear it anymore. Culber turned his head away. Please, Culber, just listen. I believe I have a point worth considering. I'm begging you, just hear me out. Doug hurriedly attempted to coax the old dwarf. The old dwarf finally turned around. If you're going to speak, do it properly. If you keep posturing, I swear I'll make you regret it. Just say it. I'm already saying it. Look how riled up you've become. Doug rubbed his claws together. Chapter 89, Doug's Heartache. The Gorjin was about to fold his arms behind his back when he caught the old dwarf's piercing gaze, causing him to drop his hands. When it comes to trading, it is essential to consider the counterpart and tailor the approach accordingly. In dealing with goblins, one must present 100% seriousness and room for negotiation, for this notoriously stingy race can lead you to financial ruin in an instant. Yet when faced with bone-chewing orcs, as evidenced by the orc merchant Captain Cash, this tribe is deeply traditional. They hold honor above all else. By granting them the power to set the price, we show immense trust in their honor. Their intrinsic sense of honor will prevent them from resorting to deceitful tactics. And as it turns out, we have not suffered, but rather exceeded our expectations, have we not? Culber nodded in agreement. However, these weapons are ultimately just subpar products that have rolled off an assembly line, scarcely having undergone any forging. The dwarven insistence on quality made him uncomfortable. Subpar? What constitutes a subpar weapon? Doug countered. Is it the materials? No, I swear by the rock seal that these are pure iron weapons, without a hint of adulteration. Culber was particularly serious when it came to weapons. Then that's all that matters. For orcs, they should be heavy, handy, durable. That is sufficient. Subpar weapons? You dwarves painstakingly forge and repetitively hammer them, adorned with patterns, and yet you call them subpar? Weapons that cannot fell an enemy are the true subpar ones. When will you change your mindset? Only by crafting weapons that satisfy the customers can we earn a profit. If you take your so-called finely crafted dwarven weapons to sell to orcs, and they find them unsuitable, then those are subpar weapons to them. Doug dismissed the notion. A weapon is a weapon. What is the point of embellishing it? The ultimate purpose of a weapon is to slay enemies, not to showcase your fanciful patterns. The ogre's spike clubs are surely crude, right? Don't even mention it now. Try getting hit by one and see how it feels. Doug rolled his eyes, finally daring to express his annoyance. He feared that if he didn't voice it, he'd be left stewing in silence. Culber ignored him, deep in thought. So, the most suitable weapon for the user is indeed a quality weapon? This wargen seems to impart unique insights to him each time. What kind of wargen are you? How do you understand this? Culber finally asked the question that had long perplexed him. What else could it be? Kareen serves the chieftain and manages affairs. You old fool can forge and fight well. What do I have? All I can do is wag my tail. The things you deem trivial or mundane. I must struggle to learn, to ponder, to contemplate how to survive, how to live better, and how to please the chieftain for the good of the tribe. Doug let out a cold snort. To wish to live well, one must pay the corresponding price and effort. There are certainly many wargen stronger than I. But I dare say I am the only one who has risen from a mere gatekeeper to my current position. Culber, sometimes I genuinely envy you. We acknowledge that the fall of Great Sand City was partly due to your maneuvering with the Dragon's Nest ogres to overthrow the Hot Sands Consortium. But the root cause was that your actions displeased the chieftain, who needed craftsmen. That matter is in the past. Why bring it up again? Great Sand and Dragon's Nest are both thriving now. Mentioning that incident no longer stirred any emotional turmoil in Culber. He had found the life he truly desired. Doug shook his head. No, you must understand that when I scolded you back then, though my words were harsh, they were indeed the truth. When the wargen broached this topic, Culber could still vaguely feel the sting on his face. You fought fiercely against oppression. You even made the chieftain cough blood. But what was the outcome? You not only survived, but so did those dwarves. Culber, oh Culber, the chieftain is truly merciful, and you dwarves are indeed valuable. Were it not for this. Culber nodded earnestly. You are right. The chieftain's magnanimity and wisdom have won my utmost respect. But consider it from another angle. Doug shrugged, covering his mouth as he chuckled. What if it were a wargen tribe? To put it bluntly, a wargen city. Would they receive such treatment? Hee. I fear they would all end up as jerky. Doug laughed, whether at the non-existent wargen tribe or at himself. One can only imagine how infuriating your behavior in the tribe must have been. Culber, do you know why I can do everything? Hee. Because if I don't learn, I will die. The life you take for granted is what I must strive to obtain with all my might. How can there be so many things taken for granted in this world? Look at that human. He was once one of the objects of my envy. Weak enough that I could easily tear him apart. Yet because he can build houses, he enjoys a full belly, a good night's sleep, and his own freedom. With orc laborers to assist him, it's laughable that he now lacks the rock seal and has been surpassed by me, who was once tethered like a dog. Culber, what do you think the humans are thinking? The wolfman murmured, his expressions shifting like the clouds. I always sense a certain arrogance about him, yet I cannot pinpoint the source of his pride. Culber remained silent, gently patting his shoulder. You've had a difficult journey. To be honest, I envied you before. Felt a twinge of jealousy. I once believed you merely flattered the chieftain, but it turns out your unseen contributions far exceed ours. As for the human you mentioned, I have little contact with him, yet his eyes conceal a deep-seated pride. Even though the chieftain and we could easily determine his fate, he seems to look down upon us, though he does not express it outwardly. We are not tall enough to meet his gaze. The eyes never lie. Doug scoffed disdainfully. We should keep an eye on similar humans and see if we can find a replacement for him. If he continues to withhold his loyalty, let it not be said that this dog is merciful. Chapter 90 Chieftain, you appear weary. After a 10-day round trip, when the dreadnought descended from the sky, Gorjin finally emerged from the pleasure house. Doug leapt from the ship, tail wagging in excitement, exclaiming, "Oh, great chieftain, why do you look so worn?" His tone shifted from delight to bewilderment. The sunlight, which he had not seen in days, struck Gorjin as almost blinding, and his steps felt unsteady. Gorjin was taken aback. "Have I truly been in the pleasure house for 10 days? How has it come to this?" "Nothing to worry about." Gorjin gestured for Doug to lower his voice. As he could hear him, "How did your journey fare? Was it smooth?" Doug, tail still wagging, grinned. "All went remarkably well. The bone-chewing tribe was very cooperative. We not only promoted our Dragon Roost tribe's commitment to integrity in trade, but also showcased the formidable strength of Lord Rage and Lord Steel. Look, here are our additional gains from the journey." Doug pointed, and Gorjin followed his gaze to see the dreadnought's dwarven gunners escorting 5 bound humans, both men and women. Ogre and 2 of his kin trailed behind. Upon seeing Gorjin, Rage hoisted a hefty weapon on his shoulder and waved with his free hand. "Oh, what is the meaning of this?" Gorjin queried, momentarily unable to discern whether these individuals were indigenous or from the Blue Planet. "Chieftain, do not underestimate these humans. They possess magical abilities. When we encountered them, they were besieging a massive fire rattlesnake. That creature could devour me without a second thought," Doug recounted. And Gorjin raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? The ones you brought back shall be under your purview. Investigate if they possess any skills or crafts that could benefit our tribe. If they lack such talents, the males will be slaughtered, and the females tossed into the pleasure house." Gorjin waved his hand dismissively, not overly concerned. The tribe had no shortage of manpower. Neither the indigenous nor the Blue Planet inhabitants piqued his interest. "Yes, I shall handle them appropriately," Doug replied humbly. With Doug reporting back, Ogre intended to greet Gorjin. But upon realizing Gorjin's indifference, he refrained from pursuing him to the oasis. "Dismantle the pelts, lads. Our work is about to commence." Ogre called to the dwarven artisans in their camp. The dwarves sprang into action, while the goblins convened with Ogre to discuss the design and production of transport and armed airships. Rage and Steel returned to their respective tents. Karloff, who was sealing the chieftain's hall, felt a jolt upon seeing the 5 captives, a foreboding sensation creeping over him. Doug approached the 5 bound individuals. "The chieftain has decreed that you are now under my command." His expression was cold, and a cruel glint flickered in his eyes. "The tribe does not harbor idlers. Since you have been captured, you must contribute your strength. Otherwise, the males will become jerky, and the females will be sold." He gestured towards the pleasure house. "However," Doug continued, "I can offer you a chance. Do you see that building under construction? If one among you possesses the skills needed, all 5 of you can be exempted from slavery." He elaborated on the hierarchy of the Dragon Roost tribe. "The opportunity is yours, should anyone earn a brand. Standing alongside me is a dream, but entering the 2nd tier is certainly achievable. The 2nd tier is already considered elite within the Dragon Roost tribe. The choice is yours." Uneasy, the 5 individuals exchanged glances, recognizing the fear and hope reflected in each other's eyes. Initially, they had believed they would be consumed by the 2 fearsome armored beasts. Yet unexpectedly, they were presented with a flicker of hope. "Wait, did you say loyalty can be visualized? Is this tribe truly a cannibal tribe?" The leading man ventured cautiously, an unexpected glimmer of anticipation in his tone. Doug responded, "Isn't it obvious? The formidable and illustrious cannibal before you is none other than our esteemed chieftain Gorjin. Then, sir, might I inquire if your tribe harbors a certain human who, despite being ungrateful, was spared for his ability to construct houses and is thriving?" Doug's gaze sharpened, revealing his fangs and claws. "How do you know of this?" The man, filled with excitement, quickly explained, No, my lord. Our people possess a unique means of communication. We can converse even across vast distances. I have seen that individual speak, which is how I came to know." Doug paused, his mind racing. "Is that so?" Yes. My lord, we have long admired the Dragon Roost tribe. That individual, ungrateful as he is, could not earn a brand. We are willing, my lord. We are eager." Doug, nearly overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events, was left bewildered. "But this is a cannibal tribe." "Exactly. It is precisely because you are a cannibal tribe that you must be the chieftain's loyal subordinate." The man's excitement led him to trip over his words, trying to cover his mouth with his bound hands. "Ah yes, I am indeed the chieftain's only loyal servant. You have quite the discerning eye." Doug felt no insult in this. Serving the chieftain was a privilege. Among the many tribe members, he alone held this honor. "My lord, accept us. We may not match him in building houses, but I grew up in a village where we built homes together, and we possess magical skills, far superior to his. Had we been in his place, we would have earned a brand long ago. Truly, my lord, the outside world is harsh, and we yearn for the blessings of 996 and the chieftain." The man spoke passionately, tears in his eyes, while the other four nodded vigorously in agreement. Huh? A bewildered Doug found himself at a loss. What did this mean? He cast a skeptical glance at Karlov, who was busy constructing a house. What on earth had this lad said during their conversation? Was there truly someone in this desolate expanse attracted to the Ogre tribe? Chapter 91. Ning Yi penned his account of the peach blossoms spring night after night. Doug instructed the dwarves to untie these individuals' hands and led them to Karlov. They were now deep within the Dragon-S Roost tribe's territory. It was pointless to free them, as even granting them additional hands would be of no use. Karlov was taken aback, utterly astonished that someone from his conversations had actually arrived here. Was this desert truly so small? The man at the forefront was named Ning Yi. At this moment, he regarded Doug and Karlov with sincere eyes. My lord, if life here is indeed as you describe, we shall undoubtedly possess our marks within a month. Karlov's face was a picture of shock. Doug, harboring doubts, asked, as he described, what did he say? How could you possibly tarnish the reputation of our Dragon-S Roost tribe? Karlov shook his head repeatedly. No, I truly did not. Ning Yi quickly interjected. In fact, he merely recounted his life here, rising every morning to build houses, 3 meals a day, finishing work by night, with the luxury of resting for an hour or two during the hottest part of the afternoon. There was no beating, no danger, and even freedom was not restricted. Doug nodded. That is true, yet it is not devoid of risks. If the tasks are not completed properly, there are consequences. Ning Yi beamed. Is that truly the case? My lord, allow us to try as well. We are willing. Doug, taken aback by their eagerness, countered. No, I mean there will indeed be consequences. Did you not hear? If you mess up, it could be fatal. Ning Yi and the other four, including the 2 women, appeared entirely unfazed. Karlov was bewildered. Do you not comprehend human language? Messing up could lead to death. Ning Yi offered a wry smile. My lord, you are clearly an indigenous person of the desert. Tell me, is life outside truly what one would call living? I am not sure if you have ever witnessed life in other tribal cities. Compared to those places, the Dragon-S Roost tribe is like paradise. This statement struck a chord with Doug. You are quite intriguing. I wholeheartedly agree. Before encountering the great chieftain Gorjin, I must say my life was quite abysmal. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Doug's gaze, which he subsequently masked. Very well, you shall initially work together on building houses. If you perform well, those 2 females may not need to take clients after all, should you earn your marks. Joining the armed forces of the Dragon-S Roost tribe as spellcasters is not out of the question. Doug's words filled the 5 with elation, yet plunged Karlov into despair. Karlov, these individuals are also your fellow countrymen. If they earn their marks first, or outperform you. A cruel smile spread across Doug's face. The chief's bowl can be given to you or taken away. Consider your actions carefully. After casting a meaningful glance at him, Doug turned and left. Finally joining the long-desired Dragon-S Roost tribe, the prospect of such a stable life, even in Blue Star, was something many yearned for. Especially in this perilous and unpredictable desert world. Countless tribal cities rose daily, yet many more fell, leading to untold suffering. The mere notion of a stable life sufficed. All right, my friend, thank you for sharing in the World Channel. We must commence our work. Ning Yi clapped Karlov on the shoulder, casting a curious glance at the 2 orc laborers before leading the 4 toward the construction site. Karlov felt somewhat lost. With the addition of Ning Yi's 5 and Karlov's own trio, Doug coordinated with Kalbert to enlist an additional 15 dwarves to assist, rapidly completing Gorjin's chieftain hall. Following the initial transaction, the Dragon-S Roost tribe entered a phase of rapid development once more. The expansion of the construction team led to a shortage of brick supplies. A second dwarven smelting furnace rose alongside the first. There were now 3 smelting furnaces and a goblin mechanical press on site, although the goblins aspired to produce battle mechs. With so few goblins present and none bearing marks, Gorjin forbade them from constructing combat mechs. However, with the increase in smelting furnaces, the goblin excavators and tracked transport vehicles were once again put to use, albeit in a rudimentary form. Ning Yi made a significant contribution by proposing the concept of an excavator along with rudimentary blueprints. The experienced dwarves and goblins swiftly crafted the first functional steam excavator within mere days. Gorjin expressed his strong approval. We are not lacking in the goblin excavator's combat capability. A specialized excavator not only conserves materials, but also simplifies the structure considerably. Ning Yi's success further darkened Karlov's expression. He had completely severed ties with this group of 5. It was evident that they were the Wolfmen's designated adversaries. Moreover, this fellow had already achieved commendable results within mere days of arriving, which was quite embarrassing for him. Gorjin paid them no mind, confident that Doug would handle matters appropriately. Doug consistently proved himself, much to Gorjin's relief. Doug, being astute, noted that when Ning Yi proposed the excavator concept, His gaze towards Karlov grew increasingly hostile. When the goblins initially suggested utilizing excavators, this lad had remained silent. Now that Ning Yi claimed to hail from the same place as Karlov. Observing the other four's nonchalant reaction to the excavator indicated that such machinery was commonplace in their homeland. If Ning Yi could articulate it so swiftly, why could Karlov not? Doug publicly commended Ning Yi and the other four, rewarding them with a portion of jerky. The five rejoiced. Although there was no salary here, they had already surpassed 95% of those transported to this barren land. Furthermore, the leadership here was clear in its rewards and punishments. A sight any striving individual yearned to witness. Indeed, assimilating with the natives, becoming one of them, and leveraging Blue Star's knowledge to ascend was the most suitable way to survive in this endless desert. Treasure chests were valuable, but could only assist Blue Star people, providing them with opportunities to narrow the gap with the natives and possibly surpass some of them. They could not make Blue Star individuals the chosen ones. One's own capabilities were the foundation for survival. After struggling for half a year, Ning Yi and his companions truly felt a sense of belonging here. This secure life was extraordinarily appealing. Iron materials from the Magic Howl and Giant Sand had also arrived, adding to the iron produced by the Dragoness Roost tribe, filling the air with the sounds of forging. While it appeared primitive, it was suffused with the hope of survival. Chapter 92, Mighty Type and Brutal Level. Gorjin finally moved into his new abode, a grand and spacious house. It was over this very house that Ning Yi and Karlov had even engaged in a brawl, with Karlov being thoroughly overwhelmed, nearly struck down by the lightning conjured by Ning Yi's hands. How could Ning Yi and his four companions, who had survived in the endless desert for over half a year, be as powerless as Karlov? Not only he, but the other two men and two women each possessed their own unique abilities. Unbeknownst to Karlov, when Doug captured them, they were engaged in the hunt of a formidable rattlesnake beast. Who would dare to have such audacity without a modicum of skill? Ultimately, two of them knelt outside for an entire night. This was due to Gorjin's decree that no violence was permitted within the tribe, not even from the ogres. They attempted to roll away. Ning Yi felt a sense of balance. All the contributions Karlov had made towards building their shelter were wiped clean in a single night. He accepted this, recognizing that having violated the chief's established rules, punishment was warranted. After living in the desert for so long, aside from life and death, all that remained were mere scrapes. However, Karlov was somewhat disheartened. This was the subconscious mentality fostered by prolonged comfort. Yet, whether it was Gorjin, Doug, or any other member, none cared for his sentiments. Without even a brand, what was he worth? Meanwhile, Ning Yi finally brought his plan to fruition. He constructed a wall around Gorjin's house, incorporating a kitchen and a lavatory. He even devised a way to procure 2 large lions for the entrance. The dwarves moved all the kitchenware and stoves they had crafted for Gorjin into the house, and Ning Yi sought out Doug, detailing numerous kitchen tools the dwarves had yet to create. Upon moving in, Gorjin had to concede that Ning Yi's group had indeed persevered in this desolate place for over half a year, which was no small feat. When he discovered the kitchenware and stoves, and recalled snippets from others, he immediately surmised that the chief here might have ties to Blue Star. This was unmistakably a Chinese-style stove and kitchenware. However, this detail was inconsequential. What mattered most was pleasing the chief. He had all the kitchen tools from his memory, crafted by the dwarves. It turned out he was correct. Gorjin surveyed the kitchen, filled with utensils and stoves tailored to his height, filled with nostalgia. Ning Yi's group had ascended from the 4th tier to the 3rd tier, their treatment undergoing a remarkable upgrade. Karlov became his assistant, alongside those 2 orcs. Whatever Doug could conceive, Gorjin could too. Karlov, after all this time, might have considered Ning Yi's ideas, but his approach was likely one of mere survival. Gorjin sat in the grand chair crafted from iron columns, bricks, and beast skins, while Doug crouched by his feet, wagging his tail. Karlov truly was a disappointment. Gorjin lounged in the chair, his expression inscrutable. Yes, chief, but I am uncertain what he meant by the same place Ning Yi referred to, as they clearly appeared different. Ha ha ha. Gorjin scoffed. You may be unaware, but I am not. Without comparison before, now with Ning Yi's group present, it seems Karlov is merely coasting through life. Can you believe there are still those who cannot distinguish right from wrong in this world? Doug humbly lowered his head, chuckling. Chief, he seems to have suddenly materialized in this world, appearing amidst the alchemist and our encirclement. Alongside that human who perished on the same day, he entered Longchi tribe. His most arduous experience was being silenced by that alchemist's poison and then sold as cargo to Longchi. He has not faced the other terrors and hardships of the desert. The stability in Longchi led him to believe he deserved it. All tribe members strive for the chief and the betterment of Longchi. Yet he only exerted himself briefly upon the dwarves' arrival. Once he realized they posed no threat to his position, he reverted to his former self. Gorjin scratched his scalp. This is the inherent flaw of creatures, regardless of the world. Doug remained silent, recognizing that further discussion would seem forced. Karloff's situation indeed unsettled the Wolfman. He had placed the chief on a pedestal, and Karloff's actions greatly displeased him. The sentiment remained, let him manage his own fate. If Ning Yi and his companions acquired the rock brand, well, at the moment, the momentum they exhibited suggested a high probability of obtaining the brand. Even if they did not, their work ethic and attitude far surpassed Karloff's, which was far more agreeable. In the time that followed, the rhythm of Longqi tribe remained unchanged. When the first transport and armed airships set sail, Longqi tribe began assembling a specialized combat patrol unit from within its ranks. The emergence of these two airships represented a monumental milestone for Longqi, marking its transition from ground transport to its own developed aerial capabilities. Gorjin regarded the arrival of these two airships with great significance, personally naming them. The transport airship was designated the Mighty Transport Ship. As the inaugural transport vessel, it was clearly the Mighty Transport Ship No. 1. Its gas bag was even similar in size to that of the flagship, yet it lacked the latter's defensive capabilities, emphasizing instead its substantial carrying capacity. The armed airship, measuring only 1/5 the size of the transport ship, was named the Barbarian-class escort ship by Gorjin. Like the Mighty Transport Ship No. 1, this vessel was also labeled Barbarian-class No. 1. It was compact, agile, and powerful, with its gas bag reinforced for protection. Apart from the steam engine's weaponry compartment, every surface was outfitted with armaments. The sides of the Barbarian-class No. 1 bristled with rapid-fire cannons. These cannons, though of modest caliber, boasted swift loading, rapid-fire rates, and high precision, newly developed by Goblin technology and Dwarven military engineering. Its pod could even carry 2 high-yield aerial bombs. Gorjin found this contraption impressive. Although he had grown significantly stronger, he was not invincible. Often, appearance itself served as a form of intimidation. Before these two airships departed, the watchtowers for the Great Sand and the Magic Roar were already constructed. The dwarf's conveyor system had been implemented as well. If this technology were solely utilized on the battlefield, it would be a waste of resources. Everything was flourishing, but then an incident occurred that darkened the expressions of Gorjin and Doug. Karloff had deserted. Gorjin furiously overturned the table, roaring in outrage. I spared his life. He dares to betray me. Does the struggle for survival in the 3rd and 4th tiers of Longqi not surpass the desolation of the desert? Find him. I never intended to kill him, even without the rock brand. But now, I have changed my mind. Locate him and end him. Turn him into jerky. Gorjin's furious bellow sent shivers down the spines of every creature in Longqi, from the ogres to the dwarf children. Chapter 93. Karloff's Confusion and Consequences. The 3 airships of Longqi tribe set sail collectively. All 3 airships were operated by dwarves, as they comprised the largest population within the tribe, and it was inevitable that the airships were crafted by them. However, the number of dwarves who have obtained the stone brand has been steadily increasing, instilling a sense of confidence in their capabilities. All 3 airship captains are dwarves who bear the mark. The ogres have also been dispatched, wielding their heavy clubs as they meander around the tribe's perimeter. Doug has deployed his entire pack of Worgen scouts. These Wargen have since upgraded their weaponry. The dwarven military craftsmanship combined with goblin technology has significantly enhanced their firearms. The traditional dwarven flintlock musket possesses formidable power, but is limited to an effective range of merely 50 meters. In contrast, the goblin rifle, resembling those from the Blue Planet, boasts a ludicrous design with a staggering self-detonation probability, making each shot feel like a gamble with death. The newly modified long rifle, however, embodies a dwarven aesthetic while incorporating a magazine feed. The dwarves have refined the ammunition and chamber, adding a long bayonet. This rifle has been issued not only among the Wargen, but also to the dwarves aboard the airships. Gorjin has aptly named it the Raider rifle. The deployment of the Raider has significantly bolstered the Wargen patrol strength. Its effective range has reached 100 meters, delivering substantial and stable firepower. While its robust frame and the sharp, blood-grooved bayonet enable the Wargen to excel in close combat. Additionally, there are portable goblin bombs. The collaboration between goblin technology and dwarven military industry has yielded unprecedented results. This series of weapon enhancements and innovations is the fundamental reason the dwarves thrive here, allowing even those goblins without the brand to lead decent lives. They are tirelessly busy, which has given Karloff the false impression that the dwarves do not pose a threat to him. However, it is too late to reflect on that now. Karloff has buried himself in the sands, breathing through a hollow pipe, while the distant ogres wander past, oblivious to his presence. Damn it. Karloff's expression darkens. Why? Weren't they supposed to let me leave freely? Why send so many pursuers? After ensuring the area was quiet, Karloff cautiously emerged from the sand and scurried away. He never imagined that the Dragon Roost tribe would pursue him so relentlessly. In his understanding, the lethargic ogre chieftain would hardly care about a trivial human like him. He had taken nothing but a bit of water and food. Was it really worth this? On the terror, Doug maintained a grim demeanor, peering through a monocular in search of the target below. This device you have brought forth is indeed intriguing. If we can locate that damned Karloff, you may earn a small measure of recognition. Doug's words were dark and tinged with cruelty. Ningyi, standing behind him, couldn't help but shudder. This monocular was a contribution he had made to Doug, a treasure he had stumbled upon in a white treasure chest. It was not useless, but its value was limited for him. Yet, unexpectedly, it had become useful here. Does Master Doug truly believe the tribe should go to such lengths for a mere Karlov? The outside world is not as simple as he imagines. Why not let him fend for himself? Ningyi felt perplexed. Humph, Doug scoffed. I have long found that brat insufferable, coasting through life on the pretense of building simple houses. You must have witnessed how the chieftain regards him during your stay. If he truly wished to depart, given the chieftain's character, as long as he implored the chieftain, considering his past contributions, the chieftain would not begrudge a mere ant. But he has crossed the line by pilfering resources from the tribe and attempting to leave stealthily. Even if it was a trivial amount, he does not deserve it. As for why such a fuss is being made, do you not perceive it? Doug cast a sidelong glance at Ningyi, laden with meaning. Ningyi offered an awkward smile. He had long known that his subtle machinations could not escape the notice of this native who lived daily on the edge of life and death. I understand it is to serve as a warning to others, to set a precedent. Otherwise, he would establish a poor example for the tribe's members. Doug nodded. I hope you do not follow in his footsteps. He then spoke into the communication tube. Adjust course to the southeast and gradually descend. I have located that fool. The terror began to change direction, slowly lowering its altitude. As Karloff fled, he faintly heard the rumble above and looked up to see the enormous shadow in the sky. He sank to his knees, despair etched across his face. How could this be? The terror descended, exuding an unparalleled pressure and imposing presence. Doug stood at the bow, looking down at the kneeling Karloff. Initially filled with rage at his failure to locate him, Doug found his thoughts surprisingly clear upon seeing him now. Descend, Doug commanded calmly. The terror began to lower itself near Karloff, extending the gangplank. Following Doug were Ningyi and a squad of 5 armed dwarves. Karloff. Doug regarded the man who had remained in the Dragon Roost tribe alongside him, his emotions complicated. You miserable wretch. Karloff's face was a mask of despair. He could not fathom why someone so complacent, a mere dog who only knows how to wag its tail, could achieve such heights while he, toiling diligently every day, had fallen to this state. Not only were dwarves vying for his livelihood, but there were also blue planet inhabitants like Ningyi. They did not band together for warmth. Instead, they relentlessly competed against one another. Were it not for them, he would not have sunk to such depths. Karloff grimaced bitterly. The ogre's words were ultimately empty. He had claimed he could leave. Karloff was unwilling to accept this. His anger and despair coiled within him. Now, with no chance left, he was doomed. Doug remained silent for a moment, offering no further words, merely gesturing coldly with his hand. Grant him a swift end. Considering we were both sent to the Dragon Roost tribe together. One of the dwarves behind him raised his rifle and, with indifference, pulled the trigger. Chapter 94, The Cultivation Area. The raider rifle blasted a gaping hole in Karloff's chest. His eyes instantly dulled. Doug waved his hand. Secure his body and hang it from the ship's rail. The chieftain has ordered it to be dried as jerky. With that, Doug turned away, striding back to the terror. Ningyi followed behind, his emotions and demeanor unchanged. Doug regarded him with admiration. The difference between you and Karloff is stark. Ningyi smiled. Master Doug. Even had Karloff not been found, he would not have survived in the desert. His gaze was profound, carrying a special significance. The endless desert is swift to eliminate those unable to adjust their attitudes, clinging to outdated notions. To dwell perpetually in the past is indeed an unwise endeavor. It is only by adapting to the present circumstances and embracing the prevailing norms that one may truly survive. Doug turned his gaze back in surprise, remarking, I must admit, I did not anticipate such sentiments from you. You are indeed more suited to endure the harshness of the desert. Ningyi offered a shy smile in response. Lord Doug, the life in the desert is unbearably arduous. We, the 5 of us, yearn to pledge our loyalty to the chieftain and to become one with Longchi. The uncertainty of whether we will witness the dawn of another day is a most daunting burden. Doug chuckled softly, in the endless expanse of the desert. Countless beings are born each day, just as countless meet their demise. Death here is merely an ordinary occurrence. I hope you remain true to your convictions and swiftly acquire the rock seal. Otherwise, given the example set by Karloff, it is difficult for me to harbor even the slightest trust in the people from your region. Ningyi replied earnestly, Rest assured, Lord Doug. We merely wish to escape the uncertainty of living each day. Whoever can ensure our stable existence, we shall defend with all our might. Doug offered no reply, turning to return to the fearsome. Meanwhile, in the Longxi tribe, Gorjin, having just bathed at the oasis, chanced upon Tsumai fetching water with several female dwarves. His curiosity piqued. He decided to visit Tsumai's workspace, eager to see what this agricultural scholar had accomplished. Gorjin held considerable expectations for her. While the people of Blue Star may possess some knowledge of cultivation, true mastery requires decades of experience, or at the very least, the theoretical prowess of a distinguished agricultural institution. Since Tsumai's arrival, Gorjin had only requested her services once. During her initial punishment, he had not disturbed her since. Given the passage of time, he believed she should provide a reasonable and satisfactory account of her progress. Tsumai appeared calm as she led Gorjin to her cultivation area. Before them lay a landscape reminiscent of interwoven paths. Various crops were neatly arranged, bearing fruits of many colors that made Gorjin's mouth water. Chieftain, considering the operation and balance of the oasis, this cultivation area is the largest I could ascertain after extensive testing, Tsumai explained, donning a hand-woven straw hat. Her once fair skin now tanned to a rich wheat hue, pride evident in her gaze. Very impressive, Tsumai. You have not betrayed my trust, indeed. You are worthy of your agricultural pedigree, Gorjin remarked. Even as critical, I could not help but admire the vibrant order of the fields. Tsumai reflected. Knowledge gleaned from books often feels superficial. No theoretical wisdom compares to the efficacy of first-hand experience. It is astonishing to discover such an oasis in this desert, imbued with a unique energy. Many of the crops here are unfamiliar to me, yet most of the knowledge I acquired is applicable. In just over 10 days, I should be able to present the first harvest to the chieftain. I believe I have honored your trust and care. Gorjin gazed at her in astonishment. Oh, shouldn't you resent me? I have stripped you of your dignity as a woman, confining you here to serve me, and yet you harbor such thoughts? Tsumai's long hair cascaded down to her waist, her side bangs dancing in the desert heat. She now emanated a more mature charm, with a smile that radiated nonchalance. She replied, Chieftain, I have come to terms with my situation. After all, this is no longer the world I once knew. In this wretched place, your allowing me to live is already a tremendous blessing. Here, I need not share the same concerns as others regarding food and water. Nor do I fear the heat of day or the chill of night, nor the desert's beasts and toxins, nor whether I shall see the sun rise again. As for the initial punishment, despite her acceptance, memories of that porridge-like scene still sent shivers down her spine. In any world, the weak possess no rights. You have granted me the opportunity to continue doing what I love without the burden of other worries. I now find that entirely reasonable. A hearty laugh erupted from Gorjin, clearly pleased by Tsumai's words. If only your stature were a touch larger, I would gladly reward you by making you one of my personal attendants. He cast a wistful glance at Tsumai's mature yet gracefully noble form. Tsumai's expression stiffened at the thought of the young chieftain's terrifying visage, swallowing hard. Surely, this cannot be. Gorjin gazed expectantly at the expanse of crops before him. I eagerly await the day of your harvest, Tsumai. I possess a cold storage facility, not vast, but sufficient for these crops. I look forward to it. Should you perform well, I may entrust you with the management of all 3 oases. If you earn the rock seal and pledge your loyalty, I could even appoint you as the overseer of cultivation in Longxi, granting you the authority to act as you see fit in any agricultural matters. With a jovial laugh, Gorjin departed. Ha ha ha. Tsumai, I eagerly anticipate your performance. As the evening descended, Tsumai returned to the Wind Pavilion and recounted the day's events to Xiao Wanhong. Well, did I not tell you? If you genuinely cast aside the burdens of Blue Star and sincerely integrate into this place, the chieftain is undoubtedly a leader worthy of your loyalty. Xiao Wanhong asserted with unwavering conviction. Red sister, I truly must express my gratitude, Tsumai said, her gaze filled with appreciation for the woman before her. Without her constant encouragement and reassurance, she might never have escaped her past and embraced this harsh reality. Such is the nature of humanity. Once one accepts reality, many previously intolerable matters lose their significance. The brutal truths of this world, whether experienced firsthand or relayed through the lens of others, are starkly vivid. Survival has become the singular theme for all inhabitants of Blue Star. In her time on Blue Star, Tsumai had encountered tales of universal treasure chests. However, this wretched world bore little resemblance to those narratives. In those stories, once humanity acquired the ability to open treasure chests, they triumphed effortlessly and ascended to the peaks of existence. Yet in this realm, the treasures from high-level chests do indeed possess remarkable effects. Nevertheless, this world operates under its own comprehensive system and rules, and the harsh living conditions render its inhabitants far superior to the Blue Star denizens. Those endowed with resilience and fortune may find the pressures of survival considerably lessened. Yet, for the majority, even with the unique ability to open chests, they struggle to thrive as seamlessly as the natives who have endured the trials of this land for countless years. At times, Siumai too finds herself pondering. If this were a vast grassland or a forest, would the Blue Star people not have to worry about food and water, thus finding themselves in a situation far better than the current desolate landscape? Xiao Wanhong quickly replied, "Sister, you are far too courteous. We ought to assist one another. My abilities to help you are limited, but I can certainly offer you some comfort." Chu Mai gently shook her head. "Sister Hong, if it weren't for you, I fear I would still be. To be frank, why is it so challenging for us to integrate here? Ultimately, it stems from our origins on Blue Star. Having received formal education, we perceive ourselves as possessing a high level of intelligence. Thus, even though they can dictate our lives and deaths, and we harbor fear and trepidation towards them, deep down, we still regard them as savages and uncivilized natives, looking down upon them at our core. This is the greatest flaw of us Blue Star people. It is akin to a lion that can effortlessly kill us, yet chooses not to. Would we then pledge our loyalty simply because it spared our lives?" Chu Mai's gaze was profound. "What I must do now, and am indeed doing, is to retain only the knowledge acquired from Blue Star, to forget the concepts of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor associated with Blue Star, and focus on survival. To earn my mark, to truly live, one can only contemplate such matters once their hunger is satiated. As for me, I will reclaim those lost values when I have secured my place within the tribe." Xiao Wanhong stared, dumbfounded, at the woman before her, now sun-kissed like wheat. Is this the realization of a top scholar? In that moment, she felt a twinge of shame, realizing that aside from serving the chieftain, she possessed little else in terms of skills. Chu Mai, resolute in her determination, washed herself and then lay down. With the conclusion of the Karlov incident, the dispersed troops had returned. Gorjin no longer felt any inclination to observe the corpse. In his eyes, this man had shown a lack of appreciation. "If you wish to leave, that is your choice, but at least acknowledge that I have sheltered you for so long. A simple word of thanks or even a bow would suffice. Yet you chose to slip away unnoticed and even pilfered from me. Is this not bullying the honest?" Following this incident, the Longqi tribe did not return to tranquility. Rather, it became bustling with activity. The emergence of mighty transport, airships, and savage-class armed airships began to connect the three oases. When Kareen and Nuya arrived aboard the two airships, they promptly returned to the Longqi tribe to report. This was also in connection with the ongoing armed reforms taking place within Longqi. Upon her return, Kareen first greeted Gorjin before heading to the pleasure house. She was not only the lord of Giant Sand City, but also the manager of the pleasure house. Nuya, on the other hand, sought out Nu first, saluted him, and then proceeded to report to Gorjin. His direct superior was Nu, so this process was perfectly acceptable, though Nu was entirely unaware of its significance. The transformations within the Longqi tribe astonished both Kareen and Nuya. Gorjin's chieftain's hall and Hornice residence had undergone a complete transformation, with materials replaced from thorns to bricks. The ogres' homes had also been completed, neatly arranged in 4 lines encircling the core of the tribe. Following this, a wall was erected to separate the core area of the Longqi tribe from the outer regions inhabited by outsiders. This was the first-tier living area, clearly delineated. Next were several other buildings under construction, all sharing the same architectural style, although of a lesser standard than those in the first tier. This was the second-tier living area, with a considerable number of houses, most of which were occupied by dwarves. Nuya and Kareen each had their own homes here. The most prominent structure further out was the expanding pleasure house. Once completed, the attendants of the pleasure house would relocate there. Gorjin also issued directives to Kareen regarding the expansion of the pleasure house, aside from a select few who would serve as his exclusive attendants. All other attendants were to prepare for receiving guests. Currently, aside from her, only Chu Mai possessed this qualification. Kareen had earned her position and bore the rock mark, while Chu Mai was temporarily needed for her knowledge. As for the other attendants of the pleasure house, Gorjin's ultimatum was clear. Those who attained the rock mark before the pleasure house's completion could become his exclusive attendants and thereafter would not need to receive guests. However, if they began to receive guests, even with the rock mark, they would no longer qualify to be the chieftain's exclusive attendants, gaining merely partial expansions in terms of rights and resources. This revelation set the entire pleasure house ablaze with excitement. Kareen watched with a cold gaze. "Serves you right for not pledging your loyalty to the chieftain sooner. How could the chieftain accept anyone as his exclusive attendant if they had served other guests?" She was indifferent to these developments. With the experience of the first, second, and now third bouts, Kareen's combat had become considerably more composed and abundant. Conversely, after undergoing 3 enhancements, her strength had also significantly increased. This was the innate ability of succubi. They gained strength through combat with the powerful. Especially after this latest encounter, her enhanced power was even more profound. Though she still wielded the same 3 skills, their potency was no longer comparable to that of her initial attempts. Chapter 96. The First Armed Forces Organization and Selection Meeting of the Lungchi Power. As time passed, Karin's mark became increasingly radiant. With the passage of time, the chieftain's inscrutable depths and formidable strength left her in awe and admiration. In Karin's eyes, how could a mere ogre possess such striking handsomeness? It must be said that succubi are indeed a remarkable race. The 4 mighty heads of the Lungchi ogres had officially convened. The chieftain's sole subordinate, Doug Lungchi. The manager of the chieftain's pleasure house and lord of Giant Sand City, Karin. The chief craftsman of Lungchi power and leader of the dwarven military industry, Ogre. The chieftain's foremost enforcer and the overseer of the Moan tribe, Nuya. In this assembly, it appeared that Nuya held the lowest standing. The other 3 reported directly to Gorjin, while he was subordinate to Nu. Yet, as a manager of a division, he was still competent in both strength and intellect, especially with the chieftain's mother personally overseeing matters. He possessed his qualifications. The gathering of 4 members from different races presented a striking contrast in styles. The most imposing figure was Nuya, the red-skinned orc who had significantly improved his physique since being freed from slavery, his muscles now bulging and his tusks sharpened. He still wielded the dwarven warhammer seized during the battle in Giant Sand City. While functional, it felt slightly awkward. The selection of combat personnel would undoubtedly require standardized weapons and armor, as these members would serve as the primary combat and patrol force for Lungchi power. Aside from the ogres, Gorjin directly passed this matter to the 4 of them. Wasn't it more enjoyable to eat, drink, and sleep rather than deal with management? Just the thought of it was troublesome. With the authority granted by the esteemed chieftain Gorjin, the 4 officially convened the meeting, the First Armed Forces Organization and Selection Meeting of Lungchi Power. Steel Coin, with audacity, insisted on participating, prompting Doug to scowl, while Nuya promptly seized the little goblin and tossed him out. What level of status do you possess to even qualify for such a gathering? Doug pointedly berated Steel Coin, his finger prodding the latter's nose. Let us not even mention your lack of a brand. Even if you had one, you would still lack the requisite standing. How is it that my own pack of ward patrols now bear brands, yet I have summoned them to participate? I have shown you courtesy by allowing your meager band of 100 or so goblins to call themselves Goblin Technology. But without my favor, you are nothing. With a crestfallen demeanor, Steel Coin scuttled away, feeling a bitter resentment that he dared not voice. Karloff, an esteemed elder of the Dragon Roost tribe, had been among the first of the foreign members. Now he was left hanging out in the open, and in a few days, he would surely become jerky. This incident served as a sobering warning to those foreign members who bore no brand. During the meeting, Doug, as the chief's close aide, delivered a speech. The emergence of the Karloff incident was a wake-up call for the tribe, and a source of shame. Doug's tone was grave yet resonant, prompting the other 3 members to sit up straight unconsciously. They all acknowledged the sharp intellect of this warg leader. As he stated, there was but one warg who had reached this level in this desolate expanse. This incident has highlighted the deficiencies in our Dragon Roost defensive forces. Currently, our entire strength consists solely of 3 warg patrol teams. To apprehend a single Karloff, the entire Dragon Roost tribe had to mobilize. Even the ogres had to take action. Though the great chief said nothing, what does this signify? Doug's stern gaze swept across the 3 prominent figures in the Dragon Roost, excluding the ogres. Kulber, Karin, and Furyfong instinctively recoiled. This is our incompetence. Karloff has slapped us in the face with his very life. Doug smacked his own face in frustration. How humiliating. My friends, let me ask you, do you not feel ashamed? The Dragon Roost has bestowed upon us such a superior environment for existence, and the chief has granted us immense power and trust. Friends, they say there is no conscience in the desert, but I ask you, without our wise and great chief, without the expansive platform of Dragon Roost, could I, you, or any of you be here today as a significant figure to convene this meeting? Clutch your hearts and ask yourselves if your faces do not ache. Do you truly honor the chief's nurturing and trust? Doug's tone was fervent and intense as he pointed at himself and the other 3. To earn the stone brand signifies loyalty, and to attain this position indicates intelligence. Doug's words struck a chord, awakening the listeners. Gorjin, who was about to leave for a break, caught wind of this speech and found himself in a state of bewilderment. Is this how I think? Never mind, let them handle it. As Gorjin scratched his backside, he suddenly remembered a critical issue. Excuse me for interjecting. Gorjin thundered into the back of the quartet, startling them into rising hastily. I have identified a grave problem. Kulber, you need to arrange for the construction of universally accessible public restrooms within the tribe, accommodating the various sizes of our races. It is unacceptable for these fellows to relieve themselves indiscriminately. We must ensure that odors do not spread, and we must find a way to transport the waste away, drying it for use as fertilizer for the oasis. I believe Chumai may require some, so you can communicate with her about this. The old dwarf looked somewhat perplexed. Public restrooms? Doug immediately reassured. Rest easy. Chief, you can take a proper rest, and we will implement this matter without delay. Gorjin nodded. All right, good, carry on. He then lumbered away. The quartet exchanged glances, puzzled by the concept of public restrooms. Perhaps we should ask Ningyi about it. He seems quite spirited and far more competent than that foolish fellow. Doug was generally pleased with the 5 new human members. It was curious, however, that the 2 women had not been relegated to the pleasure house. Kareen expressed some curiosity. Do not underestimate these 2 women. They are both spellcasters. Most importantly, while their construction skills may not rival that foolish Karloff, they are diligent, making it a waste to place them in the pleasure house. Doug glanced at the 3 men and 2 women who were hard at work and said lightly, enough of idle chatter. Do you have any opinions or thoughts regarding the selection of combat personnel? If you do, speak up quickly. The other 3 exchanged glances. It seems you have your own ideas. Then do share, for we trust your judgment. Kareen spoke directly. Kalber and Furyfong nodded in agreement. Chapter 97. Kalber was regretting his decisions intensely. Ultimately, the unified armed forces of the Dragon Roost were determined. The pressure was squarely placed upon Kalber's dwarven military industry. In Doug's vision, the Dragon Roost required a stationed force at the 3 oases and at least 5 patrol teams. These patrol teams needed to possess rapid mobility. Therefore, Kalber needed to expedite a proposal for combat vehicles. These vehicles must be spacious enough to accommodate the members of each patrol team, with each team requiring at least 2 melee combatants. These melee combatants should be selected from the formidable muscle-bound individuals of Furyfong's tribe. Besides the primary combatants, at least 2 ranged support members were also necessary, who could be chosen from dwarven gunners or troll archers. Doug favored the trolls. These beings possessed exceptional and precise throwing abilities. They were born hunters, capable of hurling their spears with such force that they could pierce the eyelid of Fury even when he bore the protection of the stone brand and had formidable defenses. Without the stone brand, this one-eyed ogre would have been rendered completely blind. Of course, trolls excelled not only in throwing spears. Any ranged weapon in their hands could unleash devastating damage. Compared to dwarves, trolls also had lesser requirements concerning armor protection. Like ogres, their own bodies were their greatest asset. Their self-healing abilities surpassed even those of ogres. Most importantly, these trolls also possessed commendable melee capabilities. While they still fell short compared to orcs, they ranked among the stronger races in this arid expanse. Their reproductive capacity was also commendable. Ultimately, the choice for ranged warriors shifted in favor of the trolls. Each patrol team was additionally to be accompanied by a group of artillerymen. Doug had been profoundly impressed by the dwarven mortar crews. The selection for these artillerymen was limited to dwarves. The dwarves' responsibilities were extensive and critical. They not only had to shoulder the tribe's rapid development, but also the duties of combat, and with the emergence of each airship, dwarves would need to be allocated. The mortar teams still required dwarves. Kalber's face flushed crimson, nearly on the verge of overturning the table. People, I need more personnel. With so few dwarves, this is needed, that is needed. There is no way to transform or create more dwarves. Doug maintained a stern expression. This is a test from the Dragon Roost and the Stonebrand Mutual Aid Group for you. Kalber grasped Doug's leather armor firmly and remarked, I presume you do not wish to test my fist with your abdomen. Doug had no choice but to concede. All right. I'll think of a way to resolve this issue. Humph. With that, Kalber released Doug. Nevertheless, for the sake of the tribe, Kalber accepted the task. He intended to return to refine the mortar, ideally reducing the manpower required to operate it to just 2 individuals. These 2 would simultaneously take on the role of chariot drivers, acting as the driver during patrols and as gunners during combat. Moreover, Kalber planned to devise a weapon reminiscent of the one that had ambushed the fearsome from the human headquarters in the scorched sands. Of course, the weapon's potency would necessitate the application of goblin technology. For the ordinary tribesmen, this would suffice as fire support. Additionally, Doug proposed to distribute the 3 squads of gnolls among each team. These gnolls roamed daily within the Dragon Roost tribe's territory, possessing an intimate familiarity with the terrain. 2 would engage in melee combat, 2 would provide ranged support, and 2 would serve as gunners, while the gnoll sharpshooters would execute ambushes. In terms of combat strength, these members would be equipped with superior weapons and armor. As a patrol unit, this arrangement would undoubtedly be more than adequate. However, the vast expanse of Dragon Roost's territory posed a challenge. If a patrol unit were to encounter insurmountable opposition, the prospect of support from other teams became a significant concern. Kalber proposed the construction of a dedicated patrol support airship. This airship would remain aloft within the Dragon Roost's domain for extended periods, equipped with formidable firepower and rapid response capabilities. Should any trouble arise, it could be dispatched immediately. Other members readily concurred with this suggestion. Although the airship's maneuverability might be limited, its comfort, hovering capabilities, and firepower were unparalleled. Some factions may have tamed flying mounts, which are swift and agile. Yet the damage they could inflict paled in comparison to that of an airship. This was precisely why Gorjin valued the airship so highly. Consequently, another group of airship personnel would need to be reassigned. For the first time, Kalber felt the strain of insufficient manpower. Damn it, I should have surrendered back then. I wouldn't have lost so many able-bodied individuals. Kalber's regret was profound. Had there been more young warriors, the current predicament might have been avoided. Observing this, Gorjin felt compelled to speak up. Well, since my operations are now running quite smoothly, perhaps I can see if I can allocate some personnel to assist you? Kalber's eyes brightened, yet he sighed again. There was little difference between transferring resources from one hand to another. Do you want them or not? Yes, Kalber replied hastily. Gorjin rolled her eyes. By the way, I believe it is necessary to establish several small towers within the radiating range of our 3 oases in Dragon Roost, either as warning signals or resting places for patrol teams. In this way, should any issues arise, we can easily light a signal fire for assistance, and during routine patrols, it would provide the teams with a place to rest and regroup. Doug's eyes sparkled, indicating his mind was racing with thoughts. The idea was commendable. Yet these structures would require oversight and maintenance, which would further strain manpower. Kalber sighed again. Those without the mark cannot be assigned away. We cannot risk having supplies go missing or being stolen. The marked individuals we have are already assigned to more critical roles. Doug couldn't help but sigh as well. Population. Unable to contain himself any longer, the usually silent Grinjaw finally spoke up. He had refrained from speaking because he felt that, although he was intelligent, he did not possess the prowess of the other three, and his actual standing was the lowest. The main reason was that it was evident the three were banding together, forming a mutual aid organization that was quite apparent. It left him feeling somewhat envious. However, both Doug and Gorjin were veterans of the tribe. When he first arrived, Doug was already beginning to make a name for himself. Although Kalber had joined the tribe later, his contributions were undeniable. Every item of significance within the tribe had originated from the dwarven military industry. This was why he had remained silent. If we truly find ourselves lacking in manpower, we could have the marked members take on small managerial roles, thereby increasing the number of the 4th tier. The menial and laborious tasks can be entrusted to this 4th tier. Chapter 98. It's hard to imagine you as a gnoll. The 4th tier, in essence, is akin to slavery, merely with a more palatable name. The dwarves have now entirely ascended from the 4th tier to the 3rd tier. With an increasing number of dwarves bearing the mark, the 2nd tier has also seen a rise in its population. Regardless of the race, within Dragon Roost, barring unforeseen circumstances, possessing the mark officially signifies one as a member of Dragon Roost, allowing one to live a respectable life until death. One can proudly declare their origin from Dragon Roost. This privilege is unattainable for those in the 3rd tier. Members of the 2nd tier have attained freedom. They are the only group, aside from ogres, capable of eating and drinking at will. This includes those downtrodden gnolls that Doug had initially brought back. In fact, during the first wave, a portion of them had already received the mark, and now, they had all ascended to the 2nd tier. Yet, even within the 2nd tier, distinctions exist. However, the creatures of the wasteland have learned to be content. The superior lifestyle of the 2nd tier has sufficiently satisfied them. Initially, the gnolls gave Gorjin the impression of a pack of gaunt, destitute stray dogs. Now, however, these gnolls gleamed with a vibrant sheen, their physiques refined and muscular, their sharp fangs glistening with a cold glimmer. They truly embody the essence of their name. It is no exaggeration to say that even without the assassin rifle, the current gnolls could easily topple the dozen or so that once roamed in their earlier state with just a bayonet. As for Doug, while the other gnolls are robust, he is simply portly. The gnolls patrol daily, their physical exertion leaving them muscular and brimming with strength. In contrast, Doug's most developed muscle is his tail. Doug and the others were quite intrigued by Grinjaw's suggestion. After all, what is there to prevent us from capturing slaves? However, your idea is commendable. Yet we currently lack the resources to expand the 4th tier. Doug, who oversees supplies, was acutely aware that they were barely breaking even. Here, breaking even refers specifically to food supplies. Grinjaw chuckled. Haven't we just established trade? Moreover, we, the beast howl, subsist on hunting, and we now have a decent stock of jerky. We can trade some, hunt some ourselves, and our patrol team can also contribute to hunting. As for the 4th tier, providing them with sustenance and drink suffices. There's no need to squander excessive resources. Gorjin covered her mouth and chuckled. Look at this guy, who was once in the 4th tier himself. Isn't this akin to biting the hand that fed you? Grinjaw replied earnestly, precisely because I hail from the 4th tier, I understand it deeply. For slaves, having food and water without suffering abuse is more than enough. To delineate the treatment accorded to each stratum distinctly is essential in order to better motivate the members to contribute or demonstrate their loyalty across the tiers. Doug clapped his hands with enthusiasm. Well said. It is sometimes difficult to envision you as an orc. The other 3 chimed in with playful banter. It's equally hard to imagine you as a warjin, isn't it? Which warjin possesses your intellect? Doug rolled his eyes in response. All right. Let us proceed to a show of hands. The minority shall yield to the majority. Who is in favor of the expansion plan for the 4th tier? As soon as Doug finished speaking, he raised his hand, soon noticing 3 other arms of varying sizes also lifted in agreement. Ha ha ha. It seems we are all rather unsavory characters. Doug grinned malevolently. Then, shall we devise a method to negotiate with other factions for some members of the 4th tier? Doug proposed. Agreed. The others nodded in unison. However, let us not embark on this venture empty-handed. We can trade goods along the way. With a general aim established, Doug's mind began to race. As for which factions to approach, I believe it prudent to venture further afield. We should maintain amicable trade relations with the nearby factions until we have plans to assimilate them. Once the local factions are secure, we may stir up trouble with those farther afield. After all, we traverse the skies. What can they do? If Gorjin were to learn of Doug's scheme, he would undoubtedly recognize it as a strategy of engaging distant foes while befriending those close by. The other 3 found this reasoning sound. Then let us expedite our preparations during this time, Doug stated decisively. Ragefang, you shall return and select the frontline and range personnel for the patrol team, arranging for them to report to Dragon's Roost as swiftly as possible. Kalber, your responsibilities are the most significant. It appears the airships for patrol and support will need to jump the queue, and once all members are selected, you must expedite the procurement of weapons and equipment for the patrol team. Karina, do your utmost to streamline personnel, sending every available dwarf to Dragon's Roost. The base is in dire need of manpower. Doug began to pace, methodically delegating tasks. Next, I must consider the supplies necessary for our upcoming trade. Our airship initiative cannot be halted. Mastery of the ground is precarious. Only by securing the skies can we wield absolute initiative. Furthermore, I shall communicate with the Goblin Steel Coin and urge them to collaborate with you to expedite a revised design for a patrol vehicle. Speaking of goblins, Doug couldn't help but roll his eyes. Those rascals are only useful at present. Otherwise, I would truly consider letting that bear goblin lead them. Kalber, you can clearly convey to Steel Coin that whoever bears the brand first, he or that bear goblin, shall be recognized as the leader of the Dragon's Roost goblins. If neither possesses it, I will go to great lengths to bring back a cohort of gnomes, ensuring he does not feel so invulnerable. I am the chief's dog. And the chief's word is law. Kalber nodded. All right, given our lengthy cooperation, I shall have a thorough discussion with him. Thank you for your hard work. Ultimately, among us 4, Kalber bears the greatest burden, and he and his dwarves shoulder the most pressure and contribute the most. We are all aware of this. Let us not take advantage of it. Doug regarded Ragefang and Karina with a serious expression. Both nodded in agreement. Ragefang, being the most distanced, operates largely in a free-range manner. However, the chief's mother oversees the tribe, ensuring safety is assured and concerns are minimal. Karina, by her very nature, thrives on what is readily available, utilizing the infrastructure of Giant Sand City. Kalber has endured the harshest blows, losing the most kin, and now mobilizes the entire tribe. Save for the little ones, for the benefit of the clan. He is currently preparing the 3rd dwarven smelting furnace. Future plans are inextricably linked to the dwarves, and it can be said that the operations of Dragon's Roost now hinge entirely upon this group. Doug has taken note of these developments, keeping them firmly in mind. Kalber may remain silent, but he will convey these matters in full to the chief. Chapter 99, Rapid Development. The Mighty Class, Number 1, and Savage Class No. 1 airships have officially commenced their rotations. Together, they form a trade convoy, departing from Dragon's Roost, reaching Giant Sand City, then diverting to the Howling Magic Tribe, and finally returning to Dragon's Roost in an endless cycle. The Mighty Class will continuously transport resources from Giant Sand City and the Howling Magic Tribe back to Dragon's Roost while enabling personnel circulation among the 3 cities. Orders originating from Dragon's Roost shall no longer endure the lengthy treks to reach the 2 oases. However, Gorjin has not issued any directives. The majority of operational commands for Dragon's Roost are now emanating from Doug, the warjin. Such a phenomenon would be unthinkable in any other faction. Yet it is precisely occurring within Dragon's Roost. The most absurd aspect is that while some members of the tribe harbor jealousy and envy, none dare to deny his capabilities. One may privately decry him as sycophantic and cunning, yet one must concede that his intellect is undeniably sharp. Each of his commands renders the operations of Dragon's Roost, and indeed the entire Dragon's Roost faction, remarkably orderly and thriving. Gorjin professes a disinterest in power. He genuinely lacks any inclination towards it. The few actions he undertakes are solely to enhance his own enjoyment. Doug's abilities and loyalty have garnered his recognition, allowing Gorjin to relish the sight of Doug bustling about energetically each day. Naturally, Doug ensures to provide Gorjin with comprehensive reports of his arrangements on a daily basis. He is uncertain whether his chief truly comprehends the information, but that is of little concern to him. The dwarves have completed the construction of their third furnace, officially designating the area as an industrial zone. The thorny walls have been completely dismantled and fed into the furnace as fuel. As brick walls rise to separate the core area of Dragon's Roost, the second-tier residential area, the industrial zone, the dwarven enclave, and the goblin quarters, a city is steadily rising. Orders from Gorjin are executed without delay. Doug's plans must take a back seat. The chief's directives reign supreme, a shared understanding among all members. Doug promptly sought out Ning Yi, who, in a single night, presented a public restroom construction plan. Given that this desolate place experiences rain at most once a year, and that all precipitation is absorbed by the Gobi Desert, the absence of drainage facilities simplifies the construction of the city considerably. Ning Yi has constructed a public restroom in the core area inhabited by the ogres, standing a towering 8 meters high. He intended to segregate by gender. However, given the ogres' indiscriminate breeding practices, such distinctions seemed superfluous. Concurrently, general public restrooms sprang up in various other areas like mushrooms after rain. He even established a rudimentary feces drying area at a distance from the oasis and residential zones. In due course, the dried feces could serve as fertilizer for the oasis's soil. Ultimately, he presented Doug with a suggestion, asserting that it would be a grave disrespect to the chief to compel him to use a public restroom. He had instinctively left space in the design for the chief's quarters, which could easily accommodate a private restroom, allowing the chief to resolve all matters without leaving his abode. Doug raised his thumb in astonishment. A true master, Ning Yi displayed a modest and somewhat bashful smile, saying, "It is entirely thanks to your benevolence. Were it not for the opportunity you have bestowed upon us, even our aspirations would go unfulfilled." Doug raised an eyebrow. "Your demeanor is quite refreshing. But the chief is well aware of who deserves credit for what. I am also cognizant of that, so there is no need for such humility." With that, Ning Yi took his leave to attend to various tasks, now supervising the 2 orc laborers who were temporarily under his command. The duo was currently enjoying a more than adequate existence, working vigorously each day, their strength finding ample outlets. However, their sole grievance was their leader's lack of commanding prowess that could truly earn their respect. After a few days, Kareen and the furious Tusked One departed with the rotating caravan. Even accounting for loading and unloading times, the mighty Number 1 and Savage No. 1 required only 3 days to complete a circuit. The incorporation of tracks into the loading and unloading processes significantly enhanced the efficiency at the 3 oases. This, indeed, is the convenience afforded by the newly established sky routes. Previously, 3 days would merely suffice to traverse from Longqi to Jusha, while a journey to Mohu would take a grueling 10 days. Even with steam-powered tracked vehicles, it would require 3 days and nights. This was merely a single rotating caravan. Doug's plan was to dispatch 2 rotating caravans spaced a day and a half apart, ensuring that every day and a half, a supply airship would arrive at Longqi, thus fully interlinking the 3 oases. Upon her return to Jusha, Kareen, after the caravan's subsequent arrival, transported an additional 500 dwarves to Longqi, including 50 robust individuals. In return, Longqi provided the dwarves with a batch of assault rifles and a substantial supply of portable goblin bombs. Kareen needed to establish her own security detail. She could not rely solely on the 3 ogre overlords for every matter. Meanwhile, the forces at Mohu were diligently selecting main combatants and ranged personnel. As for the main combatants, there was no question. The furious Tusked One aimed to select from the orcs, taurens, and centaurs. These 3 races were renowned for their formidable strength. Among them, the taurens possessed the greatest physical power, yet their temperaments were generally placid, though they could suppress their nature for survival. The furious Tusked One also considered including centaurs in the range selection. The reputation of centaur archers resonated throughout the desert. These beings possessed remarkable mobility, their upper bodies adorned with impressive musculature, exuding an air of strength. However, the solitary dilemma remained. Selecting centaurs would necessitate alterations to the size of the patrol vehicles. Centaurs were the largest among the candidates. Their presence on the vehicles would require considerable space, and keeping pace with them would likely be exhausting. Yet, to disregard them would be a waste. as they were undeniably valiant warriors with some of the highest mobility among all races, excelling in hunting along the way. The furious tusked one scratched his head, uncertain of how to decide, and cautiously approached the resident two-headed ogre mage, Horny, the mother of Chief Gorjin. Horny's left head remarked, "If you can't handle it, then change the personnel. Stop bothering me." The right head added, "Do not impose such pressure upon yourself. You are merely an executor, not a decision-maker. Let those who propose ideas decide for themselves." After receiving a reprimand, the furious tusked one returned, enlightened. Indeed, his role was solely to select capable individuals. How they were utilized was not his concern. When the rotating caravan arrived, he promptly loaded all of his chosen candidates aboard, leaving the strategizing to Doug and Colbert. Chapter 100. The Longchi Patrol Team and Judgment Class Airship. Upon the arrival of personnel from Jusha and Mohu at Longchi, Doug's plan commenced in earnest. The tribe buzzed with renewed vigor, the voices of various races intertwining harmoniously. The dwarves, visiting for the first time, had anticipated a savage landscape, only to be greeted by the sight of a meticulously organized city rising majestically. This city, assessed solely by its architectural grandeur, surpassed even Jusha. Presently, there existed only walls to delineate different areas, with no constructed city walls. Yet, the height and thickness of these barriers were far superior to those of Jusha's fortifications. The members from Mohu felt similarly astonished. When they had last visited, this place was merely a fenced-off smelting furnace and a goblin press. During that previous visit, they had been enslaved, while now they stood as third-tier members of the Longchi faction, with a few elevated to second-tier status. Third-tier members were prohibited from entering the second tier or higher, while those in the second tier could roam freely, barring the core areas designated for the ogres. The fourth tier, in stark contrast, represented a slave class, devoid of freedom, barely managing to sustain themselves, their daily existence dominated by labor and sleep. To maximize productivity, they were divided into 2 shifts, each with only a single hour of rest aside from meal times. After Doug adopted and implemented the furious tusked one's proposal, the distinctions in treatment and lifestyle across each tier became more pronounced. To attain a better life, one must strive diligently. Even slaves could ascend to the third tier. Securing the rock brand could enable a swift leap into the coveted second tier, a notion that was all too clear. These regulations explicitly conveyed to every member of the Longchi tribe the price of the lifestyle they aspired to. For instance, in the recent selection for the patrol armed forces, 5 patrol teams were established, each comprising 10 members, 2 main combatants, 2 ranged fighters, 2 guide wargs, 2 drivers who doubled as gunners, and 2 additional support personnel. Participation in the patrol required at least third-tier status, while the captain and vice-captain could only be from the second tier. These individuals would serve as the vital force in safeguarding the territories of the 3 oases, preventing external incursions, and maintaining internal order. To equip these patrol members, Colbert invested significant effort and resources, from the formidable centaur minotaurs to the diminutive dwarf drivers and gunners navigating the treacherous terrain alongside the wily wargs. All are clad in a uniform armor, both in hue and design. This armor, aptly named the Patrol Defender by Colbert, adheres to the traditional nomenclature of the tribes. It is available in 3 distinctive grades of protection: light, medium, and heavy, while the inner lining crafted from the pelts of beasts serves to cushion the wearer. In melee combat, the warriors are uniformly equipped with heavy weaponry, complemented by a sturdy shield. For ranged engagements, they may select from javelins, crossbow bolts, longbows, and firearms, tailored to the preferences of the user. The wargs need not have their weapons custom-made, as their stalker rifles possess formidable power in their own right. The dwarves' mortars have also been enhanced, allowing 2 dwarves to operate them swiftly, additionally armed with the Dragon's Claw individual rocket launcher. Such arrangements ensure that the patrols can unleash a devastating volley of ranged fire upon their adversaries before engaging in close combat, thus securing an advantageous position for the ensuing melee. Moreover, these so-called ranged fighters harbor no fear of close-quarters combat. The majority of the ranged units are trolls. Equipped with dual hand axes, their long limbs, paired with these axes, allow them to retaliate effectively even should the enemy breach their front lines. The dwarves and wargs require no further embellishment in this regard. The dwarves, adept in wielding battle axes and hammers with one hand while brandishing firearms with the other, epitomize versatility. As for the wargs, their treacherous nature often prevents them from engaging directly. Their modus operandi involves firing a shot and relocating, an established tactic. Upon acquiring rifles, they have even clandestinely developed rudimentary poisons to soak their ammunition, enhancing the lethality of their rounds. The wargs' agile physiques, combined with the commendable performance of the stalker and the poison bullets, pose a significant threat to their foes. Once the patrols were organized and fully equipped, They commenced a temporary patrol around the Dragon Roost tribe, necessitating time to acclimatize to one another's coordination. The vehicles that bear them also require time for construction. Compared to airships, these vehicles are relatively simpler and less challenging to fabricate. Their primary feature is their ample size, capable of accommodating these combat-savvy hulks. This is no exaggeration. Even the weakest of the Dragon Roost wargs possesses an overwhelming advantage over an ordinary human from Blue Star. The exceptional gear provided by the Dragon Roost tribe has augmented the combat prowess of these warriors from various races by at least twofold. One must not underestimate the significant boost in combat effectiveness afforded by superior armor and weaponry. To equip these fighters, the Dragon Roost's 3 oases collectively supplied just enough resources. The vehicles designated as Order Inspectors boast spacious cabins, designed to house warriors from all races along with their equipment and supplies for the journey. They are larger than steam tanks, but weigh only a quarter of their mass, even when fully loaded with supplies and patrol members. They do not exceed a third of the steam tank's weight. The massive steam engine is accompanied by a substantial water tank, and the broad tracks enable these vehicles to traverse the arid expanse of the desert with ease. The sole drawback is their considerable consumption of fuel, necessitating the collection of desert thorn bushes along the route to supplement their firewood. Chapter 101. Cash. I'll take you to a good place. In this boundless desert, time holds little value. Cash, having concluded a transaction with a distant faction, appears somewhat travel-worn. His gaze remains sharp, and his physique robust. Yet the weariness wrought by the winds and sands is unmistakable. Accompanying him is a contingent of over 30 centaurs. Indeed, these are centaurs. But unlike those who ambushed him previously, these warriors exude a sense of elite strength and prowess. This caravan belongs to a centaur tribe that possesses an oasis, a mark of considerable power. At this moment, Cash engages in earnest conversation with the leading centaur, while their entourage trails behind, laden with goods, the atmosphere remarkably pleasant. Cash is elated. Not only has he successfully concluded his transaction, but he has fortuitously encountered a centaur trading party en route to their own dealings. Seizing the opportunity, he sets aside his weapons to converse with them. With sincere intent, Cash adeptly redirects the centaur caravan's trading goals toward his own chewing bone tribe. The returns from this encounter will surely allow him to procure a Kodo beast upon his return. Though fatigued, Cash's heart swells with joy. The centaur caravan leader cautiously reiterates, "Are you certain we are to rest at the Ogre tribe's oasis? You do not jest, do you? Those are ogres, after all, and a tribe at that." In this desolate expanse, the whereabouts of distant lands remain uncertain. However, in the territory they occupy, ogres are scarce, most being nomadic in nature. Even so, those famished ogres are formidable adversaries, and other races would rather circumvent them than confront them directly. Furthermore, the ogre tribe in question possesses an oasis, indicating that it likely boasts a powerful chieftain and an ogre mage, for without such strength and cohesion, it would be impossible to gather so many ogres and sustain their development over time. With utmost seriousness, Cash assures, "Rest easy, my centaur friend." The chieftain of the Dragon Roost tribe, Gorjin, is an ogre of his word, powerful and wise. His mother is an even more formidable two-headed ogre chieftain. I have conducted 3 transactions with them, and they have always fulfilled their promises. I stake my honor as a beast man that we can rest safely in their tribe. With an expression of respect, Cash continues, "Previously, my caravan was beset by roving centaur bandits. I fled alone, trusting in Chieftain Gorjin, and to my surprise, they dispatched a powerful two-headed ogre mage to escort me back. Reflecting on that battle still leaves him awestruck. Those ogres were indeed strong. And Chieftain Gorjin's mother was likewise formidable, yet they showed no interest in my goods, even when I was but a single beast man. They had already received their due. Chieftain Gorjin is a man of his word. I hold him in high regard." The centaur caravan leader is momentarily taken aback. He instinctively doubts, but the beast man before him swears upon his honor, leaving little room for skepticism. The centaur nature is often characterized by extreme brutality, savagery, madness, arrogance, and a propensity for raiding rather than cultivation. Much like the ogres, if this tribe has managed to unify the local centaurs and seize an oasis, it suggests the presence of a chieftain powerful enough to command respect from all centaurs. While it is true that all races in the desert ultimately submit to absolute power and authority, achieving such unity among a disorderly and fractious race like the centaurs is no small feat. These beings are prone to violent disputes, even among kin. This further underscores the might of the centaur chieftain. Once the centaurs have acquired an oasis, their arrogance only deepens. Hearing Cash's words, the chieftain decides to investigate further, confident that his elite band of over 30 centaurs can either fight or flee should the need arise. At the very least, those orcs surely cannot outrun us. After trudging for 2 days, the caravan officially traversed from the region of Giant Sand City and the Central Magic Roar into the territory of the Dragon's Nest faction. In the presence of clients from his tribe, Cash exhibited a warm demeanor. He gestured towards the direction of Giant Sand City, saying, "There lies a dwarven city. The very place where I once traded with the Ogre Wizard Protector. It is a fortress brimming with formidable defenses, renowned for its masterful craftsmen and powerful war machines." At that moment, a distant rumble of steam engines echoed from the lofty skies. The two caravans instinctively looked up. "Look, that must be the dwarven airship from Giant Sand City, though it appears they've expanded. I recall there being only one before," Cash remarked with a hint of nostalgia. The Centaur caravan leader's expression grew somber. Such vessels soared too high, beyond their reach, unsettling them. On the airship, a dwarf peered through a makeshift telescope at the scene below. A band of orcs and a group of centaurs, numbering around 100 combined. "Should we descend and notify the patrol?" Another dwarf shook his head, replying, "Our task is to escort. Let us fire a signal flare to alert the patrol, 2 red flares, followed by a purple one, to ensure absolute safety." "Understood." The order was given through the speaking tube. The thunderous roar of 3 cannons accompanied the launch of 2 red and 1 purple flares, billowing massive clouds of smoke that hovered above the orc and centaur caravans below. Cash and the centaur leader exchanged perplexed glances. "What does this signify?" "I am unsure. Those dwarves typically do not meddle in affairs unless to warn Giant Sand City. We must remain vigilant and hope to reach the Dragon's Nest tribe unscathed," Cash responded, his demeanor turning serious. The 2 caravans instinctively quickened their pace. Less than half a day later, a sleek black airship adorned with elaborate designs and shimmering with metallic luster thundered into view. From 2 distinct directions, the roar of steam engines approached, halting at a distance where 2 massive war chariots, each emblazoned with the Dragon's Nest battle flag, stood. 10 fully armed individuals of various races disembarked from each chariot. The orcs and centaurs exchanged glances, swiftly forming a battle formation and drawing their weapons. In the face of an unknown enemy, collaboration became their only chance for survival. A colossal horn on the airship blared a commanding voice. "Attention, orc and centaur forces below. You have entered the territory of the Dragon's Nest faction. Immediately declare your identities and intentions, and lower your weapons. Any action beyond this will be regarded as an act of war, prompting immediate retaliation. I repeat, declare your identities and intentions, and lower your weapons at once." Cash, the leader of the orc caravan, exclaimed in disbelief, "What faction is this? The period of development has concluded. Tomorrow, we shall engage." Chapter 102. Now they are our clients. In the face of an unknown power and armed forces, laying down weapons is utterly impossible. Had both parties been so compliant, they would have long been consigned to the annals of history, swept away into the endless desert. Though Cash was somewhat perplexed, he firmly gripped his battle axe. A weapon forged from iron exchanged at Giant Sand City. The centaurs shielded their cargo-bearing kin in the center, their front hooves restlessly stirring the sand beneath them. Both the dwarves aboard the patrol ship and the ground patrols recognized that mere words would not persuade the opposing forces to disarm. The cannons on the patrol ship began to load as the ground units prepared for battle, mortars adjusting their angles, while the dragon's iron fist awaited activation. Cash raised his axe high and bellowed, "We seek no trouble. We only wish to reach the Dragon's Nest tribe." The horn on the airship resounded once more. "You are currently within the territory of the Dragon's Nest tribe. Lower your weapons at once and declare your identities and intentions. The warriors of the Muhan tribe shall never lay down their arms unless they fall in battle." Before Cash could speak, the centaur caravan leader let out a battle cry, brandishing his long-handled blade and charging forward, his centaur guards trailing closely behind. "One person, one team," he shouted, not forgetting to relay instructions to Cash. Alarmed, Cash had no time to ponder. He turned to charge towards another Dragon's Nest patrol. Loktar. Cash had no alternative. He could not remain idle. "Fire," commanded the dwarf observer coldly into the speaking tube. The side of the hovering patrol ship erupted with flames from no less than 10 cannons. The ground-based dwarven mortars and the dragon's iron fist commenced their initial assault. The main battle units of the patrols flexed their necks and shoulders, readying themselves for a charge. For the centaurs and orcs attempting to close the distance, it proved somewhat challenging. However, the intimidation and psychological impact of the dense artillery fire were significant. Nevertheless, the orcs and centaurs finally approached the 2 patrols, preparing for confrontation. From the rear, the Gorjin, wielding their stealth rifles, issued calm commands. "Charge! Walk!" The orc and Tauren warriors roared, brandishing their long-handled weapons without fear as they surged forward, their exquisite armor and solid weaponry bolstering their confidence. They were well aware of the numerous allies they had, both behind and above. In simple terms, they had never fought such a prosperous battle. Cash's expression shifted dramatically. That unique battle cry. He abruptly halted, frantically waving his arms and shouting, "Stop! Everyone halt!" A sudden stop in the heat of battle is a grave misstep, yet he could not afford to falter. Behind him, the orcs descended into chaos. "Are you truly from the Dragon's Nest? This is a misunderstanding. We are the Chewbone tribe's caravan. I know Chief Gorjin," Cash exclaimed, his words tumbling over one another. The patrol unit facing the orcs had just prepared to charge when they heard his declaration, leaving them momentarily bewildered. "Lower your weapons," the Gorjin called ominously from the rear. Cash quickly handed his battle axe to the orc behind him, raising his hands in surrender to signal that he was unarmed. "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. When I last visited, the Dragon's Nest tribe was comprised solely of ogres. I have traded with Chief Gorjin 3 times. We are friends of the Dragon's Nest tribe." The Gorjin raised their rifles. "Chewbone tribe? You are Cash?" Cash's heart lifted with joy. "You recognize me?" "Ah, right. There was indeed a Gorjin back then." The Gorjin shook his head. "No? I have heard your tale, and you are speaking of our commanding officer." Cash waved his hands dismissively. "We are merely taking a respite at the Dragon's Nest tribe." "Just as before. Are they also?" the Gorjin inquired, gesturing with his rifle towards the centaur group that had already clashed with another patrol unit. Cash turned to see that while he had halted, his centaur clients had not. They were already engaged in battle. The patrol team was primarily composed of a centaur and an orc, and the most outrageous aspect was that the centaur was clad in full armor. With a shield in one hand and a double-headed axe in the other, he boldly initiated a countercharge. One could only say that the centaur was inherently wild, unruly, and defiant. Donning heavy armor that revealed merely his eyes and nostrils, he dared to charge headlong at nearly 20 other centaurs. As he bellowed "Wayag," he swung his axe with fervor. Among centaurs, if one was reckless, so too was the other, with a palpable intensity in the air. The orc warriors behind him struggled to keep pace with his fervor. Cash's expression shifted dramatically. My client. The Gorjin grinned slyly. "Now he is our client." Cash nearly choked on his own blood. "You ought to feel fortunate that you halted in time. No race can assault a member of the Dragon's Roost tribe and emerge unscathed from its territory." The Gorjin's canine visage bore an inexplicable pride. "Are you still willing to fight? If not, take your kin aside temporarily, but you must lay down your arms. Otherwise, they will remain oblivious to our conversation." The Gorjin gestured skyward. Cash looked up to see the airship slowly descending and adjusting its cannons. He sighed heavily. "No more fighting, even if you win. We cannot contend with those ogres." With that, Cash and his orc bodyguards moved aside, weapons in hand. The patrol team could have fought, despite their superior equipment, but it was unnecessary. Engaging them would only summon the true warriors of the Dragon's Roost, and that would be a terror beyond imagination. A centaur-S blade striking an ogre would barely breach its fatty lair. Can you believe it? Of course, Cash was unaware of that, although only half a year had passed. Those centaur brigands could now shatter the ogre's rock-solid brand. The Gorjin nodded in agreement. "Prepare to assist in subduing these centaurs. We can leave some alive, as our tribe is currently lacking in the 4th tier." The other warriors of the patrol team snarled as they lunged at the centaur pack. The centaurs burdened with goods attempted to flee, but an immediate metallic barrage filled the sky, blocking their escape. They could only hope that their tribe's caravan leader would emerge victorious. The expressions of those centaur porters shifted upon seeing Cash and his companions. Well, I didn't expect this stout-browed orc to abandon all notions of honor." Chapter 103. "Fear not, the Dragon's Roost is utterly secure." "Ha ha ha. Cash, my old friend." Gorjin laughed heartily as he emerged from his dwelling, stepping beyond the threshold into the core area, gazing at the astonished Cash. "What brings you here with so many gifts?" Gorjin surveyed the dejected centaur porters and their substantial cargo with satisfaction. Cash could say nothing, merely offering an awkward yet polite smile. "Hey, you lot. Why do you arrive at my tribe looking as if you've lost your mother? Do you look down upon me?" Gorjin bent down, effortlessly grabbing a centaur by its foreleg and hind leg, lifting it upside down along with its load. Cash's pupils dilated sharply. What immense strength! The centaur's weight was considerable, especially with all that cargo strapped to its back. To those in the know, it appeared as though he had grasped a mere insect. The centaur, the subject of this display, was rendered speechless, too stunned to even struggle. "Come now, smile. If you do, I might show mercy and allow you to work outside. Otherwise, I may just use you to entertain our distant guests." Gorjin held the centaur aloft, tilting his head to scrutinize its terrified visage. Who could manage a smile in such a predicament? He could guarantee that merely refraining from crying would be a testament to his self-control. However, he swore that this was the most formidable test of his facial muscle control he had ever faced. He strained to force a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "Gorjin, finding the display lackluster, set the centaur down. Boring. Someone, go see what gifts our bone-chewing guests have brought us. Doug promptly appeared and organized the counting of the centaur's goods. Cash stood there, numb, witnessing the overwhelming impact of these scenes on the orc. Chief Gorjin. When I last visited. He gestured around, feeling parched and overwhelmed. Ha ha ha. When was your last visit? It must have been. Gorjin chuckled, momentarily unable to recall. Chief, it's been over half a year, Doug interjected. Ah yes, it's been quite some time. A little change is only natural. Wouldn't you agree? Gorjin waved his hand dismissively, signaling Cash not to be overly astonished. Half a year. Cash was momentarily stunned. The transformation in this half-year surpassed that of his entire life. Ha ha ha, don't dwell on it too much. Gorjin was delighted to see Cash's expression. Nothing is more gratifying than the opportunity to boast. Honestly, Cash, why venture so far for trade? You would be better off coming to us at Dragon's Roost each time. We have what you seek, and if we don't, we can forge it. It's safe and convenient, wouldn't you agree? Gorjin suggested. Cash gazed at the transformed Dragon's Roost tribe, now more fittingly called Dragon's Roost City. With such a vast city, do you still find value in the goods of us bone-chewing orcs? Cash felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Once merely a powerful yet primitive ogre tribe, they would not have even considered the bone-chewers had it not been for the two-headed ogre mage in residence. But how little time had passed. Had he truly only made 2 trade trips? Was it all so swiftly changed? He observed the orderly, colossal structures in the core area. The industrial zone belching smoke from the blazing furnaces, and the imposing walls, a wave of sour helplessness washing over him. What kind of place is this? And that hammer-wielding dwarf. Weren't you the one who flew me here in the airship, the dwarf lord who, although shorter than me, could still look me in the nose? You were hammering away, sparks flying. You see, your words suggest you're being distant. You are our first customer and returning patron. What weight does that carry? Gorjin remarked, slightly displeased. Moreover, your tribe's furs are of excellent quality. We find them quite effective. Cash was taken aback. Our tribe's furs. What could those that I left behind possibly do? You've misunderstood. Our caravan recently made a trip to your tribe while you were absent, and we exchanged a substantial quantity of furs. Gorjin, rarely venturing out, appeared quite patient, then pointed skyward. Look, the airship's gas bag is made from the furs traded with your bone-chewer tribe. They are of excellent quality. Cash looked up at the airship he had observed earlier, nodding numbly. Indeed, this fellow was particularly unrestrained when bombarding us. The furs woven by our chew bone tribe. Indeed, it is quite astonishing. Cash found himself at a loss for words, merely nodding in bewilderment. The sights and sounds of the day continued to batter this otherwise resilient heart of the middle-aged orc. He gazed upon the skeletal frames of airships still under construction in the industrial district, and upon the female dwarves stitching together the fabric of the airships. And he mused that it would not be long before the new vessels would soar into the skies. Ha ha ha. I initially intended to transform this place into a service area, but somewhere along the line, something went awry, and it ended up like this, Gorjin remarked, scratching his rear in surprise, his tone tinged with nostalgia. However, despite the changes in plans, our core mission remains unchanged. What do you think? Your chew bone tribe is our very first trade client. Henceforth, you can simply come to me directly. Furs, jerky, game, slaves, whatever you need, I desire it all. And whatever you seek, I possess in abundance. I plan to establish a trading zone here, allowing caravans from any faction to sell and trade freely. You've traveled far and wide. When the time comes, you could introduce clients here, and if you bring in enough, I shall grant you access to an even more exclusive trading list. Rest assured, within my city, no violence will be tolerated. I guarantee the utmost safety for our clients. For I possess both the strength and the credibility to ensure it. Gorjin spoke with conviction. Cash listened intently, his eyes beginning to gleam with excitement. An exclusive trading list? Would that include airships as well? Gorjin paused, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, indeed. Should you bring sufficient clients, it would not be beyond possibility to develop a specialized foreign trade airship just for you. Excellent. Gorjin, the chieftain, declared grandly. Just then, the sound of bells echoed from the airship above. It was the signal for immediate departure due to smoke signals. Is everything all right? Cash inquired, puzzled. Gorjin waved his hand dismissively. A trivial matter. I suspect it's merely some fool having a conflict with the patrols. Fear not. Dragon Roost is absolutely safe. Chapter 104. You shall come to understand the significance of this brand. Doug wagged his tail, leading Gorjin and Cash through Dragon Roost City, showcasing the second-tier residential area, the third-tier living quarters, the fourth-tier recreational zone, the Forge Industrial District, the Dwarven Military Zone, the Gnome Technology Sector, the Forging Production Area, and so forth. These were so numerous that even Gorjin struggled to comprehend them. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Cash repeated in awe. Galkin raised an eyebrow. The plethora of buildings and zones struck Galkin with an impression of order and meticulousness. Most of the production here is overseen by Kalber along with his dwarven craftsmen, and the layout is based on Ning Ye's recommendations. Since we at Dragon Roost are still expanding and developing, we have yet to erect city walls. Ning Yi once said something I found quite insightful. The best defense is offense. If Dragon Roost is strong, then we shall only be the ones attacking others. Galkin nodded. Very well, proceed as you see fit. Remember to designate a trading area, along with a resting zone for incoming merchants. Doug promptly nodded. Understood, Chieftain. I will communicate with Ning Yi and the others, ensuring no delays. Before Doug could finish his sentence, a dark spot in the sky, accompanied by the ringing of bells, grew larger. His mouth fell agape. Galkin and Cash also looked up in confusion. The previously departed, Judgment class, patrol airship was returning, engulfed in smoke. Its segmented gas bags diminished by a third, and its pods severely damaged. The Judgment class, patrol airship was unable to steady itself as it approached the vacant airship tower, crashing awkwardly into the sands outside the city. Let us see what's going on. Galkin's expression darkened. How long has it been? They left in pristine condition and return in tatters? Did the dwarves take it to battle the Black Dragon? The descent and disarray of the Judgment class patrol airship captured the attention of all Dragon Roost members. Those in the fourth tier dared not discuss it, while the third tier residents only dared to glance furtively, and those in the second tier gathered around in droves. The surviving dwarves stumbled down from within, and Doug quickly approached them. Galkin stood outside the city with a scowl, while Cash remained silent beside him. At this moment, it was best to observe quietly, refraining from speaking out. After a moment, Doug returned. Chieftain, I have inquired further. Approximately 100 lion merchants have entered our territory, positioned near the Great Sand City, with formidable combat capabilities and 3 spellcasters among them. Upon discovery, the patrols ignited the smoke signals, leading to a confrontation involving 3 patrol teams and the Judgment class airship. A battle ensued, resulting in the capture of a few patrol members, while the rest were slain, and the Judgment class airship sustained significant damage. Galkin scratched his head, glancing down at Cash beside him. Look at that. Just moments ago, I assured you of the safety here. Ha ha ha, how swiftly fate turns against me. Galkin laughed heartily, while Doug lowered his gaze, and Cash forced a smile. He wished to say something but refrained, as even a fool could sense that the tone of the giant was amiss. Doug, activate the frightening horn and clear the area for my ogres. Cash, would you like to accompany me to see this for yourself? It seems that while I've been inactive for but a few months, some daring souls believe I have perished. Ha ha ha. Cash solemnly nodded. The lions are indeed powerful, but Chieftain Galkin is my friend, and I would gladly wield my battle axe for a friend. Galkin waved his hand. No need. You can simply observe from here. Wait a moment. Galkin returned to the core area, forcefully kicking open the door of the rage house, where the furious ogre was groggily awakening from slumber. Summon the troops. Galkin commanded coldly, then returned to his yard to retrieve the nearly rusted pure iron wolf-tooth club tucked away in the corner, with the power of the loyal clan member. This pure iron club was akin to a siege hammer, though it felt somewhat light. Nevertheless, it would suffice to crush enemies. The ogre, serving as the tribe's hornblower, clearly understood that a battle was imminent. Excitedly, he removed the massive beast horn hanging on the wall and stood outside, puffing his cheeks to blow. A deep, resonant, and melancholic horn echoed, summoning all wandering ogres back into formation. Ning Yi, upon hearing the sound, hurriedly emerged with several others, carrying a flagpole. Chieftain, this is our tribe's battle flag. We just finished it today? Galkin grinned widely. What perfect timing. Just then, a heavily armored ogre wielding a wolf-tooth club passed by, and Galkin casually handed him the battle flag. Bow. From now on, you shall bear the tribe's banner. Should you fall, the Dragon Roost battle flag must remain aloft. Do you understand? Bow, like new, possessed a single horn but was a two-eyed ogre. Though he may not fully grasp the meaning of Galkin's words, he could see the seriousness in Galkin's eyes. I do. Bao gazed at the flag in his hand, which was significantly smaller than the massive flagpole in the core area, yet bore the same design. He seemed to comprehend something, his eyes reflecting wisdom and determination. With one hand gripping a wolf-tooth club and the other hoisting the Dragon's Roost battle flag, Bale exuded an air of pride. He let out a disdainful cold snort, asserting, I am not merely a hornblower. I am a force to be reckoned with. He refrained from uttering any unnecessary slogans, as not all of his kin had yet assembled. Galkin needed to retrieve his mother. As the ogres boarded the frightening vessel, Kalber rushed over, clad in heavy armor and bearing the forging hammer bestowed upon him by Galkin. Chieftain, wait for me. Galkin furrowed his brow, admonishing, just focus on your task. What need have you to join the fray? Kalber replied earnestly. I am also a part of the Dragon's Roost. a warrior of the great chieftain Gorjin. Gorjin regarded the resolute dwarf and nodded. Then come aboard. Doug, guard the home front, he instructed, leaving a word of caution before the frightening vessel set sail towards the howling tribe, intending to pursue the lionfolk after retrieving his mother. The lionfolk, however, had not strayed far. The corpses of the patrol's soldiers lay carelessly discarded, their equipment stripped away. A group of lionfolk sneered at the feeble, gasping Gorjin. Speak, how did you come by that mark? How can a worthless Gorjin possess a magical brand? And how could those weaklings heed your commands? The blood-soaked Gorjin, on the verge of death, attempted to respond but coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Cough, curious about how this came to be? No matter, cough, cough. With blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, the Gorjin grinned defiantly. You will, cough, find out soon enough. One lion, impatient, seized the Gorjin by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Spare us the chatter, just speak, and I may grant you a swift end. Cough, the great chieftain Gorjin will avenge us, the Gorjin gasped. His eyes fixed on the lion's massive face. Summoning the last of his strength, he retrieved a portable goblin bomb from his trousers and detonated it. The Gorjin's cunning led him to conceal the bomb in an unconventional location, evading enemy scrutiny. With unwavering loyalty to his chieftain, the timid Gorjin shouted his name as he triggered the final goblin bomb. Chapter 105, The Chase of Sand. The lionfolk shimmered with an eerie blue light. The small goblin bomb inflicted no harm upon them. However, the lion, shaken, tossed aside the tattered Gorjin corpse as if it were refuse. What is this? Is this truly a Gorjin? What chaotic assembly of races is this? How did they come together? Had it not been for the arcane shield enveloping him, the lion mused, he would have surely succumbed to the blast of the goblin bomb at such close range. While death was not imminent, his visage would undoubtedly be marred, and he might even be rendered blind. The leader of the group, a spell-casting lion, rode atop a robust lion. Enough with the idle talk. This place feels peculiar. We must clear the battlefield swiftly and prepare to depart, he stated coldly. The other lionfolk hastened their actions. Brother, look, another spellcaster, also mounted on a lion, pointed at the discarded weapons and armor. These clearly share the same design style, and coupled with that airship we encountered, it is evident that our adversary is no minor power. The leading lion replied, precisely why I urge haste. We may have stirred up trouble. Another lion, unconcerned, retorted, with you leading, and us too as support, what trouble do we have to fear? The leader, taken aback, questioned, did I express any fear? He lightly kicked his mount, prompting the lion to move at a slow pace. I merely dislike complications. The remains of the fallen warriors from Dragon's Roost would serve as the mount's lunch for the merchant caravan. They were still far from the city of Hot Breath and would not squander any resources. Naturally, should supplies dwindle, the oases along the way would serve as their resupply base. As for whether the oasis's proprietors consented, who cared? The lionfolk worked quickly, and after merely an hour of resting and eating, they departed. The frightening vessel roared to life, its steam pistons racing as swiftly as Gorjin's fury. While the airship typically took a day to cover its distance, it arrived in half a day. After retrieving Gorjin's mother, they would re-engage the lionfolk and the Dragon's Roost patrol. By the time they reached the site of the battle, it was already late at night. The ground, soaked in blood and strewn with bones, spoke volumes of the conflict that had transpired. Gorjin knelt, delicately grasping a handful of the blackened sand. Chieftain, before we came here, I inquired. None of these warriors, regardless of whether they were of the 3rd or 2nd tier, retreated, and all perished in battle, Culber stated gravely. Excellent, excellent. Gorjin clenched the sand in his palm. Search for them. It is dark, and they will surely need a campfire. How far can they travel in a day? Find them. Then, Gorjin grinned. First, locate them. He returned to the frightening vessel, seating himself in his specially crafted massive iron chair. The ogres rested. Cash closed his eyes in meditation, while Culber peered through his telescope, scanning for any signs of light. As Gorjin predicted, even the lionfolk, with their robust physiques, would require a campfire for warmth in the desert night. However, they remained indifferent to any beasts or monsters that roamed the night. Should they arrive, it would merely enhance their meal. Just before dawn broke, Culber finally spotted a flickering light amidst the darkness. The ogres slowly opened their eyes, revealing a bloodthirsty glint. The sleeping lion raised its head warily from the ground, and the lionfolk resting against it also stirred. A rumble echoed through the sky, capturing the attention of all the lions below. Dawn broke, the first rays of light tearing through the darkness. Yet the massive airship seemed to usher in even greater shadows. The frightening vessel made no aggressive maneuvers, merely descending slowly, as the lionfolk remained on guard. Their formidable strength rendered them unafraid, eager instead to discern the airship's intentions. Brother, what if we were to seize this airship? The journey ahead would surely become much easier, one lion suggested, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The leader's eyes lit up in agreement. Your reasoning holds merit. None of them regarded the airship with trepidation or perceived it as a serious threat. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed. The lion's pupils dilated in shock. Ogres. The three spell-casting lion brothers shared incredulous glances. How could this be? The usually unflappable leader of the lions could not suppress his astonishment. He had speculated on many possibilities. Dwarves, goblins, or even gnomes could feasibly construct such a colossal airship. Even the descent of a dragon transformed into human form would not have been beyond his acceptance. He would face death with fortitude. Yet, never had he anticipated the arrival of a horde of ogres. The stark contrast rendered him, and indeed all the lions present, utterly speechless. Standing upon the pod deck, Cash felt an overwhelming sense of camaraderie at the sight of the lions' expressions. Yes, exactly. Ever since I entered the territory of Dragon's Roost, this has been the feeling. What are you? The leader began, unable to contain his bewilderment at the overwhelming contrast. Yet before he could finish, Gorjin raised his arm, declaring with chilling simplicity, "Plant the flag." Bao did not falter. He extended his hand and firmly planted the Dragon's Roost battle standard into the ground before him. Gorjin opened his clenched fist, and black sand cascaded down like grains of time slipping through fingers. Though you may not be of my kin, you are nonetheless a part of the Dragon's Roost. Behold, this is merely the beginning. Gorjin gazed at the lion men, devoid of rage or roars, merely pointing earnestly at the battle standard. You should have seen the Dragon's Roost battle standard before. And I am the chieftain of the Dragon's Roost. Do not forget that as we descend. The leading lion narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. You are that trash. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Gorjin interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Attack. Wag. With a furious roar, accompanied by the thunderous boom of artillery, the first shot reverberated through the air. A brilliant blue light flashed repeatedly, followed by the deafening sound of gunfire. The tri-barreled machine guns, after a brief acceleration, began to spin at high speed, unleashing a torrential downpour of projectiles. The trio of lion brothers hastily conjured arcane shields, feeling incredulous at the absurdity of the situation. The ogres were already formidable, and these two were even more so. Horny pressed down with his enormous bone hammer, and waves of tremendous energy enveloped all the ogres, including Ogre. The dual-casting bloodlust spell surged forth. Tear them apart. Gorjin said coldly. Anger and steel exchanged glances. One hefted his massive cannon, while the other raised his spiked mace. Bao, with one hand, yanked the battle standard from the ground while wielding the spiked mace in the other. 14 ogres, aside from Gorjin and Horny, bellowed as they charged forward. The pregnant female ogres remained at home, while 3 others stood guard in the Great Sand City. 4 heavily armored ogres led the charge, wielding spiked maces in one hand and large iron shields in the other. Their expressions were twisted with rage, their bodies flickering with a crimson glow, eyes glinting with bloodlust. Ogre's expression was resolute. For Gorjin, the old dwarf bellowed, his form shimmering with silver light as he rapidly expanded. The divine descended, standing less than 5 feet tall. Ogre soared to over 4 meters in height. In this state, he struck Gorjin with a single blow that had once caused the chieftain to spit blood. The lion men were powerful. In terms of damage, they surpassed ordinary orcs and were more agile, yet their physical defenses were inferior to those of the orcs. The only distinction was that the lion men had a higher likelihood of being spellcasters. Had it not been for the 3 lion spellcasters casting arcane shields, they would have suffered significant casualties. Nevertheless, the earth-shattering artillery fire obliterated their mounts and supplies alike. As the dust settled, the lion men hardly had time to be astonished. They brandished their great swords and engaged the ogres in a ferocious melee. It was evident that this group of lion men had the prowess to annihilate the Dragon's Roost patrol even under the bombardment of a Judgment-class patrol vessel. They worked in perfect harmony, surrounding and slaughtering their foes in groups of 5. Their towering physiques, akin to those of the orcs, displayed remarkable agility. After each strike, they would retreat without assessing the aftermath, leaving room for the next clan member's onslaught. The ogre's heavy, spiked maces could easily reduce any foe to a puddle of flesh. This fact was beyond dispute, and the lion men had no doubts about it, with the 2 corpses nearby serving as the best testament. However, these were merely the ordinary members and guards of the lion merchant caravan. The true core was represented by the elite lion spellcasters led by the trio of brothers. The eldest lion spoke sternly. Let us first combine our strength to eliminate that 2-headed ogre. He is clearly a spellcaster. He initiated the assault by casting a transformation spell on Horny. This spell could turn targets with a lesser mental capacity than the caster into small animals, with the duration dependent on the disparity in mental strength between the two. A ghostly blue energy enveloped Horny, yet she remained immovable. the right head of Horny remarked, while the left head scoffed, trash. The elder lion warned, the opponent may be a high-level spellcaster. The transformation spell is ineffective. The two other lion spellcasters began conjuring earth elementals, raising their hands as vast amounts of arcane energy began to coalesce. The trio of mages prepared to unleash a barrage of arcane missiles that would engulf both Horny and Gorjin. The right head of Horny growled, have you finished playing? The left head added, do you think your feeble powers qualify you as spellcasters? Horny's two heads roared in unison, glaring at the three lion spellcasters. Look me in the eye, worthless. The right head calmly assessed the situation for dual casting, while the left head determined the triple cast of the fireball spell. Horny swung her colossal bone hammer downward, radiating a cool white light, followed by the triple casting of the fireball spell. This resulted in 6 massive, intensely volatile fireballs hurtling toward their targets. The lion spellcaster brothers' pupils dilated in shock. At this moment, a brilliant light appeared behind Gorjin, followed by a nimble figure. Roar! Decapitation! A lion man suddenly emerged, leaping high and bringing his triangular blade down upon Gorjin's nape. In a flash, Horny's left head contorted into a snarl as her left hand unleashed a barrage of fireballs, each larger than a basketball, hurtling forward. But it was ultimately too late. The lion's blade came crashing down with lethal intent. He envisioned the moment the ogre's head would sever from its body. Golden yellow light erupted as his blade seemingly struck stone. Gorjin turned impassively, grabbing the lion's sturdy legs before he could escape. A series of tremendous explosions erupted around the trio of lion spellcasters as Gorjin exerted his strength. Crack! The lion attempting to ambush him was reduced to a mere heap of flesh. Blood cascaded down Gorjin's neck, and though Horny immediately cast a blessing, Gorjin still grimaced in pain. Had it not been for the rock brand and the power of the loyal clan member enhancing his strength, he might have truly met his end. He discarded the half-dismembered lion's remains and raised his spiked mace. Wag! Gorjin led the charge, unarmored save for a pair of leather trousers. Yet his presence outshone the other 14 ogres. His fierce advance even inspired Horny to join the fray. Her left head roared as a torrent of fireballs and walls of flame erupted from her left hand, while her right head surveyed the battlefield, her blessings landing precisely on every injured clan member. Roar! Gorjin collided with a lion man, crushing him into a pulp. He swore he intended to dodge, but it was impossible. He had anticipated the lion man's attack frequency and speed based on the other ogres. But he had not expected that the all-iron spiked mace was now almost too light for Gorjin. With a single strike, he sent the lions who dared to approach in a frantic retreat. The lion man affirmed the formidable stature of Chief Gorjin with his very life. As Kalber, his armor marred with scars, faced the onslaught of 5 lions, his countenance flushed upon witnessing Gorjin himself join the fray. To him, it was a source of shame that the chief had to personally intervene. Resolute, Kalber ceased his evasions, allowing the lion's massive blades to pierce through the crevices of his armor. Gorjin, the old dwarf, with eyes ablaze, withstood the relentless assaults of the 5 lions, trading injury for injury as he crushed one lion's skull with a mighty blow. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his bloodshot gaze upon the remaining 4 lions. This time, I shall not be defeated. Kalber's silver-hued form exuded a torrent of heat as he shouted for Gorjin, disregarding all attacks. Indifferent to the injuries they inflicted upon him, this dwarf had wholly forsaken his life. Boom! A tremendous shockwave radiated from beneath his feet, fracturing the surrounding sandy ground. Chapter 107. This is not over. Gorjin strikes back. The immense tremor drew the attention of both battling factions. Kalber gazed in disbelief at the cracks beneath him, then at the 4 lions, now swaying and collapsing under the colossal upheaval. This was the power of Mother Earth. He had, at this age, once again grasped the innate skill of the dwarven bloodline, Thunderstrike. The 4 lions were not only dazed by the shock, but also suffered considerable harm. Kalber abruptly turned his gaze towards the towering ogre on the battlefield. Were it not for the chief, how could he have achieved such an epiphany? All of Kalber's emotions culminated in a resounding roar. For Gorjin, the old dwarf struck fiercely at the kidney of the fallen lion. The other ogres paused, astonished. Wag! The thunderous roar rent the darkness asunder. Clad in iron armor and wielding weapons, complemented by the impenetrable defense of the rock seal, these already fearsome ogres became unstoppable. They tore the lions apart before Kash's terrified gaze. Whether it was the flickering earth-toned energy emanating from the ogres or the formidable iron-spiked mace, far more terrifying than a siege hammer, it made Kash's heart race. That mace was even taller than a third of his own height. Yet, what sent shivers down Kash's spine was Gorjin's mother. What manner of creature was she? How could Kash, a seasoned wanderer, not recognize the fireball spell? Although the ogre's version of the fireball spell was significantly more powerful and voluminous, He was certain it was indeed the fireball. Anyone with a modicum of understanding knew that while the fireball's power was tremendous, its incantation took longer than a typical person's lifespan. Unless one found themselves in a position of absolute safety or possessed an unshakable calm, most fire mages would refrain from casting this spell amidst battle. Yet, who in their right mind would unleash 6 consecutive fireballs? What being or structure could withstand an ogre's 6-fold fireball barrage? Cash felt bewildered. He was truly at a loss. What in the world was happening? No wonder Gorjin had previously asserted that his territory was absolutely secure. With such might, anyone who had witnessed it once would harbor no rebellious thoughts against him. Cash felt compelled to seriously reconsider Gorjin's prior statements. He believed that upon his return, he would need to confer with his chief regarding their stance and strategy towards the dragon's nest. Such an entity must never be made an enemy. Below, Gorjin rescued the last lion, on the brink of being reduced to mere pulp. Dudu? The ogre looked quizzically at his chief. No Wyag? Surely, Wyag was to be Wyag. However, I have spared him to unleash an even grander Wyag. Gorjin regarded him earnestly. Upon seeing the ogre's wise eyes and solemn demeanor, Gorjin knew he understood. Go, see if you can find something delectable. I'll lead you to continue Wyag upon your return. The ogres understood their chieftain was serious about 2 matters, food and Wyag. They jubilantly scoured for edible morsels. The remaining lions stood, shaken and bewildered. Chief. Now in his normal state, Culber approached, carrying his warhammer. Last time we fought, did you hold back? Gorjin recalled the immense shock from earlier. Culber replied earnestly, no. I had a sudden epiphany. This skill stems from our dwarven bloodline, akin to a divine descent. Were it not for the chief, I may have never grasped it until death. Gorjin waved his hand dismissively. It has little to do with me. However, since you are here, interrogate him. It would be best to ascertain where their forces lie. Do you mean? Indeed. Gorjin's eyes gleamed with a ruthless light. I intend to raid them. What? Do you have other thoughts? Culber shook his head. No, chief. I merely wish to mention that Ningyi had proposed that your entrance could use 2 lion statues, and I believe the lion leader would be quite suitable. The old dwarf's face bore a resolute expression. It has always been the case that we of the dragon's nest bully others. Now they have struck the dragon's nest's face and slain our patrol team. If we do not retaliate, where will the dragon's nest's dignity be? Where will your dignity be? Ha! Gorjin laughed heartily. I am pleased with your transformation. You are increasingly embodying the spirit of the dragon's nest tribe. Gorjin unabashedly expressed his admiration for Culber and turned towards the fearsome call. After watching his chief depart, Culber turned to the lion. Aye. The lion was about to speak when Culber placed his finger to his lips. Shoo. He then swung his hammer and sent the lion tumbling. Do not be hasty to speak. I will not inquire yet. Let me have my fill of beating you first. Culber cracked his neck and raised his massive hammer. The fearsome call returned, laden with the weapons and armor left behind by the lions, along with the equipment they had previously seized from the dragon's nest patrol team. As for the other supplies, they were obliterated by a cannon blast. The ogre's 6-fold fireball had rendered all materials worthless. Beneath Culber, a lion nearly twice his height lay defeated. Meeting Gorjin's gaze, he nodded. They confessed. The fearsome call returned to the dragon's nest. There were no disturbances here. The damaged Judgment class patrol vessel was undergoing urgent repairs, expected to be restored in 2 days. The Might class, transport ship, and Brutal class escort vessel completed their rotations and were unloading cargo. The return of the fearsome call brought a sigh of relief from Dag. He hurriedly approached, but before he could speak, Gorjin's orders were issued. Dag, all airships, including the fearsome call, are to be outfitted with high-power aerial missiles. Culber, you shall bring your dwarven military industry and goblin technology together. Apart from repairing the Judgment class patrol vessel, focus all efforts on producing high-power aerial missiles. All other tasks can be deferred. Fill the Might class transport ship to the brim. You have 2 days, no more. Dag and Culber immediately adopted serious expressions. Yes, chief. Gorjin returned to the core area accompanied by the ogres, and his mother, Honi, was delighted to see the house that had been constructed specifically for her. Even the notoriously irritable left head offered a compliment to Ningyi. Gorjin observed this interaction, his gaze drifting to a certain fur-clad figure still hanging outside, dried in the wind. What exemplifies disparity? This is what disparity looks like. Cash was eager to depart, yet he was profoundly intrigued by Gorjin's subsequent maneuvers. He instructed the caravan to return with their goods and to bring back dried meat and furs for continued trade, while he intended to follow Gorjin to witness the plundering firsthand. The lionmen's influence was distant, and intelligence indicated their formidable strength. Gorjin had no intention of leading his kin into a reckless confrontation. With technology at hand, who would resort to brute force? First, a wave of Kirov's cleansing, then discussions of subsequent matters. Chapter 108. Post-War Reflection. The vicissitudes of joy and sorrow in this world are ever so unpredictable. Gorjin exhibited cruelty towards outsiders. Yet the increasing numbers of the second-tier members reveal the immense allure of this ogre, who indulges in pleasure daily. Aside from Kareen, which member here was not ensnared from elsewhere? Yet, each of them pledged their unwavering loyalty to Gorjin. Upon learning of Gorjin's intention to pursue the Lyman's faction, members of the second and third tiers of the tribe hastened their tasks without exception. At the emergence of this news, a small faction of the third tier offered their absolute allegiance to Gorjin, earning the coveted stone seal that could elevate their status significantly. Thanks to the absence of city walls, the expansion of the second-tier living quarters faced no hindrance. In fact, every area had been earmarked for expansion, including the core zone inhabited by the ogres. The construction of walls has its pros and cons, but for the rapidly developing Dragon's Roost, building walls would not only obstruct the city's growth, but also consume vast resources. That evening, Gorjin summoned Doug and Kalber. Doug had already heard the details of the battle from Kalber earlier that afternoon, and he keenly sensed a shift in the chief's demeanor towards Kalber. The Wurg understood that the old dwarf had been fully acknowledged by the chief. He felt no sense of threat. Kalber's role was entirely different from his own, akin to Kareen. Kareen's position was that of a city lord used for venting, albeit with some capability. Kalber, on the other hand, was a skilled dwarven craftsman and a formidable warrior. He was the chief's right-hand man, possessing a degree of authority under the chief's directive. Angry Tooth was still under evaluation. Whether he would be integrated into the Stone Seal Mutual Aid Group remained to be seen. However, things were looking promising. The unspoken rule of this small group was that it could not admit members with identical roles. Only by posing no threat to one another could they assist and elevate one another. Though Kalber's rise was anticipated, it still caught Doug somewhat off guard. The fellow's rallying cry was for Gorjin, and one could only say it was quite formidable. With a major battle looming in 2 days, Gorjin was reckless, brash, and exuberant. But he would never thoughtlessly gamble the lives of himself, his mother, and his kin. He knew well that, despite rallying the ogres with cries of walk, it was merely a slogan. They were not the spore-infested greenskins. Having finally settled into a more comfortable existence, with life flourishing, it would be a grave misfortune to see it all abruptly end. A battle was inevitable, yet pre-war discussions and post-war analyses were equally paramount. Although his mother possessed high intelligence, she was still a quintessential ogre, always focused solely on who to fight, where, and when, disregarding all else. As for the other tribesfolk, such significant matters could hardly be discussed with simpletons. Only Doug and Kalber remained, steadfast in their loyalty. Kalber had much to express regarding the upcoming conflict. Yet he feared that speaking out of turn might provoke the chief, so he held back, until, unexpectedly, the chief broached the subject. "Chief, while we annihilated that lion trading party, I must assert that the power behind these lions might be quite formidable," Kalber stated, standing earnestly, his rugged face etched with seriousness. Gorjin, lounging in his solid iron armchair in the hall, nodded thoughtfully. "Continue," he urged. "Indeed, Chief," Kalber resumed. "Firstly, despite facing the might of the Dragon's Roost ogres, these lions appeared astonished yet composed. They coordinated seamlessly in pairs, retreating without any flurry, 5 lions moving as one fluid entity. Had it not been for Lord Angry and Lord Steel leading the heavy armored front, and had they not all been equipped with massive iron shields, I fear that even ordinary ogres would have incurred significant losses in such a confrontation." Kalber's expression grew grave. "I, too, was assailed by 5 lions. Had it not been for my divine skill and the stone seal, even clad in heavy armor, my demise would have been swift. Furthermore, they possessed 3 spellcasters, and I suspect their power is not to be underestimated. The ineffectiveness of Lord Angry's cannon and Lord Steel's barrage against their arcane shields indirectly attests to their strength." Doug chuckled. "Are you referring to those 3 lion brothers who were dispatched by Lady Honey in a heartbeat? With Lady Honey on our side, what do we have to fear from spellcasters? Though my experience is limited, I am aware of Lady Honey's might." Kalber nodded, then shook his head. "Lady Honey is indeed powerful, yet we are not discussing individual strength here. Keep in mind, this is merely a trading party from the Lion tribe. If a mere trading party boasts 3 spellcasters, how formidable must their tribe be?" Gorjin nodded in agreement. "Is there anything else to add?" Kalber continued. "I believe I grasped the chief's intent, to leverage our aerial advantage for a wide-ranging assault. This plan is excellent. Our resources have been entirely devoted to the airship initiative and patrols, which is why we have not yet outfitted our ogres in armor. However, airships are not a unique technology to us. I believe we must not only be wary of the potential emergence of numerous spellcasters on their side, but also prepare ourselves for the possibility of aerial forces. Whether airships or flying mounts, we must ensure our own defenses are in place while bombarding the enemy. Kalber earnestly stated, "Chief, war is war. This is our first expedition following the attack on Dragon's Roost. We must be thoroughly prepared, leaving no room for carelessness or luck." Kalber's assessment was comprehensive, and even Gorjin found no fault with it. This man had lived far longer than Gorjin, and though at times he may seem a bit antiquated, his wisdom and life experience were undeniable. Well stated, but the decision has been made, and we must execute it brilliantly. Cash from the bone-chewing tribe will accompany us. This fellow has navigated the world and survived. Surely he is no ordinary adversary. His presence will be a significant step towards expanding our clientele at Dragon's Roost. We cannot afford to delay the expedition in 2 days. You two, go and draft a plan to ensure everyone is thoroughly prepared. Gorjin expressed his agreement with Kalber's words. No problem, Chief, Kalber replied immediately. That chief, Doug tentatively suggested, should we perhaps erect a monument for those fallen warriors of the second tier? Although they are not the great ogre lords, they were nonetheless your loyal subordinates. Gorjin pondered for a moment and waved his hand. If they were to do it, it should be done decisively. Hadn't the equipment of the fallen patrol warriors all been recovered? Find a place to create a proper mausoleum for the deceased warriors. What a mausoleum is, you can inquire with Ningya and the others. Select a piece of equipment from each and bury it. While conducting a small funeral, nothing too lengthy, and everyone should participate. Chapter 109, Spicy Jerky. Kalber's words deepened Gorjin's regard for this expedition. He felt it necessary to make some preparations himself. The next day, Longqi was bustling once again. At least that was the scene Gorjin observed. In reality, the industrial, forging, and production districts had never rested. Members of the second, third, and fourth tiers were fervently engaged under the flickering flames of torches. The towering brick walls blocked out the light from outside, while the ogres, accustomed to the clanging sounds, slept soundly. The camaraderie among the second and third tiers was at an unprecedented height at that moment. What a miraculous place this was. Their original tribe, wasn't it ruthlessly barbaric? Only fertile females and robust males received any form of treatment. The injured, the disabled, and the aged were all cast aside without exception. Those once valiant warriors, who had fought for the tribe but lost their worth, received treatment that was even worse than that of dogs, let alone holding grand funerals for fallen warriors. Yet here, it had been accomplished. After the patrol was ambushed, Chief Gorjin led his entire clan in pursuit, slaying all the invading enemies while clutching the blood-soaked earth. He intended to avenge those fallen warriors through this expedition. Such a chief was unlike any they had encountered before. Of course, they heard Doug's version of the tale. Gorjin's intent was quite simple. You struck my face, slaughtered my people. I shall desecrate your ancestral graves. If even a single bone remains buried, I shall feel discomfort. As for the funeral, Doug was not mistaken. Gorjin indeed sought to provide a sense of closure for these fallen members. This was precisely why they all fought to the death, with no thought of retreat. Otherwise, they would never receive such treatment. After all, they fell in battle for their own cause, exhibiting unwavering loyalty, and even Gorjin, despite his brutality, would be touched. Doug would handle the matter himself. Gorjin merely needed to make an appearance. He likely had not even met those warriors, even if they stood before him. The changes in Longqi were monumental, and he did not concern himself with them. Every time Doug reported back, he would listen, acknowledge that it made sense, and say, "All right, you handle it." And that would be that. Cash had his eyes opened. He had hardly eaten in the past 2 days, only astonished. Especially after witnessing the simple yet solemn funeral held for the fallen warriors, he felt a powerful grip on his heart. Even among the orcs, who held honor in high regard, while they would also conduct funerals, the chief would not personally attend. For orcs, dying gloriously in battle was every orc's fate. The superior living conditions of the second tier in Longqi made Cash exceedingly envious. As the leader of the tribe's merchant convoy, in terms of living conditions and comfort, even Longqi's third tier paled in comparison. Was this the confidence that came from possessing formidable forging capabilities and the resources of 3 oases? He imagined. If he were not the leader of the merchant convoy, but merely an ordinary orc, he would likely be more than willing to remain here. The funeral was but a brief interlude. Once it concluded, all members promptly returned to their posts. For airships were in the process of loading munitions. The flagship dreadnought and the mighty type transport vessel had the largest capacity and size, yet this time, the main force was the mighty type. The dreadnought required transport for ogres, which could accommodate 2 additional units on top of the original 4. The mighty type transport vessel was nearly filled with aerial bombs. Aside from the boiler steam engine, the pilot, and the dwarf members responsible for deploying the bombs. To ensure the ship's sides could bear such weight, the dwarves reinforced them with iron frames. The Judgment-class patrol vessel and the Savage-class escort vessel were smaller armed airships, boasting advantages in firepower and speed while also possessing some armored capabilities. After Kalber's proposal, They retained some of their anti-air capabilities by adding small-caliber rapid-fire cannons on both sides of the ship for precaution. They also preserved a small quantity of shells, using the remaining space entirely for aerial bombs. On the eve of their expedition, members of the second tier were exceptionally permitted to enter the core area. Doug presented the current number of second-tier members, which stood at 864. Naturally, the majority of these were the dwarves residing there. The ogres, obediently, brought their pure iron stools and sat at the front. Behind them were the other members of the second tier. Without exception, whether ogres or second-tier members, all held their own bowls of food. The only thing that could render the ogres so compliant was if Master Gorjin himself was in the kitchen. Thanks to Doug and Kalber's outstanding contributions, along with the exceptional performance of the fallen patrol members, and Gorjin's need to prepare for battle, the long-absent Ogre Culinary Compendium was put to use once more. The previous two rewards included a beginner weapon manual and power of the loyal kin. One greatly enhanced the tribe's strength, while the other augmented his own power. Even a simple version of spicy chicken nuggets could yield an ogre version of it. With thorough preparations and a large number of participants, the rewards could hardly be disappointing. Just as the chat channel had initially stated, even if they received a lump of dung, it was better than receiving nothing. Sumai had submitted all his findings the previous day. A bounty of mature peppers and cultivated crops was sent to the void cold storage. Gorjin took out all the peppers, except for the seeds. After the mighty-type airship completed its rotation, it brought back a substantial amount of not completely dried jerky from the Mojo tribe. Gorjin sliced the jerky into strips and set them aside for later use. After plucking the stems from the peppers, he chopped them roughly. Ideally, they should have been cut into segments, but they were too small for Gorjin to manage. Among the cultivated crops was a plant whose root had a flavor reminiscent of ginger, which Gorjin also crushed. There was another plant that, while not green onion, bore a similar scent, and Gorjin prepared a generous amount of that as well. The previously traded Sichuan pepper and prickly ash were also taken out for use. He briefly boiled the jerky to soften it, draining the moisture. Rendering the fat into oil, he sautéed the seasonings until fragrant. Then added all the drained jerky into the mix, using a large spatula to stir and extract the moisture while crushing coarse salt into the pot. At last, the Sichuan peppercorns were seized by the relentless iron hand, sprinkled over the dish like a delicate garnish of scallions. This exquisite flavor ignited a delightful sensation. The spicy jerky was ready. As night fell and the temperature plummeted, a touch of heat was just what was needed. Outside, a multitude of eager eyes had long been waiting in anticipation. Chapter 110, The Acknowledgement of Korgal. The portion of this dish was substantial. After Gorjin issued his command, Doug worked through the night alongside Ning Yi and others to construct sufficiently large barrels at the worksite. This endeavor imbued Gorjin with a sense reminiscent of a rural banquet master. Barrels of food were carried out and placed at the forefront of the core area, the aromatic spiciness instantly tantalizing the taste buds of all present. The ogres stirred restlessly. Mother Honi stood up, her 4 eyes surveying the scene, and immediately, the ogres fell silent. The imposing presence of the two-headed ogre mage swept across the gathering. Observing this, Honi gently scooped a small portion from what was, to the ogres, a vast container, and, under the eager gazes of over 800 members, brought it to her lips. The brilliance in her 4 eyes ignited at the first taste, a numbing sensation upon entry, a savory chew, a fiery swallow, and a lingering sweetness. Just a morsel had completely captivated this formidable ogre mage. She refrained from indulging further, choosing instead to await her son's emergence. Sampling was permissible, but she held her son's labor in high esteem. The other members, having gleaned a definitive answer from Honi's 2 faces, swallowed audibly. Finally, Gorjin emerged slowly, observing the faces brimming with desire, and a broad smile spread across his face. For a chef, nothing compares to the exhilarating anticipation of diners awaiting the presentation of their meal. Now then, Gorjin coughed lightly before the barrels and commenced his address. However, as he began to elaborate, he found his thoughts suddenly lacking in intrigue. He personally placed 1 barrel before Mother Honi, positioned 3 barrels for the second-tier members, and set the remaining barrels before his own foolish kin. After filling a bowl with spicy jerky, he surveyed the various tiers of Dragon's Nest. A great battle might loom in the coming days. It may be straightforward or complex, but he entrusted the well-being of Dragon's Nest to everyone. Tonight was a celebration for us. As long as nothing is wasted, eat freely. I shall say little more. With that, Gorjin opened wide his mouth, pouring the bowl of spicy jerky within and chewing heartily. Suddenly, he stepped forward, arms outstretched, and opened his cavernous maw. Let us revel to our heart's content. Wag! The ogres erupted into thunderous roars, raising their fists in response to their chieftain. Wag! The second-tier members, too, were swept up in the fervor. Regardless of age or gender, all shouting with vigor. Wag. Following this, the ogres surged forth, brandishing their newly acquired iron bowls, entering a frenzy of competition. Gorjin and Mother Honey hastily moved aside with their barrel. In contrast to the chaotic throng of ogres, the second-tier members maintained an orderly approach. The 3 barrels were ample. There was no need for contention. They formed 2 lines, with Doug and Colbur serving each member in turn. The ogres, true to their nature, clashed stubbornly, resulting in a cacophony of collision. Gorjin and his mother savored their meal from a distance, watching the raucous antics of their foolish kin with hearty laughter. This was indeed a time for revelry. With a campaign looming for the morrow, he would not chastise them for any infractions against the rules of the settlement. It was evident that the approval rating in his mind was soaring, given the sheer number of tasters present. This grand feast consumed nearly all of the peppers that Shumai had delivered, leaving only the seeds behind, while other cultivated crops were also significantly diminished. This was all achieved while the primary ingredient remained dried meat. Otherwise, such a large quantity of food would have been impossible to prepare. After a while, the clamor subsided, and the satiated ogres returned to their homes with their bowls in hand. Some members of the second tier remained to clean up, while the rest exited in an orderly fashion under Doug and Colbur's guidance. Gorjin settled into his armchair, assessing the outcomes of this meal. Statistics complete. Current dish, spicy jerky. Diners, 881. Approval rating, 7,921. Rewards being distributed. Reward obtained, Korgul's acknowledgement. Reward description. You and your kin have received Korgul's acknowledgement, granting you 4 passive skills from Korgul. While your kin will randomly receive one of those 4 passive skills. Korgul, a powerful single-headed ogre, possesses 4 passive and 7 active skills. He is the master of the Gloves Mountains and the warlord of the ogre clan, capable of single-handedly confronting an entire battalion. Resistant skin. Your skin will reduce magic attack effects from any unit by 30. Hardened skin. Your skin will reduce physical attack effects from any unit by 30. Critical strike. Your attacks have a 30 chance to deal a critical strike, inflicting an additional 30 damage and stunning the target for 1 second. Lifesteal. Your physical attacks will heal you for 10 of the damage dealt. Gorjin was taken aback. After a long moment, he spread his hands in disbelief. Was it truly this simple, merely for preparing a meal? The moment the reward materialized, Gorjin was momentarily stunned. It was only upon reading the description that fragments of memory resurfaced, reminding him of Korgul's formidable prowess as a boss from the War 3 campaign narrative. While ordinary heroes might possess 4 to 7 skills at most, this individual boasted 7 active skills alongside 4 passive ones. He was robust, dealt high damage, could siphon health, control the battlefield, recover, cast buffs and debuffs, and summon allies. Such absurdity. And now, he had granted Gorjin all 4 passive skills. Not to mention, the rock seal itself provided dual magic and physical damage reduction. Now, with the addition of resistant skin and hardened skin, who could possibly challenge him? Moreover, the critical strike and lifesteal. Gorjin vaguely recalled being incapacitated by endless stunning when he had faced Korgul. His summoned creatures would strike for ages, while Korgul continuously replenished his health with every blow. Furthermore, Korgul had numerous recovery methods. Passive lifesteal was merely the most basic. His active skills included healing totems, and the summoned wolves could rejuvenate him with health and enhance his attack through battle cries. One could only appreciate the full extent of his prowess after engaging him directly. It could be said that as long as he had mana, vanquishing him would be an arduous task, and single combat was utterly impossible. Even Rexer had to resort to cunning tactics to triumph in the arena. Although he did not acquire any active skills, these 4 passives had rendered Gorjin unmatched among conventional races. In terms of resilience, the ogre's innate defensive capabilities, augmented by the rock brand and Korgul's passive abilities, would render Gorjin nearly impervious, especially when clad in heavy armor. He could remain stationary, inviting blows, and merely shifting would equate to a concession of defeat. As Gorjin recalled his unstable dual elixir, passive, Chapter 111, he instructed to steer the airship closer. The following morning, a cadre of 16 ogres, led by Gorjin, boarded the dreadnought. Colbur remained at his side, tasked with escorting the lion captives. According to the prisoners, their territory lay approximately 2 months' journey northeast of Dragon's Roost. Their destination was the city of Heatwave, merely a waypoint on their journey. The captured lion, astonished by the ferocity of the ogres, knelt on the deck, incredulously whispering, "This is madness. Are you all insane? Even if we did slay your patrols, did you not annihilate our caravans and their cargo? Why pursue us to our oasis? What do you truly seek?" Colbur scoffed. "What do you think Dragon's Roost is? Within our domain. If you had merely failed to adhere to our rules, your fate would have been limited to execution. However, you grievously erred by attacking our patrols." The lion's expression grew complex. Are you not concerned I might be fabricating my claims, misleading you about our location and direction? Culber replied with a cold smirk. Does it truly matter? You have undoubtedly wreaked havoc along your journey through the oases. Finding you will be trivial, merely a matter of time. Your only bargaining chip for survival is to guide us accurately. Culber observed the kneeling lion and extended a hand, patting his face, an action learned from a certain work. He believed it would serve to inflict significant humiliation. What sort of esteemed treatment do you receive in your tribe? You are but an ordinary lion, not even a spellcaster. Dispatched on a long journey for trade. Why such loyalty? You have witnessed our treatment of captives. Guide us well, and perhaps you may yet live. The lion's expression remained conflicted. Begrudgingly, he acknowledged the truth in the dwarf's words. At least in his tribe, they would never attack another equally formidable tribe for the sake of a mere dozen lions. In this desolate expanse, it was the first time he had encountered such a notion. I will guide you, but the strength of our Leonid oasis is considerable, and our Lion King is an undeniable force. You ogres are formidable, but do not presume you can easily prevail. That is not your concern, Culber replied coldly, turning away. As for his earlier remarks about survival, he could only stifle his laughter. Once this lion fulfilled his guiding duties, he would swiftly become a delightful snack for one of the ogre lords. To kill the patrols of Dragon's Roost and expect to remain alive? Such a notion was absurd in this desert. Dragon's Roost remained under Doug's supervision, managing the increasing number of members bearing the brand, alongside the well-equipped patrols stationed there. Even if those of the fourth tier harbored ambitions, they would not stir any significant unrest, especially with the stout dwarven craftsmen adamantly opposed to such ideas. These craftsmen, wielding hammers, were capable of both forging iron and defending themselves. Currently, the dwarves exhibited the highest loyalty to Dragon's Roost, due to the expedition's emphasis on maintaining overwhelming force. They brought minimal supplies apart from water and firewood. The airship expedition fleet of Dragon's Roost could only coordinate with the oases or towns along their route. Given the speed of the airships, they could surely locate an oasis within a day or two. What the lion caravans could achieve, the airship fleet, bolstered by Dragon's Roost's finest warriors, could accomplish with ease. Galkin still harbored intentions of showcasing their might. Therefore, neither Culber nor the accompanying Bonchuer orc, Cash, found the lack of supplies concerning. The high mobility granted this airship fleet a greater margin for error. As anticipated, that very night, the fleet discovered an area teeming with campfires. Culber assessed it as a potential oasis settlement. My lord, should we dispatch a smaller vessel to establish communication? Culber inquired of Galkin. Galkin shook his head, too cumbersome. I am Galkin. Bring the ship closer. Announced that the airship fleet of Dragon's Roost requires to land for supplies. Culber quickly relayed the order through the speaking tube. Ignite the signal torches and gradually descend, targeting the oasis campfires below. Ensure weapons are primed for immediate activation. The airships, previously mere shadows against the dark sky, now gleamed with light as they approached the oasis. For bright points suddenly appeared in the sky, rapidly enlarging, drawing the attention of the tribe below. The glow of the campfires intensified at an alarming rate. Culber stood at the front of the dreadnought, projecting his voice through the massive loudspeaker. Attention below. We are the airship expedition fleet of Dragon's Roost, seeking to land for supplies. To avoid any misunderstandings or hostilities, please refrain from any threatening actions. We possess overwhelming force and require only a brief stop for resupply, posing no threat to you. Galkin furrowed his brow. Enough with the delays. He approached the loudspeaker, and Culber quickly vacated the spot. Tribe below, you have 1 minute to deliberate. If you consent, arrange your campfires in a circle. Should you refuse, we shall eradicate you before proceeding with our resupply. The countdown commenced. Galkin's cold voice echoed across the starlit night. As the 4 airships descended, their imposing silhouettes gradually became visible to the tribe below. Chief, a giant troll with brown spiky hair anxiously looked toward the burly leader adorned with long, curved tusks. The chief's face reflected inner turmoil before he exhaled heavily. From the circle, the losses we sustained from the previous line encounter were substantial, and it is evident these newcomers are far more formidable as the weaker party. We have no choice. The brown-haired troll gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with deep-seated resentment. Lazuman, we have less than a minute left. Do not let anger cloud your judgment, my son. Surviving is more crucial than anything. The troll chief placed a reassuring hand on the brown-haired troll's shoulder. Moments later, the 4 airships slowly descended, their pods surrounded by munitions larger than the trolls themselves, causing their faces to pale. The arrival of the ogres rendered the brown-skinned trolls ashen, unable to fathom the ogres' formidable industrial prowess, much like the lions before them. Chapter 112. Smash It. Galkin surveyed the structures of what turned out to be a troll settlement. His tone laced with surprise. yet his demeanor remained unperturbed. Gorkin gazed upon the terror-stricken expressions of the trolls, a grotesque and sinister smile spreading across his face. This grin sent several young trolls into fits of weeping. "Fear not, dear trolls. My tribe is not in close proximity. It would take you a fortnight on foot to reach us. Out of consideration for your compliance, I shall play the benevolent savior today, providing supplies before departing without further delay. Of course, had you chosen not to cooperate, I would not have hesitated to utilize your corpses as provisions." Gorkin's gaze fixed on the most robust of the trolls. "You must be the chieftain. Do not be alarmed. Come forth and engage in discourse with me." Immediately, a brown-furred troll interposed himself before the chieftain. Culber, standing beside Gorkin, solemnly remarked, "Our chieftain is a man of his word. If he declares he will not harm you, rest assured he shall not. Do not engage in any futile actions." The troll chieftain cast a complex glance at Culber. Having dealt with Giant Sand City years prior, and having had a brief encounter with Culber, who, regrettably, did not recall, Zul'Aman, remained calm. The chieftain reassured the young troll before approaching Gorkin directly. "Mighty Ogre chieftain, if you have inquiries, I shall answer without reservation." Though both were chieftains, the weaker must adopt a demeanor befitting their status. "Ha ha ha. I have no questions, but while my companions are replenishing their supplies, I wish to discuss a matter with you. In that direction, a journey of several days will lead you to 2 oases, Giant Sand and Roaring Magic. There, every day and a half, airships arrive. You may board one to reach Dragon's Roost. I have established a trading hub there, ensuring absolute safety, albeit only within the city limits. You can directly exchange your goods for what you desire. We have everything you seek: food, furs, even slaves. Ah, and this is Cash, the leader of the Chewing Bone Tribe's caravan. He can vouch for my words." Gorkin gestured towards Cash behind him. The troll chieftain appeared momentarily stunned. "Ha ha ha. Think it over carefully. I shall return to rest, and once my companions have completed their resupply, we will depart. You have my assurance." Gorkin turned to leave, leaving the chieftain in a state of bewilderment. Culber reiterated gravely, "Our chieftain is a man of his word." He then followed suit in departing. The troll chieftain blinked, noticing the only orc who seemed out of place amidst Gorkin's formidable presence. He felt a curiosity about the words spoken by the powerful ogre. Cash had already resolved to conduct trade at Dragon's Roost, eagerly discussing with the troll chieftain many things, embellishing his words with praise. As dawn broke, the Dragon's Roost airship expedition fleet set sail, and the anxious trolls finally breathed a sigh of relief. The troll chieftain squinted at the colossal airship rising gradually. Is Gorkin truly a chieftain who keeps his word? Such scenes repeated 2 or 3 times, as most Oasis factions complied under the intimidating presence of the Dragon's Roost airship fleet. Yet, there were those who chose to resist stubbornly. In such cases, Gorkin would momentarily withdraw the airships. Once the hostile tribe was out of sight, the airships descended, and Gorkin, along with 15 other ogres, charged forth like behemoths, swiftly severing the chieftain's head and kicking it aside. The ogres then commenced a lavish feast, indulging until satiated, at which point the airships landed to replenish water and provisions. Such was the way. The dead do not hinder the living. The airship's steam engines, along with its crew and members, all required water. Failing to secure resources from this tribe would make it difficult to find another cooperative oasis before the airship's water supply was exhausted. Moreover, the bombs were reserved for the lionfolk and could not be wasted here. Thus, the ogres were allowed to wreak havoc. After the airship departed, it left behind a field of destruction, since action had been taken, and without the possibility of taking any remaining survivors as slaves. Eradicating all traces became the only viable option. Gorkin would not allow the survivors to return and join other factions or harass Dragon's Roost, however slim the chance might be. Notably, this tribe had encountered blue-skinned humans, who had integrated into the region and thrived, their diverse abilities providing considerable amusement for the ogres. The next destination was the territory of the lionfolk, the Leonard Green Oasis. The airship began to ascend. Gorkin needed to execute an aerial assault on Leonard Oasis from the highest altitude of the airship. At this moment, Gorkin donned heavy armor once again, which he had discovered in a blue treasure chest during his previous visit to the troll tribe. In subsequent encounters with other Oasis factions, he regrettably noted that the treasure chests had been opened due to the presence of blue-skinned individuals. Human heavy armor. Quality, blue. This is a heavy armor that adapts to the user's physique, weight, and plate thickness, requiring mental command to wear. If damaged beyond 50, it cannot be worn until a substantial amount of iron, dependent on the wearer's physique, is consumed for repairs. Unlike traditional dwarven plate armor, this is more akin to heavy armor from a certain nation on Blue Planet, offering superior defense and agility compared to conventional stamped plate armor. This is a complete set of human heavy armor, specifically designed to accommodate Gorkin's unique horn. Clad in this armor, wielding a pure iron wolf-toothed club larger than a siege hammer, and blessed by the rock seal and Kogor's endorsement, Gorjin transformed into an utter war behemoth. Exuding an aura of terror, even Kalber, who often jested with Gorjin, could not suppress a gulp. The Dragon's Roost airship expedition fleet reached the airspace of the Lion Folk's territory. After confirming the location of the Lion City while brushing against the cloud cover, the fleet soared over the clouds. Attention, everyone. Immediately assume designated positions and prepare to deploy the aerial bombs. Kalber's voice resonated through the loudspeakers. At such a height, the sounds below were inaudible. The Lion captives, relieved, noted that they possessed flying mounts. The fastest, brutal class escort vessel rapidly descended to reconfirm the position before the airship halted, hovering in place. Ha ha ha. Gorjin casually lifted an aerial bomb. Let us obliterate those Lion Folk's ancestral graves. Smash them all. Bomb after bomb was released. Chapter 113. Is that all? The shrill wailing of the siren whistle affixed to the rear of the aerial bombs grew ever louder as their descent accelerated. Each bomb, larger than the orcs themselves, plummeted towards the Lion City below like meteors. Just as Kalber had anticipated, this was a formidable faction. Their oasis was vast, and their population far exceeded that of Hot Sands or Giant Sand City. Below, several towering structures surrounded the oasis, comprising their Lion Mage towers, capable not only of launching powerful attacks against intruders, but also of uniting to form a defensive magical barrier to protect the entire city. Yet, they could never have anticipated that their city would fall under siege. Despite their long-standing might keeping them vigilant, the nearby oases, nearly all vassals, required regular tributes, leading them to believe that their own city was beyond such threats. Moreover, this attack descended from the heavens, a large-scale aerial bombardment, an unimaginable assault devised by the native beings. Consequently, the initial wave of bombs detonated with thunderous roars within the city of the Lions. The air was filled with a series of immense, continuous explosions. This was merely a type of explosive akin to black powder, laced with numerous iron shards to amplify its lethality. Each bomb could create a massive crater spanning hundreds of meters in radius. The once orderly Leonard Oasis city was instantly plunged into chaos. The roars and cries of the lions filled the air. As several magical towers began to flicker with light, a ghostly blue, transparent magical shield enveloped the city. However, due to one mage tower being obliterated by a bomb, the overall magical shield appeared considerably weakened. The lions reacted swiftly, almost immediately responding after the first explosion. But the second wave of bombs was already upon them. The chilling wails once more echoed, as bomb after bomb struck the magical shield, followed by violent explosions. The lion spellcasters within the mage towers felt their magic surge forth like a torrent into the shield. Simultaneously, the aerial knights of Leonard Oasis ascended into the skies. They rode griffins, formidable aerial predators with the heads of eagles and the bodies of lions, possessing powerful wings and claws, enabling them to excel in combat both in the air and on land. The Griffin Knights prepared for battle. Then came the third wave of bombs. The magical shield of Leonard Oasis flickered a few times before bursting like a bubble. The lion spellcasters within the towers spat blood and fell unconscious. The remaining bombs transformed into harbingers of death, wreaking havoc not only on the city's structures, but also resulting in significant casualties among the ordinary lions. The Lion King in the palace roared in fury. This was the disgrace of Leonard Oasis. Let the Griffin Knights flush out those vermin hiding in the skies. I shall tear them apart. Meanwhile, the Dragon Roost Airship Expeditionary Force had only the Might-type transport ship still launching bombs. The other three airships, including the Terror, had already expended all their ammunition. Gorjin felt a twinge of regret. If only there were more Might-type transports, no matter the city below. A relentless barrage could topple it. Under Gorjin's command, the four airships began their descent. The Terror, Brutal Class, and Judgment Class airships could now spare personnel for escort duty. Once the Might-type had completed its bombardment, they would prepare for close combat. The four airships pierced through the clouds, appearing above Leonard Oasis City. The Griffin Knights soared upward with shrill cries. Open fire. Kalber commanded at once. The trio of armed airships led by the Terror commenced a relentless barrage. It appeared ferocious, yet hitting the agile griffins relied almost entirely on luck. It was evident that the number of these fierce avian lions was limited. This vast oasis boasted no more than 10 Griffin Knights. They began to launch fireballs and arcane missiles from a distance, targeting the airship's gas bags. If they could puncture the gas bags, the pods beneath would be rendered defenseless. Damn it, how are there so many spellcasters? Kalber slammed his fist against the ship's railing. The precision of the cannons could not compare to the spells wielded by these mages. Anger. Steel. Gorjin shouted, glancing at the darting Griffin Knights without turning his head. Oh, A doo-doo? The two ogre brothers looked at their chieftain in confusion. I have a task for you. Take down those pesky flies. Use your machine guns and big boom. Gorjin turned back, his eyes brimming with sincerity. I believe you can hit them. All right. A doo-doo. Anger and steel nodded vigorously in response to their chieftain's unwavering trust. One wielded a big boom, while the other brandished a tri-barrel machine gun. The clever yet brutal chieftain believed they could hit their mark, and thus they were convinced they could. Anger and steel felt confident. Ochk. Boom. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst a deafening roar and the whirring of machine guns, a pair of griffin knights, attempting evasive maneuvers, vanished into a massive explosion, while another was riddled with bullets. The remaining 8 griffin knights immediately retreated. Their spells merely breached a small partition of the 3 armed airship's gas bags, causing minimal damage. Gorjin would not allow them to escape so easily. Damn it. When in doubt, shout for mom. It never fails. The two-headed ogre mage raised her hand and unleashed a fireball. For massive fireballs erupted from her swinging club like a machine gun, signifying the demise of 4 griffin knights. There exists a disparity between warriors and spellcasters. They activated their magical shields. They swore they truly did. Yet, they could not withstand it. Not even a bit. This was still not the end. Pony's 2 heads, each with 4 eyes, focused on the remaining griffin knights in different directions. A barrage of fireballs shot forth from her mighty club. The last 4 griffin knights, faces etched with despair, raised their magical shields while attempting to disperse the fireballs with their own spells. However, Pony's basic fireball spells were larger than the human's explosive spells. And with multiple casting enhancements, for every one they shattered, 2 more awaited. The captured lion sat on the ground, eyes vacant, gazing at Hony as if she were a deity. Though he was merely an ordinary lion, he understood that these esteemed spellcasters and griffins consumed vast resources daily. These 10 griffin spellcaster knights were the trump cards of Leonard Oasis and the Lion King alike. Was this all? Chapter 114. Stop scraping, master. Please, stop scraping. Just as the captured lion had surmised, the Lion King, observing from the palace steps, had initially anticipated a magnificent display of prowess from his griffin knights. He saw that the airship's cannon fire could not strike the griffins. Just as his hope began to rise, his prideful griffin spellcaster knights were lost. The Lion King's heart ached beyond measure. With a roar akin to a volcano erupting, he cried out to the heavens. The airships continued their rapid descent. The might-type airship had nearly exhausted its bombs. Leonard Oasis City lay in ruin, filled with cries and flames. Gorjin, surveying the devastation below, was overjoyed. Ha! It seems the fusion of technology and magic packs quite a punch. Inquire whether the mighty airships still possess any bombardments, and reserve one to hurl at the palace. 2 large and 2 small airships, accompanied by a thunderous roar, descended upon the skies above the Leonard Oasis City, casting an overwhelming aura that all the lion folk could easily perceive. With a piercing sound, the final projectile obliterated the Lion King's palace, reducing it to mere ruins. The Lion King's eyes blazed crimson, his heart bleeding for the devastation wrought upon the long-standing dominion and endeavors of the Leonard Lion tribe. Relay the order. All lion folk prepare for battle, commanded the Lion King, on the brink of unleashing his fury. His attendants swiftly conveyed his decree. The dreadnought gradually descended. Under the guidance of Gorjin, the ogres disembarked with heavy strides. Kalber remained aboard, entrusted with the vigilance of the dreadnought. A throng of lion folk, including spellcasters, seasoned warriors, and ordinary lions, gathered relentlessly behind their sovereign. Every lion capable of wielding a weapon united in support of the Lion King, whose physique towered impressively above his kin. A formidable greatsword rested upon his shoulder as he fixed his fiery gaze upon Gorjin, clad in the armor of the steppe warriors. An ogre. Ha ha ha. Despite the Lion King and his legion of lion folk seeming ready to devour him with their fierce stares, Gorjin, flanked by only 16 ogres, remained undaunted. The 4 passive abilities of Gorjin were formidable enough, and the augmentation to his kin's combat prowess was considerable. With all 4 passives activated, Gorjin's strength was a stark contrast to his previous state outside the city of Jushisha. His laughter echoed, laced with cruelty. You may laugh, the Lion King roared, instantly entering a state of rage, brandishing his hefty sword, and appearing before Gorjin in the blink of an eye, the blade radiating with potent energy. His speed was astonishing, leaving Gorjin momentarily stunned. With 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, the clash of the greatsword against the armor of Gorjin ignited a shower of sparks and resounding clangs. In a mere heartbeat, 3 decisive strikes were executed. Gorjin gasped sharply. The Lion King was indeed worthy of his title. Clad in heavy armor, bolstered by the strength of his loyal kin and the endorsement of Gorjin, he felt the sting of the Lion King's attacks, akin to a pencil sharpener grazing his arm, drawing a trickle of blood as a mark of respect. Gorjin surmised that had it been an ordinary, unarmored ogre, those 3 strikes would have spelled certain doom. The Lion King's eyes burned red, his massive form trembling with raw intensity. Yet his assault persisted, compelling Gorjin to plead for mercy. Please, spare me. I beseech you. Cease your attacks. The Lion King, his expression darkened, felt the grip on his sword tighten, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. Though he barely understood the words, the tone dripped with mockery and derision. What manner of creature are you? The Lion King gasped, within 1,000 miles. There is no being like you. Where did you emerge from? Gorjin examined the gashes in his armor, feeling a pang of regret. Look at this. I've barely worn it for 2 days, and already it bears so many wounds. Truly, the Lion King lives up to his reputation. Seeing Gorjin's disregard, the Lion King struggled to suppress his wrath. He could not deny the truth. His previous explosion of fury had made it clear that he was not a match for this foe. What brings you to my Leonard oasis? Slavery? Resources? Or perhaps utter annihilation? At long last, Gorjin turned his gaze upon the robust Lion King. How about we consider annihilation? He proposed, gesturing dismissively at the multitude of lion folk. Their expressions resolute in their determination. Come now, is it not a common occurrence in this desolate expanse? You, Lion King, cannot claim innocence. We are both chieftains. And denying such realities is futile. The Lion King fell silent. Not only had he engaged in such acts, but they were a frequent part of his rule. The neighboring oases lay barren, having been cleansed of life, replaced by vassal tribes willing to heed his command. To be powerful is to dominate the weak. The strong can dictate the fate of the weak. The law of the jungle prevails, victors and vanquished, the weak devoured by the strong. There is little to debate. Let us duel, in accordance with the most traditional rites of the desert. Should I emerge victorious, I shall spare your life, and you and your kin may depart. Should I fall, do as you will. The Lion King spoke in a grave tone. Gorjin erupted into raucous laughter. Are you attempting to negotiate with me? He laughed, tilting his head at his companion. Anger. He says he wishes to duel. Anger, clutching the colossal weapon, gazed at the Lion King in bewilderment. Is he foolish? Gorjin patted Anger on the shoulder. You see, even my simple-minded brother thinks you are foolish. The Lion King's expression darkened. Enough. Boom, boom, boom. A series of 6 colossal fire explosions engulfed the Lion King and the lion folk surrounding him. Calm and composed, double casting. Fire burst, triple casting. Dear mother, why have you become so verbose after months apart? Asked Horny's left head. At this stage, what is there to discuss? Shouldn't we just resolve this? Inquired Horny's right head. Gorjin retorted. Mother, your remarks make me seem quite dull. Horny's left head interjected. No need to appear. Horny's right head added. As if I did not already know you were slow-witted? Will we fight or not? You chatter too much for a brawl. Gorjin shrugged, then seized his spiked club. Whack. Clad in warrior armor, Gorjin charged forth. Whack. The ogres raised their clubs in unison, following their chieftain. Their countenance was fierce and terrifying. They were bloodthirsty and brutal. They surged into the throngs of lion folk as if slicing through butter. Chapter 115, The Treasure of the Lion Folk City. Had it not been for the relentless bombardments from the airships that ravaged the land, had the Lion King not been obliterated by a barrage of fire spells, and had Gorjin led his kin in a frontal assault upon the Lion City, they would surely have suffered grievous wounds. The prevalence of spellcasters among the lion folk was high. Had the Lion King commanded with full seriousness, the lion folk would have formed precise formations to engage in battle. Gorjin and Horny might have escaped unscathed, but many others would have perished. Yet Gorjin had no intention of engaging in a mindless skirmish. The reality was that the defensive mage tower of Leonard Oasis City had been shattered by the bombardments, and countless projectiles had torn through the city's defenses. Mother Horny's explosive prowess, along with Anger and Steel, had swiftly dispatched the lionfolk's griffin-mounted spellcasters. The dreadnought had even landed within the city itself, and soon after, Mother eliminated the Lion King and his attendants. The most formidable warriors in the city had been utterly annihilated. What did it matter if the remaining lion folk were numerous? What significance did their spellcasters hold? What good was their coordinated strategy? Under Gorjin's leadership, Anger and Steel flanked him, their blades piercing through the ranks of the lion folk. They pay no heed to your cooperation or your attacks. Each swing of the spiked club raises a mist of blood. Bull, brandishing the dragon's roost battle standard in one hand and the spiked club in the other, roars as he charges forward. The ogres follow their chieftain and the battle standard as if a tank were rampaging through a wheat field, trampling with reckless abandon. The pure iron spiked club dwarfs the bodies of the lion folk, each strike claiming the lives of several. This is a massacre. Yet, the number of ogres remains insufficient. Realizing they cannot withstand the onslaught, a significant number of lion folk begin to flee. The expanse of this oasis is vast, they believe they can escape. And Gorjin cannot hinder them. The battle rages from dawn until dusk. The number of lion folk slain by the ogres pales in comparison to their total. Many lion folk escape with scant supplies. Gorjin, seated with a commanding presence atop the ruins of the palace, observes as the ogres feast. This oasis bears traces of human activity from the Blue Star, yet their status as outsiders renders them unable to enter the inner city of the lion folk. They cannot unlock the lion folk's treasure chests, but they have evaded the ogre's slaughter. Thus, the treasure chests remain, awaiting Gorjin's touch. A particularly striking purple treasure chest stands out. Within, 2 items await. Bloodline Ascension Ritual of the Golden Family, a one-time use item that grants you and your loyal kin the opportunity for a bloodline evolution, activates immediately upon use. Focus Aura of the Golden Lion King, a passive aura skill that, once activated, envelopes a radius of 100 meters, bestowing physical armor to you and your loyal creatures. Reducing physical damage from enemies by 5, activates upon integration into the body. Although the items procured are formidable, Gorjin feels a twinge of dissatisfaction. His own tribe possesses a purple treasure chest. Why does the lion folk city boast a grand purple treasure chest while his mother found only an ordinary one? Is his tribe and his mother not formidable enough? Yet, Gorjin understands that the current dragon's roost is incomparable to its former self. With himself and his mother as the tribe's supreme warriors, their power has multiplied beyond measure. The former dragon's roost was merely a circle of thorny shelters, while now it boasts a population in the thousands, coupled with substantial industrial capacity. Even the ordinary ogres, bolstered by the rock stamp and the OJBK might alongside their iron shields and weapons, see their combat capabilities nearly doubled. Should another treasure chest refresh in the dragon's roost, it would surely be a grand purple chest, if not golden. Gorjin exhales deeply, gazing at the 2 spheres of purple light in his hands. He casually integrates the sphere representing the aura passive skill into his body. A cerulean ring adorned with mysterious patterns manifests beneath Gorjin's feet, swirling around him, gradually dimming and then resurfacing, akin to a breath. The focus aura. Gorjin can faintly sense a subtle energy augmenting his being. The only drawback is its inability to remain concealed. Then, Gorjin realizes, why should he conceal it? He is, after all, a boss. Carrying an aura is entirely reasonable. In games, the boss stands upon a barren ground, impressive but lacking flair, while one adorned with a myriad of colorful auras undoubtedly exudes greater prowess. Furthermore, not only does he appear formidable, but his subordinates beneath that aura also seem empowered. It is quite possible that even a dog he summons could dispatch foes with ease. Nearby, in the ruins, Horny, lying in slumber, suddenly senses the energy enveloping him. The left head snaps open its eyes. Huh? The right head remains closed. There's nothing to be concerned about. Your son is likely up to some secret antics again. No need for alarm. The left head blinks and then shuts its eyes. Right. This energy is feeble, but better than nothing. Gorjin then turns his attention to the other sphere of purple light. Bloodline evolution? He and his kin are, after all, genuine ogres. How can they evolve? However, the description states it directly grants evolution to himself and his loyal kin. With no mention of range, using it here should pose no issue. Gorjin knows he could summon all his kin for a more prudent approach, but he cannot resist. With a decisive motion, he crushes the sphere, unleashing a cascade of sparkling purple energy. Boom. Gorjin is momentarily dazed, as if struck by 2 powerful heartbeats reverberating like thunder in his ears. As the beats resonate, a purer essence of blood surges toward his crown. Pain. A searing agony causes Gorjin to collapse onto the ground, howling. Gorjin screams, his body racked with pain, his hands flailing as he seeks relief. Just as the agony reaches its zenith, it ebbs like a receding tide. Before he can catch his breath, a violent itching engulfs him entirely. Gorjin, grimacing, discards his heavy armor and rubs his bare skin against the rubble. It offers no relief. His hardened skin feels no friction from the debris. The roars and howls of other kin resonate in his ears. His mother's voice is particularly thunderous. Horny's left head exclaims, "This is your little secret." Horny's right head retorts, "How should I know? Damn it. Why is it both painful and itchy?" The left head bellows in agony. "Quickly, end my suffering." The right head mirrors its ferocity. "No, you." Chapter 116, Evolution. Gorjin sits in a daze upon the ruins, as if having undergone an indescribable ordeal. His disoriented demeanor is a stark contrast to the brutal and malevolent ogre chieftain who had commanded the slaughter of the lion folk mere moments ago. The other ogres are not in better condition. Now entering the cleanup phase, those lion folk who could flee have, and the remaining are largely dead. With 3 armed airships on guard. Otherwise, in the state they were in, the ogres could have easily been caught off guard. Gorjin's mother, Horny, appears to have just emerged from a fierce battle, her dual heads at odds with each other. Gorjin regains his senses and inspects his body, only to find his once yellow skin transformed into a deep crimson. Looking at his mother, he sees she has turned blue, and faint magical patterns are visible on her exposed skin. Red fatty, blue fatty. Simultaneously, Gorjin's mind is flooded with additional information contained within the power of this evolution. The grayish-white skin of newborn ogre cubs is indeed grayish-white, but as they grow in the desert, they turn yellow, becoming the most ordinary of ogres. In terms of bloodlines, the next tier consists of the red and blue fatty. The red fatty excels in melee combat, while the blue fatty is a spellcaster. They will also gain insights into the skills of both ogre bloodlines. Beyond the red and blue fatty lies the black fatty. The corpulent figure of the ogre is undoubtedly the absolute ruler among its kind. Much like the Lord of the Glove Mountains, Korgal, who is a large, rotund ogre himself. Beyond this, the information dwindles. However, following this logic, it is likely that Gorjin will eventually ascend to become Grolon, the most formidable among the Grolans. Famously known as the Dragon Slayer, Grol. This is a creature of extraordinary strength, far beyond the ordinary. Should Gorjin reach such heights, avenging his father should pose no insurmountable challenge. Rising to his feet, Gorjin gazed into the distance at his kin, all uniformly resembling plump red ogres. As for the bloodline abilities he had acquired, the fading surge of energy conveyed their essence into Gorjin's mind. Robustness. The physique of an ogre is immensely strong, enhancing base strength by 5, and reducing any adverse status effects by 10. Brother, you may question the intellect of an ogre, but never doubt its physicality. Humanoid Slayer. Inflicts an additional 5 damage to all humanoid beings. Brother, I'm a vegetarian, truly, I am. Don't run, I merely desire meat. Gorjin mused. Splendid, quite in keeping with ogre nature. He donned an awkward yet courteous grin. From a distance, Kalber rushed over. Chief. Chief, what has caused your coloration to change? Are you alright, Chief? The memory of the old fellow's 2 bloodline abilities darkened Gorjin's expression. I'm fine, keep your distance. Kalber abruptly halted. Oh. Scratching his head, the old dwarf ambled away, muttering about the capricious nature of that dog-like creature. Gorjin smirked, thinking to himself that a divine being descending with a wrathful thunder could easily take flight if granted wings. Just as Gorjin was simmering in indignation, he was yanked by his horn. Hey. Gorjin exhibited no anger. Only his mother had ever dared to treat him thus. The left head of Honi questioned, What have you done? The right head chimed in, Why have I turned blue and gained 2 new abilities? Gorjin clasped his mother's arm. I merely thought to give you a fashionable new hue. Oh, please, no, mother, that hurts. The right head of Honi retorted, Speak respectfully. I'm still seething from that recent discomfort. The left head warned, Do not compel me to strike you before our clan. Gorjin twisted and extricated his horn from his mother's grasp, hastily explaining, We've undergone a slight enhancement in our bloodline. Of course, the specifics elude me. I'm but an ogre. The left head of Honi huffed. The right head added, Next time, if there's any such enhancement, do inform me in advance. I nearly thought those lion folk were poisonous. Gorjin laughed heartily. Ha, mother, your belly. Poison is merely a seasoning akin to salt. By the way, mother, you should have sensed the skills you acquired, right? The left head answered, One called Humanoid Slayer. The right head continued, and a skill named Dual-Headed Consultation, allowing me to beseech my other head to replicate the spells I'm currently casting. Dual-Headed Consultation. You may implore your other head to replicate the skills you are currently casting, without consuming energy or mana. The damage and effects will only be half of the original, but there's a 50 chance your other head will disregard your request. Head, I choose to use this skill because I desire to, not because you commanded me to. Other head, Gorjin gaped. Why must my skills be so lackluster? Is it merely due to my lack of a second head? The left head of Honi replied, Because you are not a spellcaster, I am quite disappointed. The right head added, What is the benefit? This skill is utterly useless. To activate it, I must beg the other head. I wish to cast as I please. Not to plead. No way. The left head scoffed, as if I'd ever wish to beg you. Whatever you can do, I can too. I have no desire to beseech you. The right head remained silent. Suddenly, the left head of Honi exploded in rage. Are you looking for trouble? Gorjin quickly slipped away. When his mother's 2 heads began to argue, neither could be pacified. Their bickering was a spectacle in itself. That night, the Dragon Roost Airship Expeditionary Force lingered there. The lion folk had maintained their hold on the area for an extended duration. Even after enduring numerous aerial bombardments, the remaining resources were astronomical for the Dragon Roost. Ogres, with mouths dripping with drool, carried the supplies of the lion folk, filling 3 airships, save for the fearsome. Particularly, the mighty transport vessel was brimming with supplies. Gorjin was immensely pleased with this haul. Not only had they recovered materials expended in crafting those aerial munitions, but they had also amassed a veritable fortune. Such a venture is best pursued without initial investment. Though fraught with risk, the rewards were indeed substantial. Regrettably, Gorjin felt a twinge of disappointment. The distance to Dragon Roost was far too great to transport all the supplies back. Later that evening, Kalber returned from the oasis, leading 2 bruised male lions. "Chief, look." The old dwarf proudly presented the 2 lions before Gorjin. The Lion King was swiftly dispatched by Lady Honey. "How do you find these 2 lions at your doorstep?" Chapter 117, The Wisdom of Kalber. Gorjin, gazing at the pitiable lions, could not help but click his tongue. These beasts stood nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder. Else they could not bear the weight of the lion folk. They were a ferocious species, domesticated by the lions of Leonard Oasis. Now, they were being led so docilely by Kalber, who appeared to have convinced them with his fists. The sight of the diminutive Kalber, standing at less than 1.5 meters, leading 2 lions towering at 2 meters was indeed a jarring spectacle. Gorjin could only nod. Commendable effort. Kalber beamed with a hearty smile. By the way, select some robust, living male lions to bring back and augment our 4th tier. Gorjin recalled an earlier report from Doug regarding this matter. As our adversaries, they hold no prospects for advancement. Let them toil in the 4th tier until their demise. Furthermore, procure 2 lionesses. My establishment outside the city has been completed, and I wish to diversify the races within. Should we secure clients, it would add to the enjoyment. Remember, choose the youthful ones. Also, if you come across particularly small lion cubs, strive to bring them back, preferably those who have yet to form memories. They may grow to become additional spellcasters for us. Gorjin harbored a deep envy for the likelihood of the lion folk becoming awakened spellcasters. Unlike the industrial city of Dragon Roost, the lion folk's city was suffused with the essence of magic. Moreover, he was quite fond of the magical barrier enveloping the city. Unfortunately, most of the adult lion spellcasters had fled. Capturing them was futile, and even if they were caught, they inspired little confidence. Those nurtured from cubs tended to exhibit greater loyalty. Kalber hesitated. "Chief, our airship is filled to capacity, aside from the spaces reserved for you and the other ogre lords." Gorjin was taken aback. "It's already full?" He gestured towards the collapsed warehouse, brimming with supplies, astonished. "How could this be? This scarcely amounts to a quarter of the total, yet it's already full? What shall I do with all these supplies? And what about the lions that didn't escape? Slaughtering them all would be such a waste." Kalber found himself in a quandary. He was reluctant to part with such abundant resources, which could sustain numerous members, construct many airships, and forge countless weapons and armor. However, since the chieftain had conferred this task upon him, it was an honor he could not disregard. To refuse would be rather ungrateful. At that moment, he silently reproached himself for not possessing a mind as sharp as Doug's. Doug, what might that fellow think in this situation? Kalber endeavored to adopt Doug's perspective. Wastefulness, of course, was unacceptable, but the distance from our territory posed a significant challenge. Food could be resolved easily, as the supplies aboard the ship were sufficient, yet the steam engines and drinking water were pressing issues. Surely, we cannot continue to seek oases forever. There were a few oases willing to cooperate on the way here, but, a spark of inspiration ignited in Kalber's eyes. "Chieftain, what if we retraced our route? The tribes we previously supplied would likely be amenable to further cooperation, especially if we leave behind a portion of our resources as compensation. We could also retain a strong force to prevent those fleeing lions from absconding with our supplies. Once we have thoroughly emptied this place, we could depart. Alternatively, we might establish our airship outposts among those tribes, facilitating the construction of transport and armed airships, thereby firmly securing this oasis. Chieftain, abandoning such a vast and fruitful oasis would be a tremendous loss. If we converted it into a farming area, think of the bountiful ingredients we could harvest." Gorjin blinked, "But with the 16 ogres I currently command, it seems impractical. The distance to the Dragon's Nest tribe is considerable. In the event of an emergency, even persuading the nearby tribes for supplies would take several days." Or, Kalber realized that by envisioning himself as Doug, his thoughts had broadened significantly, and he conceived a new idea. Could we not support a local power to serve as our vassal? You see, Ning Yi and his companions claim to possess means of communication that transcend distance. We could leverage that. In doing so, we could establish a trade route along our planned path. With Ning Yi's communication methods, we would be promptly informed of any developments and could respond accordingly. Upon finishing, Kalber turned his gaze towards the chieftain, only to find Gorjin regarding him with an odd expression. Gorjin was trying to locate the tail behind Kalber, feeling as if he were conversing with Doug himself. "Chieftain, Gorjin paused, then burst into laughter. Your idea is splendid. I see no issue with it. But you will need to devise a concrete plan for its implementation. This area requires a strong presence. I certainly cannot manage that. If my mother were here, it would be a different story, but without her, there's no one to oversee it. Moreover, how shall we persuade the tribes along the way? Culber scratched his head. Well, I've already exerted myself to conjure those thoughts. Further contemplation is daunting. How about this, chieftain? I will return to deliver the goods and consult with Doug to devise the best solution possible. Culber opted for a middle ground. You all can decide what to do. Gorjin waved his hand, signaling for him to take his leave, as the hour was late, and he intended to retire aboard the Terror. Culber spent the night instructing the two lions, striving to make them aware of their future duties and responsibilities. However, the lions merely adopted a submissive posture, rolling onto their backs if threatened and sitting obediently when not. This behavior piqued the curiosity of New. The recent enhancement of their bloodline seemed to have bestowed a modicum of intelligence upon the ogres. New understood Culber's words. Observing the lions' submissive demeanor, he gestured towards the oasis behind them. Catch another one. Culber speculated that New meant for him to capture another, and he hurriedly dashed to the oasis. Before long, he returned, dragging a battered lion as if a deity had descended. Without a word, New smashed the lion's skull with a single punch and opened his maw wide for a hearty meal. Blood streamed down his scarred armor. New tilted his head, regarding the two male lions. As Culber spoke, their demeanor became upright, their bodies rigid as if standing at attention. Chapter 118. Two new ogres added to the clan. Early the next morning, Culber set off with the two ogres, heading back toward their original direction. He needed to deliver the supplies of 4 airships and then return for further operations. Meanwhile, due to his plan, Gorjin and his mother opted to remain and guard the area. If any other creatures benefited from this situation, Gorjin would hardly be able to sleep peacefully. Yet, he recognized the feasibility of Culber's plan, primarily because he had no better alternatives. Thus, they would proceed as planned. If all went well, Culber would return with the airships in about 10 days. However, Gorjin had underestimated the situation. Within 2 hours, while he was exploring the ruins of the Lion City, Culber returned aboard the Terror. Chieftain, I discovered 2 wandering ogres. What do you think? Gorjin's interest was piqued. Oh, I must see this. Wandering ogres were the norm, while tribes like Dragon's Nest were nearly devoid of them. Upon discovering wandering ogres, Gorjin would not let the opportunity slip by. It was an excellent chance to expand their clan. Gaining the loyalty of an ogre was remarkably straightforward. First, you must be an ogre yourself. Then conquer him utterly with your fists, and finally, ensure he is well fed. If you achieve these 3 conditions, you will earn the absolute loyalty of the ogre clan. This explains why goblins can hire cyclopes but cannot employ ogres. A cyclops possesses a greater intellect and understands the value of currency, as evidenced when Gorjin personally dispatched a cyclops driven into a frenzy by an alchemist's potion. The other cyclops merely watched, unwilling to abandon his employer. Were it an ogre, they would not only mount you but devour the very palanquin you arrived in, all while pondering how kind the goblins were to offer sustenance. The Terror moved swiftly, and Culber soon led Gorjin to the 2 wandering ogres. They appeared to be a couple, perhaps the last 2 survivors, given their proximity to the lioness domain. Encountering a patrol could prove perilous. The disparity in combat strength between wandering and tribal ogres was quite distinct. Though these 2 ogres possessed ample girth, they surprisingly imparted a sense of emaciation to Gorjin when juxtaposed with their own corpulent kin. These were 2 yellowish, single-eyed, horned ogres. Upon witnessing the descent of the fearsome, rather than exhibiting fear, they rushed forward, brandishing their rudimentary bone clubs with fervor. The scant remnants of their intellect only informed them of hunger, omitting any notion of trepidation. With a thunderous crash, Gorjin leaped from the ship's side, opting not to manifest his formidable armor, instead wielding his wolf-toothed mace. After all, he had come to gather kin, not to collect corpses. Upon sighting the robust, crimson-hued ogre, adorned with a shimmering aura, the 2 wandering ogres were momentarily taken aback. Gorjin pounded his chest, then rubbed his horn, before planting his mace firmly in the earth before him. This was the ogre's unique method of challenge, akin to the Orsish-macker. The male ogre gaped at Gorjin's imposing weapon, then glanced at his own battered club, confusion evident in his solitary eye, pondering the origins of this affluent kin. Yet, he understood the invitation to battle. With a resolute shout, he too thrust his bone club into the ground, mirroring Gorjin's actions, signaling his acceptance of the challenge. The vanquished would offer everything to the victor. With a fierce roar, the ogre bared his fangs, remnants of blood and fabric caught between them, likely from some unfortunate soul of the blue planet, and charged forward. Gorjin stood his ground, a grin spreading across his face. With a mighty punch, the ogre's fist collided with Gorjin's chest. Remarkably, Gorjin remained unyielding, not even swaying. In a moment of astonishment, he retaliated with a single strike that sent the ogre crashing to the ground. The fallen ogre, dazed, shook his head and rose unsteadily. His face contorted in rage as he raised his fist. Gorjin effortlessly grasped the ogre's hand, and with a ferocious roar, hoisted him into the air. Gripping his arm with one hand while bending down to seize his ankle, lifting him high. With a slight exertion, Gorjin hurled the ogre towards the female ogre. The impact sending both tumbling. After stretching his shoulders, Gorjin waved his hand. Come, let us continue. The male ogre, now enraged, scrambled to his feet, brandishing his bone club once more, aiming for Gorjin. Yet, Gorjin remained still, allowing the ogre's massive fist, augmented by a myriad of effects and raw power, to meet the club. With a resounding crack, Gorjin's fist shattered the bone club into fragments, then struck the ogre squarely in the face, toppling him to the ground in a rolling heap. Gorjin's grin widened, a ferocious display. With a hearty laugh, he seized the bewildered ogre from the ground, pressing his head against his own, locking eyes with the ogre's single eye. As the ogre regained his senses, a glimmer of submission flickered in his gaze. Gorjin dismissed him aside and turned his attention to the female ogre. With a thunderous roar, she charged at him, swinging her massive club. Gorjin intercepted her with a single punch, sending her stumbling backward before she plopped onto the ground, subdued, demonstrating overwhelming strength. Gorjin had completed 2 of the 3 steps in his conquest. The final step would be the simplest. Kalber, bring down provisions. Let our newly joined kin feast to their heart's content. Gorjin called out without looking back. Kalber hurriedly descended with the dwarves, bearing bundles of jerky. The 2 ogres stood in astonishment, their dreams now manifesting before them. With a grand gesture, Gorjin proclaimed, Eat. Indulge yourselves. The scene could scarcely be described as mere gluttony. The 2 starving ogres, oblivious to their next meal, devoured the offerings at a pace that left the dwarves struggling to keep up. The more they consumed, the more Gorjin reveled in their delight. The weight and corpulence of the ogres equated to their combat prowess. Once they had gorged themselves to the point of discomfort, sitting heavily on the ground, their gazes towards Gorjin mirrored those of the other ogres in the tribe. A yellowish brand began to slowly manifest upon Gorjin's left arm. He laughed triumphantly. Truly, the hardy ogres were the finest of kin. Chapter 119, What Paradise? The fearsome transported Gorjin and the 2 newly acquired ogres back to the Leonard Oasis before setting sail once more. Here lay a plethora of lion corpses, ample for the 2 previously meager ogres to rapidly regain their strength. Though their intellect may have been lacking, instinctively they could discern their place. Witnessing the loyalty of the robust, well-armed red-skinned ogres to Gorjin, they understood they were in the presence of their tribe's chief. The scent of decay and blood hung in the air, intoxicatingly heavenly to the ogres. They regarded their more destitute kin with curiosity. Yet upon seeing the stone brands upon their arms, their interest waned. The aroma in the air ignited their hunger once more. Gorjin exclaimed, gesturing grandly, feast. Eat until you are filled to bursting. Feast? Until we burst? The 2 ogres blinked in disbelief, feeling as though they had truly entered paradise. In an instant, the stone brands upon their arms shimmered, matching the brilliance of their fellow kin. Seated amidst the ruins, Gorjin watched the 2 ogres scouring for lion corpses, feeling a twinge of regret. Had he discovered them sooner, they might have evolved alongside him. Yet, this was of little consequence. Such rewards signified further opportunities ahead. As the ogres roamed the Leonard Oasis, the fleeing lion folk, believing the airship had departed, stealthily returned, only to be caught off guard by the ogres. Their regular forces were no match for the ogres, let alone the evolved ones. The airship fleet retraced its path, replenishing supplies at the previous oases, resulting in another chaotic scene. Unlike before, however, Kalber had left behind some provisions as a gesture of goodwill. According to the current state of Longqi, it is certainly feasible to annihilate all these factions, yet it may not be necessary. The ogres are too few in number. If there were 100 of them, it would be prudent to seize all these oases, effectively including the Leonard Oasis. Alas, with the addition of the chieftain, his mother, and the newly reclaimed ones, there are merely 22 ogres in total. He is filled with resentment towards the former chieftain, who, accompanied by a multitude of his kin and ogre mages, attempted to single-handedly slay the black dragon in a bid to suffocate it. Had those kin still been alive, would the situation be as it is now? The chieftain's mother has become formidable. Had there been 2 ogre mages stationed, only those who comprehend the significance could grasp just how impressive Longqi once was. However, Kalber is also aware that had the old chieftain still been alive, the current chieftain would not have ascended. Longqi, no matter how powerful, remains the dilapidated entity it once was. They, as outsiders, will always be mere fodder. Kalber has yet to devise a strategy for communicating with the tribes along the way and must temporarily resort to a cautious approach, much to the surprise of those tribes. It is now 5 or 6 days since their return to Longqi, and nearly half a month has passed since their departure. During this time, Lonki has encountered no disturbances. In fact, a caravan from Cash brought furs and jerky, returning with iron goods upon learning that Cash had not yet returned. The construction of Longqi City is progressing rapidly, with numerous members diligently following Doug's directives to ensure the city is organized meticulously. The bountiful supplies delivered by the Lonqi airship fleet have further accelerated the city's construction. Observing the materials being transported continuously via tracks, Doug beams with delight. Culber recounts the entire saga to Doug, leaving no detail overlooked. As he seeks the input of Doug's somewhat simple-minded insights, Doug suddenly realizes, no wonder that Ogre Lord had been in such agony before changing hues. He had evolved. Culber clenches his fist. Do you grasp the crux of this matter? Doug licks his nose. Look at your unstable demeanor. Can't you be a tad more mature like me? Tread carefully, or I might just take you down. Culber raises his fist. All right. Doug hastily waves his hands. It's merely those Oasis factions along the way. It's hardly a big deal. I'll go next time. You stay behind and oversee the city's construction as planned. You need not concern yourself with anything else. I will manage it. Culber then relaxes his fist, his expression turning serious. You must exercise caution. If this endeavor succeeds, Longqi shall be devoid of resource shortages. Doug, with a sly grin, flicks his tail. Do you not trust my methods? Go fetch Ning Yi and the other four. All right. Culber instinctively replies, turning to leave, only to stiffen abruptly and lock Doug's neck from behind. Who do you think you're bossing around? Doug scurries away, leaving behind a string of mischievous laughter. Ning Yi and his four companions are currently thriving, a stark contrast to Karlov's previous predicament. He now commands 100 workers, a dedicated construction crew. The initial 2 orc workers, seasoned in their experience, have risen to the position of squad leaders. Longqi City's current appearance owes 50% of its progress to Ning Yi and his group. Recognizing the potential utility of their unique communication skills in the forthcoming plans, Doug is willing to grant them an opportunity. Observing the somewhat apprehensive 5, Doug contemplates that there seem to be 2 human individuals from the same origin as Ning Yi at Angry Fong. He wonders if they possess a similar exceptional method of communication. The chieftain has initiated an expedition. Longqi has conquered a vast oasis from a distance, and the chieftain is intrigued by your peculiar mode of communication. If one of you is at that oasis while the other is in Longqi, can you communicate with one another? Absolutely, my lord Doug. Ning Yi nods without hesitation. Only by showcasing their capabilities can they prove their worth to the tribe and avoid being cast aside. Only those who have lived in Longqi can truly appreciate the privileges it offers. I require at least 1 individual to accompany the fleet to that oasis and rendezvous with the chieftain, among you 5, who is willing to go. Ning Yi and his companions exchange glances, recognizing the determination in each other's eyes. Lord Doug, any of us would gladly go should the tribe require it. Please issue your command. Doug is momentarily taken aback, then chuckles. You 5 are truly a remarkable bunch. Since things here have fallen into a rhythm, it shall be Ning Yi. Choose another to accompany you. Doug turns to depart. Once you've made your selection, gather your belongings and await me at the fearsome ship. Chapter 120. What authority do the weak possess? The airship, fully stocked, continues its journey. This time, there are fewer shells. The supplies aboard the airship are indeed sufficient to reach the Leonard Oasis directly. Nonetheless, Doug opts to stop at the Oasis tribes along the way. The first stop remains the Troll tribe, the Sandspear tribe. The chieftain, Volaman, is at a loss for words. This airship fleet has landed for the 3rd time, and he has grown somewhat accustomed to the occurrence. After the first visit, the 2nd and 3rd seem less jarring and easier to accept. Even the hot-headed, brown-haired troll, Zulaman, is not as agitated. However, upon seeing a somewhat rotund Gorjin disembark, Volaman is taken aback. Can something so corpulent truly possess combat capability? Yet, upon noticing the heavily armored ogre behind him, Volaman finds solace. In the presence of an ogre, his own combat prowess is indeed insignificant. But what exactly is happening with this tribe? The dwarves are one thing, but why has a Gorjin now replaced them? Moreover, the human behind appears to regard him with a degree of deference. Volaman senses the faint emanation of lightning elemental energy from the human, indicating he is likely a spellcaster. Regardless of who or what disembarks, it is not within his purview to treat them lightly. Once again extending a warm welcome to the Longqi fleet, I am Volaman, chieftain of the Sandspear tribe. The old troll thumps his chest and bows. Doug reciprocates. I am Doug, the fleet's representative from Longqi. Volaman's heart stirs once more. Sensing a distinction between this Gorjin and the previous dwarf, this fellow bears the surname Longqi, indicating a higher status, compelling the old troll to lower his demeanor once again. He never anticipated that, in his long life, he would find himself subservient to a Gorjin. Ning Yi observes this interaction and finds it entirely normal. In ancient times, the emperor's personal eunuchs had no roots, yet when they ventured out, even princes would treat them with courtesy. The chancellor's steward is still a third-rank official. Doug chuckles softly. It seems Chieftain Volaman harbors some reservations regarding the Longchi fleet's presence. Just as the old troll prepares to speak, Doug waves his hand. No need for explanations. I would feel the same in your position. However, there is little you can do, for Longchi is formidable, and resistance is futile. Indeed, I have come to inform you, so that you might brace yourselves mentally. Our esteemed chief has eradicated a formidable lion faction from that direction, seizing control of an immense oasis, one that appears to be no less than 5 times the size of your tribe's oasis. The mention of lions momentarily diverted Woolaman's attention from his earlier annoyance with Doug's words. He recalled the lion caravan that had brazenly breached the defenses of the Sand Spear tribe, hunting and resupplying in the oasis without a care in the world. Compared to the dragons of yore, those lions bore a closer resemblance to brigands. Yes, lions indeed, and the reason is quite straightforward. Doug chuckled ominously. A caravan of approximately 100 lions, accompanied by 3 spellcasters, intruded upon our Dragon's Rest territory. They not only disregarded our warnings, but also slaughtered our patrols. Thus, our chief pursued them relentlessly, reducing them to ashes on the same day. Unappeased, the chief then tracked down their lair and annihilated their city completely. Now, that oasis belongs to Dragon's Rest. A flicker of pride shone in Doug's eyes. The great Chief Gorjin intends to fully occupy that territory, and in due course, numerous airships will traverse the oases of your tribes along the way. We shall require the construction of watchtowers here to facilitate the docking of these airships. Behind him, Ning Ye's eyes widened in shock. He had anticipated some grand scheme from Doug, only to have it laid bare before him. The brown-furred troll Zulliman was on the verge of exploding. The implication was unmistakable. They intended to use their tribe as a permanent waypoint. How could this be? Woolaman pondered more deeply. Was it merely that simple? The old troll gazed intently at the wargen before him. Of course. As long as you ensure that the airships passing through here are adequately supplied. Doug grinned, his gaze fixed on the troll. Despite facing a troll chieftain known for his battle prowess, Doug maintained the upper hand. His eyes radiated aggression. Regardless of who lay ahead, there could be no retreat. For he was the chief's right-hand man, representing the chief's honor. Very well, I consent, Woolaman declared in a low voice. Chief, Zulliman interjected urgently. Doug cast a provocative glance at the somewhat naive brown-furred troll. Do you have an objection? Zulliman's lips quivered with anger. With a metallic clang, a heavy armored ogre behind them casually rested his spiked mace on his shoulder, followed by a deep exhale. Zulliman gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. If it were merely an ogre, their tribe would not be intimidated. However, the creature was clad in heavy armor, its battle-scarred exterior slightly deformed, indicating the ferocity of its past encounters. The dark red, viscous substance seeping from the cracks told tales of its previous carnage. Young troll warrior. Confronting an adversary you can defeat is commendable courage. Yet, to face an insurmountable foe and still act thus is sheer folly. Well then, given your understanding, I shall not make things difficult for you. Doug withdrew his aggressive gaze. Since the other party had acquiesced, there was no need for him to remain overly confrontational. Once the watchtowers were established, should you have trading needs, you may board the airships bound for Dragon's Rest. Woolaman nodded. I understand. You may directly arrange for construction at our designated locations. We will cooperate. How agreeable. Doug cast a meaningful glance at the brown-furred troll before turning back to the ship, fearless. Zulliman, he said, you must learn to temper your temper. The old troll earnestly advised the young troll. Courage and recklessness are 2 distinct entities. Every action we take will determine the fate of our kin. The young troll's chest heaved with indignation. Chief, this is a blatant insult to us. And what of it? The old chieftain retorted. Do you believe I should rally our kin and engage them in a fight to defend the honor of the trolls? Shouldn't we? Zulliman, we cannot even halt those lion caravans. Yet they, having slain our patrols, traveled great distances to topple the lion city. We are not strong enough to contend with such a tribe. If you desire change, demonstrate your strength. Conquer that powerful ogre chieftain, and then you may call the shots. Otherwise, simply live and let live. The weak have never held sway. Chapter 121, Thunder Lizards. Watching the colossal fleet of airships gradually recede, Woolaman sighed softly. Observing the still indignant young troll, he chuckled. Enough, Zulliman, my dear child. You see only their tyranny toward us, yet overlook the benefits they offer. Zulliman looked at the chieftain, confusion etched in his eyes. Dragon's Rest seeks to connect with the lion's oasis. This airship supply line is imperative, not only for us, but for other oases along the route. In time, it will facilitate the exchange of goods for other resources with greater ease. The speed of the airships is remarkable, As you have witnessed, they will save us considerable time. Moreover, and most importantly, they provide absolute safety. The airships of Dragon's Rest hover above, their dense array of cannons visible. From another perspective, they also safeguard our goods. Furthermore, Dragon's Rest intends to construct an airship docking port here, making this their property. Should any troublesome adversaries arise, do you think they will stand idly by? One must learn to think from another's perspective. Our cooperation, under the protection of Dragon's Rest, could very well be a boon. Suleiman, though young and impetuous, was not a fool. With the chieftain's words, he began to grasp the underlying message. Seizing this opportunity to strengthen the tribe is far superior to mere displays of bravado. The old chieftain diligently nurtured his successor. The tribes along the route, largely similar in nature, accepted the arrangements of Dragon's Rest. This was Doug's plan, to showcase the might and dominance of Dragon's Rest while conveying their willingness to guide them. The message Doug conveyed was clear. The chief and tribe are formidable, looking disdainfully upon your modest territories. Should you be willing to cooperate, they can offer you conveniences and some protection. If you refuse, they may simply eliminate you and support other tribes willing to align with them. There are plenty of nomadic tribes eager for oases. Should you reject their overtures, they will simply find someone else. Doug was acutely aware of the nature of these desert tribes, and his plan was remarkably successful. Those unwilling to cooperate were swiftly dealt with by their own chief, who provided a hearty meal for the ogres. He successfully reached Leonard Oasis. Upon encountering Gorjin, who was idly playing with a lion, Doug felt an immediate sense of unease. The two majestic lions lay there, appearing as docile as kittens, even emitting a soft purring sound. That wretched old dwarf betraying me? Knowing full well he is merely a dog of the chieftain, yet he brings forth two great felines for the chieftain. Could he be any more foolish? Oh, what brings you here, you cur? Upon seeing Doug, Gorjin was somewhat taken aback. Chieftain, the great chieftain. Doug, wagging his tail, dashed over and, from a distance, executed a sliding kneel at Gorjin's feet. He cast a somewhat provocative glance at the two bewildered lions. Ha ha, you've arrived just in time, look. Culber chose these for me, claiming they would be perfectly placed on either side of my entrance. It seems it was indeed that Ningye's idea. Speaking of Ningye, Gorjin noticed the two individuals standing at a distance, observing with utmost respect, yet he paid them no heed. Doug discreetly shot Ningye a glance, causing him to shudder. Ah, so you have a stake in this as well. Doug quickly continued. How could such useless creatures be placed before the chieftain? If we are to display something, it should at least be a Kodo beast. Only such a creature is worthy of residing at the entrance of the great chieftain. Kodo beasts. Gorjin glanced at Cash, who was lazily basking in the sun nearby. What does this have to do with me? Cash sat up, scratching his head. We only have a few of those beasts in our tribe. You should forget about it. If we could acquire them, we would have done so long ago to trade for armor. Faced with his first and most frequent client, Gorjin certainly wouldn't jeopardize the Chewbone tribe for a handful of Kodo beasts. There was simply no need. Doug, wagging his tail, eagerly exclaimed, Chieftain, it is like this. I previously observed with a telescope from the airship, and in the northwestern direction of an oasis, there appeared to be flashes of lightning, resembling thunder lizards. Should we consider this? Gorjin was momentarily stunned. Thunder lizards? Doug explained. Actually, thunder lizards are quite similar in appearance to Kodo beasts. They belong to the same larger species. However, Kodo beasts are gentle and have been tamed by the orcs, whereas thunder lizards possess a volatile temperament and can emit lightning, making them untamable by any tribe. The charging orcs and Kodo beast drummers. Cash chimed in. Indeed, that is the case. Thunder lizards have tall spines on their backs, making them impossible to ride, and due to their difficulty in taming, no one has ever dared to approach them. Yet you suggest this, knowing how challenging they are? Doug scoffed. That depends on who you ask. You lot find them formidable because of your weakness. Our great chieftain is not to be compared with you. Cash paused, pouting. If it weren't for your master being Gorjin, I would have fried you today. Ha ha, quite amusing. Gorjin stood up, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Untamable? Ogres are inherently adept at enslaving and oppressing other races, and thunder lizards are no exception. Rage. Steel. Bring those creatures, and let us embark on a journey. Gorjin bellowed. Then lightly nudged Doug. Lead the way. If your information is accurate, these two little kittens will become your mounts. The thunder lizards, massive in size, were distinctly different from the Kodo beasts with their brown hides. These creatures were a deep emerald green. They appeared bulkier than Kodo beasts, with horns as sharp as those of a rhinoceros and spines on their backs resembling those of a stegosaurus. Thunder lizards. They operate in familial groups, with even the smallest clan consisting of at least a household. Within this rocky gorge resided a group of 5 thunder lizards. True to their name, they could unleash arcs of lightning with a mere opening of their jaws. Doug felt a chill upon witnessing these creatures. Gorjin, however, was thoroughly pleased. These beasts were large enough, strong enough, and exhibited a greater aggressiveness compared to Kodo beasts. He relished this. Retracting his heavy armor, Gorjin entered wearing only a fur loincloth. The magical abilities of these creatures rendered iron armor useless. Upon encountering the massive ogre chieftain, the thunder lizards felt the oppressive aura he exuded. Zap! A blinding arc of electricity spewed forth from the lead thunder lizard's mouth, striking Gorjin almost instantaneously. Oh! Despite the dual mitigation from the rock imprint and resistant skin, Gorjin still felt a sting and tingling sensation. However, it was of little consequence. Gorjin thundered forward, his elbow wedged against the creature's neck, raising his right hand to unleash a series of powerful punches. Chapter 122, Must Submit to the Great Gorjin. Ha ha ha. The gorge illuminated with flashes of lightning, accompanied by Gorjin's boisterous laughter. He was enveloped in crackling electricity, raining down blows upon the thunder lizard's massive visage while gripping its neck tightly. Above, a fierce struggle ensued. The other thunder lizards opened their mouths wide, unleashing torrents of lightning upon Gorjin. With a sudden surge of strength, Gorjin forcibly pinned the colossal head of the thunder lizard to the ground, its sturdy forelimbs trembling in defiance, but ultimately it succumbed with a resounding crash. The thunder lizard emitted a heavy yet defiant wail. Gorjin, hearing its unwillingness, erupted into laughter. Ha! It appears quite resistant. Then let us do this again. Gorjin unexpectedly released his grip, allowing the thunder lizard to rise. Its enormous eyes fixated on Gorjin, nostrils flaring. Gorjin's fist slammed down in a roar as he charged forward. The thunder lizard responded with a thunderous roar, lowering its head and charging at Gorjin with its sharp horns, electric arcs shimmering upon them. Boom! Gorjin struck the ground with one fist while the other rose to smash into the thunder lizard's jaw. The electrifying horn pierced through Gorjin's defenses, leaving a crimson gash on his abdomen. However, the thunder lizard was utterly toppled by the force of Gorjin's punch. Gorjin gingerly touched his belly. It was wounded, but not severely. The combination of Korger's endorsement and the rock imprint proved formidable, while the loyalty of his tribesmen endowed him with even greater strength and power. Gorjin stomped onto the belly of the overturned thunder lizard, looking down upon it with a savage glint in his eyes. The other thunder lizards, witnessing this, roared and charged forward. Gorjin waved his hand. Wag! 3 of his ogre subordinates bellowed as they lunged forward. These were the 3 most formidable warriors under Gorjin's command. Rage and Steel were both barehanded, but Fury still clutched the dragon roost battle standard tightly. His reasoning was simple. The chieftain told me I am the standard bearer, and this flag is my weapon. As long as the flag remains unfallen, I shall not perish. The wise Fury found this reasoning sound. The 3 ogres each faced a mature thunder lizard. Gorjin deftly struck the extra thunder lizard with a powerful punch, sending it tumbling. With a furious roar, he grasped one of the creature's horns, engaging in a fierce contest of strength with 2 adult thunder lizards simultaneously. His muscles bulged with effort as he met the crimson gaze of the lizards, exuding an aura of absolute dominance. He had declared that ogres excelled in the subjugation and oppression of other beings. Despite the thunder lizards' pride in their lightning and strength, they proved no match for Gorjin. The 2 lizards were thoroughly overpowered by him. This was the final contest of strength. Should Gorjin emerge victorious, they would have no choice but to submit. The formidable prowess of these beasts had spared them from immediate slaughter, indicating a desire for submission rather than annihilation. Though the thunder lizards were known for their ferocity, they were not devoid of intelligence. Even a common thunder lizard could rival an average ogre. Meanwhile, the other 3 ogres, while somewhat disheveled, were still managing to contend with their respective thunder lizards. Anger and Steel had gained hardened skin as a passive effect, while Fury received life drain. Although the thunder lizard's electric attacks were not insignificant, they were not overly concerned about physical confrontations after their initial clashes. Fury's situation was straightforward. He was injured, yet he could siphon life from his foe, and his battle standard remained aloft. His fight was a pure exchange of damage with the thunder lizard, testing whose endurance would falter first. Gorjin concluded his battle first, having exhausted both thunder lizards, which now lay prostrate on the ground in total submission. Gorjin might had completely subdued them. Next came Anger and Steel, both of whom bore the brunt of the lightning but had sustained minimal physical damage, with the lizards now groveling at their feet. Lastly was Fury, who wielded the dragon roost battle standard in his left hand while delivering punishing blows to the thunder lizard with his right, exchanging injury for injury and life for life. He had become enraged, sporting several deep gashes from the lizard's horns, marred by scorching marks left by the lightning. Each punch he threw granted him a sliver of recovery, further solidifying his belief in the battle standard's effect bestowed by the chieftain. He roared with increasing fervor. Conversely, the thunder lizard began to falter. What was the deal with this ogre? Was it immortal? Why did it seem to grow more exhilarated with each blow? Its large eyes scanned the surroundings, noticing that its four kin had already knelt, leaving only 3 younger ones, which were of little use. Was it now left to fend for itself? Its fighting spirit rapidly waned, particularly under the watchful gaze of the ogres that had conquered its kin. If it continued to fight, it might incite assistance from the other ogres. With a thud, it collapsed to the ground in surrender. Fury, blind with rage, ignored this and landed 2 more punches. Gorjin quickly intervened. Hey, save it for later, it's useful. Upon seeing his chieftain, Fury's red haze faded, and he pointed at the subdued thunder lizard, questioning, "Do?" Gorjin quickly affirmed, Yes, it has submitted. You are now its master. It will follow you from now on." Fury gestured to his own gruesome wounds and electrical scars, exclaiming, "Do." Gorjin patted his chest reassuringly. All right. Getting hurt is quite normal. I assent it." Fury then pointed at Gorjin, questioning, "Do?" Gorjin rolled his eyes. "I'm the chieftain. Do you dare compare yourself to me? What is this, a rebellion?" Fury pointed at himself once more. "Do." Gorjin retaliated with a punch. "You little brat. Is this never ending?" At last, Fury felt the thrill, recognizing his cunning and brutal chieftain. With their leader subdued, the 3 younger lizards were even more docile, their once vibrant energy now diminished. If not for their dark green skin and the backward horns on their backs, Gorjin might have mistaken them for kodo beasts. Outside, Doug wagged his tail. "Look. This is the great chieftain of Dragon Roost, unlike you lot, who are stingy even with kodo beasts, treating them like treasures." Cash clenched his fists. "What is it with you, mutt?" Gorjin laughed heartily at the thunder lizards, feeling immense satisfaction. Their strength was unquestionable. Their massive forms combined with the ability to wield lightning made them formidable, capable of enduring, striking, and casting spells, more useful than kodo beasts. Aside from the fact that they couldn't be ridden, Gorjin held this belief firmly. As for why the treasure chest did not refresh in his dwelling but rather in his mother's, he thought, "What belongs to my mother is mine. If you disagree, take it up with her. After all, I'm her only offspring." With this thought, Gorjin squinted, spotting a faint blue glow emanating from behind a stone. Indeed, there was a treasure chest. It was no surprise, considering the strength of this brood of thunder lizards. Tough-skinned, muscular, and capable of launching lightning attacks, they were impressive. Gorjin had to admit their prowess. Had this been the original Dragon Roost tribe, he doubted the 4 of them could have overcome it without his mother's assistance. Upon closer inspection, Gorjin confirmed his suspicions, a blue treasure chest. This also indirectly indicated that this group of thunder lizards was on par with the giant sand and heat wave in terms of combat capability. Inspiring thunder war drums. Quality, blue. A pair of adaptive drums for the user. Striking them will grant allies within the sound's range of 5 movement speed, 5 attack speed, and 5 morale. Another weapon of war. Once Gorjin retrieved it, the radiant light transformed into 2 massive drums, exuding a desolate aura. Now, these drums adapted to Gorjin's stature, appearing even larger. In that moment, Gorjin envisioned their purpose. "Doug," he called out. Doug, wagging his tail, rushed over. Gorjin explained the drum's function to him. "Bring these back. And when you return, give them to Angertooth, and let him know my mother's kodo beast is also for him." The position of the magic howl was unique. It could no longer solely serve as a resource for the oasis. "Doug, do you understand my meaning?" As Gorjin's most loyal attendant, Doug immediately grasped the chieftain's intent. "I understand, rest assured, chieftain." Gorjin nodded in satisfaction. "However, chieftain," Doug hesitated. Gorjin cast a sidelong glance at the wargen. "The kodo beast is indeed your mother's mount. If it were handed over to Grunt, hissing." Gorjin scratched his chin. "That makes sense, but why not think of a way to find my mother a better one?" Doug immediately replied, "Chieftain, it seems we have exhausted the options within our Dragon Roost territory. How about we search nearby and select a chief from a tribe that catches your eye to take over the Lion's Oasis?" Gorjin nodded. "That works. You stay here to handle this matter and aim to finalize your selection in the next few days, then return with the airship battalion." Doug bowed deeply. The chieftains shall be executed without fail. The addition of the thunder lizards bolstered Gorjin's tribe with 5 formidable melee spellcasters. However, these creatures were entirely under the command of whoever had subdued them, making it impossible for Gorjin to even approach them. Grunt and his companions were rather pleased with themselves. After Gorjin had dispatched them and their thunder lizards, the latter were thoroughly cowed by him. Yet, in the presence of any creature other than Gorjin, they exhibited a distinctly aggressive demeanor. Later that evening, the thunder lizard belonging to Grunt bared its teeth at Honey, who was taking a leisurely stroll after a hearty meal. Before Honey could react, Grunt rolled over and pummeled it once more. Subsequently, Grunt received a beating from Honey in retaliation. The thunder lizards then understood that Honey was even more formidable than Gorjin. Their nimble nature nearly led Gorkin to believe these creatures had been possessed by goblins. Reflecting on the goblins, Gorkin reclined in the tent of the dreadful, squinting his eyes as two tall elves massaged his calves. This was Doug's remarkable capability. Now that the battle was over, he had brought Gorkin 2 attendants from the goblins. Yet, none among Steelcoin's kind possessed the rock brand. Doug stood beside Gorkin, bowing slightly. Chieftain, they remain the same as before. Huh, Gorkin chuckled softly. What do you think? Doug lowered his head quickly. The will of the chieftain is the direction of the tribe. I am but your watchful hound. Gorkin frowned. Speak your mind. If there were rock brands in existence, I would not doubt your loyalty. Yes, Doug quickly replied. In accordance with our Dragon Roost rules, the goblins have contributed significantly in terms of technology. Even if they do not obtain the rock brands, they can still be regarded as part of the third tier. However, since they were initially endowed with great expectations, yet failed to demonstrate their loyalty, this clearly betrays your trust, chieftain. Our Dragon Roost is now a melting pot of various races. I believe we can offer these goblins 2 paths, allowing those foreign races to witness the magnanimity of our Dragon Roost. Gorkin's expression remained impassive, merely responding with a soft continue. He urged, yes, chieftain. Doug organized his thoughts. The first path is to revoke Steelcoin's leadership and appoint that bear goblin as the new leader. Since the goblins have been unable to offer their loyalty under Steelcoin's guidance, it seems fair to provide another goblin an opportunity. The second path is to expel those goblins. Given their significant contributions to Dragon Roost, we will not kill them but will banish them, allowing them to fend for themselves. The vast, endless desert will determine their fate. Gorkin nodded. Let it be so. Implement this upon your return. How is the establishment of the pleasure hall proceeding? The main structure is nearly complete, and the construction team is currently refining the interior details. It is expected to be officially operational in about a month. Gorkin nodded. Good. When the time comes, leave me a few exclusive attendants, and place all those without rock brands into the pleasure hall, while also expanding the number appropriately. His words made the 2 elves massaging him shudder slightly. They were among those without rock brands. In fact, aside from the succubus, Corrine, none of the attendants possessed a rock brand. If they were to be placed in the Grand Pleasure Hall, female elves would invariably be favored by most races. Chapter 124, Doug's authority grows once more. Once again at Gorkin's side, Doug was granted additional authority by Gorkin. Those matters that appeared exceedingly intricate to Gorkin were a source of delight for Doug. He played the role of a sycophant to perfection, yet his thoughts were solely devoted to Gorkin's interests. Gorkin was well aware that Doug wielded considerable influence outside, but he remained unconcerned. He had always prioritized results over processes. Doug's rise to prominence was, in Gorkin's eyes, well-deserved. Doug shared plans for opening waypoints for merchant caravans and indicated that the tribes along the route had already consented, awaiting the construction team to build the airship docking port. He also laid out the advantages and disadvantages of the plan without holding back any details. Naturally, he was aware of the considerations raised by the troll chieftain. Gorkin had no objections. At the very least, he could not conceive of an alternative. As for protection, once the trade route was firmly established, ensuring its smooth operation would be paramount. Any force daring to disrupt the Dragon Roost trade route would certainly face consequences. Today, Doug set out with 3 armed airships, accompanied by all the ogres except for himself and his mother. They had now arrived at the nearest tribe to the Leonard Oasis, the Sandblade Orc clan. This was a small oasis tribe with a population of under 1,000. When the large airship alongside its smaller companions arrived over the Sandblade clan, their chieftain, Lissam Sandblade, displayed no surprise. He had anticipated this moment's arrival. Although the orcs were agitated, they refrained from taking any action. The dreadful slowly descended in altitude. The Judgment class, patrol ship, and Savage class, escort ship had their cannons primed, ready for battle at a moment's notice. Doug dismounted from a great lion, flanked by 14 crimson ogres and 2 yellowish ogres. This was their first encounter with the crimson ogres. The massive bone maces they wielded had been discarded by Gorkin. How could his king use such rudimentary weapons? The wolf-toothed clubs belonging to Grunt and Steel were handed over to them. The orcs of the Sandblade clan felt an overwhelming bloodthirsty and ferocious aura enveloping them. They finally understood the despair of those lion men. A heavily armored ogre. The weapons were larger than themselves, the shields longer than their great swords. And what was that one-eyed heavily armored ogre at the front holding? Surely a female orc could fit into that cannon's mouth without issue. Just as Chieftain Lissam Sandblade was about to speak, a hissing sound was heard. 3 thunder lizards, each the size of a kodo beast, carefully made their way down the ramp. In the astonished gazes of the orcs and the envious eyes of the ogres, the 3 thunder lizards positioned themselves in front of Grunt, Steel, and Fury. The Dragon Roost battle flag in Fury's hand fluttered ominously in the noon heat of the desert. Dragon Roost? Even though the orcs had placed this force, which had swiftly toppled the Leonard Lion's dominance, on a pedestal, upon meeting them, they felt it was still somewhat lacking. Where did they truly come from? It is indeed remarkable that even creatures such as the thunder lizards can be subdued. In the boundless expanse of the desert, numerous races have attempted to conquer these beings, yet all have met with failure. While they might succeed in slaying these formidable beasts, to truly tame them, to earn their sincere allegiance, one must decisively best them in single combat. This is a characteristic inherent to most races. The strength of a faction and the prowess of an individual are two entirely different matters. Lee Sam, the chieftain of the Sandblade clan, is a master swordsman, adorned with an exceptionally grand sword at his side. This sword, an heirloom passed down through generations of his clan, is his steadfast companion. Yet at this moment, his trusted ally offers him no sense of security. He harbors doubts about whether he could cleave through the ogre's heavy armor, and he is reluctant to make the attempt. Glory may be within reach, but his dignity was forfeited the moment he consented to become a vassal of the Lion Men. Cough, cough. Doug, riding upon a majestic lion, stepped forward. Which of you is the chieftain? Step forth and speak. Lissam's gaze sharpened as he took a step forward. A Gorjin? He immediately recognized the mount as belonging to the Leonidas Lion Men, yet witnessing it under the control of a Gorjin felt profoundly discordant. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Doug Longfong, a loyal hound of the esteemed chieftain Gorjin. Doug exhibited no hesitation regarding his identity. He was acutely aware of how he had survived and acquired everything he possessed. He had exchanged dignity and reputation for status. And now he could leverage that status to reclaim dignity and reputation. I have come to inform you that we, the Longfangs, have taken possession of the Lionmen's oasis and stronghold. I have heard that you are vassals of the Lion Men, and I wish to inquire, do you desire to exact revenge for the Lion Men? If so, we have come to your doorstep. Doug's tone was remarkably nonchalant, displaying no hint of trepidation in the presence of the orc swordsman. The title of Sword Saint was merely a legacy, akin to a profession, comparable to shamans or mages. Lee Sam fell silent, then slowly spoke. The Lion Men? Are you referring to those creatures? He gestured with his thumb towards a particular direction. Doug followed his gesture and was taken aback. Before him stood a grand structure constructed from the heads of Lion Men, easily numbering in the hundreds. How intriguing. Is your tribe not reliant on the Lion Men for its existence? Now that they are in dire straits, you not only refuse to assist, but also take advantage of their misfortune? After recovering from his initial shock, Doug regarded the orc with keen interest. While the acquisition of this modest oasis was indeed due to the Lion Men, their population had dwindled to fewer than 1,000, also attributable to the Lion Men's actions. Lee Sam spoke gravely. Half of the spoils from our hunts must be surrendered, and we are obligated to provide slaves to serve them, warriors for their command. We perform the most arduous tasks and engage in the fiercest battles, yet our lives hold no value in their eyes. That is the reality of the Lion Men. Doug chuckled derisively. So you took the opportunity to slay them while they fled here? Lee Sam nodded. Precisely. We have long repaid our debt to them for providing us the oasis. What remains now is an unending enmity. Doug acknowledged this with a nod. Fascinating. Yet I perceive that you are still not a commendable chieftain. He then waved his hand dismissively. Let us leave this matter behind, since you have already slaughtered the Lion Men. It is settled. I wish to discuss another matter. We too require a vassal, but not here in this modest oasis. Rather, in the former Lion Men's oasis. Should you be interested, you may venture to the Leonidas oasis. I shall also consult with other factions allied with the former Lion Men, but I digress. Doug led the way back to the dreadnought. The ogres glanced at the orcs before returning to the dreadnought, their appetites sated, showing no inclination to engage with them. Chapter 125. What would happen if the natives could open treasure chests? That night, Doug returned with 3 airships and the ogres. The ogres' spiked clubs were smeared with the remains of their recent meal. The 4 heavily armored ogres, led by Fury, bore signs of having engaged in a fierce battle. Doug relayed that a fleeing regiment of Lion Men had seized an oasis, leading to a fierce confrontation. The 3 airships, alongside Fury and Steel, had bombarded them for an extended period before the ogres descended to carry out a merciless slaughter. This was a direct warning to the other subordinate tribes. The smaller tribes in the vicinity quickly understood their position, recognizing the might of a formidable force that could annihilate the local power. Their chieftains, accompanied by their guards, set forth towards the Leonidas oasis. Since they were all destined to become vassals, it was only natural to vie for the largest oasis. As they embarked on their journey, Gorjin too set forth. A total of 6 small oases awaited, and barring unforeseen circumstances, there would be at least 6 treasure chests. Gorjin relished the prospect of enjoyment. Yet he was loath to forfeit opportunities that could enhance his and his tribe's strength. One must possess power to deserve indulgence. Moreover, with the treasure chests marked, It would be a grave folly not to seize the chance to open them. The first destination was the Sandblade clan. Upon the dreadnought's descent, it was evident that the orcs were somewhat bewildered. Their chieftain had only just departed, and now the airship had returned. Gorjin disembarked, flanked by 2 thunder lizards. Ignoring the watchful orcs, he strode purposefully towards the largest structure within the clan. A grand building signified strength, and treasure chests were typically found either within the mightiest of entities or at the heart of the settlement. The orcs gazed in confusion as the heavily armored ogres exuded even more ferocity than before, leaving them utterly perplexed. The 2 thunder lizards glared with their bulging eyes at the surrounding orcs, their demeanor far more volatile. Had they not been intent on keeping pace with Gorjin, they would have relished the opportunity to teach a lesson to those who stared at them. As Gorjin had anticipated, there lay a blue treasure chest. However, he found himself perplexed, for these orcs appeared even less formidable than the Boneshore tribe, let alone the former Great Sand City. Why then did they possess a blue treasure chest? The only conclusion Gorjin could draw was that their chieftain warranted such a treasure. Recalling Doug's description, Gorjin contemplated the implications. An orc sword saint, perhaps? He casually opened the chest, and a burst of blue light emanated forth. Windwalk. Quality, blue. Active spell, upon casting. The body enters a stealth state, increasing movement speed by 10 for a duration of 20 seconds. The next attack inflicts an additional 20 damage. Gorjin seamlessly absorbed the spell into his being. Indeed, it was the skill he remembered. During his time playing War 3, the frequent appearances of the Sword Saint among the orc heroes were largely attributed to this windwalk ability. Judging by the increased movement speed and duration, it resembled a level 1 windwalk. However, Gorjin was a man who knew how to be content. He would not concern himself with the specifics. At the very least, he had acquired his first active skill. After acquiring this skill, Gorjin felt an unfamiliar surge of energy within his body. His subconscious informed him that this was his mana. Although it seemed substantial, Gorjin estimated that he could only unleash the gale step thrice at most before exhausting it. Reflecting on his mother's artillery-like prowess, he increasingly believed that she was indeed his true UR card. Ignoring the resentful glances of the orcs around him, Gorjin strode confidently away. As a race dwelling in the desert, these creatures might survive, but allowing outsiders to freely enter their tribe and rummage through their chieftain's abode reflected their lack of ambition. Such a scenario would never unfold in Gorjin's tribe. Even if the adversaries could crush ogres, those ogres would still charge forward brandishing their spiked clubs while shouting whack. However, as a subservient race, they were not entirely without merit. At least, that was Gorjin's perspective. His second stop was yet another blue chest. As Gorjin descended, he spotted a human stealthily attempting to sneak into the chieftain's tent to open the chest while the chieftain was away. This individual was an earthling assimilated into the tribe. Gorjin's arrival captured the attention of other tribe members, granting him an opportunity. "You there, halt!" Gorjin bellowed, disregarding the tribal members. The human, oblivious to Gorjin's intent, feigned a pause while discreetly attempting to open the chest behind his back. "Eliminate him," Gorjin commanded, patting a nearby thunder lizard. The lizard snapped its jaws open, unleashing a blinding arc of electricity that struck the human. Instantly, a yellowish glow flickered around him, suggesting he had activated some earth-based shield, but alas, it proved insufficient against the lizard's electric onslaught. The human met a swift end, seemingly without suffering. Gorjin couldn't help but commend himself. Facilitating such a quick exit for the other was quite noble, indeed. In the distance, another human jumped in shock, utterly unprepared for the unfolding scene. The sudden attack startled the other tribe members, who swiftly armed themselves. This was a Tauren tribe, wielding long-handled stone axes. Observing them, Gorjin noted that these tribes were merely surviving. Half their resources were tribute, leaving the remainder barely sufficient for sustenance. Gorjin grinned at the Taurens, bending down to grasp one of their stone axes. With a tremendous effort, he crushed it into fragments. "Is this all you've got?" Gorjin chuckled, shaking his head. "In my dragon's nest, even slaves wouldn't use such weapons. Look at your gaunt, emaciated forms. Truly pathetic." Ignoring the disgruntled Taurens, Gorjin confidently marched toward the chieftain's entrance, casually overturning the makeshift shelter fashioned from desert thorns. He then opened the chest before the astonished gaze of the other human. Casting a casual glance at him, Gorjin departed. The human stood there, dumbfounded, before opening the chat channel. What do you think would happen if a ridiculously powerful native could see and open chests? Chapter 126, Gratitude. The World Channel, though still inundated with messages, was no longer the chaotic torrent it had once been. Nearly a year had passed, and only a handful of Earthlings remained. Yet, without exception, those who survived possessed remarkable adaptability and a measure of luck. These survivors had generally integrated into various oasis factions. Life in an oasis was strikingly different from the nomadic existence without one. Even if they couldn't attain high positions, those with diverse abilities could at least ensure their survival. Take, for instance, the two humans within this Terran tribe. One possessed dual Earth-based abilities, while the other wielded two melee skills. The individual with the Earth skill was particularly valued due to his shield ability, which enabled him to approach the chieftain's tent unnoticed while the chieftain was absent. Unfortunately, he had not anticipated crossing paths with Gorjin, leading to his demise. If that were the extent of the matter, it wouldn't be surprising. In this desert, whether indigenous or human, death was a common occurrence. However, it was Gorjin's act of opening the chest that shattered the other human's composure. This revelation ignited a frenzy in the chat channel. Have you eaten too much sand and turned into a fool? Shouldn't you reconsider your words? If natives can open chests, are they still considered natives? Huh. As if our lives as earthlings weren't hard enough. If even the natives can open chests, we might as well give up and hang ourselves. The Court of Life is recruiting. We've captured an oasis and sincerely invite all aspiring individuals to join us. Where earthlings will lead, and we shall restore Blue Star's rights and systems, establishing an absolutely fair and just utopia, setting aside the truth of that claim. How do you propose we get there? You're just spouting nonsense. Restore Blue Star's rights and systems? There are plenty of dark places on Blue Star. Do you even think before advertising? Absolute fairness and justice? Spare me. We've all been surviving in this desert long enough to know better. You really can talk nonsense. Did you not hear that person mention a powerful native being able to see chests? This is something we need to take seriously. Let him boast. If natives could open chests, do you think we wouldn't know while chatting here? Exactly. If natives could open chests, there would be no need to deploy us earthlings here. True enough. Honestly, for those of us who survived, if given enough chests, we could rise to prominence effortlessly. Those natives rely solely on their racial traits for their bravado. We could easily secure leadership roles in the tribe with just a few chests. Seeing no one believed him, the man grew anxious. I swear on my brother's life that it's absolutely true. My tribe was annihilated by them. Something about Dragon's Nest. Just now, a formidable-looking ogre came by, stepping on a halo, and directly opened the blue chest in our tribe. Another who came with me thought he was invisible, attempting to sneakily open the chest while our chieftain was away, only to be dispatched by the ogre's thunder lizard. That ogre even glanced at me as he left. I swear I saw it clearly. Brothers, fellow countrymen, this could truly herald a change in the tide. The man was genuinely terrified. The diverse array of items and abilities emerging from the chest serves as their sole means of survival. If the indigenous people were to possess such resources, Leonard would be idly observing their water chat channel in the tranquility of the oasis when he suddenly came across the man's words. He hastily called over his selected companions to witness this. With a hint of uncertainty, he remarked, "Sister Banksia, this must be referring to the chief." One of the two women he had chosen was named Sue Banksia, appearing to be 2 or 3 years his senior. Sue Banksia remained remarkably composed. Given all the information at hand, the probability of it being the chief was a staggering 99%. Furthermore, through previous communications with Karloff, as well as discussions with Xiao Wanhong, He Qingqing, and Xu Mai, it became clear that the chances of the chief possessing memories of the Blue Star or being from the Blue Star were also at 99%. What is the matter? We've known this outcome for quite some time. Why are you so astonished? Leonard forced a wry smile, though I was already aware. It's still somewhat hard to believe when it unfolds in reality. However, for us, this is fortuitous. The stronger the chief, the more stable our existence in Longqi becomes. We have no convoluted aspirations, merely a desire to live well in Longqi. Sue Banksia maintained her calm demeanor. You are correct. At the very least, we are living quite well as part of the 3rd tier. Once we obtain the rock seal, Longqi will truly be our home. Leonard reflected on the hardships faced in the desert, and he genuinely felt that this place was a veritable paradise for them. If the chief were indeed from the Blue Star, with an open mind and formidable strength, the tribe would be united under a single voice. The tribe's power was robust, alleviating any concerns for safety. Anything desired could be acquired through commensurate effort and sacrifice. Moreover, the current establishment of Longqi City was gradually being shaped under their guidance, which bestowed upon them an unparalleled sense of achievement and belonging. Ultimately, gratitude must be directed towards Karloff for his supportive role. His own acknowledgement and loyalty towards the chief had significantly intensified. It was a matter of course. One learns the arts of both civil and martial prowess to sell to the sovereign. Not everyone harbors ambitions of nobility, nor does everyone yearn to languish in the embrace of beauty while wielding dominion over the world. Yet, there are many who are willing to lay down their lives for those who understand them. Leonard was one of them. Growing up in the mountains, he initially harbored no grand ambitions, and after enduring the harsh trials of desert life, Longqi was akin to heaven for him. Here, he not only enjoyed a stable existence, but also discovered a love forged through trials of life and death. Glancing at Sue Banksia, Leonard felt fortunate for his earlier choice, preventing her from descending into the fate of being confined within a pleasure house. Once a person learns to be content, many matters become easier to release and perceive with clarity. He believed he was close to obtaining the rock seal. Meanwhile, Gorjin had already begun his return journey. 6 chests, with rewards comprising 4 blue and 2 green items, were successfully acquired. Chapter 127, A Bountiful Windfall. Apart from the initial Gale Step from the Shajin clan, the rewards from the remaining 5 chests were also commendable. The blue chest from the Minotaur tribe yielded a Cultivation Soil Derivative Generator. Cultivation Soil Derivative Generator. Quality, blue. Produces 100 kilograms of soil daily, enhancing crop growth speed by 5 when cultivated in it. The human city yielded Holy Light Spell. Holy Healing. Quality, blue. Harnesses the power of holy light to heal a unit, with the healing effect dependent on the caster's mental strength. The werewolf tribe produced Werewolf Transformation. Werewolf Transformation. Quality, blue. Upon activation, transforms into werewolf form, increasing movement speed by 10, attack power by 10, olfactory senses by 10, auditory senses by 10, and reducing damage taken from natural and shadow types. The Gnome City yielded Arcane Engine and Gnome Wrench. Arcane Engine. Quality, green. An engine powered by magical energy. Operational for 12 hours once fully charged. Gnome Wrench. Quality, green. Increases mechanical efficiency by 10 when used for crafting. The final item belonged to the Orc tribe, albeit a clan even smaller than the Shajin clan. Hammer and Axe Specialization. Quality, green. Using hammer and axe type weapons increases attack power by 10. Berserk. Quality, green. Active skill. Upon use, reduces rationality to 50, while increasing attack power, attack speed, and movement speed by 30 for 60 seconds. After which the user enters a weakened state for 24 hours. Gorjin had already contemplated the allocation of these rewards, having learned Gale Step. It would be wasteful not to utilize the Cultivation Soil Derivative Generator for expanding the oasis and planting areas. Clear Spring Water Basin. Cultivation Soil Derivative Generator. Oasis Expansion Device. Would provide materials for expanding the planting area and ensure bountiful harvests. This item must be entrusted to Chu Mai for her to utilize effectively. With Longqi's rapid development, any lag in the oasis would be detrimental. Although Leonard Oasis is vast, Longqi is undeniably home. As for Holy Healing, it would be best suited for his mother. Humans, dwarves, and elves might have the opportunity to receive the blessing of holy light and become priests, but it was evident that ogres were not trusted by the holy light, being viewed only as adversaries. If not for the treasure chest's peculiarities, ogres would have encountered holy light solely as foes throughout their lives, while his mother could bestow blessings. In terms of healing, it remained the forte of holy light priests. As for those hammer-wielding self-proclaimed paladins, weren't they priests when not wielding their hammers? The werewolf transformation had commendable effects, but Gorjin deemed it best to abstain from using it himself. Doug, that rascal, had been diligently working and deserved it as a reward. One should care for their own dog. How reasonable. As for the Arcane Engine and Gnome Wrench, Gorjin believed they would be better suited for Culber. Such a convenient engine could allow Culber to create some sort of vehicle, while the Gnome Wrench would ideally go to steal coin, though those goblins were unworthy. Culber had toiled extensively, and the dwarves had invested the most effort. The number of rock seals obtained was increasing daily, particularly among those little dwarves. Each a fervent fan of the chief, Gorjin felt it was only fitting to express his gratitude, even if keeping it for himself would offer no utility. As for the final hammer and axe specialization, Gorjin directly infused it into his own being. Such passive abilities were always welcome. After a moment's hesitation, he also infused Berserk into himself. The apparent side effects were considerable, yet as a last-ditch means of survival, it posed no issue. Although Gorjin had yet to encounter anyone capable of pushing him to such extremes. Reflecting on this outing, Gorjin could only describe it with a singular phrase, a bountiful windfall. He and his kin had directly evolved, transforming into the red and blue plump figures. He had acquired an aura, a passive ability, and 2 active skills. Regarding the immense and unwieldy form of the ogre, one might ponder the magnitude of the footprints it would leave while stealthily traversing the arid expanse of the desert. However, Gorjin paid no heed to such trivialities. His prowess was undeniable. Coupled with Corbel's endorsement and the coveted treasure chest from the Scorching Sands, Gorjin now boasted 6 passive skills, 2 active skills, and 1 aura skill. Such an array would certainly elevate him to the status of a formidable boss. Should there be an option for a map, his presence would undoubtedly be marked as a prominent red dot. The recent spate of treasure chests had significantly uplifted Gorjin's spirits. Now, this was what one called treasure hunting. In the past, the sporadic finds were rather lackluster. The abundance of treasure chests even ignited within Gorjin the notion of embarking on an expedition to unearth treasures from various factions. Shaking his head, he dismissed this impractical thought. To acquire valuable treasures, one truly needed chests of blue quality or higher. Those lower-tier chests for minor tribes were merely supplementary. Scuttling about daily for such low-level chests seemed rather pointless. Gorjin scratched his belly, contemplating the comfort of reclining instead. Perhaps in the future, if he encountered a major faction capable of yielding purple chests, he would consider engaging. If they permitted entry to open the chests, splendid. If not, he would simply resort to force to gain access. Upon returning to the Leonard Oasis, Gorjin informed his mother before channeling the radiant light of holy healing directly onto her. Horny squinted her 4 eyes, sensing the sudden infusion of divine energy within her body and soul. Horny's left head remarked, "Is that not the haughty energy of the holy light?" The right head added, "To gain the privilege of wielding it directly is simply astonishing. Though it is merely a healing spell, it feels somewhat underwhelming." Gorjin chuckled, patting his belly. "Haha, mother, it's a gift after all. The more skills, the better. Multiple healings can save lives." Horny's left head retorted, "My hands are meant for slaying foes. You should discuss such matters with her." The right head chimed in, "Spare me your petty remarks. You cast blessings faster than I do when our son is wounded." The left head spat, "TCH." The right head exclaimed. With a resigned sigh, Gorjin departed. The following morning, the chiefs of the tribes began to arrive one by one. There were 6 subordinate oases in total, among which the werewolf tribe had been utterly decimated by Doug and the ogres, leaving only 5 chiefs to arrive. Once tamed, wolves become akin to dogs. They were the most loyal to the lion men and harbored the largest number of them, their valiant resistance providing the ogres with a fresh and hearty meal. Under Doug's guidance, the remaining 5 chiefs ascended to the deck of the dreadnought. Upon arrival, they beheld a fearsome ogre lazily reclined beneath a canopy, a radiant halo shimmering beneath its feet, flanked by 2 elegant elves attending to its arms. Chapter 128, 3 Paths. The 5 chiefs ascended the dreadnought alone, their retinues held back below. In truth, Gorjin was indifferent to this. However, Doug believed that too many individuals would create a ruckus that might disturb the chief. The 5 chiefs, previously subordinate leaders under the lionman's rule, were naturally acquainted with one another. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the unease in the other's eyes. Gorjin reclined languidly, observing these figures, and his movement caused them to tense up involuntarily. Having clawed their way through the desert to reach their current status, their instincts informed them of the formidable presence before them. At that moment, alarms blared within the minds of the 5 chiefs. Their 6th sense fervently warned them that this ogre was exceedingly terrifying. The best course of action would be to maintain distance, yet escape was not an option. Otherwise, they would assuredly be eliminated on the spot. "Ha ha ha, look at your faces. Do not be so tense. As long as you cooperate, I shall not harm you." Gorjin chuckled, revealing his fearsome grin. He found the situation rather amusing. These individuals, save for the gnome, were all capable of overpowering Cash, yet Cash had become his ally, while these stronger figures stood trembling before him. Had it been over 6 months ago, in his quest to attract patrons for his tribe, Gorjin would have gone to great lengths to entertain these chiefs. But now, he had grown beyond such considerations. The opportunity for an equal partnership had long since passed. He had merely engaged in a skirmish at the 3rd city of the Scorching Sands, and then taken to resting within the tribe, and thus, he had arrived at this juncture. Nevertheless, Leonard Oasis required manpower, and having opened their tribe's treasure chests, he lacked for resources. Gorjin had no inclination towards unnecessary slaughter. "You likely understand why I summoned you here. Under the lionman's rule, you were required to offer half of your resources. Here in our domain, I can present you with 3 options." The 5 chiefs' pupils dilated, awaiting their fate. "I have already stated, you need not be anxious." Gorjin waved his hand languidly. "Doug, you may convey the details." The respectful Doug, standing beside Gorjin, immediately bowed. "Yes, chief." With a serious demeanor, Doug turned to face the once unapproachable chiefs of the Oasis tribes. "The great and benevolent Chief Gorjin has presented you with 3 paths. The first, you may return to your tribes without tribute, but you will no longer be a subordinate faction of Leonard Oasis. The second, you may continue your tribute. However, the great Chief Gorjin is gracious and understands your hardships. The lion men required 50%, while our dragon's nest demands only 20. By choosing this path, you will remain a subordinate faction of Leonard Oasis and receive its protection. The third, you may become a subordinate race of dragon's nest within Leonard Oasis, managing this vast oasis under Ogre rule. By this choice, you will forfeit your status as chief, becoming the 3rd tier of dragon's nest, yet you may temporarily continue to lead your tribes. However, The first to acquire the rock seal shall become the overseer of Leonard Oasis. Subsequently, Doug elaborated on the rock seal and the hierarchical structure and benefits of Dragon's Nest. The chiefs exchanged glances. Gorjin waved his hand. Take them down. Grant them some time to deliberate. When you have made your decision, simply inform me. Doug promptly bowed and escorted the 5 chiefs off the dreadnought. The guards of the chiefs sighed in relief upon witnessing their leaders descend unscathed. In truth, they had grown accustomed to such scenes. Previously, every time they came to deliver tributes, they were subjected to searches and had to relinquish their weapons. Enduring the haughty inquiries and disdainful glances of the lion men, it had stripped them of all dignity. At least here, there was no demand to disarm. And even their chief ascended armed. Those formidable red-skinned ogres cast no disparaging looks. In comparison, they found themselves somewhat taken aback by the respectful treatment. Lord Doug, what should we choose? Asked the human town mayor cautiously. The jackal man paused briefly, his smile thinly veiling his malice. That decision rests solely with you. We at Dragon's Nest will not impose upon any faction. And with that, he added, and what do you take me for? I am merely the watchdog of the chieftain. The chieftain has instructed you to make your own decisions, and thus, you must do so independently. I shall not partake in your deliberations. All I can do is remind you that, regardless of who you are, the chieftain only grants a single opportunity. Should you make an erroneous choice, there will be no chance for redress. Observing the 5 chieftains before him, Doug composed his expression. You may confer amongst yourselves, but it would be prudent to reach a decision swiftly. The chieftain may be indifferent, yet I do not wish for you to squander his valuable time. Simultaneously, Doug thought to himself, the chieftain is already fatigued from daily burdens. Should your indecision deprive him of leisure, it would be utterly unforgivable. Doug cast a glance over them before turning away. The human town mayor remained silent for a considerable time before rasping, what are your thoughts? He was a formidable warrior, capable of single-handedly vanquishing several orcs. His prowess in battle and ability to contend with solitary marauding ogres had earned him the position of mayor in this diminutive human settlement. With merely 2,000 inhabitants, his town boasted low walls, scarce resources, and a dwindling population that hardly warranted the title of a city. Chief Lissam of the Shabran clan spoke in a low voice. I leaned towards the second option. The other chieftains turned to him. Could you elaborate? As for the first option, I believe it's best to abandon it altogether. Considering the strength of our respective tribes, can we truly withstand the onslaught of those wandering tribes without the protection of the Leonard Oasis? Under the oppression of the lion folk, merely surviving is already a considerable feat. Regarding the third option, Lissam chuckled. None of us have witnessed the living conditions of the internal races of Dragon's Roost. Who knows what circumstances may arise? Should we relocate our tribes here, any malevolent intentions from the ogres could lead to our utter annihilation. Thus, I posit that the second option is indeed the most prudent. At the very least, compared to the initial rule of the lion folk, the tributes demanded by Dragon's Roost are significantly less, allowing us the necessary resources to fortify ourselves. In the event of a crisis, we might at least preserve some embers of our existence. Chapter 129, The Chieftain's Bounty. Their discussion grew fervent, and nearly all chieftains confirmed their inclination towards the second path. However, when they all gathered on the deck of the Fearsome to declare their choices, without exception, they opted for the third. They exchanged glances filled with suspicion and astonishment. Doug nearly burst into laughter. Gorjin was left speechless. Doug had overheard their entire conversation and relayed it to Gorjin. It was likely that when Gorjin heard they had all chosen the second path, he had commended them for their resolve. Yet neither Gorjin nor Doug anticipated that upon their return, they would unanimously select the third option, thereby ascending to the third tier of Dragon's Roost and taking residence in the Leonard Oasis. However, they soon deduced each other's intentions. It became evident that these individuals were feigning a steadfast commitment to the second option to deceive one another, only to subsequently choose the third path and monopolize the Leonard Oasis. Yet, they were unaware that this was a shared sentiment among all chieftains. The atmosphere turned slightly awkward. Ha ha ha. You lot are truly amusing. Witnessing your duplicitous expressions is quite a sight. Gorjin couldn't help but laugh, casting a disdainful glance at the chieftains below. These individuals are truly pathetic. Back then, Kalber faced me directly, showing no signs of retreat, even when he descended from the heavens. Though he ultimately surrendered, I held no disdain for him. Comparing Kalber's current situation with the dwarves to his past in the Great Sand City, he is now far more comfortable. Their folly was laid bare. Doug instantly grasped his chieftain's sentiment and bared his teeth as he barked, all of you, get out of my sight. I will not have you sully the chieftain's eyes. The 5 chieftains lowered their heads and retreated dejectedly. Unacceptable. Doug continued to berate them. Now, let us hear your thoughts. Gorjin exhaled a heavy sigh. Chieftain, these individuals harbor ulterior motives. forcibly integrating them may not yield favorable outcomes. I propose that we extract a portion of the lower-tier members from each tribe to collaboratively establish our own Leonard Oasis. Those selected can live under our Dragon's Roost system for a while and will surely grow grateful to you, Chieftain. Doug wagged his tail and continued, as for those fellows, did they not express a desire for the second path? Let them choose it wholeheartedly and provide us with resources without question. To play such foolish games beneath your watchful gaze is simply self-destructive. Gorjin closed his eyes. Very well, let it be so. Their petty maneuvers are displeasing to me. The original tribute of 20% shall be raised to 25. As for the remainder, you may handle it as you see fit. I wish to return to Dragon's Roost. Doug bowed respectfully and humbly. As you command, Chieftain. After speaking, he intended to withdraw but suddenly seemed to recall something. Chieftain, since this place has been thoroughly conquered by you, it may be somewhat inappropriate to continue calling it Leonard Oasis. Would you like to bestow upon it a new name? Gorjin slightly opened his eyes. That suggestion is indeed intriguing. Let it be called. Let it be named Shattered Lion Ridge, with lion as the defining term. Doug was momentarily taken aback, then immediately bowed. Yes, I shall attend to the matters of Shattered Lion Ridge promptly, ensuring your swift return to Dragon's Roost. Gorjin acknowledged with a sound, then waved his hand. Come, approach. Doug quickly scampered over, presenting his head beneath Gorjin's descending palm. Should Gorjin desire to end his life, a mere flick of his wrist would suffice. Doug would offer no resistance or hesitation, much like the little yellow creatures in the village, who never entertained thoughts of defying their masters, even unto death. A sphere of blue light appeared in Gorjin's hand and was pressed into Doug's head. The message from the soul conveyed to Doug its significance. He immediately knelt, expressing profound gratitude to Gorjin. Thank you, benevolent and great chieftain, for your bounty. Rise. Gorjin waved his hand and closed his eyes again. To him, this was but a trifling matter. Wolfman mutation was initially intended for Doug, whose consistent performance had been commendable. The recent suggestion had pleased Gorjin, thus he deemed it fitting to reward him. You've done well, dog. Continue to strive earnestly. Gorjin kept his eyes shut, gesturing for Doug to depart. The two elves nearby exchanged envious glances. Though unaware of the specifics, they sensed the surge of energy in that moment. Was this the treatment afforded to the first tier under the chieftain, aside from the ogres? Doug departed with tears of joy in his eyes, standing beneath the fearsome. As his body shimmered with blue light, he began to swell, his fur growing thicker, fangs sharpening, and claws becoming more lethal. He abruptly transformed from a jackal wolf into a towering, silver-gray-furred werewolf, a formidable warrior of his kind. The once obscure combat race had metamorphosed into a quintessential fighting breed. As he felt the surge of power coursing through his being, Doug was overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. Is this the essence of true strength? This was not merely the enhancement of attributes that accompanied his transformation. The muscular physique he now possessed harbored a power that far surpassed that of his previous jackal wolf form. He felt an overwhelming urge to rend apart his former self, and he knew he could do it in less than 3 seconds. Oh, the brutish ogre. Swaggering around with a battle standard, noticed Doug, regarding the werewolf before him with a gaze imbued with both confusion and sagacity. A Dotto? He perceived this creature as akin to those he and his kin had previously vanquished. Having already decimated them, was it not time to strike again? Consequently, the ogre raised his colossal fist. No, Lord Brew, it's me. Doug barely had time to relish his newfound prowess as he scrambled to evade the impending blow, hastily reverting to his jackal wolf guise. A Dotto. The ogre did not recognize the werewolf, but was familiar with the jackal wolf, retracting his fist, perplexed. This is a reward from the chieftain, please do not misunderstand. Doug was nearly paralyzed with fear as he hurriedly explained. The distinction between werewolves and jackal wolves meant little before an ogre. He was merely a potential meal. Chapter 130, Loyalty Above Ability. Doug was now utterly reluctant to reveal his werewolf form in the presence of these ogre lords. He believed it prudent to wait until the chieftain was present to showcase his transformation, allowing for a sense of familiarity to take root. Perhaps he could create a mark, akin to the broken bowl of Karloff. Ning Yi and the others had similar tokens. Doug, already brimming with enthusiasm, found his motivation amplified by the chieftain's reward, driving him to unprecedented heights. In less than 3 days, he had recruited 100 young males and 100 young females from various tribes. If there were mothers with children, he permitted them to accompany their offspring. This was a significant blow to those tribes, akin to a grievous wound. Yet, they found themselves powerless to resist. Doug's actions prompted the chieftains to lament their plight. They understood that Dragon's Nest had shown them remarkable mercy. In a spirit of empathy, had the roles been reversed, they would have thoroughly cleansed the surrounding oases, replacing them with new, wandering tribes. Under the auspices of Dragon's Nest, Those new tribes would undoubtedly exhibit greater loyalty and obedience. However, Dragon's Nest not only refrained from such measures, but had also reduced their tribute to 20%, now 25%. This was the result of their habitual scheming, and they had only themselves to blame. Moreover, the lives of those extracted tribesmen upon arrival here might not be any worse than their own. In a surprising turn of events, Gorjin conferred with his mother, deciding to have her remain here temporarily until the tribe's strength could be bolstered before bringing her back. Gorjin would prefer not to send his mother to such a distant location. Yet, the intelligence of the other tribesmen was insufficient to guard such a vast oasis. Once the ogres departed, the expansive oasis of Shattered Lion Ridge would certainly attract the covetous gaze of rival factions. In truth, had the tribesmen possessed greater intelligence, for heavily armored ogres could have sufficed, or other capable members bearing the mark could have filled the gap. However, thus far, Gorjin had not identified any additional members who could rival Doug or Karina. Culber was indeed capable, yet as the foremost artisan of dwarven military craftsmanship, he was indispensable at present. As for Doug, he was not incapable, but assigning him here would necessitate Gorjin's personal involvement in numerous matters upon his return, a prospect he wished to avoid. Ultimately, he had no choice but to appoint his mother as the interim steward of this oasis, the Lord of Shattered Lion Ridge. Unexpectedly, Gorjin observed that Ning Yi and that woman had also manifested the rock brand upon their left arms. He arranged for the two of them to assist Doug in settling those tribesmen extracted from various clans. For this couple, it served as a significant motivation. Ning Yi was warm-hearted and sincere, while Su Bangxia exuded a cool intelligence. One could only say that had it not been for their experiences in this desolate landscape, facing numerous life and death moments together, they would never have come together. Doug harbored a favorable impression of Ning Yi and, by extension, this quintet, as the chieftain's right-hand man. He was amicable toward those who actively served the chieftain. In contrast, Karlov remained a constant reference point. Observing the distinctly diverse 5 races, Doug furrowed his brow. Standing before Ning Yi and Su Bangxia, our Dragon's Nest is a tribe that thrives on the amalgamation of various races. Looking at your appearances, do you intend to form 5 separate factions within Shattered Lion Ridge? Since you have come to Dragon's Nest, your races, former tribes, and even your names have become history. Here, only loyalty and ability matter. Dragon's Nest and the great chieftain Gorjin pay no heed to your lineage or the trifles of your previous tribes. You are now all members of the 4th tier of Dragon's Nest. Doug turned to Ning Yi, gesturing for him to elucidate the 4 tiers and corresponding privileges of Dragon's Nest. Ning Yi bowed immediately. Yes, Lord Doug. Then, under Su Bangxia's encouraging gaze, he addressed the gathered assembly of various races, both large and small. Dragon's Nest is divided into 4 tiers, among which, as Ning Yi's voice resonated, it ignited a wave of murmurs among the crowd, a cacophony of whispered discussions erupting. Observing the scene, Doug let out a cold chuckle. I initially thought, since you are to form the foundation of the Dragon's Nest tribe at Shattered Lion Ridge, it would be reasonable to allow you to start from the 3rd tier, given that you are not captives. However, your performance has greatly disappointed me. Thus, you shall commence from the 4th tier. Though Doug was not of towering stature, his gaze rendered the assembled members below him feel as though he were an insurmountable figure. Should you remain shackled by outdated notions, the vast oasis of Shattered Lion Ridge will be forever beyond your reach. I will send you back to your respective tribes. I am certain there are many in this desert eager to join us. The favor has been extended by Chieftain Gorjin. Should you fail to seize it, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Doug cast a cold, sweeping glance over the assembly of over 1,000 members. Furthermore, Shattered Lion Ridge is just beginning. Many positions remain unfilled, including that of overseer. Allow me to clarify. Any individual who reports actions detrimental to Dragon's Nest and Shattered Lion Ridge, supported by evidence, will be elevated directly to the 3rd tier. Those found guilty of such actions will face dire consequences. All partners or offspring will be executed. Performing your duties will guarantee survival. Working diligently earns merit, and reporting wrongdoings can also lead to accolades. As long as you achieve merit, you shall ascend to the 3rd tier. Management positions are exclusive to that tier. The opportunity has been granted by Dragon's Nest. Your future is in your own hands. Su Bangxia led these individuals to the designated residential area in the 4th tier, instructing them to clear their living space. Su Bangxia bowed respectfully, saying, as you wish. Lord Doug. Subsequently, in a cool voice, she addressed the newcomers. I am Su Bangxia from the 2nd tier of the Dragon's Nest. Please follow me. The newly arrived residents of the 4th tier left slowly behind Su Bangxia, their expressions filled with regret. They lamented their situation, having arrived in this place, where all were equally fallen. Why should there be such stark divisions? After all, they could all be part of the 3rd tier. According to the words of the humans from the second tier, the treatment in each tier was vastly different. Many members gradually began to realize this disparity. It was evident from the outset, during Doug's time as the leader of the Wolfman tribe, that this was a place indifferent to race. They also understood that here, loyalty outweighed ability. Chapter 131, Calling for a Father Figure. Ah, your tactics are quite intriguing. Doug observed Ning Yi with a glimmer of appreciation. Indeed, in this desolate expanse, survival necessitates the utmost cunning. Compassion may serve as a balm for the strong, yet for the weak, it is a poison that hastens demise. Ning Yi, I admire your resourcefulness. Ning Yi scratched his head, feeling bashful. Thank you for your praise, Lord Doug. I merely stand on the shoulders of giants, replicating their wisdom. He dismissed the notion of malice. He was no longer the naive mountain boy from Blue Star. Anyone who had survived in the wilderness until now had become a master of survival. Kindness had long been swept away into the refuse of the past. In this realm, those who were soft-hearted were deemed fools. The tasks ahead of you will be arduous. You too must swiftly select personnel to restore this city's production based on the Lyman's architecture. The chieftain has declared that Tsumai will plan the cultivation zones here, which will soon become the largest agricultural logistics base of Dragon's Nest. Furthermore, the chieftain has indicated that there is ample game available. You must organize hunting parties to deliver jerky and pelts back to Dragon's Nest. The Lord of Broken Lion Ridge is the formidable Lady Honi, and you are to assist her diligently. Ning Yi, being astute and now a member of the second tier, you must keep a close eye on these newcomers. Before the Dragon's Nest team arrives, there must not be a hint of disorder. Any signs of trouble must be reported to Lady Honi. Doug spoke coldly. It is better to wrongly eliminate 1,000 than to allow even one to escape. If necessary, all these newcomers can be purged. The oasis will never lack for populace. But chaos must not be tolerated. Ning Yi responded solemnly. Rest assured, Lord Doug. Having pledged our loyalty to the chieftain, her will shall be our sole guiding principle. Doug nodded. Besides the ogres, the only ones the chieftain can trust are us members of the second tier. Ning Yi, do well. And do not tarnish the sacred mark of the Stone of Destiny. Gorjin has returned. Honi, Steel, and the two newly joined ogres remained to guard Broken Lion Ridge. Steel, clad in heavy armor and wielding 3 machine guns, served as Honi's aide, while the 2 ordinary ogres provided support, ensuring that Broken Lion Ridge stood as firm as a mountain. The tribes that had previously allowed Dragon's Nest to dock for supplies displayed no further signs of panic. After all, panic served no purpose. Upon returning to Dragon's Nest, the city experienced noticeable changes. The 4th dwarven smelting furnace had been erected. The production area now endured daily high temperatures. Were it not for the dwarves' resilience to heat, it would be unbearable. A heavy transport airship and 2 brute escort vessels were nearing completion, expected to be operational in 3 to 5 days. The industrial sector was continuously transporting shells and ammunition to the warehouses. Presently, Dragon's Nest's standard firearm was the ambusher rifle. With the unification of weaponry and the establishment of a standard template, ammunition production became significantly more efficient. Gorjin's return brought a collective sigh of relief across all tiers of Dragon's Nest. He was the cornerstone of the entire community, as long as he was present. Even if merely resting, Dragon's Nest could operate smoothly and swiftly. Cash promptly submitted his resignation to Gorjin. It was time for him to return to his own tribe. He needed to discuss his recent experiences with his chieftain. Kalber immediately reported the progress of their work to Gorjin. Chieftain, I have been diligently expanding the construction, industry, and production of Dragon's Nest according to our established plans. With the influx of abundant resources from the Lyman's territory, we have erected another furnace and expanded the fur stitching workshop. The construction of 3 airships is nearing completion under the favorable conditions. Our oasis and the Lyman's territory will be completely interconnected, allowing for a continuous supply of resources. The development speed of Dragon's Nest will reach unprecedented heights. As he spoke, Kalber's honest face even displayed a hint of excitement. Compared to the former Great Sand City, the differences between Dragon's Nest and Great Sand were as vast as heaven and earth, and this gap was rapidly widening. Excellent work, Gorjin proclaimed as he settled into his armchair, acknowledging the elderly dwarf's efforts. Kalber beamed with pride, but then his smile faltered. Chieftain, I must address the fact that our manpower is currently insufficient to keep pace with the tribe's growth. Perhaps we should consider acquiring additional population? Doug's remark left Gorjin troubled. Really? I just returned from a trip and haven't even had the chance to enjoy it yet. Gorjin scratched his head. Well, perhaps you should think of a solution. Kalber and Doug exchanged glances, with Kalber giving Doug a knowing look. You have an idea? Doug's eyes flickered. Call for a father figure. Kalber's face twitched. Chieftain, perhaps you could consider which ogre lord might be convenient to accompany us. Gorjin nodded. That is certainly feasible. But we must remember that Dragon's Nest doesn't require just any race. What do you have in mind? Culber quickly replied, Chieftain, your wisdom is unmatched. What we lack most right now are craftsmen and laborers. For craftsmen, either dwarves or gnomes would suffice. We should avoid goblins as their loyalty is the hardest to secure in this desert. As for laborers, those with strength are preferred, be they orcs, taurens, or centaurs. Though humans can also be considered. Gorjin reclined in his chair. Then let us prioritize those whose loyalty is easier to obtain. Arrange for an airship to seek them out. And spread the word. Given the treatment in Dragon's Nest, those wandering races will surely flock to us. If all else fails, as Doug suggested, we could venture far to negotiate. All of Angry Tooth's subordinates were robust, and since he was their superior, he could accompany them if needed. However, nearby tribes were to be avoided. Our trade has just begun to flourish, and stirring up trouble with them would be detrimental. Culber immediately bowed. Understood, Chieftain. I shall attend to it at once. Very well, go ahead, Doug. Ensure you execute the tasks assigned to you. Yes, Chief. Gorjin waved his hand, and the dwarf and the Gorjin exited. As soon as the two departed, they began to brawl. Culber had Doug in a chokehold. Come on, scream daddy for me. Chapter 132. I am merely a blacksmith. Why do they seek me? Gorjin's return heralded further upheaval and adjustments within Dragon's Roost. The arcane engine and gnome wrench were entrusted to Culber, who required these tools to craft a fully functional mechanical construct with superior defenses and ample firepower. The cultivation soil derivative generator was allocated to Tsumai, a master's degree holder from the Agricultural Academy. She experienced a timely shift in mindset, gaining Gorjin's recognition for her capabilities. Under her stewardship, the planting area was meticulously organized with the help of several dwarves, earning Gorjin the approval of Kegger following the recent bountiful harvest. In the face of reality and ideals, she heeded Zyrunhong's advice and chose survival. Her current ambition was to obtain the stone seal. However, Gorjin remained indifferent. As he only required her to excel in her planting endeavors, her loyalty was of little consequence. The combination of the spring water basin and cultivation soil derivative generator was akin to a maker of oases. After entrusting these two devices to Tsumai, Gorjin could not afford to neglect her. At the very least, one of the female dwarves in her company belonged to the second tier. Recognizing the potential for conflict, Doug deemed it necessary to maintain secrecy regarding this formidable weapon to avoid attracting the covetous eyes of rival factions. He conveyed this notion to Gorjin, who burst into laughter. There's no need for secrecy. I intend to broadcast our strength far and wide. Are we not in need of slaves? Let them come. Doug immediately grasped Gorjin's intention. To uphold the tribe's reputation, Dragon's Roost would refrain from attacking nearby factions. Yet if they dared to intrude and steal, annihilating an entire clan would be quite justified. Wouldn't it? Capturing able-bodied individuals for slavery seemed reasonable, and bringing females to the pleasure house for clientele was equally justifiable. Such actions would not tarnish Dragon's Roost's reputation. The construction of 3 airships was completed, and they began to be outfitted with weaponry. The dwarven arms industry commenced mass production of standardized weapons and armor. Unlike the Patrol Defender, armor equipped by the patrol teams, the new armor consisted of fewer components, was simpler to don, and easy to repair. The protection at vital points was nearly double that of the Patrol Defender. Most importantly, this armor utilized the tendons of magical beasts at its joints, enhancing its adaptability to the wearer's physique. This new armor was named Dragon Roost Fang, and the over 1,000 robust males from various races would serve as the fangs of Dragon's Roost, ready to unleash their ferocity when necessary. With the airships fully equipped, the rotational shipping routes resumed operations, and the Shattered Lion Ridge route was officially opened. As dwarven operators were assigned to the 3 airships, the number of dwarven craftsmen in Dragon's Roost dwindled once more. Culber, facing necessity, selected a few older and more robust juvenile dwarves to serve as helpers. The elder dwarves were now fretting to the point of chapping their lips. They needed to dispatch craftsmen with 4th-tier members to construct patrol stations and beacon towers within Dragon's Roost territory. They also required craftsmen to bring supplies for constructing docking towers in the neighboring tribes. Every position within Dragon's Roost needed manpower, yet these tasks were essential. I'm just a hammer wielder. Why do they come to me? The elder dwarf, who was fervently forging, nearly overturned the forge station in frustration. I'm merely a laborer. What can I do? The junior managers exchanged glances. Though they were all second tier, they dared not speak up. Go find that foolish dog. He's the one who's always yapping. You should go to him. But that was precisely the task assigned by Doug. One of the junior managers mustered the courage to speak up. Bang! Culber slammed his hammer onto the forge. I will go find him. Enraged, Culber stormed out of the forge area and spotted Doug conversing with a member of the construction team. He yanked the Gorjin over, his eyes blazing red. "You're the one giving orders. I'm just here to work. Why are you making things difficult for me?" Doug blinked. What else with the outburst? "Have you eaten something foul? Why the rage? Stop your nonsense. Look around. Aside from the little dwarves, no one here is idle. We need manpower here. And there are fewer members there. Where am I supposed to steal dwarves from for you? Why can't we utilize the other races in Dragon's Roost?" Culber was quite irate. Doug remained calm, gesturing around. "Take a look. Can you find a single idle person here?" Culber turned to see the entire city bustling with activity, where even a trip to the restroom required a sprint. Indeed, Dragon's Roost had maximized its available manpower. "I don't care. The operations are expanding rapidly. And all plans are unfolding simultaneously. You're clever, so figure it out. I'm responsible for execution." Culber's anger subsided significantly upon realizing the situation. "Aren't you always going on about various animals in the team? What about the mountain tiger, the agile leopard, and the far-sighted eagle? You proposed this. You need to solve it." "I'm just a hammer. I don't think you do." Doug shrugged. "I'm just a gatekeeper. Stop talking nonsense. I see you're just a troublemaker." Culber smirked, then exhaled. "All right, troublemaker. You need to come up with a plan. Many work progressions are severely lagging, and we absolutely cannot disturb the chief over this matter." Doug freed himself from Culber's grasp, placing his hands behind his back. "Of course, you think I've been idle? I'm quite busy myself, you know." With his hands clasped behind his back, Doug replied, "Just wait. In a few days, our manpower shortage will be significantly alleviated." Culber, aware of Doug's character, understood he would never jest about serious matters and nodded. "Good. Do it quickly." Doug wore a mysterious smile. Ha 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 ha. He had to admit that the ideas from Ning Yi and his 5 companions had provided him with much inspiration. For instance, the temporary solutions to the tribe's manpower shortage stemmed from their insights. Meanwhile, Gongbing had lost his position as the manager of gnome technology, replaced by the bear gnome. The bear gnome, the bloodline ruler of the gnomes, had finally ascended to power. However, this was merely a temporary arrangement. If he could not demonstrate his loyalty, he would either be relegated to the 4th tier or outright expelled. Even so, the rules of Dragon's Roost appeared somewhat lenient in this desolate wasteland. Gorjin established the grand regulations, while the finer details were refined through mutual assistance among the Stone Seal cooperative groups. Dragon's Roost now lacked neither resources nor sustenance, rendering the necessity for ruthless extermination obsolete. Chapter 133, 2 Classic Dishes. Master Gorjin was particularly busy today, having returned to his kitchen after a long absence. During this period, Chumai provided a portion of the crops, while Gorjin exchanged some spices and rare materials in the World Channel. He was solely responsible for the sumptuous feast for the 2 ogres, which posed no challenge. Now, the individuals in the World Channel, as the treasure chests they opened increased in level, began to yield green and blue items, resulting in a rise in both quantity and rarity of ingredients. Unlike the treasure chests within the tribes, which guaranteed a yield, the randomly spawning chests in the wild brought an element of unpredictability. At the very least, the treasure chests within the tribes ensured a 100 yield, with the worst outcome being the simultaneous appearance of both the chest monster and the treasure itself. And the quality of the items from these tribal chests was generally superior to those randomly generated in the wild. Gorjin had not encountered any bizarre items from the numerous tribal chests. The advantages were evident, as were the disadvantages, particularly the high difficulty in obtaining items. The randomly spawning chests in the wilderness were purely a matter of luck. The endless desert continually refreshed these chests, offering many but lacking any guarantees. It could only be said that if something was acquired, it would at least justify the existence of the chest. Of course, the monsters that emerged were equally deserving of the chest. Gorjin was always generous with his ingredients. Today he planned to prepare 2 dishes, one of which would undoubtedly whet the appetites of the pregnant tribeswomen. The patrol team returned with 2 complete desert wild donkeys, creatures that wielded 2 earth-based spells and possessed a stubborn temperament, preferring death over submission. Otherwise, they would have made excellent mounts. Skinning, deboning, and butchering these animals were tasks that Gorjin no longer needed to undertake himself. The oasis provided wild vegetables, which grew rapidly like chives, sprouting in succession. Gorjin once again emptied his cold storage. Notably, he had procured Dabanjiang from Pishian and Hot Pot Base, and in substantial quantities. Had it not been for Gorjin's long-term acquisition efforts, the individual who obtained these items would have been left in tears from dehydration. Gorjin had not been stingy, generously offering a dragon's fist and 3 shells in return. Both parties felt it was a fair exchange. Gorjin was particularly generous this time because he had ample spices. And most importantly, he possessed the ogre's culinary tome, which could transform these ingredients into bountiful rewards. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in such trade. Although he lacked scallions, ginger, and garlic, Chumai found suitable substitutes, producing a similar flavor. Once the preparations were complete, Gorjin commenced his cooking. The other ogres eagerly awaited outside, their eyes fixated on the kitchen, while only the 2 pregnant female ogres were permitted to sit inside. Following tradition, he heated oil until it shimmered. The meat was sliced and marinated with salt. An indeterminate egg was cracked and blended in, followed by a dusting of cornstarch. In a hot pan with cool oil, he placed the meat to sear until tender before setting it aside, retaining a layer of oil in the pan. He sautéed the Piscian de Banjiang and hot pot base until fragrant, followed by the aromatic explosion of scallions, ginger, and garlic. He seasoned with light soy sauce and dark soy sauce for color, adding water and salt. Once the water boiled, he briefly blanched the vegetables before placing them in a bowl, which could be considered large for an ogre. He then simmered the meat in the broth, retrieving it to lay atop the vegetables, pouring in just enough broth to slightly submerge the meat. Scallions, ginger, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, and chilies were arranged in the center of the meat, and hot oil was poured over to release an enticing aroma. Thus, the dish known as water-boiled meat slices was completed. For the second dish, Gorjin intended to make mao shui wang. In terms of flavor and preparation, the 2 dishes were fundamentally similar. However, Gorjin would not have chosen this dish if given the option. Yet, he had no choice. The available spices dictated the dish he could prepare. Nevertheless, within the realm of Huaxia cuisine, Gorjin was not picky, aside from dishes featuring various insects. However, outside of that culinary sphere, he was quite selective. Ordinary ogres, too, were not exempt. The mere aroma of the water-boiled meat slices sent them into a frenzy, salivating uncontrollably. Again, he sautéed the Piscian de Banjiang and hot pot base until fragrant, followed by the same aromatic blend of scallions, ginger, and garlic, along with light and dark soy sauces. This time, the primary ingredient was not meat. Lacking duck blood, he utilized donkey blood instead, which was equally delectable. The preparation of blood blocks was simple and waste-free. Other ingredients were straightforward. Donkey tripe would serve as the star of the dish. Once the tripe swirled in the pot, it reached the tenderest state. A generous layer of bean sprouts was spread across a basin, into which he placed the blocks of donkey blood and tripe, followed by an appropriate amount of broth. Scallions, ginger, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, and chilies were heated in oil to release their fragrance. Thus, mao shui wang was officially completed. It was a pity there was no rice. Paired with rice, this dish would have been a true delight. Consuming it alone would hardly suffice. So Gorjin thoughtfully chopped the meat into small pieces for the pregnant tribeswomen. He filled 2 large iron bowls with shredded meat, enough to serve as a meal. Ha! A splendid feast had arrived. The only time Gorjin would willingly cook and serve was during their pregnancy. Although not his own, these were the offspring of his tribe, who would soon grow into loyal and formidable ogres. They longed to dig in, but restrained themselves. With limited options, they could only savor the mao shui wang and water-boiled meat slices. Ha! This is what you deserve. Gorjin was delighted. The dishes he prepared had become increasingly refined. No longer the rudimentary fare of the past. That had been an insult. Even as a humble chef in a small eatery before he had been born, he had his standards. What could be called a dish if it was merely a haphazard mix of whatever was available? Chapter 134, 2 Rewards. Gorjin shot a warning glance at the fools outside before returning to his room. The aroma wafting through the air even caused the 2 thunder lizards lying on either side of the door to sniff eagerly. Spicy it may be, but the fragrant allure was irresistible. However, Gorjin had made it abundantly clear that this feast was exclusive to the pregnant tribeswomen. No one else was permitted to partake. He himself would not indulge. One reason was that he had already tasted the flavors during preparation, and the other was to set an example. He refrained from eating, ensuring that the other tribespeople dared not touch the food. Only the 2 pregnant ogres relished their meal, savoring the once dry jerky alongside the 2 large bowls of classic Sichuan dishes, which were exceptionally delectable. These 2 even left not a drop of broth behind, cleaning their bowls completely. This left those waiting outside to lick the plates feeling quite disgruntled. Yet, they could do nothing, as they lacked the same privileges. They even dared not provoke the 2 pregnant ogres. Any female in her pregnancy or nurturing phase would enter a protective mode, their combat prowess surging, especially for ogres. Meanwhile, Gorjin comfortably lay on his bed, contemplating his 2 rewards. Dish, water-boiled meat slices. Reward, command aura, a passive skill akin to an aura. Upon activation, you will possess a command aura with a range of 100 meters, granting you and the creatures loyal to you an enhancement of attack power by 10. Dish, spicy blood pot. Reward, compass golden falcon, a species of raptor known for its astonishing speed and photographic memory. Ability, compass positioning. Compass positioning allows the user to locate a specified race of creature that has never been seen before, usable once every 10 days. Beneath Gorjin's feet, A luminous aura emerged, gradually brightening and then fading like a breath, harmonizing with the focused aura. A crisp call echoed from his shoulder. A golden feathered raptor, with its hooked beak, perched upon him. As Gorjin turned to behold it, the creature tilted its head, gazing back at him, then affectionately rubbed its beak against his cheek. Though referred to as a falcon, Gorjin estimated its height to be at least a meter, with a wingspan extending to a minimum of 3 meters. It could justifiably be called an eagle, given its glistening claws, which indicated a formidable attack power. Most importantly, Gorjin sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from the bird, suggesting it was indeed a magical beast. As Gorjin himself possessed active skills, he was attuned to these magical fluctuations. The creature's bright, intelligent eyes hinted at a notable intellect. This was merely the beginning, for the falcon's displayed ability was remarkable. According to the description, it served as a locator for a specified race, usable once every 10 days. He could first use it to identify all the ogres within his tribe, then designate it to search for wandering ogres. With a 10-day cooldown, it was the epitome of a reliable means for expanding his kin. Tears of joy brimmed in Gorjin's eyes. He felt as if he could finally increase the population of the Dragon's Roost tribe within his lifetime. With this creature, restoring the tribe's numbers to their former glory was merely a modest objective, although it could only seek one target at a time. There was no certainty that wandering ogres were singular in nature. For instance, in a previous encounter, he had managed to recruit 2 kin after a hearty meal, both of whom contributed 2 portions of loyal kin power. However, these 2 were rather frail, offering minimal enhancement to his strength. With the falcon at his side, Gorjin felt an invigorating drive to venture forth. Indeed, he regarded all tasks requiring him to leave his comforts solely as business trips. He scrambled to his feet, hastening toward the exit, while the compass golden falcon remained steadfastly anchored to his shoulder, regardless of his movements. Outside, the ogres continued their raucous revelry, the tantalizing aroma in the air tantalizing their palates as they ferociously gnawed on dried meat, seeking solace for their spirits. In a brief moment, the compass golden falcon had acquainted itself with all present kin. Gorjin, still somewhat uncertain, inquired, "Have you memorized them all?" The falcon emitted a sharp call, cocking its head before giving another chirp. With the mention of its photographic memory, Gorjin comprehended its meaning. Subsequently, he prepared the Fearless to set sail, intending to take the compass golden falcon to Giant Sand City to familiarize it with the 3 ogres residing there. He would temporarily forego meeting his mother and Steel. After identifying the Giant Sand City ogres, he planned to have the falcon search for other wandering ogres. The distance from Shattered Lion Ridge was substantial, so he doubted the likelihood of encountering any there. Gorjin felt uncertain, but reassured himself that time was on his side. Just as Gorjin set out, a team of trolls accompanied by a human contingent approached. Upon entering the territory of Dragon's Roost, they were spotted by the patrol team, who instructed them to lower their weapons and follow to Dragon's Roost City. "Is this Dragon's Roost City?" spoke Zuriman, the golden-haired troll from the Sand Spear tribe, flanked by 30 troll headhunters, all of whom had surrendered their weapons. They were indeed truthful. The human leader, Rafe, could not help but marvel. It was his first encounter with a city devoid of walls. The Wolfman captain of the patrol, neither condescending nor overly welcoming, stated plainly, "You will remain here. I shall inform Lord Dag. Remember, do not move recklessly. It could lead to misunderstandings." "Of course, we will remain still," Rafe promptly replied. Both he and Zuriman could easily overpower the Wolfman, yet they dared not make a move. Even if the Wolfman thrust its vulnerable parts toward their weapons, they would hastily evade. This exceptionally well-equipped patrol could effortlessly annihilate any of their groups. Such armaments were unattainable for their entire tribe, while Dragon's Roost provided each member of the patrol with a full set. This was their first profound impression of Dragon's Roost. The 5 smelting furnaces, exhaling smoke and radiating heat, stood in perfect alignment, with machinery continuously feeding sand into them, producing glowing red iron materials. All members appeared busily engaged. Despite nearly 100 of them standing there, not a single Dragon's Roost member passing by could spare a moment to acknowledge them. Gigantic airship frames and gondola structures were being assembled in the production area, with new airships under construction. The architecture was uniformly crafted from dark bricks, and while everyone was industrious, the scene exuded an unexpected orderliness, imparting a sense of meticulous organization. A corpulent wolfman sauntered out with his hands clasped behind his back. "Welcome to Dragon's Roost, workers." Chapter 135, The Worker System. The concept of working was inspired by Ning Yi and others, a strategy that Gorjin contemplated sharing with his kin. However, when he presented this idea to Gorjin, the latter remained noncommittal. While such a policy could work temporarily, its long-term viability involved numerous considerations. Nevertheless, The ogres in the core area and the second-tier stamp recipients formed the foundation of Dragon's Roost. As for the others, if Dag wished to engage in such endeavors, he was free to do so. Gorjin had once attempted to ponder these matters, but ultimately deemed it unnecessary. If the individuals below were willing to devise solutions, it would be overly burdensome for him to deliberate as well. Continuous contemplation could also be a form of fatigue. Why not relax, enjoy life, cook, and open chests to gather kin to bolster his strength? Life could be quite comfortable. Why trouble oneself with such complexities? Of course, personal strength was essential to serve as a stabilizing force capable of resolving any situation that might arise. In truth, with the rapid expansion of Dragon's Roost, various military assets were being constructed to maintain this stability. Gorjin could not deny that he felt a twinge of urgency. However, it was merely a fleeting sensation. Yet, it was this slight sense of urgency that propelled Gorjin to follow the compass golden falcon in search of kin. For Gorjin, whether it was opening chests or cooking, this form of enhancement bore substantial instability. However, under the aegis of the power of loyal kin, augmenting the number of kin emerges as the most steadfast and effective means of empowerment. Not only does it yield an enhancement equivalent to 1/10 of the collective strength of the kin, but it also bestows upon one an absolutely loyal kin. Moreover, this kin can utilize Ogre, thereby fortifying both oneself and one's clan. It is a strategy both prudent and efficacious. Most significantly, Gorjin perceives that as Longqi continues to grow ever more formidable, the breadth of its trade and reputation will inevitably attract the attention of more powerful factions. While he harbors confidence in his own and his mother's capabilities, this does not impede his relentless pursuit of strength. The moment he can lie at rest, instilling trepidation in any adversaries will be the true essence of repose. Although the pinnacle of power rests solely with him and his mother, he intends to convey a message to the outside world. His domain is vast, and while support may be delayed, one might gain a fleeting advantage. Yet he will inevitably catch up and upend their ancestral graves. The lion folk of the former Leonard Oasis serve as vivid exemplars of this truth. This matter will be propagated by those subordinate tribes and the powers along the Oasis route. Doug led this eclectic assembly of humans and trolls as they surveyed their impending workplace. With this manpower, many dwarves would transition from the most mundane tasks to foundational positions. All efforts would be directed towards basic physical labor, whether it be transporting finished goods or gathering firewood and sand. Such endeavors are marginally superior to those of the fourth tier. After all, they are here to work, not to be enslaved. Doug would not permit them to partake in any core tasks, ensuring that these individuals would not acquire any skills. This is the work you are to undertake. Do you have anything else to add? Doug inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, equally devoid of any airs of superiority. Doug felt a sense of grandeur was warranted. Although he was a wolfman, he could now transform into a werewolf, assisting his master in managing the expansive Longqi city. Simplicity is key. Everyone is here to work. If any issues arise, it is best to address them upfront to avoid future discord. Rafe raised his hand. Lord Doug, we assure you we can perform our duties well, but I wish to confirm whether the promised compensation will indeed be fulfilled. Doug replied matter-of-factly. Naturally, the esteemed Chief Gorjin is a man of his word. This is a tradition of Longqi. You will work 8 hours a day in 3 shifts, receiving 3 meals daily, with guaranteed access to basic water. Each day, you will earn a Longqi coin and a certain number of Longqi contribution points. The contribution points will determine the level of items you can purchase, while Longqi coins will serve as your currency. Provided you have sufficient contribution points, you may use your Longqi coins to acquire any desired item. Of course, you may also opt to forego the Longqi coins and contribution points, and we will exchange them for equivalent valued goods. Doug produced a copper Longqi coin from his pocket, displaying the visage of Gorjin on one side and Horny on the other. Zulliman and Rafe exchanged glances and promptly opted for the Longqi coins and contribution points. Being part of the Oasis factions, who would labor for mere goods, it was all about accumulating contribution points and Longqi coins to exchange for techniques and items unavailable to their tribes. Furthermore, working 8 hours a day without concerns about food and water, while also receiving Longqi coins and supplies, was far more comfortable than hunting in their tribes. I will establish a dedicated position to record your work, Doug continued. Longqi does not require you to exert yourselves unduly. Simply perform your duties as expected. Outside of working hours, your freedom will not be curtailed. You may roam freely, except in core areas, the second tier, and the major factory zones. In summary, complete the assigned tasks, and as long as you adhere to our rules, you may pursue your own activities. Doug surveyed the attentive trolls and humans. Zulliman shook his head. We have no issues. Rafe quickly echoed. The arrangements by the Longqi tribe are quite reasonable, and we have no objections. Doug nodded and waved his hand behind him. Several wolfmen promptly approached, carrying baskets. These signify your identity and will serve as your means of sustenance, Doug explained, lifting a uniquely shaped bowl for the workers. The ogres here will not recognize you as laborers. They only acknowledge this bowl. You must carry it with you at all times. No one knows who you are. They only recognize the bowl. If you lose it, your lives may very well be at risk. Do you understand? Suleiman and Rafe nodded solemnly, comprehending the gravity of the situation. After all, the myriad races inhabiting this desert often appear strikingly alike to one another. Face blindness is indeed the norm. Especially when it comes to ogres, their ability to remember this bowl is a testament to Gorjin's repeated instructions. Aside from a select few members who frequently accompany Gorjin, the rest, including those from the second tier, possess similar bowls. For the vast majority, recognizing faces is impossible. Recognizing bowls suffices. Those without bowls could easily be consumed. Chapter 136. Longchi Coins and Selection of Personnel. With no further issues at hand, Suleiman and Rafe began distributing the bowls that represented their respective identities. They dispersed to their designated workstations, engaging in simple, yet indispensable foundational tasks. Their temporary accommodations were also being hastily constructed. The Longchi tribe places considerable value on its workers. Should this model take shape and function sustainably, Longchi would no longer need to exert effort coordinating with distant tribes. Gorjin is well aware of the entire scheme regarding Longchi coins and contribution points. In fact, he himself finalized the template for the Longchi coins, with the sole stipulation that robust anti-counterfeiting measures be implemented. Doug is equally invested in the minting of Longchi coins. He convened a meeting with Culber to finalize the anti-counterfeiting insignia. This not only concerns the complexity of the imprint, but also features a circle of 20 notches surrounding the coin, symbolizing that the esteemed Chief Gorjin has turned 20 this year. Doug and Culber decided that the minting of Longchi coins would correspond with the chief's age. Most importantly, during the minting process, a minuscule shard of scale would be embedded within the Longchi coin. This shard could only be inserted when the coin was on the brink of cooling and solidifying. If placed too early, the shard would ignite and vanish. If too late, it would be impossible to incorporate it. The positioning of this shard is also critical, as it must traverse through the imprint horizontally. Should any faction attempt to melt down the Longchi coins, the shard would disintegrate alongside the coin. To authenticate the Longchi coin, one merely needs to slice it open vertically and inspect for any severed scale fragments within. Crucially, these scales originate from the thunder lizard, a creature devoid of fur, entirely cloaked in scales. Each day, the thunder lizards shed their scales, and the three-headed juvenile thunder lizards, as they grow, also undergo a shedding and replacement of their scales. These scales have been diligently collected by Doug and his team. Should anyone attempt to replicate this, acquiring thunder lizard scales presents a significant challenge. The thunder lizards, living in tightly knit communities, possess a fierce territorial instinct. Those lacking strength are struck down by lightning before they can even approach. Naturally, even if someone were to successfully annihilate a group of thunder lizards and replicate their scales, trading for goods in Longchi would still be impossible. The ogres may be indifferent to individuals, but Doug is not. Moreover, he is acutely aware of the quantity of Longchi coins he himself has minted. Furthermore, without Longchi contribution points accompanying the Longchi coins, the effort would be futile. Exchanging them would yield nothing more than a meager amount of food, rendering the endeavor unworthy. To earn contribution points, one must diligently engage in labor. Alternatively, akin to cash, one could forge a friendship with the chieftain and continuously introduce new clientele. Having dealt with this matter, Doug promptly turned his attention to the next task at hand. He barely had time to curry favor with the chieftain. The enterprise had expanded significantly, and with Culber overseeing the dwarven military, Doug found himself solely responsible for logistical coordination. He pushed open the grand doors of the Flare Pavilion, an act he was undertaking for the first time. Observing the slightly bewildered staff, Doug scanned the room. Ladies and gentlemen, the Grand Flare Pavilion outside has been completed. Please expedite the relocation of your belongings. He paused momentarily before continuing. Now that Longchi has entered a stable phase, we shall welcome a diverse influx of newcomers. And it is time for all of you to contribute to Longchi and the chieftain. The staff within the Flare Pavilion fell silent. Although they had anticipated this day and prepared themselves mentally, the reality of its arrival left them somewhat disheartened. There is no need for such expressions, Doug reassured them. The chieftain has cared for you well during this time, providing sustenance without the burden of labor or exposure to the elements, which is a fair consideration. He continued, since absolute loyalty cannot be assured, it is best for you to depart. The Grand Flare Pavilion in the Market District houses some newcomers. You shall not be alone. Only the managers of the Flare Pavilion, including Karen, the Lord of Giant Sand City, had received the coveted rock seal. Suddenly, Doug shifted his tone. In light of your service to the chieftain, I am willing to extend another opportunity. I will designate 6 attendants exclusively for the chieftain. Whoever obtains the rock seal before nightfall shall become the chieftain's personal servant. Doug chuckled. I understand time may be of the essence for you, but, he added with a hint of indifference, Karen had already informed you of this matter some time ago, had she not? Do not mistake my resolve for cruelty. This is your final chance. If you cannot seize it, then return to your duties as attendants. Now all staff, gather your belongings and promptly report to the Flare Pavilion in the Market District, Doug declared before turning and exiting through the grand doors. Just as he left, Siumai returned with a female dwarf, seemingly to retrieve something. Upon witnessing the scene, her face turned pale. Doug waved his hand dismissively. No need for concern. The chieftain has given specific instructions. Your focus should be on the planting area. You must promptly transfer the necessary techniques to the female dwarf, as you are to head to the Shattered Lion Ridge, where there lies a larger oasis. Your forthcoming task is to establish an even more extensive planting zone there. Siumai's expression lightened. Her efforts and transformations had not been in vain. The chieftain had taken notice. Overwhelmed with emotion, she nearly wept with joy. In that moment, the imposing figure of Gorjin loomed larger in her heart. Only those who have experienced despair can comprehend what that feeling entails. For the denizens of Blue Star, venturing into the sea is not an insurmountable ordeal, provided the other party is human. However, in such a place, devoid of any familiar faces, it is indeed daunting. Doug paid no further mind to the attendants of the Flare Pavilion and departed. He intended to select 6 attendants specifically to serve the chieftain that evening. In truth, the odds of selection were still quite favorable for the veteran attendants. With only 12 seasoned staff members, and with Karen now serving as Lord and Siumai focused on agriculture, selecting 6 from 10 was not entirely hopeless. The only one who appeared particularly troubled was the orc attendant. Ever since the arrival of these elf and human attendants, she had not participated in serving the chieftain for quite some time. Indeed, if she lacked the rock seal, Doug would have never considered her. Chapter 137. The Flare Pavilion officially opens. Siumai, with a pleading gaze, addressed Xiaowan Hong. You will surely need assistance at Shattered Lion Ridge. Could you take me along? I can be of help, and I am quite resilient. Siumai gritted her teeth. Sister Hong, I am merely an attendant. These dwarves were assigned by the chieftain. I have no authority in the selection. Siumai, I implore you. If they were all human, I would have no qualms about serving clients. But Xiaowan Hong did not finish her thought. Within the entire Longqi faction, including the natives, there were few humans. The majority were bizarre and foreign beings. No one could guarantee that there wouldn't be those interested in them. Siumai felt a pang of internal conflict. She held deep gratitude for Xiaowan Hong. Had it not been for her comforting words and encouragement, Siumai would not have adjusted her mindset so swiftly, nor would she have reached her current position. Her planting team had now expanded to 5 members, including herself. I can only consult Lord Doug, but Sister Hong, do not hold out too much hope. Siumai ventured to find Doug, her heart filled with trepidation. Doug glanced at her left arm and responded succinctly, without even a rock seal. You lack the standing to make demands. When you ascend to the 2nd tier, then we may discuss this matter again. Given your contributions of materials to the chieftain, I shall refrain from punishing you this time. Should you overstep again, however, Doug's gaze darkened. With her head bowed, Siumai returned to the Flare Pavilion, acutely aware of the privileges and superiority of the 2nd tier. A yearning surged within her. She too desired the rock seal. Upon witnessing Siumai's expression, Xiaowan Hong understood there was no hope left and sank despondently to the ground. He Qinqing felt similarly. She could only pray to be chosen, as she held some confidence in her appearance. The Flare Pavilion in the Market District was a relatively grand structure, standing 7 meters tall, with a spacious hall and numerous rooms of varying sizes surrounding it. 2 large lanterns, dyed red from animal hides, hung at the entrance, casting a warm red glow when torches were lit inside at night. It was still the idea of Ning Yi and his companions, and Doug, standing at the entrance of the Charm Pavilion in the marketplace, couldn't help but marvel. Had Ning Yi and his crew not arrived much later than himself, his position might indeed have been in jeopardy. These few humans were remarkably adept at stirring things up. The Charm Pavilion was no longer merely staffed by the old servers. Doug had filled it with numerous females from various races, although they were predominantly from the more common ones. It had certainly become quite lively. Among them was also the lioness who had been brought back earlier. She had been utterly defeated in the battle at Shattered Lion Ridge, her dignity trampled, and her spine metaphorically stripped away. There was even a daughter of a Lion King present, who could be considered the princess of the Leonard Oasis. Alas, she could now only serve clients here. As Doug entered, the 10 servers awaited him. Observing their still pristine left arms, Doug shook his head in dismay. Look at you. Given opportunities, and yet you squander them. I shall have to make my own selections. He promptly chose 4 graceful elves, and then called for a drow. Although the drow's skin was somewhat darker, one could not deny her superior figure and beauty. Being the chief's sycophant, he was well aware of the chief's preferences. Now only one last server remained to be chosen. Doug surveyed the individuals around him, then shifted his gaze to other members of the charm pavilion. In truth, Doug was quite tempted to select the lioness princess. Though it would be cruel for her, it would be exhilarating for the victor. The age-old adage to the victor go the spoils held true across all races. However, considering the chief's aversion to those furry-faced individuals, Doug ultimately decided against it. The best candidates for servers were indeed from the dark races, yet succubi and drow were scarce in the vicinity. Corrine had approached him herself. While the drow had previously come with a merchant caravan composed entirely of female drow. However, these individuals were formidable in their own right, and after the battle, only one had willingly surrendered. Gorjin would not risk the lives of his kin for the sake of capturing a drow. There was a significant difference between killing and capturing alive. It shall be you, Doug declared, pointing at He Qingqing after a thorough scan. You seem to be the one the chief might find suitable. Xiao Ruan's face turned ashen, while He Qingqing was overwhelmed with tears of joy. Doug disregarded their thoughts and left with 6 designated servers for the chief. Behind the charm pavilion, a small row of houses served as their quarters, allowing them to await the chief's summons at any moment. That night, the first shift of workers clocked out while the second shift began. Doug assigned a werewolf as the overseer. Wages and contribution records were settled daily. They had their names recorded, with contribution points noted beside them, and the dragon roost coins distributed accordingly. Only those who had finished their shifts were afforded the opportunity to explore the areas they could visit, carrying their meager bowls with them. The Grand Charm Pavilion was an alluring sight, with 2 large red lanterns at the entrance casting a warm glow. The bonfire inside illuminated the entire establishment. Suleiman and Rafe stood curiously at the entrance. What is this place? It seems to be filled with females. Should we ask the overseer? Let's go. Moments later, both returned with peculiar expressions. Such a place exists? Should we give it a try? Let's go. At the entrance, a goblin stood ready, responsible for collecting fees and overseeing operations. You can only choose one, and for a maximum of half an hour. Pay up. The goblin extended his hand. Suleiman and Rafe handed over a freshly acquired dragon roost coin. You may enter. If they refuse or resist, inform me, and an ogre will handle it. The goblin opened the door wide. As Suleiman and Rafe stepped inside, half an hour later, they emerged with expressions that hinted at their experiences. What did you choose? Suleiman asked. An elf, and you? Rafe replied. Suleiman chuckled. I picked the lioness princess. Rafe exclaimed. The lioness princess? How did you know? Suleiman grinned. While you were rushing about, I naturally inquired. Though she may be a bit furry, it feels quite satisfying. They had been so reckless in our tribe. They deserve it. Rafe declared. Then I shall choose her tomorrow as well. The lion folk had caused quite a ruckus in our city. The two exchanged knowing glances, chuckling. Upon returning to his room, Suleiman suddenly realized his folly and slapped himself sharply. Suleiman, how could you squander the hard-earned rewards of a day's labor in such a place? Did you not wish to grow stronger? Were you not aiming to bring something back to the tribe? Where is your ambition? He struck himself again. You ought to be ashamed. Chapter 138, The Supply Exchange Office of Yiku. On the 3rd day after Gorjin's departure, Cash returned with his merchant caravan once more. Orcs, being a carnivorous tribe, were capable of amassing furs over time. However, if it were merely furs, it would not be worth the journey. Yet, he was not alone. He had brought along another orc merchant caravan from the Shattered Tooth clan, hailing from a different oasis. Their tusks were relatively smaller, but they possessed 2 additional smaller tusks compared to the average orc. This was the hallmark of the Shattered Tooth clan. Their molars were sturdier, boasting enhanced biting power, allowing them to chew small bones into powder. The Shattered Tooth clan was considered a neighbor to their Chew Bone tribe, maintaining a good relationship and frequently exchanging resources. This time, the Shattered Tooth caravan arrived at the Chew Bone tribe with the intention of traveling together for trade. The journey to the Dragon Roost tribe was merely 5 or 6 days, and the significant commotion at the Dragon Roost tribe had certainly caught the attention of their hunting team. However, they had only seen the drifting airships and the steam patrol vehicles from a distance and were unaware of the events transpiring within. Nonetheless, they sensed that something significant must have occurred. The exquisite equipment and war instruments they observed evoked a sense of unease within them. Thus, they sought to join forces with Chew Bone for the journey. However, to their surprise, Cash, who was preparing for the next trade, erupted in laughter upon hearing this. He elaborated to the leader of the Shattered Tooth clan about what the Dragon Roost truly was. The leader of the Shattered Tooth caravan appeared bewildered but, bolstered by Cash's assurance of Orcish honor, ultimately decided to accompany him. Of course, the chief of Chew Bone also confirmed that the Dragon Roost had indeed conducted trade with them, which was the primary reason for the Shattered Tooth caravan leader's willingness to follow. This time, however, Gorjin was absent, and Doug was the one to receive them. Without even mentioning the shock the still expanding city imparted on the orcs of the Shattered Tooth clan. The mere fact that a werewolf was currently issuing commands left them feeling utterly blind. This desert hyena possesses such capabilities? The orcs were straightforward, their eyes revealing their disbelief. And Doug could easily discern their astonishment. However, Doug remained indifferent. What level are you, and what level am I? It would be madness for me to concern myself with such trivialities. Cash was well aware that this corpulent individual had the capability to transform into a werewolf. He held no disdain for this ward. In his eyes, the creature was not merely Gorjin's dog, but also the grand overseer of Longqi City. Doug led them to the market district, where a resource exchange station was established. They needed to convert their goods into an equivalent value of Longqi coins before they could purchase the items they desired. Doug was urgently constructing a relatively comprehensive monetary system. And at the helm of the resource exchange was a human woman named Yeko. She was one of the two females in Ning Ye's group. According to Yeko, she had previously held a subordinate leadership position at a bank, making her somewhat familiar with such matters. Doug's monetary system was largely based on ideas she provided. Just like Ning Yi and his partner, the remaining 3 members had gradually acquired the rock seal. Yeko was one of them. She had endured the harshness of survival in the desert, witnessed the fates of her fellow humans, Xiao Wanhong and He Qingqing, and gained profound insights. In any world, one must pay a corresponding price to obtain what one desires. If one cannot offer loyalty, one must sacrifice oneself. Between these two options, she chose to devote her soul and everything to Gorjin, thus ascending to the 2nd tier. The moment she acquired the rock seal, she felt as if the entire world had transformed. The fearsome ogres appeared remarkably reassuring, instilling a sense of security within her. The 2nd tier members who had previously regarded her with indifference suddenly became much more amiable upon seeing the mark on her left arm. They even took the time to assist her in moving into the living quarters of the 2nd tier. She now possessed her own independent housing and enjoyed a relatively superior lifestyle. Perhaps the quality of life could not compare to that of Blue Star. But she vowed that if given a choice, she would choose this place. After becoming a member of the 2nd tier, she discovered that despite the diversity of races, the members shared no barriers. They trusted and supported one another, creating an extraordinarily pleasant atmosphere, an ambience one could never experience on Blue Star. Here, in the 2nd tier, their singular goal was the great chieftain Gorjin. Only those who have experienced it can comprehend that feeling. After her elevation to the 2nd tier, Doug entrusted her with significant responsibilities, tasking her with overseeing the exchange and recovery of Longqi coins. Initially, Doug had been quite conflicted about this position. The most suitable candidates for this role were the cunning goblins, yet none could obtain the rock seal. Such an important role could not be entrusted to goblins lacking the seal. It could only be said that Yeko's timing in acquiring the rock seal was fortuitous. Furthermore, since Yeko was in charge of the resource exchange, she certainly required assistance. With the addition of some workers, a few female dwarves were freed up. Doug assigned 2 female dwarves to Yeko, who were now busy inventorying the goods brought by the Chewing Bone and Shattered Tooth caravans under her guidance. According to Longqi's pricing regulations, the Chewing Bone tribe's goods could be exchanged for a total of 15 Longqi coins, while the Shattered Tooth clan's goods could be exchanged for 32. Do you wish to proceed with the exchange? Meanwhile, Yeko produced a large piece of beast hide to illustrate the purchasing power of Longqi coins. A simple example was that an export model universal warhammer, usable by orcs, required 5 Longqi coins. Although the leaders of the 2 caravans were somewhat puzzled by this requirement, they nonetheless accepted Longqi's pricing regulations. The primary reason was that the weapons from Longqi had received favorable reviews from the Chewing Bone tribe's orc warriors. They were simple, rugged, and substantial, garnering unanimous praise from the Chewing Bone orc warriors, far superior to the weapons exchanged in Giant Sand City. Why are there no armors? Grumbled Talon, the leader of the Shattered Tooth clan's caravan. Yeko smiled politely and replied, I apologize, but according to Longqi's trade rules, your purchasing level does not meet the requirement for armor. If you wish to enhance your purchasing power, you may introduce new clients. We have many more goods awaiting your selection. Yeko maintained her composure, leaving the leader of the Shattered Tooth clan with no option but to suppress his frustration. After all, what could he do if Longqi refused to sell? If he were truly bold, he could attempt to seize something. Less than 100 meters away lay the core area, where the ogres were idly passing the time. Anyone seeking a task might find those ogres quite eager for engagement. Chapter 139. King Gorjin remained unaware of the changes within Longqi City for the time being. Both Ning Yi and Yeko had surmised that the individual persistently seeking to acquire spices on the trading channel was likely their chieftain, yet they dared not attempt private communication. Thus, even with the newly established means of long-distance communication, Gorjin had not received any messages from Longqi. He was currently en route back to Giant Sand City. The compass golden falcon had not disappointed him. After identifying 3 tribesmen from Giant Sand City, Gorjin commanded it to search for ogres, and it soared southeastward. Given that Shattered Lion Ridge lay to the north of Giant Sand City, it indicated that the ogres in the southeast were closer than those at Shattered Lion Ridge. Gorjin barely had time to sort through his recent inventory with Karen before hastily boarding the Terror to follow suit. This left Karen somewhat dumbfounded, wondering if a new presence capable of bearing the chieftain's attention had emerged, but that seemed unlikely. Karen pondered that the only beings who could catch the chieftain's eye and withstand his scrutiny were succubi, yet there were none in the vicinity. What could this mean? Gorjin felt he had made progress. In choosing between venting his frustrations and seeking to strengthen his kin, he decisively opted for the latter. The Terror followed the compass golden falcon for 3 days before finally locating a wild ogre. To Gorjin's disappointment, there was only one ogre. However, an unexpected discovery accompanied this ogre. 2 trolls trailed behind. One wielded a wooden staff, while the other carried 2 wooden axes bound with stones, barely resembling proper battle axes, and a bundle of netting hung at its waist. The troll with the stone axes appeared to be a common type, while the one with the staff was likely a shadow priest, a relatively rare spellcaster among trolls, capable of dispelling negative states from allies and counteracting buffs on enemies, making the shadow priest a core figure in any troll tribe. Although Gorjin was uncertain how these 3 had come together, it did not hinder his intentions to reclaim his kin. With Gorjin's current strength, subduing this ogre would be a mere matter of a single punch. According to ogre customs, he issued a challenge and swiftly ended the confrontation with a single blow. This particular ogre was a female with dual horns and eyes, bearing the scars of battle. Subsequently, the dwarven operators aboard the Terror descended, carrying bundles of jerky. Gorjin cast the jerky at her feet, gesturing for her to indulge at her leisure. The ogre appeared momentarily taken aback. It was unclear whether Gorjin's punch had been too forceful or if he was simply astonished by the towering pile of jerky that nearly matched her height. She seemed to be in a daze. Adieu. She snapped back to reality, seizing a generous handful and stuffing it into her gaping maw. Gorjin could hardly discern any chewing motion. She was devouring it with abandon, resembling a famished specter. Gorjin felt a surge of delight. The more the tribe could eat, the happier he became. As she consumed nearly half of the bounty, her pace finally slowed, transitioning from both hands to one. To Gorjin's astonishment, she scooped a large handful of jerky and offered it to the 2 trolls trailing behind her. Once the trolls had finished their share, she presented another handful. This gesture left Gorjin incredulous. An ogre voluntarily sharing food? What had these 3 endured together? Despite the apparent elevation of her status among the new tribe, it was evident that she acknowledged the 2 trolls. After finishing her meal with a hearty belch, a stone brand materialized on her left arm. Gorjin also received 1/10 of her overall strength. This unexpected turn left the troll shadow shaman astounded. He sensed the emergence of a magical passive on his ogre companion's thigh, akin to that of the fearsome red-skinned ogre. Full. Let us go then. Gorjin patted the ogre's shoulder, signaling her to follow him to the airship. Adieu? The ogre pointed at the 2 trolls behind her, her eyes shimmering with anticipation as she gazed at Gorjin. He found it amusing. Fine, if you wish to bring them along, but you must keep them in check. Don't cause any commotion in the tribe. Adieu. The ogre thumped her chest, beckoned the trolls, and then boldly strode towards the fearful vessel. She was oblivious to its nature, but she knew Gorjin had descended from it. The 2 trolls exchanged glances. What are we waiting for? Our leader has accepted you. Follow her and be diligent, and while you're at it, recount how you 3 became entangled. Gorjin waved them on, indicating for them to catch up. Initially hesitant, they soon noticed their leader beckoning from the pod and hastened to comply. The fearful vessel set off. Finally, Gorjin had the opportunity to return to Carlin and indulge in his preferred pursuits. So, tell me, how did you come to be together? The new tribe members curiously scanned their surroundings as Gorjin settled into his armchair. The troll shadow shaman hesitated before speaking. We were once chieftain and shaman of the same oasis tribe. It was quite some time ago, I suppose, when a vast human power annihilated us. We fled swiftly, and they did not pursue us fervently, allowing us to survive. Afterward, we wandered for a while, perhaps 6 months, until we encountered a group of humans hunting down 2 large and 1 small ogre. The humans were formidable. They donned fine armor, wielded cavalry, and possessed powerful spellcasters. The 3 ogres stood no chance. They abducted the small ogre, killed the male, and left the nearly lifeless female behind. Later, we discovered she still clung to life. So I employed healing magic to bring her back. And thus, we 3 began our journey together, seeking the human faction, but we never found them. Gorjin was intrigued. What made you consider saving an ogre? By all accounts, we ogres do not enjoy a favorable reputation. The troll shadow shaman offered a wry smile. Perhaps it was their attempt to protect the small ogre. My own child perished in that battle. I thought. Since we were all enemies of those humans, reviving her might cause them some trouble. She was gravely injured, and I painstakingly healed her, upon regaining consciousness. She did not attack us. Gorjin nodded thoughtfully. I shall have to keep an eye on those humans you mentioned. To dare capture an ogre is quite audacious. Gorjin's expression turned inscrutable. Chapter 140. The Lioness Princess's Frustration. Upon returning to the Great Sand City, Gorjin seized Carlin, who had come to greet him, and made his way toward the oasis. Witnessing the actions of the newly acquired ogre and their leader instantly eased Carlin's anxious heart. With their purpose here accomplished, Gorjin showed no signs of lingering. He needed to return to Dragon's Rest. After a moment, Carlin composed herself. A wicked smile graced her lips. She was acutely aware that she was primarily the chieftain's exclusive attendant and the manager of the pleasure house, only secondarily the lord of Great Sand City. She considered that when the airship rotated back in a few days, she would accompany them to Dragon's Rest. After all, she was indeed the actual manager of the pleasure house. She was eager to return and see if any new enticing little minxes had arrived. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the pleasure house, Cash and Talonel stood side by side beneath the two large red lanterns. Their expressions were bewildered. What on earth is this? Cash inquired hesitantly. Talonel declared with certainty, it's flamboyant. Cash's eyelids twitched. You're right. Just then, as night fell, Yeko finished her shift, and Cash hurriedly stopped her to inquire about the place. Yeko maintained a calm demeanor, offering no evasions. Although they were both female, she was dedicated to serving the chieftain, a level far removed from that of the attendants. This is the pleasure house open to clients. 1 Dragon's Rest coin per visit for half an hour, and within, one may choose freely as long as no harm is done. Yeko stated calmly before turning to leave. The second-tier living area was hosting a bonfire gathering that night, and she wanted to return to join in the festivities. Compared to any other area, the second-tier living area was a veritable paradise. Talonel, the leader of the Broken Tooth clan's merchant convoy, cast a glance inside, then back at Cash. Should we take a look inside? Cash shrugged. I've no Dragon's Rest coins. I just traded for 3 weapons. Talonel extended his large hand, revealing 2 Dragon's Rest coins resting quietly within. My treat. Cash decisively responded. Let us go. The 2 orcs exchanged their coins with the gremlin and entered. Once a guest arrived, all attendants not currently engaged with clients had to gather in the hall, ready for selection. The 2 orcs felt as though their eyes were dazzled. Common races were in abundance, and even some less common ones could be seen. This was another task that Doug had been busy with, enriching the pleasure house, a signature establishment of Dragon's Rest for the chieftain. Most of the inhabitants were purchased by Doug, who had significant purchasing power in Dragon's Rest. There was even a female centaur within. She was unruly and had been beaten by the security dwarf squad, yet it did not deter her spirit. Ultimately, had it not been for Doug's timely intervention and the fact that Fury acknowledged him as Gorjin's gatekeeper, that female centaur would have long been roasted and eaten. Eventually, she ceased her struggles and resigned herself to her fate. The 2 orc merchant leaders displayed little enthusiasm for the Orcish waitstaff, having grown weary of them in their own tribes. Their gazes met, and they turned their attention to the 2 lion folk. This one, it appeared, was the lion princess they had initially brought back. Cash was somewhat taken aback. A princess? Talonel paused, then pointed at the lion princess. I choose her. Cash blinked. I also wish to select her. Talonel regarded Cash with an impassive expression, exhaling heavily before stating in a deep voice, I paid for her. Cash replied, You have one, my friend. You have the princess. Talonel led the lion princess to a nearby room, while Cash took the other lioness to a different chamber. They were, of course, filled with despair, yet they dared not resist. When she was still a lion princess, she had played much harder. Her courtyard had housed many esteemed males from various tribes. As a vanquished party, enduring this fate was only to be expected. The strength of the orcs surpassed that of the trolls. The roar of the engine left the human and elven waitstaff, with their frail frames, pale with fright. During this time, Rafe and Zul'Aman, who had visited the day before, re-entered. Rafe immediately sought to choose the lion princess, wishing to avenge the lion folk who had once ravaged their city. However, he soon discovered that both lion folk were absent. Listening to the distinctive sounds around him, it was not difficult for 1 human and 1 troll to deduce that the 2 lion waitstaff were indeed entertaining clients. Moments later, the 2 orcs emerged. Upon seeing the human and the troll, the 4 LSP members exchanged knowing smiles. The 2 lion waitstaff stepped out. The orcs were quite restrained, causing no substantial harm to them. Nevertheless, they needed a thorough bath before they could re-emerge. Rafe was not in a hurry, stating that he could wait. The lion princess was his choice. Zul'Aman opted for an elf. As a troll, he had not anticipated a day when he could engage in such romantic endeavors with an elf. Just as the lion princess emerged, fresh from her bath, she was promptly taken into a room by Rafe. The Lion Princess felt a wave of despair. On the second day of the brothel's operations, she had already been chosen 3 times. Did no one understand? Were the human and elven waitstaff not appealing? If not, surely orcs or trolls would suffice. Even a centaur would do for those with peculiar tastes. Why must it always be her? For the purpose of entertaining clients, these locals showed little resistance. Yet being chosen 3 times in succession felt excessive. The other waitstaff were allowed to rest. Moments later, Rafe and Zul'Aman exited the brothel. Their fatigue from the day evaporated, leaving them invigorated. This place was truly delightful. Indeed, the diversity and quality of the waitstaff were commendable. With such a brothel, clients would assuredly flock to it. I concur. In the dead of night, a loud clap echoed. Zul'Aman, why did you go again today? What happened to your ambition to rejuvenate the spear of sand? How could you become so enmeshed in this, wasting away to such extremes? Chapter 141, A Proactive Approach. Upon returning to Dragoness Roost City with the ogre and 2 trolls, Gorjin observed the increasingly vibrant marketplace. He was quite pleased. The addition of 100 robust laborers had significantly alleviated the labor shortage in Dragoness Roost's foundational industries. These members, sent by the Oasis faction from the Shattered Lion Ridge trade route, were brimming with energy. Here, they need not worry about safety or sustenance. They could eat their fill, drink water, and earn wages. Was that not splendid? The only mystery was how their leader managed to appear and disappear nightly. Doug reported to Gorjin that another labor team from a different Oasis faction would arrive with the returning, mighty class, transport vessel to Dragoness Roost. This one hailed from a Tauren tribe. Through the brothel and the laborers, Rafe and Zul'Aman had also become acquainted with the orc merchant duo and learned of this model. They calculated their potential earnings. A robust laborer could earn 1 Dragoness Roost coin and 1 contribution point daily. If they employed 5 robust laborers, could they not earn enough for a weapon in a day? And if they had 50, that would be 10 weapons daily. Cash and Talonor exchanged astonished glances, their eyes gleaming with shock. This seemed remarkably promising. They jointly approached Gorjin, hoping to join the ranks of the laborers. Gorjin suggested they hold off on that for now, as he intended to speak with their chieftain. With our chieftain? Very well, I shall communicate with him to see if he can attend. Gorjin, seated in his grand chair, waved a dismissive hand. No, I shall visit your tribe personally to discuss matters with your chieftain. There was no way he could allow their chieftain to come. If he did, how could he access the treasures of their tribe? As soon as Gorjin finished speaking, Cash and Talonor grew wary. Yet, Cash soon relaxed, realizing there was no need for concern. The ogres were not oblivious to the location of their Chewing Bone clan. If they harbored any intentions, they wouldn't require dialogue. The ogre army would leave them with no choice but surrender or face annihilation. No, they might flee, but only if they could outrun the ogress airships. Ha ha ha, fear not. I will simply take my airship and have a friendly chat with your chieftain, nothing more. I always keep my word. Seeing the 2 orcs grow alert, Gorjin burst into laughter. He had no intention of harming them, as they could provide benefits. Both pelts and jerky would yield profit for Dragoness Roost, especially now as he sought to build a good reputation. Furthermore, Gorjin had always intended to take this opportunity to visit their tribe. Without the blue stars, he could at least secure 2 blue treasure chests. Doug, have Culber craft 2 sets of orc-sized armor for me. I cannot go to a neighbor's house empty-handed. Doug glanced up at Gorjin, then quickly lowered his head. As you command, my chieftain. Cash and Talonor were immediately elated. This was armor. Their tribe had yet to assemble a complete set. Now, they found themselves without the qualifications to even barter, yet Gorjin was so generous as to offer 2 sets. Let us wait a moment. Once the armor is crafted, you may return with me aboard my frightening vessel, Gorjin said with a smile. At that moment, he appeared kind and benevolent in the eyes of Cash and Talonor. After Doug departed, he found Culber. He understood the chieftain's intentions. If he promised to provide it, then he would certainly deliver. Though the thickness would depend on Culber's craftsmanship, the significance of armor was evident, regardless of intelligence. Gorjin would not be foolish enough to provide those 2 sets of heavy armor to the orcs. Yet armor that was a quarter the thickness of ogre heavy armor was still armor, was it not? As long as it could withstand the ogress' spiked mace, it would suffice. Culber grasped the implication, setting aside his current task to begin crafting. It was rough, barely suitable for the orcs to wear. However, both Cash and Talonor were satisfied upon trying it on. Everyone is a merchant, and they do not expect others to provide armor of the same standard as that of an ogre's heavy plate. Gorjin boarded the Fearless with 2 orc trading caravans. Doug, ensure that everything is prepared down below, Gorjin instructed before his departure. As you wish, Chief, Doug replied humbly, bowing slightly. The Fearless set sail towards the tribe of the Boneshoe clan. Once the airship had vanished from sight, Doug proceeded to the rear oasis to find Sumai. How are things? Have you managed to teach those female dwarves? Can they maintain the current state of the cultivation area? Doug inquired. Sumai appeared somewhat anxious, uncertain of her own value after imparting her knowledge to the dwarves. Yet, she dared not refrain from teaching. You need to prepare. Once the airship route to Shattered Lion Ridge returns, you will be heading there to develop the cultivation area. Doug's subsequent words eased her worries. Perhaps sensing her tension, Doug chuckled lightly. There's no need to be overly anxious. The chief has no intention of discarding you. As long as you perform your duties diligently, you will continue to thrive. Sumai nodded gently. Rest assured, my lord, they can now independently manage the cultivation. I am ready to head to the oasis at Shattered Lion Ridge at any time. Excellent. You may take 2 female dwarves as assistants. You must quickly plan the cultivation area once you arrive. Shattered Lion Ridge has the seeds you require, and there is a vast oasis there. It will become the primary source of plant life for Longqi, so we cannot afford any mishaps. Doug did not linger as Sumai turned to leave. He was busy, with many minor tasks awaiting his attention. Although the chief had not mentioned them, he felt he should possess the foresight to address them. He found the factory run by the female dwarves. How are things? Are the items I requested ready? The factory's overseer, a female dwarf of the 2nd tier, pointed to the warehouse behind her. We are currently in the process of filling. It should be completed in 2 days. Doug nodded in satisfaction. He had prepared some small items for the chief's comfort, such as pillows filled with fluff and mattresses crafted from beast hides and also filled with fluff. He even sewed a battle robe for the chief out of beast hides. Although the chief no longer donned armor, Doug believed he needed a battle robe. The pillows and mattresses were inspired by Karloff, who had previously woven a bed for the chief. At that time, the chief had been quite pleased, a memory Doug retained. With ample manpower now available, he found the time to attend to these minor details. He always remembered that ensuring the chief's comfort was of utmost importance. Gorjin had now arrived at the Bonshu clan's territory. Chapter 142, A Narrow Escape from a Beating, Yet Understanding. Gorjin's arrival sent ripples of shock through the Bonshu clan. Chief Rolton had never anticipated that the chieftain of the suddenly ascendant power would come to his doorstep. Upon hearing the descriptions of the Longqi power from Cash, he had come to understand the magnitude of this force. In the desert, when one tribe's chieftain arrives at another's, there are generally 3 possibilities: to trade, to seek allegiance or establish diplomatic ties, or to conquer. However, concerning trade, Cash had just left for the caravan, and their tribe had no goods left to barter. As for seeking allegiance or diplomatic ties, Rolton did not see himself or his tribe as worthy. With just 1 chieftain, 1 shaman, over 1,000 tribesmen, and a few kodos, what right did they have? As for conquest, he assessed himself and his tribe, concluding that if Gorjin intended to annihilate the Bonshus, he would not come personally. Thus, Gorjin's arrival left the robust orc chieftain somewhat bewildered. However, when Cash presented him with a complete set of armor, his confusion deepened. Ha ha ha. You must be the chieftain of the Bonshu clan. I am Gorjin, the chieftain of Longqi. Gorjin gestured to the armor. I come bearing gifts from our homeland, a token for the chieftain of Bonshu. Rolton accepted the armor with a solemn expression. I, Rolton of the Bonshu clan, extend a warm welcome to Chieftain Gorjin. No need for formality. Rolton, Cash, and I are old friends. Longqi and Bonshu have engaged in trade multiple times, so we should all relax. I come with goodwill. Rolton found it difficult to quell his nerves. Before him stood Gorjin, radiating a formidable aura, his skin a deep crimson, towering over him at more than 5 meters, twice his own height. Who wouldn't feel apprehensive in such a presence? Yet, recalling Cash's words about Gorjin's reliability, he felt he ought not to be so tense. Chieftain Gorjin, shall we proceed to the tribe? Although the Bonshu clan is impoverished, we shall still extend hospitality to a guest who comes in goodwill. Gorjin eagerly awaited this invitation. He had gone to great lengths to arrive here, not merely to open the treasure chest within. Very well, I would also like to visit the Bonshu clan and discuss the deepening of our cooperation. After you. Gorjin entered the Bonshu clan, with Rolton leading the way, his trepidation gradually subsiding. So far, there had been no signs of malice from Gorjin. Even the dwarves aboard the airship had not disembarked. He was alone. Had Cash known his chieftain's thoughts, he might have been unable to suppress a wry smile. He had witnessed Gorjin in battle and could confidently assert that if it came to blows, Gorjin alone could easily topple their entire clan. Worry. Futile. Upon entering the Bonshu clan's territory, Rolton pointed to the largest, most rugged tent. That is my lodging and the hall of our chieftain. Excellent, Gorjin responded. Striding towards the chieftain's hall, Rolton thought to himself, today's bewilderment exceeded anything he had ever experienced in his life. He glanced at his old partner, the clan's seasoned shaman, who also bore a puzzled expression. Gorjin crouched at the entrance of Rolton's dwelling, peering inside. Indeed, within lay a treasure chest radiating a blue glow. He couldn't squeeze inside and felt too bashful to dismantle the tent, so he crouched down and extended his arm to open the chest. Roar. Gorjin barely had time to withdraw his arm and see what lay within before he heard an enraged roar from behind. The voice belonged to Rolton. The chief's eyes were a furious red, so intense that the whites were obscured, and with a bellow, he brandished a battle axe and leapt at Gorjin. Zzz. A net formed of lightning ensnared Rolton midair. The orc shaman had intervened. Though aged, he was still muscular, only slightly smaller than Rolton. With one hand, he pulled Rolton down using the lightning net. Seizing the moment before the net dissipated, he hurried over, observed Rolton's furious gaze, and began to chant incantations. Subsequently, a yellow light emanated from Rolton's feet, rising and vanishing above his head. It is the dispelling of the orc shaman. Luerda regained clarity as he observed the netting draped over him, and then cast a glance at his old partner. Only after realizing that he had not attacked Gorjin did he exhale in relief. Thanks to you, otherwise I would have caused a calamity. The orc shaman shook his head, pondering as he regarded Gorjin, who loomed above them. The other orcs remained oblivious. Had it not been for their venerable shaman's intervention, they would have charged forth in a fervor, shouting Loktar in allegiance to their chieftain. Cash was left utterly dumbfounded. Talonel stood nearby. Agape. Wait. Aren't you orcs known for your bravery? For letting the enemy infiltrate and launch a surprise attack? Cash shot him a quizzical look. Are you all right? Were it not for the previous invitation to the brothel, I would have certainly punched you. Ha! Chief Luerda, attacking from behind is hardly befitting an orc's honor, Gorjin remarked. Seemingly unfazed, he regarded the other as the guardian of a treasure chest. When he opened the chest in his own home, he had nearly faced his mother's wrath in the form of a fiery explosion. Had maternal love not triumphed over that sensation, Gorjin would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries. At that time, he lacked such formidable strength and numerous passives. Thus, Gorjin truly comprehended the situation. He understood well. Luerda, his face flushed with shame, cast aside his battle axe and thumped his chest with his right hand. I have no words to defend myself. I implore Chief Gorjin to mete out judgment. I speak with no ulterior motives. He swore to his ancestors he knew not what had come over him. Though somewhat astounded by why the other would extend an arm into his dwelling, he bore no intention to ambush him. Gorjin bent down, extending a hand to assist Luerda. Dragon's Roost and Chew Bone are allies. You have not harmed me, so there is no need for punishment. My purpose in coming is to deepen the cooperation between our tribes, not to seek conflict. Chief Luerda, do not take it to heart. Although Gorjin had triggered the Guardian's attack by opening a chest in Luerda's abode, his words now appeared remarkably honorable. This statement, resonating in the ears of Luerda and the Orc Assembly, transformed their perception of Gorjin. Despite being an ogre, Gorjin's stature seemed to grow in their eyes. He made these forthright orcs feel quite at ease. Chapter 143, a slightly odd feeling. Gorjin, Luerda, and the orc shaman sat cross-legged beside the central bonfire of the Chew Bone tribe. No shelter could accommodate Gorjin's size. The orcs presented dried meat and water, and Gorjin, unpicky, immediately began to eat. For orcs, the more heartily you consume, the more joy you bring them. Cash had already briefed Luerda on his observations and proposals. Luerda contemplated more deeply than before. The idea was commendable, and the proposal quite sound, but what if, over time, those sent out became reluctant to return? Cash had also mentioned the living conditions and treatment they would receive there. If they earned their own money, would they still contribute to the tribe? If they did not leave Dragon's Roost, then aside from the ogres, no one could challenge them. Weapons were forbidden within Dragon's Roost. Ultimately, the loss would be in young warriors. During a lull in conversation, Luerda also conferred with his old partner. Addressing the chieftain's concerns, the old shaman shook his head. Chieftain, you may be overthinking this. It has been proven that we cannot halt it, nor can we hope to. We can only strive to minimize such occurrences. Luerda's expression grew serious. What do you mean? Chieftain, Dragon's Roost is not far from here. With the alluring conditions and novel arrangements in Dragon's Roost, our tribesmen will inevitably learn of it sooner or later. If we prevent them from going now, they will still find a way later. Moreover, do you believe Gorjin has come solely to meet you? His personal visit signifies intent. Luerda squinted. What intent? The orc shaman sighed with a wry smile. To sustain such a large population, Dragon's Roost cannot remain stagnant. It must expand its influence. Fortunately, they have treated us with relative gentleness, refraining from using force to subdue us. According to Cash, the Oasis tribe along the way to Shattered Lion Ridge has essentially ceased to exist, becoming a sort of vassal to Dragon's Roost. What difference is there in allowing Dragon's Roost to construct airship docks in their oases and permitting them to station troops? Luerda clenched his fists tightly, breathing heavily. Are you suggesting they intend to make our Chew Bone clan their vassal? The shaman shook his head. To speak bluntly, after establishing a currency system and labor structure, they have already lost interest in us. What they require from us is merely a regular supply of furs and dried meat for trade with Dragon's Roost. If we cease trading with Dragon's Roost, I understand now why he personally came to emphasize cooperation. He seeks to make Chew Bone the designated source for furs and food for Dragon's Roost. Lawerda gritted his teeth. This is a disgrace for the Chew Bone orcs. The shaman shook his head once more. No, in truth, I do not oppose their approach. If it were you or I, we might have been even more ruthless. Lawerda nodded dejectedly. Indeed, adhering to my own style would only lead to a complete downfall of the other. Thus, chieftain, this is not necessarily a bad thing. At least we would engage in normal trade with Dragon's Roost, and we could acquire many things unattainable otherwise, which would elevate our tribe. The shaman sought to soothe his chieftain. Must we then acquiesce to him? Is there truly no better alternative? The two orcs fell silent, concluding the discussion. In the face of Gorjin, Lawerda proactively proposed sending strong warriors to work in Dragon's Roost. However, to Lawerda's and the shaman's astonishment, Gorjin shook his head, rejecting the proposal. My Dragon's Roost currently has 100 workers. With another tribe on the way, we do not need more workers at this time. My intention to deepen cooperation pertains to trade between our two tribes. If you agree, we could establish an airship route between Dragon's Roost and Chew Bone, traveling back and forth at fixed intervals. Of course, this is not an attempt to dominate you, but rather to shorten trade time and increase efficiency. You may refuse. This is a mutual choice. Constructing airship docks? Yet this contradicts what Cash mentioned. The shaman mused inwardly, realizing they had indeed been overlooked. The refusal of their offer to send strong warriors for labor caught them off guard. While there were concerns about the reluctance of those sent out to return, that would only arise after some time. But to be outright denied access was perplexing for Lawerda. How much could they trade for Dragon's Roost coins with mere furs and dried meat? Moreover, the crucial Dragon's Roost contribution points, without being workers. They could only rely on referring new clients. How long would it take to upgrade in exchange for higher qualifications? Furthermore, the other party had yet to specify how many contribution points were earned for introducing a new client or how many were required for an upgrade. Nevertheless, they had been granted a glimmer of hope and a pathway for redemption. Chief Galkin, perhaps we should allow our tribesmen to give it a try. Our Boneshoe clan's orc warriors are quite capable. Previously, Rolta had expressed concern about sending out their strong fighters, but now he was requesting permission to dispatch them. Fearing that Galkin might refuse again, he hastily added, "Rest assured, Chief Galkin, our tribesmen will not violate any of the rules set by Long Roost." Galkin scratched his head in confusion. Wasn't he their tribe already abundant in strong fighters? Why were they so eager to send them away? Nonetheless, Galkin was concerned that if all their strong warriors went to work for him, the meat jerky and furs he relied on for trade would dwindle. Yet, seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Galkin felt somewhat reluctant to refuse. "I can only offer you 20 laborers, with a tribe as large as yours. You cannot send all your strong fighters to work at Long Roost." Although Galkin relented, Rolta surprisingly felt a tinge of disappointment. 20, that would yield merely 20 Long Roost coins and 4 weapons per day. Just 20. If that didn't satisfy him, he might end up with none. Galkin stated flatly, "Fine. Fine, then it will be 20. I will select them to accompany you shortly." Rolta quickly agreed, though he felt something was amiss. After a bit more conversation, Galkin stood to take his leave. "Talion, all right? Go back to your tribe, and make sure to tell your chief not to send me any more jump attacks." Galkin remarked to Talional, causing Rolta's face to flush with embarrassment as he hurried off to select the laborers. However, he kept a close eye on them, ensuring these laboring orcs would rotate every 30 days. The dreadnought, carrying 20 Boneshoe orcs, continued its journey towards the Shattered Tooth clan. Galkin swung a reins in his hand, freshly retrieved from the treasure chest of the Boneshoe clan. Regarding the currency system, everyone was merely spectators. There was no need to take it too seriously. Old Wong was just stirring the pot. This was not a serious novel, after all. Chapter 144, The Two Treasure Rewards. Unlike the Boneshoe clan, the chief and shaman of the Shattered Tooth clan had taken their warriors out to battle. Only a small fraction of strong fighters and the elderly, women, and children remained in the tribe. Anyone thinking that the Shattered Tooth clan was vulnerable at this moment would be gravely mistaken. The female and elderly orcs were not devoid of combat capability. They simply lacked the prowess of their stronger brethren. With the treasure chest guardian boss absent, Galkin decided to open the treasure chest located in the chief's house. Thus, 2 treasure chests were acquired. From the Boneshoe clan, he obtained the Beast Taming Reins. Beast Taming Reins. Quality, blue. After use, reduces a beast's resistance. One-time use, cannot be removed. Success rate of taming 10. From the Shattered Tooth clan, he acquired the Jump Attack. Jump Attack. Quality, blue. Active skill, leaps high to perform a jump attack on a target, dealing extra damage. Cooldown of 1 minute. Damage is related to the user's strength, size, weight, and weapon. The jump attack triggered a subconscious memory in Galkin's mind of a demon lord that had been slain by the roar of his father. Wasn't this a signature move of his father? Galkin glanced at his own massive frame, unsure whether he could even leap or withstand the impact of such a jump. However, given that it was a treasure chest reward, Galkin doubted there would be any bugs associated with it. Thus, he casually utilized it, adding an active skill to his repertoire. With the chief absent, Galkin planned to wait until nightfall. If they didn't return by then, he would take his leave. He had two primary objectives for coming here. Opening the treasure chest was the foremost goal, and the other was to secure the Shattered Tooth clan as a consistent provider of furs and meat jerky for Long Roost. Surprisingly, before evening had even fallen, the orcs returned, bearing two of their fallen kin. Upon seeing the dreadnought, the Shattered Tooth chief and his warriors immediately assumed a battle stance. Talionel rushed forward to explain. Setting aside their shock and horror, since the other party had not arrived with malicious intent, the Shattered Tooth chief extended a welcome. However, noticing the somber atmosphere among the orcs, Galkin's curiosity was piqued. The chief of the Shattered Tooth clan, Rogsa, instructed his tribesmen to bury their slain comrades, and then spoke with Galkin about the situation. Recently, a dragon-like beast invaded our territory, slaughtering the magical beasts within and driving the remaining ones away. Our hunting party has barely made any catches for several days. He continued, thus, we intend to either eliminate it or drive it off. Observing the orcs' dejected expressions, Galkin inquired, did you fail? Rogsa replied in a low tone, yes, we lost. That creature was enormous, with a tail measuring at least 20 meters and covered in thorns, making it impossible for my Shattered Tooth warriors to approach. Its wings, though unable to fly, are adorned with hooks and spikes, creating a wide attack range when swung. The only consolation is that it cannot cast magic. But its defense is formidable. We were defeated. Rogsa gritted his teeth. Nevertheless, we must drive it away, otherwise our oasis will be devoid of any magical beasts due to its presence. It seemed the Shattered Tooth clan had fallen victim to misfortune. How vast could an oasis with a blue treasure chest truly be? How many magical beasts could dwell within? Yet, this was the norm in the desert. Countless tribes rose and fell daily. Although dragon-like in appearance, the dragonkin were fundamentally different from true dragons. They were descendants of male dragons and other powerful beings. A dragonkin could inherit only a singular ability from its dragon lineage, much like certain powerful orc tribes that had tamed bipedal dragons. However, it was unclear what kind of dragon had mated with what creature to produce the one troubling the Shattered Tooth clan. This intrigued Galkin. If it were a true dragon, he would certainly turn and flee. He hadn't yet avenged his own father. Dragonkin, while powerful, were not as formidable as one might imagine. However, if it were indeed a true dragon, this place would have long been deserted, and they would not have returned in such a state of disarray. As Rogse spoke of the dragonkin, Galkin glanced at the reins in his hand. Shouldn't his mother also have a mount? Her Kodo beast had been gifted to the Angry Tooth, and that fellow had since become a drummer for the Kodo beasts. While the war roar was progressing towards the Long Roost military camp, despite his curiosity, Galkin did not express it and refrained from making the first move. After all, could it be called a transaction if he sought after it? He would certainly wait for the Shattered Tooth orcs to come to him, at which point he could reluctantly agree and negotiate terms. Clearing his throat, Galkin thought, let us hope the warriors of the Shattered Tooth succeed. Initially, I intended to discuss cooperation with them, but since they have their own matters at hand, I shall postpone that for now. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Galkin made his way towards the dreadnought. As he boarded the ship, a thunderous sound erupted as a massive iron-spiked mace, larger than a battering ram, slid off the ship's side, creating a colossal crater in the sand. Always hearing Cash speak of Galkin's prowess and the remarkable strength of his kin, Talon felt a spark of inspiration. While his own people's somewhat rudimentary weapons failed to breach the defenses of the wyvern, surely the ogre's spiked club would do the trick. Soon, 6 dwarves hurried down, grunting as they collectively hoisted the formidable weapon back to the pod. This made Talon acutely aware of the club's weight. In terms of sheer strength, the dwarves were hardly inferior to the orcs, which explained why orcs could wield dwarven weapons with ease, though slightly shorter. The club was heavy enough for 6 dwarves to barely lift it. Hearing Galkin's robust curses from within the pod, Talon quickly sought out his chieftain. The emergence of a wyvern within their territory was no trifling matter. If they could not drive it away, they would either have to flee or perish in this place. Rogsa, without a moment's hesitation, approached Galkin. What brings you here? I was just about to set sail. Galkin feigned ignorance, though he did not let it show. Rogsa licked his lips, his pride rendering him momentarily speechless. However, the oasis and his kin were evidently of greater importance. Mighty Chieftain Galkin, could you lend your hand to help us drive away this wyvern? Galkin resolutely shook his head. That is a wyvern. I am merely an ogre, not a dragon slayer. Why would I risk myself? Asking someone to undertake such a perilous task made Rogsa's face flush. He placed a hand on his chest, his expression earnest. If you can assist the Toothbreaker clan, we shall agree to any terms you set. Chieftain Gorjin, we will not let you go alone. My warriors and I will accompany you. You will surely be able to drive away that wyvern with your weapon. Gorjin raised an eyebrow. Any terms? Rogsa replied earnestly. I swear by the survival of the Toothbreaker clan and the honor of the orcs. Chapter 145, The Thornground Dragon. Ha ha ha. Gorjin laughed heartily. The honor of the orcs, I still have faith in that. Then lead the way. I too am curious to see what this wyvern looks like, and how formidable it truly is. The rotund red ogre, endowed with more than a dozen skills, was not easily intimidated by a wyvern that could not fly. Gorjin looked down at Rogsa. Led on. Upon learning that a powerful ogre chieftain was willing to intervene, the orcs felt a twinge of discomfort regarding their honor, yet they breathed a sigh of relief. They had to admit that while they were valiant warriors, they were indeed no match for the wyvern. Even if they sacrificed all their strong fighters, they could not defeat it. With little time to regroup, the orcs set sail once more, this time accompanied by a crimson ogre wielding a 3-meter-long spiked club. To the untrained eye, they all appeared to have red skin, though the ogre's hue was more vibrant. The venerable Toothbreaker shaman understood that there was a notion suggesting orcs were a devolved branch of ogres, while another theory posited that orcs evolved from ogres. Nonetheless, both races likely stemmed from a common ancestor, diverging in their subsequent development and evolution. Strictly speaking, orcs and ogres shared a distant kinship. Orcs had gained intelligence, losing their corpulent bellies and the ability to consume everything in sight. They were agile and valiant in battle, holding honor in high esteem, and most crucially, they possessed vastly superior reproductive capabilities compared to ogres. Furthermore, orc spellcasters, namely shamans, were more numerous than ogre mages. The wyvern was located not far from the Toothbreaker clan. The orcs could reach it in 2 hours if they sprinted. Gorjin somewhat regretted not taking the fearsome ship. However, at least he caught sight of the creature devouring the remains of a colossal beast as dusk fell. Even Gorjin had to concede that it was indeed impressive, exuding an aura of intimidation. It resembled the thorned ground dragon described in his ancestral knowledge, non-flying and devoid of magic, yet possessing a brief gliding ability, placing it within the middle tier of wyverns. The shaman next to Rogsa added, it is indeed a formidable foe. From the very first glance, Gorjin felt a sense of familiarity with this creature, as if he had seen it before. If Ning Yi and the others had come along, they surely would have exclaimed in disbelief, for this creature bore a striking resemblance to the destruction dragon from the games they played, albeit nearly 10-fold smaller. The creature stood at a length of 20 meters and a height of about 8 meters, while the destruction dragon statistics recorded a height of 59 meters and a total length of 180 meters. If it were a predator of ancient dragons, Gorjin would have turned back at once. However, facing an 8-meter-high wyvern, Gorjin felt confident in his chances. If his mother were to mount it, it would surely look magnificent. Grasping the spiked club, Gorjin patted his side, and his heavy armor enveloped him in an instant. As Gorjin's eyes peered through the helmet's slits, the surrounding orcs involuntarily shivered. He rotated his neck, the sound of clashing metal echoing as his body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the adrenaline surging before battle. You stay here and light the torches, Gorjin commanded, taking determined steps toward the thorned ground dragon. Torches. In the night battle, the orcs naturally needed to carry torches. The shaman rubbed his hands together, flames dancing forth to ignite all the torches. The commotion and the sudden appearance of light startled the feasting thorned ground dragon. It lifted its head, its 2 oval eyes coldly fixating on the intruders. A pair of absurdly thick horns adorned its head. The thorned ground dragon ceased its feeding. It sensed a threat. Gorjin, wielding the spiked club, approached cautiously. The creature was massive and covered in thorns, and Gorjin would not let his guard down. This was the most formidable adversary he had faced. A long-lost thrill surged through him. If the wyvern was among the top predators, then the ogres were undoubtedly among the top of the regular races. Both sides had never known fear in the face of battle. Roar. The thorn ground dragon unleashed a roar filled with warning and menace at Gorjin. He removed his helmet without hesitation, continuing to stride toward the beast. If his intent was merely to kill it, Gorjin would have employed his swiftest strike. However, he sought to conquer it, to bring it to its knees and willingly serve as his steed. Of course, the taming reins acquired from the treasure chest bolstered Gorjin's confidence in subduing such a creature. To triumph in direct confrontation was the only way to have a chance at taming it, just as one would test a horse's strength and endurance. It was a matter of who could withstand the trial longer. Killing a horse was simple, but taming it required more finesse than placing a knife to its throat. Roar. Gorjin defiantly opened his mouth wide, baring his teeth. Hiss. The thorn ground dragon expelled 2 jets of foul air from its nostrils. As fellow predators, it sensed the battle intent in Gorjin's eyes. The thorn draconian's foreclaws dug into the ground. Its massive form began to surge forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Gorjin shook his arms, gradually accelerating as well. The distance between them was swiftly diminishing. Suddenly, the thorn draconian lunged, spreading its wings and gliding toward Gorjin. With a powerful leap, Gorjin harnessed a surge of energy, propelling himself upward. Roar! Mother! Gorjin, wielding his spiked club, soared higher than the gliding draconian. The club came crashing down, colliding with the creature's two massive horns. Roar! Gorjin's eyes glowed a fierce red. Get down. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, causing the orc's torches in the distance to scatter. A momentary blankness crossed the draconian's eyes as it buried its head into the sand below. Gorjin was also flung back, tumbling several times across the ground. The front of his heavy armor shattered, and as per the description, it would require a substantial amount of iron to repair. Gorjin decided to withdraw it altogether. His abdomen bore 2 gashes. The collision had breached his passive defenses and auras, inflicting significant damage. Blood stained the draconian's horns. Yet Gorjin's strike had directly absorbed back some vitality. This blow, a precarious leap combined with a dual assault, siphoned life from the creature. It shattered the draconian's skull between its horns, causing its spines to splinter as blood trickled from the corners of its eyes. However, the wound was beginning to heal, as it possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, being a subdragon species. Chapter 146, Frenzy. Gorjin rose to his feet. After a brief skirmish, he had gauged the creature's strength. Powerful indeed. It was the mightiest adversary he had encountered thus far. Had he faced it at the outset, that earlier blow would have been his end. It was formidable, but he was even more so. The orcs began to draw closer as darkness fell, illuminating the battlefield with their torches. Rogsaw momentarily lost focus, instinctively wondering, what manner of ogre possesses such immense strength? The thorn draconian regained its composure. The strike had only rendered it momentarily dazed. The advancing orcs incited a growing frenzy within it. Rogsaw tightened his grip on his weapon. Chief Gorjin. Gorjin waved his hand dismissively. You lot stay back. Just illuminate the battlefield. This creature. Gorjin licked his lips. I've set my sights on you. With his right hand gripping the spiked club, he beckoned the thorn draconian with his left. Come, let us continue. Roar. The thorn draconian flapped its wings, its barbed tips glinting ominously as it charged once more. Gorjin hurled sand into the air and met it head-on. The two collided with a thunderous impact. Monsters. They are all monsters. The other orcs exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment. The draconian's claws tore at Gorjin, who attempted to snap its jaws shut around his neck, only for Gorjin to seize its jaw with his massive hand. The barbs and claws raked across Gorjin, casting a dusty yellow glow. Gorjin struck again, triggering another heavy blow. The brief disorientation left the thorn draconian feeling quite uncomfortable, disrupting its rhythm of attack. Upon their contact, deep claw marks appeared on Gorjin's body, blood beginning to seep from the wounds. This was the first time he had sustained such damage after acquiring various passive skills and auras. Pain ignited Gorjin's nerves. While the thorn draconian was not faring much better, its spiny hide proved ineffective against Gorjin's might. Each strike from the spiked club sent shivers through its body. The club's shattering effect on its armor was utterly absurd. The agony drove the thorn draconian into a frenzy, yet fleeting moments of daze prevented it from maintaining its composure. Just as it was about to unleash its rage, it faltered. What was my emotional state just now? Meanwhile, Gorjin grew increasingly adept in combat. The draconian's damage output was high, breaching Gorjin's defenses with each strike, yet every one of Gorjin's attacks replenished his vitality, instilling a sense of profound frustration within the draconian. At that moment, Gorjin felt as if he were the trial itself, while the draconian was a player attempting to conquer it. No player facing the trial ever felt unperturbed. Even so, Gorjin remained vigilant, constantly guarding his vital areas, his neck, eyes, chest, and those of his brethren. In other areas, he was indifferent. His mother was not present, and no one was there to heal him. Yet, had she been, this creature would have already been roasted. The roar of the thorn draconian was deafening. Standing at 8 meters tall and over 5 meters for Gorjin, both were monstrosities, engaging in a primal and straightforward combat. You claw at me, I strike you. You push against me, I hit you back. You hook me with your wings, and I return the blow. Neither side sought to evade. Fragments of the draconian's spiny hide were scattered everywhere. Gorjin was likewise adorned with wounds and claw marks, his skin painted in crimson blood. Both the ogre and the subdragon had turned bloodthirsty. Their battlefield expanded, with the orcs continuously dodging while illuminating the arena. This battle was a tremendous shock to the Broken Tooth clan. They had always revered combat. Such a fervent and exhilarating clash was the very aspiration of every orc. Even the chief and shaman of the Broken Tooth clan could not help but be in awe of the roaring ogre chief. How could their tribe's warriors, unable to even dent the subdragon, witness their chief boldly facing it head-on and even dominating the encounter? They could not comprehend how, in terms of size and strength, Gorjin should not have been a rival to the Thorn Draconian. Initially, they had planned to hunt it collectively, yet Gorjin surpassed it in sheer power. Neither the orcs nor the Thorn Draconian could have anticipated that Gorjin, appearing merely as an ogre, embodied the combined might of a tenth of his tribe's 22 members. Among them, his mother's status provided nearly unmatched enhancements compared to all other tribesmen. Gorjin was unaware of his mother's limits. If she were to subdue this creature, it would likely be a far simpler task. Gorjin panted heavily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet this was a gift he intended for his mother. What would it mean for her to come personally? Roar. Gorjin's eyes blazed red. Come. Let us continue. Hiss. Aya. The Thorn Draconian's eyes also glowed crimson as they lunged at each other once more. Frenzy. Gorjin heard the powerful thud of his heartbeat. His vision began to turn a deep scarlet. Roar. This roar sent tremors through the surrounding orcs. The earlier roar had been filled with martial fervor, but this one resonated like that of a beast. This was, the shaman spoke with a grave yet resolute tone, rage. A crimson glow flickered around Gorjin. His stature seemingly elevated. His attack frequency surged, inflicting greater damage upon the Thorned Earth Dragon. Gorjin, disregarding his own vital defenses, wielded the now dulled wolf-toothed club with frenzied abandon, striking violently at the Thorned Earth Dragon. This reckless aggression provided the creature an opening, allowing it to lash out with a claw at Gorjin's neck. Had it not been for Gorjin's life-draining abilities and various defensive passives, he would have been grievously injured. However, the Thorned Earth Dragon also paid a heavy price for its assault. One of its large horns was shattered by Gorjin, its wings fractured, and its body, once bristling with thorny spines, now lay torn and bloodied, with one leg even broken. Its vertical pupils met Gorjin's frenzied red eyes, and instinctively, it recoiled. The primal urge for survival urged it to distance itself from this madman. Yet, with its wings drooping and front legs broken, escape was no longer an option. Once its vigor waned, its attacks faltered, and its defenses crumbled, culminating in a mournful collapse to the ground. The minutes swiftly elapsed, the scarlet hue in Gorjin's eyes dissipating, clarity returning to his gaze. A wave of exhaustion, both spiritual and physical, compelled him to sink to the ground. As for the Thorned Earth Dragon, it was left gasping for breath. Gorjin turned to the shaman. Can you heal? The shaman, momentarily stunned, quickly replied. Yes. Do you require healing? Gorjin waved his hand, pointing at the ailing Thorned Earth Dragon. I don't need it. Give it to that creature. I intend to tame it. The shaman, recognizing Gorjin's frailty, immediately cast a healing wave upon the Thorned Earth Dragon, temporarily stabilizing its condition, and then provided Gorjin with a dispelling spell. The aftereffects of his rage were partially alleviated by the dispel. They had not contemplated taking advantage of Gorjin's weakness. Telonar had informed them of the might of the dragon's roost, and they understood that Gorjin had a more formidable matron behind him. Whether it was a regular combatant of the dragon's roost or Gorjin's mother, they could easily crush them. Now was not the time to withhold assistance. Later, even if they had to sell themselves, they could secure a good price. Chapter 147. The Thorned Tooth Clan of the Dragon's Roost. The Thorned Earth Dragon was gravely injured. Even with the shaman expending all his magical energy, it could only be saved from the brink of death. Furthermore, the aftereffects of Gorjin's rage were beyond the orc shaman's ability to dispel. The disparity in strength between the shaman and both Gorjin and the Thorned Earth Dragon was too vast. However, as long as the Thorned Earth Dragon remained alive, that was sufficient. Gorjin's wounds had ceased bleeding. The massive gash on his neck, aided by life draining, had begun to heal, yet it left a gnarled scar. This exemplified the distinction between reality and fantasy. Magic could mend wounds, but it could not reverse time. The battles endured would inevitably leave their marks. Gorjin, propping himself up with the now blunt wolf-tooth club, approached the Thorned Earth Dragon, seizing one of its intact horns to lift its massive head. Do you yield? Gorjin's eyes, filled with aggression, locked onto the creature's. It flinched, its gaze darting away from Gorjin and his club, now resembling an iron rod, emitting a low, mournful cry. Fear gripped it. It was truly afraid. Its once proud might, its thorny armor, gliding charge, and powerful wings had all been utterly overwhelmed by this ogre. Even the will to fight of the adversary burned brighter than its own. Gorjin had faced death multiple times, yet showed no inclination to defend himself. The Thorned Earth Dragon conceded, recognizing its defeat. Gorjin retrieved a taming leash, slowly attempting to secure it around the creature's neck, granting it a moment to react. The Thorned Earth Dragon's eyes flickered with a hint of struggle, but ultimately, it bowed its head in resignation. There was no shame in submission when bested in straightforward combat without any trickery. It accepted its fate willingly. Ha ha ha. Gorjin laughed heartily, holding the leash aloft. His mirth was unrestrained, a jubilant celebration. The ogre relished in conquest, excelling at subjugation, having triumphed over a worthy foe. He had also prepared a gift for his mother. Rogsa and the other warriors of the Thorn-Tooth clan watched their chief, the ogre, laughing joyously while grasping the leash, placing their fists over their hearts. This gesture represented the highest respect for a formidable warrior among the orcs. Rogsa, I can no longer move. Send someone back to notify my ship, the Dreadnought. To come here, Gorjin declared, sitting against the thorned earth dragon. Rogsa nodded immediately. I will arrange for a clan member to return at once. Please, Chief Gorjin. Wait a moment. He promptly dispatched a clan member to notify the Dreadnought, anchored outside the tribe. The orc shaman felt a pang of shame. It is my inadequacy. I cannot dispel the aftereffects of Chief Gorjin nor heal the thorned earth dragon's wounds. Although the creature had survived, its legs were still broken, and its condition was pitiable, rendering it unfit for riding. No matter, as long as it lives, its innate recovery abilities will suffice, and I trust you will do your best. Gorjin did not press further. He could not hold all spellcasters to the same standards as his mother, especially given that orcs were not renowned for their magical prowess. Among the most proficient spellcasting races, elves stood at the forefront, followed closely by humans. When the Dreadnought finally arrived, nearly 3 hours had passed. The orc guided the dwarven crew as they tumbled down from the ship. As crew members of the chief's flagship, they were all members of the second tier. I am fine, no need to panic. Gorjin gestured for the dwarves to calm down. Only the guiding orc understood that upon seeing him return alone, the dwarves had threatened to raise the Thorn-Tooth clan. The dwarves hastily affixed 4 iron chains around the belly of the thorned earth dragon, hoisting it toward the Thorn-Tooth clan. As night fell, Gorjin decided against leaving at such a late hour, opting instead to rest for the night and depart the following day. It was evident that remarkable creatures excelled in every aspect. The next morning, Gorjin felt his weakness completely dissipate. The thorned earth dragon, too, found its fractured limbs no longer hindering its movement, and its wings could slightly lift. This improvement was partly due to the Thorn-Tooth shaman, who had regained some magical energy to cast a healing spell upon it. Its wounds had significantly healed. Rogsa approached Gorjin, placing his fist over his heart. Mighty Chief Gorjin of the Dragon's Roost, I, Rogsa of the Thorn-Tooth clan, stand ready for your every command. Rogsa's expression was earnest and solemn. This was the agreement made yesterday. Should Gorjin take action, they would unconditionally fulfill any request he made. Furthermore, the reality is that Gorjin single-handedly fulfilled their commission. Apart from providing illumination, they contributed nothing of significance. Such formidable power not only subdued the Thorned Earth Dragon, but also earned the recognition of the Broken Fang clan. Contemplating for a moment, Gorjin proposed, "Let us become a vassal of the Dragon's Nest, constructing airship towers, and in the future, surrendering 1/10 of all hunting supplies, while engaging exclusively in trade with the Dragon's Nest. What say you? Will you, Broken Fang, accept this?" Gorjin cast a knowing glance at Rogsa. In truth, these terms were far more favorable than the treatment initially afforded to the vassal territories surrounding the Shattered Lion Ridge. The Shattered Lion Ridge not only demanded a tribute of their finest, but also required a quarter of their offerings. Yet, who could deny that Gorjin was elated? His expedition yielded considerable rewards. The only regret was that Gorjin had searched the vicinity but found no treasure chests. This implied that either this individual had fled from another location or that some fated child had opened an extraordinary treasure chest. As for the myriad scars, Gorjin remained indifferent. What warrior was without a few scars? They were not blemishes, but rather medals of valor. Without a moment's hesitation, Rogsa pounded his chest and declared, "The Broken Fang clan swears by honor. We shall forever remain a vassal clan of the Dragon's Nest." Ha ha ha. Gorjin laughed heartily. How amusing. You bring me great joy. Do you see that emblem? He pointed to the Dragon's Nest insignia on his airship. You may raise the Dragon's Nest banner alongside your tribal war flag. I shall not interfere in your clan's governance, yet you shall receive the protection of the Dragon's Nest. This was undoubtedly a boon for Rogsa and his Broken Fang clan, a fact he was well aware of. On behalf of all my kin, I extend our gratitude to Chief Gorjin for this generosity, boomed the orc, thumping his chest. Henceforth, he and his tribe could seek the sanctuary of the Dragon's Nest in times of trouble. Chapter 148, Armor for the Thorned Earth Dragon. The airship set sail toward the Chewing Bone clan, with the Thorned Earth Dragon suspended below. Despite its considerable size and weight, the dreadnought was still able to lift it into the skies. After all, The dreadnought had previously transported a throng of ogres along with several large bombs all the way to the shattered Lion Ridge. This also included the armor and weapons of the ogres. Even Gorjin had to admire the flagship, a remarkable amalgamation of goblin technology and dwarven military engineering. Even now, Ogre had yet to propose a superior modification plan. Thus, the Thorned Earth Dragon would soon experience what it was like to soar at great heights. The destination, Chewing Bone, was chosen for the presence of a shaman, whom Gorjin needed to expedite the recovery of the Thorned Earth Dragon, as its current state was utterly disheveled and unpresentable. The old shaman at Chewing Bone had not anticipated that within less than 2 days, the dreadnought would return bearing such a colossal creature. Upon hearing the creature's origins from the workers they had dispatched, both Ruelta and the old shaman could only click their tongues in astonishment. They gained a concrete understanding of Gorjin's might. Ruelta recalled his own fateful leap and felt a sense of gratitude for his life. Had it not been for his old partner's quick reflexes, the Chewing Bone clan might have become a footnote in history. The old shaman was skilled in healing but excelled in wind and thunder. After this incident, Gorjin acutely realized that his tribe could not rely solely on his mother's healing abilities. Now that their endeavors had expanded, it was inevitable that she would need to oversee matters, leaving no time for urgent treatments should injuries arise. With the old shaman's magical energy nearly depleted, Gorjin set sail once more. This time, the Thorned Earth Dragon's wounds had largely healed, and it was estimated that another round would restore it almost completely. During this excursion, Gorjin had opened 2 treasure chests, acquired a draconic mount, returned with 20 robust orc laborers, and gained an additional vassal faction. The population of the dragon's nest was steadily increasing, necessitating a greater food supply. Before the official harvest in the shattered Lion Ridge plantation area, Gorjin needed a stable force to provide jerky for the dragon's nest. Upon returning, the robust orcs immediately set to work, having been away merely 3 to 5 days. There was little to show for their efforts. 2 thunder lizards lounged at the entrance, rising upon seeing Gorjin and wagging their thick tails in a display of camaraderie. These 2 creatures had also plumped up. Now, they showed no inclination to leave. With food and care provided, why would they venture out? For a moment, Gorjin pondered whether these creatures were beasts or mere pets, who had taught them to wag their tails. It was not until he returned to his quarters and saw Doug entering with a wagging tail that he understood the source of this behavior. Chief, Siumai has already boarded the airship heading to the shattered Lion Ridge. She will commence the development of the plantation area there. Gorjin nodded and prepared to sit down in his grand chair. Chief, please wait a moment, Doug interjected, scrambling out of the room. Gorjin was left bewildered. Soon, Doug re-entered, struggling with a hefty cotton cushion. To carry the cushion, he had even transformed into his wolf form. You cannot sit on this hard chair. Once the workshop materials are ready, I will have them make you a cushion. Please give it a try. Doug knelt on the ground, raising the cushion high. Oh. Gorjin curiously inspected the cushion, noticing it was indeed crafted to fit an ogre's physique, with intricate stitching. He placed it beneath him and sat down. The animal hide was sturdy and did not crumble under Gorjin's weight. Ha ha ha, splendid. Quite comfortable, Gorjin declared, thoroughly pleased. And there's more. Chief, please wait. Doug scampered out once more. Shortly thereafter, he returned carrying a large roll of material. Look, this is a mattress made for you, and this is the cover. Doug displayed each item to Gorjin, then, at Gorjin's behest, laid them out on his iron bed. Finally, Doug shook his paws, revealing an enormous cloak. Chief, would you like to try this on? If it doesn't fit, I can have it adjusted later. Gorjin examined it closely. The cloak was not heavy but bore a strong ogre essence, with a dragon's nest pattern sewn in vibrant red thread across the back. 2 metallic shoulder guards were affixed at the shoulders, designed to fit snugly. These guards were crafted in the likeness of a roaring thunder lizard. Gorjin donned the cloak with interest, securing the shoulder guards. Doug, truth be told, do you hail from the Blue Star as well? A flicker of confusion crossed Doug's wolfish eyes. Blue Star? Is that the homeland of Ning Yi and the others? Noticing Doug's expression did not betray deceit, Gorjin dismissed the thought. Very well, I am quite satisfied. Though lacking any tangible rewards, Gorjin's simple praise brought a wide grin to Doug's face, his tail wagging with fervor. By the way, I recall the new tribesman accompanied by a troll shadow priest. Is he still in the tribe? Doug immediately responded, Yes, Chief, they have always been together. It is indeed fortunate for these 2 trolls to have gained the approval of the wandering ogre, especially since that ogre has been tamed by the chief himself. They are among the only outsiders, aside from myself and a few core members like Kalber, permitted to operate within the core area. The ogre's language, which only they can comprehend, is a unique dialect of utterances, and after a brief exchange, the other ogres cease to pay attention to the 2 trolls. They have become outsiders who can openly reside in the core area, a privilege that even Doug himself does not possess. He attempted to persuade the two trolls to relocate to the second tier, a significant elevation for outsiders, and while they acquiesced, their leader, the female ogre, was not pleased and insisted on remaining together. Doug could only applaud their strong bond. Gorjin was remarkably lenient towards his kin, so if she wished to stay with them, he would allow it. He instructed her to procure the thorny earth dragon for me. Additionally, he directed Culber to forge armor tailored to the size of the thorny earth dragon, as this was intended for my mother's mount, striking in appearance, yet practical in function. Gorjin issued his command, and Doug promptly sought out the old dwarf, and the two began to prepare, murmuring amongst themselves. This was a mount intended for Lady Horny, and thus could not be treated with any semblance of negligence. Under the guidance of the bear goblins, the goblin technology finally yielded the rock seal. However, this advancement remained exclusive to him. The other goblins had yet to achieve such a feat nonetheless. They had not descended to the level of being exiled. Ultimately, goblin technology could only serve as a subordinate to dwarven military industry. After all, the dwarves were rapidly approaching the extraordinary status of having their entire population at the second tier. Chapter 149, Don't Tell My Mother. As dusk fell, Gorjin stood by the campfire in the core area, warming himself. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air as a compass golden falcon landed upon Gorjin's shoulder before he even had a chance to react. Its formidable talons clutched tightly onto the shoulder armor of his cloak, affectionately rubbing its beak against his face. The crimson hue at its beak indicated that it had feasted well outside. The core area of Dragon Nest was brightly illuminated, with torches ablaze everywhere. In stark contrast to the lively exterior, the core area appeared quite subdued. Ogres traditionally showed interest only in feasting and smashing things. This is the essence of ogre faith. The marketplace had since become bustling. Doug had established various trading posts there, all featuring local specialties from Dragon Nest. Naturally, these were merely basic items, purchasable with Dragon Nest coins even without contribution points. After so many days, the laborers had managed to accumulate some coin in their pockets. The area was alive with voices, a diverse mix of outsiders mingling among them. Compared to their tribes, Dragon Nest possessed formidable industrial and production capabilities, and the goods here captivated their interest. Unsurprisingly, their tribes primarily sought to exchange for smelting furnaces, but unfortunately, their contribution points fell short. Gorjin had opened the exchange for smelting furnaces without any intention of monopolizing. Owning a smelting furnace and possessing industrial capabilities are entirely different matters. Not every Oasis faction has a race as comprehensive as Dragon Nest, nor do they all possess numerous affiliates to contribute resources. Currently, Dragon Nest boasted 5 smelting furnaces, with one dedicated to the roar of magic as it was undergoing transformation to become Dragon Nest's barracks. The most impressive was the Great Sand City. Corrine had transformed it into a standard industrial city. Upon visiting, Gorjin noted at least 10 smelting furnaces. Each rotation could supply Dragon Nest with a substantial amount of iron. The byproducts of production were fashioned into brick walls, continuously reinforcing the city's fortifications. Presently, the walls of Great Sand City had surpassed 10 meters in height, their thickness far exceeding that of when the dwarves were in charge. She understood that with only 3 heavy-armored ogres stationed here, coupled with the abundant material production, should other factions covet their resources, only a fortified city could secure their weight for support from Dragon Nest. Having endured the fright brought about by the initial terror of the dreadnought, she commenced the construction of tall towers within the city, outfitted with adjustable angle crossbows. These massive contraptions required a winch to operate. The bolts were crafted entirely from pure iron, and she had tested their range to exceed 500 meters. Gorjin would not entrust a city to her merely because she could make herself FX. Corine was constantly proving her worth and repaying Gorjin's trust through her actions. Gorjin faintly heard Culber's calls from outside, but was unaware of their activities. The thorny earth dragon, akin to a curious visitor in a wonderland, observed everything with keen interest. It possessed intelligence, and not a trivial amount at that, though it could not articulate its thoughts. Those seemingly insignificant beings operated strange machines, delivering copious amounts of food to it, one of the reasons for its willingness to cooperate. Of course, the primary reason lay in Gorjin's stern warning upon its arrival. Should you cause any trouble, I shall deal with you. This phrase was of utmost significance to it. The creatures here were merely sustenance, yet Gorjin's crimson eyes held a more potent intimidation. The goblins pressed out the basic plates, while the dwarves hammered and reforged them repeatedly. Enormous pieces of armor were meticulously crafted. The troll shadow priests intermittently bestowed healing upon the thorny earth dragon, with continuous healing, the thorns adorning its body visibly regenerated. Culber could only modify the armor's design. While wounds could be mended, the broken horns could not regrow at such speed. However, this did not daunt Culber. He swiftly devised 2 iron shells to encase its horns, as well as enveloping the backward-facing hooks on its wings with iron sheets. He even fashioned an iron chin. The old dwarf equipped all the areas suitable for armor with robust plating, considering this was intended for Lady Horny's mount. He crafted a grand saddle to rest upon the back of the thorny earth dragon. The thorny earth dragon was obedient, complying with every command given to it. It posed in any position requested. It had endured blows and nearly faced death, yet now its belly was full, rendering it content and devoid of desire. In just 2 short days, when Gorjin next beheld the thorny earth dragon, he nearly mistook it for Deathwing. Gorjin circled the thorny earth dragon twice, patting its heavy armor. No, with such thick armor, can it still run? Culber quickly interjected. Chief, it does not hinder its speed at all. It runs quite swiftly, save for whom? Gorjin's perplexed gaze fell upon the old dwarf. Perhaps it has lost some gliding ability due to the weight, Culber admitted sheepishly. He had fallen back into his dwarven habits, excessively piling on the armor. Had it not been for the 10-centimeter thick iron shield he forged, Gorjin's kin would have found it far more challenging to seize his great sand city. Gorjin exclaimed in astonishment, Goodness! If it had this armor back then, who would have conquered whom is indeed uncertain. The once colossal dragon, now adorned not only in thorns but also in dark armor, stood before him. The armor glimmered with a cold sheen under the sun, proudly standing tall and seemingly satisfied with its new appearance. Now, the task was to devise a way to send it to my mother. Gorjin, too, was pleased. The Thornland dragon now exuded a far more formidable presence than before. Doug immediately suggested, Chief, we can wait for the heavy-class airship to return and send it separately. We have calculated that it can easily transport Lord Rahoni's mount. Gorjin nodded in agreement. Very well, it is settled then. Doug, accompany it on the journey and see how the development of the Shattered Lion Ridge is faring. Also, take a detour to the Moan of the Magi and check if those 2 humans, who hail from the same place as Ning Yi, possess the rock seal. If they don't, we shall transfer one from Longqi. They have the capability to teleport supplies, which will save us considerable trouble in future transactions. But remember, only those with the rock seal are permitted. Doug nodded solemnly, assuring the chief of his diligence. All right, that will be all. Please tell my mother that I miss her. And do refrain from mentioning the scar on my neck. Otherwise, that fellow might find himself in dire straits. Chapter 150. The Arrogant Elven Mage on the 3rd day. The armor of the Thornland dragon was thoroughly perfected, with a 10-meter-long lance crafted from pure iron, styled in an ogre fashion, hanging beside the saddle. The heavy-class transport vessel returned, unloading its cargo, and bringing along some foreign visitors who had come to observe. Concurrently, 30 Minotaurs arrived to work, dispatched from another tribe among the 3 along the route. Thus, the dwarven labor force had entirely transitioned from foundational roles. The heavy-class ship was now set to transport the Thornland dragon and Doug to the Shattered Lion Ridge. Initially, Doug had harbored concerns about any unusual behavior from the beast. To his surprise, once the heavy-class airship ascended into the sky, the creature merely cast a glance at the clouds below before decisively retreating. Unusual behavior? It was not foolish, not to mention Gorjin's warning prior to departure. It now bore heavy armor that rendered it incapable of gliding. Should it fall, its shredded remains might nourish a portion of the desert. With the labor shortage alleviated, Culber's workload diminished significantly, making even the task of replacing Doug seem effortless. One of the remaining 2 males from Ning Ye's group was dispatched to the Moan of the Magi. A substantial amount of equipment began to flow through their private trading channels to the Moan. Fury Tooth commenced outfitting his elite warriors with the standard armor of Longqi. Alongside stealth rifles, Longqi iron fists, portable goblin bombs, and a battle axe. This constituted the entirety of the Moan's members' armaments. Simultaneously, 100 dwarven elites were dispatched to the Moan, joining Fury Tooth's ranks as professional combatants under Longqi's banner. They also brought 50 dwarven mortars and a considerable quantity of ammunition. Longqi was currently flourishing in peace and rapid development, but required its own sword. To wield no sword, and to possess one are 2 entirely different matters. The principle of Longqi is simple. If you heed my counsel, we all prosper. If you do not, I reserve the right to strike at any moment. The reason I have yet to strike is merely a matter of my choice. Longqi was now experiencing its moment of glory. As its influence expanded, more Oasis factions became aware of this formidable city. Alongside this expansion, the reputation of Longqi flourished, for it had never harmed any foreigner who adhered to its rules. Moreover, violence was strictly prohibited within Longqi, allowing for free and fearless trade without concerns of default or treachery. Should any such incidents arise, a fully armed Longqi enforcement team would promptly respond. If an adversary were powerful enough to disregard the enforcement team, ogres would soon follow, regardless of their might. The future ogres would topple them. Such an encounter would proudly trigger a Longqi boss battle, wherein the formidable Chief Gorjin would defend the rules and interests of Longqi, ensuring any who dared to disrupt its order or oppress its guests would find themselves on the ogre's dinner table. This system of rules, combined with Gorjin's steadfast integrity, attracted a multitude of foreign merchant caravans. Most notably, once within the territory of Longqi's 3 oases, a mere signal of smoke would summon the protection of Longqi's patrols. With such a transit hub, whether for trade or as a supply point, foreign merchant caravans were more than willing to opt for Longqi. On this day, Longqi welcomed a significant client. A formidable contingent of elves, mounted upon great stag-like deer, arrived at Longqi City. This was a group led by female elves. Upon their arrival, Culber felt the palpable surge of magical energy emanating from them. Clad in robes adorned with elven runes, their elevated heads showcased the pride inherent to their kind. They belonged to a powerful elven clan from a neighboring oasis. A sense of gravity washed over Culber. Though they were all elves, these were leagues apart in both demeanor and strength compared to the serving elves of local establishments. "Greetings, esteemed guests," Culber addressed. "I am Culber, a representative of the second tier of Longqi. We welcome you to our domain." The leading female elf lowered her gaze slightly, her tone icy. "Was it not said that the leader here is an ogre?" Culber's smile waned. "The true master of Longqi is, indeed, the great Chief Gorjin." "Then lead the way." The elf replied with a nod. "Please proceed to the trading area. Our chief does not engage in trade, nor can just anyone disturb him." Culber stated with a hint of brusqueness. "I have made it clear that I wish to discuss my trade only with your chief." "The assorted races in the trading area are not worthy of such discussions," she retorted. "What is it you seek to trade? We at Longqi do not sell just anything. I have heard that you possess a magical basin capable of producing water and a magical artifact that generates soil. We have come specifically for those." Culber's eyes narrowed. "Longqi welcomes all who come to trade, but only under the stipulation of adhering to our rules. Regrettably, you lack any contribution points to Longqi, and the items you mentioned do not fall within our trading purview. Should you wish to engage in other trades, please proceed to the trading area to exchange resources for Longqi currency. If there are no further needs, I must attend to other matters and cannot accompany you further." With that, Culber turned to leave. Such rudeness from a dwarf. This is the hospitality Longqi prides itself on? Hardly impressive, the leading female elf scoffed. "Long ears. Do you truly believe yourself a distinguished guest simply because I address you as one?" Culber's expression darkened. "Dwarves may excel in forging and possess great strength, but we are equally known for our fiery tempers. The hospitality of Longqi is for our guests to judge, and you are not worthy of such a privilege. As a member of Longqi's second tier, I must insist that you vacate our premises. Longqi does not welcome you." Culber's words deepened the scowls upon the faces of the elves. The leading elf gently waved her hand, and a surge of azure arcane energy erupted, transforming into a colossal hand that grasped Culber and lifted him into the air. "Ignorant dwarf, you shall pay dearly for your recklessness." "The cost?" Culber remained unfazed, letting out a cold smirk. "For Gorjin." With a furious roar, a silvery light enveloped Culber as his body rapidly expanded, radiating with a shimmering silver glow. Culber looked down upon the elves, his immense magical resistance bestowed by the descent of the divine allowing him to easily break free from the arcane grip. "Elves, the chief's pleasure house welcomes you." Boom. The ground fractured. A thunderous strike. Chapter 151. It's nothing, just an empty tube. Almost the instant Culber transformed, he caught the attention of the Dragon's Nest enforcement team. Fully armed dwarves swiftly congregated, brandishing their ambusher rifles. The surrounding outsiders, witnessing this display, promptly distanced themselves, finding a vantage point to covertly observe the spectacle. Rarely did one encounter such audacity in Dragon's Nest City. This commotion was certainly worth watching. The elves unleashed their fury. A total of 10 female elves, all spellcasters, 3 specializing in arcane magic, 3 in fire, 3 in wind, and 1 in lightning. The tremendous surge of magical energy and explosions roused Gorjin, who had been dozing off. Rubbing his head, he too sensed the unusual disturbance. Dragon's Nest had demonstrated its might on more than one occasion. Why were there still fools seeking trouble? However, Gorjin did not dwell on it. With Culber outside, that old man's 2 bloodline skills were not something just anyone could contend with. Culber stood alone against the relentless barrage from the 10 elven spellcasters. Were it not for the divine descent bestowing him magical resistance, he would have perished in the first round. The dwarf patrols commenced their assault, the ambusher rifles firing incessantly at the elves, while the dwarves behind brandished their Dragon's Nest iron fist. Explosions accompanied by blinding flashes continued to erupt. It was evident that the elves had cast magical shields upon themselves. Such is the nature of spellcasters. Without breaching their shields, inflicting harm upon them was virtually impossible. Culber's mind raced with questions. Where did these elves come from? Why were they all such formidable spellcasters? He could sense that these beings were far more powerful than the lion-like spellcasters he had encountered before. Yet, Kalber was not overly apprehensive. A dwarf imbued with divine descent held no fear of spellcasters. The very name of the skill, divine descent, spoke volumes. The continuous explosions and gunfire drew a frown from Gorjin. After all, Kalber was but one individual and could not withstand all the assaults. He found himself ensnared by the earth elementals summoned by the arcane mages, and the dwarves began to suffer injuries. Pure iron armor offered scant protection against magic, even less than the inherent magical resistance of a dwarf's skin. A yellow glow descended. The hunchback troll shadow priest intervened, rescuing the injured dwarves. The combat zone was transformed into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, with fierce winds, searing flames, and thunder imbued with paralysis effects. The powerful outburst from the high-ranking elven mages caused the onlooking outsiders to turn pale. The troll shadow priest was compelled to shield his eyes from the onslaught. Where did these elves come from? How could they be so strong? Unbeknownst to them, despite Kalber's might, he remained ensnared by the earth elementals. Had dragon's nests ceased to confront formidable foes? Absurd. So far, not a single ogre had appeared to pose a challenge. Little did they know, just recently, they had witnessed the mighty chief Gorjin subdue a subdragon, a colossal beast measuring 20 meters long. How they wished to see Chief Gorjin in action. Kalber's face flushed crimson. He was unarmed, having left his forge hammer behind, severely limiting his capabilities. For Gorjin, a flicker of red ignited in Kalber's eyes as he shouted the chief's name. Braving the earth elemental's attacks and charging towards the elves, Kalber had entered a fray for survival. Ever since being defeated by Gorjin in a trade of injuries, Kalber had grown fond of this feeling. It was as if to say, you kill me, and I will kill you. If you slay me, the chief shall avenge me. Damn those long-eared folk. Kalber let out a ferocious roar as he collided with the cluster of elves, delivering a thunderous strike. The elves' magical shields began to flicker, their spells momentarily interrupted. Reluctantly, the elves scattered. Their banishment spells proved ineffective against Kalber, who had invoked divine descent. He swung his fists, bellowing as he unleashed a barrage of punches. Damn dwarves. The elven leader, Silverfang, gritted her teeth. Take him down first. The fire mages, calm and collected, unleashed their fireball spells. 3 elven fire mages ignited with a white glow, and then launched fireballs the size of basketballs directly at Kalber. You dare call this a fireball? Kalber braced himself against 3 fireballs, his body swaying perilously, yet he couldn't help but mock. Even Lady Horny's fireball is larger than yours, you ignorant long ears. Ultimately, divine descent was merely a skill. It could not transform Kalber into a deity. His magical resistance increased, rendering him immune to most control spells. But it did not render him invulnerable. A yellow light enveloped Kalber, alleviating some of his wounds. However, this drew the attention of the elves. The female arcane mage raised her hands high, unleashing a flurry of arcane missiles toward the troll shadow priest. Likewise, this action captured the notice of the troll's leader. Adudu? Adudu, roared the troll's leader, a female ogre, charging forth wielding a pure iron-spiked club and a massive iron shield. Is this your reliance, dwarf? Scoffed the elves, viewing the white-skinned ogre with disdain. As high-ranking spellcasters, they deemed this ordinary single-headed ogre no threat to them. A small tornado, armed with slicing winds, surged toward the female ogre. Adudu? Furiously clutching her massive club, she emerged, flanked by 2 red-skinned ogres. 2 red-skinned ogres? How amusing. Yet this is still not your means to assert dominance. The elves' expressions grew slightly serious as they intensified their magical output. One must admit, they were indeed formidable. The female ogre, Kalber, and the dragon's nest patrol were no match for them. The ogre turned to the enraged one, Adudu. In an instant, fury consumed the enraged one, Adudu. The massive club aimed at the elves, and upon witnessing this, Kalber abandoned the fight, rolling away, barely evading the elves' attacks. What is happening? Inquired the elven leader. The lightning mage elf's eyes gleamed with thunder before she exhaled in relief. It's nothing, just an empty tube, devoid of any contents or magical fluctuations. The elven leader nodded, then, boom. Suddenly, the empty tube erupted with a violent plume of smoke, followed by a tremendous explosion that sent shockwaves, hurling them away. The magical shield they had just conjured was capable of withstanding the damage from the explosion, yet it proved powerless against the force of the blast itself. The cobbled ground was shattered, leaving a substantial crater in its wake. While onlookers from afar were driven back by the shockwave, Gorjin sat up, fuming. What manner of creature has arrived? He grasped the enormous weapon that leaned against the wall. Chapter 152, Night of the Explosive Fury. Anger was filled with exhilaration. Upon witnessing the enemies, resembling mere twigs, still alive and actively assaulting him, he felt a surge of joy. He embraced the massive artillery and unleashed a barrage. Boom, boom, Boom. This area, encompassing both buildings and streets, lay in ruins. The distant onlookers from other races stared in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping. What is the principle behind this? You ask me? Just look at my bewildered expression. Do you think I would be sent out to work if I understood? As for the elves, it was not worth mentioning. Gorjin, upon witnessing the scene after emerging, was seething with rage. Anger. You fool. Are you treating that thing like a firecracker? He slapped Anger on the back of the head. Are you fighting the enemy, or demolishing my dragon's roost? Gorjin stood tall, his feet planted upon two glowing rings, wielding a colossal iron hammer that spanned 5 meters in length. This hammer was elongated, with a heavy head and a lighter tail, featuring 2 massive blades on each side, akin to the hammer of a certain iron champion. It was his newly forged weapon, crafted by Kalber to match Gorjin's current strength. From behind Gorjin, a cadre of heavily armored ogres emerged, encircling the injured elves. Moments later, the severely wounded elves were bound. Anger, disheartened, followed the construction crew as they painstakingly restored the battlefield. Violence poked Anger. In a fit of exasperation, Anger punched Violence. Anger. Violence seized the battle flag and fled, leaving Anger in a furious uproar. Kalber and the dwarven patrols went to tend to the wounded. This task was relegated to the troll shadow priest. Gorjin settled into a grand chair, his weapon resting against the wall behind him. 10 dirt-streaked elven women knelt before him, struggling to rise, stand and die, or kneel and live. Make your choice. Gorjin gripped his weapon with indifference. Ogres, we have dispatched a message to the Supreme Silver Council. You and your backward city shall face retribution. The elves gritted their teeth, their eyes ablaze with hatred. Are you fools? This proclamation left even Gorjin, the ogre, momentarily dumbfounded. You dare intrude upon my territory, assault my people, and then demand retribution against me? Gorjin was almost laughing in disbelief. Go ahead and impose your sanctions. The elven leader staggered to her feet, standing proudly despite her mere 2-meter height. It is your honor that the Supreme Silver Council has chosen to trade for your water and soil, she declared. Had it not been for the elven pride forbidding theft, we would not be here as mere traders, but armed forces of the Silver Council. Gorjin had initially intended to smash the standing elf with his hammer, but he was captivated by her words. So you mean to say that you covet my possessions and expect me to be grateful? Gorjin blinked, unable to suppress his astonishment. By the gods, you are more shameless than I. Humph, we have prepared something of considerable value for you. Unlike you barbaric, uncivilized beasts, retorted the elven leader. Huh. Anyone with a modicum of sense knows the worth of these 2 items. What could you possibly offer of equal value? Gorjin scoffed. The elven leader smirked with arrogance. The depth of the Supreme Silver Council is beyond your comprehension. If you have the courage, free my hands, and I shall demonstrate. Gorjin, unfazed, bent down and tore apart the ropes binding her arms. The elven leader flexed her arms and waved her hands, conjuring a phantom. See this? This power can evolve your bloodline, simultaneously containing equal prowess of bloodline skills. What do you think? With haughty pride, the elven leader continued. Unfortunately, it was meant for you. But now it resides in a space accessible only to the Silver Council. Not only will you be deprived of it, but you will also face the Council's wrath. Her eyes turned icy. You are far too complacent. She conjured a vial of potion from thin air and drank it, her eyes igniting with a blue arcane glow. A sphere of arcane energy, as large as 3 basketballs, materialized and hurtled toward Gorjin. But a gust of wind arose. In an instant, Gorjin, seated in his grand chair, vanished from sight, causing the arcane sphere to float aimlessly in the air. A flicker of confusion crossed the elven leader's face before Gorkin's massive hands grasped her with ease, as if a mere mortal were holding a silicone doll 1/3 of their height. Have you had your fun? Gorkin's voice was cold. With the elven leader's magical supply severed, the colossal arcane sphere dissipated. Just as Gorjin was about to speak, he noticed his private chat channel erupting with activity. Ningyi, Chief, is that you? Ningyi, I found you through the trading channel. Is it really you? Ningyi, the Shattered Lion Ridge Oasis is surrounded by some unknown powerful human faction attempting to seize it. Ningyi, thankfully, Lord Doug arrived yesterday, and Lady Honey is managing to hold the line with that dragon-like beast due to its high mobility. Ningyi, the opposing side boasts a plethora of spellcasters, equipped to the nines, alongside numerous fodder slaves. I cannot see an end in sight. Ningyi, if you are the chief, I implore you to provide immediate support to the Shattered Lion Ridge. Ningyi, the regular members of the Shattered Lion Ridge have nearly all perished. Lord Doug has also sustained injuries. While Lord Gang and Lady Honey are formidable, they are simply outnumbered. Ningyi, Lady Honey, and Lord Gang are locked in a fierce battle. Gorjin crushed the elven leader in his grasp. His eyes turned a fierce crimson. What did you say about my mother? Ningyi, it's really you. This is fantastic. Lady Honey is strong, she's unharmed. But there are just too many enemies. Gorjin, tell my mother that her safety is paramount. The Shattered Lion Ridge can be temporarily surrendered to those humans. I will arrange reinforcements from Dragon's Roost immediately. Gorjin, notify that brat from the Magic Howl and prepare Anger's forces. Ningyi, understood. Gorjin hurled the now-mangled elven leader aside. Anger, get over here. The ogre chief's roar echoed throughout Dragon's Roost. Anger, sound the horn. Violence, plant the flags. Culber, assemble all armed airships. Gorjin's voice was laced with lethal intent. In an instant, the entire Dragon's Roost descended into a state of heightened urgency. The city sprang to life. The ogres required no motivation. Upon witnessing their chief's demeanor, they understood everything. The heavily armored ogres stood together, exuding a menacing aura. 2 thunder lizards flanked Gorjin's sides. Cloaked and bearing his mighty hammer on his right shoulder, Gorjin bore the golden falcon of guidance upon his left. Board the airships. Before departing, Gorjin cast a glance at the 9 female elven spellcasters, bound and kneeling within his chamber. Culber, keep an eye on the house. And let those 9 foolish souls be dragged outside the brothel for the guests to have their fun. Chapter 153, Retreat. Maintain a dense formation and advance steadily. Within the crushed Lion Ridge, a multitude of slaves crowded through the alleyways. They clutched rudimentary weapons, fear etched upon their faces, yet their steps remained resolute. Upon the walls of crushed Lion Ridge, fully armed human warriors were dispersed. General, this oasis is on the verge of being captured. One spellcaster proclaimed to the leading commander, whose armor shimmered with a faint golden light, subtle ripples of energy coursing through the muscles barely visible beneath. He was a formidable human general. The thunderous explosions echoed incessantly within the city. That 2-headed ogre mage was indeed powerful, yet she was but one. We merely needed to exhaust her magical reserves with these useless slaves, and then our warriors would be able to slaughter her. Even the seasoned human commanders observing from the battlements had to concede to the enemy's might. The weapon wielded by the single-headed ogre was rather intriguing, inflicting considerable casualties upon those slaves. However, what piqued my curiosity most was how these wretches had managed to tame a thorn dragon and clad it in heavy armor. Had it not been for this drake, this oasis would have long been ours. It is indeed peculiar. What has transpired with these lion folk? Surely, a single ogre mage could not have breached our defenses? Regardless of their past tribulations, this oasis shall ultimately fall into our hands. Securing this oasis would significantly alleviate the resource scarcity in our flame city, the leading general scoffed. You are thinking too simplistically. When we captured the last oasis, you all said the same. But what was the outcome? With every additional oasis, the desires of those above increased threefold. With a larger oasis, who knows how many slaves and soldiers those damned fools can accommodate? Those nearby immediately echoed. Indeed, the general speaks the truth. It has become a vicious cycle. For every oasis we conquer, they expand their population by 2. We shall never satiate their insatiable appetite. Enough. Let those slaves quicken their pace and allow the warriors to cover them from behind. The general interjected, his voice booming. Yes, general. Within the city, the roars of horny and steel reverberated, occasionally interspersed with the howls of wolves. The humans, one of the most populous races in the endless desert, lacked the brute strength of Orcish trolls, the magical prowess of elven drow, and the forging capabilities of dwarven gnomes. Even their stature barely qualifying as average among the common races. Nevertheless, humanity thrived. They may not possess the might of centaurs or minotaurs, but their aptitude for tool use and crafting surpassed that of Orcish trolls. Their magical affinity may not rival that of drow elves, yet they excel in their eagerness to learn and imitate. While they may not match the elite spellcasters of the drow, their numbers among mid-tier spellcasters far exceed both races. Their forging skills may not be as refined as those of gnomes and dwarves, yet they boast superior reproductive capabilities among the common races. A vast population dictates the number of exceptional talents. They are moderate, yet abundant. This has rendered humanity a primary martial race in the endless desert. Despite their lack of remarkable traits, elves possess extraordinary design and magical talents, yet their prolonged lifespans render them unambitious, leading to minimal population growth through reproduction. Drow elves have a significant demand for such needs, yet their combat effectiveness wanes during daylight, restricting their activity to the night. The disparity between upper and lower goblins is stark. The upper goblins indulge in extravagance, with massive battle machines rampant and trade routes thriving, while the lower goblins suffer from hunger, their existence akin to that of sandroach pests. As for the other races, each possesses its strengths and weaknesses. But only humanity remains terrifyingly moderate, lacking in specialization yet devoid of glaring disadvantages. The golden-armored general gazed upon the scenes within crushed Lion Ridge, murmuring, burning for miles. Flame City, The bastion of fire, he felt contempt for the current policies of Flame City, yet felt compelled to comply. The Oasis factions under his command numbered in the dozens, yet none brought him joy. Massacre had become synonymous with his identity, yet if he were to cease the bloodshed, this grand Flame City would plunge into peril. They have kidnapped me using Flame City, the golden-armored general muttered, his eyelids drooping as he gripped his greatsword tightly. Golden light cascaded down, healing the battered form of Doug, who scurried back. Are these slaves insane? They can't even secure a proper meal, yet they fight so desperately? Even with Doug transformed into a werewolf, benefiting from the enhanced physical attributes of his lycanthropic form, he sustained significant injuries from the slaves' crude weapons. He tore apart one, only to be overwhelmed by 10 more. The city of Crushed Lion Ridge was littered with corpses. Thousands had perished. Had it not been for Horny, who, seeing this as her son's dog, occasionally cast healing spells, Doug would have long since succumbed. Not far from the city, the wreckage of a strength-type transport airship lay upon the ground, the charred remnants testifying to its destruction by relentless flames. I observed no fewer than 200 human spellcasters on the opposite side, a full 2/3 wielding fire magic. It was utterly absurd. Doug, panting and exasperated, could not help but complain. Lord Doug, fire and earth elements are the most active in this endless desert, hence the prevalence of fire and earth spells among the spellcasters. Next in line are arcane, wind, and lightning elements. As for water, I have yet to witness it, Sue Banksia calmly explained to Doug. Not even the indigenous spellcasters, nor those who have descended from Blue Star, have been known to conjure skills related to water elements. At most, they can create drinking water. Ningyi, hands crackling with electricity, struck down slave after slave, invigorated as he rushed forward. Lord Horny, I have made contact with the chieftain. Sue Banksia's usually calm eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Doug felt no surprise. He was aware that these humans possessed the ability to communicate over distances. He simply did not understand why his chieftain also had this capability. However, the chieftain was omnipotent, so possessing any ability seemed reasonable. Perched atop the heavily armored thorn dragon, Horny directed both heads toward Ningyi. Ningyi promptly relayed. The chieftain has stated that he is gathering troops for reinforcement and urges you to take care of yourself. You may temporarily concede Crushed Lion Ridge to these individuals, but you absolutely must not sustain any injuries. Horny's left head responded. Those useless wretches could never harm me. Horny's right head interjected. What is Galkin thinking? If those humans completely occupy the city, we will be unable to breach from the outside. Horny's left head concurred. Exactly. Horny's right head added. This time, the humans are prepared. Descending from the skies is simply not an option. Chapter 154. I want them dead. Dragon Roost City. The market district was abuzz with a cacophony of voices. Kalber hoisted the forging hammer bestowed upon him by Gorjin, flanked by no fewer than 200 fully armed dwarven warriors. Aside from the laborers diligently at work, all the various merchant caravans and passing traders had congregated here. The rarely visited pleasure house, instead of welcoming guests, found itself filled with a collective of onlookers seated on small stools, engrossed in the spectacle. Prominently among them was the Lion Princess, clutching a piece of jerky, reveling in the opportunity to witness others entertain clients. A welcome diversion from her usual routine of being prodded by two fools. She found herself contemplating her own sense of normalcy, having grown accustomed to these recent experiences. The initial desire for death transformed into disbelief, then existential questioning, and finally, an acceptance of her circumstances. With her eyes closed, she resolved to embrace whatever came. Indifferent to the race of those around her, Kalber's wounds had been healed, while the two trolls remained in Dragon's Rest. The newly arrived kin hesitated, but faltered under Gorkin's icy gaze. She reasoned that there was little danger within the city, and remaining there was preferable. Kalber's voice resonated with authority. Ladies and gentlemen, surely you are aware that our chieftain has initiated an expedition, yet there is no need for alarm. This is due to an audacious faction encroaching upon our other oasis. You have all witnessed the previous events. Because of those ignorant long-eared beings, our trade has been disrupted, for which we, Dragon's Rest, sincerely apologize. The benevolent and mighty chieftain Gorkin has brought these long-eared ones here. As you all know, this is our unique pleasure house, where a single Dragon's Rest coin is required for a service. Yet, Chieftain Gorkin has placed these 9 elves here. As long as you adhere to our order, you may partake for free. Do you wish to know what it feels like to encounter a powerful elven spellcaster? Then come forth. A contingent of dwarves escorted the bound elves, their hands tied and mouths gagged, as they approached. They lined up, kneeling before the pleasure house, facing away from the resting laborers and foreign traders, forcibly prostrated by the dwarves. Kalber's expression remained impassive. These are formidable spellcasters from the Silver Council, truth be told. If it weren't for our strength in Dragon's Rest, When would you ever have the chance to experience something like this? Why wait any longer? Form an orderly line and commence your revelry. As Kalber's words echoed, the foreign traders erupted in thunderous cheers. Yeko, seated within the currency exchange shop, observed this morally disconcerting scene, yet found herself surprisingly composed. She felt no aversion to the unfolding events. Before her transportation to this world, she had been deceived into becoming a pawn in a certain park in MB, having escaped only to be recaptured. She was on the brink of being subjected to humiliation when she was transported here, having already endured numerous indignities at the hands of the overseer. The human world was rife with its own cruelties. How much worse was this endless desert governed by the law of strength? Among all living beings, where there is desire, the darkness within the heart runs deep. Yeko observed the scene with a cold gaze, hoping that the great chieftain would return victorious. At the very least, members of the second tier here could hold their heads high in pursuit of their desires. The pained groans of the elven captives mingled with the revelry of the guests, igniting the entire market district. No one dared to act recklessly in the absence of the ogres. Kalber's previous battle had proven he was no mere dwarven chieftain. He had faced 10 powerful elven spellcasters without a weapon, now armed and accompanied by the 200 fully equipped dwarven enforcers who would dare to act out. Moreover, the core area was home to 3 female ogres with young. Should those 3 become irritable, who would dare to provoke them? Should any harm befall the 9 elven captives, the troll shadow priest would ensure their survival through healing. This was the temporary punishment Gorjin had imposed upon them. These pampered elven women had long forgotten what it meant to experience such feelings. To them, the crushed leader was nothing less than a blessing. Amidst the rubble of broken Lion Ridge, Honi rode atop a thorny dragon, leading the remnants of her faction in retreat. All members drawn from the subordinate tribes had perished in battle. Honi, Steel, 2 newly joined ogres, along with a thunder lizard and Ning Yi, were the sole survivors. They stood atop a distant hill outside Broken Lion Ridge, gazing at the human army that had fully entered the city. They hoped their chieftain would arrive within 3 days. Otherwise, the remnants they left behind might soon be reclaimed. Doug sighed heavily. Honi had initially been reluctant to retreat, desiring to wait for her son. After much persuasion, Doug managed to convince her. During their withdrawal, Honi unleashed the remaining magic within her to collapse a significant portion of the city wall at the retreat point. The workshops within had already been destroyed during the battle. Even if the humans occupied this place, they would find it impossible to restore it in the short term. This was Honi's preparation for the forthcoming counterattack. Steel and the 2 newcomers, lacking foresight, dismissed the situation. Doug and Ningyi, one a native warg and the other a human who had been wandering since his arrival, also felt indifferent. However, for the typically headstrong Honi, this was a profound humiliation. She had never felt so powerless, yet the reality was as such. She was formidable, strong enough to have once faced the human spellcaster team single-handedly. But then they ceased engaging her directly, opting instead to send slaves to exhaust her magic and strength. Honi was powerful, yet she was not a deity. Her magic was finite, and her strength had limits. Those humans, however, regarded the lives of the slaves as expendable. As the numbers grew overwhelming, a qualitative shift occurred. Especially since those slaves came from various races and wielded weapons. They fell in droves, costing Honi her breath and depleting her magic. Retreat had become the only option. Honi's left head glared with crimson eyes. I want them dead. Her right head echoed the sentiment with equal fervor. You speak the truth. Chapter 155. This is a Wyak. Just as Honi was organizing her team for recovery, the thorny dragon suddenly lifted its head, alert. Who goes there? Doug instantly transformed into his wolfman form. Honi, wielding her riding lance in one hand and her massive bone club in the other, slowly rose to her feet, teetering on the edge of eruption. She would dare to confront even a black dragon. She stood on the brink of madness. Suddenly, a green-skinned orc appeared, unarmed. Lord Doug, it is I, Lee Sam, chieftain of the Sandblade clan. Doug, wary, inquired. I remember you. So have you come to kick us while we're down? Lee Sam shook his head. Lord Doug, I have come to offer reinforcements, and I bring 300 Sandblade warriors. At present, Doug harbors a deep skepticism toward any existence beyond the dragon's rest. With a sneer, he inquired, Oh, you have come to provide reinforcements? You would aid a faction that has reduced you to mere subordinates? Lissam replied earnestly. In comparison to the dominion of the Lion Men, the reign of the Dragon's Rest is indeed a boon for us. We initially pledged our allegiance to the Dragon's Rest in the name of Orcish honor, and now we have arrived. Doug chuckled derisively. Is that how you tricked your way back to your tribe from the Lion Men? Lissam shook his head. You may doubt me, but I am willing to surrender my weapons to you. When you launch your counterattack, you can return them to us. Doug turned his questioning gaze toward Horny. The right head of Horny stated, If this is true, there will be rewards after the battle. The left head added, If false, they shall be utterly annihilated. Both Horny and the Thorned Earth Dragon could effortlessly topple Lissam's clan. Doug's attention shifted to the green-skinned Orcish swordmaster. He solemnly removed a weapon from his back, resembling a massive blade, and handed it to Doug. Only then did Doug exhale in relief. The Sandblade clan's reinforcements will be noted by us at the Dragon's Rest. As for the weapons of your other kin, let that be. The chief's army is on the verge of arriving. You may rest aside for now. Lissam thumped his chest and turned to depart. Moments later, the orcs of the Sandblade clan approached, resting over 100 meters away from Horny and the others. Before half a day had passed, further reinforcements arrived. The Bullman tribe of Shattered Hoof, led by Chief Rain Shattered Hoof, came to bolster their ranks, followed by the orc tribe from the small oasis, bringing 100 Orcish warriors. 3 of the 5 subordinate tribes had come, which caught Doug somewhat off guard. The absence of human and gnome reinforcements did not concern him. Let it be, the chief is nearly here. Ning Yi had maintained communication with the chief, aware that the chief's forces were hastening toward their destination. Concurrently, the Sand Spear Trolls, the human city of Shimmering Light, and the Bullman tribe of Fierce Hoof had also dispatched their warriors to provide support. For them, this was a gamble. Should they win, their standing in the Dragon's Rest would be significantly elevated. Conversely, a loss would subject them to the wrath of this formidable power alongside the Dragon's Rest. Sometimes, one must take risks as an art form, yet at other times, there is no choice but to wager everything. The adversary worthy of the Dragon's Rest's grand mobilization must surely possess a stature comparable to that of the Dragon's Rest itself. They could not guarantee that. Should the Dragon's Rest falter, this rival would treat them any better. At the very least, under the guidance of the Dragon's Rest's trade routes. Their clan's economy and strength were rapidly advancing. They had reaped the benefits brought forth by the Dragon's Rest's commercial avenues, and to sustain this prosperity, they were compelled to align themselves with the Dragon's Rest. Whether it was the 3 tribes along the trade routes or the 3 tribes affiliated with Shattered Lion Ridge, their contributions were visible to Gorjin, as well as to Doug. A defeat would spell the end of all, whereas a victory would, in accordance with Gorjin's character, inevitably lead to rewards for their achievements. The flagship, Fearsome, along with 3 Savage-class escort vessels and 2 Judgment-class patrol boats, was the first to arrive. Even from a considerable distance away from Shattered Lion Ridge, the airship descended, and Gorjin emerged alongside fully armed ogres. He had brought with him the 3 ogres from Great Sand City, along with his mother, Steel, and the newly joined pair of ogres, totaling 20 ogres. Mother, are you unharmed? Gorjin thundered over. The left head of Horny replied, I am fine, but I demand their demise. The right head added, what of your troops? How long until they arrive? I thirst for vengeance. Upon seeing that his mother was safe, Gorjin felt a sense of relief. It was still morning. Under the leadership of Fury Tooth, the troops were racing toward their location and would likely arrive by evening. After a brief respite, they would launch a direct assault. The 2 heads of Horny nodded gravely. The right head turned to the left head, saying, I implore you, when the time comes, replicate my skills, will you? The left head responded, rest assured, we will annihilate them. As Gorjin had anticipated, Fury Tooth arrived with a formidable contingent of 1,500 robust warriors. He had already allowed the soldiers to rest prior to their arrival, enabling them to strike at a moment's notice. With the magic roars 1,000 strong, combined with the reinforcements from various smaller tribes, they boasted a total of 2,000 warriors. Gorjin rose, surveying the battle-hungry warriors, his tusks gleaming. Those oblivious humans dared to assault Shattered Lion Ridge. I need not say more. Follow in my footsteps, trample those humans, and reclaim our Shattered Lion Ridge. Gorjin grasped his massive hammer, shouting, charge with me, Waag. The ogres and warriors of the magic roar raised their weapons in unison. Waag. Within the city, the humans, engaged in the orderly repair of the walls, suddenly noticed several black dots appearing in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of shells rained down upon the city, unleashing violent explosions. The human general urgently ascended the city walls, or rather, they had been camped beneath the walls all along. Thud, 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 thud. A thunderous and relentless drumbeat resounded from afar. A colossal Kodo beast, clad in heavy armor, charged forth like a tank, its sides adorned with massive war drums. As an armored orc rhythmically pounded the drums with mallets, the human general squinted, attempting to discern the unfolding chaos amidst the cannon fire. Soon, a larger behemoth emerged. It was the Thorned Earth Dragon, accompanied by over 10 massive fireballs. Armored ogres wielding enormous spiked clubs surged forth from behind the hills, led by one who stood upon 2 distinct halos. Following them, countless armored warriors of various races roared as they charged into battle. The spectacle was nothing short of earth-shattering. The human general, with a deep breath, turned and bellowed, prepare to engage the enemy. Chapter 156, The ogre's meat grinder. For the self-proclaimed civilized humans. This was a noble battle against the savage. Whether elves or humans, they believed themselves to possess refinement, often looking down upon the ragtag. Brutish outsiders who knew only how to wield raw strength, living rough in the wild. Yet, this evening's battle would provide them with a vivid lesson. They realized that the ogres, deemed the epitome of savagery, not only possessed heavy and finely crafted armor, but had also acquired airship fleets and a plethora of artillery. Firearms and bomb-launching weapons were equipped to every warrior. When the heavily armored Val raised the banner, the flag of the dragon's rest billowing in the wind amid his rapid charge, the humans understood that the lionmen's defeat was no mere coincidence. The 4 ogres they had encountered earlier in the city were no chance occurrence either. The enormous spiked club was a standard weapon for the ogres. Upon witnessing their frontline ogres brandishing these fearsome clubs, the leaders of Flame City realized the walls were no longer tenable. The seemingly intact city walls might withstand the onslaught for a brief period. However, the previously blasted breach is certainly a different matter. A total of 6 armed airships, boasting no fewer than 40 cannons, relentlessly bombard the interior of the city. Upon discovering the presence of a team of spellcasters among the enemy ranks, Gorjin commanded that the airships must not descend. The range of spellcasters is limited, thus the aerial bombardment from the elevated airships would not be hindered by altitude. On the contrary, the continuous descent would amplify their destructive power. Send all those slaves out to exhaust those wretched ogres. All warriors, ascend the walls. Spellcasters, focus your fire on that ogre chieftain. The human general issued his orders decisively. Although the 2-headed ogre mage riding the wyvern appeared more terrifying, he discerned that the one standing upon the halo was undoubtedly the leader of these ogres. The spellcasters were in a dire predicament. The mages collaboratively erected an arcane shield, safeguarding themselves and the general. In the next moment, over 10 vehement fireballs came crashing down. These fireballs varied in size. The larger ones were the result of multiple castings, while the smaller ones were mere duplicates. The arcane shield trembled violently as the mages turned pale, hastily gulping down blue potions from their pockets. The fire mages, assisted by the wind mages, retaliated against Gorjin with fireballs of their own. A dense barrage of human fireballs surged towards Gorjin. The right head of Horny roared defiantly. "Is this all you are capable of?" The left head bellowed with fury. "We shall slaughter you." Both heads fixated on the incoming fireballs. Their hands began to whirl rapidly. One by one, fireballs shot forth, intercepting the fireballs launched at them. Indeed, Horny's fireballs were even larger than those of the enemy. With the enhancements of multiple castings and duplication, Horny transformed into a close-range artillery, obliterating the incoming fireballs, and many fireballs veered towards the humans. The human general, with a grave expression, unsheathed his great sword. The once invincible team of spellcasters had become unreliable. Being outmatched 200 to 1 left him at a loss for words. He had grasped the enemy's might in previous skirmishes, but this was far more exaggerated, with an evident increase in the density of spells. This caught him and the spellcasters off guard. However, he reassured himself that the enemy's magical reserves could not possibly surpass those of their team, which was equipped with magical potions. The slaves, urged by the warriors, crowded out of the city gates. The charging duo, Fury and Steel, halted abruptly. Fury exclaimed, "Adut!" Steel bellowed, "Whack!" They stood side by side, while the other charging warriors adeptly split to either side, avoiding collision with them. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the deafening roars and the relentless cacophony of cannons, Fury and Steel instantaneously transformed into the battlefield's most dazzling figures. Fury unleashed widespread explosions, while Steel executed precise sweeps. The city walls, battered by Fury's assault, shuddered, and after the second shell, a conspicuous breach appeared. The third cannon fire obliterated a section entirely. The elite human warriors atop the walls fell into disarray. Gorjin, filled with murderous intent, bellowed, "You two, stop bombarding the walls. Focus on slaughtering those bastards. I want none left. Annihilate them." Fury and Steel exchanged glances, redirected their weapons, and aimed directly at the throngs of slaves spilling out of the city. Their concentrated firepower, with an explosive kill radius exceeding 100 meters, transformed them into harbingers of death. The slaves, who had expended Horny's considerable magical energy, seemed to vanish as if performing a vanishing act. With a single blast, over 100 slaves disappeared amidst the smoke. Although the 3-barreled cannon could not rival the great cannon's might, the dense barrage still felled numerous slaves. The human general's eyelids twitched in disbelief. What in the world is this? The previous 3-barreled cannon was one thing, but what is this great cannon? There's no visible loading or clearing. It can fire simply by lifting it. Where did these ogres emerge from? Despite his disdain for the high-ranking fire mages, and even his revulsion towards them, he did not wish for his warriors to perish in their service. As for the slaves, he cared little. They could be replaced in droves. The expressions of the other human commanders were equally grim. Although Horny had been formidable, they had previously felt confident. However, the absurdity of the situation today had caught them all off guard. Moreover, this was before they had even engaged in close combat. Horny single-handedly suppressed the human spellcasters, while conversely, she too was held back by them. Yet, the Thorned Earth Dragon, possessing strength second only to Gorjin, charged directly into the remnants of the slave army with Horny atop. Upon realizing that her master was not Gorjin, it had initially boasted, especially after donning heavy armor. It felt invincible. Apart from Gorjin, it regarded no other being with any significance. However, it soon learned that its new master, though perhaps lacking in raw strength compared to Gorjin, possessed the magical prowess to reduce it to ashes in a matter of moments. The Thorned Earth Dragon, having suffered defeat once more, promptly lowered its head to allow Horny to mount. After all, it had been subdued before. It would not mind this once more. It swore that this would be the last time. Though the Thorned Earth Dragon had transformed into a steed, as a predator of wyvern caliber, it left a trail of dismembered and mangled remains in its wake. Its armor, spikes, claws, and thorns were akin to a meat grinder for the malnourished slaves of various races. Chapter 157. Sam, what did you say? Then, the Kodo beast charged in, followed closely by 5 thunder lizards. The war drums in Fury's hands thundered, infusing the spirits of his comrades within the vicinity with renewed vigor, igniting their battle fervor. The thunder lizards barreled forward like war machines, trampling, tearing, and unleashing ferocious lightning from their maws. Following them was the ogre-led war party of the Magic Roar, with various allied warriors arriving to provide support. Gorkin's colossal hammer, exceeding 5 meters in height, descended with an astonishing roar, causing the earth to quake. The slaves caught in the radius had no chance to scream in agony. The merciful Chief Gorjin spared his enemies from suffering. Heavily armored ogres entered the fray, clad in heavy armor, wielding massive iron shields in their left hands and spiked clubs in their right, resembling a meat grinder as they passed, leaving only a field strewn with shredded flesh. The robust warriors of TH do not seek slaves, nor seek populace, but rather seek minced flesh. You presume to bully my mother with your numbers, yet I shall demonstrate to you the futility of your multitude. The eruption of battle ignited in that fleeting moment, as the slaves dispatched by them were rendered into mere paste before they could even react. The entire army surged forth. Nonetheless, the general of the human race remained remarkably composed. The fallen were but slaves. His elite contingent of thousands remained largely unscathed. They could not afford to linger atop the city walls any longer. Whether it was the absurd power and rate of fire of the artillery or the pure iron clubs wielded by the ogres, it was evident that the walls would offer them no protection. Most critically, the airships above continued their relentless bombardment within the city. Even if they had yet to strike the warriors, it was only a matter of time. Moreover, 50 dwarf mortars had been fully set up in the rear. The only viable strategy now was to charge down and engage the enemy, utilizing the precise coordination of the human forces to entangle them, thus preventing their artillery from unleashing its full potential. The gates of Shattered Lion Ridge swung open once more, as the human warriors surged forth like a tide through the gates and the collapsed walls. They were battle-hardened elites, well-trained and seasoned from countless skirmishes. Upon exiting the gates, they swiftly formed ranks. Horny was locked in a fierce contest with the human mages, neither side possessing the luxury of diverting their attention elsewhere. As the general of the human race, in the throes of close combat, he could not afford to observe from the sidelines. His adversary was a heavily armored ogre. If he and his commanders did not intervene, the ordinary human soldiers would surely be slaughtered without mercy. The officers faced off against the ogres, while the human warriors clashed with the ogre warriors. Both sides were fully armed, yet there was a significant disparity in numbers. Just as the human general spotted Gorjin, Gorjin also recognized the figure clad in golden armor. Sensing the aura emanating from his opponent, Gorjin's instincts warned him that this foe would not be easily vanquished. Yet, Gorjin chose to silence his instincts. In that moment, their sole focus was on each other, and they charged forward. With a fierce roar, Gorjin leapt into the air, wielding his 5-meter-long iron hammer as if it were a meteor descending upon the earth. The general erupted in a brilliant yellow light, swinging his greatsword with unwavering determination. His gaze fixed upon the monumental hammer. As the hammer descended, he vanished in a flash, his greatsword glinting with cold brilliance. In that final moment, he evaded Gorjin's crushing blow. Feeling the tremors of the earth beneath him, the middle-aged general could not help but click his tongue. Only a fool would attempt to withstand such force head-on. He retaliated with a swift strike, aiming for Gorjin's leg. The heavy armor absorbed the next attack with a resounding clang. After all, he lacked the strength of a dragon. A mere strike could not breach the formidable defense of the ogre's heavy armor. Gorjin, unfazed, swung his club backward without turning. The human general nimbly leapt back twice to evade, then astonishingly vaulted onto Gorjin's massive hammer, leaping between the two blades to strike at Gorjin's neck from behind. Even Gorjin had to concede that this maneuver was quite impressive. A gust of wind swept across the battlefield as Gorjin's form vanished. The human general's eyes flickered with confusion. A stealthy ogre chieftain? What manner of creature is this? With a thunderous roar, a massive hammer descended upon him. The human general had no time to evade and could only raise his greatsword to parry. Simultaneously, a dazzling light erupted from his body, with intense energy waves that even Gorjin could perceive. To his astonishment, he withstood the blow, a fact that caught Gorjin off guard. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen occurrence unfolded. A swift blade appeared behind the human general, piercing through his back. A towering green figure materialized, Ogre Swordmaster Lissum. With a swift thrust, he signaled to Gorjin, then vanished once more. This scene struck Gorjin as oddly familiar. As the High Chieftain, Gorjin had not anticipated that the human general would have such a trick up his sleeve. An ambush amidst a duel? When did these barbaric outsiders become so cunning? This left him utterly unprepared. Should this wound remain untreated, death would not be far behind. However, pure healing units like priests were exceedingly rare, and there were none among his ranks. He himself possessed healing abilities, but as he glanced at the massive hammer descending upon him, he could only lament his ill fortune. Lissum returned, delivering another swift strike that pierced through his brother's heart. What did you say? The human general gazed at the blade protruding from his chest, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Growing old, he had become careless. Gorjin suddenly felt as though he could no longer press down his hammer. The yellow light surrounding the human general erupted forth, transforming his form into that of a muscular giant. Even Gorjin could not help but marvel at the sheer physique before him. Years of commanding had made him forget that he was not merely a commander, but also a paladin. Raising his golden-hued sword with both hands, the human general pushed Gorjin's hammer aside, twisting his neck left and right. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Gorjin let out a cold snicker, once again swinging his iron hammer to collide with the human general's weapon. Each clash sent tremors through the air, and Gorjin could feel the quaking of his flesh. While the adversary appeared formidable at that moment, Gorjin sensed that even in this heightened state, he remained superior in strength. The battles among the other ogres were considerably simpler than Gorjin's. Those generals were clearly no match for the heavily armored, red-skinned ogres. The ogres' spiked clubs, imbued with searing flames, caught the generals off guard. However, the cumbersome nature of their heavy armor made them sluggish in close combat, putting them at a disadvantage despite their potent attacks. Yet, their heavy armor, coupled with the rock stamp and the passive abilities of Kogel, ensured they would not be easily overpowered. As for Gorjin himself, every one of his strikes was deflected by the opponent's greatsword. Otherwise, a single heavy blow would have sealed their fate. 5 thunder lizards encircled the Kodo beast, incessantly unleashing bolts of lightning. As their signature technique, they could accurately direct their electrical strikes at any foe they desired. It is akin to wielding chopsticks, deftly grasping the desired peanut with precision. Instinctual prowess. Meanwhile, the other magic roar warriors find themselves ensnared in a fierce struggle. Both factions comprise armored elites. The human warriors exhibit tactical finesse, moving with measured grace and synchrony, their frontline spears continuously thrusting forward. In contrast, the magic roar warriors, lacking formal training, rely solely on the instinctive abilities of their diverse races. However, their formidable physiques, combined with the dwarven craftsmanship of their armors and weapons, allow them to endure despite their lesser numbers. Particularly, as the clash approaches, a barrage of portable goblin bombs rains down upon the human warriors, inflicting significant casualties. While a lone bomb might prove ineffective against their armor, the sheer volume of over 1,000 goblin explosives cannot be dismissed. The frontline warriors engage in a brutal melee, while those in the rear draw rifles to unleash a sudden volley upon their human adversaries. This relentless and varied combat style has indeed inflicted considerable damage upon the human ranks. Despite the numerical superiority of the human forces, the battle remains fiercely contested. This spectacle opens the eyes of the reinforcements from various tribes, providing them with a clear understanding of the might of Dragon Roost. Under the leadership of their respective chieftains, the tribal warriors manage to coordinate their efforts. Regardless of their individual strength, the chieftains possess formidable combat prowess, more than sufficient to contend with ordinary soldiers. After all, to establish and sustain a presence in an oasis amidst this desolate landscape, one must be capable of overcoming even the average soldiers of larger factions. The world is vast, yet not so absurdly so. For instance, Lissum swiftly dispatched a human general with 2 decisive strikes. The 2 Minotaur chieftains, one wielding a towering totem and the other brandishing a long-handled battle axe, charged forth with two human warriors dangling from their horns. The chaos of battle severely restricted the dwarven mortars, relegating them to targeting the rear ranks of the human warriors. Gorjin finally felt the frustration of contending with paladins. Possessing immense strength and muscle, he found it incredibly vexing that after inflicting considerable damage, a surge of holy light would restore the enemy's vitality, akin to striking a tortoise shell. Meanwhile, the human general experienced similar exasperation. The enemy's strength surpassed his own even after he unleashed his full potential. After seizing a fleeting opportunity to strike twice, he managed to breach the opponent's heavy armor, yet could not penetrate the layer of fat beneath. He swore he had exerted himself fully, but it felt as though an unseen force hindered his efforts. In the higher echelons of combat, the humans ultimately began to find themselves at a disadvantage, though both sides suffered substantial casualties. Gorjin remained unconcerned about the losses among the magic roar warriors until he suddenly sensed a waning of his own strength. Not a significant loss, but a loss nonetheless. The female ogre from the couple he had tamed near Shattered Lion Ridge fell in battle. Unprotected by heavy armor and armed only with a rock brand and a pure iron wolf-tooth club, surrounded by two human generals, her leg defenses were shredded, and she collapsed, only to be pierced through the neck by another human general's blade. Horny, preoccupied with suppressing the human spellcasters, lacked the ability to render aid. The ogre forces began to dwindle. Gorjin, in a frenzy, was distraught. This was a member of his kin, and a female at that. Consumed by rage, Gorjin's eyes turned crimson as reason began to slip away. He ceased all defense, abandoning his struggle with the human general, and began to relentlessly attack the other human leaders and warriors. Each swing of his hammer unleashed a torrent of bloodshed. The warriors of Dragon Roost, whether ogres or otherwise, quickly discerned that their chieftain had lost his sanity and began to distance themselves. While uncertain whether Gorjin could distinguish friend from foe, no one dared to take the gamble. The human general, in desperation, sought to engage Gorjin, yet found himself powerless to halt the rampaging ogre. Wherever Gorjin tread, carnage ensued, leaving only scattered remains in his wake. The irrational Gorjin had become a tempest upon the battlefield. However, the true game-changer lay with the 6 armed airships. Observing that the ground was not assailed from the skies, they began to descend gradually. The human spellcaster team noticed, but were unable to react in time. The result was that the 6 airships commenced a systematic aerial bombardment directly above the mage contingent. Each armed airship was typically equipped with 4 aerial bombs, amounting to 24 large aerial explosives. The bombs detonated against the arcane shields wielded by the spellcasters, causing explosions that rapidly drained the already beleaguered mage's magical energies. The shields flickered briefly before dissipating like soap bubbles. The spellcasters' faces turned pale as a relentless barrage of fireballs rained down upon them. The frail forms of the spellcasters could hardly withstand the wrath of Horny, who was driven by vengeance. Her 2 heads erupted with raucous laughter. The 8-meter-tall dragonkin latched onto the city walls, using its limbs to hoist Horny upward. Gazing upon the terrified spellcasters, Horny skewered them with her 10-meter-long lance, creating a gruesome display of carnage. The thorned earth dragon charged forth, its metallic horns adorned with 2 victims, while it clutched another in its maw. Horny stood atop the city walls, allowing the thorned earth dragon to feast upon the human spellcasters, before turning her gaze downward. The strongest spellcaster among the ogres was now free to act. This battle, devoid of a clear outcome, would ultimately see these formidable humans fall beneath the banner of Dragon Roost. Chapter 159. Listen, this ogre is rather peculiar. Gorjin surged into the ranks of human soldiers like a battlefield meat grinder. In truth, while his rage might diminish his intellect, Gorjin could still distinguish between the armor of the human forces and that of his own kin. Of course, his discernment was limited. In the throes of unrestrained bloodlust, he endeavored to retain enough awareness to target the areas with a greater concentration of human warriors. He did not intentionally seek to harm his own soldiers. Yet, if the 2 sides became intertwined, and there happened to be a sufficient number of human warriors present, Gorjin would have no choice but to bring down his massive hammer. If his own warriors could evade the blow, all the better. If not, their names would be etched upon the monument of the fallen. The human general roared in fury, attempting to impede Gorjin. He swung his great sword in a futile effort to wound the ogre, but Gorjin disregarded him entirely, allowing the attacks to land without response. The damage inflicted by the human general paled in comparison to the blood he would draw with a single strike once Gorjin entered his frenzy. If this monumental clash had a standout figure, it would be the mother, who subdued 200 enemy spellcasters single-handedly. The pivotal turning point was the airships lowering their altitude to unleash aerial bombs. Yet, The greatest wildcard in this conflict was the chieftain of the Sandblade clan, the Sword Saint Lysam. Emerging from the shadows, he activated his wind step and delivered 2 chilling strikes to the human general engaged with Gorjin. In this moment, there was no room for individual duels. This was not about subjugating kin or taming beasts, it was war. Gorjin not only felt that Lysam did not interfere with his battle, but secretly gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Especially after Lysam returned to stab the human general with another blow following Gorjin's first strike, which completely took Gorjin by surprise. Even the human general had not anticipated it. As the adversary erupted with fury, Gorjin began to grapple with them, while Lysam chose to refrain from further involvement. His primary objective was to explore the possibility of collaborating with Gorjin to execute a decapitation of the enemy's highest combatants and generals, with the opponent unleashing their full power. Lysam concluded that remaining here was futile. He needed to maximize his own contribution. When he reappeared, it was behind a human general. The two were attempting to encircle and kill an unarmored ogre. The earlier fallen ogre had motivated them, and they planned to eliminate the remaining 2 unarmored ogres first. This particular ogre was the female ogre that Gorjin had finally tamed, having grown accustomed to the collaboration with the troll trapper and the troll shadow priest. She found herself somewhat out of her element fighting alone. Moreover, lacking sufficient fat, she appeared somewhat diminutive among her kind, making her efforts quite taxing. She roared in fury, attempting to crush the 2 bothersome little foes. Hee, it's me. A deep chuckle resonated as Lysam's great blade slipped through the crevices of the human general's armor. Emerging from the other side of his body, the human general turned around in disbelief, only to meet the cruel gaze of a towering orc. With a swift kick, Lysam sent the human general sprawling, retracting his weapon, and when he looked up, he met the appreciative gaze of the beleaguered ogre. This unexpected acknowledgement left him somewhat flattered. Was this the kind of look one would expect from ogres who recognized no kin apart from their chieftains? He nodded, and in an instant, his body began to spin at high speed, his great blade conjuring a fierce whirlwind of cold light that enveloped the other human general. The latter attempted to flee, but was blocked by the ogre's spiked club, which sealed off his escape route. The ogre and the orc sword master, 2 disparate races meeting for the first time, instantly reached a mutual understanding. The swordmaster Lysam truly possessed remarkable prowess. The weapon he wielded, inherited through generations, was both sharp and resilient. The human general, forced into a corner by the ogre's club, sought to resist with his weapon, armor, and bodily energy. Yet, he was swiftly reduced to a mere pulp by the terrifying blade storm. Lysam also wielded magical abilities, albeit applied in close combat. The swordmaster ceased his spinning, unable to resist giving a thumbs up to the female ogre, who reciprocated with a nod. Adieu. She expressed her satisfaction with their cooperation, tilting her head and inviting Lysam to join forces against the other human generals. Lysam nodded, his form gradually vanishing. The female ogre brandished her spiked club and thundered towards another human general. The general, engaged in a fierce struggle with a heavily armored ogre, hastily dodged and blocked. He evaded the club but could not escape the female ogre's powerful hand, which sent him flying. With a splat, the human general found himself impaled on Lysam's great sword. The 2 of them, working in seamless harmony, began to systematically eliminate the human generals, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. The female ogre thrived with a combat partner, showcasing a stark contrast to her solitary fighting style. Their synergy grew increasingly refined, and most of the human generals failed to evade their surprise assaults, meeting their demise on the spot. Thus far, the outcome of the battlefield had become painfully clear. The humans had lost their spellcasting team, and their retreat was cut off. In the past, they had faced defeats, but their arcane mages always managed to construct large-scale teleportation arrays during unfavorable situations. At that juncture, the elite forces of Flame City would teleport to safety, leaving the slaves behind as mere afterthoughts. However, their spellcasters had been entirely decimated. The 24 aerial bombs had become the final straw that broke the camel's back. Once their numbers reached a certain threshold, even the lionfolk's magical barriers could not withstand them, let alone the shields hastily erected by the arcane mages without the amplification of a magic tower. Of course, the absolute suppression from Honi was the primary reason behind this calamity. At this moment, Honi stood atop the wall. The head on his left side incessantly targeted human warriors with fireballs, while the one on the right scanned the battlefield, administering healing to his son and kin. The most unbridled force on the battlefield was chaos itself. This being raised the dragon's roost battle flag, wielding the spiked club with utter disregard for defense. He firmly believed that as long as his flag stood tall, he would remain unscathed. His attacks were bold and unrestrained, allowing the human generals to strike him as he adopted a strategy of trading injury for injury. To him, sustaining damage under the passive effect of life absorption was merely a wound, while for the human generals, it was a matter of life and death. That spiked club, what race would not be daunted by it? It was an ultra-heavy weapon that even a thorny earth dragon would tremble at a single blow. Chapter 160. Human General, Pai Yinzi, Danger. The cacophony of battle cries and roars gradually diminished as the human warriors, having lost their leaders, found themselves utterly incapable of resisting the ogres. The human general had been striving to impede Gorjin when he was suddenly pounced upon by a thorny earth dragon. The dragon's immense size and its heavy armor sent the human general careening through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Hiss! The thorny earth dragon first cast a submissive glance at Gorjin, then surveyed the battlefield with a disdainful glare, releasing a deafening roar. Aside from Gorjin and Honi, it regarded no other being with any significance. The human general, leaning on his great sword, slowly rose to his feet. He gazed at the multitude of fallen human soldiers surrounding him, then at the remnants of his warriors, who were being relentlessly slaughtered by the ogres and their various kin. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. He had never endured such a crushing defeat in his life. Even in failure, he had always managed to lead the elite away. He raised his great sword, recalling the words of his archbishop when he had participated in the paladin selection as a priest. He plunged the sword into the ground, muttering incantations as the holy light in his eyes grew increasingly radiant. A tremendous wave of energy surged through the sky, prompting Honi to look up in astonishment, as he discovered an energy composed of holy light beginning to coalesce. The human general suddenly lifted his gaze, watching the holy light cloud, his own holy light resonating in response. Slaughter cannot save my kin, but holy light can. His hands shot upwards, determination flashing across his face. It must be done. Roar. Before he could finish his words, a massive iron hammer came crashing down upon him. Thanks to the enhanced physical prowess from his berserk state, he survived, but his incantation was interrupted. Gorjin sat down heavily, the crimson madness in his eyes fading as reason began to take hold. A profound weakness enveloped him from within, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Observing the bewildered human general, Gorjin let out a cold sneer. Must we truly unify? How amusing. Casting such a lengthy spell in my presence. Does he think me blind? Horny leaped down and thundered towards Gorjin. The left head remarked, "What manner of behavior is this?" The right head inquired, "Frenzy? When did you acquire such a skill?" She was not one to purify or exorcise. Having received a somewhat adequate blessing that could barely be deemed healing was already quite remarkable. Subsequently, it was Gorjin who bestowed that holy healing upon her. Gorjin's eyes held a certain vacancy, reminiscent of someone who had just indulged themselves. "It's nothing, mother, just a minor issue," he waved dismissively. The female ogre approached, her large face brimming with excitement, pointing at the armed Lissam. "Adudu." Gorjin paused, casting a peculiar glance at Lissam before hesitantly responding. "Surely you cannot mean to bother him. After all, he is a chieftain of his tribe." The female ogre shook her head vigorously, continuing to point at Lissam. "Adudu." Gorjin, feeling a headache coming on, gestured with weary hands. "Let us discuss this later. You may go now, there are corpses everywhere. Eat as you wish and inform everyone that the feast has commenced." The female ogre departed, leaving Lissam utterly bewildered. He was at a loss as to what had just transpired. Angry Tooth dismounted from his kodo beast, grabbing the human general who had been flung by a hammer and bringing him before Gorjin, casually kicking aside his weapon. At that moment, the human general's eyes reflected no glimmer of hope. His final chance to fight back had been disrupted. He had also been struck by Gorjin's frenzy-induced blow and was similarly wounded. The battle had concluded. Dragon Nest emerged victorious. The ogres commenced their feast, for to them, the ground was strewn with sustenance. The warriors of the demon howls and reinforcements were busy collecting the bodies of their fallen kin and cleaning the battlefield. All 6 chieftains from the allied tribes gathered. Despite the main force being Dragon Nest, their own warriors had not escaped unscathed either. However, the outcome was favorable. Their gamble had paid off. They were also curious to discover from whence such a formidable human had sprung. Angry Tooth forced the human general to kneel before Gorjin, pressing down upon him, yet he resisted. Gorjin waved his hand dismissively. Lissam twisted his wrist, a glint of cold steel flashing as he did not fully sever the general's legs, but instead sliced the tendons at his knees. The human general fell despondently to the ground. The 2 thunder lizards, subdued by Gorjin, wandered over, and Gorjin leaned against one of them. Weakly, he spoke. "Now enlighten me. Why did you invade our dragon nest at Shattered Lion Ridge and assault my mother?" The human general forced a bitter smile. "Is there really a need for justification? You possess the oasis, and we require it. It's as simple as that." Gorjin, growing impatient, retorted, "Spare me the platitudes. Where do you hail from? What faction do you belong to? What are your future plans? Speak plainly, and I shall grant you a swift end." The human general gently shook his head. Though I have had my disputes with them, I will not betray them. To the victor belong the spoils. Dying in battle is my fate. My warriors are all gone, and I am weary. To die here is to honor them. You may kill or torment me as you wish." With that, the human general closed his eyes. Gorjin chuckled coldly. "Quite the resilient spirit. If you were one of my own, I would admire that, but alas, you are my foe. And I detest seeing my enemies so resolute." The human general smirked wryly. "In my lifetime, I have fought across the lands, countless souls lost under my command. I have endured whatever torment and punishment I deserved. I have basked in glory and reveled in pleasure. Now it is time for my suffering. Let it come. If I can enjoy a moment of torment before I die, my life shall be complete." "Huh, you have quite the perspective." Gorjin laughed heartily, then waved his hand. "Very well, since you choose to remain silent and play the stoic, I shall indulge you." The human general felt a sense of relief wash over him. Angry Tooth. Strip him of his armor completely. Apply some oil to the skin of the feathered serpent, and see if there are any beasts in the oasis that are in heat. "We need a male, bring it here." Gorjin raised an eyebrow. Given the number of women he has likely encountered in his life, I doubt he has ever faced this. Before we dispose of him, let this human general also experience a taste of blood. Agreed? Angry Tooth nodded, turning to depart, finding the idea quite agreeable. The foreign chieftains watching felt a chill run down their spines. The human general exclaimed, "What? No, this is torture and interrogation." He panicked, realizing the gravity of his situation. Chapter 161, Member of the Second Tier, Sumai. The human general capitulated. After Angry Tooth indeed returned with a beast resembling a canine. The furious aura emanating from it shattered the general's defenses in an instant. He would rather endure 1,000 cuts, even face a slow and painful death, than submit to this. He swore that if he uttered a sound, he would be reduced to a mere dog. But he could not accept this. He could not bear it at all. "I command you to take that beast away." The human general was on the brink of collapse. Gorjin queried indifferently, "Your name?" "Sabrin." "Your position?" "Commander of the 2nd Expeditionary Army." "Affiliated faction?" "Flame City." Gorjin's cold smile widened. "Congratulations, Commander Sabrin of the 2nd Expeditionary Army of Flame City. You shall receive a dignified death." Sabrin gasped for air, feeling a mix of shame towards Flame City, disgrace for betraying his kin, and a strange relief at no longer being subjected to such humiliation. "Now, tell me, what manner of place is this Flame City?" Gorjin lounged leisurely on the back of the Thunder Lizard, speaking languidly. Sabrin collected his thoughts before responding. Flame City has existed for a long time. Its first lord was a powerful fire mage who conquered vast oases and repelled various rival factions. Subsequently, the typical tale unfolded. Wars were waged incessantly for resources and population, leading to plundering and slaughter. Flame City expanded, its population grew, and every decade, a new generation of children emerged. Flame City's appetite began to swell, leading to the continual subjugation of the surrounding oases. This gave rise to the Expeditionary Army. Initially, the army's primary goal was to maintain and solidify the oases they had conquered, battling against those who coveted them. However, everything changed eventually. The Lord had his own offspring and disciples, to whom he imparted his wisdom, resulting in their rapid growth in power. Upon the Lord's passing, his son and disciples vied for succession, ultimately leading to the son of the former Lord succeeding, albeit through compromise. He became the new Lord. But the former Lord's brethren established the Flame Cabinet to jointly govern Flame City. As for now, the Lord of Flame City is but a figurehead. All power resides with the members of the Flame Cabinet. The Inferno Cabinet incessantly demands the Expeditionary Legion to expand, resulting in an ever-increasing number of troops and slaves, alongside a burgeoning need for resources. In order to ensure the stable operation of the Inferno Order, we find ourselves with no alternative. To safeguard the livelihoods of the residents of Inferno City, the elite, and the military, the recruitment of slaves must be intensified. As the population grows, the need for oases becomes apparent. To seize these oases, we must augment our forces and our slaves. Thus, we find ourselves in this predicament. Once we fought for ascendance. Now we are compelled to fight out of necessity. Without battle, resources dwindle, and the order of Inferno City would collapse. Such is the reality of Inferno City. Located to the northwest, are you satisfied now? Sabrin grew increasingly agitated, ultimately shouting in a fit of hysteria. Gorjin, with a swift clap, sent him tumbling several paces with a powerful blow. "What are you shouting about? I will verify the authenticity of your claims later. If they prove true, I shall grant you a swift end. If false, you will face more than just this dog." Gorjin waved his hand, signaling for Furytooth to take him away. Furytooth seized him and began to escort him out. "Hey," Gorjin bellowed, "break his arms and legs, and gag him as well. It won't hinder our return journey." Furytooth nodded and, with a single kick, shattered Sabrin's legs, twisting his arms at unnatural angles. From the ground, he picked up a rag belonging to an unknown human warrior and bound it around Sabrin's mouth, ensuring he could not cast any spells to heal himself. Such precautions were necessary. This was a creature that even Goldkin could not easily subdue. Once unleashed, he would become as stubborn and foul as a rock in a latrine. If given the chance, Furytooth would undoubtedly be outmatched. Though this battle seemed lengthy, it was merely the onset of nightfall. The Shattered Lion Ridge had once again fallen under the dominion of Dragon's Rest. After clearing the battlefield, all members, along with reinforcements from other tribes, temporarily returned to the city. Whether for rewards or other matters, Goldkin postponed everything until the following day. The aftereffects of his frenzy left him yearning solely for rest. Early the next morning, Goldkin arose, feeling invigorated. Outside, activity had already commenced. The remaining corpses were disposed of in the oasis and buried, destined to nourish the land. The weapons, armor, and substantial supplies belonging to the Inferno City human warriors became spoils of war. In truth, these supplies were utterly insufficient to sustain the vast slave population and the human warriors for long. However, considering their accompanying band of 200 mages, they likely had their own means. With the dead now deceased, Goldkin could hardly muster the energy to dwell on it. It is worth noting that both Goldkin and Doug believed Tsumai had perished. After all, she had been cultivating the oasis when the fighting broke out, and in the chaos, they had neglected her. Subsequently, Horny and the others retreated, leaving the Inferno humans to occupy the area. As a woman, Goldkin could not fathom any reason she might have survived. Initially, in a fit of rage, Goldkin had forgotten about this matter, only to feel a pang of regret as he lay down to sleep the previous night. A talented cultivator, lost just like that. Finding a reliable source for materials in the future would require starting anew. Yet, unexpectedly, Tsumai emerged from the oasis, covered in mud and grime. Her left arm bore the gleaming emblem of the rock seal, and upon spotting Goldkin, she let out a wail and burst into tears. It turned out that after sensing the fierce battle led by Horny, she had taken refuge deep within the oasis with a female dwarven helper. With a dwarf by her side, there was little to fear from the beasts. They had dug a pit to hide themselves, breathing through a hollow wooden tube. The human warriors had conducted only a cursory search of the oasis and had not delved deeper, rushing instead to repair the city walls. This oversight granted them the chance to survive. Thus, she fervently hoped Goldkin would lead Dragon's Rest forces to annihilate those who appeared to be her fellow humans. She vividly recalled the NDXS incident, where 30 indigenous humans had opened fire. Compared to those compatriots, she placed her faith firmly in her chieftain. Moreover, she had finally crossed the final threshold within her heart, receiving the rock seal. Chapter 162, The Little Brother is No Problem. Enough. Tsumai's tearful lamentations began to irritate Goldkin. Go away. When you were captured, I didn't see you crying. What is this wailing about now? Doug hurried over to pull Tsumai aside. This fellow had commanded the airship during the battle, ordering a low-altitude bombardment of the human spellcasters. After the fight concluded, he returned only when 6 airships had landed. Tsumai wiped her tears. She was scared, yes, but she also felt she had finally emerged victorious. Her experience between life and death had not been in vain. The change in attitude from Goldkin and Doug, this master and servant, was palpable. She exhaled deeply, recognizing her loyalty to Goldkin. Yet, the education and experiences from her life on Blue Star had initially prevented her from confronting this truth, leaving her just shy of that final step. This incident had finally allowed her to shed her burdens and fully integrate into this new life. Though she had much to express, she chose silence for the moment. The chieftains from various oases had arrived. The Shadewind clan of orcs, the Shattered Hoof clan of Tauren, the Black Axe clan of orcs, the Sandspear clan of trolls, the Shining City humans, and the Flame Hoof clan of Tauren. Within the entirety of Dragon's Rest's domain, including subordinate tribes, only the Shattered Tooth tribe, which was off the beaten path, had not been summoned, and the humans and gnomes of Shattered Lion Ridge were absent. While it is easy to add embellishments, providing aid in times of need is far more challenging. Goldkin could not expect every clan to wager everything on his behalf. Thus, he merely gestured dismissively. The tribute from the human and gnome oases of Shattered Lion Ridge is currently set at 25%. Let us raise it to 30%. As for the Shadewind, Black Axe, and Shattered Hoof, what would you desire? In light of our resounding victory, it is time to reward valor. The chieftains of these 3 clans sighed in relief. While securing a win and stabilizing their current situation was a significant achievement, they were not large tribes, and their populations were limited. With Goldkin having drawn some of their numbers earlier and now calling upon them again, there were losses to consider. Thus, a share of the spoils would be quite welcome. However, anyone daring to voice a demand would be seen as foolish. The Shadewind clan willingly accepts the distribution set forth by Chieftain Gorjin, declared Lissam, placing his fist upon his chest. The chieftain of the Black Axe clan quickly followed suit. Our Black Axe clan does as well. Rain Shattered Hoof echoed similarly. The same goes for my Shattered Hoof clan. Gorjin could not help but chuckle at the strong sense of camaraderie among them. Why not relocate entirely and settle in the Shattered Lion Ridge oasis? I could certainly use the manpower, and if you were to come, I would no longer need to seek out those wandering tribes. The intentions of Gorjin are unequivocal. Should you acquiesce, it would signify the dissolution of your independent tribe, merging instead into the Dragon's Roost tribe. Reflect deeply on this matter. Should you choose to dissent, it matters not, when the time comes. The spoils of war shall be divided among you, and in light of your assistance, the future shall unfold as it must. For the three chieftains, this decision requires no contemplation. Previously, Dragon's Roost presented them with three paths, and they all aspired to select the third, establishing their dominion over Shattered Lion Ridge under the Ogre's rule. However, their internal machinations displeased Gorjin, compelling them into the second option. Now, an opportunity once more lies before them. To let it slip would invite calamity. The formidable chieftain Gorjin, I, Lissam, willingly declare the dissolution of the Sandblade clan and pledge to lead my kin into the embrace of Dragon's Roost. This shall be a source of pride for both my people and myself. The Orc Sword Saint planted his weapon firmly into the ground before him, bowing solemnly. The Black Axe Orc Chieftain and the Fragmented Hoof Tauren Chieftain hastily mirrored his gesture. Ha ha ha. Splendid, let it be thus. You shall become the second cohort of inhabitants in Shattered Lion Ridge and ascend to the third tier of Dragon's Roost. Should you earn the Rock Brand, you will elevate to the second tier. Gorjin gestured towards Doug, Furyfang, and the recently promoted Sumai. The three chieftains regarded the brand with solemnity, etching its significance into their hearts. One point I must clarify. Gorjin's smile faded, and the three chieftains immediately averted their gazes. Dragon's Roost prioritizes hierarchy, which denotes loyalty above all else, followed by capability, disregarding race entirely. Now that you have chosen to merge with Dragon's Roost, all prior distinctions shall fade into history. Whether you are Orc or Tauren matters not, provided you adhere to the tenet of the Dragon's Roost tribe. Should I discover any underhanded scheming, do not lament that I did not forewarn you. The three chieftains promptly bowed. Your will shall be our guiding light. Compared to the forthcoming blissful existence and the vast oasis, these conditions are trivial. Gorjin waved dismissively. Go forth. My airship fleet is prepared to assist in relocating your people swiftly to restore productivity here. Doug, turn around and coordinate this matter. Doug immediately knelt. At your command. Great chieftain. With that, he and the three chieftains began to depart. Ah, Lissam, do stay a moment. Gorjin suddenly called the Orc Sword Saint to a halt. Lissam, bewildered, remained behind, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Ugh, I was the first to provide reinforcements, and my battlefield performance was commendable. Surely, there should be no issue? Gorjin tapped his horn, uncertain of how to articulate this. Not far away, a female ogre regarded Gorjin with expectant wisdom in her eyes. To be frank, my kin has taken a liking to you. Gorjin gestured towards the female ogre. Lissam turned around to see the very ogre with whom he had previously fought in seamless coordination. She gave him a thumbs up. The Orc Sword Saint's neck stiffened. He slowly turned back, struggling to articulate. Chieftain Gorjin, this cannot be. I am an orc, and she is an ogre. It cannot, at the very least, be proper. I have rendered service to Dragon's Roost. Gorjin furrowed his brow, causing Lissam's heart to skip a beat. What? I am merely suggesting you serve as her subordinate, not as her mate. What relevance does race have in this? Did you already forget what I just said? Subordinate? What do you think? Lissam exhaled in relief. I thought it was about me and her. Halting midway, he quickly added, being a subordinate is no problem at all. It would be my honor. What must I do? Chapter 163, Do not force my hand. How should I know? Gorjin replied, exasperated. Aside from you, she has two other trolls. Both former chieftains and shamans of a different tribe. Honestly, what did you do to catch her eye? Lissam's eyes widened in confusion. I really don't know. We merely worked well together in taking down several human officers. Gorjin was at a loss for words. This must be the first ogre who sought a fighting partner. The difference in combat effectiveness between having a fighting partner and not having one is considerable. Alright, what is your stance? You are a chieftain, after all. Make your own decision. Lissam quickly asserted, from this moment forth, I am no longer a chieftain. There is but one chieftain of Dragon's Roost, and that is you. Gorjin waved his hand dismissively. Enough of the formalities, just keep an eye on it. It may not be a bad thing after all. Look at him. His direct superior is Fury, the one over there holding the cannon. Gorjin pointed towards Furyfang. Lissam chuckled. This is your kin's approval of me. I have no objections. Gorjin nodded, signaling that he could take his leave. Next in line were the three clans along the trade route. Although these three were not officially subordinate to Dragon's Roost, they were nearly so. Dragon's Roost established airship watchtowers within their territories, compelling them to labor for Dragon's Roost, resembling subjugation even more than actual subordination. Gorjin scratched his head. You've been quite cooperative all along. What if we elevate your purchasing rank by 2 levels? You will then become the de facto vassals of Dragon's Roost, obligated to pay a tithe of 1/10 monthly, while displaying the Dragon's Roost battle flag and enjoying its protection. Volaman and the other 2 leaders exchanged glances, both perceiving the joy reflected in each other's eyes. We express our gratitude to Chieftain Gorjin for this boon. The 3 tribes, representing 3 races, simultaneously bowed to Gorjin, each performing their distinct customs. This time, Dragon's Roost showcased its true combat prowess, leaving these tribes along the route immensely grateful for their earlier decisions. Positioned between Shattered Lion Ridge and Dragon's Roost City, they found it impossible to fully integrate with either oasis. Yet, in this trio of choices, they made the right decisions each time. The first was to permit Dragon's Roost City to establish airship towers. Though it appeared to compromise their dignity, it preserved their lives. The tribes that opposed it now suffered grievously from numerous marauding clans fighting over scarce resources. The second was to send able-bodied warriors to work for Dragon's Roost. Had it not been for the weapons they procured, their losses could have been even greater. They had to concede that Dragon's Roost's heavy weaponry proved effective against the armor of human warriors. The third was to join Dragon's Roost in battle. Although there were losses, Gorjin directly elevated their purchasing rank by 2 levels. These 2 levels signified their newfound ability to procure Dragon's Roost's long-range trade weapons and lightweight armor. Firearms and iron fists were impractical, but bows, crossbows, and javelins were well within reach. Most importantly, the third purchasing rank would allow them to acquire forges. Among the 3 oases, the Glimmering City possessed its own forge and blacksmith, but they yearned for Dragon's Roost's advanced stamping technology and transport machinery. A Dragon's Roost excavator and a Dragon's Roost tracked vehicle could liberate a considerable amount of labor. There were many resources from Dragon's Roost that they coveted. As for the matter of affiliations, who truly cares about that now? The Dragon's Nest airship tower has already been established, and the robust have gone off to work in the city, engaging in the battle as well. Continuing to dwell on that feels rather pretentious. Overall, the enemy has been driven away, and the spoils have been plentiful. Everyone is quite satisfied. Gorjin found himself lost in thought as he gazed at the lifeless female ogre not far away. Those sacrifices are an inevitable part of war. The sight of his own foolish kin lying there stirred within him an inexplicable sadness, especially since he had personally tamed her. She had enjoyed only a brief respite in his tribe before meeting her demise in battle. The male ogre beside her sat quietly, his large eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Unlike those in Dragon's Nest, who could not discern the paternity of their offspring, these 2 ogres had roamed together as genuine comrades and spouses. Gorjin pondered whether it was time to alter his kin's combat strategies. With so few foolish warriors left, it was unwise to suffer further losses. Chief, should we not hold a grand funeral for the fallen ogre? Doug returned and, sensing Gorjin's gaze, suggested in a hushed tone. I must admit, her death is partly my responsibility, Gorjin sighed. Chief, the battlefield is brutal. We are all prepared for death, and this is not your fault. Doug quickly replied. No, I must acknowledge my negligence. It has been nearly a month since I tamed them, and they have yet to don heavy armor. Do you not think this oversight rests with me? Had she been armored, perhaps she would not have perished. Gorjin indeed had been negligent, and he had grown somewhat complacent. Believing that with his mother and Steel present, along with the cooperation of these 2 ogres, their success was guaranteed. Thus, he overlooked the necessity of equipping them with armor. Despite the Dragon's Nest and Shattered Lion Ridge airships having made 2 trips already, he had failed to recall this crucial matter. He had not anticipated the arrival of such a formidable human force. To expend the lives of slaves to deplete his mother's magical energy was an act that even the notoriously brutal ogres of Dragon's Nest would not commit. This realization filled the wise and ruthless Chief Gorjin with a sense of shame. He felt compelled to rethink the current mode of warfare. The chaotic, reckless method of charging in may have been exhilarating, but it was far too simplistic. It is my and Kalber's oversight, Chief. We will return to apologize to you and the ogres. Doug suddenly knelt, slapping himself across the face. What are you doing? This has nothing to do with you. Why take the blame? Gorjin waved his hand dismissively. You stay here to coordinate for now. My mother, Rage, and I will return. The other ogre warriors will remain here to hold the fort. You will temporarily assume the role of Lord of Shattered Lion Ridge. Doug panicked and clung to Gorjin's leg, nearly in tears. Chief, let me accompany you. I am but a watchdog. I cannot fulfill the duties of a lord. He pleaded. Perhaps I could switch places with Kalber? He was a city lord before and has experience. Doug swore he had no desire for the title of lord. He He would much rather follow Gorjin as a loyal hound. His heartfelt plea was so moving that one might mistake it for Gorjin having struck him. Gorjin frowned. "Don't push me to slap you." Chapter 164. Greatness is good. Gorjin returned aboard the Dreadful with horny and rage in a state of trepidation. Meanwhile, in Shattered Lion Ridge, Doug sat despondently on the ground. He was bewildered by how events had unfolded. How had he, a nearly transformed dog-like jackal, become a lord? This was a vast oasis, larger than Dragon's Nest. Why entrust it to a mere tail-wagging mutt? Gazing at the ravaged city, Doug felt tears welling in his eyes. This city had first undergone a devastating bombardment by Dragon's Nest. Shortly after that, it had barely begun to recover when it was engulfed in the fierce battle between Horny and the human army, compounded by the colossal Thorn Dragon, which wreaked widespread destruction. Then came the counteroffensive from Dragon's Nest, with 6 armed airships continuously bombarding the area, reducing it to ruins. The ogres wandered through the debris, temporarily agreeing to follow Doug's orders. With Steel present, he could somewhat control these brutes. After assisting the 3 tribes in their relocation, the armed airships began their return, carrying the slain Moan warriors and the female ogre's weapon back to Dragon's Nest to be placed in the Dragon's Nest Memorial. The distance was too great to transport them back. In this weather, they would spoil within a day. As the 3 tribes members arrived, Doug began directing them in clearing the urban area. Ning Yi and Su Banksia became his temporary assistants. At that moment, Doug made an unexpected decision to abandon the walls of Shattered Lion Ridge and demolish them for materials. For Dragon's Nest, the presence of walls held little significance. In the recent engagements, no faction's walls had proven effective. Under the massive, cumbersome bodies of the ogres, those walls served no purpose. Moreover, with Dragon's Nest mastering advanced airship technology, the size of their aerial bombs had only increased. They were useless. It would be better to dismantle them for resource recovery. Just as Doug finished up his tasks under the shed, Chumai approached him. "Lord Doug," she began. Originally, as a member of the 2nd tier, she could have addressed him directly without issue, but now that he was a lord and she had a request, she felt it necessary to adopt a more humble demeanor. "Is there a problem in the planting area?" Doug's immediate concern was for the planting area. "No, I am still in the process of cultivating. This oasis is vast, and I require time. What is it that you need? Be quick about it." "I am busy," he replied, fanning himself with his robe. Chumai promptly produced a fan woven from leaves. "Lord Doug, please use this. It is quite convenient." Doug accepted it with skepticism, and indeed found it pleasant. "Is it possible for me to request someone from Dragon's Nest to assist?" Doug regarded her with knowing eyes. "Xiao Wanhong." Chumai nodded eagerly. Yes, that's her. I didn't realize before that without the mark, I lacked the qualifications. May I apply now?" Perhaps fearing Doug would misinterpret her intentions, she quickly added, "Regardless of the past or present, she has always been the one encouraging me. Now that I have pledged my loyalty to the chief, I wish to counsel her as well." Doug grinned, revealing his teeth. "Ha ha ha, no need to explain. I am aware of your little schemes. However, since you are now a member of the 2nd tier, she is not the chief's exclusive aide. You can apply yourself. I recall you and Ning Yi are from the same place, so you should have a means of long-distance communication. Apply on your own. But I advise you to choose a time when the chief is less busy. The chief is quite favorable towards us 2nd tier members. Be sure to seize the opportunity." Chumai nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Lord Doug, for your guidance." Doug waved his hand, signaling her to leave. As Gorjin's subordinate, he began to adopt many of his master's habits. The next day, the 2 towns of gnomes and humans that had not arrived also made their appearance. They wished to apologize to Gorjin, only to discover that he had already departed, leaving the current lord to be that wretched Wurg. Doug's response was succinct. There was no need for their presence then or now. They should return and fulfill their vassal duties, ensuring timely tribute payments. Otherwise, their oasis would soon find itself under new ownership. The human and gnome lords left in a state of dismay, regretting their failure to provide support. However, lamenting after the fact serves little purpose beyond offering lessons learned. The one who reaped the greatest reward was the Sword Saint, Lissam. This battle not only allowed him and his kin to successfully join the Dragon Rest, ascending to the 3rd tier, but also granted him the favor of a formidable ogre matriarch. In terms of prowess, equipped with the skills of Gale Step, Jump Slash, and Blade Storm, he surpassed the unarmored ogre. Yet, even with 100-fold courage, he dared not challenge her. She was a prominent figure within the core area of Dragon Rest, a lineage of the great chieftain Gorjin, where might alone could not dictate respect. With such a matriarch backing him, he could even associate with those terrifying heavily armored ogres. The ogres, aware of this newcomer's temperament, chose to overlook her new subordinate, not out of understanding, but out of respect. This development positioned Lissam as the most distinguished among the 3 tribes, and with a core area leader as his patron. Doug found his conversations with him markedly more cordial than those with the other two chieftains. Although Doug did not inherently bow to such hierarchy, he nonetheless granted the Ogre matriarch her due respect. The construction of Shattered Lion Ridge was progressing fervently. Gorjin, along with his mother and Fury, returned to Dragon Rest. The Thorn Dragon still dangled beneath them upon their return. He had received news from Chumai that the establishment was now bustling with attendants. One more woman would not make much difference, so he consented without hesitation. The distinction between those marked and unmarked was as stark as night and day. Without a mark, not only would consent be hard to come by, but one's very words could also be twisted. Upon reaching Dragon Rest City, Gorjin convened with Culber and the Bear Goblin. The technological prowess of the Bear Goblin tribe now fell under the auspices of Culber's dwarven military industry. Although both belonged to the second tier, Culber's earlier ascendance and contributions granted him precedence. Thus, while Goblin technology was established early, it remained subordinate to the dwarves. Chieftain, Culber announced, accompanied by the Bear Goblin. The Bear Goblin had no choice but to submit to Culber, acknowledging his strength, yet recognizing his own inability to surpass him. Gorjin settled into his grand chair, his demeanor turning serious. I require a reformation of the Ogre's weaponry and their armor. I need you to devise a cannon, akin to Fury's Grand Boom, yet more portable and easier to fire. The caliber is at your discretion. My principle is simple. If it's a cannon, then it must be grand. Grandeur is paramount. Damn it. I intend to equip every ogre with a cannon. Chapter 165, Gorjin's Transformation. Gorjin merely laid out a rough direction, leaving the finer details to Culber's ingenuity. To comprehend why their chieftain suddenly deemed it essential to reform the ogre's military, Culber sought the operators of the dreadnought and inquired. Upon learning the intricacies of this battle's context, Culber found himself at a loss for words. Their chieftain was known for his lax demeanor, a fact well acknowledged within their Rockseal mutual aid group. Otherwise, he would not have focused his efforts solely on developing the tribe. Military preparedness was merely a means to safeguard their extensive enterprises. Culber could not definitively categorize this shift as either beneficial or detrimental. His loyalty to his chieftain was unquestionable, and Gorjin's changes brought him a sense of joy, as he had learned the cost of stagnation too well. Yet, he wished for his chieftain to enjoy a comfortable existence. This was the internal conflict he grappled with. However, the immediate priority was to devise a viable plan. The following day, Kareen arrived at Dragon Rest City aboard a rotating airship, while Gorjin relayed orders to the Blue Star individuals scattered across various oases through private channels. This marked the inaugural remote meeting for Dragon Rest. The Fury's Rage, along with Doug of Shattered Lion Ridge, stood guard beside their respective territories' Blue Star inhabitants. During this meeting, Chieftain Gorjin of Dragon Rest issued crucial directives concerning the challenges currently facing their domain. Gorjin posited that the war potential exhibited by Flame City during the recent siege of Shattered Lion Ridge had vastly exceeded Dragon Rest's expectations, resulting in significant losses among the core area ogres. Moreover, this revelation highlighted the current deficiencies in both the number of ogres and their singular approach to combat. To enhance the combat effectiveness and dominion of Dragon Rest, Chieftain Gorjin made the following two determinations. Firstly, the ogres must adapt their combat strategies, fully leveraging their intellectual advantages to maximize the effectiveness of their operations. This task, both honorable and arduous, would test the diligence of the dwarven military industry and goblin technology. Secondly, the core area ogres needed expansion. Any oasis under the jurisdiction of Dragon Rest, including subsidiary oases and trade partners capable of providing leads on other ogres, would receive the summons and rewards from Chieftain Gorjin, provided the information was verified. This represented a pivotal step in revitalizing the Dragon Rest influence, and every member of the faction bore the corresponding responsibilities and obligations. The regional leaders took these directives with utmost seriousness, ensuring the comprehensive implementation of Chieftain Gorjin's instructions. Once the assigned tasks were thoroughly communicated to every member, the matter settled. Simultaneously, an unmistakable shift in the internal atmosphere became apparent. Although the battle had concluded in a resounding victory, the previous aura of peaceful development dissipated, replaced by a palpable sense of foreboding. The members of Dragon Rest remained largely unfazed, but the outsiders felt the change most acutely. The market area remained bustling, yet the foreign traders had noticeably adopted a more subdued demeanor. Disputes that once erupted during trade began to wane, with merchants opting for silence when possible, lowering their voices when unavoidable. As for those with notoriously explosive tempers, they felt as if they had unlocked an entirely new profession upon arriving here, that of a ninja. Their tempers had notably mellowed. The previous instances of brawls over trivial disagreements within their tribes had ceased entirely in this place. The elite spellcaster elven team imparted a vivid lesson to these outsiders through their years of preserved purity. Do not act recklessly here. Following the infamous train incident, these elite spellcasters had begun to accept clients. Unlike the other attendants at the establishment, they were bound and gagged, unable to cast spells, left to endure the whims of their patrons. At this moment, their gazes resembled those of the deceased. Such was the fate of those who dared to act against Dragon Rest. Galkin's visits to the dwarven military industry grew increasingly frequent, placing considerable pressure on Kalber. As he has yet to devise a feasible plan, his once thick and robust brown hair has been forcibly pulled away in patches. The bear goblin, adept at brawling, is utterly devoid of creativity, relegated to merely assisting Kalber. This task diverges from the usual. Kalber cannot entrust it to an outsider lacking the rock brand. Damn it. That wretched creature is busy playing Lord over at Shattered Lion Ridge while leaving us with so many pressing matters. Kalber could not help but scoff. The bear goblin scratched his head, pondering, what should we do? We cannot keep the chieftain waiting indefinitely. If the chieftain insists on equipping the ogres with cannons, why don't we draft a cannon plan first? With Lord New's grand designs as a template, we need not start from scratch. Kalber shook his head. Your thinking is too simplistic. The chieftain seeks to innovate the ogre's combat methods, which cannot be resolved merely by clutching a large cannon barrel. We are a military design team entrusted with significant responsibilities by the chieftain. If we merely present a cannon tube, wouldn't that be a disgrace? The bear goblin stroked his furry face. You might be the first bear goblin to discuss dignity with me. Kalber's face twitched. You may be accustomed to shamelessness, but I am not. I intend to maintain my principles. The bear goblin grinned broadly. What is the point of that? Cast aside your dignity and revel in a mischievous life. Things can be quite enjoyable. Kalber felt his fists clench in determination. We can negotiate, but if there is no room for discussion, you can take your leave. Damn it. We lose one worthless creature only to be graced by your insipid presence. There is not a single dependable soul among you. The bear goblin recoiled slightly. Those humans are full of clever ideas. Why not consult them? Particularly that Ningyi. The lad is brimming with ingenuity. Kalber sighed. Your suggestion to shift the focus is rather cunning, yet it holds merit. Collective brainstorming is always beneficial. In the dead of night, a diminutive human and a goblin rapped on Yiku's door. Drowsily, she wrapped herself in a large robe and emerged, the dim light revealing the vacuum within. In the second tier, she was among a select few humans. The other races held no interest in her. And even if they did, she was undoubtedly safe. This was the residential area of the second tier. Even if she wore nothing, none would dare approach her. Upon seeing Kalber and the bear goblin, Yiku was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the reason for their visit. Chapter 166, The Ogre's Armament Plan. As a conduit for communication, Yiku facilitated a brief meeting between Kalber and Ningyi. When it comes to boundless imagination, the denizens of Blue Star reign supreme. Shortly after learning of Kalber's purpose, Ningyi proposed an idea. I believe we can modify the existing heavy armor of the ogres, given their remarkable object abilities. I surmise that the difficulty of modification has been reduced by 80%. The remaining challenge lies in its execution. This piqued Kalber's curiosity. Pray, elaborate. As soon as the topic was broached, Ningyi, who was nestled beside Su Banksia, was instantly invigorated. Merely constructing a cannon tube is dreadfully uninspired. The ogres, with their colossal physiques and robust frames, paired with that heavy armor, are akin to humanoid mechas. Kalber, you are familiar with mechs, are you not? Even a frail goblin can wield tremendous power with a mech, so imagine the potential if we transform the ogres into mechs. I propose we center our modifications around the ogre's armor, equipping it with weaponry, thereby transforming their heavy armor into humanoid mechs. Once we disregard the ammunition supply system, all other areas can be allocated for weaponry. Can you envision a legion of ogre mech warriors, brimming with heavy firepower? That would be utterly magnificent. As Ningyi spoke, he tossed aside the blankets and sat up. Su Banksia rolled her eyes. If you keep tossing off the covers like that, our chances of catching a cold tomorrow exceed 90%. Ningyi hastily tucked the blankets back around Su Banksia while he donned his clothes and added more firewood to the hearth. Who wears clothes to bed with their girlfriend? Currently, there were 17 ogres and nearly 2,000 individuals from 3 races residing here, and the situation was quite stable. Kalber was momentarily taken aback by Ningyi's words. They conversed throughout the night, with Ningyi growing increasingly animated. No male could resist the allure of heavy artillery and mechs, and Ningyi, a child of the mountains, was no exception. Though he hailed from the mountains, he was not unliberated. His home had access to the internet, and the most vivid memory from his childhood was watching Light Energy Messenger, which planted the seed of a mech dream in him, although he could not fulfill it himself. Facilitating the realization of this dream for the ogres, thus alleviating the chieftain's burdens, was equally commendable. As their discussion drew to a close, Ningyi offered a final word of advice. Kalber, I personally suggest that you first forge 2 sets of heavy armor. There are still 2 ogres without armor. The previous ogre perished due to lacking armor, which led to this predicament. I see that the chieftain is still quite pained by it. This project will take time. And should any unforeseen events arise, I've heard we now have 2 opposing factions. Kalber suddenly understood. This was the essence of collective brainstorming. Neither he nor Doug, nor even Gorjin had considered this, which resulted in the ogre couple being without heavy armor. Primarily, Doug needed to oversee Longqi City, and his arms ached from the daily toil, making it impossible for him to manage every detail. Gorjin believed it was his fault and did not place the blame on the other 2. After all, not everyone possesses the perfection of the illustrious gentleman, and minor oversights are part of human nature. Kalber hurriedly forged 2 sets of heavy armor and, utilizing the trading methods of the Blue Star people, sent them to Shattered Lion Ridge. Thus, all the ogres were equipped with heavy armor. The subsequent plans were set in motion. The project for arming the ogre mechs officially commenced in the military-industrial district of Longqi City. Under the leadership of Kalber and the Bear Goblin, the dwarves and goblins embarked on this grand venture. The military-industrial district was placed under strict lockdown. Outsiders, who had previously been allowed to admire from afar, were now barred by patrolling guards. Armed and ready, they denied access to any beings outside of the 2nd tier. No one dared to provoke this ill fortune. Anyone possessing even a modicum of sense could perceive the changing atmosphere within Longqi City. News of the impending conflict inevitably leaked out. The Sand Spear Trolls, the Shimmering City, and the Fierce Hoof Minotaurs began to frequently board airships bound for Longqi City. If their respective tribal towns were akin to rural areas, then Longqi City represented the grand metropolis. The races that had participated in the previous conflict could not help but discuss the matter. For these 3 Oasis factions, this battle was nothing short of a monumental clash. The elite of humanity outnumbered the combined populations of the 3 Oasis factions. In such a confrontation, even if they merely trailed behind to assist in cleaning the battlefield, it would still be profoundly impactful. Having spoken at length, the other foreign denizens who had come here were now aware of the matter, and thus it spread far and wide. The changes occurring in Dragon's Roost became somewhat comprehensible to all. It was only natural for the forces of the human race, having suffered such a significant loss, to take precautions regarding Dragon's Roost. Nevertheless, many of these foreign beings hoped for the strength of Dragon's Roost to flourish. A stable and benevolent power towards outsiders was something they yearned to witness. As for the potential threat posed by an excessively powerful Dragon's Roost, should any ill intentions arise, their respective factions would find themselves quite incapable of withstanding it. Worrying about such matters was futile. Days passed, and Kalber sought out Gorjin, borrowing the Fury for experimentation and transformation. Gorjin did not peruse the blueprints, being preoccupied with his own affairs. The World Channel had been abuzz with inquiries at irregular intervals over the past few days. Gorjin, whether busy or idle, kept a watchful eye on the chat channel. He had sent forth 2 messages. Does anyone possess information regarding the human settlement of Flame City? If not, I shall inquire again later. And does anyone have knowledge about the Elven Silver Council? If not, I shall ask again shortly. With so many Blue Star individuals arriving, the surviving population remained substantial. It was prudent to inquire further. Perhaps one among them could provide a clue. Yet, after days of persistent questioning, no fruitful responses were forthcoming. Gorjin remained unperturbed, for it was merely a shot in the dark. Today, when Gorjin sent out another inquiry, he finally received a response. What do you want with Flame City? It is a stronghold of severe slavery. Gorjin sat up straight. He need not pose further questions himself, as others in the chat channel would assist him. Slavery? In this desert, those without power are merely slaves. Is that not to be expected? No, only those within their stronghold are considered proper residents. The rest are all slaves. Are you exaggerating? How do you know so much? I am a slave from the Oasis subordinate to Flame City. Chapter 167, The Rending Assault. Indeed, sincerity proved to be an invaluable asset. The candor of this brother left the chat channel's participants momentarily speechless, even leaving Gorjin at a loss for words. Oh, esteemed slave. You. Oh, it's nothing. At least I'm not starving. I possess a few skills that allow me to serve as a team leader. Do not underestimate us slaves. I manage nearly 200 of them. This revelation astonished Gorjin. A slave leader managing 200 individuals indicated the staggering number of slaves under Flame City's dominion. Good heavens. Incredible. How on earth do you manage that? I, not being a slave, oversee merely 2 hunting teams of fewer than 30. After a moment, the slave leader re-emerged. As I mentioned, let us set aside other matters. Simply put, Flame City has an abundance of slaves. In the oasis where I reside, there are 5,000 slaves. Yet do you know how many residents Flame City has? Fewer than 1,000. a 5-to-1 ratio. This prompted questions from the audience. It was not disbelief, merely confusion. Wait, 5,000 against 1,000? Are they exceptionally formidable? If you were to revolt, wouldn't you have succeeded by now? Haha. Flame City has orchestrated things in such a way that they need not concern themselves with your rebellion. Not to mention the formidable expeditionary forces of Flame City, or the Holy Shield Legion of Radiant Sun City. Simply the policies of Flame City render these slaves devoid of any will to resist. At this point, Gorjin became intrigued. Pray tell, esteemed leader, elaborate further. The conditions for Flame City residents are absurdly favorable, akin to a utopia. Their basic needs, including food, shelter, and even education, are meticulously arranged. Flame City has even established a pathway for the slaves. Children born to slaves can temporarily shed their status and grow up within the military camps of Flame City, receiving an education. Upon reaching 13, they undergo a selection process. Those chosen become military citizens of Flame City, and their parents also attain military status. This treatment is infinitely superior to that of slaves. Moreover, those who survive 20 battles and achieve merit may have a chance to transition into residents of Flame City, although their parents can only attain military citizenship. Slaves from Flame City fight without fear of death. They are utterly unconcerned about dying. For if they show cowardice, their children will be relegated back to slavery, forever barred from employment. Of course, this is but one reason. The penalties for cowardice in Flame City are extraordinarily severe, with the punishment extending to the entire squad of 200 for the failings of one. I have witnessed such punishments. Compared to them, dying in battle feels almost merciful. Furthermore, during every expedition, they are subjected to enchantments similar to hypnosis by spellcasters. Flame City's battles are primarily fought with slaves as fodder, followed by elite forces to strike decisively, ensuring unerring success. The slave leader from Flame City regaled them with a plethora of information. By the way, what are you asking about Flame City for? Are you planning to take action against them? Gorjin chuckled. If I were to take action against Flame City, would you betray me? Do not jest. I do not even know who you are. What secrets would I divulge? Furthermore, everyone here is aware of this matter, and Flame City is indeed formidable. Do not act recklessly. However, hypothetically speaking, if an opportunity were to arise, would you be able to assist in my escape? Slaves are treated as less than human. Aside from managing these 200 slaves, I am no different from them. Gorjin grinned. After exchanging a few more words, he added the individual to his private chat, facilitating future inquiries. The slave leader from Flame City was taken aback. Goodness, you are the one who has been persistently acquiring materials on the trading channel. From day one, Gorjin's trading posts had been visible to him. To the slave leader, this was a genuine bigwig who had thrived since the very beginning. Esteemed one, rescue me, I implore you. I would gladly serve you in any capacity. These indigenous humans are utterly brutal. I am no bigwig. I am merely a cook. However, do take care of yourself. Should an opportunity arise, I may indeed be able to assist you. Gorjin jested, realizing he had gleaned no valuable information, and thus ceased monitoring the chat channel. He prepared to once again utilize the abilities of the Compass Golden Falcon to seek out new ogres. The interval for usage had concluded, allowing him to employ it once more. The following day, as he was preparing to depart, Culber unexpectedly approached him. The experimental model of the Ogre combat mech had been completed, and he requested Gorjin to take a look, bestowing upon the suit an effect that would make the ogres feel quite satisfied. Gorjin had not anticipated the prototype to be ready so swiftly, and hurried to the military-industrial sector. Fury was already present. His heavy armor had been transformed beyond recognition, with the massive cannon affixed to his back and the barrel extending skyward from atop his head. Upon his left arm, just above the wrist, a set of rotating cannonry has been affixed, its caliber significantly smaller than that of the Gatling gun, yet it boasts remarkable convenience. On his right arm rests an imposing 2-meter-long chainsaw, its teeth unsharpened, and indeed, there is no need for them to be. The front of the chainsaw employs a strategy of reinforcement, serving as a substitute for a shield. These devices are firmly anchored to the armored gauntlet, equipped with a handle that allows activation merely by a twist of the wrist, thus not impeding the normal use of his hands. Chief, observe. Culber gestured towards a protruding circular mechanism at the waist of the furious giant. This is a turntable we have designed, capable of swiveling the large cannon on his back to the front. In this manner, he can fire while maintaining a grounded stance on all fours, or pivot the cannon to the front to utilize it as his primary weapon. Additionally, we have incorporated clasps at the front of the armor for swift donning and doffing. However, such a design undoubtedly harbors flaws. If he can open it, so too can the enemy. Yet, if such a voracious ogre allows foes to approach and manage to unfasten his clasps, then it is futile to aspire for dominion. He might as well resign himself to servitude. Gorjin observed the armored suit with keen interest, finding it rather intriguing. Are others planning to adopt a similar approach? Kalber shook his head. Chief, this design is specifically tailored for Lord Gruul's great cannon. This suit is merely a prototype, subject to further optimization and refinement in due course. For other ogres, we intend to reduce the caliber of the artillery, for Lord Gruul's great cannon is imbued with magical fluctuations, classifying it as a magical weapon. Our artillery of the same caliber, while usable by Lord Gruul, does not possess the same potency as the great cannon. Hence our decision to diminish the caliber and augment the weaponry. We plan to install a cannon barrel on the right gauntlet of the heavy armor, a machine gun beneath it, and a chainsaw on the left arm. Furthermore, we aim to affix a massive iron shield to the back of the armor, enhancing frontal firepower and rear defensive capabilities. Chief, would you like to bestow a name upon this suit of armor? Gorjin pondered for a moment. Let it be called the Assault Ripper. Chapter 168. Experimental power enshrouded in a helmet that obscured all but half of his visage, Gruul stood ready. Chief, would you care to test its power? Kalber inquired. Gorjin nodded. Let us proceed outside for a trial. Kalber hastily beckoned. Quickly, bring forth the cloak. The dwarven craftsman hurriedly approached, bearing a massive cloak fashioned from thick fur, ready to drape it over Gruul. Gorjin furrowed his brow. What is the purpose of this? Kalber blinked. For discretion, of course. Various factions lurk beyond the market. No need for that. They wouldn't be able to wield it anyway. Secrecy during development is one thing, but once it is completed, to not flaunt it would diminish the joy by half. In my view, there is no need for secrecy in development. Without the strength of OJBK, they can only gawk. Gorjin regarded the matter with a sense of indifference. The prowess of the armor was inherently linked to the might of the ogre. Stripped of its wielder, it would merely be a cumbersome mass of iron. Kalber offered a rueful smile. Indeed, Gorjin led the way outside, with Gruul thundering behind, both leaving heavy imprints in their wake, each step resonating with weight and strength. The formidable iron armor, lacking any assistive features, rendered Gruul somewhat encumbered. Gorjin contemplated, realizing it was best suited for battle. Kalber, the bear goblin, and several dwarven artisans trailed behind, Kalber feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He had endeavored to design and rectify the suit. Yet the ambition to secure these weapons without compromising the thickness of the armor led to this outcome. Initially, during the design of the first model, Gruul could hardly move, for it was excessively cumbersome, necessitating a complete redesign. This was the most optimized version Kalber could devise, though it remained only Plan A. He had a Plan B in reserve. This was also why he had temporarily designated Gruul's suit as a prototype. The gates of the military district creaked open, revealing the fully armed dwarves within, instantly attracting the attention of the various outsiders in the market area. Even those from the third tier of Dragon Nest were drawn in. To their surprise, the dwarves exhibited no signs of martial readiness, indicating that the Dragon Nest permitted observation. A large gathering of onlookers formed at a distance. As Gruul donned the formidable suit and emerged from the military district, every observer felt an overwhelming sense of pressure wash over them. Each of Gruul's steps seemed to resonate deep within their hearts, the sheer brutality of the mechanized suit unmistakable. Indeed, the initial impression of the mechanized suit was one of raw power, with no intricate parts in sight. The most striking features were the three types of weaponry. They had seen the great cannon before, yet the newly introduced chainsaw's length even surpassed that of an average human. Although the three-barrel machine gun had been diminished in size, each barrel still retained the girth of an orc's finger. They had previously encountered the goblins' mechanized suits, which at least displayed power sources and weapon systems. The goblin Gatling gun, with its lengthy ammunition belt, was indeed formidable. However, when Gruul had engaged in battle with the elves, he had fired a round without visible ammunition, leading to speculation about its nature as a mysterious magical weapon. The procession continued outward. The outsiders, emboldened by the absence of restrictions, began to follow suit. Approximately a mile from Dragon Nest, Gorjin halted, glancing at Gruul, who appeared slightly breathless, striving to maintain a serious demeanor. Gruul, Gorjin addressed with utmost gravity. Gruul's wide eyes fixed upon his chief. Look at you. At times, I ponder how it is possible for such a brawny and formidable ogre to exist in this world. My mother often tells me you are a fierce and ferocious lad. A look of delight spread across the exposed part of Gruul's face, his lips curling upwards almost to the edge of his helmet. "Adudu," Gruul exclaimed joyfully. Proudly raising his chin, Gorjin patted the great cannon. "See, this great cannon is a perfect match for you. Your contributions in previous battles alongside steel were no small feat. Yes, observe, the machine gun on your left arm is a compact version of the three-barrel gun you wielded before. Simply twist your wrist to fire, just as before. And on your right arm, the chainsaw mirrors the goblin's design. Similarly, A mere twist of the wrist will set it roaring to life. Gorjin solemnly patted the front of Gruul's armor. Now, Gruul, enlighten me, showcase your power. Gruul nodded firmly, his eyes brimming with resolve. Gorjin gestured toward the barren expanse in the distance. Now, unleash your devastation upon that open ground, and let the outsiders witness the might of our dragon nest. Remember, OJBK. Gruul licked his tusks, eager to articulate his thoughts, yet found himself at a loss for words. He thumped his chest with a resounding thud. Adu-do. Gorjin stepped back, granting Nu an unobstructed position. Nu immediately placed both hands on the ground, his towering apparatus poised for action, its cord elongated. Once he entered this launch mode, the cord would cascade down from one side of his head, allowing him to simply tilt his head to seize and release it. Gorjin, Kulber, and the onlooking outsiders collectively held their breath. With a thunderous roar, the apparatus unleashed a ferocious flame, stirring a vast cloud of dust across the distant desert. Before the swirling dust could settle, another blast erupted. Amidst the turbulent haze, Nu stood tall, flipping his hands to grip two levers. With a swift motion, he raised his left arm, directing it forward as the cannon began to spew fire. Although the rotation was not as rapid as anticipated, the mere act of firing signified success. The cannonballs manifested from thin air, hurtling towards the swirling dust, while the chainsaw on his right arm revved into a high-speed whirl, its broad teeth glinting ominously. Equipped with long-range artillery and mid-range cannons, he wielded the 2-meter chainsaw against the encroaching enemies. Given enough time, this chainsaw could even slice through the armor Nu wore, showcasing its formidable power. Subsequently, he released the levers, turning the dial at his waist, causing the apparatus to pivot to his chest. He cradled it and fired off 2 more rounds. The colossal explosions rendered the entire dragon's nest silent. Due to prior warnings from the Dwarven enforcement team, there was no ensuing panic. However, the outsiders were not as composed. Their minds were rife with confusion. Having just vanquished such a formidable foe, how could such extravagant armor emerge so soon? Yet, it was somewhat expected. The ogres in the core regions had donned similar heavy armor. It seemed normal? Ah, yes. An artillery without shells, a chainsaw without power, everything appeared quite ordinary. They had anticipated such weaponry and had witnessed the heavy armor, which indeed was substantial. Yet, combined, it seemed utterly absurd. With the ogres wielding such contraptions, perhaps we should persuade our chieftain to surrender and secure a place among them. You? Don't be ridiculous. They wouldn't even spare a glance at your pitiful numbers. Hey, we're the trash? What are you then? Same here. Goodness, are we all being so honest now? Perhaps we should consider offering tributes to the dragon's nest. In hopes of gaining their protection? Do be quiet. If the dragon's nest had no plans to act against you, you might have just tipped them off. That would be splendid. No resistance. Let us raise our hands and surrender and start from the 4th tier. With diligence, we might even ascend to the 3rd tier. Believe it or not, that might just work. The onlooking outsiders were engulfed in shock and trepidation, while those of the 2nd and 3rd tiers, who had come to witness the spectacle, erupted in enthusiastic cheers. They celebrated the might of the dragon's nest, the greatness of their chieftain, and their belonging to this revered enclave. The strength of the dragon's nest ensured their survival within this realm. Gorjin was thoroughly pleased. If such results could be consistently replicated, mass production might be feasible. Kulber wished to voice his thoughts, but swallowed his words. The chieftain had spoken. The greater, the better. It seemed the assault ripper required modification. Ideally, they should employ heavy artillery with a larger caliber, even if slightly less potent. Dispersing the crowd of onlookers, Gorjin sought to find new tribesmen, and coincidentally, Nu was present, so Gorjin called him to join. They would see if any unwitting souls might provide an opportunity to test their combat capabilities. As the fearsome lifted off, Kulber returned to the military district, rubbing his chin in contemplation. Big Bear, retrieve those blueprints. We need further revisions. The bear goblin stared wide-eyed. Revise? Hasn't the chieftain already named it? Kulber sighed. You are, after all, a goblin. Can't you think a bit? Stop acting like a fool. The bear goblin chuckled. We bear goblins generally like to command goblins. Thinking is usually left to them. We handle the doing. Fine, I'm exhausted. Can I have a sensible partner? Kulber waved his hand. The chieftain has declared that greater is better, so our planned cannon mounted on the right arm seems rather paltry. Besides, only a cannon the size of the Gonghong would truly suit the ogres. Indeed, the bear goblin concurred. The dimensions of the Gonghong frighten me. Even if our similarly sized artillery could muster half its power, it would be commendable. Hey, you know, I've scrutinized the Gonghong from every angle and found no peculiarities. Yet its power is astonishing. Honestly, it was even more remarkable before it had ammunition. The bear goblin nodded. True. Don't forget I was in the same crate with that thing. Kulber opened his mouth, suddenly realizing. He slapped his forehead. Ah, I remember now. You were hiding in that crate. But why was that thing in a crate? And it appeared out of nowhere, otherwise. I would have surely seen such a large treasure chest. How should I know? When that crate remained unopened, it felt like I was asleep. But I had an instinctive notion to eliminate whoever opened it, as that was my mission. Then why didn't you come out at that moment? How could I? Do you not see who was opening the treasure? Had I been able, I would have emerged the instant he reached for it. Then how can you claim that was your instinct and mission? Can that be violated? Why not? When it comes to my mission, I prioritize my own life. Right now, if I bow my head for a dragon's nest coin, would you oblige? Culber scoffed. If you truly offered, I'd bow as many times as it takes to elicit a response from you. Seriously, Big Bear, you came out with that thing. What secrets does the Gonghong hold? Why does it possess such destructive power with the same caliber? The bear goblin shrugged, looking innocent. I have no idea. I don't even know how I ended up inside. Seeing Culber's skeptical gaze, the bear goblin grew anxious. I genuinely don't know. Why not ask Ning Yi and the others? The chieftain's abilities seem akin to those of those blue star beings. Culber pondered for a moment, but shook his head. Forget it. I have enough on my plate without taking on this worry. We'll just focus on producing it. The usage is up to the ogres. The bear goblin suddenly suggested, how about a steam engine? Build a large steam mech to accommodate the ogre's size? Are you mad? How colossal would a steam engine need to be to lift an ogre's bulk? Not necessarily. It wouldn't be entirely mechanically operated. The ogres wouldn't manage that. We'd only need to install steam-assisted levers at the joints, with the ogres still operating it, while the steam engine provides support. The bear goblin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he elaborated. When it came to goblin technology, he thrived. Just imagine, once the mech size increases, we could equip it with even more firepower systems. As the formidable artillery is being reinstated, one might also contemplate the installation of 2 shoulder-mounted small cannons on either side, with an array of small-caliber weapons vertically affixed along the thighs. I propose the inclusion of flamethrowers. Thus, in the event of an enemy approaching, we could unleash a torrent of fire. At that point, we would possess heavy artillery, shoulder cannons, and triple-barreled machine guns for long-range assaults, complemented by flamethrowers and massive chainsaws for close combat. What shall we call this? Invincibility. Furthermore, we could emulate the Great Lord Bao by adorning our mechs with small flags, perhaps invoking a similar effect as his. Observing the boisterous discourse of the bear-like figure, Culber felt a headache coming on. Just how much iron would such contraptions require? Nevertheless, since there are ideas at hand, we shall endeavor to put them into practice and see if we can create a prototype. In the meantime, let us prioritize the heavy artillery and chainsaw, as these are essential components. Chapter 170, The Ogre Tribe. The navigator's golden falcon circled the fearsome, its path unwavering. Every ogre within the tribe had been encountered, and this time, they were indeed a fresh batch of ogres. The direction was resolutely southward. Aside from the operators aboard the fearsome, only Gorjin and Nu were present. Considering the supply needs for the journey, Gorjin had brought a copious amount of water and food, especially the latter, which filled the hold to capacity. This ensured that the fearsome could remain airborne for an extended period, significantly conserving time. The flight lasted a full 6 days. As the navigator's golden falcon began to soar and occasionally dive, Gorjin discerned that they had reached their destination. The fearsome began its descent. Before it had fully landed, Gorjin's boisterous laughter echoed through the skies. Ha ha ha. Truly, heaven has favored me. Nu approached curiously. Oh? Look, Nu, this is yet another ogre tribe. Ha ha ha. Upon inspection, there are a staggering 13 ogres. Fortune has finally smiled upon me. Hurry, descend quickly. I can hardly wait to subjugate them. Gorjin laughed heartily, his cloak billowing in the desert's heat. The arrival of the fearsome drew the attention of the ogres, who were napping in their makeshift shelters. They cautiously rose, brandishing their rudimentary weapons. This was a rather rudimentary ogre tribe, featuring only a few small huts and a fire pit at its center. In terms of size and environment, it paled in comparison to the previously encountered dragon's nest, lacking even an oasis. This suggested they were a nomadic group of ogres without any ogre sorcerers. An ogre tribe with sorcerers would never be unable to seize an oasis. As the fearsome landed, they rushed forward in a chaotic throng. Boom! Gorjin landed with a thud, jumping down from the ship's side, startling the 13 ogres. Among them, 2 ogre pups also darted forward. Shortly thereafter, Nu leapt down as well, the tremendous noise of his descent startling even Gorjin. Could you not simply descend via the ladder? Why mimic me while clad in armor? Gorjin raised his hand and delivered a playful slap to Nu's nose. Gorjin's own defenses were formidable, clad in heavy armor. And even with his helmet on, Nu was sent staggering back. Oh, Nu grinned foolishly, unperturbed by the encounter. Gorjin ignored him and turned his gaze to the ogres drawn in by Nu's presence. He waved his hand, and the dwarves lowered Gorjin's enormous hammer. Grasping the weapon and positioning it before him, Gorjin rubbed his horn and provocatively eyed the ogres. The meaning was unmistakable. With Gorjin's display, the ogres that had prepared to rush him retreated. One notably sturdier ogre stepped forward, wielding the customary giant beast's leg bone as a weapon. Gorjin recognized him as the chieftain of this ogre tribe. In a swift motion, Gorjin struck the pale-skinned ogre chieftain, sending him crashing to the ground. His eyes rolling back as he fell unconscious. Gorjin shook his right hand, surveying the remaining ogres. Who else dares? His movements were so swift that the ogres hesitated, some showing signs of defiance. Gorjin welcomed the challenge, swinging his right hand in a flurry, and within minutes, the ground was littered with unconscious ogres. Nu blinked. Ah, Daidu? Gorjin chuckled. It's nothing. A brief slumber is quite normal. Moments later, the unconscious ogres began to stir, acknowledging Gorjin's strength. He laughed heartily, instructing the dwarves to bring down the food, jerky from the dragon's nest storeroom. With their own hunts, tributes from subordinate tribes, and trade with passing caravans, Dragon's Nest was never lacking in provisions. This explains how goods could be transmitted via the Blue Star's trading channel while the rotational airships continued to operate. The emergence of these airship routes would provide convenience for the tribes along the way, ultimately benefiting Dragon's Nest. Currently, there are 3 rotational air routes: the Dragon's Nest to the 3 Oasis route, the Fractured Lion Ridge route, and the Chewbone route. The oases affected by these routes, including Dragon's Nest, number over 10. A multitude of people and goods flowed toward Dragon's Nest through these channels, while the produce of Dragon's Nest was likewise transported outward. This is why Dragon's Nest boasts a large population yet remains well-fed. Most importantly, the Dragon's Nest oasis is continuously expanding, with springwater tanks and soil production devices functioning daily. Upon witnessing the abundant jerky before them, the ogres disregarded everything else and eagerly began to stuff their mouths. Lacking an oasis, they resorted to banding together to raid nearby oases or hunt the magical beasts of the desert. In terms of their condition, they were likely the best of the 3 ogres Gorjin had subjugated, while the initial pair of ogres had been the weakest. Yet they too lived a hand-to-mouth existence. As kin, Gorjin had subdued them and provided them with a proper meal. Without further ado, the rocky brand began to glow on their left arms, including those of the 2 young ogres. The large ogres were not known for their intelligence, and the same could be said for the young ones. A surge of energy flowed into Gorjin's body, prompting him to take a deep breath. The sensation of this power was truly exhilarating. Instantly augmenting the collective strength of 13 ogres marked a significant enhancement for Gorjin. He cast a satisfied glance at them before striding toward their encampment. By the campfire, a large blue treasure chest emitted a radiant glow. It was not quite purple but exceeded the blue hue, representing a grand treasure chest. Gorjin extracted 3 blue orbs from it. Reckless, passive skill, increases attack power but incurs additional damage. The increased attack power is proportional to the lost health. I don't care. I want to kill him. Then eat him. Summon wild wolves. Consumes mana to summon 2 wild wolves to assist you in battle. The wild wolves consume mana continuously while present but can be dismissed at will. The wild wolves possess a roar skill that can enhance allied attack power in a wide area. Ogre's Whip of Enslavement. Ogres are adept at commanding beasts to assist in their assaults. Yet it is said that the strategy of attack is dictated by the beasts themselves. Striking the opponent can increase the taming success rate by 10. Indeed, it is a grand treasure chest, containing a pair of skills and an item. As for this passive ability, Gorjin can never have too many. He effortlessly assimilated it into his being. Summoning a wolf, Gorjin recalled that Kago also possessed a similar skill, whether to learn it himself or bestow it upon his mother. Gorjin leaned towards the latter. With his meager magical prowess, it was likely he could not sustain it for long. Chapter 171, The Cub Incident. It must be said, these ogres can truly consume. They have lived a life of scarcity for so long, having not tasted a proper meal in ages. The provisions Gorjin brought allowed them to satiate their hunger, yet it appeared Gorjin understood that they were full, but not overindulged. These creatures devoured all of Gorjin's supplies in one go. He was left with no choice but to hastily trade for a copious amount of jerky through Yeko. Once they were sufficiently fed and watered, Gorjin patted the shoulder of the leading ogre. Go. Tidy up, we are preparing to return to our own city. However, the ogre pointed at his kin behind him and then at himself. Hey Dodo, what is this about? Are you saying you've suffered a loss? Just a few trolls? You can't be serious. Hey Dodo, even with spellcasters, you 10 ogres couldn't fend them off? And they even stole a cub from you? Gorjin was filled with indignation. What a disgrace. You've embarrassed your entire race. The group of ogres lowered their heads, surrounding Gorjin and continuously mumbling a Dodo. Gorjin, now with a throbbing headache from the noise, sighed. All right, I'll take a look. Is that satisfactory? Now silence. The ogres cheered up at this. Yet, why did this story sound so familiar to Gorjin? He pondered. Anger approached with a thunderous stride. Dodo, you mean the one leading the little ones? Oh, I remember now. Her cub was also taken, correct? Gorjin was somewhat taken aback. Damn, is my location so remote? Is the world outside so undervalued? Or have we become a second-rate race in this desert? How is it that anyone with a brain can steal from ogres? Gorjin glared at Anger. Brother, do you believe this? We, the dragon's roost, don't steal from them. They should be grateful we don't, yet they dare to abduct ogre cubs. Anger shook his head, scoffing. Such shame. The young ogre chieftain lowered his head in embarrassment. Dodo. Gorjin advanced and delivered a powerful slap. What the hell? Are you still an ogre? You cower before a troll like this. Lead the way. I want to see how formidable they are. Dodo, you think I'm like you? I don't even need to lift a finger. My brothers can clear the path. Just as he was lamenting the scarcity of good-hearted individuals to test his new armor, they delivered themselves right to him. Dodo. Before he could say more, Anger's massive fist sent him tumbling. Dodo, let on. Moments later, the dreadnought located the troll tribe that had abducted the ogre cubs, a 2-hour flight from the ogre's habitat. It must be said, this was likely the largest troll tribe Gorjin had encountered. Their oasis was substantial. From above, one could observe roughly 5,000 to 6,000 trolls moving about. This certainly constituted a formidable tribe of trolls. It was entirely reasonable that a handful of ogres could not prevail. However, having endured the last grand battle, Gorjin was unfazed by such numbers. Ascending to a safe altitude, he commanded through the voice tube. The dreadnought began to rise. Trolls excel in throwing, and with spellcasters present, height was a matter of safety. Anger, use your big boom to greet them, and tell them the dragon's roost has arrived. Roar. Anger activated the lever at his waist, positioning the big boom in front of him. Wag. The earth-shattering roar reverberated through the sky, followed by the violent thunder of cannon fire directed at the tribe below. By the time the dreadnought reached the sky above the troll tribe, they had already spotted it. However, Gorjin had ascended in a timely manner, and given the dreadnought's considerable altitude, they swiftly evaded the troll's range of attack, including that of their spellcasters. Not all spellcasters possessed the prowess of Horny, who could assert that if one could see it, one could strike it. The deafening cannon fire accompanied by the violent explosions on the ground heralded the arrival of the dragon's roost. The damage radius of the big boom exceeded 100 meters. A single shot created a mushroom cloud of flame and sand. Gorjin did not command a ceasefire, and Anger continued to unleash the big boom, relentlessly bombarding the troll tribe below. This exemplified Gorjin's current strategic reform, to avoid close combat whenever possible, and if it was inevitable, to first saturate the area with artillery fire. The newly subjugated ogres were left in a state of shock. They glanced at the bone clubs in their hands, and then at the massive cannon, their expressions reminiscent of Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden for the first time. The young ogre chieftain scratched his rear, his large eyes shimmering with disbelief. Dodo. This was a combat style he could not comprehend. The trolls below were already bewildered by the explosions. Those on the periphery, relying on their formidable regeneration, remained unscathed. But those at the center of the blasts were beyond recovery. The bombardment lasted a full 5 minutes, with Anger maintaining a rate of 1 shot every 5 seconds. This was not the limit of his thinking, but rather the constraints of the big boom's firing capability. This translated to at least 60 shots, each akin to the main cannons of a battleship, raining down upon the troll tribe below. Only then did Gorjin signal Anger to halt the bombardment. Retreating to a safe distance, they descended. Gorjin commanded. Moments later, the dreadnought landed at a safe distance from the troll tribe, and Anger, Gorjin, and a host of ogres disembarked. Subsequently, the dreadnought ascended once more. Without ogres stationed, it was safest for the dreadnought to remain aloft. Gorjin, accompanied by Anger and those new tribesmen whom he found exasperating, made their way toward the troll tribe. Although the chieftain was Gorjin, it was Anger who commanded the most imposing presence. Each of his steps resonated with a heavy metallic thud. The gazes of the new tribesmen sparkled with awe. This filled Anger with pride, his chest puffed out, wearing a self-satisfied expression. Gorjin found it both amusing and lamentable. Nevertheless, they were merely his foolish tribesmen, so there was little point in dwelling on it. Upon arriving at the troll tribe, the swirling clouds of dust had mostly dissipated, revealing the grim aftermath of the bombardment. Grim was an understatement. The entire tribe had been utterly reduced to a landscape of craters, with not a single intact structure remaining. Flames flickered, and the air was thick with the scent of smoke and roasted flesh. Fragments of blasted corpses littered the ground. After all, the formidable cannon's caliber is glaringly evident. A single shot would leave devastation in its wake. Chapter 172, Sweeping Across. The current scene is filled with cries, shouts, and wails, each sound piercing the air. Despite enduring such terrifying bombardment, many trolls still managed to survive. This is the power bestowed upon them by the deities. They possess strength nearly equal to that of the orcs, exhibit remarkable precision in throwing and shooting, and their regenerative abilities are unparalleled among conventional races. They may claim the second position, but none dare assert the first. For the trolls, what would be a lethal wound to other races feels merely like a tickle. A slash from an ordinary human scarcely draws blood before the wound begins to heal. This resilience accounts for their survival even after such relentless artillery fire. However, severe injuries do require a corresponding amount of time for recovery. The emergence of the ogres drew the attention of the relatively unscathed trolls, who raised their weapons in response. "Go, let me witness the prowess of this armor," Gorjin urged, patting the shoulder of Rage. Oh, Rage cracked his neck. The sight of so many trolls still alive after his bombardment vexed him greatly. He felt somewhat embarrassed. Striding to the forefront, he observed the trolls brandishing their javelins and flying axes, preparing to hurl them in his direction. In a sudden motion, he dropped to the ground, supporting himself with both hands. Some trolls, wielding dual-hand axes, charged forward. The chilling cannon's muzzle was aimed directly at them. "Wag!" Rage roared, then seized the pole cord with his teeth and violently whipped his head. Boom! Flames and explosions surged through the body of the charging troll, detonating among the mass of trolls behind. The charging troll was instantaneously reduced to a cloud of debris, dark green blood mingling with the scattered fragments. Ah, doo-doo. The newly arrived ogres were elated. After battling these trolls for so long, they finally had their moment of triumph. The trolls behind were also sent flying, with some dying on the spot, while others writhed and howled in agony. All the trolls quickly recognized their adversary. Their eyes turned crimson in an instant, and every able troll surged forward. Though they feared the formidable cannon, they understood it to be a ranged weapon, adhering to the customary notion that such powerful long-range arms were typically vulnerable to close combat. But what of the ogres? They had faced these trolls for an extended period and feared them little. Observing the scene, Rage rose to his feet, abandoning the bombardment to advance step by step towards the trolls. Bang, 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 bang. Simultaneously, he lifted his left arm, where a small tri-barreled cannon began to spew flames. A hail of cannon fire rained down upon the trolls. Each round from this caliber cannon created a gaping hole the size of a basketball in the trolls' bodies. This was still considering the trolls' enhanced physicality in this fantastical realm. Had it been an ordinary human from Blue Star, a single round would have obliterated most of their body. However, those who had survived until now were far from ordinary. They possessed considerable prowess, boasting a victory rate of 70 to 80% against races such as humans, elves, orcs, and trolls. And it had been less than a year since the Blue Star beings had descended. Their rate of growth was objectively astounding. The trolls were once again suppressed. Likewise, given time, they could recover from such injuries, but Rage was determined not to grant them that opportunity. He continued to close the distance. As he advanced, with his left cannon firing incessantly, his right hand activated the chainsaw. The rapidly spinning chainsaw severed a troll in half upon contact, its two halves collapsing to the ground. The process was so swift that the troll scarcely felt any pain. It lay there, attempting to piece its body back together. As long as it could reconnect, recovery was possible. Unfortunately, this hope was doomed to be shattered. A massive iron foot crushed its skull, driving it into the sand, extinguishing any hope of recovery. And this was merely the beginning. Wag! Rage opened his maw wide, roaring ferociously. With relentless motions of both hands, the trolls found it nearly impossible to approach him. Those who dared to close in, upon witnessing the armor's thickness, were seized by despair. The armor was thicker than their very lives. To say they could penetrate it was a stretch. Even leaving a mark would be an impressive feat. Kek-a-kek. Gorjin's maniacal laughter echoed. Thus far, he was exceedingly pleased with the performance of this armor. To accommodate the three weapons, Ogre had reinforced the critical areas susceptible to enemy contact, and with the chainsaw and cannon, Rage could dominate this troll tribe. He merely needed to protect the exposed portion of his face. That was his sole vulnerability. As long as the spellcasters refrained from intervening, Rage was virtually invincible before these trolls lacking armor-piercing capabilities until his strength was exhausted. Realizing they could do nothing against this ogre, the trolls began to retreat, suffering considerable casualties in the process. They dispatched a portion of their number deeper into the oasis. They were not without their trump cards. Rage, unable to give chase, resorted to cannon fire. Minutes later, a massive 3-meter-long siege crossbow mounted on a cart was brought forth, equipped with a 4-meter-long bolt. Its tip shaped like a diamond, designed to pierce armor. Gorjin sensed magical energy emanating from it. An enchanted armor-piercing crossbow. Gorjin's expression changed. If the crossbow alone was troubling, the fact that it was enchanted was even more concerning. With a shake of his shoulder, the celestial golden falcon took to the skies, and in an instant, his figure vanished, as if a breeze had swept through the air. The crossbow began to take aim at Rage. The celestial golden falcon ascended, its wings angled back, its body forming a triangle as it swooped down to attack the troll operating the crossbow. Neither the troll nor Gorjin, who had activated his wind step, could catch a glimpse of the celestial golden falcon's movements. All they witnessed was the troll's head exploding in a violent eruption. In that moment, the celestial golden falcon completed its dive and, using inertia, soared diagonally skyward once more. When it reappeared in the sky, its glimmering claws dripped with dark green blood. Another troll hurriedly took over the operation, only to hear an earth-shattering roar. A colossal figure manifested in the air, raising a massive hammer above its head, preparing to bring it crashing down. Boom! The hammer, exceeding 5 meters in length, shattered the crossbow into a myriad of fragments. The trolls' faces turned ashen. With the shamans and priests absent, this was their only weapon capable of inflicting damage upon the monster. They had never anticipated it would be so easily destroyed. Chapter 173, The Ogre Arena? Enough. Gorjin intervened on the battlefield, halting Rage's continued assault. The practical results of this armor and weaponry had been revealed. He needed to question these trolls thoroughly. Rage approached, flanked by the ogres. A piercing shriek echoed as the golden falcon, Sinan, alighted upon Gorjin's shoulder. Anger stood defiantly behind Gorjin, curiously observing the seemingly unremarkable avian creature. Gorjin bent low, seizing the head of a troll and hoisting it to meet his own height. I've heard that you have taken our ogre offspring? Huh. You possess quite the audacity. Gorjin's gaze was as frigid as ice as he scrutinized the troll. Speak. Where have you sent our young? His certainty stemmed from the proximity of this troll tribe to the dragon roost, closer than that of the ogre settlement. The golden falcon had not lingered here, indicating the absence of ogres. The troll appeared visibly cowed, rendered speechless. With a swift motion, Gorjin crushed the troll's head, casually handing it to Anger, who promptly consumed it. Gorjin repeated this process, crushing another troll's head, and then the next, until he had obliterated no fewer than 10 before one finally relented. The ogre offspring were sent to the sandstorm fortress. Gorjin's demeanor remained indifferent. Why capture ogre young? What manner of place is this sandstorm fortress? The troll swallowed hard, attempting to articulate his thoughts. The sandstorm fortress lies to the south of our tribe, approximately a 20-day journey from here. Our knowledge is scant. However, we understand that they are a magical oasis power of considerable advancement. Additionally, they possess elite sand cavalry, enchanted steeds capable of galloping recklessly across the desert. Countless tribes have submitted to their formidable magical prowess and cavalry, including ours. Yet, we reside in such isolation that we have only encountered them once. During that occasion, they offered a bounty for ogre young, promising generous rewards for their capture. The broken siege crossbow was a gift from them, which we hesitated to utilize, storing it within the oasis, only for it to be damaged before we could employ it. Gorjin furrowed his brow. What purpose do they have in capturing ogre young? The troll hesitated momentarily. I heard from our shaman that the nobles of Sandstorm Fortress constructed an arena for beast fighting, intending to use the ogre young for these contests. Really? Gorjin's eyes turned icy. Using ogres for beast fights? Ha ha ha. Although he laughed, the sound caused the troll to soil himself. He discarded the troll aside and turned to the young ogre chieftain. You've heard it. The young have been taken away. The ogre's eyes brimmed with rage and sorrow. Ah doo-doo. The young chieftain gazed at Gorjin with hope. Gorjin slowly shook his head. No, we at Dragon Roost are currently engaged in reforming our equipment and tactics, having just endured a significant battle, rendering us incapable of launching an expedition at this time. The ogre's heads drooped in disappointment. Ah doo-doo. Gorjin shook his head once more. No, it's not that we cannot fight. Rather, we have just recovered from a grand battle and are in the midst of post-war analysis and reform. It's pointless to explain further, as you would not comprehend. Just know this. I will not let those who dare use ogres in beast fights escape unscathed. Ah doo-doo. Yes, trust me, I will ensure they pay dearly. The ogres solemnly nodded in agreement. Gorjin returned his gaze to the troll. You mentioned they wish to use ogre young for beast fights, but how can young ogres fight? Surely, it's only the adult ogres that could manage? The troll recoiled slightly. I truly do not know, but I presume that with their powerful magical abilities, they could accelerate the maturation of the young, albeit at the cost of considerable life force. Those raised in such a manner typically have short lifespans, merely a few years. Gorjin could not help but applaud. Good, good. I've had to beg and plead to gather such a small number of kin, and they've already begun using ogres for beast fights, even accelerating their growth. His expression and tone were icily resolute. It seems that the Flame City will need to be postponed. I intend to confront this so-called Sandstorm Fortress. His fists clenched tightly. He had never felt such fury before. Only after becoming chieftain did he realize the poor reproductive capabilities of ogres. with the enhancement of Marco Rubi's flag of contempt. His tribe had only managed to have 3 female ogres conceive in this extensive time, particularly now that his strength was directly correlated with the number of his kin. How could Gorjin not be enraged? Lissam's elder sister. Her offspring were likely taken by those wretched fortress dwellers. Let us assess what resources we can utilize, and take whatever we can back. Gorjin commanded. The ogres immediately surged forward, leaving the remaining trolls paralyzed with fear. Where are your shamans and priests? Gorjin inquired. The troll shrank back. During the initial bombardment, 2 shells struck him directly. He is now sprawled all over the ground. Well then, Gorjin remarked, for your cooperation, I shall grant you a chance to live, albeit as a slave. As for the other trolls, any who dare to seize our ogre offspring shall be slaughtered. The troll collapsed to the ground, relief flooding his features. The other trolls, however, fell into despair, begging for mercy, cursing, or fighting to the last breath. Yet anger, like a demon lord, wielded his chainsaw and tri-barreled cannon as though they were the scythe of death, and no matter how the trolls resisted, they could not escape the clutches of fate. The ship, filled with ogres and a troll slave, returned home, leaving behind a landscape marred by craters and debris. Trolls, while possessing remarkable regenerative abilities, were not immortal. The journey took nearly 13 days, and Gorjin returned to Dragon Roost to convene a second council of the Dragon Roost Oasis. This time, all leaders of the Dragon Roost faction and its affiliates were summoned to the gathering. Chapter 174, 3 Skills. The leaders of each faction required time to arrive. Meanwhile, Gorjin sought out his mother. This ogre tribe possessed a blue treasure chest, as did the troll tribe, though the latter yielded 1 additional item. Magic net, active skill. Throw a magical net that can ensnare ground units or bring airborne units to the ground. The size of the net and the duration of confinement are contingent upon the caster's mental strength. Regeneration, passive skill, grants an additional life recovery speed of 10. Venomous Serpent Guardian. Active skill, summons a stationary guardian with offensive capabilities, immune to magical attacks. The guardian will engage in ranged attacks against enemies. Attack methods correspond to the caster's magical attributes, continuously consuming mana, with the option for active dismissal. Bloodied Spear. Active skill, ignites the spear with one's own blood, inflicting continuous burning damage to the enemy for a duration of 8 seconds. This is a double-edged sword. This reward bears a distinctly trollish flair. Gorjin infused regeneration into his own being, intending to bestow the other skills upon his mother. His meager magical power was utterly insufficient to support such abilities. He aimed to enhance his mother in her twilight years. The combination of multiple casting alongside his mother's 2-headed spell replication could lead to a consensus between her 2 heads, thus preventing her from being overwhelmed by sheer numbers in battle. As his mother slumbered, one of her heads opened its eyes briefly to glance at him before closing them once more. Gorjin produced 3 azure orbs of light. The magical fluctuations within piqued Honi's interest, prompting her to fully awaken and sit up. Gorjin deftly infused the 3 blue orbs into Honi's form. Honi's left head, Honi's right head. 3 entirely new spells. 3 different systems, ready for immediate use, much like the previous holy healing. Gorjin chuckled. Mother, shall we venture outside to test them? Honi's left head. Let us go. Honi's right head. This does sound intriguing. The 2 ogres stood in the courtyard of the core area. Gorjin suggested, Mother, why not coordinate between your 2 heads, and see how many you can summon? Honi's left head. I'm doing this for you, not for her. Honi's right head. I am only doing this for our son. I have no obligation to you. Seeing that his mother was about to bicker with herself again, Gorjin quickly interjected. All right. Let us all do this for my sake. It's merely a test of skills. Humph. Both heads huffed in unison, turning their gazes in opposite directions. However, since their son had spoken, they chose not to remain upset and raised their great bone clubs. Gorjin had contemplated providing his mother with a pure iron weapon, but she insisted that her club was her staff, so he relented. Summon Wild Wolves, triggers double casting. Copy Summon Wild Wolves, triggers triple casting. Suddenly, the air before her shimmered with magical resonance, culminating in the manifestation of 10 energy-formed wild wolves, 4 large and 6 small, within the core area. A chorus of howls echoed throughout Dragon Roost. These summoned wild wolves, although termed as such, were massive in stature, with their shoulders towering nearly 2 meters high. Reminiscent of the riding wolves of the Orcish tribes, the copied versions were merely half the size of those summoned through standard casting. This was merely the result of triggering double and triple casting, yet it directly summoned 10 wild wolves. Moreover, the potential for multiple casting could achieve quadruple casting. However, Honi's intellect was too elevated to be easily deceived. Otherwise, any skill could be quadrupled, even the fiery massacre of the Silver Council, which would be utterly overpowering. The 10 wild wolves, large and small, shook their fur, lowering their eyelids and tails as they surveyed their surroundings. This was not fear, but rather a state of hunting readiness. Energy-formed wild wolves do not possess the capacity for fear. This commotion drew the attention of the newly arrived ordinary ogres, who, upon recognizing their chieftain and the ogre mage, huddled at the entrance to observe. They felt a sense of pride, as they too now had an ogre mage. Honi waved her great bone club once more. Summon Venomous Guard, triggers double casting. Copy Venomous Guard, triggers double casting. 4 stout poles were firmly embedded in the ground, with the upper halves taking the form of colossal cobras. The Venomous Guards radiated fierce flames. This was no longer merely a Venomous Guard. It had transformed into a Flame Guard. With just these 2 skills, she summoned 14 combat-supporting entities, particularly with the Venomous Guards. Galkin recalled a certain game featuring a troll known as the Shadow Shaman, whose ultimate ability was to summon such venomous guardians, especially when encircling enemies, leading to a swift depletion of their health bars. Galkin was quite satisfied with these 2 skills. Mother, does maintaining these entities require significant magical power? Honi's left head, a mere drizzle. Honi's right head, the magic required for double and copy casting is negligible. I only need to sustain what I summon myself, while the others will exist alongside it. This unexpected revelation took Galkin by surprise. Honi was also pleased with these 2 skills. What about the last skill? Honi's left head, its utility is limited. Honi's right head, as long as I can see it, I can strike. There's no need for it to be drawn down. Honi's left head, if I cannot manage it, bringing it down is futile. Honi's right head, am I to expect anything from those foolish beings? Galkin, all right. That does sound a bit presumptuous. After a successful foray, he had gained 13 clan members and acquired 2 passive abilities, while his mother obtained 3 skills. A fruitful endeavor indeed. On the following day, the Lord of Giant Sand City, Karen, returned to Dragon Roost. On the 3rd day, the chieftains of the Shattered Tooth and Chew Bone tribes arrived at Dragon Roost. On the 4th day, the Lord of Magic Howl, Angry Tooth, reached Dragon Roost. On the 5th day, Lord Dog of Shattered Lion Ridge, accompanied by chieftains Sand Spear, Glimmer, and Fiery Hoof, arrived at Dragon Roost. As he disembarked from the airship, he was met with a mocking voice. Oh ho ho, is that not Lord Dog of Shattered Lion Ridge? How come you've come down? You should have had them carry you. Another voice echoed mockingly nearby. Indeed, such a great lord as yourself should have demanded a personal reception. Dog shot a disbelieving glance at Culber and Karen, unable to suppress an eye roll. Are you 2 fools? Chapter 175, placing the right individuals in appropriate positions. Enough of the chatter. With the collective arrival of Dragon Roost's direct and subordinate forces, the city once again buzzed with activity. Among them, Shattered Lion Ridge sent 6 representatives. Dog, alongside the newly merged tri-tribal administrators, and 2 additional subordinate oases, the previously uninvolved human and gnome oases, were present. Galkin had declared that all must come, and naturally, that included them. Shattered Tooth was a clan personally recruited by Galkin, with Rogsa leading a contingent proudly bearing 2 large banners, one of which was the Dragon Roost war flag, larger than the other. Chewbone also declared itself a subordinate of Dragon Roost, establishing an airship docking tower. With the establishment of trading routes, both Chewbone and Shattered Tooth experienced rapid changes. The most apparent manifestation of this transformation was that they had all replaced their weapons with those forged from pure iron. For the subordinate forces of Dragon Roost, pure iron weaponry had become the standard. When factions convened and noticed that the opposing sides still wielded crude, outdated weapons, they would be looked down upon by others. Now, for the various factions, Dragon Roost coins had become less of a concern, yet they lacked contribution points. Only with sufficient contribution points could they unlock new purchasable resources. The foreign traders or travelers passing through this place were taken aback to discover the vast influence of Dragon's Nest. Aside from a few familiar faces, the remainder of the gathering exuded a formidable aura, all at the chief level. It was only when they had fully converged outside the core area that Galkin realized the extent of his own amassed power. This revelation left him with a sense of surrealism. He often felt as though he had done nothing significant, yet here he was, witnessing such rapid growth. In the core area, only the newly arrived ogres remained, having been thoroughly instructed by Rage on the rules and regulations of Dragon's Nest, thus refraining from causing any disturbances. Galkin reclined in his high-backed chair within his quarters, with his mother's chair closely beside him. Rage had initially intended to enter clad in armor, but was met with Galkin's scathing reprimand, forcing him to reluctantly remove his armor and stand behind Galkin. Before them stood the direct high-ranking officials led by Doug, Karen, and Ragefong, flanked on either side by 2 others. Below them were the chiefs of the affiliated Oasis factions of Dragon's Nest, marking their inaugural arrival to this place, their first venture into the core area, and their first entrance into a chief's abode. Galkin surveyed the assembly and, after a moment's pause, spoke directly. Now that everyone is gathered, I shall get straight to the point. My original aspiration was to transform Dragon's Nest into a sanctuary for free trade and a secure haven for all. A vision shared by Doug and Karen from the very beginning. The Wargs and Succubi quickly bowed in respect. Currently, our market area is thriving, with a continuous influx of merchant caravans and commendable daily tax revenues. However, there is a matter I must bring to everyone's attention, Galkin declared with gravity. We now have 3 adversaries. The Elven Radiant Silver Council seeks to covet our treasures, having engaged in open conflict within Dragon's Nest. While they have been subdued, the news has undoubtedly reached their ears, and war cannot be too far off. The human faction of Flame City is another foe, one that many of you are likely aware of, as you participated in that great battle where we vanquished one of their expeditionary forces. I believe they will not take this lightly. Lastly, there is the newly encountered human faction, the Sandstorm Fortress, with whom we have yet to engage directly. But they are a priority for me to eliminate. The reasons for this are not for you to know. I did not summon you here for discussion. What I wish to convey is that as Dragon's Nest grows stronger, it will inevitably attract a diverse array of enemies. The strength of our foes will only increase. And if we remain disunited, we will be swept away in one fell swoop. The chiefs of the various factions exchanged glances, uncertain of Galkin's intent. Yet the sentiment felt vaguely familiar. You need not worry. Dragon's Nest does not intend to swallow you whole. What I mean is, from this day forth, every faction under the banner of Dragon's Nest must unite. Dragon's Nest is a mighty tree, and you are the grass thriving in its shade. As Dragon's Nest flourishes, it wishes to nurture your growth as well. Should Dragon's Nest fall, you too shall suffer. Do you understand? Henceforth, I require vigilance from you all, to collectively face the imminent threats that may arise. Can this be achieved? The smaller chiefs could hardly refuse. Dragon's Nest was rising swiftly and was even willing to include them in its ascent. What could be better than that? Moreover, Dragon's Nest was not exploiting them. Was there a greater fortune in the world? We shall faithfully adhere to the will of the great chief. The smaller chiefs responded, bowing their heads in unison. Excellent. It is indeed time to enhance the combat prowess of your respective tribes. These 3 enemies are all equipped with finely crafted weapons. Even if you are to fight alongside Dragon's Nest, you must at least hold your own. Kolber, notify Yeko to lower the exchange standards for ranged weaponry. Our warriors must have a more diverse array of offensive capabilities. Additionally, we shall also permit portable explosives, lest we sacrifice ourselves against those iron monstrosities. Kolber nodded promptly. The chiefs, while pleased, felt a twinge of pressure. The seriousness with which Dragon's Nest addressed even the lowering of weapon exchange standards underscored the looming threat posed by their enemies. I have said all that I need to. Do any of you wish to add something? Galkin leaned back in his chair, having concluded the serious matters, returning to a more relaxed demeanor. The atmosphere lightened significantly. Doug, wagging his tail, hurried over to Galkin's side. Doug, how goes it? Chief, Shattered Lion Ridge is still in recovery. Ning Yi and Su Banksia are organizing the work. Doug replied. Karen smirked. You certainly know how to delegate. Doug wagged his tail. Isn't it normal for the capable to bear more responsibility? We just need to place the right people in the right positions and let them get on with it. Galkin lazily waved his hand at Doug's head. You make a valid point. This is indeed the state of our Dragon's Nest, much like myself. Kolber chuckled. I see now. Doug's management style is entirely learned from the great chief. Galkin laughed heartily. See? I do nothing at all. Everything is arranged. And look where we are now. Chapter 176. Karen's remarkable adaptability. The camaraderie between Doug, Karen, and Galkin left the chiefs of the affiliated factions envious. These 3, the initial bearers of the rock brand, were the very architects of transforming Dragon's Nest from a mere tribe into a thriving city. Even Ragefang found it challenging to integrate into their dynamic. This was a privilege unique to the trio. Doug, tail wagging under Galkin's command, showed no signs of his previous imposing presence as the Lord of Shattered Lion Ridge. He raised an eyebrow at Kolber. Old Shorty, how goes your work? The ogres are waiting. Kolber sighed. The armor design is still undergoing improvements. Should we first produce the cannon barrels and chainsaw guns? Galkin nodded. Yes, at the very least, we need to diversify our methods of attack. With our formidable industrial capabilities combined with the ogre strengths, to engage in melee combat would be a waste. Kolber replied, I will set that in motion. But once we enter mass production, the iron requirements will be colossal. Karen playfully lifted her lips in a charming smile. Are you implying that you look down upon the current productivity of Great Sand City? Doug interjected. Yes, I believe he does look down on you. Kolber's forehead creased with frustration. Scram. Karen clapped her hands. Do you know how many smelting furnaces Great Sand City has? A grand total of 20. Kolber was taken aback. What? Even Galkin was surprised, as Dragon's Nest itself only had 6. You have 20? Is there even room for living in Great Sand City? Ogre was bewildered. It had been a long time since he had visited Great Sand City, an industrial city. What need did it have for such an enviable living environment? When one could simply take an airship to Dragon's Nest for leisure, what more could one desire? How much iron do you need? I can deliver as much iron as you desire. To be frank, I have planned for Giant Sand City, which is currently under construction with 10 furnaces. You can rest assured about Giant Sand City forever. Ogre couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Impressive. He had to admit that had Giant Sand City remained under his control, it would still be as it was before. Now, Karen was resolute and her methods were unyielding. Buildings within the city were dismantled without regard for any opinions. Within less than a year, Giant Sand City would be capable of supplying both domestic needs and foreign trade to Dragon Roost City. After a brief discussion on these matters, Gorjin called for the meeting to disperse. Doug, take everyone down. You need to devise a contingency plan that ensures a swift response in the event of combat. Tonight, I will cook and prepare a feast for everyone. Doug nodded immediately. Understood, Chief. We will present the appropriate plans as soon as possible. All right, take them down. Gorjin waved his hand. Doug and Ogre led the chieftains out. Karen remained behind. Gorjin's voice echoed from behind, and the succubus's eyes brightened instantly. Once the meeting concluded, Horny and Fury departed, while Karen dutifully closed the door. Standing outside in the courtyard, Karen thoughtfully rubbed her chin. It seemed the chieftain held considerable interest in the succubus. Perhaps once this phase concludes, she could find a way to bring some succubi to the chieftain. Karen licked her lips. She had been expelled and captured by that succubus city, and to accomplish this, she would have to adopt a more forceful approach. Serving the chieftain was a privilege for them. If they were unwilling, she would request an army to march over, ensuring that those lofty, arrogant women would kneel before the chieftain. Purple energy waves flickered in Karen's eyes. She could feel that the chieftain was growing even stronger than before. She sensed that if she completed the absorption this time, she would undoubtedly awaken another bloodline spell. Currently, Ogre was exceedingly busy, leading his team back to urgently manufacture armored weaponry. With the relaxation of the qualifications for long-range weapon exchanges, a plethora of orders flooded into the military-industrial zone, significantly increasing the workload for the dwarven manufacturers. Meanwhile, Doug escorted the chieftains on a tour of Dragon Roost, where they could only observe the production and factory areas from the outside. Yet, it was sufficient to fully showcase the might of Dragon Roost. All of them were merely subordinate tribes without the rock seal, and demonstrating their strength was the best means to maintain the relationship between both parties. The market area also allowed them to witness the flourishing state of Dragon Roost City. Gorjin could utilize these trade caravans to check if there were any treasures in their tribes. However, how to go about it remained a critical issue. Given Gorjin's strength, no one would be inclined to take him to their tribe. Forcing the issue could potentially damage the hard-earned reputation he had built. The daily tax revenue and trade gains from the market area accounted for 1/3 of Dragon Roost City's income, and this was income generated without needing to leave home. Gorjin was reluctant to jeopardize the reputation of Dragon Roost City that had been painstakingly established unless absolutely necessary. The material exchange center in the market area was a focal point of their visit, where they observed a wealth of Dragon Roost's foreign trade equipment and resources. The entertainment pavilion was also a key site of interest for them, especially the 5 minor managers from Shattered Lion Ridge, who lit up upon seeing the lioness princess. Regardless of race, the pride of the lions and their previous exploitation of others made it imperative that they claim her today, including Lissam, the sword saint. They all craned their necks and clamored, "Her. I want her even if I have to borrow money." The lioness princess exclaimed, "What a predicament." Chapter 177, The Oath Banquet of Dragon Roost. That afternoon, the lioness princess was quite busy. As the legitimate server of the entertainment pavilion, she was fortunate to avoid an otherwise disastrous fate. The 5 fellows from Shattered Lion Ridge, along with other chieftains, were curious about what the lioness princess felt like. Originally intending to sample the elven lord, they abandoned that notion and queued for the lioness princess instead. The other servers in the pavilion shifted into spectator mode. Those fellows, akin to a disease, were all lions. Meanwhile, nobody else was being served, as all races were fixated on the lioness princess. As evening approached and the factories began to shift changes, Leif and Zulliman arrived at the entertainment pavilion, witnessing their own chieftain emerging alongside the lioness princess with a look of satisfaction. They exchanged glances. The chieftains bore no resentment towards their spending in this establishment. After all, to some extent, they were comrades who had fought together, and they had to admit that this place was indeed delightful. Zulliman looked at his elder chieftain, feeling a flush of embarrassment on his face. Conversely, the troll elder chieftain chuckled heartily. "Zulliman, my child, you need not feel guilty about this. Understanding the strength and beauty of this place, and setting it as a goal to strive for, is not a bad thing. Do you see, Zulliman? This is the bounty that comes from great strength. He gestured towards the entertainment pavilion. It is merely a toy for the powerful. Suleiman lowered his head in shame. I understand, chieftain. Go now. You have worked hard all day. There is no harm in relaxing a bit. Yet Suleiman had no inclination to continue unwinding and turned back towards his quarters. Smack. A resounding slap. Suleiman, oh Suleiman, look at yourself. How could you have fallen to such depths? Since arriving here, how many days have you spent in the entertainment pavilion? The money you've spent there could have purchased at least 20 weapons for the warriors. Smack. Another slap. You truly deserve this. As night fell, the leaders of various factions gathered once more in the core area. After exhausting their long-held reserves, Master Go appeared invigorated. He busily clanged away in the kitchen. Relishing the task, Master Go preferred to cook alone, as he had his own culinary habits. If others were not in sync, having more hands would only create chaos. When the subordinate lords and chieftains witnessed Gorjin personally cooking for them, they were utterly astonished. They had never expected such treatment. Rather than surprise, it felt more like they deemed themselves unworthy. The managers of each oasis obediently took their seats. Doug distributed utensils according to their sizes. This was so formal that even Karen was participating for the first time. She sat below, her gaze momentarily distant. When she was merely an ordinary server in the entertainment pavilion, they often enjoyed meals prepared by Gorjin. Yet as her status ascended, she found herself unable to partake. She recalled sitting here before, when there were only 20 ogres, and everyone resided in thorny tents. This was the sole bonfire for the entire tribe, with the only large pot atop it. Now, the tents had been replaced by grand houses, the sandy ground paved with bricks, and walls constructed around them. Memories linger vividly in Karen's mind, her eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia. She is not alone in this sentiment. Kalber and Doug share the same feeling. As the sky darkens, the first dish from Gorjin is brought forth. Doug bellows from the kitchen entrance, the first dish. A whole braised donkey. The wild donkey's hooves are severed, its innards meticulously cleaned, and the blood drained. It is then stuffed with an array of seasonings and garnishes, wrapped in leaves, and coated in mud. A large pit is dug in the ground to accommodate it, covered with hot charcoal. The resulting meat is tender and aromatic, with juices locked within. Unspilled, the mud-coated donkey is presented before the gathering, the enchanting aroma wafting through the air. The second dish soon follows. The second dish, spicy blood curd with chives. This dish consists of blood clots coagulated from the donkey's blood, paired with a plant from the cultivation area, aptly dubbed chives by Gorjin due to its similar flavor. Stir-fried with chili and sprinkled with Sichuan pepper, it offers a tantalizing taste. This dish is set upon the grand table, ample even for ogres. About half an hour later, the third dish is announced. The third dish, camel stew in an iron pot. The enormous iron pot is too heavy for Doug to carry alone, requiring considerable effort. It can accommodate an entire camel, a generous offering from a kind-hearted human merchant caravan, now deemed insignificant by the industrialized Dragon Roost city. Gorjin laments slightly that he cannot attach dumplings to the pot, although it is filled with plenty of potatoes, blood clots, and tofu. The beans were cultivated by Chu Mai, while the tofu was contributed by Ning Yi, who reminisced about making and selling tofu with his grandmother in his youth. Then comes the fourth and final dish. The fourth dish, spicy grilled meat skewers. Skewers of large chunks of meat, impaled on iron rods, are brought out, exuding a rich aroma. Gorjin wipes his hands and steps forward, while his mother waits nearby with the newly arrived ogres from the core area. The ogres are restless, yet none dare to act under Horny's imposing presence. Doug then transforms into his werewolf form, carrying a large bucket of minced meat made from jerky, without rice. Meat serves as the meal, and in Dragon Roost, it is plentiful. Gorjin claps his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, I have named this feast the Dragon Roost Oath Banquet. We gather here beneath the great banner of Dragon Roost for our future development. Regardless of the foes we may face, we shall crush them with an invincible spirit. There are more dishes to come, so let us maintain order and refrain from fighting for food. Now let us begin. A thunderous cheer erupts from the chieftains, unable to resist such culinary delights. Under Horny's intimidation, the ogres temper their boisterousness. Gorjin sits in a high-backed chair, observing the lively scene with great joy, while Doug stands beside him, wagging his tail, sensing his master's elation. As recognition points flicker in his mind, Gorjin reaches out to pat Doug's head. Why aren't you eating? Doug chuckles. Seeing you happy, my lord, brings me more joy than eating anything. Haha. Chapter 178. 2 reward path options. Horny's left head. What are you doing? Horny's right head. Gorjin, come eat. Why are you just sitting there? Gorjin chuckles and waves his hand. You all eat. I've already tasted the food while preparing it. I derive more pleasure from seeing you enjoy it. Horny's right head. That won't do. You worked hard to prepare this meal. You must eat too. Porni's left head glances at the gluttonous Nu. All you do is eat. You don't even think to offer some to your chieftain, you fool. With that, it smacks Nu on the back of the head. Oh, Nu pouts, holding out a large meat skewer to Gorjin. Amused, Gorjin accepts the skewer and gives Doug a gentle pat on the head. You go ahead too. There's no need to stay with me. Only then does Doug happily wag his tail and head off to eat. Karen and Kalber make space for Doug. Unfortunately, while there is an abundance of food, there is no wine. Gorjin intends to have Chumai explore the possibility of cultivating fruits for brewing, as eating dry food continuously can be quite dull. Dining without drink is akin to cursing without taking names. It simply lacks satisfaction. If all else fails, a beverage or juice will suffice. This grand banquet significantly strengthens the bonds among the various factions. Everyone is now companions aboard the great ship of Dragon Roost, rendering future conflicts unlikely. Since they are no longer adversaries, the path forward lies in mutual support and cooperation against future foes. However, the humans from Shattered Lion Ridge and Gnome Oasis feel somewhat out of place. They did not participate in the previous battle, which, while understandable, appears somewhat awkward in this context. Shattered Tooth and Chewing Bone did not join either, yet they were unaware of the human army's arrival at Shattered Lion Ridge. It was a choice made for self-preservation. Gorjin refrains from making a fuss about it, merely increasing their tribute ratio to convey his discontent without laying too much blame upon them. As the gathering disperses, the various lords return to the market area, where specially constructed manors await them. What they choose to do afterward is beyond Gorjin's concern. The two thunder lizards stationed at the gate remain in Shattered Lion Ridge, while Doug sets a small fire at Gorjin's entrance and sits cross-legged beside it. Kalber returns to work, followed by Nu. Gorjin lies in bed, with Karen giving him a shoulder massage. Her enhanced strength after gaining power meets his requirements just adequately. With his eyes closed, Gorjin notices that the rewards for the 4 dishes have been revealed. This time, the Ogre Culinary Compendium offers Gorjin 2 paths of choice, for dishes with 4 rewards or a grand feast with a singular reward. Naturally, the latter's reward surpasses the former in quality. Each option has its merits. The 4 rewards are Brutal Charge, Evil Aura, Ogre Expansion Upgrade Point, and Dragon Tooth, Beginner. The reward for the feast is Ancient Guardian. Brutal Charge, active skill that allows a high-speed charge towards an enemy within a 100-meter visible range, forcing them to be knocked back for 1 second, with damage correlating to the user's strength and weight. Evil Aura, Aura-type skill that grants allies within a 100-meter radius a movement speed increase of 10 and a health regeneration rate of 5. Ogre Expansion Upgrade Point, allows for the upgrading of 1 Ogre effect or expansion of 1 Ogre effect. Dragon Tooth, Beginner, a magical item that generates a protective shield upon carrying, reducing magical damage by 20 and enhancing health recovery speed by 20. Ancient Guardian, evolves an oasis tree into a formidable Ancient Guardian. The aforementioned 4 rewards are quite straightforward. However, the description of the Ancient Guardian remains rather vague. Gorjin is aware that the elves possess such ancient trees and seems to have played similar games, yet he cannot recall the details, so he casually messaged Ningyi. Ningyi, do you know what an Ancient Guardian is? Chief, the Ancient Guardian appears to be a defensive ancient tree of the Night Elves. Once rooted, it can solidify massive stones from the earth to attack and retaliate against foes, and it can also uproot itself to relocate. Its damage output in the game is notably high. Gorjin responded with a non-committal grunt and fell silent, while Ningyi dared not utter another word. With Ningyi's explanation, Gorjin gained clarity on the 2 reward paths. To illustrate, the first path is akin to a blue reward, enhancing himself and his kin, while the latter path's reward is purple, meant to bolster the oasis. It essentially provides the oasis with a mobile, life-bearing defensive tower. Without further contemplation, Gorjin decisively chose the first option, the 4 rewards. He understood that he, Gorjin, is the linchpin of Dragon Roost City and the entire Dragon Roost faction, rather than a mere city or oasis. Should anything befall him, the planting of countless Ancient Guardians would be futile. Dragon Roost City, along with the entire Dragon Roost faction, would inevitably disintegrate. As long as he remains, the existence of Dragon Roost City is inconsequential. His presence alone ensures the allegiance of the Dragon Roost faction. His strength translates to the strength of Dragon Roost, rendering the need for any ancient protective trees unnecessary. If he truly desired one in the future, he could always negotiate with the elves. The 4 rewards seamlessly fused into Gorjin's essence. An ethereal magical shield materialized around him, immediately sensed by Kareen, the spellcaster. She mistakenly believed that it was her presence that had prompted the chief to adopt a defensive posture, causing her to hurriedly kneel on the ground. Beneath Gorjin, a new yellow halo emerged, harmonizing with the previous 2. Kareen also felt herself empowered. She sensed that her chief had once again grown stronger. The barbaric charge was not something that could be tested at the moment, so Gorjin chose to set it aside. However, the Ogre upgrade expansion point piqued his interest. The tribe currently possessed a basic Ogre weaponry section. Although merely a novice tier, it was sufficient to instigate a tactical revolution among the clan. Not only did it enhance firepower, but it also alleviated the cumbersome logistics of ammunition resupply. The efficacy was evident. Should it undergo an upgrade, its potential might reach new heights. If it were to be expanded, it could potentially facilitate the automation of armor. This left Gorjin in a quandary. Yet soon, he contemplated that if mechanized armor deployment were realized, both size and weight could be considerably increased, allowing any shortfall in firepower to be compensated by numbers. An image of the orc's shabby yet effective mech flashed through Gorjin's mind. Ha ha ha. Chapter 179, I will still choose him. Each cooking session yielded gratifying returns for Gorjin. He longed to reside in the kitchen eternally, preparing meals thrice daily. Unfortunately, crafting a splendid feast required at least a month's worth of harvest. For an ordinary person, this might not seem excessive, but the natives of this world could consume nearly anything. Even the most mundane wandering goblin could rival a competitive eater back on Blue Star. The meager resources of the endless desert posed the greatest challenge to Gorjin's quest for rewards. The chatter on the World Channel indicated that fewer and fewer individuals were unveiling spices and similar items. The majority of Gorjin's gains originated from the cultivation area. He had strived to concoct the most delectable dishes with the simplest ingredients. However, in his previous life, he was merely a humble kitchen cook, with skills that were far from extensive. The following day, Gorjin attended to Gorjin's morning ablutions. He had taken a chair outside to bask in the sunlight. After a while, his mother brought out another chair. Gorjin had to visit the charm pavilion, for she was its manager and needed to check in. Gorjin had also been utilizing the dedicated attendants less frequently. The distinction between vocal skills and practical combat remained stark. He had mentioned this to Gorjin, who was now contemplating ways to provide the chief with more practically capable attendants. While she wished to be the sole servant to the chief, her unwavering loyalty to Gorjin forbade her from doing so. The only individuals she knew who could barely accommodate the chief and align with his aesthetics were succubi. Alternatively, she considered seeking someone proficient in temporary size-enhancing spells. She favored the latter. Should someone with such abilities be found, the chief's options would greatly expand. As Gorjin and his mother basked in the sun, Ogre hurried over, breathless. "Chief, Lord Horny." He promptly bowed. "Chief, did you summon me?" The armor plan requires modification. The Ogre effects have been expanded. You can adapt the armor for the ogres in a manner akin to the goblin mechs, without the need to consider energy issues. Gorjin squinted, reclining lazily in his chair. Despite the evolving plans, Ogre finally exhaled in relief at this moment. No need to consider energy? That is splendid news. It simplifies matters considerably. Yes, you can make it a bit larger, but not excessively so, as it would become a target, Gorjin instructed. He then added, "When the time comes, the weapons can be adjusted. Remember, they must embody the style of our dragon roost." The weapon production plan arranged just yesterday was currently in the process of mold casting, leaving ample time for modifications. Understood, Chief. I will promptly discuss the plan with Big Bear. This is their forte, and they should be able to present a proposal swiftly. Gorjin nodded. Go ahead. And remember to equip protective shields for the heads. We don't want the pilots exposed like those goblin mechs, allowing them to be snatched away as snacks. Ogre nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Chief. Gorjin waved his hand, and after Ogre bowed, he exited. He coincidentally encountered Gorjin outside, and they exchanged greetings before parting ways. Horny reclined in a chair next to Gorjin. Left head, it seems you've been mingling with that succubus. Right head, Gorjin, succubi can be beguiling. Indulge in her company. But do not take it seriously. Gorjin looked at his mother, bewildered. What are you saying? Gorjin is my subordinate and the manager of the charm pavilion. It is only natural for her to serve me. Why would I take it seriously? Left head of Horny, that's good to hear. Right head of Horny, but I will never allow her to become the mistress of Dragon Roost. Gorjin found himself both amused and exasperated. Dear mother, your thoughts are rather terrifying. Her ascent to the position of city lord is merely a testament to her capability and loyalty. Ultimately, she is nothing more than a tool for me, and who wouldn't develop an attachment to their tools, even if there is some sentiment? It is only akin to that felt towards subordinates. A mistress? What a ludicrous joke. It is simply impossible for Dragoness Nest to ever have a mistress in this lifetime. Honey's left head, enough of your nonsense. Honey's right head, perhaps we should seek out a female two-headed ogre to bear a child, ensuring that Dragoness Nest has a legacy and a mistress. Gorjin promptly shook his head. No. I cannot accept that. You are the mistress of Dragoness Nest, and I am but your son. But honestly, why didn't you intervene when my father departed? Honey's left head, how could I have intervened? He deserved it. Honey's right head, he left with another two-headed ogre. Their combined strength was beyond my capacity to stop, especially after they consumed that wretched drink, which rendered any intervention futile. Gorjin smirked. I suspect he had long harbored ill feelings towards that black dragon. It was merely liquid courage that fueled his audacity. Honi's left head scoffed. Your father was no coward. He was quite formidable, at least stronger than that two-headed ogre mage. The drink merely provided him with an excuse. Honi's left head nodded. Otherwise, do you think I would have borne you with a weakling? Gorjin, intrigued, expressed. This is the first time I've heard you speak of these matters. Why had you never mentioned them before? He crossed his legs. Doug, go summon some attendants to give my mother and me a massage. Doug, who had been lying nearby like a faithful hound, dashed out promptly. Moments later, he returned with Gorjin's dedicated attendant and 6 others from the pleasure house. Gorjin and Honi were each attended to by 6 masseuses. Honi's left head remarked, there was little point in discussing this before. Honi's right head added, now it is different. You possess your own secrets, and your strength grows daily. There is no harm in sharing with you. Gorjin, with keen interest, replied, indeed, but while I know my father was strong, I lack a concrete understanding of his power. Honi's left head stated, he was indeed powerful, though lacking in intellect. Honi's right head continued, his overall strength was comparable to mine. That two-headed ogre mage was also one of his captives. Honi's left head questioned, how could I have intervened? Gorjin sighed, let us take it slow. I will find a way to avenge my father in due time. Honestly, mother, your prowess is wasted in Dragon's Nest. Had you not been with my father, you might have achieved greater heights. Honi's left head shook her head slowly. No, I would still choose him. Honi's right head nodded in agreement. Yes, I would still choose him, and that makes you my son, Gorjin. Gorjin fell silent, raising his head slowly as his eyes grew warm. Regardless of who he may have been in a past life, in this life, he is an ogre, the son of his mother. Chapter 180, The Assault Ripper Mechlands. The enemy is unlikely to arrive soon, and the leaders of the various clans are not in a hurry to return to their tribes. They have left sufficient manpower in the non-tribe, typically ensuring that no issues arise, even if problems do occur. Seeking aid from Dragon's Nest would crush them with swift ferocity. In the following days, Doug convened meetings with the leaders of the various clans, striving to devise a reasonable offensive and defensive cooperation and early warning plan. Meanwhile, Kareen remained in the pleasure house, only departing when summoned by Gorjin. The attendants there have come to recognize the true authority of the establishment. Culber and Big Bear gathered their respective teams to collaborate on new mech design plans. Indeed, the previous models could at most be termed armor. The current ones are genuinely mechs. Anger has become a frequent visitor, for it is essential to have an ogre as a model since these machines are designed for ogres. Anger is quite displeased, yet he finds himself powerless. Gorjin, having temporarily set aside his duties, wondered what to do next. Cooking was not an option, as he lacked the materials for a sumptuous meal. He also instructed Yi Ku and the tribal merchants exchanging goods to convey the chieftain of Dragon's Nest's desire for a personal visit. Most merchants replied that they would discuss it with their chieftains, as they dared not make unilateral decisions. In truth, many of them were eager to align with the tribe, for it is always more comfortable under a great tree. Additionally, Dragon's Nest does not exploit its allies harshly. However, they could not voice this themselves. Only their chieftains could make such determinations. Gorjin did not press the issue. After all, it was merely some blue treasure chests. And he wasn't in a hurry to know whether they were even significant treasures. In fact, the nature of the chests could be discerned from the merchant caravans. If they were purple treasure chests, Gorjin would go to any lengths to acquire them, even if it meant risking his reputation. Blue treasure chests, however, were not worth such concern. Half a month later, the first Assault Ripper officially emerged. Gorjin needed to provide psychological encouragement to Anger, allowing him to operate the mech, which was devoid of anything beyond weaponry and armored plating. Anger stood beside the Assault Ripper, utterly bewildered, resembling a child. This mech stood a towering 8 meters tall. Its limbs still required the strength of an ogre to operate, differing from the lever-operated mechanisms used by goblins. The front of the mech featured an opening, enabling the ogre to enter. Positioned at the front, this opening allowed the ogre to see who attempted to breach their cabin, a significant improvement over a rear entry. The massive cannon still rested on the back, but it was no longer just a singular cannon. Smaller barrels were mounted on either side. The firepower had been enhanced, yet it sacrificed the ability to pivot the large cannon to the front. Small direct-fire cannons were installed on either shoulder. The left arm retained a triple-barrel machine gun, though the caliber had been significantly increased, fully restoring the goblin's Gatling gun's caliber. The right arm was reconfigured into a colossal circular saw, with a radius of 1 meter and a thickness of 10 centimeters, serving both as a weapon and a shield. A 3-meter-long curved blade hung diagonally from the right side of the waist, should enemies breach close quarters. The left hand could swiftly draw it to complement the right arm's saw in combat. Two flamethrowers, opening at the front and back, were affixed to the sides of the mech's thighs. While these flamethrowers were theoretically single-use, as long as the ogre deemed it appropriate, they could be used indefinitely. Most strikingly, the mech's back was adorned with a dragon's nest war banner, aiming to imbue the mech with a ferocious aura. Gorjin was thoroughly satisfied. This truly embodied his vision of an ogre mech. With such equipment, should the ogres sustain damage or fail to inflict harm upon their foes, Gorjin would be at a loss for words. Although lacking magical abilities, this capability was evidently more sinister. After all, when the divine beings close one door to ogres, they dismantle the other three walls of their home in the process. Gorjin merely needed to extol anger slightly, embellishing the effects of each weapon alongside the mech's capabilities, prompting anger to eagerly clamber inside. Ah, indeed. The furious head was cloaked beneath a broad yet gap-riddled hood, its expression brimming with exhilaration as it loomed above. The motionless mech abruptly raised its left leg, taking a step forward. However, the Fury clearly struggled with this new experience. The left foot faltered, and the towering 8-meter mech toppled over. Culber gasped in astonishment, ready to summon divine intervention. Yet, to his surprise, Gorjin nonchalantly lifted his arm and propped up the falling assault ripper. With a mere exertion of strength, he righted the pure iron construct. Take your time. No need to rush. Adapt before moving, he advised, prompting Fury to calm down and nod solemnly. The assault ripper began to move slowly, emitting a thunderous roar. Culber exchanged a glance with the ogre, both reflecting sheer disbelief. How could their chief effortlessly support and stabilize such an enormous piece of machinery, each component weighing in tons? Just how formidable was their leader's strength? Gorjin, however, felt no surprise. Aside from himself, their tribe boasted 31 adult ogres and 3 ogre pups, along with his mother, whose presence alone bolstered their might. He had no doubt they could dismantle it barehanded if necessary. The weapon had been tested previously, and there was no need for further experimentation this time. Fury strolled outside the city, adapting to the mech within half an hour, mastering it with the finesse of an extension of his own body. He contemplated that he could indeed wield such power, at least with this mech and its weaponry. The mech could also be deemed armor, its efficacy a given. The foreign tribes once again transformed into a state of astonishment, pondering the implications of an 8-meter-tall ogre mech moving with an almost unscientific grace. Was there still a chance for surrender? No one doubted the terrifying weaponry. The previous demonstration of their might lingered vividly in their minds. The chiefs of the allied factions, witnessing this spectacle, felt invigorated. After all, they were part of the Long Perch, and with 3 formidable enemies looming, their safety was inherently tied to the strength of Long Perch. Ha ha ha. Gorjin's laughter was wild and defiant. By this standard, let us continue to forge ahead. Mass production is imminent. I shall equip every ogre, save for myself and my mother, with an assault ripper. Soon, I will unleash hell upon that so-called fortress of the fiery sands. Chapter 181. The tribe's recovery exceeds halfway. The official unveiling of the assault ripper not only signified the commencement of a tactical revolution for Long Perch, but also heralded an impending expedition. For these subjugated tribes, it felt akin to witnessing deities clashing, leaving them feeling utterly helpless, at most dispatching a few warriors to assist in the fray. Long Perch had lowered the exchange standards for weaponry, and their chiefs departed with a plethora of foreign arms. In the coming days, they would need to prepare for the looming war. Those in the 2nd and 3rd tiers of Long Perch, previously leisurely, were now bustling with activity. With the mech's design and plans finalized, molds for the large components were created, and the assault ripper entered mass production. The goblins proclaimed this an affront to the very term mech. Lacking any precision parts or power, the crude nature of this so-called mech became its defining trait. Yet, this rough construct could move seamlessly in the hands of the ogres. The coarse design possessed its own advantages, without intricate components. A single assault ripper could be produced in just 10 days, thanks to the availability of molds. Moreover, the military-industrial zone could accommodate the simultaneous production of 2 assault rippers, a truly astonishing feat. Yet Gorjin remained dissatisfied with this pace. 2 mechs every 10 days translated to only 6 per month. When would they fully equip their ogres? Culber had no choice but to expand the military production line once more. Each day and a half, a heavy-duty transport vessel laden with iron would arrive at Long Perch. The mech and airship projects progressed concurrently. To embark on an expedition, relying solely on the mech's mobility was insufficient. Airships were a necessity. Gorjin's flagship, the Dreadnought, underwent disassembly for upgrades. The docking bay and gas sacks were expanded, doubling its capacity for weight, firepower, and size. Under Culber's modifications, the Dreadnought transformed into a veritable war behemoth, Truly deserving of the phrase blocking out the sun, the magical engine was installed in the power section of the dreadnought, linking to the massive steam engine. With the magical engine's influence, the steam engine could ignite without the need for fuel, as any spellcaster aboard could recharge it with their magical energy. This meant that as long as there was a spellcaster on the airship and water in the steam engine, this colossal machine could remain airborne indefinitely. The dreadnought no longer needed to stockpile vast amounts of fuel, freeing up considerable space. For the first time since the implementation of the labor system, Long Perch was bustling with activity. The members were acutely aware of the three powerful adversaries, yet they brimmed with confidence in their chief and the ogres armed with assault rippers. Concurrently, they worked with fervor. Every member of Long Perch was engaged, and Gorjin was no exception. All factions outside were vigilant, tracking the movements of the wandering ogres, while Gorjin awaited the cooldown of his directional golden falcon to seek out new ogres. Gorjin himself was constantly on the move, proving his earlier dissatisfaction was warranted. Periodically, he managed to return with 1 or 2 wandering ogres. If Kalber could not expand the military production line, the growth of the ogres would soon outpace the production of assault rippers. Presently, the production speed lagged behind Gorjin's ability to retrieve new ogres. As of now, the core zone boasted 38 adult ogres and 7 ogre pups. Gorjin referred to all non-adult ogres as pups, even if 3 possessed combat strength akin to that of adult ogres. Gorjin's overall prowess and strength had reached an absurd level, bolstered by his kin. His massive iron hammer felt almost insubstantial in his grip, leaving him with a sense of lightness. Amidst the frenzy, Kalber managed to carve out time to update Gorjin's weaponry. He was perplexed as to what kind of weapon to provide his chief. A smaller weapon felt too light, while a larger one proved unwieldy and insufficiently weighty. This dilemma plagued Kalber daily. However, the sole piece of good news was that Gorjin had not ventured out to retrieve new ogres recently, as he had already brought back all the nearby wandering ogres. During his last few excursions, Gorjin had not returned at all, and by the time the cooldown for the directional golden falcon was complete, he had already been out of contact. Had it not been for the ability to conduct remote transactions for food and supplies through Yek, Gorjin would not have been able to travel so far. Ultimately, he had no choice but to relent. Thus far, the time spent outside has become excessively prolonged. The enemy may strike at any moment, and Gorjin dares not linger outdoors for too long. Kalber need no longer fret over production capacity. His military-industrial zone can now simultaneously manufacture 4 assault ripper mechs. With the machines already produced, Kalber is confident that he can fully equip the ogres within 2 months. The newly arrived ogres will be prioritized for outfitting, and once their armaments are complete, they will proceed to Shattered Lion Ridge to replace the elder clansmen stationed there. Accompanying them is New, for without New's presence, these newcomers would not recognize Dorg. The transformation of Longchi brings great solace to Honi. The current number of ogres has now reached half of their original strength. In such a brief span, it is evident that while that fool is indeed powerful, her son is truly exceptional. Honi is grateful that Gorjin has not inherited his father's folly. Time flows in a flurry of activity. Longchi has meticulously prepared for this expedition. Gorjin does not intend to take the conventional forces of Magic Howl along. Not only will he refrain from bringing them, but he will also equip them with battle vehicles. It is impossible for Gorjin to bring everyone into combat. Longchi faces multiple adversaries. Sufficient strength must remain to safeguard their homeland. It would be disastrous if, during their expedition, they were to have their home raided. On his journey to seek ogres, he will also inquire on the World Channel for any information regarding the Mad Sand Fortress. He has indeed garnered some valuable insights. The adaptability of the Blue Star inhabitants is remarkable. Their survival until now is a testament to their undeniable capabilities. Naturally, not all are willing to share information freely. Gorjin acquired details regarding the Mad Sand Fortress in exchange for 2 ambusher rifles and 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Such is the nature of matters. If Gorjin wishes to confront them, he must pay a price. However, this is inconsequential, as the ambusher rifles are gradually being phased out. The new weaponry being introduced is a large-caliber shotgun known as the Spitter. This idea was provided by Yek during a casual evening chat with Kalber. It is said she witnessed its efficacy in a certain park, where she observed a creature dispatching a fleeing individual with a single shot, reducing them to a sieve. Chapter 182, The Caster Class and the Golden Treasure Chests of the Wilderness. According to that individual, the Mad Sand Fortress is a formidable power with a significantly advanced level of magic. They possess a vast number of casters. Within the fortress, becoming a caster elevates one to nobility, with the nobility's rank corresponding to the caster's strength and skill level. The Mad Sand Iron Cavalry that traverses the endless desert is merely their lowest tier vassal. They categorize casters into levels: apprentice, initiate, intermediate, advanced, expert, and transcendent. The distinctions are straightforward. Those who master 1 or 2 spells are deemed apprentices, 3 to 4 spells are initiates, 5 to 6 spells are classified as intermediate, and 7 to 8 spells are considered advanced. However, the criteria for expert and transcendent levels are more stringent. One must command at least 12 spells to be an expert, and 20 spells to achieve transcendence. Gorjin scoffs at this. Judging one's rank solely by the number of spells mastered is exceedingly superficial. If the Mad Sand Fortress's classification were applied, his mother would have initially qualified as an intermediate caster with 5 spells: Fireball, Wall of Fire, Bloodlust, Calm, and Blessing. Would that not imply that his mother is merely an intermediate caster? What absurdity! Could they be any less rigorous? Even without the Inferno spell, his mother could easily best the Thorned Earth Dragon, which is considered a mid-tier predator among the subdragons. Would that not suggest that the Thorned Earth Dragon, a creature of considerable prowess, is inferior to an intermediate caster? If everyone merely studied Fireball and Windblade, learning 20 of such trivial spells would elevate them to the so-called transcendent level? A caster force of such magnitude could not possibly overlook such fundamental flaws. Gorjin suspects that the individual has never truly engaged with the core culture of that realm. Indeed, the standards for evaluating casters in the Mad Sand Fortress are remarkably rigorous. The quantity of spells is merely a baseline. The diversity of spells, their synergy, potency, and the ability to maintain spellcasting are all integral to the evaluations conducted by the fortress's hierarchy. That individual, having merely unlocked 3 or 4 skills of decent power, has become a dispensable minor noble. Such a caster's strength in the Mad Sand Fortress pales in comparison to that of the captain of the Mad Sand Iron Cavalry. While they may be called nobles, the benefits and privileges they enjoy are scant. At most, they need not worry about food and drink, and they have servants at their beck and call. Yet, they are still subservient to higher-ranking nobles. The nature of their treatment is far from satisfactory. Gorjin holds a vague understanding of the Mad Sand Fortress. It is a force vastly more powerful than the former Lion tribe. They wield magic, while they too possess formidable skills. Should they clash, Gorjin would not be intimidated. He has also gathered some information regarding the arena within. Akin to the pleasure house of Lungchi City, the arena is a distinctive structure of the Mad Sand Fortress. It hosts a myriad of bizarre races, including subdragons. There, the brutality is intensified. The concept of ogre fighters was conceived later by them. Wandering ogres and those from minor tribes are no match for them, as they lack the ability to protect their young. Capturing adult ogres is out of the question. Ogres only recognize their kin. They can be slain but never captured alive. Only the young can be somewhat controlled. It is rumored that over 10 ogre fighters exist within, all of whom were abducted and artificially matured through dark sorcery, usually wielded by unconventional races such as demons. These accelerated ogres have short lifespans, resembling consumables. Yet Gorjin is eager to engage in this battle. Previously, while searching for ogres, Gorjin opened 3 chests. He encountered several minor tribes along the way. Although they were all blue chests, the chests emanated light as if beckoning him. Come play with us, Great One. They practically presented themselves to him, making it inappropriate to leave them unopened. The minor tribes, bewildered and trembling, observed the airship descend. Witnessing the ogres with 3 radiant halos descend amidst a throng of dwarven gunmen, it was as if they had entered a realm devoid of human presence, circling around before departing once more, leaving them in utter confusion. One minor tribe's chieftain inadvertently triggered the guardian boss's rule, and without Gorjin lifting a finger, the dwarven gunmen reduced them to mere fodder. The spitter, with its broad caliber and pure iron projectiles, possesses ample gunpowder. Any armor lacking sufficient thickness is rendered futile. With a single discharge, conventional races stand equal before it. The lesser races dare not utter a word. Gorjin, however, finds himself somewhat embarrassed. If they had offered even a semblance of resistance, he might have entertained the notion of a slaughter. In a surprising turn of events, Gorjin did not resist. He ultimately assisted them in selecting a new chieftain, bestowing upon the successor a stalker, along with ammunition and portable goblin bombs, while others remained oblivious. The fortunate recipient expressed immense gratitude and soared with joy. The 2 blue treasure chests yielded nothing more than ordinary blue rewards: slaughter, passive skill. When an enemy's current state falls below 10% of its normal condition, the next attack has a 30% chance to execute it instantly, and lucky feather, decoration, grants the bearer a luck of 3. Gorjin, uncertain about the nature of this luck attribute, promptly equipped it. This trinket reminded him of his previous life, where he venerated the god of wealth in a shop. Although he had been a staunch materialist, he was devoutly sincere in the presence of the deity. Perhaps it was this very feather that brought him fortune. On his return journey, as he rested that night, he was drawn by a sudden dazzling golden light in the distance. Gorjin was momentarily stunned. Undeniably, a golden treasure chest had materialized in the wild. as he commanded a turn. His voice trembled with excitement. This was his first encounter with a golden chest. Without waiting for the airship to land completely, he leapt forward with a powerful strike. Despite the chilling night air, his hands grew clammy with anticipation as he opened the chest. At the moment the chest creaked open, 2 radiant beams of golden light burst forth, one landing in Gorjin's grasp, the other on the ground. He barely had time to discern the object in his hand before the golden light that struck the earth erupted violently. A colossal entity, measuring 100 meters in diameter and extending over 1,000 meters in length, emerged from the brilliance. Gorjin immediately activated his wind step, while the airship, the fearsome, ascended rapidly. Both intelligent and non-intelligent beings of the desert recognized this creature, the death pit worm. It resembled a magnified insect, with mandibles akin to a tunnel-boring machine, devouring everything in its path, including sand. This creature was the nemesis of all life in the desert, powerful, resilient, and absurdly formidable. Gorjin, having activated wind step, made a hasty retreat, harboring no intention of confronting it head-on. With the rewards secured, remaining to face a treasure guardian would be sheer folly. Eventually, once Gorjin could no longer spot the death pit worm, he summoned the airship, only then realizing the treasures he had uncovered. Realm of faithful spirits, passive territory. Residents loyal to you and faithful to your domain will continue to exist in spirit form after death, and spirit, ethereal entity, immune to physical attacks, but suffering a 30% increase in damage from magical attacks. Gorjin paused, astonished. Could he truly possess such a thing? Was this not a diminished variant of a divine realm? If he were to harness some form of divine power, would he not ascend to godhood? The only lamentation was that had this skill arrived sooner, the fallen warriors of his kin could have become spirits. This ability seemed exceedingly overpowered, ignoring physical damage. And while magic damage would be heightened, if the adversary wielded no magic, could he not farm without harm? Gorjin infused the golden orb into his being, receiving a surge of information from the depths of his soul. As long as the Lord endures, the spirits remain undying. When dispersed, they may bask in incense and reconstitute. The overall strength of a spirit is half of its former life's might. Spirits cannot leave the confines of their territorial influence. Gorjin was immediately reminded of the monument within his tribe, where the names of warriors who had sacrificed for the dragon's nest were etched. He resolved to designate a day specifically for honoring the spirits of the fallen. After this event, Gorjin encountered no more treasure chests in the wild, as if his fortune had been entirely expended. Yet, he remained unfazed. Such golden chests were matters of chance, or they required a force powerful enough to unearth them. Gorjin speculated that the Sandstorm Fortress might possess such treasures. Once he brought down the fortress, even if the Ogre warriors were ultimately lost, it mattered not, for the realm of faithful spirits would serve as a safety net. Furthermore, at the very least, a purple treasure chest would yield substantial rewards, sufficient for his endeavors. As circumstances no longer permitted him to remain idle, he resolved to embrace the role of a ruthless Ogre chieftain. A month later, Kalber presented Gorjin with the crafted weapons. They were 2 arm-mounted implements. Kalber fashioned a massive iron claw for Gorjin's left hand, mirroring the 4 fingers of an ogre. Each joint of the claw was equipped with robust hydraulic pistons, constructed from bent triangular solid iron. Kalber explained that these materials were forged countless times with the blue forging hammer Gorjin had provided when the deity descended. The result was an exceptionally resilient creation. The hydraulic pistons were substantial, fitting snugly around Gorjin's arm. A mere exertion of his fingers would activate the pistons, granting him extraordinary leverage. Gorjin's natural grip, combined with the hydraulic power and the formidable sharpness of the claw tips, allowed him to pierce through the 10-centimeter thick iron shields of ogres with ease. Although it was not made of refined iron, it was still legitimate iron. Gorjin had not even applied full force. The hydraulic pistons encircling his forearm were as thick as a human's calf. With all his strength, he could potentially shred the large iron shield to pieces. On either side of the claw, 2 robust tusks made of pure iron were affixed, enabling him to deliver devastating strikes to his foes, reminiscent of the assault ripper, which bore similarly exaggerated tusks. For Gorjin's right hand, Kalber crafted a hefty shell to encase his forearm, adorned with thick iron chains. At the front, a 4-meter-high iron anchor was affixed. This weapon drew inspiration from the anchor of the fearsome's gondola. Kalber believed this weapon would pique the chieftain's interest. Though the gondola anchor was not large, it could firmly secure the vessel in the sand. The anchor's ends were broader than its center, featuring a rounded top and a pointed bottom, with a handle nearly 3 meters long. The rear half of the handle contained a large iron ring to which the iron chain was secured, approximately 20 meters in length. Gorjin could engage in close combat, or swing the iron anchor with the chain. Additionally, a winch was mounted on his arm, allowing him to retract the chain at the press of a button. Upon setting eyes on this formidable weapon, Galkin instinctively recalled a deep, resonant voice in his mind. The ocean is boundless. Could this not be the deep-sea titan? It even possessed a built-in Q skill. Noticing the peculiar expression on Galkin's face, Kalber felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Chieftain, is there anything else that requires improvement? Should I make further adjustments? He presumed that this unconventional weapon had left his chieftain dissatisfied and hurried to inquire. Galkin shook his head. The weight is adequate. And you have indeed put in considerable effort. Let it remain as is. Only then did Kalber breathe a sigh of relief. To be frank, these two weapons felt somewhat light for Galkin. With the strength of his 44 ogrekin augmenting his own power, he felt immensely empowered. Yet, this was not entirely unwelcome, as it allowed him to wield the massive anchor with ease. Draped in a crimson cloak, with the golden falcon perched upon his shoulder, a powerful claw on his left arm, and the grand anchor in his right hand, he stood resplendent, radiating an aura that unmistakably marked him as a formidable boss. Should he leap forward with that enormous anchor, few could withstand such a crushing blow. Even those who managed to endure would find themselves greeted by the might of his claw, capable of shattering great iron shields. Galkin mused that his only shortcoming was his inability to fly and his lack of active skills. Of course, it wasn't that he hadn't unlocked them. They had mostly been bestowed upon his mother, the foremost spellcaster of Longqi. Kalber, how is your military industry faring? How long must I await the commencement of my expedition? Galkin inquired, casting a glance at Kalber. With his head bowed, Kalber replied, Chieftain, the airships designated for the expedition are nearly complete, and we are currently equipping them with weaponry. The assault ripper mechs will roll off the production line in 10 days. At the latest, in 10 days. Your expedition will demonstrate the greatness of Chieftain Galkin to those so-called enemies. Galkin shook his head. No, I do not fancy the term great. What I seek to instigate is an expedition, a slaughter. I aim to instill fear and calamity in my foes. Compared to great, I prefer brutal. I am an ogre, and brutal suits me far better. Kalber raised his head, a serious expression etched upon his face. No, my chieftain, to your enemies, you may be brutal. However, to us, the members of Longqi, you are nothing short of great. Chapter 184. Ogres need no justification. The time for Chief Galkin's expedition was nigh. Both the members of Longqi and the external traders were well aware of this development. Galkin had never intended to keep it a secret. The wild sand fortress lay far beyond reach, so distant that these tribes would need to travel for months to encroach upon its territory, even if they managed to arrive. Galkin remained indifferent. Longqi did not aim to ambush. He intended to crush any force that dared to enslave ogres. As Galkin himself proclaimed, he had never aspired to greatness. Without the power of his loyal kin, he would not have ventured this far or assembled such a grand expedition. Yet, with the strength of his devoted kin, Galkin felt that all ogres in the world were under his dominion. In truth, the Wild Sand Fortress, the Radiant Silver Council, and the Blazing City were the three factions. And only the Wild Sand Fortress had yet to engage with Longqi. Nonetheless, it became Galkin's primary target for retribution. It was akin to believing that by consuming a single carrot, one could reap 100, unsure if others would receive the same benefit, yet convinced that their gain would diminish one's own. This was the malevolence within. Galkin possessed the strength to act upon his desires, and thus sought to pursue endeavors that would benefit him. Consequently, he asserted that he was not great, but rather cruel. Regardless of what the Wild Sand Fortress intended to do with the captured ogres, even if they merely intended to honor them as ancestors, Galkin would strike against them. He believed that the empowerment of ogres was paramount, and that the Wild Sand's possession of ogres constituted a grave sin. Galkin had always maintained that there was nothing wrong with being a self-serving individual. As long as he grew strong and thrived, that was sufficient. Longqi experienced significant personnel changes, most notably a renewed openness to the recruitment of external laborers. For the first time, Giant Sand City sought to employ foreign workers. Kareen needed to allocate a portion of dwarves to operate the newly constructed Reckless-class airships. The Reckless class represented a hybrid between the Mighty and the Barbaric class, designed specifically as an armed transport platform to carry the assault ripper mechs. Its pods could open from below, equipped with winches and iron chains, enabling the rapid deployment of 2 assault rippers simultaneously. The modified flagship, the Terror, also shared this capability. However, as the undeniable behemoth, the Terror could deploy 4 at once. Furthermore, the Reckless class boasted firepower on par with the Barbaric class, ensuring that even while hovering, it could maintain combat effectiveness. Cannons, aerial bombs, and close-range defense cannons were standard fittings. Each dwarf operator wielded a spitter. Alongside Galkin's 45 ogres, 10 of which were younglings and 3 pregnant females left to guard, the Thorn Dragon was dispatched to Shattered Lion Ridge, alongside 5 Thunder Lizards to stand watch. Simultaneously, The ogre who relished gathering minions took her 3 subordinates to guard Giant Sand City. Ning Yi and another male member of their group served as liaison and supply officer on 2 reckless-class airships. This arrangement guaranteed that Yi Ku could continuously supply resources to the airships through trade, allowing them to advance unceasingly, while also receiving commands from Gorjin at any time. Now they all understood that what Gorjin possessed, they too shared, but this held little significance. Strength was the eternal truth. Moreover, with everyone bearing the rock seal of absolute loyalty, this was hardly an issue. Even if Gorjin had not possessed such a seal, they would have been forthcoming about their capabilities to open treasure chests and engage in trade. None of the members of the Rock Seal Mutual Aid Group accompanied Gorjin. The expedition was crucial, yet so was the stability of his homeland. Gorjin needed them to secure their stronghold. Once all personnel and equipment were fully mobilized, Gorjin convened a pre-battle assembly one afternoon, under the watchful gaze of many. In truth, ogres did not require mobilization for mere combat. However, Gorjin felt compelled to repeatedly emphasize the weapons and mechs, ensuring that they firmly believed all would be Ogre. Members of Longqi, foreign workers, and even the attendants from the Wind Charm Pavilion gathered to witness this oath-taking ceremony. Standing on the railing of the Terror, Gorjin addressed the throng below, which included 29 ogres clad in 8-meter-tall mechs, excluding his mother. They were savage and boorish, bloodthirsty and ferocious. Gorjin had inquired whether she required a set as well, but she had declined. Her own firepower far surpassed that of the Assault Ripper mechs, and she was unable to utilize the mech or its weapons effectively. She could not deceive herself. During the oath-taking ceremony, Gorjin spotted his mother and kin standing below and immediately beckoned her to join him at the ship's railing. To his surprise, she declined. Horny's left head asserted, "I will not go." The right head countered, "Gorjin, my child, you are the chieftain of Longqi. This moment, under the gaze of the multitude, is rightfully yours and yours alone." Gorjin shook his head. "No, mother, there is nothing spectacular about this. It is merely a battle for us ogres. You are my mother, and that is all that matters. You should stand by my side." The left head of Horny urged. "Hurry, I can hardly wait." The right head added, "Since you acknowledge me as your mother, go up quickly. After all, you wouldn't want to be slapped in front of so many, would you?" "Ha ha." Gorjin laughed heartily. All right, it must be my mother." Standing at the 15-meter-high railing, under the appreciative gaze of Horny's 4 eyes, Gorjin's demeanor was predatory, exuding a bloodthirsty, violent aggression. The golden falcon, Sinan, perched upon his shoulder, mirrored his sharp gaze. Even in a relaxed state, Gorjin's mere presence was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the onlooking outsiders. "My kin," Gorjin's voice thundered across the expanse beyond Longqi City. "I am here to inform you that your chieftain shall lead you in an expedition that belongs to the ogres. As for the reason, ogres do not require a reason." With a vigorous wave of his hand, he declared, "No need for one. My kin, you need only to follow your chieftain, closely, unwaveringly, with your artillery and chainsaws, with the cannons upon your backs. Follow your chieftain and obliterate all who dare to offend the ogres. With your mechas, let all in the endless desert know, Longqi is upon them. Wag." The ogres below raised their artillery, mouths agape in ferocious snarls. As Gorjin stated, ogres never needed to know the chieftain's intentions. They merely required a leader to guide them to their foes. Those in the 2nd and 3rd tiers of Longqi joined in, waving their arms and shouting with fervor. They had been conquered under the ogre's walk, and now it was their turn to shout walk in the conquest of others. Chapter 185, Ogres? The Sandstorm Fortress. Though named a fortress, was genuinely a colossal stronghold. Its white facade encircled a vast oasis, comprised of towering mage towers. The prowess and rank of the tower's owner dictated its height. Only high-tier spellcasters were deemed worthy to construct and utilize these towers. This fact also indicated the profound magical heritage of the Sandstorm Fortress. Above the multitude of mage towers, a magical shield radiated a shimmering blue light. Unlike the initial Lionman's shields, the magical barriers here flickered continuously, maintained by numerous low-tier and mid-tier spellcasters who tirelessly fed mana into the protective dome enveloping the entire fortress. Su Yi was among them. He considered himself fortunate. Despite the perils of treasure hunting, he had acquired 4 skills and fortuitously encountered the knightly order of the Sandstorm Fortress, securing his place there. As a human and a spellcaster, he had evaded the fate of servitude and, through the spellcaster's validation, ascended to the rank of a novice spellcaster, simultaneously earning the noble title of Baron. He felt immense joy after enduring hardships and witnessing various misfortunes in the world channel. He believed himself blessed by his ancestors to have reached this point. Back on Blue Star, he had been a 996 worker, yet here he had become a noble. Furthermore, the Sandstorm Fortress had assigned him 2 slaves, one male and one female of his choosing. So he thought to himself, hee hee. However, he remained level-headed, ultimately selecting one of each gender. Yet, the subsequent days utterly shattered his illusions regarding his so-called nobility. He needed to work to earn sandstorm crystals to afford housing and food. The fantasy of a life of luxury was dispelled that very day. He could only bear the title of Baron while continuing his 996 work routine. Upon entering the workforce, he discovered that barons and knights were more numerous than dogs. He relinquished his fantasies and settled into the monotony of daily labor. Of course, joining the Sandstorm Knight Order provided higher rewards. But he had no desire to gallop across the desert on horseback with those fellows. His role was within a mage tower, collaborating with novice and mid-tier spellcasters to energize the magical shield. Whenever one mana ran out, he would restore it at the side before switching to another. It was precisely because of the abundance of barons and viscounts that the shield flickered continuously. Baron Suyi, good day. As Suyi entered the mage tower and took his place, another novice spellcaster greeted him. Good day, Baron Melon. Suyi returned the greeting and began to daydream. The other spellcasters had become accustomed to his behavior. While others meditated or sought to learn new spells, he merely daydreamed when not working, even during work hours. Occasionally, they wondered how he managed to maintain mana output while daydreaming. Suyi responded, my skills and mana were acquired from treasure chests. Learn? What nonsense. Just as Suyi was lost in thought, a venerable voice echoed in their ears. All shield maintainers, cancel your breaks and rest periods. Immediately return to your posts and be prepared for mana output at all times. Suyi jolted to attention. He recognized that voice, belonging to the stern and frugal master of the mage tower. Hastily, he exited his daydreaming mode and placed his hands on the mana plate. Simultaneously, curiosity brewed within him. A baron inquired, voicing what Suyi wanted to ask. Lord Viscount Longsa, what is going on? I've been here for many years, and this is my first encounter with such an occurrence. Viscount Longsa, a disciple of the tower's master and a mid-tier spellcaster, appeared somewhat bewildered. I grew up here too. I've never experienced this. He then seemed to recall something. A couple of days ago, the master mentioned that a peculiar force had breached the control of the Sandstorm Fortress and had taken down one of the fortress's subordinate oasis outposts. However, I heard that a knightly order and a high-tier spellcaster had already been dispatched to handle it. Suyi chuckled, a knightly order of 500. Along with a high-tier spellcaster, I imagine the intruders have been vanquished. Viscount Longsa shook his head. I don't know, but that is likely. The combat prowess of the Sandstorm Knight Order is well known, especially with a high-tier spellcaster involved. However, the master's sudden order is rather unusual. Suyi shrugged. Why not go ask? You are the master's disciple, after all. Longsa nodded and proceeded to inquire. Smack. Who allowed you to leave your post? Get back down. Longsa covered his face as he descended. The teacher is very angry. It appears this matter is quite serious. Let us remain steadfast in our positions. Suyi, grinning sheepishly, quickly apologized. My lord, it's all my fault. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in this predicament. Longsa shook his head. No, it is not your doing. I am equally curious. At the pinnacle of the Mage Tower, a heated debate had erupted within the High Council. Longsa's mentor was relegated to merely listening. Which faction dares to intrude upon the territory of the Sand Fortress? What audacity! As of now, it remains a mystery, as they left no survivors. Not a single knight or spellcaster returned. Not even a trace of bone remains. I witnessed the scene myself. Only deep craters littered the ground. Cratered ground? Could it be the Minotaurs from Barrier Haven? It seems unlikely. The intense fluctuations of fire elements were evident, with no sign of earth elements. Discussing this is futile. They are advancing towards us, and their next destination is likely the Oasis Outpost number 6. I have already taken precautions. Upon their arrival, Duke Ben Ali will employ a mirror spell to reveal the identity of our adversaries. Moments later, an energy ripple spread through the air. No, this is not the mirror spell. It's a teleportation. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The energy erupted violently, revealing a disheveled figure at the heart of the city, connecting to the magic net. Ben Ali, how did you return? What happened to the mirror? What of Oasis number 6? Ben Ali's expression was one of terror. His lips moved, yet no words emerged. Finally, he struck his own face, regaining control over his speech. He murmured incantations, his hands forming gestures, and a mirror image materialized before all the high-ranking spellcasters. A barrage of massive fireballs hurtled forth, followed by the urgent activation of the pre-drawn teleportation array, emanating a blue light. Within that blue glow, a colossal airship and the indifferent gaze of a two-headed ogre mage came into view. All the high-ranking members fell silent. Ogres. Chapter 186. Oasis Outpost number 3. Am I mistaken? Are they truly ogres? Could it possibly be the ogres from the Razor Sand Dunes? It cannot be, though it was but a fleeting moment. I distinctly saw a blue, two-headed ogre. Yet, a single blue two-headed ogre is hardly shocking. What about that immense airship? Silence. An aged, powerful voice resonated through the magic net. The previously noisy network fell abruptly silent. Ben Ali, explain what transpired. Who is our enemy? The venerable voice, akin to the tolling of a great bell, instantly calmed Ben Ali, alleviating his panic. Thank you, esteemed counselor. I arrived at Oasis Outpost No. 6 with the nightly order per the designated plan. To ensure caution, I refrained from initiating an attack, merely wishing to ascertain the identity of our foes. So, who are they? Our enemies descended from the skies, while we focused our attention on the ground, unexpectedly suffering a fierce bombardment. Are you suggesting that you, an extraordinary level archmage and duke of the Sand Fortress, were repelled by the crude, primitive weaponry of cannons? No, esteemed counselor. That was not the kind of cannon we envisioned. Each shot created craters of at least 50 meters in diameter. The bombardment was incessant. Aside from maintaining my shield to protect myself and the knights, I lacked the capacity to retaliate or activate the mirror. What happened next? Eventually, as they descended under the cannon fire, I spotted 2 large airships and 1 colossal, almost absurdly large airship. I intended to activate the mirror, but then I saw the two-headed ogre mage unleash a series of fire explosions. Esteemed counselor, have you ever witnessed a barrage of more than 8 fire explosions? Each with a diameter exceeding half a meter. The counselor could not restrain his curiosity. Half a meter? Are you certain those were fire explosions? Ben Ali sighed. Esteemed counselor, I have immersed myself in spell research for over 50 years. I can distinguish fire explosions well. I swear on my noble honor, that was indeed a fire explosion. The nobles within the magic net fell into a contemplative silence. What could possibly be fire explosions of such magnitude? It appears we can ascertain that our enemies are indeed ogres. To my knowledge, blue-skinned ogre mages possess a racial talent for multiple spellcasting. One head can unleash a spell, while the other may concurrently do so. However, the reason for their approach to our sand fortress remains unclear. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. Now that we are aware of our adversaries, we must prepare. Ahead of Oasis number 6 lies Oasis number 3. Let us eliminate this pack of beasts before they encroach upon our sand fortress. We must not allow these creatures to offend us. The counselor's voice was resolute. With his command, the other nobles steadied themselves. A cascade of blue light surged skyward from various mage towers within the sand fortress. These had been pre-drawn teleportation arrays. The defeat of the Sand Knights was of little concern to these nobles. To them, they were merely vassals employed for menial tasks, and their failure was hardly surprising. Though this enemy is somewhat formidable, they have dispatched 5 dukes, 13 marquises, and 20 earls, 1/3 of the Sand Fortress's resources. In the face of some primitive muggle artillery and a two-headed ogre, that should be more than sufficient. As for the so-called airship, they were never apprehensive. Spellcasters have never feared aerial units. As for the other ogres, they believed that the ordinary ogres could easily scatter their Sand Knights, rendering them inconsequential. The earl in the mage tower where Su Yi resided was among them. They, too, had grasped the situation. He flipped through the records of their previous transaction and found Gorjin. Brother, you wouldn't truly be attacking the sand fortress, would you? Don't act rashly. Our spellcasters are quite formidable. Gorjin, seated in the grand chair of the dreadnought, fanned himself with a large palm leaf. What? Have you been summoned to the battlefield? Su Yi replied, not at all, but my superior has been called away. I've heard they have reached Oasis number 3, and several dukes are involved. Gorjin chuckled. You've just leaked sensitive information. Do you possess such audacity? Su Yi retorted, oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to inform you to flee quickly. Once those extraordinary spellcasters are angered, their spells strike harder than missiles. Gorjin replied, well, I must thank you for that. I'll treat you to a meal later. Closing the chat channel, Gorjin rose and approached the ship's railing. Chief, new Oasis outpost spotted at 2 o'clock. A dwarven lookout shouted, peering through a spyglass. Level it. Gorjin waved his hand nonchalantly. The dwarf immediately relayed the command and coordinates. The cannons of the dreadnought began to pivot. Observing this, the other 2 airships followed suit, aligning their weapons as well. As the first tracer round soared through the sky, striking the Oasis, the other 2 airships began to adjust their cannons according to its trajectory. What followed was a relentless cacophony of artillery fire. The 29 ogres distributed across the 3 airships eagerly joined in, exultantly chanting Wyak, as they braced themselves against the deck, unleashing a combined barrage from the 3 cannons of the Assault Ripper. The main cannons on their backs were crafted to the specifications of the Great Boom. And though their power was only about half that of the Great Boom, the collective fire caused the dreadnought to drift sideways under the recoil. This was the new strategy of the Dragon's Nest, avoiding close combat when possible and bombarding from a distance. After all, the ogres had no need for ammunition. Prior to arriving here, Gorjin had already raised 3 oases. The assault ripper had never even touched down. Its concentrated fire from the air obliterated everything in the oasis, reducing it to mere ash. Following this devastation, the central lake of the oasis was transformed into a gaping pit. Although some water still seeped forth, it would take at least 2 or 3 years for it to return to its former state. Gorjin sought neither prisoners nor slaves. He was driven solely by the desire for slaughter. He had encountered the so-called knightly orders, whose combat prowess was formidable, clad in enchanted armor. With even their steeds adorned in protective gear, they were far more elite than the expeditionary forces of the City of Flames. One was pure infantry, the other pure cavalry. There was no basis for comparison. Had these forces been the ones to confront the dragon's nest, the ogres would have surely suffered even greater casualties. These knights advanced with remarkable speed, but, unfortunately, were no match for the swiftness of the artillery. In the face of this oasis, the effectiveness of such combat tactics was evident. The ogres relished the thunderous roar of cannon fire. Yet this time, it seemed they had met their match. The explosions were thwarted by a blue barrier, failing to detonate deep within the oasis. Gorjin was not taken aback. After all, their adversaries were a magical faction. And if even the lion men possessed such protective shields, it was only reasonable to expect the same from them. Concurrently, a gentle breeze began to waft through the skies, swiftly escalating into a fierce gale. Horny approached Gorjin's side. The left head of Horny remarked, "I sense the presence of wind elements." The right head followed. "The range is extensive. It appears to be a joint spellcasting. Wind and thunder are intertwined. We should lower our altitude just in case." Ha ha ha. Gorjin laughed heartily. "At last, a worthy opponent has emerged. I am quite pleased. Lower altitude. Open the drop channel. Prepare to deploy the assault ripper." Gorjin commanded through the speaking tube and then privately conversed with Ning Yi and his companions. The airships began their rapid descent. The ogres had been forewarned by Gorjin that failure to cooperate would not only result in hunger, but also the loss of their combat qualifications, an unthinkable consequence for ogres, who cherished their 2 favorite pastimes. Hence, they complied wholeheartedly. However, the winds above had already turned fierce, posing a significant hindrance to the airships. White wind blades sliced through the air, relentlessly assaulting the 3 vessels. The ground erupted with fireballs and arcane missiles. The close-in defense cannons roared to life. Their smaller caliber compensated by their sheer number, with 12 barrels firing in succession, each flame projection extending a full half-meter. These defense cannons encircled the airships, capable of intercepting any assaults directed at them from all directions except directly above. While magic is composed of elements and energy, its structure could be disrupted by such concentrated fire, leading to its disintegration. The ammunition chains for these defense cannons were supplied from the lower ammunition hold, brimming with shells and rounds. Should they run low, Gorjin could always arrange for a trade with Yeko. Ultimately, although only ogres and dwarf operators were present, they were backed by the entire Dragon's Nest faction, under the protection of the close-in defense cannons. The airships descended to a height of about 20 to 30 meters above the ground without incident. Soon, the sound of iron chains echoed. As the winches turned, the assault ripper was deployed to the ground. The spellcasters at the 3rd Oasis outpost caught sight of this peculiar mechanized entity. What is that? They wondered. A goblin steam mech? Or perhaps a gnome's arcane mech? Aren't the enemies ogres? Indeed, they are ogres. Did you not see the grotesque face beneath that hood? But how could ogres possess such machines? Do they even have the intellect to operate them? The specifics were irrelevant. Now that their enemies had touched down, melee was imminent. Let the Sandstorm Knights engage. Meanwhile, the airships continued to deploy the assault rippers sequentially. Each of the 3 vessels could release 8 units at a time, requiring a minimum of 4 rounds to complete the deployment, a process that would take approximately 15 minutes. In the battlefield, 15 minutes could stretch into an eternity fraught with peril. The 3rd Oasis was already resonating with the sound of hooves, akin to a thunderous roar. The colossal steeds, clad in enchanted armor, galloped wildly across the desert. The knights, armed with one-handed swords at their waists and wielding 2-meter-long lances, charged forth in a phalanx formation. Behind them, magical puppets composed of earth elementals rose from the ground, unleashing powerful spells that soared overhead, targeting the airships. Horny stood at the ship's rail, disdainfully snorting. The left head scoffed, "Rubbish." The right head added, "Is this what they call expertise and the extraordinary?" The left head proclaimed, "Let them experience our might. We must not falter, lest we bring shame upon our son. Walk." The left head bellowed. The right head chanted, "Summon wild wolves, triple spellcasting." The left head followed suit, "Replicate summon wild wolves, quadruple spellcasting." As 6 large and 8 small wolves materialized on the ground, the right head gazed in astonishment at the left. The left head wore a smug grin that could outshine even the spitter. The right head commanded, "Summon venomous serpent guards," double spellcasting. The left head echoed, "Replicate summon venomous serpent guards," triple spellcasting. 5 blazing serpent staffs appeared on the ground, immediately spewing flames toward the advancing knightly order. The chorus of wolf howls resonated, bestowing an increase in attack power to all allies present. However, this effect did not stack, otherwise they would be utterly formidable. The distant spellcasting nobles exchanged glances, bewildered by the number of 2-headed ogre spellcasters on the opposing side. How could they summon so many creatures at once? They pondered. We must show them our true colors. Let us conjure a sandstorm. Excellent. Several expert wind mages gathered together, initiating a joint spell. A dense concentration of wind elements began to coalesce. Horny's expression turned serious. She keenly sensed the immense energy fluctuations from the opposing faction. They had to intervene. The 2 heads of Horny exchanged a grave glance, each reflecting the seriousness in the other's eyes. With a calm yet fierce resolve, she unleashed a dual casting of the fiery eruption. Following this, she executed a triple casting of the same spell. A barrage of colossal fireballs, charged with volatile energy, erupted forth, hurtling toward the enemy's ranks. Meanwhile, the opposing forces completed their joint incantation, unleashing a titanic whirlwind that soared to a height of 100 meters. This vortex roared as it swirled, surrounded by countless razor-sharp blades of wind. Seeing this, Gorjin grinned widely. Ha ha ha. Now this is the mark of a true expert spellcaster. Horny promptly redirected her magic. Since her initial attack had not been disrupted, interception was the only option left. The 2 spells, embodying different elements, collided with a thunderous crash. The wind fueled the flames, intertwining the massive inferno with the swirling sandstorm, resulting in a fierce standoff. Horny's 4 eyes narrowed in determination. She was prepared to get serious. However, she did not forget that she was the sole spellcaster. She first cast a group bloodlust spell before commencing her grand display. Instead of casting spells individually, she planted her hands before her and, with a swift motion, summoned an even more intense blaze at the intersection of the wind and fire. This searing, violent conflagration instantaneously extinguished the struggling sandstorm, and the overwhelming flames surged toward Oasis 3. On the ground, the wolf pack commenced their hunt, and the ogres raised their weapons. The rampaging sandstorm knights had closed in. Chapter 188, Stealthy Attacker Gorjin. The navigator Golden Falcon ascended. The enemy, captivated by Horny's raging inferno, failed to notice the ogre chieftain, who had vanished from the ship's railing. On the ground, the ogres who had landed raised their left arms. Their cannons, comparable in size to the Gatling gun, unleashed a torrential barrage upon the sandstorm knights. Surprisingly, their armor glimmered with a blue hue, indicating that their exquisite pure iron armor had been enchanted with arcane shields. This was utterly absurd. Under the bloodlust enhancement, the ogres emanated a crimson glow. They advanced toward the sandstorm knights with their left-handed cannons, step by step. The right-hand saw blades began to spin at high velocity. Anger, Steel, and Fury, the 3-headed ogre, led the charge. Fury displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. The dragon's crest battle flag, once his exclusive possession, now adorned the backs of all the assault rippers. This made him feel somewhat redundant as the flag bearer. It was evident that there was a disparity between the craftsmen Colbert and Doug. Had Doug held the dragon's crest, he would have undoubtedly provided Fury with a larger and more imposing banner, elevating his status as the chieftain's appointed flag bearer. Fury, irked, yearned to tear apart the insignificant insects. As he shouted whack, he quickened his pace, his assault ripper even outpacing both Anger and Steel. This development displeased the 2 ogres, particularly Anger, who pondered where his reputation as the strongest under the chieftain was to be placed. Soon, the other ogres witnessed the 3 mechs charging forward. At this juncture, while slaying the enemy was crucial, surpassing the other 2 had become paramount. Gorjin, in his stealthy state, could only shake his head in bemusement. Truly, fools always find ways to compete with one another for no apparent reason. At the moment of direct confrontation, even the seasoned warriors of the Sandstorm Knights felt a pang of trepidation. They stood at a mere 3 meters in height, while the ogre mechs towered at 8 meters. Their enchanted pikes seemed no more formidable than toothpicks against the excessively thick armor of the mechs. They could penetrate the defenses, but could not breach them entirely, merely creating a dent in the armor without breaking through. It must be said, the strength was impressive, yet limited. Colbert had reinforced the armor at non-joint areas, with the front and back reaching a thickness of 15 centimeters. If they were to breach it, Colbert would surely be out of a job. Yet when the 1-meter radius, 10-centimeter thick, high-speed spinning saw blade struck them, they finally understood the meaning of despair. The charge of their steeds could not shake the ogres, while a mere swing from the ogres could pull them from their mounts. Their proud cavalry charge proved futile. The weapons bestowed by the nobles were ineffective. Even the seemingly indestructible enchanted armor crumbled beneath the might of the saw blades, reduced to a puddle of mush within 3 seconds. A 10-centimeter thick saw blade, unless cut horizontally, would only yield a puddle of muck when struck from above. Similarly, the 3 cannons fired directly at them could not withstand the onslaught. The clash of sinister technology against the arcane realm resulted in a resounding victory for the former. As an increasing number of assault rippers entered the battlefield, the Sandstorm Knights could only rely on the speed of their steeds to evade the Ogre's saw blade attacks. However, they soon found themselves once more under a storm of cannon fire. Their despair deepened as over a dozen massive wild wolves and several venomous serpents spewing flames awaited them. Meanwhile, their esteemed spellcasters, whom they regarded as divine, offered no magical assistance. Turning back, they discovered their overlords engaged in a desperate struggle against the overwhelming flames. The spells aimed at the 2-headed ogre mage were intercepted by a relentless barrage of close-range cannon fire. Even the 3 airships continued their unyielding assault on the oasis. The shields of their spellcasting lords glowed with utmost brilliance. They understood then that they could only rely on themselves. Fleeing was not an option, as both the honor of the knights and the rules of the Sandstorm Fortress forbade retreat. They could only devise a way to first vanquish the wolf pack. While they could not contend with the mighty mechs, they were capable of dealing with the wild wolves. It proved that they were indeed formidable. Their pikes effortlessly pierced through the bodies of the wolves. The battlefield's tension escalated. Meanwhile, Gorjin, having activated the Gale Step, had circled around to the rear of Oasis 3. Observing the magical shield enveloping the oasis not far away, Gorjin grinned. Sneaking up on the enemy was rather amusing. Shortly after, the residents within the oasis beheld an ogre soaring high, radiating a tricolored glow, wielding a massive iron anchor that descended upon them. The terrified cries drew the attention of the spellcasters inside, who witnessed the anchor shatter their already strained large magical shield. "Cast a personal shield," they shouted. "The enemy has breached our rear," commanded a duke at the forefront. Gorjin hoisted the anchor, gazing at the panicked crowd atop the oasis walls, and grinned widely. With a swift flick of his right hand, the anchor was hurled, catching 2 unfortunate souls and reducing them to mere pulp. Gorjin forcefully pressed the button on his arm, intending to use the winch to hoist himself onto the city wall. However, he underestimated his own weight and overestimated the quality of their walls. The section of the wall collapsed under Gorjin's pull, sending its occupants scattering, some even becoming buried beneath the rubble. Gorjin stood in silence, striding forward with purpose. Observing the terrified crowd and the wretched individual beneath the weight of despair, Gorjin felt a pang of compassion. "Very well, I shall lend you my aid." The benevolent Gorjin could not bear to witness the suffering of humanity, and so he slowly extended his hand. With a swift motion, he crushed the skull of the lamenting figure. "There, it shall no longer pain you." Having uttered these words, Gorjin glanced at the onlookers, remarking, "If the quality of your city walls were to be placed in my dragon's nest, those who constructed them would surely face dire consequences." He laughed heartily, a raucous sound, as he raised his hand and advanced further inside. Before him stood a golem of earth, towering nearly to his own height, prompting him to abandon the notion of trampling these ants underfoot until the situation clarified. Gorjin believed that ensuring all his enemies met their demise was a matter of responsibility towards himself and his kin. Nevertheless, it mattered little. No one here was destined to survive. Gorjin lifted his left arm, bracing against the golem's assault, and firmly grasped its head, exerting pressure. The resilient cranium of the earthen construct shattered beneath his grip. With an iron anchor in hand, Gorjin observed the group of spellcasters from a distance. If their strength were merely this, then they were indeed lacking. Chapter 189, Stealing Asses. The earth golem could not contend with him. "Hold your ground. I will deal with him," commanded the leading extraordinary duke of fire magic decisively. It was apparent that this ogre was no ordinary foe. He could not fathom where these rotund figures of red and blue originated. However, given that he could command other extraordinary dukes of the same caliber, he possessed his own power and was not intimidated by the seemingly formidable red-skinned ogre. He approached Gorjin step by step, his hands trembling as 2 blazing spheres of fire ignited instantly. Gorjin, squinting, gauged the distance between them. He then witnessed the spellcaster chanting incantations. Slamming his hands onto the ground, an explosion of fiery brilliance erupted forth, leading one to believe he had set himself ablaze. A grayish-white figure shot from the flames, rushing towards Gorjin. It was a colossal gray scorpion, measuring 5 meters in length and 1 meter in height. Its pincers were adorned with long, soft bristles, and its tail arched high, the minuscule stingers glinting ominously. Gorjin was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he a fire mage? Why was he summoning creatures? This was the first time he had encountered such a massive scorpion, prompting him to activate his Gale Step and enter a state of stealth. Those who had utilized Gale Step sang its praises. The fire mage, equally bewildered, wondered, what is this creature? I have seen ogre punchers, fighters, mages, and berserkers. But what in the world is an ogre stealth operative? Was this something an ogre should possess? Yet, he reacted swiftly, almost instantaneously as Gorjin vanished from sight. A small fire dragon shot from his hands, arcing through the space Gorjin had just occupied. The scorpion, in that same instant, burrowed into the ground, causing massive, sharp spikes to erupt from the sand in a straight line, emerging at the spot where Gorjin had stood moments before. Unfortunately, it failed to strike him. Activating Gale Step, Gorjin instinctively dashed a few paces away. Those who remained stationary while employing Gale Step were simply foolish. The extraordinary fire mage, realizing he had missed, immediately became alert. Enveloping himself in a blazing fire shield, the great scorpion began to tremble, and a cloud of dust enveloped its form, expanding continuously. Gorjin could sense the elemental fluctuations within the dust, realizing it was no ordinary sandstorm. The fire mage, unwilling to be outdone, thrust his hands forward, unleashing a fiery ring that erupted from his body and began to expand outward. Both he and the scorpion were attempting to flush out the stealth operative. In a strict sense, stealth operatives were the arch-nemesis of spellcasters, which explained his anxiety. Meanwhile, the spellcasters engaged with Horny in the distance sensed the elemental fluctuations erupting from this confrontation, sighing in relief. Clearly, Duke Durina had clashed with the ogre. They could feel the presence of both earth and fire elements as he summoned forth his formidable beast. Indeed, there was a tinge of envy towards Duke Durina for his ability to comprehend such spells and summon such potent magical creatures. Do not envy, simply watch, one interjected. Yet before the thought could be fully articulated, a roar echoed through the air. Wag, a crimson-skinned ogre, adorned with a tricolored halo at its feet, manifested mid-air, wielding an anchor larger than any human and bringing it crashing down. With Gale Step and a downward slash, the spellcasters were caught unawares. Boom. Gorjin brought the iron anchor crashing down, the target unknown, yet certain death awaited. This strike activated a multiple attack, instantly inflicting additional damage. Roar, Gorjin bellowed, swinging the anchor in a sweeping motion. The iron anchor, along with its chain, ensnared several spellcasters. In a mere 3 seconds, 5 spellcasters fell, including an extraordinary duke. Only then did the remaining spellcasters react, as the repulsive fire ring detonated, forcibly ejecting Gorjin. As he was propelled backward, he fiercely pressed a button on his right arm, retracting the iron anchor and ensnaring a fortunate soul. Gorjin was hurled over 30 meters, extending his powerful claws to seize the lucky individual in his grasp. The shaken spellcasters hastily initiated their defenses. One by one, earth golems rose from the ground, shielding them from harm. Meanwhile, Duke Durina, still searching for Gorjin, realized he had been outmaneuvered. The target was never him, but rather those spellcasters who believed they were engaged in combat with him. Durina was nearly driven to madness. He slammed his hands onto the ground, unleashing a surge of fiery energy that propelled him towards the spellcasters. The great scorpion followed closely, having burrowed into the earth. Upon seeing Durina, the spellcasters' expressions transformed into ones of questioning and shock. Their silence was deafening. Ha! Gorjin roared with laughter at the sight of Durina's bewildered visage. He raised his left arm, applying slight pressure with his fingers in front of the spellcasters. The unfortunate soul was crushed instantaneously, their limp form slumping down. Gorjin would be a fool to confront the prepared Durina head-on. Taking advantage of the element of surprise was far more prudent. Just look at the outcome. 6 of them eliminated in an instant. Their expressions, akin to those mourning the loss of a father, revealed that the fallen held significant status. Once more, Gorjin vanished, evading the sudden emergence of sharp spikes from the ground. Even with 6 eliminated, the opposing numbers remained substantial. Gorjin had no intention of engaging them directly. He had shattered the shield of Oasis 3, disrupting their coordination. If they had no contingency plans, Gorjin's involvement would likely become unnecessary. As Gorjin had anticipated, those individuals had scarcely managed to redeploy their shields before his mother's assault commenced. They were caught off guard by Gorjin's stealthy maneuver, neglecting the formidable 2-headed ogre mage that posed a significant challenge on their front. Fiery flames erupted from the ground, the furious fire elementals searing through their single-target shields, plunging them into a state of panic. "Raise your shields," Durina shouted. Yet, it was too late. The combination of multiple spellcasting and replicated magic had propelled Horny's offensive capabilities to their zenith. She was acutely aware of the battle's severity. The 2 heads of the ogre mage communicated seamlessly, their synergy amplifying the mage's power to its utmost potential. What was most perilous was Gorjin's intermittent appearances, swinging a lengthy chain with an iron anchor to strike them with startling ferocity, fraying their nerves to the extreme. Chapter 190. The Fire Elementalist. When the first cannonball struck the oasis, Gorjin realized the outcome of this battle was already sealed. The Sandstorm Knights were mere ordinary units, endowed with a semblance of magical prowess only through enchantments. Faced with the fully armed Assault Rippers, they possessed no advantage whatsoever. As the last of the Assault Rippers descended, it heralded their annihilation. The Assault Rippers themselves had only sustained minor damage. They began to coalesce, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the oasis. 29 Assault Rippers, 29 cannons, 58 smaller guns, alongside 3 airships and a flagship. The sheer magnitude of this scene compelled Gorjin to leap into action. It was terrifying beyond measure. Those wretched creatures were utterly oblivious to the fact that their chieftain had taken on a cunning guise and was currently within the oasis. Had it not been for Gorjin's swift emergence, he surely would have endured a few cannon blasts himself. Turning back to the oasis, now completely shrouded in artillery fire, interspersed with his mother's fireballs, firewalls, and flame bursts, the sight resembled a slaughtering decree from a certain anime. His mother stood at the edge of the fearsome, her massive bone mace casting spells towards the positions of the oasis spellcasters, unleashing fireballs the size of basketballs in rapid succession, akin to a machine gun. With her other hand, she conjured a wall of fire. Most astonishingly, she directly cancelled the previous venomous serpent guard and replaced it with a new one, embedding it directly into the faces of the aristocrats of the Sandstorm. This spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. The nobles of Sandstorm could do little but continually refresh their shields, relying on the towering earth elemental golems to protect themselves. All eyes turned to the leading Duke Dorina. His face flushed crimson. They possessed the coordinates of their respective mage towers and could teleport away, yet leaving in such a manner left him feeling unsatisfied. Mages, refresh your shields, and earth elementals. Fire mages, unite your powers with mine. Dorina's eyes rolled back, his pupils transforming into a fiery red. Fiery elementals, heed my call. As Dorina chanted, a tumultuous wave of fire elemental energy surged above his head. The other fire mages, witnessing this, had no choice but to join him, expending their mental and magical energies, summoning the fire elementalist. This was the reason Dorina commanded their unwavering loyalty. It was an ancient and formidable spell, restoring the confidence they had lost. Since the battle began, aside from an initial joint spell cast in a volley against their adversaries, they had not fully unleashed their true powers nor mounted any significant resistance. Given the current circumstances, it was clear the knights had been vanquished, and this had become their sole means of counteraction. As their incantations resonated, even Gorjin could perceive the intense elemental fluctuations. Horny's expression turned grave. Evacuate the airships immediately. Gorjin roared, his voice resonating louder than the thunderous cannon fire. He felt that this bellow would leave his throat inflamed. His command was akin to a divine decree for the bearers of the rock seal. The operators of the 3 airships immediately maneuvered them into the skies. The searing fire elementals converged above the oasis. Upon completing his final incantation, Dorina collapsed onto the ground, those assisting his spellcasting expelling blood and losing consciousness. He wished to succumb to unconsciousness himself, but he had to endure until the spell's conclusion. A fire elementalist, standing approximately a human's height, manifested gracefully before them. She bore wings upon her back, wielding a delicate staff in her right hand. The moment she appeared, the surrounding fire elementals immediately coalesced into her grasp, now appearing as well-behaved as children. Horny instantaneously felt her control over the fire elementals wane. With a mere flick of her staff, a small patch of fire cloud materialized above Horny's head. This commotion captured the attention of both combatants. Even the ogres stared in astonishment. The fire elementalist's target was none other than Horny. Horny's 2 heads snapped upward, her 4 eyes glowing crimson. She could sense the fire elementals, yet she was powerless to command them. As the fire cloud in the sky reached its zenith, a colossal, blazing meteor, larger than Gorjin himself, hurtled toward Horny. However, to Gorjin's dismay, Horny did not cast a spell but instead raised her massive bone mace. For the first time, she felt a sense of helplessness. Even the operators of the fearsome, still ascending, were rendered speechless by the rapidly descending meteor engulfed in flames. Roar! Gorjin vowed that this would be the most vigorous and highest leap he had ever executed. He swung his massive iron anchor from below, colliding with the meteor. The searing meteor exploded with a thunderous roar, sending both it and Gorjin plummeting downward. Roar! Gorjin! Horny's eyes instantaneously filled with blood, one hand casting a blessing while the other wielded a healing spell, directing it at Gorjin. She had averted the crisis facing the fearsome with Gorjin's intervention. In that instant, Gorjin lost consciousness. This was a skill unleashed by the fire elementalist. Its potency was evident. Nevertheless, Gorjin's physical prowess was equally remarkable. With the strength of 44 clan members and his innate abilities, he could confront the fire elementalist's spell head-on. Gorjin crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. The sand cushioned his fall, preventing injury. Enraged, he clanged the large cannon down, embracing it as he unleashed 3 shots at the fire cloud. The other ogres, inspired by his actions, followed suit, directing their fire at the cloud. Strictly speaking, the large cannon was a magical weapon capable of inflicting damage upon the fire cloud coalescing at the behest of the elementalist, while the other cannons were mere tubes without ammunition. However, they were emboldened upon witnessing the large cannon shake the cloud, convincing themselves they could achieve the same effect. The results were minimal, yet indeed present. Once again, the arcane technology proved its merit. Horny gazed at her son, sprawled on the ground. His eyes reddened to the point of seemingly bleeding. In the distance, the fire elementalist once again brandished her staff, and the fiery clouds in the sky began to brew ominously. Dinalin could only place his hopes upon this spell. He had exerted all he could thus far. Hony suddenly extended her massive hand. The left head bellowed, "Dare to touch my son," while the right head roared, "Get moving, you old hag." 2 resounding roars, seemingly echoing from the depths of antiquity, emanated from Hony's twin heads. With a fierce grip, her colossal hand seized the air. The fire elemental, which had previously ceased its activity, trembled violently. Chapter 191, Enslavement. Fire. The blazing flames danced fervently in her grasp. A soft and ethereal gasp reverberated in everyone's ears. The fire elementalist was taken aback. She could strip her target of control over the fire elements. Yet she had not anticipated that her opponent could break free and regain the fire element's favor. In truth, she was mistaken. Hony had not gained the fire element's favor. Even she could not shake off the debilitating curse imposed by the fire elementalist. Rather, after enduring this ordeal, she chose to abandon belief in the fire element's favor and instead opted for enslavement. Ogres were inherently adept at subjugating other beings. Hony's formidable mental strength was sufficient to dominate the fire elementals that dared to defy her. At least, she believed she could. The fiery clouds in the sky once again received a surge of power from the fire elementalist, and a torrential rain of fire began to descend upon Hony. The airship's close-range cannons were unable to target directly above, leaving the dwarves powerless. 29 assault ripper cannons unleashed their firepower, with machine guns and back-mounted artillery relentlessly bombarding the fire clouds. The clouds began to destabilize. Hony raised her massive bone mace with one hand and forcefully swept it across the surface. In an instant, the mace ignited in roaring flames. "Whack! Touch my son!" she bellowed, hurling the bone mace toward the fire clouds. The mace transformed mid-flight into a colossal dragon of flames, roaring as it lunged toward the fiery clouds above. Hony was uncertain of the spell's nature, but she had once glimpsed that black dragon from afar. The form of this fire dragon was inspired by that very creature. Previously, she had only known a few spells, but now, as long as her magical and mental powers were sufficient, she could enslave fire elementals to unleash any fire-based spell she desired. The fire dragon, of course, was not as immense as a true dragon. It was merely slightly larger than a thorny earth dragon. The fire dragon roared, charging through the meteor shower directly into the fire clouds. Both sides were comprised of equally ferocious fire elements, and upon their collision, a tremendous explosion ensued. A soft sigh escaped the fire elementalist as she lamented the outcome, before dissipating into a burst of flames. Dinalin's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness in an instant. The nobles were left in shock. They had never expected that 2 extraordinary beings and 3 expert-level mages collaborating to summon a fire elementalist would fail to subdue their opponent. They had witnessed the power of these 2 spells firsthand, which fueled their confidence. They had dubbed the summoning of the fire elementalist a pseudo-forbidden spell, meteoric descent. The meteor, measuring over 10 meters in diameter and engulfed in flames, would crash down, rolling forward over a considerable distance before exploding, obliterating everything in the vicinity. The meteoric fire shower would unleash a rain of fiery meteors, each droplet possessing a power that surpassed their most potent fireball spells. It was no exaggeration to say that these 2 spells could effortlessly annihilate a small oasis force. Yet, at this moment, they had not produced the desired effect. Not even their opponent was deprived of the ability to cast fire spells. Their fighting spirit was utterly extinguished. Taking advantage of their adversary's focus on the ogre, who had shattered the massive meteor, the mages united to initiate a teleportation. With marked coordinates and an inscribed fixed array, the difficulty of their spellcasting was greatly diminished. The oasis shimmered with blue light, and the nobles of the rampart fortress vanished from sight. Before the airship could land, Hony unleashed a torrent of searing flames downward, instantly negating her weight. She thundered over to Gorjin's side, followed closely by the ogres. Hony flipped Gorjin, who was sprawled on the ground, onto his back, and raised her hand to channel a surge of holy light into his body. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Gorjin spat out the sand from his mouth. Mom, I'm fine. Just a bit dazed from the fall. Pony's twin heads collectively exhaled in relief. The left head scolded, "You little rascal. You gave me quite a scare." The right head admonished, "To withstand such a spell, do you not value your own life?" "Ha ha, Mom. In terms of spells, I cannot match you. But in terms of physical strength, you cannot surpass me. That spell was nothing to me." A slap rang out as Honey struck Gorjin on the back of the head. Gorjin rubbed his head, realizing he had indeed been reprimanded. Seeing Gorjin unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The only regret was that the spellcasters had managed to escape. Oasis number 3 had officially fallen to the Dragon Roost. 3 airships darkened the sky as they entered, followed by the Ogre's assault ripper. The near loss of their chieftain and his mother left the Ogres quite displeased. The survivors of the Oasis were left to suffer the consequences. Though they had endured the relentless bombardment, they were abandoned by the nobles. Cries of anguish and despair echoed, signaling the rapid decline of the remaining survivors within. Moments later, Gorjin stepped in to halt the Ogre's rampage of slaughter. The surviving forces of Oasis number 3 had dwindled to fewer than 100. Gorjin intended to regroup here temporarily. Those fortunate enough to survive had become slaves, subjected to the whims of the Ogres and dwarves. Ning Yi and his companions urgently contacted Yi Ko, facilitating a substantial transfer of ammunition. Gorjin understood that Oasis number 3 was the last bastion of the Rampart Fortress in this direction. Beyond lay the Rampart Fortress itself, promising an even fiercer battle ahead. Today's skirmish had served as a wake-up call for Gorjin. The mages were indeed formidable, and retreat was not an option. However, Gorjin was not without recourse. He sent a message to Yi Ko. "Yi Ko, transfer all the materials and my cooking equipment from the warehouse." Yi Ko replied, "Understood. Chief, I will arrange the transfer immediately." Shortly after, he sought out Chumai. "Chumai, how are things at Thornlion Ridge Oasis? Any discoveries? I need all the materials you can procure." Busy at the oasis with Xiao Wanhong, Chumai quickly responded, "Yes, Chief. I've uncovered entirely new materials here. I will return immediately to facilitate the transaction." Gorjin rubbed his hands together, since the next step was the Rampart Fortress. He was not in a rush to launch an attack today. Those who had fled had returned to prepare, and an early attack would make little difference. As the afternoon unfolds, I shall prepare a sumptuous feast for everyone, while simultaneously orchestrating a delightful reward, pondering if there might be a more effective means to do so. What perplexes Gorjin is the absence of treasure chests in several consecutive oases. Have they all been claimed by others? Or have they converged upon the Sandstorm Bastion? Chapter 192, A Barrel of Braised Horse Meat. The two women move with remarkable swiftness. Before Gorjin lies an array of his tools and a plethora of materials exchanged. The elders, upon witnessing this scenario, comprehend that the chieftain has assumed a new identity, now to be addressed as Master Gol. They form an orderly line, their eyes eagerly fixed on Gorjin. Observing those clad in assault rippers, Gorjin refrains from requesting their removal, for prudence is paramount at the enemy's doorstep. As for the new tribesmen, they remain oblivious to the purpose at hand, yet they mimic the actions of the seasoned ones. The ingredients are readily available. Gorjin barks orders for the survivors to retrieve the corpses of the warhorses from the battlefield. With resources now abundant, and Gorjin taking to the kitchen himself, it is only fitting that the tribe indulges in a fine meal. The skirmish with the assault rippers has left the warhorses intact, while the survivors are confronted with the dismembered remains of their once proud knightly order. Even those raised in the harsh desert cannot help but retch at the sight. Trembling, they bring back the warhorse corpses, processing them as per Gorjin's instructions. A contingent of 500 from the Sandstorm Knights signifies 500 warhorses. The sight of this bounty leaves every Dragon Roost inhabitant salivating. The horse meat is cut into large chunks and submerged in barrels, while Gorjin begins to attend to other ingredients. Chumai delivers a substantial quantity of duck gizzards. The extensive oasis of Shattered Lion Ridge is home to numerous ducks, thriving in a complete ecological cycle. With the lion folk exterminated for some time and the population dwindled, the local fauna has flourished. Initially intended for disposal, Chumai salvaged them. For in her region, there are few culinary prohibitions. Not only the entrails of animals, but even the droppings of certain creatures, such as the bamboo-eating panda, are considered edible. Thanks to Chumai's intervention, much food waste has been averted. The duck gizzards, deemed too small for Gorjin, are entrusted to the survivors. The gizzards are quartered and boiled in cold water for 3 minutes before being soaked in cold water. Similarly, the horse meat is boiled in cold water, cooked for 5 minutes, rinsed 3 times, and then left to soak. Gorjin prepares several large pots of water, into which he tosses spices and seasonings, subsequently adding salt. Today, Master Gorjin has a monumental task ahead of him. to braise all 500 horses. A row of large barrels is neatly arranged within Oasis 3, each supported by kindling. These barrels, crafted by Culber, are capable of containing all the horse meat. Gorjin, in a display of extravagance, discards all but the prime cuts. Not feeling remorse for the spoils of war. After preparing the duck gizzards and horse meat, which are temporarily set aside, Gorjin begins to immerse them in the braising liquid. He first places the horse meat into the concoction for an hour, followed by the duck gizzards for half an hour, and finally adds a generous amount of enoki mushrooms, allowing everything to simmer together for another half hour before introducing tofu. Ideally, it would be best to soak overnight. But it is evident that the gluttonous crowd cannot wait that long. However, this lack of soaking time merely results in slightly firmer and less flavorful meat. A trivial concern for those accustomed to the desert's rigors. In the end, Gorjin prepares a large bowl of soul sauce, finely chopping scallions, ginger, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, and chilies, drenching them in oil to release their aromas. Finally, each barrel of braised meat is adorned with neat little green hats. Ensuring that this hearty dish is ready to serve, Gorjin places a large bowl of vibrant greens next to each braised meat barrel. Dipping the succulent chunks of horse meat into the soul sauce and wrapping them in the greens before savoring them is a delight, spicy, fragrant, and with a delightful chewiness, complemented by the herbal freshness of the greens. After days of relentless battles, sitting by the fire and indulging in this feast is nothing short of heavenly. Master Gorjin stands before the barrels, bellowing with robust enthusiasm, hungry souls of dragon roost. Dinner is served. All those aboard the airships, disembark and fill your bellies. Instantly, Oasis 3 erupts with raucous cheers. The multitude of barrels dispels any concern over insufficient food, preventing any skirmishes. Yet, the ogre's exaggerated eating habits astonish the survivors. The crew members from the 3 airships also descend, dismantling parts of their vessels to partake in the feast. Everyone rejoices, celebrating this grand banquet, particularly as it is a rare occasion for Master Gorjin to cook for all. Though only one dish is served, it suffices to elevate the atmosphere to its zenith. In these moments, Master Gorjin is at his most affable, allowing the dwarves to chat freely with their chieftain, extolling his unparalleled culinary skills. Gorjin basks in their praise with hearty laughter, while the survivors huddle in trepidation, relieved that tonight's feast does not include them, yet still horrified that the banquet features the beloved warhorses of their esteemed knights, who are now left to nourish the earth with their own flesh. As the bonfire blazes ever brighter, the dwarves, in high spirits, encircle the flames, singing ancient battle songs in honor of the victorious dragon roost. The ogres may not sing, but they comprehend the melody, raising their arms skyward and pulling the triggers of their machine guns with a raucous cackle. Ha ha ha. Gorjin, with a chunk of meat in one hand and the other slapping his knee in mirth, seems to revel in the moment. Yet, only his mother appears somewhat troubled. Horny's left head exclaims, Gorjin. Horny's right head cautions, shouldn't we be more wary? The sorcerer from today unleashed formidable spells. Gorjin, chuckling, offers a sizable piece of meat to his mother. Fear not, mother, wasn't he easily vanquished by your hand? Horny's left head shakes. No, it was that caster who lacked sufficient mental and magical energy to unleash the spell's full might. Horny's right head nods in agreement. Indeed, that individual was lacking. And even so, I had to sacrifice my great bone club to barely break through. Gorjin scratches his head. That's true, but they shouldn't arrive so swiftly. The tribesmen have fought tirelessly for days. Tonight, let them relax. Tomorrow may bring another great battle, and our kin are clad in mechs, so fret not. Reassured by Gorjin's vigilance, Horny finally relinquishes her worries. Chapter 193. This time, the choice to strengthen. The satiated ogres rest upon the ground, basking in their contentment. They were acutely aware that they were in a state of war and did not descend from the assault ripper. Gorjin and Horny returned to the frightening ship. The reward had arrived. Ojk expansion upgrade point. A point that can either enhance the effect of Ojk or upgrade it into a new Ojk effect. Just a piece of braised horse meat. Compared to the previous feast, it seemed rather meager. However, Gorjin was quite fond of this reward. The remarkable technology had undeniably benefited his kin. To put it plainly, without the Ojk effect, today, those 29 ogres would not even have been a match for the Sandstorm Knights. He had also witnessed the pockmarks left by their long spears on the assault ripper. Had it not been for the assault ripper, if those spears had struck him directly, even with the rock mark, there would have been significant casualties today. These knights moved like the wind, their speed unhindered by the desert's constraints. The ogres, being bulky, would have found it difficult to engage the enemy. If they were merely being kite, Gorjin would have no way of intervening. It could be said that 80% of today's successes in Dragon's Roost were due to the Ojk. Even his mother, Gorjin surmised, must have triggered the Ojk effect. Otherwise, her most powerful fire spells would not have been cast, let alone the development of new spells. In fact, his mother had reached a point where she was no longer constrained by spells. As long as she had sufficient magical power and mental strength, she could unleash whatever skill she desired. The idea of sacrificing weapons to enhance spell potency was also a sudden inspiration of hers. On a whim, Gorjin had directly bestowed the blood-boiling spear skill upon his mother. This too was akin to igniting long hair. Gorjin thought it might yield an effect of 11 too. As for the weapons, Gorjin had arranged for the dwarven military industry to craft a javelin suitable for horny overnight. However, this was merely a standard weapon. Unlike his mother's mighty bone club that contained magical power, its effectiveness would likely be considerably diminished. This was a flaw in Dragon's roost at present. But there was no remedy for it. Nonetheless, when magic fell short, the arcane could fill the gaps. As long as the final effect was satisfactory, that was all that mattered. Regarding whether to expand or enhance this time, Gorjin unhesitatingly chose enhancement. Ogre weapon section. Intermediate as long as your loyal members steadfastly believe that the weapons in their hands can fulfill their intended purpose. Then those weapons will indeed possess corresponding efficacy in their grasp. Intermediate, weak effect. The prior effect was feeble, and now it was merely weak. The enhancement of effects indicated an increase in his kin's offensive capabilities. Correspondingly, his mother's mastery over fire elements had also become more adept. Faced with the prospect of a siege, Gorjin felt that enhancing their offensive strength was the best course of action. He estimated that the opposition must require some deliberation. They would not launch another attack tonight. Gorjin then slapped himself across the face. Damn it, I am the attacking party, alright. Time for sleep. Gorjin fell into a deep slumber. As he had anticipated, the magic net of the sandstorm fortress exploded. 38 nobles had ventured out. 6 did not return, including 1 duke, 1 marquis, and 4 earls. Among those who returned, 1/3 had lost consciousness, including the leader, Duke Dorina. This individual was one of the 3 giants beneath the council chairman. Wielding the pseudo-forbidden spell, Summon Fire Elemental, a being of extraordinary strength. 1/3 of the sandstorm fortress's power had been chased back like dogs. Even the chairman of the council fell silent. The deaths of those earls could be overlooked, but the loss of a marquis was intolerable. Especially since the duke was a pillar of the sandstorm fortress. There were only 6 dukes in total, plus 1 council chairman. And now 1 was dead, and 1 was unconscious. This amounted to a direct loss of 2. Upon hearing the accounts of those who returned, the chairman could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming, "You mean to say, you didn't even manage to take down a single enemy?" The faces of those who returned flushed with shame, and they dared not utter a word. Then, a deafening roar erupted from the magic net. Pigs. 38 pigs. I could have thrown out 38 pigs, and that would have sufficed for those ogres for a while. And what about you? They're at our doorstep. Which faction does the enemy belong to? I don't know. Why did the enemy come to attack our sandstorm fortress? I don't know. What are the enemy's next moves? Still don't know. What on earth did you 38 pigs accomplish out there? At the pinnacle of the fortress, atop the highest mage tower, the most powerful magical crystal erupted with a tremendous elemental upheaval, manifesting the chairman's wrath. Regardless of the enemy's origin, it was clear that the next step would be on their home turf. An elderly voice spoke. The vice chairman, also one of the 3 giants beneath the official chairman, said, "Prepare yourselves. Since the enemy can inflict such significant losses upon us without a scratch, it is evident that they are a major power, perhaps even surpassing us. Chairman, we must ascertain the enemy's intentions for coming here, to avoid a life and death struggle." The vice chairman's words somewhat quelled the chairman's anger. "What do you propose we do?" The vice chairman replied, "Of course, we should engage in direct face-to-face dialogue with them. It is the simplest and most effective method. Ogres, no matter how strong, possess limited intelligence." The chairman's tone softened by 1/3. "You are most adept in this area. I leave it to you. Brian, take heed of the lesson. Do not act like those 38 pigs." The vice chairman grimaced, as the returning individuals seemed to wish to bury their heads in their own trousers. The vice chairman then severed the magic net to begin his preparations. He was a nightmare mage, skilled in manipulating shadows and nightmares, capable of killing enemies invisibly. Naturally, the conditions were quite stringent. One could not simply eliminate anyone they wished. As for entering dreams and negotiating with the other party, that was not particularly difficult for him. Upon discovering that the opposing force had an outrageously powerful ogre mage, he would not employ lethal tactics. It was a double-edged sword. If used correctly, the enemy would perish. If used poorly, both sides would suffer, and if misused, he would die while the enemy remained unscathed. That night, it was the optimal moment for his skills to shine. And given that the enemy was likely asleep, it was a perfect opportunity for dreams. He had coordinates for each oasis, and utilizing his magical array, It would not be difficult to employ dreams as a springboard. Gorjin was soundly asleep when a vague, dark energy emerged in the oasis, drifting towards him. Horny's eyelids twitched slightly. She sensed the energy's fluctuation, but it was fleeting, and she merely scratched her rear, not giving it much thought. However, when that energy began to invade Gorjin's mind, both of Horny's heads snapped open wide. The left head exclaimed, "How dare you touch my son?" The right head added, "Come here you." Chapter 194. They didn't say it, so I want to go back on my word. Horny's massive hand clenched in the air. The obscure, dark energy abruptly halted above Gorjin's forehead, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Horny rose with a rumble and approached. The frightening ship was now quite spacious. Both Gorjin and Horny had their own designated rooms. Upon entering, her four eyes immediately spotted the pitch-black energy. The left head inquired, "Nightmare?" Right cranium, "How audacious. Do you believe that the Nightmare Mother is powerless against you?" With claws poised, she appeared ready to rend. Previously, she had felt helpless. However, from this day forth, she would place her faith solely in her own mental and magical prowess, eschewing any reliance on elemental energies. While she lacked mastery over the nightmare spells and shadow sorcerers, she possessed the ability to command the very elements that constituted that massive energy. This time, she felt a newfound confidence. Hold, revered two-headed ogre sorcerer. I bear no ill will. I merely wish to converse with the leader here, interjected the vice-chairman hastily, silently relieved he had refrained from unleashing his lethal strike. Had he done so, it would have undoubtedly been his own demise. He had never anticipated that the adversary could manipulate shadows as well. He found himself utterly ensnared. Could it be that this individual was a high-ranking member of the Shadow Sanctum? Unthinkable, for he had never heard of ogre sorcerers within their ranks. Moreover, the temperament of ogre sorcerers was hardly conducive to such integration. No ill will. At some point, Gorjin had opened his eyes, coldly regarding the shadowy figure. What do you mean by no ill will when you're hovering above my brow? Do you wish to engage in some intimate exchange with your father? Mother? This fellow appears to be up to no good, lurking about in such a furtive manner. With a formidable foe at hand, we cannot afford to be careless. If he insists on remaining concealed, let us not parley, but rather tear him asunder. Gorjin declared icily. Hold. It is not I who lurks. It is your mother who has confined me, preventing me from revealing my true form. Perhaps you might persuade her to release me, so I can revert? Horny's left head interjected. It is I. Horny's right head added. Gorjin, do not relent. This is shadow energy, and should we release it, it will vanish. Oh, do not fret. I am well aware of those from the Scorching Sand Fortress. If it disappears, so be it. The fortress remains, and it cannot escape. Horny contemplated this and decided to relinquish her hold. She sensed that even if they were to obliterate this mass of energy, the damage to the caster's essence would be negligible. Gorjin's reasoning had effectively stilled the vice-chairman, who had originally intended to dissipate. Since this was but a small cluster of energy meant for dreams, and now that the other was awake, direct dialogue seemed far simpler. The vice-chairman slightly augmented his input of energy, conjuring a vague silhouette. One could faintly discern a figure adorned with a lengthy beard and a sharply pointed magical hat. Speak. What brings you to my presence at this ungodly hour? Gorjin sat up, taking a swig from his large iron cup. Horny stood attentively at the doorway, ready to shred the mass of energy at any moment. The vice-chairman paused for a moment before speaking. Upon my arrival, I observed your battle standard. It appears that our Scorching Sand Fortress has not had any dealings with the forces associated with this flag. Why then, do you wish to engage us so aggressively? Gorjin blinked, scratching his head. Not at all. Your statement leaves me perplexed. Is it you who reside in such seclusion, or is it we who dwell in isolation? Is this not the endless desert? Excuse me, is the sandy expanse you refer to as the endless desert? The vice-chairman, equally bewildered, replied, Indeed, what of it? Gorjin shrugged. Precisely. In the endless desert, we strike and are struck in return. What need have we for justification? The skirmishes between oases require no pretext. The vice-chairman opened his mouth, grappling with the logic presented. However, your prowess is formidable, yet our Scorching Sand Fortress is not to be trifled with. If we were to engage in a fight to the death, would that not grant an advantage to the surrounding factions? Gorjin waved dismissively. No, you shall undoubtedly face annihilation. But we shall not perish, at least not in the absolute sense. The vice-chairman chuckled incredulously. How could that be? Even in the form of undead beings, one can still be slain. Gorjin scoffed. That is a concern for us alone. Does it matter whether you believe it or not? I ask you, do you possess an arena for beast fights? The vice-chairman responded in astonishment. How did you know? That is indeed our specialty. Do you have an interest in it? Spare me the nonsense. You have captured the young of my kin for your beast fights. My kin have lodged complaints, and if you seek a reason, that is it. Gorjin gestured dismissively. Mother, tear him apart. We have said all that needs saying. Please, esteemed one, this is all a misunderstanding. Our vast power is interconnected. A conflict would be detrimental for all. How about I release all your kin? Would that suffice? The vice chairman hurriedly proposed. He genuinely wished to avoid a confrontation with Gorjin. Their fortress was flourishing, and even a victory would likely leave them severely weakened, making them vulnerable to other factions. Most importantly, he sensed that this two-headed ogre sorcerer was both formidable and ominous. Gorjin spoke coldly. You have slain my kin, captured our young, and hastened their growth with dark sorcery. Now that I have come to your doorstep, do you not think it a tad late to raise these concerns? The vice chairman grasped the gravity of the situation. We were previously unaware of your esteemed reputation, which has led to this misunderstanding. Would you accept compensation? Gorjin's cold laughter echoed. Very well. Tomorrow morning, I expect to see my kin gathered at the entrance of this oasis. As for compensation, my mother's staff was broken during the battle, a staff suited for ogre size. You shall manage it. But heed this, you have but one chance. Should I find the staff unsatisfactory, prepare for dire consequences. I will come for you with a cannon. The vice chairman nodded earnestly. Rest assured. Can I take my leave now? Begone. Gorjin huffed. The mass of energy dissipated with a soft pop, akin to the sound of flatulence. Horny's left head remarked, Indeed. It has departed. Horny's right head questioned, Gorjin, is that truly the end of it? Gorjin shot a bewildered glance at his mother. Mother, how could you entertain such thoughts? We have reached their doorstep. The enmity is palpable. How can we simply let it go? Should they deliver the ogres tomorrow, I shall subdue them before retaliating. If they fail to appear, we shall strike directly. I have my eye on that grand treasure chest inside. Horny's left head queried, What treasure chest? Horny's right head echoed, What treasure chest? Gorjin erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Dear mother, fret not about that. Rest soundly. After all, I never promised them a withdrawal. So it cannot be construed as a betrayal. They, too, have said nothing. Chapter 195, The Arrival of Kin. After such a ruckus, Gorjin found himself devoid of any desire to sleep. He had to concede that these individuals possessed considerable skill. Were it not for his mother being nearby, he feared he might have fallen victim today. His mother, however, remained unfazed. Through these recent trials, she had become even more resolute in her ambition to dominate the elements and become their master. She had even begun to forsake reliance on her staff, placing her trust solely in her own hands, which she deemed her most intimate companions and weapons. Other ogres relied on absolute trust in their chieftain, coupled with a lack of intellect, to effectively trigger the OJKB effect. Horny harbored an unwavering confidence in her own capabilities, which, to a certain extent, triggered the OJK effect. Most importantly, with each of her successive triumphs, her self-assurance deepened. She was embarking on an entirely new path as a spellcaster. Once she succeeded, she would no longer be constrained by any forms or structures of magic. The vice chairman dispersed his energy, his consciousness returning to his corporeal form, and promptly contacted the chairman. Upon their meeting, the chairman found the situation somewhat absurd. Are you saying that they traversed such a vast distance merely to assault our sandstorm fortress over this trivial matter? Surely, you cannot believe that. The vice chairman, however, held an opposing viewpoint. Chairman, your thoughts are overly convoluted. If it were any other enemy, your assertion would hold no water, and no one would believe it. But ogres. Chairman, even if you doubt this theory, you must acknowledge the intellect and thought processes of these creatures. The vice chairman paused momentarily before continuing. I have encountered that group of ogres, a two-headed ogre mage and a single-headed one. I sensed energy fluctuations within the latter, and they appeared to be mother and child. The other ogres, however, are merely mindless brutes. They possess immense strength, yet strength and intelligence are not synonymous. I believe it is worth a try. If they successfully retreat, we would only suffer the loss of some ogre warriors and a staff. If they truly go back on their word, the situation could hardly worsen than it is now. The chairman fell into a contemplative silence for a moment before slowly responding. Do you understand the extent to which a good staff can enhance a spellcaster's abilities? The vice chairman quickly interjected. Given that they have made a statement, we must ensure we follow through, but we can incorporate some subtle restrictions into the staff. After much murmuring from the vice chairman, the chairman finally nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed, but we must prepare for contingencies, remaining vigilant against any potential betrayal. The vice chairman assured him, Chairman, rest assured, with us personally overseeing this, the trap will be foolproof. Should those ignorant beasts renege, we can swiftly activate the staff's trap. The sandstorm fortress remained sleepless throughout the night, with all spellcasters stationed in their respective towers, while those without towers remained on guard. Early the next morning, everyone at Dragon's Roost was partaking in their meal when a blue light from a teleportation spell illuminated the vicinity. Gorjin immediately spotted the 10 towering ogres. although they bore the stature of mature ogres, and their eyes radiated ferocity. The underlying foolishness of their youth was unmistakable, entirely dissimilar to the sheer stupidity seen in fully grown ogres. They were ensnared by arcane chains, their arms and hands bound, rendering them immobile. Several ogres became agitated, recognizing their offspring despite their accelerated maturation. These ogre warriors bore numerous scars. Although healed, the marks remained. Some had lost half of an ear, others a tusk, and some even a broken horn. None of the ogres were intact. Gorjin licked his lips and directed his gaze toward the half-ethereal figure before him. Ha ha ha, you certainly keep your word. Since this is all a misunderstanding, we shall not delay any longer. This figure was none other than the vice chairman's nightmare avatar from the previous night. I have seen my kin now. Where's the staff? Gorjin looked down at him. We shall certainly deliver on that promise, the vice chairman replied, waving his hands to conjure a dark orb from which a long, thick, black staff gradually emerged. This staff is crafted primarily from walnut wood, possessing exceptional magical conductivity. And the magical crystal embedded at its tip is larger than that of my own. Are you satisfied, my lord? Gorjin tossed the staff toward his mother, who caught it with ease, exerting a slight force. Horny's left head remarked, excellent. Her right head added, I can sense a significant enhancement. Gorjin nodded in satisfaction. So, should my kin be released now? The vice chairman nodded slightly. While I am not an arcane mage and cannot nullify the bindings, they shall only last for an hour before naturally dissipating. This left Gorjin somewhat dissatisfied. You come here to curry favor and yet fail to execute properly. Gorjin scoffed. Turning to his mother, Horny's left head said, isn't it just a bit of arcane energy? Her right head declared, I do not require their favor or acknowledgement. Horny thrust the seemingly formidable staff into the ground and, with a simple rip of her hands, tore apart the arcane restraints. The ogres immediately broke free from their control and, upon realizing their liberation, lunged toward the vice chairman's phantom. Unfortunately, their brute strength was insufficient to affect the ethereal figure significantly. Gorjin waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Since both kin and staff have been delivered, you may take your leave. The vice chairman responded. Then, my lord, when do you intend to redeem your promise and withdraw from here? Gorjin paused. When did I ever promise you that we would retreat? The vice chairman was taken aback. My lord, we clearly agreed upon this last night. Gorjin burst into hearty laughter. Think carefully. Did I ever make such a promise? Or was it you who volunteered? The vice chairman began to recall their conversation from the previous evening, realizing the dire oversight. Oh no. In my preoccupation with whether they would renege, I completely neglected to mention it. Chapter 196. Why is it that I cannot act in anger? Observing the vice chairman's bewildered expression, Gorjin laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. You lot are truly amusing, fixated on discerning my desires while neglecting to stipulate your own conditions. I must say, you are quite the good-natured fellow. Gorjin teased. I've received my gift. If there's nothing else, you may take your leave. Wait. The vice chairman opened his mouth to speak, but was swiftly torn apart by Horny's mighty hand. Ah, don't. The vice chairman's phantom dissipated. Gorjin waved his hand dismissively. Thank you. The vice chairman's consciousness returned to his body, his complexion fluctuating between pale and flushed. Wow. The backlash from the destruction of his phantom caused him to spit blood. He then abruptly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his own face. He had been so taken aback by Horny's power the previous night that he completely forgot this matter. The magic network buzzed with the chairman's call. How should he explain this? He hesitated to connect to the magic network. Gorjin, in Oasis 3, roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. Look at that bewildered fool. Truly a kind-hearted soul. But mother, do ensure to examine that staff thoroughly. I suspect they wouldn't simply hand over such a fine staff without some trickery. Consider this. With my myriad of cunning as an ogre, the humans must be even more astute. Horny's left head declared, no need, while the right head replied, I have devised an excellent plan. With that, Horny placed both hands upon the magical crystal of her staff, and Gorjin sensed a potent surge of energy. The staff was enveloped in blazing fire elements, igniting in a furious blaze. Gorjin instinctively took 2 steps back. Then, with a grand gesture, Horny transformed the inferno into a fire dragon soaring into the sky. This dragon was larger and more intricately designed than the one fashioned from the great bone mace. It soared majestically through the heavens before morphing into a stream of flames that Horny devoured with her 2 massive mouths. Gorjin felt his eyelids twitch violently. Mother, what are you doing? Beside the arcane patterns on Horny's cerulean form, crimson runes began to appear, and all 4 of her eyes turned a fiery red. Horny's left head inhaled deeply, exclaiming, delightful. The right head huffed, what good is external power? What of traps? I shall simply rely on my own strength. Gorjin grinned widely, giving a thumbs up. He was increasingly baffled by his mother. It was evident that she was no longer adhering to the rules. Her magical system had become chaotic. The ogres and their warriors engaged in a familial recognition, identifying 3 of their kin. Nevertheless, Gorjin engaged them in a duel, procuring ample food to conquer these ogre warriors. Once again, Gorjin reaped the rewards of loyal kinship. The massive iron anchor crafted for him became remarkably light once more. The mighty claws, however, were satisfactory. This equipment emphasized penetration and tearing. Yet, Gorjin remained indifferent. Now, he could wield the iron anchor with abandon. Though it was still a hammer, the force exerted by different individuals varied the destruction it could cause. The only regret was that, although these ogre warriors were at their peak strength, their lifespans were limited to just 2 or 3 years. However, with the assurance of the Land of Faith's heroic spirits, even if they perished, they would not lose the kinship strength that resided within them. At this point, it was not a loss. Returning home was a profit, yet the unopened chests of the Sandstorm Fortress kept Gorjin restless at night. Surprisingly, the speaker of the Sandstorm Fortress did not erupt in anger this time. He was not taken aback by the ogre's decisions. But he could not fathom the actions of the vice speaker. Dueling, you are the vice speaker, not a cloistered academic. How could you make such a blunder? My prolonged absence from affairs has truly opened my eyes this time. You claim they are fickle, yet you never mentioned any conditions. What were you doing? Buying their intelligence? The speaker felt a headache coming on. How could such a grand fortress as the Sandstorm Fortress be reduced to this? The vice speaker, feeling foolish, replied, Speaker, I will inquire further. I assure you, such an occurrence will not happen again. The speaker sighed. I shall accompany you. I fear you may inadvertently sell the Sandstorm Fortress without realizing it. The vice speaker's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him speechless. The 2 of them conferred and combined their spells. Gorjin was preparing ingredients. As with the new members joining, he intended to personally cook to celebrate. When these 2 old fellows arrived, Gorjin was clanging pots. The horse meat had been consumed, and the current ingredients were all procured through trade. The atmosphere was vibrant. The clan expanding once more, even bringing joy to his mother. The trio of dim-witted fools, led by Rage, was boasting about their mechs and weapons to the newcomers. Particularly, Rage's grand cannon, which surpassed other ogre mechs in power, elicited envy from the new arrivals, surrounding Gorjin with admiration. While cooking, Gorjin sent them all scattering with a swift movement. The lively ambience even piqued Horny's interest. The javelins prepared for her had been traded early that morning. 2 bundles in total, each containing 50. These javelins were an impressive 5 meters in length, forged from pure iron. Horny picked one up, not to cast it away but instead pierced herself with it, the javelin instantly igniting in flames upon contact with her blood. With a swipe of her hand, the flames intensified. Only then did she hurl the javelin away. The fire dragon re-emerged, roaring as it charged towards the distant sands. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers. The dwarves aboard the airship also joined in the applause. Time passed, and with the rock seal established, they had long considered themselves part of the dragon's nest, feeling both honored and splendid. In that moment, Horny became the focal point of the gathering. Rage, feeling dejected, clutched his grand cannon, enviously gazing at the fire dragon. Why not give it a try? You might succeed. Gorjin taunted from the stove. Oh, Rage, gripping his grand cannon, suddenly yanked the cord. Boom. Flame shot forth, forming a rudimentary little fire dragon that soared into the air. What the heck? Gorjin was taken aback. Oh, Rage, equally astonished, proudly lifted his chin, basking in the admiration of those around him. The other ogres with mechs could hardly bear to see Rage so pleased. Why should he succeed while I cannot? They each fired their main cannons into the sky. In an instant, fire dragons danced across the heavens. Horny's 2 heads exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. Chapter 197. The New Year's Feast Before Battle. Gorjin felt that his decision to enhance the Ogre effect was indeed the wisest choice. If he were to reach the pinnacle of enhancement, could an ogre point at a stone and proclaim it a battleship, and it would be accepted? Upon the arrival of the speaker and vice speaker at the Sandstorm Fortress, they were greeted by a sky teeming with fire dragons. The 2 old men were taken aback. The speaker turned to the vice speaker. Were there not just 2 ogre mages? How can there be so many? No mistake, replied the vice speaker. Only the 2 ogres exhibit any magical energy fluctuations. Horny immediately spotted the pair. Clenching her hands, her magical runes erupted in a blaze, resembling a primordial flame demon. She absorbed the staff's elemental runes into her being, merging them with herself. No longer did she require a weapon. She herself was the weapon. Gorjin deftly transferred a large pot of food onto a grand platter, then set the pot back on the stove. Your Grace, I return, called the vice speaker. Gorjin, leisurely preparing the next dish, did not intervene with Horny and the 39 kin. The kin, exhibiting camaraderie, placed the 10 new ogres at the back, surrounding them alongside Horny with their assault rippers. I remember you. You were the good-hearted one from last night and this morning. We owe you gratitude for returning our kin. By the way, my mother is quite fond of your staff, Gorjin remarked casually, continuing his work. The vice speaker's face flushed crimson. The speaker of the council stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. I am the speaker of the Mage Council of the Sandstorm Fortress. Might you be the leader of this band of ogres? Gorjin, stirring the vegetables in the pot without lifting his gaze, replied, Chieftain of Longqi. Speak your mind, or let it be. Given the gifts this morning, I shall refrain from violence. The speaker was somewhat displeased by Gorjin's casual characterization of the 10 ogre warriors and the staff as gifts. With the gifts accepted and words exchanged, he inquired whether Longqi might vacate their oasis to avoid misunderstandings, now that there were no ogres left in their arena. Gorjin shook his head, stating, That is not an option. I have conquered this oasis. If you wish it back, you may take it by force. I shall be waiting. The speaker narrowed his eyes. Since you have achieved your objective, what purpose remains for your presence here? Is it truly to engage in mutual destruction? He continued. We are spellcasters. Teleportation is trivial for us. Should we abandon this place, we shall employ guerrilla tactics against you. Can you withstand that? Gorjin was taken aback. Guerrilla tactics? He turned to Ningyi beside him. Guerrilla tactics, are you afraid? Ningyi scratched his head, assuring the chieftain, Rest easy, chief. When it comes to guerrilla warfare, we are their ancestors. Gorjin turned back to the pot, stirred it a couple of times, and continued. Look, we fear no guerrilla tactics. Come if you dare. The speaker's expression darkened completely. What is your aim with such obstinacy? State it plainly. Gorjin was equally forthright. There are 2 paths before you. 1. You all withdraw from the Sandstorm Fortress, and I shall enter to retrieve something and return shortly. 2. You maintain your hold on the fortress, and we will drive you out. Then I shall find what I seek. Choose. The speaker's eyes gleamed with a silver light. It appears you truly wish for a fight to the death. There was no possibility of retreat. Otherwise, they would become like lost dogs. Just as Gorjin was about to speak, he noticed Ningyi's private message. Chieftain, what if I follow them inside? After we open that treasure chest, we can assess the rewards and decide whether to seize this place. Gorjin replied, If they do not retreat, can you guarantee who will be the guardian boss of the chest? What if, upon opening it, you trigger the guardian boss? Can you withstand that? Ningyi assured him, Rest easy, chief. Even if a guardian boss is triggered, I can promptly trade what I acquire to you. Gorjin countered, Enough of this nonsense. If you uncover a tangible item, how will you trade it? What if you unveil a skill? You may lose both the treasure and yourself. Ningyi pressed on. The cost for the chief would be minimal at most. Gorjin interrupted. Silence. I shall not risk any second-tier member for such a venture. You Blue Star people have labored hard to obtain the rock seal. Cherish your lives under my command. Gorjin had no doubt about Ningyi's courage and loyalty. The resplendent rock seal spoke volumes. Nonetheless, he would not gamble a fiercely loyal individual for a mere chance at a golden treasure chest. Even if it could transform into a heroic spirit, so what? Such sacrifices were meant for security, not for recklessly endangering those who were utterly devoted to him. Gorjin was ruthless, but only towards outsiders. At that moment, the dish he was preparing was ready, and he burst into laughter, a raucous cackle. Ha ha ha, look at your stance. We have pushed you to your doorstep. Yet instead of devising ways to annihilate the enemy besieging your home, you come thrice to inquire about this and that. Where is your dignity and authority as a regional sovereign? Has it withered with your advancing years and declining prowess? Gorjin's smile abruptly vanished, his eyes narrowing with a sinister pride as he gazed down upon the 2 from the Sandstorm Fortress. I have come this far. Is it not a tad naive to speak of such matters now? It seems you have brought your true selves here. I wonder if you possess an escape plan. If not, it appears you shall become the entertainment before our feast. The speaker and the vice speaker gazed up at the towering ogre, silhouetted against the sunlight. His face shrouded in shadow, rendering him quite fearsome. The speaker suppressed all emotion, gripping the vice speaker's arm. Let the battlefield reveal the truth. Suddenly, they transformed into arcs of lightning, shooting into the sky. The speaker was revealed to be a formidable lightning mage. Gorjin remained unfazed. Ha ha ha, how delightful. The dishes are all prepared. Everyone come. Let this pre-battle welcome feast bear witness to the prosperity and might of our Longqi. Let all factions tremble before us. Now, let us rejoice. Let us indulge. Gorjin's outstretched arms roared once more, igniting the atmosphere as all members of Longqi cheered and shouted. The surviving humans of Oasis 3 looked on enviously at the tumultuous scene of ogres, dwarves, and humans clashing in vibrant revelry. To follow such a chieftain must certainly be a joy. Chapter 198. The Ogre Lord's War Onslaught. While Gorjin celebrated with song and dance, dark clouds loomed over the Sandstorm Fortress. The movements of the higher-ups indicated that war was imminent. The entire Sandstorm Knight Order had been summoned back. but their numbers were significantly diminished. 2 entire Knight Orders had not returned. The Sandstorm Fortress boasted only 8 Knight Orders. Many within the orders were unaware of the specifics of the situation. This meeting was not convened on the magical network. All the nobles had gathered beneath the central Mage Tower of the fortress. Surrounding this square were the Mage Towers of the extraordinary dukes. At the center stood the Speaker's Mage Tower. Whenever a duke assumed their position, a massive light projection would appear towards the square from the Mage Tower. Originally, there were 6 dukes with 6 towers plus the Speaker's Tower, but now 2 towers stood in darkness, their elemental lights extinguished. This signified the loss of 2 top-tier combatants for the Sandstorm Fortress. The Speaker paused in silence. Dueling, take my elemental spring water to Duke Derlina and awaken him. The Vice Speaker likewise fell silent. It seemed the Speaker was prepared to make significant sacrifices. Moments later, the tower representing Duke Derlina illuminated, and his towering phantom appeared. Thank you, Speaker, for your noble assistance. The Speaker scoffed. Just do not squander my elemental spring water. Derlina gritted his teeth. Yes, Speaker. He felt wronged. He had truly done his utmost, even deploying his ultimate forbidden spell, yet those fire magic nobles remained unconscious, and still, they had lost. However, he consoled himself that at least he had fought valiantly. That old Hoguland was truly the victim. He had not even made a sound before being obliterated by a single iron anchor. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. The enemies of the Sandstorm Fortress approach fiercely and cunningly, having already captured Oasis 3 and are poised to launch an assault on our homeland. Speak your thoughts. Do we defend or strike first? Present a viable plan. The aged voice of the Speaker resonated, silencing the cacophony in the arena. Derlina, now that you have awakened, please share the knowledge you possess for everyone's consideration. Derlina's ethereal form nodded slightly and began recounting the intelligence gathered from the battle. Meanwhile, Gorjin had already allocated weapons to the Ogre pugilists. The Ogre's former large shields were delivered, while their spiked clubs had long since been melted down to serve as components for the Assault Ripper. This was intended to bolster their defenses. With time constraints preventing the crafting of new weapons, Gorjin had directly dismantled 10 cannons from the Dreadnought. Although their caliber was not as formidable as the main cannon of the Assault Ripper, they sufficed for temporary use. To ensure the spectacle of the arena matches, the Sandstorm Bastion did not impose overly stringent demands on the Ogre's provisions. If they had even one loyal Ogre, they could completely subjugate these Ogre warriors. Alas, the Ogres would only yield to those of greater strength. The Ogre fighters swiftly transitioned to the role of Ogre gunners, safely engaging alongside the Assault Rippers. The Ogres of the Assault Ripper shared their experiences with the newly arrived kin, and although the newcomers were somewhat bewildered, they rapidly acquired the skill under the occasional guidance of the seasoned Ogres. However, the Ogres had evolved beyond mere artillery. They had developed a penchant for launching fire dragons akin to Honi. Yet, only the fury-driven projectiles carried any semblance of significance. After all, the grand explosions were treasures born from chests, and Gorjin could understand their enthusiasm. The primary cannons of the other Ogres merely managed to produce a faint resemblance of fire dragons. Notably, the nature of damage had transformed. What was once purely physical damage had now metamorphosed into fire elemental magical damage. It was an inevitable consequence, given that their exemplar Honi excelled in the enslavement of fire elements. The third oasis lay in utter disarray. However, Gorjin paid them no mind. He had his own rewards to contemplate. Dish, pre-battle welcome feast. Rewards. Ogre Lord's War Combo, including Active Skill 1, Buff Skill 1, Item 1. War Shockwave. Active Skill, consuming mana to deliver a powerful strike with a weapon. Unleashing a light element shockwave in a designated direction. The range, impact distance, and damage correlate with the user's strength and weapon. Evil Frenzy. Buff Skill. Consuming mana to grant oneself the effect of Evil Frenzy. Increasing attack speed by 50 for 10 seconds, non-stacking. Lord's Ring. King's Aura. Allies within a 100-meter radius receive 2 damage reduction. Wisdom Aura. Allies within a 100-meter radius recover mana at a rate of 5. A feast set for 7 dishes, yet offering merely 3 rewards. Perhaps this was due to a certain lack of effort on his part. Gorjin was not perturbed. He crafted whatever materials were available, and if none were at hand, there was little he could do. Raising his hand, he gazed at his fingers, where a purple ring had manifested upon his middle finger. At his feet, 2 more relatively shallow auras had appeared. He now felt engulfed in a haze of light, with 5 auras shimmering beneath him. The effects of the Evil Frenzy skill seemed reminiscent of Korbal's abilities. Bolstered by this effect, the frequency of triggering heavy and multiple attacks could reach remarkable heights. If he were to engage solely in melee, as long as his opponent was not immune to control, Gorjin believed he could undoubtedly slay that black dragon. Yet, he dared not attempt it. While gambling is an art, Betting another's life is the true masterpiece. Who among the virtuous would wager their own life? With a sudden, forceful swing of the massive iron anchor, Gorjin struck the ground. A resounding boom echoed, reminiscent of a giant bell, as the shockwave, propelled by yellow and white light elements, surged forth. Gorjin estimated the shockwave to be 10 meters wide, traveling nearly 100 meters in a straight line, carving a deep trench into the sandy earth. Goodness, Gorjin marveled. Is this not a technique of divine cleansing? The commotion attracted the attention of the ogres who were instructing the newcomers. They rushed over, setting up their cannons to fire into the distance. A considerably smaller shockwave erupted forth. A doo-doo. The ogres eagerly fired into the distance, seemingly competing to see whose shockwave could reach farther. Gorjin was left speechless. Are you all fools? Chapter 199. How to elegantly open that chest. One cannot deny that the intermediate OJBK weapon segment had afforded those dimwits an opportunity to shine. Their intellect may not allow for creation, yet it permits mimicry. Most importantly, they succeeded. Gorjin grumbled as he departed. At times, he genuinely envied these individuals. He pondered how to elegantly open the treasure chest of the Sandstorm Bastion, dismissing those fools from his mind. The primary dilemma now lay in how to breach the mage's magical shields. Only by penetrating the protective barrier enveloping their fortress could harm befall those within. The shield of the Sandstorm Bastion was not to be compared to that of the Third Oasis. Suyi had once mentioned that each mage tower housed a multitude of mid to low-level mages who took turns channeling mana into the shield. According to Suyi, the combined number of apprentice mages, junior mages, and intermediate mages exceeded 1,000. Each mage tower functioned as an amplifier, significantly enhancing the potency of spells under the guidance of senior mages. Gorjin had activated all available enhancements. He had temporarily run out of treasure chests, and after preparing 2 meals in succession, he had nearly exhausted his stock of seasonings. Continuing to cook would not yield rewards of sufficient quality or flavor to benefit Gorjin. Suddenly, Gorjin recalled the possibility of using the Compass Golden Falcon to recruit more kin. Being so far from Dragon's Roost, the newly joined kin had already been acquainted and were ready to utilize their skills. If he could gather a few more kin, their firepower would strengthen, enhancing his overall prowess. As the saying goes, a greater number of monkeys adds to the strength. However, Gorjin refrained from acting impulsively. He needed to finalize his forthcoming plans before departing. Moreover, he would only venture a maximum of 3 days' journey. Beyond that, Gorjin would choose to abandon the endeavor. Su Bangxia and Yi Ku acted as conduits, while Gorjin convened a small meeting with Doug and Kalber. Gorjin urged Kalber to swiftly devise a weapon capable of persistently depleting the enemy's magical shield. Kalber scratched his head, a significant patch of baldness already evident. He and Doug conferred, while Gorjin sought out his mother. He required her to lead the kin in a distant bombardment of the Sandstorm Bastion's magical shield, to test the strength of their defenses and apply some pressure. However, it sufficed to merely probe from afar. Gorjin's arrangements were not yet complete. This was not the time for a final confrontation. After repeatedly discussing these intricate details with his mother and confirming her understanding, Gorjin finally set off with a sense of ease. The ship, Fear, embarked on its voyage, carrying Gorjin towards distant horizons. Meanwhile, Honi rallied her kin, directing them towards the direction of the Sand Fortress. The newly arrived ogres, unfamiliar with Honi's identity and prowess, initially hesitated to take orders. However, the elder members swiftly compelled them to comply. Those adult ogres, whose bodies housed the souls of their offspring, ultimately conformed and joined the expedition. Plans had also been devised at the Sand Fortress. They resolved to hold their ground while attempting to embroil other factions in their machinations. Gorjin, cunning as ever, was well aware that the Sand Fortress was not to be trifled with. They had not delivered all their ogre warriors to Gorjin. Instead, they retained 2 champion ogres. This decision also served to probe for any potential spies among their ranks. After all, how could those ogres traverse such vast distances to arrive here? Now, they intended to send these 2 champion ogres to their neighbors, the Minotaurs of Thunder Fortress and the Drow Elves of the Silver Pine Forest. Both factions, though slightly less potent than the Sand Fortress, had long harbored covetous eyes upon them. However, such dynamics were commonplace in the Oasis, where the 3 factions maintained frequent communication. Mutual exchange among equally matched powers was essential for sustainable development. This time, the Sand Fortress sought to drag Thunder Fortress and Silver Pine Forest into a joint campaign against the ogres. Their pace was swift, and the arcane energy vessel was a familiar tool for them. Although it could not soar through the skies, its speed was commendable. Yet, no matter how fast the vessel was, it remained tethered to the ground, while Gorjin soared in the heavens, rapidly closing the distance between the 2 factions. Indeed, it was the Golden Falcon that had guided Gorjin to the nearest new kin. Between the Sand Fortress and the Thunder Fortress lay 3 sand oasis strongholds. And upon entering the realm of Thunder Fortress, one could observe the minotaurs tending to their herds. The Kodo beasts, treasured by the bone-chewing clan, grazed in droves under the watchful eyes of the minotaurs. One minotaur herded no fewer than 10 Kodo beasts across the arid expanse. These creatures possessed long tongues, adept at capturing the various sand-dwelling insects. Though the number of these insects was considerable, they burrowed deeply into the ground, and their size surpassed that of the insects found on Blue Planet. Kodo beasts were quintessential omnivorous monsters. Relying solely on the oases would not suffice to sustain such a multitude, necessitating their grazing across the desert. Upon sighting the arcane vessel adorned with the Sand Fortress battle banner, the minotaurs instantly sounded the alarm. The cacophony of horns echoed, growing fainter with distance. This was not a time for trade, naturally prompting the minotaurs' vigilance. The Sand Fortress would first dispatch one champion ogre to Thunder Fortress before proceeding to the Silver Pine Forest. The territory of Thunder Fortress was expansive, and the arcane vessel traveled day and night for 2 days before reaching the main city of Thunder Fortress. Though referred to as a city, it was more akin to a vast encampment, replete with rough-hewn wooden structures characteristic of Minotaur architecture. In the center of the settlement stood a sturdy wooden pole, from which a battle banner fluttered. "Good day, mighty Chief Kalen Thunder." The Marquis of Sand Fortress inclined his head slightly, offering a respectful greeting to the robust Minotaur chieftain. Kalen exhaled 2 puffs of steam from his nostrils. "This is not a time for trade. What brings the Sand Fortress to our Thunder Fortress?" The Marquis of Sand Fortress smiled faintly. "On behalf of the council chairman, I bring a gift for Chief Kalen to strengthen our amicable relations." Kalen squinted slightly. "A gift? What manner of gift?" The Marquis snapped his fingers, and a blue cage aboard the arcane vessel slowly vanished, revealing a securely bound ogre, a champion ogre who had completed 100 consecutive kills. Hearing that Chief Kalen favored robust warriors, this formidable specimen would surely appease him. Kalen grunted. "The gift is indeed commendable. However, what are your demands?" The Marquis of Sand Fortress adopted a grave expression. "Chief Kalen, a ferocious and malevolent force is encroaching upon us." Just then, the prolonged sound of the horn echoed once more, causing Kalen's countenance to shift. Chapter 200, Drag Down. "You have brought the enemy into my territory." Kalen's massive hand extended, drawing the Marquis of Sand Fortress towards him. His attendants were swiftly surrounded by Kalen's Minotaur guards. The Marquis of Sand Fortress appeared bewildered. "The enemy? They have yet to reach Thunder Fortress." "Humph." Kalen cast the Marquis aside. "Watch them closely." The denizens of Sand Fortress were all apprehended. As a faction of comparable strength to Sand Fortress, the Minotaurs of Thunder Fortress were not easily cowed by these spellcasters. They too possessed their own lineage. The name Thunder Fortress held significance. They were favored by lightning, and many of their kin bore innate abilities related to thunder. Some even mastered the forces of nature, inheriting the power of transformation, which they referred to as druidism. For instance, Kalen Thunder was not only a formidable druid, but also possessed a strong command over lightning. He summoned a sentinel, loudly inquiring about the situation. Before the sentinel could respond, Kalen spotted a dark speck in the sky. His instincts suggested that this speck hovered at a considerable height above the ground. Narrowing his eyes, his form began to shimmer with green light, expanding in size. Kalen transformed into a colossal avian beast, its wings crackling with thunder as it soared towards the dark spot. His formidable might, enhanced by the synergy of thunder and transformation, granted him unmatched speed, making his approach the safest. Gorjin stood at the ship's railing, peering down. "What on earth? How have all my kin been captured?" Gorjin was at a loss for words. Were the ogres truly this inept? How could 1 or 2 of them be so easily apprehended? He found the Sand Fortress acceptable. But how could this faction also be so formidable? Gorjin gazed through a specialized telescope at the rugged yet impressively large encampment below, sighing deeply. It seemed unlikely that he would recover his kin. It was a pity to have squandered the Golden Falcon's abilities. Just as Gorjin pondered this, the sound of thunderous winds reached his ears. Ding 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 ding. A rapid ringing echoed, and the dwarven voice transmitted through the speaking tube. "Chief, we have detected flying units approaching at high speed." Gorjin immediately craned his neck to look, indeed spotting a swiftly approaching dark shape. Through the telescope, he discerned a massive avian creature with a wingspan of 20 meters. This avian, crackling with lightning, raced towards the fear. Gorjin narrowed his eyes, coldly issuing orders. "Target the intruder. All close-range cannons commence warming up. If it approaches within 100 meters of the airship, engage." "Yes, Chief." The dwarven operators swiftly began their actions. The bottom of the gondola slowly opened 2 small doors, from which 2 close-range cannons extended. This was designed to counter foes from directly below. It is said that Culber is refining the blueprints, intending to mount close-range artillery on the uppermost section of the airship's gas bag, perhaps sensing a threat. The Raptor circled the fearsome for a couple of laps from a distance before halting approximately 200 meters ahead, flapping its wings. Kylan's keen eagle eyes locked onto Galkin's indifferent gaze. Despite the formidable appearance of the Raptor, Galkin would wager that he could leap forth and slay it with ease. The moment Kylan laid eyes on Galkin, he understood the situation and promptly dove downward. Galkin's cold stare fixated on the ground below, and he raised his binoculars. The creature's erratic behavior piqued Galkin's suspicion. Eventually, Galkin discerned a familiar pattern in the center of the citadel and spotted an ogre. Indeed, the humans had not returned all their kin. Were they seeking reinforcements now? A grin crept across Galkin's face. The cacophony was growing increasingly lively. Galkin felt no fear. In the ogre's lexicon, apart from submission to stronger kin, fear held no place. Return to base, Galkin commanded, as the dwarven operators began to maneuver the fearsome back. It seemed his preparations were somewhat lacking. Galkin's expression darkened as a plan began to form in his mind. Meanwhile, Kylan, having returned to the ground, transformed into his minotaur form and swiftly approached, seizing the marquis of the sandstorm bastion by the throat. His eyes glowed crimson, his breath ragged, exuding a terrifying aura. You dare drag us into your troubles with the Thunder Fortress? At that moment, he was acutely aware of why these wretches had inexplicably delivered an ogre on a non-trade day. Recalling the beast he had encountered earlier sent a chill through him. After transforming, his senses had sharpened remarkably. He could see the intelligence and brutality in the ogre's eyes and feel its formidable power. The creature stood upon 5 radiant rings, 5 in total. Kylan, Chief, what do you see? The Marquis of Sandstorm, gasping, struggled against the grip. A colossal airship. A powerful ogre. Are you declaring war against us? Kylan seethed with indignation. Ha! Suddenly, the Marquis erupted into laughter, further darkening the Minotaur chief's countenance. We were contemplating how to unite against those ogres, but it seems. He laughed heartily, reveling in the unexpected turn of events. The Marquis never anticipated being pursued by the ogre, stumbling right into Kylan's domain. The Minotaur was truly in a predicament, akin to a fall of yellow mud in his trousers, neither one thing nor the other. Kylan, Chief, this is the outcome. You have no choice but to ally with us to vanquish those ogres. I could use your head to reason with them. The Thunder Fortress will not intervene in your war. Kylan tightened his grip around the Marquis's neck. Reason? Kylan, Chief, that is an ogre. Reason? Ha! The Marquis, though on the brink of asphyxiation, continued to laugh. Kylan exhaled deeply, disdainfully tossing the human aside. Though reluctant to concede, he too doubted the ogre's capacity for reason. Coughing, the Marquis greedily inhaled the scorching air, his eyes alight with the thrill of survival. After a moment, he regained his composure and adjusted his appearance. Kylan, Chief, at this juncture, anger serves no purpose. We can settle our affairs after eliminating those ogres, but for now, it is paramount. He gestured towards another blue magical cage. We must also ensnare the long-eared ones of the Silver Pine Woods. Only then can we ensure the annihilation of those vile ogres. Chapter 201. Both sides feel disgusted. The powerful Minotaur trembled with rage. This was not a battle belonging to the Thunder Fortress Minotaurs, yet they were being dragged into it by these shameless individuals. However, he found himself at a loss. Had the ogre not appeared, he could have easily turned away the Sandstorm's people. The fate of those cunning wretches would have been of no concern to him. Yet now, there was no escape. Kylan, panting, gritted his teeth and demanded, "Speak of your plans, you wretched beings." The Marquis of Sandstorm smiled faintly, unfazed by the discontent. Their plan to pull them into this mess had succeeded. Now, they only needed the Silver Pine Woods. Though he felt triumphant, he dared not display excessive arrogance. Should he provoke these muscle-bound brutes, even if they were to slay him, the Sandstorm Bastion would simply replace him without seeking vengeance. Of course, we will begin with the champion ogre warrior. At that point, those long-eared ones will have no choice. The Marquis said. Kylan fixed a steely gaze upon him before raising a hand. His bodyguards finally released their hold on the humans. After this battle, the Sandstorm Bastion must provide an explanation to the Thunder Fortress. Otherwise, prepare for all-out war. Galkin's return journey would be 2 days hence. During his absence, Honi bombarded the Sandstorm Bastion from an extreme distance with ogres. The technological side had its advantages, just as the magical side had its own. Developing an energy shield was clearly beyond the current capabilities of the Dragon's Roost military industry. However, the range of these artillery pieces, modeled after the grand cannons, evidently exceeded the spell-casting range of the mages. The theoretical maximum range of these cannons reached an astounding 15,000 meters, based on battleship main gun range. Slightly weakened for entertainment purposes, such range may be impractical against moving targets, but striking a stationary medium-sized city was a trivial endeavor. Hony did not even push the limit of 15,000 meters. She and her kin approached within 10,000 meters of the sandstorm bastion, lined up, and commenced bombardment. At this distance, Hony could merely glimpse a faint blue glow from the bastion's protective shield. The inhabitants of the sandstorm bastion could only observe the ogres through monitoring crystals. Yet their spells could not reach such distances. Even the council leader, who mastered forbidden spells, was merely extraordinary, not divine. He could not cast spells at such extreme ranges without visual confirmation through the magical crystals. However, only the main cannon of the assault ripper could reach the sandstorm bastion. All other artillery were ineffective. The newcomers could only watch as the 29 ogres thunderously bombarded that distant blue light. Most importantly, these cannons unleashed fire dragons rather than mere shells. As the first wave of fire dragons lunged toward the magical barrier of the sandstorm fortress, all the spellcasters within the fortress became tense. The continuous bombardment of fire dragons caused the magical shield to flicker incessantly. All the mage towers were operating at maximum capacity. When Hony unleashed her power, the energy shield of the sandstorm fortress became extraordinarily radiant. Hony hurled a spear imbued with blood-boiling magic, and then, upon that foundation, cast the fire dragon spell. The might of her spell rivaled that of the fire dragon spell she had previously executed with a colossal bone mace. Of course, this was further augmented by the staff that had absorbed energy from the fortress itself. A flurry of blazing spears was propelled by Hony, tracing fiery arcs as they soared into the sky, transforming into roaring fire dragons aimed at the sandstorm fortress. Their appearance was reminiscent of a fantastical version of a Katyusha rocket. As Hony unleashed her assault, at least 10 spears soared into the air, engulfing the sky with fire dragons. Had it not been for all the mages being confined within the mage towers, this barrage would have certainly breached the fortress's defenses. Even the council leader felt the mounting pressure. What manner of creature was that ogre? He murmured to himself as he beheld the magical shield, now dazzling to an extreme degree. Even Kalber, far away in Dragon Roost, was taken aback by the astonishing rate at which the spears were being consumed. Ningyi, witnessing Hony's initial onslaught, quickly contacted Kalber through Yeko, urging him to prepare for the production of more spears. Kalber had no choice but to halt the development of new weapons and allocate resources to the spear task. By the time Gorjin returned, Kalber had already replenished Hony's supply of spears twice. At this moment, Hony felt a twinge of frustration towards the fortress's impenetrable shell. Upon Gorjin's return, she couldn't help but express her exasperation. Hony's left head remarked, "This is utterly nauseating," while her right head added, "How many spellcasters are crammed in there? We've been bombarding it for days, and there's no sign of the shield's strength diminishing." Gorjin reassured her, "It's all right, mother. After all, we are the attackers. If you're feeling queasy, I suspect those inside are suffering as well." Hony pouted and casually launched a dozen blood-boiling fire dragon spears, a sight that even made Gorjin feel a shiver of unease. Just as Gorjin had predicted, the inhabitants of the sandstorm fortress felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. They were now relying solely on apprentice mages, junior and mid-level sorcerers. Even the high-ranking mages and counts who commanded mage towers had joined the fray. It became evident that when Hony unleashed her fire dragon barrage, the marquises had to intervene to maintain the magical shield. The council leader couldn't help but mutter, "How many of those projectiles do they possess? Are they truly endless?" Initially, it was manageable. The lower-tier spellcasters had ample magic reserves. However, after several rounds of bombardment, their ability to replenish their mana began to falter against the relentless consumption. As the lower-tier spellcasters exhausted their mana and collapsed at their posts, the mid-level and higher-tier spellcasters were forced to step in. Had Gorjin known the council leader's thoughts, he might have exaggeratedly remarked, "That old man has always been clever." The munitions from Dragon Roost are not infinite, but the ogres have an endless supply. As long as they wish, they can continue to unleash their magic. Almost on the very day Gorjin returned to the squad, Kalber delivered a prototype of the new weapon, a massive aerial bomb nearly 3 times the size of Gorjin himself. This was part of the deal Gorjin had accepted. Had it been Ningyi, he might have been crushed on the spot. Even Gorjin found it somewhat cumbersome to carry the enormous bomb. What on earth is this? Chapter 202, The Aerial Bomb. The dreadnought ascended, continuously gaining altitude. To provide cover, the assault ripper's cannons began to fire vigorously, and Hony hastened her spear throws, primarily to ensure the mages were oblivious to the airship's ascent. The dreadnought soared high, positioning itself directly above the sandstorm fortress. From this vantage point, one could see fire dragons streaking across the sky towards the fortress. The originally azure protective shield blazed with intensity as fire dragons collided with it, shattering upon impact. Gorjin took a deep breath, then hefted the enormous bomb and hurled it down towards the city below. The bomb plummeted rapidly due to Gorjin's forceful throw and its substantial weight. The mages, obscured by the fire dragons and the magical shield above, were entirely unaware of the impending projectile. Subsequently, Gorjin lifted a second bomb and launched it directly downwards. The third and fourth followed suit. Gorjin, in a single motion, threw all 4 bombs down. It was both an experiment and an assault. The first bomb struck the shield directly, resulting in a fiery mushroom cloud that erupted, causing all the members of the mage towers responsible for sustaining the magical shield to feel their own magic draining away like a torrent. The explosion was merely the initial wave of attack. If that were all, it wouldn't qualify as a new weapon. Amidst the explosion, a torrent of dark liquid erupted like lava, spreading chaotically. This black substance ignited upon contact with the flames, setting ablaze everything in its path. All the marquises urgently participated in the defense. They were bewildered. What is this substance? Then came the second bomb's explosion. Had the marquises not possessed deep reservoirs of magic, they would have surely been drained. However, these spellcasters were no fools. They quickly utilized magical crystal orbs to detect that the attack originated from above and even identified 2 more identical bombs trailing behind. The council leader could no longer remain seated. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, he soared upward and detonated the third bomb midair. The dark liquid scattered everywhere, igniting upon contact with the raging flames clinging to the magical shield. Realizing this method was ineffective, the council leader swiftly altered his strategy, casting a long whip of lightning to ensnare the 4th bomb, attempting to divert its trajectory. Yet it was too heavy. A single mage's strength was insufficient to manipulate it. Soon, the council leader's expression darkened, and a violent surge of electricity enveloped him. The bomb detonated instantly, weaving a dense net of lightning beneath, vaporizing all the dark gas. The council leader maintained his altitude, transforming into a streak of lightning in the air, his face grave. He felt an unsettling disbelief. How had events escalated to such a degree? The Sandstorm Fortress was a formidable power in its own right, with spellcasters and ironclad knights that instilled fear in surrounding factions. How had they been cornered at their own doorstep? Moreover, what manner of entity was this? With merely 30 or so ogres, how could they wield such power? Before the council leader could ponder further, he heard a roar. He looked up to see an ogre brandishing an anchor descending from the sky towards him. To be honest, at that moment, the council leader was utterly bewildered. He was aware that far above was the ogre's airship, but his sole intention was to intercept those bombs. He never anticipated that the ogre chieftain would leap down. He soared from the pinnacle of his wizard's tower, a height of approximately 30 meters above the ground. The apex of the magical shield loomed 60 meters above, while he now found himself at a distance of 100 meters from it. Was this ogre chieftain utterly reckless? The consequences of such a leap were uncertain for himself, but surely the opponent would plummet to their demise. Moreover, he could barely discern the airship, merely a silhouette against the backdrop of the sky, indicative of the considerable altitude from which he had jumped. Cursed beast, have you lost your mind? The council leader's gaze betrayed his trepidation, as his form suddenly seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning. Ha ha ha! Gorjin laughed maniacally, descending with a speed akin to a thunderclap. The council leader was aghast. He had gravely underestimated the velocity of his descent. Zila. His body was enveloped in silvery lightning, and then he commenced a free fall. Gorjin hurled his iron chain with abandon. The massive anchor shot forth with his immense strength, latching onto the council leader, now cloaked in a shroud of electricity. Gorjin felt a jolt of exhilaration, yet with the effects of the rock seal and magical resistance passive abilities, the sensation was tolerable. I've caught you. Gorjin cackled, both of them plummeting as he began to retract the chain. The 20-meter-long chain was swiftly pulled back, the council leader shrouded in a protective aura of lightning, his eyes glowing with electric fervor. His form swelled dramatically, transforming into a 10-meter-tall, inverted triangular figure of lightning elemental. The eruption of energy unleashed sent Gorjin reeling. However, in that fleeting moment, he extended his left hand, clawing fiercely at the colossal lightning elemental that the council leader had become. The council leader emitted a heart-wrenching howl, his body surging like a bolt of lightning toward the ground. As Gorjin neared the earth, he executed another downward slash aimed at the azure protective shield. One could only commend the skill acquired from a treasure chest, as long as his physical prowess could withstand the immediate impact and tearing sensation. The priority of the downward strike surpassed that of free fall. Roar! Gorjin's visage contorted in agony as he unleashed a mighty anchor upon the flame-enshrouded magical shield. In that instant, 5 marquises spewed forth blood, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed to the ground. The countenances of the other marquises turned ashen. They were already struggling against the magical shield ignited by that inky liquid, and now faced the onslaught of descending strikes. It was truly overwhelming. Subsequently, Gorjin executed 2 more downward slashes at the edge of the magical shield. His form was similarly tainted by the black liquid, which continued to burn. Upon landing, he paid no heed to the flames consuming him. Instead, he reversed his grip and unleashed his powerful claws upon the magical barrier behind him. The sound of his claws scraping against the shield resembled that of blades against glass. Now bolstered by the loyalty of 55 ogres and aided by the hydraulic force of his powerful claws, the remaining marquises, already on their last legs, appeared even paler. Chapter 203, The Frenzied Gorjin. Ha ha ha. Gorjin, observing the terror in the eyes of the knights upon the inner city walls, retracted his left arm and hoisted the massive anchor aloft. A malevolent fervor radiated from Gorjin as he became enveloped in a black and yellow luminescence. The anchor, accompanied by a mournful cry, crashed down upon the magical shield as if tilling the earth, interspersed with heavy strikes and multiple attacks. The barrage of Assault Ripper-esque cannon fire, Horny's blood-boiling spear, the relentless burning of the black liquid, now amalgamated with Gorjin's frenzied assault, proved too much for the marquises to endure. The dukes were compelled to step in to maintain the shield. Gorjin remained oblivious to the situation inside. Yet gazing at the dazzlingly brilliant magical shield, he surmised, based on his extensive combat experience against it, that they were nearing their limits. Having reached this critical juncture, Gorjin felt emboldened to wager it all. What began as an experiment had yielded promising results. It was only prudent to seize the opportunity to expand his gains, lest the arrival of reinforcements turn the tide against him. Gorjin, Ningyi, inform my mother, the entire army shall advance. Damn it, I'm all in. Ningyi, received. Chieftain, on my way. In the distance, Ningyi found Horny, who was hurling blood-boiling spears. Lady Horny, the chieftain commands, the whole army shall advance. Horny's 4 eyes lit up with fervor. Horny's left head exclaimed, Wyack. Her right head echoed, charge alongside me. A collective bloodlust enveloped all present as the ogres erupted in a thunderous roar. Wyack. They rose, dashing toward the position of the sandstorm fortress. Though the assault ripper was cumbersome, each stride covered considerable ground. Ningyi and another companion had no time to return to the airship, instead clinging to the rear of the assault ripper. The fastest among them were the 2 armed transport vessels. A distance of 10,000 meters was trivial for the airships. They merely needed to enter the range of bombardment. As the ogres surged forward, the intensity of the attacks diminished significantly, granting the casters at Sandstorm Fortress a momentary reprieve. They believed the end was nigh. However, Gorjin's assault continued unabated, and 90% of the casters' magical energy had been utterly depleted. The marquises possessed only feeble reserves of magic, leaving the dukes as the sole sources of offensive power. The council leader descended, the colossal form of the lightning elemental dissipating, returning to his human state. Yet, upon landing, he curled up like a boiled shrimp, collapsing to the ground. His anguished cries echoed within his wizard's tower. Blood flowed freely from his groin. At 10 meters tall, he had plummeted onto Gorjin, who stood over 5 meters. Gorjin's instinctive claw had effectively taken out his brother. Struggling to rise, he frantically rummaged through his belongings, producing a vial of green potion, which he hastily consumed. A rich essence of life enveloped the council leader, mending his wounds. His brother had been restored, his expression contorted with rage. Ogre, 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 I. The typically composed council leader had completely lost his composure. That vial of life-giving liquid was his most treasured possession, and now it was spent, while his brother returned. His heart bled. Yet, before he could lament too deeply, his formidable mental acuity sensed the dire circumstances within the city. They were on the brink of collapse. Within the magical network, 5 extraordinary dukes, including the vice-council leader, frantically called out to him. The council leader disregarded their messages. His visage twisted in fury as he commanded, all sandstorm knights, advance. All dukes, attack from the wizard's tower. No more defense. Pour all remaining magic into me. Inside the fortress of the Howling Sands, an abrupt silence fell, soon followed by a dazzling display of colors emanating from the 6 towering mage towers, including that of the council leader. The protective magical barrier vanished. Flames descended upon the castle, instilling a profound terror among the common folk and slaves. Yet, at this moment, no one had the luxury to concern themselves with them. 3,000 knights of the Howling Sands, their lances standing like a forest, spurred their steeds, and the gates swung open. For the Howling Sands. For glory. The 6 captains of the knightly orders cried out, their eyes ablaze with determination, leading the charge. The knights behind them remained silent, their gazes filled with grim resolve and a readiness to face death. The thunderous gallop of the war horses echoed like a tempest. The shield that had enveloped the city had dissipated, and they understood the implications. Now, it was a time for desperation. Suddenly, One of the Duke's mage towers erupted in azure brilliance. Wind elements enveloped all the knights, nearly doubling their speed. A radiant blue arcane glow flickered. Outside the city, earth element golems rose from the ground, encircling Gorjin. A pitch-black light erupted. To the eyes of all present, darkness momentarily swallowed the scene, and upon reopening their eyes, it felt as though night had fallen. A sharp blade materialized behind Gorjin, plunging toward his vulnerable back. Waves of earth element energy flickered around him, repelling the attack with layers of protective magic. The mage tower of Derlina burst forth in magnificent flames. The lithe and graceful fire elementalist reappeared, igniting flames in the sky. As Honi raced forward, her eyes glowed crimson. Left head, I've been waiting for you. Right head, I'm not the same as I once was. The red magical runes adorning Honi's form ignited, engulfing her in raging flames, her stature soaring ever higher. Honi's left head proclaimed, "Flames, you shall submit to me." Honi's right head declared, "I am the master of flames." She roared, transforming into a two-headed fire elemental lord, towering even above the lightning element summoned by the council leader. Honi was declaring war against the fire elementalist. Oddly, the fire elementalist maintained their demeanor, as a massive meteor descended from the fiery clouds. Honi's left head scoffed, "Another tiresome trick." Honi's right head retorted, "Do you think you can defeat me?" The fiery lord, with arms crossed before her, gathered a fireball that swelled and surged upward, colliding fiercely with the meteor, followed by two equally massive fireballs and two smaller ones. A replication of spells combined with multiple casting. At the very center, the mage tower of the council leader released a bolt of lightning into the sky. The council leader's lightning form slowly lifting its head, dark clouds gathering above. "Ogre, face your demise." A torrent of lightning descended upon Gorjin like divine retribution. Damn it, Gorkin's temper flared. What if he was a bit farther away? He would not believe that a jump strike could not reach him. With a massive iron anchor raised high, he leapt, soaring over half the fortress of the Howling Sands directly towards the lightning elemental. In the sky, countless bolts of lightning struck Gorkin's form. Roar! Gorkin's expression twisted into a snarl, bathed in the radiance of lightning. His focus solely on the council leader's lightning form. He harbored but one conviction. He must cleave through you today, with unwavering resolve. He inadvertently triggered the intermediate OJBK weapon chapter. At this moment, it was less about him jumping to strike and more about the weapon doing the striking. His body, marred with wounds, had awakened his ferocity. Evil fervor. Berserk. Whack. Gorjin had succumbed to madness, his form flickering with red and black-yellow luminescence. The council leader too had lost his sanity. He uncorked a vial of blue elixir, pouring it down his throat, and with a resounding clap of his hands, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck Gorjin midair. Both the individual and the ogre screamed. They were locked in a deadly struggle, and it was a matter of who would falter first. This confrontation captivated the attention of all on the battlefield, who watched in stunned silence as the clash unfolded above the fortress. Gorjin, wielding his mighty iron anchor, advanced relentlessly against the lightning bolt amidst the raging storm. The earth element blocks accumulating on his body falling away, leaving scorch marks across his form. The council leader's expression contorted with fury, gritting his teeth as he poured forth more magical energy. A thunderous roar echoed. In a mere instant, Gorjin, defying the tempest, cleaved through the barrel-thick lightning bolt, embedding the anchor into the forehead of the lightning elemental. Crackling, the storm flickered above. The body of the lightning elemental summoned by the council leader began to swell ominously. "Gorjin, get away." Honi raised her hands in a desperate gesture. Beneath Gorjin, massive fiery hands emerged, lifting him higher. "Council leader, no, we still have a chance." The voice of Vice Councillor Dueling rang out as the sky suddenly darkened. Then, a brilliant blue light erupted within the city. When the light returned, the once resplendent mage towers dimmed. The extraordinary dukes, along with the marquises and numerous earls, vanished, leaving the Howling Sands knights and many low-tier spellcasters, along with the panicking civilians and slaves. Gorjin landed with a decisive strike atop the council leader's mage tower, kicking down the flag of the fortress of the Howling Sands, and roared skyward, "Whack! Those who wield steel shall show no mercy." Chapter 204, The First Golden Treasure Chest. As the wind elements that had coiled around them dissipated, the Howling Sands knights, poised to charge at the ogre, gradually slowed in bewilderment. They turned back to see that at the highest point of the city, where the council leader's mage tower stood, the azure flag of the fortress had vanished, replaced by the imposing figure of the ogre chieftain. This revelation was difficult for them to accept, even daunting. Yet, with the towers of absolute authority now dimmed, disbelief was no longer an option. In her second encounter with the fire elementalist, Honi achieved yet another comprehensive victory. She felt her command over the fire elements becoming increasingly effortless. She also heard Gorkin's roar, though its meaning eluded her. Honi's left head queried, "What is he shouting about?" Honi's right head replied, "Ningyi, explain it to me." Ningyi leaped down from behind the assault ripper. "Lady Honi, the chieftain means that anyone with a weapon must be eliminated." Honi's left head exclaimed, "I understand." Honi's right head added, "In other words, you little brats, feast upon them." The ogres charged forward with wild cries. They paid no heed to the bewildered knights. All they knew was that it was time to feast. The knights were filled with despair. Their once deified council leader had been driven away, leaving them as mere pawns. Some charged forward while others fled, plunging the battlefield into chaos. If they had charged as a group, they might have posed some threat to the ogres. But now, in their disarray, they could only allow the ogres to feast upon them. Before the assault ripper, they were akin to swine. Surprisingly, there were 10 formidable ogre fighters. They exhibited an extraordinary prowess in combat. Once engaged in close quarters, they discarded their firearms, wielding only massive iron shields, which they effortlessly used to flatten the knights into mere pulp. They had awaited this day for an eternity. Despite their juvenile minds, they bore grudges. The fearsome lowered its altitude, advancing alongside 2 other airships over the sandstorm fortress. The ominous presence of these colossal airships cast an unparalleled sense of oppression upon the civilians and slaves below. Gorkin's keen eyes quickly discerned the resplendent golden chest emanating brilliant light at the center of the 6 mage towers. Moreover, from the window atop the mage tower beneath him, he could also see golden rays spilling forth. Gorkin, battered and bruised, felt excruciating pain with every movement. While his regenerative abilities would eventually restore him, time was of the essence. Just then, a pallid low-level mage emerged to investigate the situation. Gorkin chuckled to himself. With a powerful leap, he executed a downward strike, the massive anchor crashing down. Instantly, Gorkin's expression brightened considerably. He possessed a vampiric passive ability, and this attack yielded a substantial overflow of vitality. Though the recovery was modest, it alleviated his discomfort. Not to mention, the mere existence of these 2 golden chests was sufficient to validate the expedition he had embarked upon. What perplexed Gorkin was the presence of 2 golden chests in disparate locations, reflecting on the previous oasis, where he had not discovered any treasure. Gorkin speculated that the chest outside must be a collective bounty from all oasis outposts. Conversely, the one within the mage tower likely belonged to the sandstorm fortress itself. Yet, the specifics were inconsequential. What mattered most to Gorkin was opening the chests. As the treasure within the plaza was unveiled, a dazzling golden orb surged forth. Banner of Elemental Favor. Quality, Gold. Designates a member to randomly receive a form of elemental favor, becoming a spellcaster and obtaining the corresponding legacy, 01. Spellcaster skill damage within the domain is enhanced by 10. Newborns have a 10 chance of possessing spellcaster talent. Enlightenment. Grants wisdom to kin within the area by 10. A grand banner materialized in Gorkin's grasp, the flagpole towering at 20 meters, adorned with a long triangular flag. The banner appeared almost alive, its colors shifting in a mesmerizing display, representative of the various elements. Gorkin gazed at the banner, his mind racing with thoughts. Indeed, the rewards were correlated with the composition of his faction, weren't they? However, it was fortuitous, as his tribe was currently in dire need of spellcasters. This banner was just what they required. Most importantly, the secondary effect, combined with the banner of fertility from Longqi, could potentially ensure that any newborns would emerge as spellcasters. However, the question of who should receive this honor was indeed a matter for deliberation. Gorkin turned his gaze toward the golden chest within the mage tower. He knew he could not enter, but he could certainly raise the tower to the ground. As for the unfortunate staff inside, they would merely have to accept their fate. Gorkin had instigated this expedition for the golden chest and his kin. How could he possibly concern himself with the personnel of the opposing faction? With a swift motion, Gorkin executed another downward strike, the anchor crashing into the pinnacle of the mage tower. With his current weight and strength, the unguarded tower was immediately toppled by Gorkin's might. He genuinely found this downward strike remarkably effective, consuming only a trivial amount of magical energy while primarily exhausting his physical stamina. Moreover, it served multiple purposes, for movement, travel, and demolition. It had become his most reliable skill. He had yet to utilize brutal charge, relying predominantly on his passives during combat. Including this battle and the confrontation with the council leader, had it not been for the rock seal, his resilient skin, and dragon tooth, Gorkin would have perished at the outset. The council leader displayed limited skills, but only through first-hand experience did one comprehend the extent of their prowess. Gorkin felt that even if the Sandstorm Fortress encountered the initial power of Longqi, they would likely emerge victorious after incurring some losses. Of course, his mother would probably manage to escape, but he and his kin might not be so fortunate. However, during Longqi's peak, the combination of two two-headed ogre mages alongside his father, who could contend with his mother, would likely have matched the Sandstorm Fortress evenly. It could only be said that the strength of the Sandstorm Fortress justified the existence of these two golden chests. Most significantly, even now, having conquered this oasis and opened the chests did not signify the end of the war against the Sandstorm Fortress. Their elite forces and core strength had escaped, and numerous oasis outposts remained. Gorjin had thoroughly grasped the might of this great power. If the Sandstorm Fortress was formidable, then what of the likes of Flame City and the Shimmering Silver Council, not to mention the reinforcements he had observed from the Sandstorm Fortress, which appeared to be another considerable force. Gorjin's mind raced as he opened the second golden chest. Chapter 205, the second golden chest. Mage Tower, bindable. Quality, gold. Upon binding, manifests a mage tower. The binder casts spells within the tower, enhancing effects by 30 and reducing consumption by 30. Medium teleportation array construction skill book. Quality, gold. Upon use, grants mastery of a medium teleportation array, allowing mutual transport between two arrays. Indeed, Gorjin the chieftain was at a loss for words. The treasure from the mage faction yielded nothing but mage-related items. While they were undoubtedly valuable, none were directly applicable to him. Unless he absorbed that spell, perhaps? Gorjin's eyes brightened. It did not explicitly prohibit designating himself. After all, his kin would benefit from the OJKB effect, allowing them to become spellcasters as long as the OJKB effect could be enhanced. Moreover, they would not require mana to utilize their abilities freely. With his exceptional melee capabilities, becoming a spellcaster seemed advantageous. In the future, he could emerge, while his mother remained in the tribe, where they could exchange places. Once he had mastered the teleportation array technique, they could provide swift mutual support. Yet, upon reflection, if the Sandstorm Fortress had adeptly mastered teleportation technology, it was only natural that his remarkably capable mother would as well. Gorjin was never one to waver in indecision. He acted on impulse and immediately allocated the designation to himself. Gorjin felt a rush as if multiple voices resonated in his ears. His vision began to flicker with a kaleidoscope of colors. His expression seemed to drift into a trance. An elemental funnel appeared in the sky, its flickering hues ultimately coalescing into a radiant white light, which gradually flowed into Gorjin's mind. As his consciousness returned, he sensed a surge of magical energy coursing through his body, accompanied by the unmistakable presence of the elements. Extending his hand, a blinding orb of light materialized in his grasp. Gorjin's thoughts were a whirlwind. I, the malevolent ogre chieftain, have become a master of light magic? Shouldn't one then master swordsmanship, horsemanship, melee combat proficiency, and perhaps learn a spell like Radiance to become Gorgandel? Gorgandel had contemplated fire, wind, lightning, arcane, and even fell magic. Yet he never imagined himself randomly assigned to the light element. One can only surmise that when the light element discovered it was a troll, it was equally discontented. As Gorgandel perceived the myriad light-based skills manifesting before him, he instinctively found the absurdity overwhelming. With a smirk, he slung a massive iron anchor onto his back. The trolls had already breached the Sandstorm Bastion. Outside, the Sandstorm Knights were either dead or fleeing, but they did not pursue too far. Within this vast city, over 10,000 civilians and slaves were engulfed in chaos. The satiated trolls appeared considerably more amiable, as long as one did not attack them or wave weapons around. They could hardly be bothered. Gorgandel commanded, Ningyi, relay the message to our kin to barricade all the gates. These individuals within are of use to me. Understood, Chief. Although they were all human, Ningyi harbored no notions of kinship. His true brethren were the members of Dragon's Nest. It was precisely because Gorgandel opened a chat channel to contact Ningyi that he also noticed a frantically blinking private message. Suyi, what the hell? The Sandstorm Bastion is under attack. Is it you guys? Suyi, holy cow. The bombardment has commenced. The magical shield of Sandstorm is flickering. Suyi, seriously? How many shells and cannons do you possess? The frequency is astounding. What kind of racket is this? Do you even have Katyushas? Suyi, my goodness. You've been bombarding for days. Our magical energy can barely keep up. You might actually win against the Sandstorm Bastion. You're incredible. Suyi, my colleagues are fainting. I've started pretending to be faint myself to avoid suspicion. You need to say something. I'm terrified. Suyi, wait. Are you throwing giant mushrooms? Suyi, giant mushrooms in a napalm version? Suyi, oh no. The city has fallen, and those bastards have run away. Are you really behind this? Please respond. Suyi, what a massive airship. Such colossal trolls. Are you sure it's not you? Gorgandel grinned widely. Come forth. It is indeed us. Just head to the center of the square. I am here. Suyi, it's really you. But there are trolls visible outside. I'm too scared to go out. Gorgandel, fear not. Just keep your distance from them. Thanks to your sandstorm knights, they are currently sated. Do not bear weapons, and you'll be fine. Suyi, are you serious? If you assure me that the Huaxia people do not deceive their own, I shall venture out. Gorgondel, stop wasting words. Will you come out or not? If not, I'll treat you as a prisoner of war. And you cannot blame me for not giving you a chance. Suyi, wait. Let me prepare. I'm coming out. Just wait for me. Gorgondel chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Moments later, a furtive figure peeked out from behind the mage tower at the square's edge. Suyi, you tricked me. There's only one imposing troll in the square. I don't see you at all. Gorgondel, I am that imposing troll. Suyi, you've transmigrated? Gorgondel, no, I have reincarnated. Suyi, 6. The figure cautiously approached, finally discerning the true nature of the being before him. It stood over 5 meters tall, covered in scars, visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. A single horn jutted skyward, while 2 tusks protruded from its jaw. A broad beast-hide cloak draped its back, and a massive anchor hung from an iron chain. Its left hand and arm were encased in a gigantic claw, equipped with a hydraulic piston. Most astonishingly, 5 radiant halos flashed rhythmically beneath its feet, dazzling in their brilliance. Those familiar with gaming knew that while a formidable boss might not always have many halos, a boss with numerous halos was undoubtedly powerful. Simply standing there, Suyi felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Great Chief? Suyi stammered. Gorgondel plopped down on the rubble and beckoned. Come, approach, and speak. Seeing the trembling Suyi, Gorgondel grinned. Haha, worry not. Your information regarding the assault on the Sandstorm Bastion has proven invaluable. I shall not harm you, rest assured. However, I do have a question for you. Do you know the location of the Sandstorm Bastion as treasury or warehouse? Chapter 206, The Arrangement of the Teleportation Array. This is one warehouse I am aware of. Take a look. Suyi pointed toward a towering building, accompanied by Ningyi. Ningyi shook his head. Just call me Ningyi. Chief Gorgondel has stated that your information merits recognition, not servitude. Suyi was taken aback. You are also from Blue Star? Ningyi smiled. I hail from Blue Star, but now I am one of Dragon's Nest. Suyi stared blankly. It seems that Chief Gorgondel indeed favors us from Blue Star. I believe my luck was already exceptional, but it appears there are still greater powers beyond. Ningyi did not refute. Luck perhaps, but do you have a key? I wish to see what lies within the warehouse. Suyi's face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I am merely a lowly noble without the authority. However, there should be a warehouse manager nearby. Allow me to check. Suyi wandered around and soon returned with a well-dressed individual. Baron Suyi, you dare consort with those trolls? Though the council has been defeated, they remain quite well. Suyi gritted his teeth, fully aware of his transgression. In truth, the treatment he received at Sandstorm Bastion was rather good. While he had to work for his keep, his life was far superior to that of the common folk and slaves. Yet he had still divulged information about Sandstorm Bastion for the sake of a weapon. Ningyi raised his hand, unleashing an arc of electricity upon the manager. Do you look down upon us of Dragon's Nest? We have driven them from the city. Even from their own mage towers. What does it matter if they continue to live? They are but a pack of lost dogs. You. The warehouse manager's face contorted with rage. I would rather die than open the door for you. Ningyi responded. Then die it shall be. Lightning crackled as it struck heavily upon the manager's head, causing it to explode like a watermelon, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Ningyi was splattered with the remnants, yet he paid it no mind. During the defense of Shattered Lion Ridge, he had endured far worse urban warfare. This level of violence felt akin to a child's game to him. Suyi stood in dumbfounded shock. Just like that? Ningyi scoffed. We of Dragon's Nest have never been fond of these so-called hard bones. Stay here. Ningyi tore off his left sleeve, revealing the rock brand, and dashed towards a troll named the Rending Destroyer in the distance. Perhaps the trolls would not remember Ningyi's face, but they would certainly remember his bowl and the rock brand. Because they too possess it, those among them bearing the bowl cannot be slain, while those marked with the stone brand are considered kin. Communication was unnecessary. Ningyi approached with a towering 8-meter mech, thundering as it moved. Here. Ningyi indicated the grand entrance. This. He gestured toward the large saw blade on the left arm of the assault ripper. Whack. Ningyi bellowed. Such a blunt method of communication sufficed for the ogres to comprehend. The 2-meter diameter saw blade of the assault ripper began to whirl at high speed. Ningyi quickly retreated, and Suyi hastily took cover. The warehouse doors, standing merely 3 meters high, could not withstand the onslaught of the assault ripper. Even with magical defenses applied, the door was shattered, and the ogre strutted forth with pride, its chest puffed out in response to Ningyi's praise. Ningyi's eyes widened at the sight of the vast assortment of magical supplies within, particularly the magical crystals. Our chieftain is about to strike it rich. Meanwhile, Gorjin was engraving a teleportation array aboard the fearsome. He had also utilized the medium teleportation array construction skill book. As a spellcaster himself, he was naturally able to employ it. Being a spellcaster, he had tested the might of his own spells, which paled in comparison to his mother's. It was reminiscent of the power of her spells before the treasure chests had descended. Yet, it was still sufficiently formidable. His mother had once roamed unchecked in that realm. Now, a golden treasure chest could empower an individual devoid of magical talent to such strength. If a Blue Star resident were to encounter it, it would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Such power could easily allow one to dominate an oasis, becoming a formidable force. Gorjin speculated that there must be others who had stumbled upon randomly appearing golden treasures in the wild. He recalled a Blue Star faction called the Court of Life that was recruiting in the World Channel. Perhaps the Blue Star lord of that faction was one such fortunate individual? The only lamentable aspect was that the teleportation array was fixed. It could not be used for spontaneous travel like in the game. His current task was to set up the teleportation array aboard the Fearsome and establish another here. He planned to send the Fearsome back to Dragoness Nest, then use its teleportation array to return to Dragoness Nest, where he would establish another array. Gorjin intended to set up teleportation arrays in Dragoness Nest, Shattered Lion Ridge, Magic Howl, and Giant Sand, enabling unrestricted support. The magical array required the placement of magical crystals at various nodes, just as Ningyi had described. Gorjin had struck gold. They had opened a warehouse of that caliber, of which there were 5 in the Sandstorm Fortress. Even if the magical items inside were not abundant, they would still provide Gorjin with considerable wealth. One could only say, thank you to the Sandstorm for their generous gift. The magical foundation of Dragon's Nest was nearly non-existent, and this was a windfall. With the higher-ups having fled and the possibility of reinforcements, Gorjin had no intention of returning to Dragon's Nest for the time being. Occupying their city meant their focus would have to be on this location. If he returned now, and they discovered the location of Dragon's Nest, a stealthy guerrilla assault would ensue, which would be troublesome. Gorjin acknowledged the strength of those individuals. Unless he eliminated them all, he could not return with peace of mind. This was also the reason for having the Fearsome set up the array and return first. Previously, he had instructed the ogres to block the entrance as a precaution against the fleeing high-ranking mages. Here, there was no magical shield. If they had the capability, they could unleash large-scale destructive spells. After all, the inhabitants here were all from Sandstorm, and the structures belonged to Sandstorm. Dozens of ogres could be thrown in without a trace. The fleeing spellcasters could unleash their skills at will, no matter how many lives were lost or buildings destroyed. Gorjin would remain unperturbed. The damage would be to their own coffers, not Dragon's Nest concern. If they were all slain and the structures shattered, he could simply allow his kin to leave through the teleportation array. With his wind-step ability and knowledge of building teleportation arrays, he could slip away undetected. Chapter 207, Expanding the Pleasure House. Gorjin certainly would not let the Fearsome return empty-handed. After conquering such a vast city, would it not be a waste to not select some attendants to replenish the Pleasure House? That was a distinctive structure of Dragon's Nest, generating a substantial amount of Dragon's Nest currency. Naturally, this task was entrusted to Ningyi. He dared not remain in Gorjin's presence and could only accompany Ningyi. He had come to realize that since he had taken on the role of a guide, he might as well commit fully. Half-heartedness was the gravest misstep. His 2 slaves were well, and he kept them close. When Ningyi saw the appearance of his female slave, he understood that Su Yi harbored ulterior motives. Though the natives here had somewhat rough skin, their features were still quite exquisite. It could be said that given Su Yi's circumstances, if he had not been fortunate enough to acquire a few skills, women of such standing would not even glance in his direction back on Blue Star. However, in this realm, strength permitted one to indulge whims, regardless of race or gender. Even succubi served ogres, underscoring the reality of the situation. Yet, while Gorjin was brutal, he was not entirely devoid of reason. He at least provided those attendants with a glimmer of hope. Should they bear children, they could cease their services. Once the child was born, they would ascend to the 3rd tier. Bringing just 2 children to Dragon's Nest would liberate them from the identity of pleasure house attendants and elevate them to the 3rd tier. Of course, there was also a simpler path, obtaining the stone brand, that would allow for an immediate leap to become a member of the 2nd tier. This rule applied to all members of Dragon's Nest. Ningyi then disseminated this information widely. Eligible women interested were invited to register at the central square, with the time limit set for just 1 day. While Gorjin was busy, Ningyi would announce this information throughout the Sandstorm Fortress via airship. He remained calmly in the central square, awaiting responses. Su Yi hesitated. Lord Ningyi, is this truly wise? How could those individuals possibly come forth voluntarily? Ningyi turned to him, his expression curious. What? Did you not pay attention to the announcement I made yesterday? Su Yi offered an awkward smile. I haven't been home for several days, and I've been on edge. Now that I'm back. He gestured toward the female slave behind him. His cheeks slightly flushed. Ningyi chuckled softly. You seem rather bold. Suyi scratched his head. After all, Lord Gorjin assured my safety, so I must be safe. If not, at least I'll have no regrets before I die. Ningyi understood. They were all adult men in their prime. There was no need for pretense or mockery. During his time with Su Bangxia, they could hardly bear to be apart, even amidst the bustling chaos of Shattered Lion Ridge. They would seize moments during lunch breaks to be together. Both were driven by desire. Ningyi paused momentarily before speaking. As for others, I cannot say. But those female slaves will undoubtedly vie for the opportunity. The treatment of the attendants at Longqi is incomparably superior to that of slaves. They need not concern themselves with eating, drinking, or any bodily needs. There is no labor under the sun or exposure to the elements. Even if summoned, the maximum duration is merely half an hour. Once they bear children, they cease to entertain guests. Just consider that. This profession inherently involves childbirth. And as long as they produce 2 children, they can ascend to the 3rd tier. The 3rd tier of Longqi, my friend, is, to be candid, a realm where, disregarding the flashy technological products of Blue Star, the benefits surpass those enjoyed by 60 to 70% of the populace there. Suye's face reflected disbelief. Lord Ningyi, we are both from Blue Star. I find it hard to accept what you say. Ningyi smiled faintly. When you were on Blue Star, what was your salary? Suyi pondered briefly. About 4,500. I work in sales. On good days, I might earn 6 or 7,000, but on average, it's around 4,500. Ningyi raised an eyebrow. The daily wage for the 3rd tier at Longqi is 2 Longqi coins. Do you grasp the significance of that? 5 Longqi coins can procure a primary combat weapon. And 1 Longqi coin can rent a quality vehicle from Blue Star for half an hour. On Blue Star, you'd need to subsist without food or drink for a month just to enjoy a few outings. Yet here, you could indulge twice a day. Just imagine that lifestyle. My friend. Suyi opened his mouth to retort, but faltered, uncertain of what to say next. Brother, this is reality. Do not be deceived by the nonsense online. Those critics may very well earn less than 4,000 in real life. If you choose to believe them, you would be quite naive. Consider the daily wage of 2 Longqi coins in the 3rd tier. What does that imply about the quality of life? Ningyi's words left Suyi momentarily speechless. He contemplated arguing, but found himself at a loss for words. How could he counter? Discuss average salaries? His own assets were measured in small goals. What about the wages in the 2nd tier? Is it 3 coins a day? Ningyi regarded him with curiosity. We in the 2nd tier receive no salary. Our food, shelter, weaponry, armor, and even wives are all provided. Everything is of the highest quality. Discussing wages in the 2nd tier is laughable. Do you see this? The rock seal. We are the most trusted individuals of the chieftain, aside from the ogres, having devoted everything to him. Why would we concern ourselves with such matters? Suyi felt a sense of dissonance. Yet as he observed Ningyi speak, he could even perceive the shadow of the ogre chieftain in his eyes, which led him to accept the absurdity of the situation. It was indeed hard to believe. Ningyi sighed. What is so hard to believe? In this world, when someone provides you with food, drink, safety, status, and dignity, they expect your absolute loyalty. Is that so difficult to accept? If one cannot earn the rock seal under such circumstances, perhaps one should reflect upon oneself. Suyi fell silent once more. They were both from Blue Star. Yet he had betrayed the sanctuary that sheltered him for a weapon. Meanwhile, his counterpart had offered unwavering loyalty and attained a high position. It was clear now that Ningyi's ascent was not merely due to luck. What if no one signs up? Or if the numbers are insufficient? Ningyi smiled again, though this time with an air of coldness. In that case, this place will once again become a battlefield. Those unwilling will become pawns and slaves in that conflict, their fates left to chance. Suyi shuddered. There were over 10,000 civilians and slaves involved. Chapter 208, The Alliance of 3 Races. The Fearless returned to base. Only about 30 attendants were selected from the entirety of the Sandstorm Fortress. It wasn't that few people signed up. Rather, there were too many. Ningyi articulated everything clearly, and the people understood the combat prowess of that group of ogres. They no longer harbored illusions about the mages. The only lingering concern was likely the families of the high-ranking nobles. The mages had fled too swiftly to take their families with them. Most of those who signed up were young women among the slaves. The indignities they suffered were certainly not less than that of the so-called Kuan. In fact, many eligible women from the ranks of commoners and even minor noble families had also signed up. They were acutely aware that the mages would undoubtedly retaliate. It was only a matter of time before this became a battlefield. Even if they became Kuan, at least they would be within a secure faction, which was preferable to being ground into flesh in this meat grinder. Ningyi selected only 30 of the most aesthetically pleasing and well-proportioned women, dismissing the rest. Despite their desperate pleas and even attempts at seduction, Ningyi remained unmoved. Ningyi declared, "In my eyes and heart, aside from the chieftain, there is only Miss Bansha. You are nothing to me." Su Yi, along with his 2 slaves, accompanied him to Longqi. Gorjin had promised him a position as a worker in Longqi, assuring him that as long as he adhered to the rules, he would be safe. Meanwhile, Ningyi and his companions busied themselves once more. The 2 ogres assisted them in raiding the homes of the high-ranking nobles, as Gorjin did not believe there was no stockpile within their residences. He intended to retrieve all resources possible before the impending conflict commenced. Inside the sandstorm fortress, chaos ensued, cries of despair echoed. At Oasis Point 12 on the southern side of the fortress, led by the council chairman, the fleeing mages gathered. The chairman resembled an aged yet volatile lion, akin to a powder keg filled with gold. At that moment, they finally awaited their reinforcements, the Minotaurs from Thunder Fortress and the Drow Elves from Silverpine Forest. The Marquis who had gone to make contact was filled with disbelief upon witnessing this scene. He had left with everything in order, yet returned to find nothing left of his home. The chieftain of Thunder Fortress, Kalin, and the high priestess of the Drow Elves, Oshare, were equally perplexed. Oshare, a dark-skinned drow, could not help but exclaim, "In just a few days, has your sandstorm fortress fallen? Frankly speaking, you know how difficult it is to breach your fortress, don't you? Now that it has been seized, and you seek to entangle us in this mess, what do you expect us to do?" Kalin, the Minotaur chieftain, nodded in agreement. "I refuse to allow my kin to become cannon fodder for you." The chairman abruptly raised his head, his once wise eyes now filled with crimson fury. "What do you mean? Are you intent on adding insult to injury? I tell you, if we cannot reclaim the sandstorm fortress, we all shall suffer." Oshare narrowed her eyes, her tone turning icy. "What? You instigated this conflict and expect us to bear the burden together, and now you dare to threaten us?" Kalin snorted dismissively. "Humph. Having lost your base, you remain so arrogant. Are you not seeing your true position?" The chairman sprang to his feet. "Then I shall take action first." Suddenly, a surge of dark energy invaded the back of his head, causing him to roll his eyes back and succumb to slumber. The vice-chairman caught his body and laid him down on a chair. Only then did the vice-chairman turn to the 2 tribal leaders, his expression filled with regret. "I apologize. We have failed and been cast out. Had it not been for our last-minute intervention, the speaker would likely have perished alongside that ogre chieftain. His emotions may have spiraled out of control, and on behalf of the speaker, I extend my sincerest apologies to you all." With that, the vice-speaker performed a gesture befitting a mage, which elicited a slight softening of the expressions on the faces of the 2 leaders. "However, I must assert, even so, that had our adversary been any intelligent race, you 2 could have disregarded the threat. Yet, our foe is an ogre, cruel, malevolent, and devoid of intellect. They approach with ferocity, and we must unite if we are to stand a chance. Otherwise, we shall surely be defeated one by one." Kalin snorted derisively. "Ultimately, did you not provoke the wrath of these ogres by capturing one of their young?" The vice-speaker shook his head. "Chieftain Kalin, these ogre infants are merely strays from the barren wastelands, utterly disconnected from the power of those ogre clans. Even the 2-headed ogre mage from the Razor Dunes is aware of our ogre fighters here, yet there has been no sign of any response from that group. This indicates that the ogre infants are merely a ruse. The faction known as the Dragon's Roost seems intent on slaughter. We are merely their initial target. Leaders, our 3 oases along the path of the sandy dunes have been utterly ravaged, with no survivors left. In our desperation, we even attempted to ease relations with them, sending ogre fighters and gifts, yet all we received in return was war. When I claim they are our common enemy, do you still consider it hyperbole?" The vice-speaker's tone was earnest, his gaze imbued with sincerity. Kalin sighed deeply. "What then is our strategy? Do you have a plan? If it is feasible, we at Thunder Fortress can cooperate. However, if it is unreasonable, I must reiterate that I cannot send my people to their doom." "Oshalara, High Priestess, what are your thoughts?" Kalin turned to the tall drow beside him. "Very well, let us first hear the plan." The vice-speaker bowed again. "Thank you for your understanding and support, esteemed leaders. Rest assured, we will not send our warriors to their demise, for against this enemy, a strategy of attrition is futile, given the firepower our adversaries have displayed. Even if we were to amass all the inhabitants of our existing 9 oasis strongholds, along with your warriors, it would be of no avail. Their artillery seems inexhaustible. They bombarded us relentlessly for 4 days straight. Fortunately, their numbers are limited. There are likely no more than 30 ogres of such formidable power. Our only recourse is to gather our elite forces and avoid engaging those ogres in a war of attrition. If we can hold off the ogre chieftain and the 2-headed ogre mage, the remaining ogre mechanized units should not instill fear in you, I trust." Chapter 209, The Dragon's Roost Victory Feast. Caw! A raptor soared across the sky. Gorjin was in the center of the plaza, selecting ingredients. while his mother had demolished a mage tower, hastily clearing the rubble and now basking in the sun. Golden light shimmered as the compass golden falcon swooped down like a bolt of lightning onto his shoulder. Had it not been for Gorjin's robust physique, this encounter would have left him grievously injured. The falcon chirped animatedly in his ear. Gorjin squinted slightly. Is that so? It seems our guests have arrived. He casually offered a large piece of meat to the falcon perched upon his shoulder, giving a slight shake. Though Gorjin could not comprehend the falcon's chattering, he understood its gaze. This was a remarkably clever little creature, simply incapable of speech. The rewards from the culinary repertoire are never wasted. Even now, knowing that the enemy and reinforcements have joined forces, he remains unperturbed. They are currently within the city. 2 airships are on watch. Should any mages attempt to teleport into the city, they would be immediately detected. The ogres have dispersed among the homes of the high-ranking nobles. This was also a precaution Gorjin had taken. Should any escaping spellcasters attempt to teleport in for a surprise attack, their families would serve as hostages. Of course, should they disregard this, then so be it. After all, it is their families that would perish, and the ogres would not be concerned. The entire populace of the city is under Gorjin's control. The initiative rests in his hands, and he is in no rush. Conversely, Ningyi has scavenged a considerable amount of ingredients. As an established power, the sandy fortress boasts a rich foundation, possessing a variety of ingredients in abundance. Those noble spellcasters are indeed powerful, but they are also indulgent and extravagant, leading lives of opulence, paying great attention to both their food and attire. These ingredients are sufficient for Gorjin to prepare a splendid feast. After all, they do not belong to him. And Gorjin intends to host a banquet that he would consider quite fine. Ningyi and his companions have returned. They too have attained the second-tier blue star imprint. Chieftain. The 2 greeted Gorjin. Back already? Go, wash those vegetables. And you there, what was your name again? You go too. Ningyi's companion hastily bowed. Chieftain. My name is Madaji. Ha ha ha, splendid. Work well. You seem far more earnest than Ningyi. Just look at that rascal. His face betrays all his schemes. Gorjin laughed heartily. You've been here at the Dragon's Roost for quite some time. Have you found someone special? Just look at how Ningyi and Su Banksia are together. Madaji's face flushed deeply. Gorjin smirked. Well, seeing your timid demeanor makes it clear you have no partner. What a shame for a man of your stature. You 2 needn't wash the vegetables. Go, pick a tender one from those noble houses. The chieftain is offering you a perk. Madaji's eyes widened. Huh. You don't fancy those? Or should I suggest another race? How about elves? Madaji stammered, unsure how the conversation had turned to this topic. Just look at you. You can't even muster a decent response. Ningyi hurried over. Chieftain, go, take him for a bit of fun. Seeing him like this irritates me. Gorjin rolled his eyes in exasperation. A second-tier member of the Dragon's Roost. Yet how have you not progressed at all? Madaji quickly waved his hands. No. Chieftain, I have someone I like. Gorjin raised an eyebrow. Someone you like? Who is it? It's Iku. Madaji replied somewhat bashfully. Gorjin threw his hands up. Then I'm at a loss. She is also a second-tier individual, and I cannot arrange a spouse for you. You must figure it out yourself. Madaji scratched his head and rolled off with Ningyi to wash the vegetables. Honi basked in the sun. The left head remarked, I think you're just idling about. The right head added, with your capabilities, why haven't you produced an offspring? What is the use of mingling with that succubus every day? Can she bear you children? Gorjin grinned sheepishly, retracting his neck and falling silent. Not to mention children. His brothers couldn't even muster the courage to approach those female ogres. Once everything was prepared, Chieftain Gorjin took his leave, and Chef Gung made his entrance. He did not use all the ingredients for cooking. He preserved many seeds for future planting by Tsumai. Among the various delights, Gorjin found the utmost satisfaction in potatoes. Sweet potatoes, wheat, and rice. Potatoes and sweet potatoes, in particular, formed the cornerstone of sustenance for the denizens of the Sandstorm Fortress. Beyond these staples, Gorjin also stumbled upon grapes, a discovery that filled him with exhilaration. He envisioned cultivating an expansive vineyard in the oasis, which would eventually yield wine. Furthermore, should the yields of wheat and rice increase, he could distill grain liquor as well. Just imagine the exquisite spirits that could emerge from such distillation. After meticulously reserving all the seeds, Master Gorjin prepared to showcase his culinary prowess. Seizing the rare opportunity to host a grand feast, he readied himself with utmost diligence. Not to mention, there had always been a dream of preparing a sumptuous meal for his mother, ensuring a comprehensive spread of hot dishes, cold appetizers, and soup. As Master Gorjin displayed his culinary artistry, an enticing aroma began to permeate the air. Horny could not help but sit up, her 4 eyes fixated on Gorjin's grand spoon. With each dish that emerged, the ogres scattered across the noble households came running. They lined up in a row, salivating and gazing hungrily at Master Gorjin. The sound of their eager gulping was a symphony of anticipation. High-quality ingredients were often prepared using the simplest methods of cooking. After an afternoon of bustling activity, Master Gorjin had conjured a magnificent feast using the materials provided by the Sandstorm Iron Clan. 3 cold dishes, 3 hot dishes, and 3 soups, symbolizing the number 9. The ogre's plates were vast, each a banquet unto itself. The dwarves and Ning Yi had their own smaller tables, while he and his mother occupied yet another. Standing before the fruits of his labor, Gorjin radiated satisfaction. Dishes such as braised sandstorm lamb with potatoes, 5-spice salt-baked gravel turkey, and red onion braised meatballs graced the table, alongside shredded chicken in Dragon's Rest style, spicy beef, clear soup with duck, and slow-cooked beef broth with wild boar ribs. This feast was hard-earned. Firstly, it was a result of their fierce struggle to conquer the sandstorm. That was the premise. Secondly, the exceptional skills of the chef were of paramount importance. Lastly, let us express our gratitude for the ingredients and gifts from the Sandstorm Iron Clan. This banquet, the Dragon's Rest Victory Feast, invites us all to revel in a joyous walk. Gorjin's boisterous voice echoed throughout the Sandstorm Fortress, sending shivers down the spines of the common slaves. Everyone in Dragon's Rest cheered in jubilation. This was a celebration befitting the victors. The feast persisted for quite some time. The ogres, particularly the veteran clan members, understood that when the chieftain proclaimed a celebration, it meant ample provisions would be provided. Impatience was futile. Squabbling would only detract from their enjoyment of the exquisite dishes. To devour voraciously would be an affront to such culinary artistry. The newcomers soon followed suit, initially caught in a frenzy but gradually calming down. This change was also influenced by the effects of the banner of elemental favor. The wisdom of the ogres had been marginally enhanced, yet not significantly. Among the simpler-minded, the wisest, Rage, who previously could barely utter a few words, now managed to articulate a few more. As for the others, they remained in the early stages of their cognitive development, yet they could comprehend some of the discourse. The dwarven pilots aboard the airship took turns descending to partake in the meal. Given the wartime context, exercising caution was undoubtedly prudent. Gorjin was elated. This banquet represented the finest spread he had ever prepared, utilizing the most comprehensive array of ingredients thus far. The feast he had promised his mother had finally come to fruition. He felt a sense of guilt towards her, as she had tirelessly labored for his sake since their hiring in Kashgar. Gorjin was uncertain about the comparative strength between himself and his mother, yet he would never dare to confront her. Even if she were to strike him, he would willingly present the other side of his face for her to even the score. In a certain sense, she was the strongest within the tribe. Moreover, as one of the only 2 tribe members possessing both wisdom and strength, Gorjin often found himself relying on his mother for many matters. At times, Gorjin even felt he had to impose upon her for his own benefit. However, his mother never voiced any complaints. She complied with his wishes and upheld his dignity as chieftain. In this moment, Gorjin chose not to say much. As mother and son, they understood each other's sentiments implicitly. Observing his mother's enjoyment brought him joy as well. He was also pleased with the rewards garnered from this feast. The heroic altar signified the emergence of another formidable unit, augmenting their tribe's strength and alleviating his mother's burdens. The ogre totem ensured a foundation for attracting additional ogre populace. As for the probability of attracting powerful ogre units, Gorjin remained uncertain of its extent. However, he prioritized resolving the basic needs before considering other matters. Once the dreadnought returned to Dragon's Rest, Gorjin intended to utilize the teleportation array to manifest the altar and totem. Regarding the altar's designation, Gorjin's initial instinct was to choose himself or his mother. However, after further contemplation, he deemed that inappropriate, given his current passive state and the newly acquired light magic lineage. Gaining or losing the 4 units was inconsequential. His mother, by conventional standards, could be regarded as a boss-level unit, now embarking on a new path. Such skills would serve as a constraint for her. Moreover, the entire clan could not solely rely on himself and his mother. While their previous limited strength had posed no issue, as their influence expanded and their numbers grew, it became imperative for other tribe members to possess powerful units as well. Otherwise, in the face of emergencies, they might find themselves lacking in strength. This was exemplified in the current situation. To ensure absolute safety, Gorjin had no choice but to lead the clan alongside his mother into battle. Had it not been for the reward of the teleportation array, Gorjin would have considered allowing his mother and the clan to return first while he engaged in guerrilla tactics with the fleeing adversaries. It was important to recognize that their enemies were not limited to this single faction. The strength of the other 2 foes remained formidable. Should they acquire additional powerful units, Gorjin could easily lead them into battle while allowing his mother to remain in Dragon's Rest, maintaining order and enjoying her comforts. Having come to this conclusion, Gorjin decided to allocate the altar's designation to Rage. This individual was not only his childhood friend, but also the strongest fighter aside from himself and his mother, making him a fitting choice. Gorjin's plans continued to evolve, influenced by the treasures and culinary rewards he had received. Each step of his strategy was recalibrated in response to the bounties he had amassed. For the moment, Gorjin had decided to halt the pursuits of the fleeing adversaries. The primary focus now was to await the return of the dreadnought. When the teleportation array is finally fully operational and Gorjin has returned all the seized supplies, it shall be the moment for him to truly showcase his prowess. Currently, the enemy lurks in the shadows while he stands in the light, making any action on his part somewhat disadvantageous. Once all the supplies are returned, Gorjin will ensure that those who fled will come to understand the true meaning of cruelty. Nevertheless, he will not allow them to gather strength and plot against him unchecked. He intends to trouble them as well. On the afternoon following the banquet, Ningyi, accompanied by 2 ogre assault rippers, pushed open the tightly sealed gates of the arena. This was a colossal structure, with the ground of the arena long since saturated and compacted by various hues of blood. Surrounding it were enormous openings, above which the stands loomed. The gladiators emerged from these very portals. Entering through the openings, one would find a series of cells of varying sizes, housing the combatants and an assortment of magical beasts. However, magical beasts were scarce. The majority were fighters from various races. The guards here were similarly clad in full armor, comprising soldiers and mid-level spellcasters, yet at this moment, none dared to resist. The immense and fearsome presence of the ogre assault rippers caused them to tremble in fright. Ningyi commanded them to unlock all the cells. Gathering the fighters in the arena, standing between the 2 assault rippers, he observed the gladiators as they emerged one by one. Their hands were shackled, and their feet bound in chains. The prolonged bombardment and fierce battles, coupled with the appearance of these peculiar ogres, made it clear to the fighters that a change of ownership had occurred. Ningyi waved his hand, instructing, remove their restraints and shackles. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend his intent. Ningyi's expression suddenly turned icy. I do not wish to repeat myself. The guards hastily released the fighters from their bindings. These gladiators, regardless of their race, shared a common trait, eyes brimming with ferocity and bloodlust, akin to those of the ogres. They had been subjected to relentless torment by the guards, forced to fight for the amusement of others, winning only the right to survive. However, the 2 ogre assault rippers loomed over them, instilling fear. Ningyi stepped forward, addressing the fighters. This place has been claimed by Longqi, and the great chieftain Gorjin is your new master. Fighters, you are now pardoned. A battered orc stepped forward, glaring intently at Ningyi. We are free, but what of them? The orc gestured towards the guards. Ningyi chuckled coldly. They are our slaves, captives. Upon hearing this, the orc's eyes ignited with crimson rage, and he swiftly turned, snapping the neck of a nearby guard. Blood sprayed, staining the orc's body, which he reveled in, biting into the severed head with savage delight, letting out a thunderous roar of release. The orc's actions incited the other fighters, long oppressed and enslaved, who surged towards the guards. Despite the guards being fully armed, they were no match for these desperate fighters who fought daily for their lives. Even the mid-level spellcasters fell victim to the frenzied onslaught of the gladiators. Meanwhile, Ningyi remained composed, observing the gruesome spectacle with a calm demeanor. The 2 ogres yawned, indifferent to the carnage. After a brief moment, the guards lay in tatters, and the fighters turned their gaze to Ningyi. Although he was not as physically imposing, he commanded a demeanor that was undeniably authoritative. His tone, gaze, and posture conveyed superiority. As a core member of the 2nd tier, he was the designated envoy of the chieftain. From every angle, he was justified in adopting such a stance towards these captured gladiators. The dignity of Longqi and the chieftain must not be sullied. Have you finished venting? If so, come forth and stand in order. The fighters glared fiercely at Ningyi. He chuckled, reiterating his previous command to the guards. This is the 2nd time. I shall not repeat myself a 3rd. Come here and stand in line. At his words, the 2 ogres eyed the fighters with encouraging expectation. After their awakening, they had grown somewhat clever. They hoped the fighters would continue their defiance, as that would present an opportunity for slaughter. The fighters gritted their teeth, and under the lead of the orc, they slowly approached Ningyi. He nodded. It appears you are the strongest among them. Now, line up and follow me to meet the great chieftain Gorjin. Ningyi turned to exit, and the 2 ogres, casting a regretful glance back at the fighters, thundered after him. The gladiators were discontent, yet they recognized the disparity in power. The ogres' weapons nearly matched their own stature, and refusal to cooperate would spell their doom. Upon meeting Gorjin, they would comprehend the wisdom of their compliance. When they arrived, Gorjin was dismantling the mage towers. Each tower was adorned with magical crystals at its apex and junctions, which Gorjin intended to harvest. However, he refrained from brute force, opting instead to test his spellcasting skills. He sat quietly, murmuring incantations, and unleashed a wave of light akin to his war shockwave, which collapsed the Count's mage tower. Then, a robust beam of light shot forth from Galkin's hand, resembling a laser, scorching the impact site. As the light dissipated, Galkin rubbed his hands together, conjuring a massive rotating disc of light slice wheel. With a diameter of approximately 1 meter, it was substantial in his grasp. He hurled it forth, cleaving through the midsection of a mage tower, which was severed cleanly in two. Galkin was about to marvel at the devastating power of this skill, the strongest among all his abilities, when a sense of familiarity struck him. He felt as though he had witnessed this scene before. Yet the memory eluded him due to the passage of time. Pondering the light wheel, Galkin once again conjured a light slice wheel, but instead of casting it away, he held it aloft in his palm. It appeared that retaining it might also be viable. With a leap, Galkin ascended towards the pinnacle of a mage tower, wielding the rapidly spinning light slice wheel. With a thunderous clash as the wheel met the tower's tip, an explosion of light elements erupted like fireworks. As Galkin landed, realization dawned upon him. I remember now. This is the signature move of the Light Chainsaw Man, the eightfold light wheel. Gorjin suddenly realized why this skill seemed familiar to him. If played this way, its potential for enjoyment would be exceedingly high. Gorjin felt a surge of excitement. This time, he managed to conjure 2 radiant slicing wheels, one in each hand. He raised them before him, aligning the wheels horizontally. With a ferocious charge, Gorjin's form surged forward at an alarming speed, and the 2 radiant slicing wheels erupted with dazzling light elements, akin to sparks flying from a fire. Everywhere he passed, the ground was cleaved in twain by the wheels. Ha ha ha! Gorjin laughed heartily, then dissipated the wheels. Once launched, this skill was a one-time deal, with a fixed mana cost. However, if wielded continuously as a weapon, it would lead to a sustained mana drain. Now, he need not worry about weaponry. This device served both melee and ranged purposes. His massive anchor and mighty grasp could now gracefully retire. Perhaps, once his rage transformed into a heroic entity, it could be utilized by him. As Gorjin contemplated, he caught sight of Ning Yi and the warriors. He beckoned them over. Ning Yi turned back and whispered, "This is the great chieftain Gorjin. Should you show even a hint of disrespect, there are many beings who would devour you alive." Without Ning Yi's words, the warriors were not blind. The overwhelming aura of a formidable boss radiated from Gorjin, coupled with the abilities he had just demonstrated. Any thoughts of disrespect were swiftly quashed by both body and soul. It seemed they were indeed quite formidable. Gorjin was somewhat pleased with these individuals. "I have summoned you for a particular task. Although we have claimed this territory, those nobles who once enslaved you have fled. Moreover, the surrounding oasis strongholds remain intact. I require you to stir up some trouble for them. What say you? Do you still possess your courage?" The leading orc replied gravely, "Are you not afraid that we might flee once we step outside?" Gorjin laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Why should I fear? It is you they enslaved, not us. We are enemies, but not foes. Should you flee, I would not suffer any loss. However, I prefer to believe in the honor of orcs." Chapter 212, A Strategy in the Night. Honor. The orc scoffed. "It is precisely because I clung to the honor of the orcs that I was used and betrayed by those human beings, reduced to this state. Honor. Those who lack honor thrive, while I, who believed in honor, have become their prisoner." Gorjin waved his hand dismissively. "Your experiences do not interest me. But I shall impart a saying to you. Some live, yet are dead. Others may perish, yet their essence endures. Those who have forsaken their faith may be physically alive, but in my eyes, their souls have perished. Conversely, those who possess faith and honor, even if their bodies cease to exist, their souls remain vibrant and everlasting." This phrase echoed in the orc's mind, prompting him to raise his gaze and inquire, "And what of you? Such a powerful ogre chieftain, what is your faith?" Without hesitation, Gorjin responded, "Integrity, a steadfast commitment to one's word." The orc grinned widely. "Truly remarkable. I cannot concern myself with them, but I am willing to act. My pent-up fury demands an outlet. However, will I have sufficient supplies and reliable weapons?" Gorjin nodded, "Of course. To vanquish your foes using their own resources and arms. How does that sound?" The orc beamed. "I eagerly anticipate it." "Ning Yi, lead them forth," commanded Gorjin. The orc cast a deep glance at Gorjin. "If I return, I shall personally tell you my name." "Ha ha ha. I await your return." Gorjin laughed, watching them depart. Moments later, Ning Yi returned. "Chieftain, they have left as per your instructions. Heading south." Gorjin nodded. "Good. But chieftain, what if they escape?" Ning Yi expressed concern. Gorjin waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. How much supply can they carry? The domain of the Sandstorm Bastion is vast. To replenish their resources, they must venture to other oasis strongholds. These individuals are filled with boundless rage. Let them trouble those nobles. After all, it is all Sandstorm's property. I feel no remorse. Gorjin reclined comfortably, swinging his legs. Chieftain, have you located the hiding place of the fleeing mages? Ningyi asked softly. Yes, the compass Golden Falcon has pinpointed their oasis stronghold, Gorjin replied. Then, Chieftain, should we not take action? Waiting for their assault feels overly passive and does not align with our dragon roost's nature. Shall we not stir up some trouble for them? Gorjin replied, crossing his legs. Do you have a plan? Elaborate. Ningyi chuckled. I have a scheme that could leave the enemy utterly exhausted. Though the frightening signal has returned, the other 2 airships remain, and if necessary, the compass Golden Falcon is still available. Why don't we prepare some cannonballs? Fill them with excrement or the corpses of the plague, and drop them from above onto their stronghold? Alternatively, we could check the world channel for any plague potions and have the compass Golden Falcon deploy them. They are spellcasters, not priests. Once contaminated, they will suffer greatly. Gorjin sat up, astonished at Ningyi. Are you a descendant of Jiasu? Ningyi laughed. I must confess, Chieftain, I do enjoy the tales of the 3 kingdoms. Sometimes I ponder why such brilliant strategies were not employed. Even the brutal Gorjin was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps they feared the consequences of childbirth? Ningyi grinned. No worries. Chieftain, I have another scheme that could similarly exhaust the enemy. We could drive all the civilian slaves and even the nobles toward their oasis, but without providing them with any supplies. Simultaneously, we could do the same with several other oasis strongholds. When such a large population is forced into their small oasis, it will surely lead to a scarcity of resources. At that point, you need not lift a finger. Internal conflicts will arise among them, causing the noble mages to be overwhelmed. Gorjin inhaled sharply. Your idea is rather ingenious. However, what if those spellcasters eliminate these people? Ningyi smiled again, but this time his smile was cold. Then let them do so. After all, they are their own people. But the likelihood of that happening is rather slim. Chieftain, only with civilians and slaves do they truly possess nobility. Without them, they are nothing. I have long understood this, much like the wealthy in Blue Star. Their wealth has never been in luxury cars, villas, or yachts, but rather in the impoverished. Thus, the wealthy strive to keep the poor in perpetual poverty. If everyone were affluent, would the wealthy still remain wealthy? The same principle applies to these nobles. They may resort to killing, but they will not annihilate entirely, for that would leave them without anyone to serve them. It is only by leaving their enemies in disarray that we can seize the opportunity to ensnare them all at once. Chief, this is my perspective. Gorjin scratched his head, unable to suppress his admiration. You may be young, yet your thoughts are rather distinctive. However, you have a point. Let us give it a try. Since these people are trembling here under my authority, we shall deliver them back to their masters. You handle it swiftly. Ningyi bowed respectfully. Yes, Chief. By the way, are you certain you do not wish to select a few young ones to stay and serve you both? Gorjin called out to Ningyi, who was turning to leave. Ningyi waved his hands repeatedly. No, no, no. Chief, please do not mock me. I can hardly manage half summer on my own. While young men may desire all of them, those who have experienced life know that the body cannot endure such excess. Moreover, my wife is fierce. I dare not oppose her. Gorjin was speechless. All right, begone then. Both of you are of the same ilk. Ningyi left with a bitter smile. Half a day later, the southern city gate of the Sandstorm Fortress swung wide open, and a dense throng of people streamed out into the world beyond. Their expressions were bewildered, utterly unaware of the events that had transpired, and they carried with them only the meager rations that remained in their homes. Ningyi's devious scheme was now in full effect. Chapter 213. The Gold Coin Merchant Association takes residence. Ningyi's plan was far from straightforward. Since these individuals had been released, there would be no hostages left in the city. It was imperative to ensure that they sought out the fleeing nobles. Ningyi convened with the captains of 2 airships. He sketched a rudimentary map. Gentlemen, based on the intelligence I obtained from the chief, the fleeing nobles are currently holed up in the 12th stronghold to the south. The distribution of oasis strongholds within the Sandstorm Fortress's territory is intriguing, centered around the fortress. There are 3 oasis strongholds along each of the 4 cardinal lines. The western line has been thoroughly cleared by us. My proposal is this. We must prepare a greater quantity of the incendiary projectiles we used in our last assault, targeting and igniting all the oasis strongholds along the other lines, rendering them uninhabitable. Furthermore, if the water sources of the oasis strongholds remain intact, we will introduce corpses and alchemical poisons to contaminate their water supply, just in case. This will leave only the 12th oasis stronghold, currently occupied by those nobles, while we disseminate messages to inform the expelled populace of the situation at the 12th oasis. The capacity of a single oasis stronghold can sustain no more than 1,000 individuals, while the ones we expelled total nearly 20,000. Moreover, Among them are the families of those nobles who are accustomed to indulgence. The nobles will undoubtedly prioritize food and resources for their families. All we need to do is incite a stir. The ensuing conflict is bound to escalate. The captain of the first airship, reckless as he was, raised his hand. How shall we spread these rumors and incite discord? Ning Yi smiled slightly. Ma Daji has already blended into the crowd, posing as a slave. Whether looting those individuals or conveying messages, I have been the one making appearances, and those who have encountered Ma Daji have been dealt with. No one will notice if an extra slave appears. Ma Daji. The two dwarf captains looked somewhat bewildered. He seems rather dull and simple. Can he manage? Ning Yi smirked. Dullness is only perceived by our own kind. Rest assured, that fellow is not as simple as he appears. But this is exceedingly dangerous. Even if we successfully escalate the conflict, what if those nobles resort to violence? What will happen to Ma Daji? Ning Yi replied, what of it? He is unafraid. Why should you be? Would you be afraid if it were your turn? I am not afraid. If I were not a dwarf, I would dare to go. Then that settles it. The chief's will and grand ambition are the lifelong mission and goal of all members of our second tier. What if there is danger? If one loses their life, they shall still be a hero in the next life. But if we hinder the chief's grand endeavor, living would be worse than dying. Ning Ye's gaze was resolute, and the two dwarves nodded heavily in agreement. With the plan established and receiving Gorkin's endorsement, the two airships set sail. Yi Ke sent over the incendiary projectiles hastily manufactured by the dwarven military industry during this period. One of these bombs is sufficient to reduce a small oasis stronghold to a fiery hell. This operation was dubbed Scorched Earth. The sudden demand for incendiary projectiles left Kalber and Yi Ke puzzled. Hadn't the siege battle over there already concluded? Why the sudden need for incendiary bombs? The availability of these bombs was largely thanks to a newcomer, the alchemist Gree of the Gold Coin Merchant Association. Upon entering Dragon's Roost territory, he scrutinized it for quite some time, utterly incredulous that this was the same small tribe behind the broken fence. Had he not chanced upon a pregnant ogre strolling in the distance, he would have struggled to believe it. He had come specifically to exchange for more of that pure water, only to find the place transformed beyond recognition. The prosperity of the market district captivated him. Every day, the alchemist wandering the desert discovered numerous business opportunities here. He rented a small storefront from Yi Ke, intending to establish a small company. Initially, Yi Ke would have never agreed to this, but this fellow provided a new type of potion, the black liquid. This thrilled Kalber and Deshiong, as it finally provided a viable direction for the weapons the chief desired. Thus, Gree became the only foreigner with a fixed storefront in the market district, on the condition that he shared the production formula for the black liquid. Yi Ke, hailing from Blue Star, keenly sensed that this black liquid could potentially bring about a new transformation for Dragon's Roost, prompting him to decisively acquire it. Gree, being astute, was not oblivious to this. He was also drawn to the advantageous living conditions and bustling market of Dragon's Roost, not to mention the ample pure water available for his experiments. Of course, he would distill and refine pure water, but that process was too wasteful. No oasis would allow him such indulgence. It was merely a case of mutual benefit. The dwarves from Dragon's Roost formed a dedicated team to extract this black liquid. Under Yi Ke's guidance, Deshiong began extensive development of this black liquid. Yi Ke believed that Dragon's Roost's first internal combustion engine would soon emerge. As for mass production, it depended on the yield of this black liquid. This substance resembled crude oil, but was fundamentally different. Yi Ke lamented why no oil fields had been discovered in the desert. Meanwhile, the alchemist Gree found his understanding of the world continually challenged. He witnessed that the gnolls were the towering captains of the patrol squads. He observed high-level elven spellcasters, brimming with surging magical power, treated as concubines. He saw various foreign races in the market district hurling insults at one another, cursing each other with abandon, yet refraining from physical confrontation. The most frequent taunts were, "Come on, do you have the guts? If you're so tough, hit me. You're a coward. I knew you wouldn't dare. Trash, spit." Later, he learned that violence was strictly forbidden here. The high-level elven spellcasters were the best examples of this. This was also the reason that prompted Gree to resolve to settle here. It provided numerous merchants with inspiration, yet they found themselves unable to offer anything that would satisfy Yi Ke, leaving them to gaze enviously at Gree. In the past, this fellow concealed his possessions with utmost secrecy, fearing that others might discover his wealth. Now, however, he parades about adorned in gold and silver, bedecked in jewels, eager for all to recognize his affluence. The merchant caravans of foreign tribes could only grit their teeth in frustration at this ostentatious goblin. Gree reveled in their disdain, convinced that he had made the right choice in coming here. To earn riches without flaunting them was to diminish one's joy by half. Here, he could boast unrestrainedly. Nevertheless, this came at a cost. His lifestyle demanded expenditure, and regardless of how much he spent, he could only attain a standard of living befitting the third tier. This was Yika's bottom line. Chapter 2:14. Escalating tensions. The aerial assault came as a sudden shock. After mustering all forces and failing to hold the sandstorm fortress, the oasis stronghold was left defenseless. The piercing shriek from the sky resembled an invitation from the depths of hell. The aerial bombs were colossal, so much so that it took 6 dwarves to barely lift one. Thus, the reckless captain opted for a bottom drop method instead of suspending the bombs. By opening the bottom hatch, the bombs could simply roll out to be deployed. While transporting the bombs required 6 dwarves, rolling them down needed only 2. De Xiong affixed a whistle to the tail of the bomb, allowing it to emit sound as it plummeted. Though of little practical use, it served to instill a sense of dread in the enemy. This time, the bomb did not detonate upon impact with the ground, but exploded at an altitude of over 100 meters, maximizing the damage inflicted and the range of the black liquid that splattered. One bomb turned the entire oasis into a desolate wasteland. Such a plan was undoubtedly inhumane. However, Ning Yi chose the chieftain over humanity. Observing the blazing earth from the airship, Ning Yi murmured, "I conceived this plan and executed it. Should retribution come, let it find me, for the chieftain bears no responsibility." The people within the oasis had already been expelled by Ning Yi and the dwarves. Those who left, as long as they aimed for the 12th oasis stronghold, would face no repercussions. Should anyone dare to alter their course, Ning Yi would not hesitate to strike them down. As for those unwilling to vacate the oasis, Ning Yi could only offer his apologies. This is the nature of war. Either kneel in prayer for the mercy of the dragon's nest, or be crushed by it. Of course, if one possessed the strength, they could also crush the dragon's nest. All members of the second tier were aware of this reality. The second tier was merely a designation. It also bore the moniker of the diehard. After deploying the incendiary bombs, the airship veered towards another oasis. This black liquid could burn for an extended period. Once the flames subsided, Ning Yi would return to inspect the water source and introduce poison to ensure absolute certainty. When the first wave of populace arrived at the 12th gathering place, the nobles had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. They awaited the return of 2 allies to summon their main forces and elite squads, ready to initiate their grand scheme of retribution. However, as more and more people flocked to the 12th gathering place, the nobles finally comprehended the dragon's nest's intentions. By the time they reacted and sought to transport and investigate other oases, they were met only with a barren wasteland. The dragon's nest had severed all their avenues of retreat. Moreover, the resources at the 12th oasis could not sustain such a multitude. And what of the reinforcements from the other 2 factions? Surely, they could not be expected to foot the bill themselves? Chaos reigned in the 12th oasis, teeming with people. Just as Ning Yi had anticipated, the families of the nobles were admitted, while the commoners were left to sleep outside the oasis. Were it not for the campfires, countless individuals would succumb to the cold overnight. When hungry commoners applied for food, they were met with promises of a communal porridge each evening. Gazing into the murky water, tainted with mud, floating fragments of black bread and green leaves, all the commoners were left bewildered. In the sandstorm, even slaves were not subjected to such treatment. Hidden among the crowd, Ma Daji followed suit with others, hastily consuming a portion of the so-called porridge. Since he was there to act covertly and stir up trouble, he had to blend in. Indeed, he and the others had not eaten properly for several days. Of course, he could procure food through trade, but for the sake of authenticity, he refrained. A bowl of this so-called porridge was quickly consumed, and when he sought another, he was informed there was none left. Each person was allotted merely 1 bowl per day. Not only the commoners, but even the slaves were stunned. Those young women of suitable age who had not been selected were filled with regret. Ma Daji's mind whirled with ideas, yet he maintained an outwardly foolish demeanor. On the following day, a request was posted at the entrance of the oasis. The essence of the message was a plea for the nobles inside to at least ensure the children's sustenance. The adults could endure hardship, they claimed. By the 3rd day, an additional line was added beneath the request, aware of hardship, yet still daring to make demands. Aside from eating and drinking, do you contribute even a fraction to city defense or reclamation? You want food guarantees? Not a chance. What can you do about it? Perhaps you should run back and seek refuge with the ogres? This message sparked an uproar in the encampment outside the oasis the moment it was disseminated. While aware of the nobles' arrogance, they had not anticipated such brazen audacity. The onlookers murmured among themselves. How could they utter such words? Indeed, what of the nobles? Previously, at the Sandstorm Fortress, we labored dutifully, all for the sake of a stable existence. They lost their city, yet still spoke thus. In the past, the division of labor was different. They had the strength to provide us with a secure life. So it was only natural for them to enjoy a better standard of living. Yet now, having been driven out, How could they still presume to act as if entitled? Ma Daji, ostensibly persuading, was in fact fanning the flames. Cease this talk. Should those nobles overhear, we would surely meet dire consequences. A middle-aged woman stood up. The ogres entered the city without causing us harm, yet the nobles treat us this way. You may fear for your lives, but I do not. If I cannot eat again today, my 9-month-old child will starve. It is all the same if I die. I shall see if they are also eating this swill. Cradling a small infant, who had grown so weak that he could no longer cry, Ma Daji fell silent for a moment before slowly rising. I will accompany you. The woman nodded, a real man. They advanced toward the oasis, and the crowd parted to create a path. Moments later, Ma Daji was hurled back out, bruised and battered. And the woman was cast out as well, but her child had already drawn its last breath. My child, the woman wailed, desperately attempting to force her withered breast into her child's mouth, yet her offspring showed no signs of life. She sobbed uncontrollably, pleading for any response from her child. But her child had departed from her forever. Ma Daji watched this scene, fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Ha! Ma Daji smiled, tears of blood streaming from the corners of his eyes. There was guilt, there was pain, but there was no regret. The woman, clad in tattered garments, slowly rose, cradling her lifeless child. Her gaze was hollow, devoid of any vitality, and before the eyes of the onlookers. She dashed her head against the pillar beside the notice at the entrance of the oasis. The woman perished. Blood and tears mingled on Ma Daji's face as he lifted her lifeless body and walked towards the outside. Ha! Those nobles have deceived us. Even their gatekeepers feast while we are starving. We are all destined to die of hunger. All of us must perish. Chapter 215, Ma Daji. With a resounding smack, Doring struck down a man clad in opulent attire. Are you a fool? Do you believe this is the sand fortress? Do you lack women? Must you create such a disturbance at this time? Who is this wretched dog? Step forward. The vice-chairman gasped for breath in his fury. A marquis stepped forward. Vice-chairman, he is my lady's brother. Doring suppressed his ire. Speak. What should be done? You tell me. The marquis hesitated. Vice-chairman. Is this really such a big deal? She's just a common woman. A shadow flashed, and Doring appeared before the marquis in an instant, delivering another strike that sent him sprawling. Fool. You too are a fool. This is not the sand fortress. This is not the sand fortress. How many times must I repeat it before you remember? Commoner? Is that what lies outside? That is a powder keg with nearly 20,000 souls. A powder keg that could explode at any moment. They go without food, without water, a powder keg ready to ignite. And who wrote the words beneath that notice outside? Show yourself. Doring roared like a fierce beast. The chairman had lost his wits, consumed with thoughts of confronting the cannibal chieftain again. All the pressure now rested upon him. He never anticipated that such an incident would occur while he was merely attending a meeting. When the commoners came seeking food for their children, it would have sufficed to refuse them. Yet they had gone so far as to kill the child and even insult the mother. This was already outrageous, having committed such an act. With the situation outside being what it was, they should have detained her, even killed her if necessary. Yet they let her go. Doring felt as if his head might explode. In the face of Doring's inquiry, no one stepped forward, nor did anyone dare to admit their culpability. Simultaneously, they puzzled over who had so much free time to engage with those ignorant commoners. The Minotaur chieftain, Kalen, and the high priestess of the Dark Elves, Oshara, observed everything with cold indifference. The original plan was now thwarted by the influx of commoners. A well-crafted scheme of vengeance had been dragged into chaos by a series of incessant troubles. First, a group of powerful fighters began harassing their other oases. And now this debacle had unfolded. Revenge. Oshara scoffed inwardly. It would be a miracle if they could maintain their composure. Revenge was the least of their concerns. The nobles of the sand were indeed, as one had heard, far more absurd in reality. Oshara left a parting remark before turning away. Kalen glared at the crowd, his eyes bulging, and also departed. He found the place repugnant. No wonder the forces of nature would not favor these human beings. The commoners outside erupted in anger. The plight of the woman had revealed to them what awaited in their own futures. If they were all to die, why not fight against these wretched parasites? Reluctantly, Doring surrendered the Marquis' brother-in-law and promised to increase food supplies daily, just to barely quell the uprising. In a remote area away from the oasis, Ma Daji silently dug a grave with his hands. Ning Yi was a thunder mage, while all the skills he had obtained from his treasure chest were melee abilities. Digging a grave was no challenge. Ma Daji spoke. Cuckoo, provide me with a clean set of women's clothing and a month's worth of baby clothes. Okay. Yika responded. Ma Daji gazed at the lifeless bodies of the woman and child, kneeling on the ground. War is filthy. It should never have entangled you. Yet, I had no choice. I never imagined your nobles could be so absurd. Sister, child, I am sorry for you. Ma Daji cleaned the woman's blood. dressing her in fresh attire. The child received the same care. Sister, child, if there is reincarnation, may you be reborn in Dragon's Rest, where there are no nobles, where all is fair. He placed the woman into the grave he had dug and laid the child in her arms. Moments later, a small mound marked their resting place. Ma Daji sat before the grave, unable to collect himself. The woman's wails and sorrowful cries echoed in his ears. Is this what war truly is? With a tremor in his right hand, a battle axe materialized, and he slowly rested it against his neck, raising his left hand to grip the axe, preparing to exert force. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the rocky brand faintly showing from his left sleeve. No, this is wrong. Ma Daji's expression sharpened. Who is it? Step forward. He swiftly removed the axe from his neck, guarding it before him, scanning the surroundings as if facing a formidable foe. Indeed not an ordinary person. A sultry voice emerged, and a figure gradually materialized in the air beside him. Ma Daji instantly grew vigilant. Cuckoo. Be ready to deliver an incendiary bomb at any moment. Understood, Yiku replied. Oshara perched upon the back of a pitch-black leopard, curiously observing Ma Daji. Tell me, does Dragon's Rest truly have no nobles? Ma Daji retorted. What nonsense about Dragon's Rest and Phoenix's Roost? Who are you? Oshara chuckled softly. Oh, young human warrior. You need not disguise your intentions. I have been watching your actions over the past couple of days. Ma Daji shook his head. What are you talking about? Oshara regarded him with appreciation. You are quite the cautious lad, but it is unnecessary. You wrote that notice, and you penned the response. You successfully incited their conflict. Although it has been temporarily suppressed, with the scarcity of resources, the conflict will inevitably resurface. Cuckoo, immediately bring me an incendiary bomb. Coming. Suddenly, a massive aerial bomb appeared beside Ma Daji, crashing into the sand and creating a deep crater. Ma Daji's eyes gleamed with cold fury. Since you are so formidable, I cannot spare you. Oshara narrowed her eyes. Such a large bomb. You too would perish, wouldn't you? Ma Daji snorted dismissively. Do you think I fear death? For the sake of Gorjin. He swung the battle axe toward the bomb. Don't be so hasty. I truly am frightened of you. His axe was seized by a surge of dark energy, rendering it immobile. I bear you no ill will. Otherwise, I would have informed those nobles long ago. Ma Daji gritted his teeth. Then what do you truly seek? Oshara replied with a smile. I wish to speak with your chieftain, that powerful cannibal. We in the Silver Pine Forest wish not to become embroiled in your war with the sand. Our chieftain is not someone just anyone can meet. I am the supreme leader and high priestess of the Silver Pine Forest. Oshara, is that acceptable? Ma Daji cast her a cold glance. Wait. Chapter 216. As long as they are ogres, I shall take responsibility for them. Gorjin was inscribing a teleportation array in a corner of the sandstorm fortress. This contraption was indeed convenient, yet not quite as effortless as one might envision. Firstly, the array he was crafting was termed a medium teleportation array. It was a permanent fixture at a designated location, requiring magical crystals for stabilization and long-term energy replenishment. Furthermore, its dimensions were substantial, capable of accommodating at least 3 assault tiers. This was in stark contrast to the teleportation spells wielded by mages, which could be cast at any moment and in any location. Notably, the size of this array was fixed, and Gorjin lacked the ability to diminish it. He did not possess the capability of his mother, who had transcended the confines of spellcasting. Inscribing the teleportation array here would facilitate the transfer of supplies with the Dragon's Roost in due course. Regarding Oshara, as mentioned by Ma Daji, Gorjin expressed that discussions were possible, provided she came alone to the Sandstorm Fortress. Otherwise, he would not entertain the notion. In any case, Gorjin had no intention of venturing out to meet her. After Ma Daji conveyed Gorjin's sentiments, Oshara fell silent. The individual before her was an ogre who had vanquished the sandstorm. Despite being a dark creature herself, she did not dare confront him. Ultimately, Oshara could only present a crystal ball to Ma Daji, although she was somewhat perplexed by the prospect of Ma Daji communicating with the chieftain from a distance. She refrained from questioning further. Young one, deliver this to your chieftain. By channeling magical energy into it, we shall be able to converse. This arrangement is safer for both parties, do you not think? Or shall you relay my message instead? Ma Daji shook his head. I have my own mission. I have already been away for too long, and I must return. He accepted Oshara's crystal ball, and in an instant, it vanished beneath her very eyelids. She felt not a hint of magical fluctuation. How intriguing. A flicker of curiosity danced in Oshara's eyes as she regarded Ma Daji. Young one, I can detect your presence. And so can other spellcasters. Your exposure is merely a matter of time. Returning now would be tantamount to courting death. Ma Daji let out a cold laugh. Do you think I am afraid? No, you may not fear death, but what if your demise jeopardizes your chieftain's mission? Ma Daji's gaze darkened. Oshara slowly raised her hand. a surge of dark energy swirling within it. Do not be alarmed, young one. Consider this a token of goodwill for your chieftain. She gently enveloped that energy around Ma Daji's face. When the dark energy dissipated, Ma Daji found himself with an entirely different visage, a nondescript face, easily overlooked in a crowd. You may return now, but remember to change your attire to match your previous appearance. I trust you possess such abilities. Ma Daji touched his face, casually returning the incendiary device. Take care. Should I reveal anything, I can detonate that bomb at any moment, causing chaos here as well. Ma Daji turned to leave, as he still had to sow discord between the commoners and the nobility. Meanwhile, the crystal ball had found its way into Gorjin's grasp, more accurately, nestled in his palm. For Gorjin's massive frame, it was exceedingly diminutive. He effortlessly channeled magical energy into it, and Oshara immediately sensed the response. The crystal ball began to hover in midair, and a faint apparition materialized before Gorjin. Good day, mighty ogre chieftain. As soon as Oshara's visage appeared, she laid eyes upon Gorjin. He displayed no surprise, merely casting her a glance. What business does an ally of the Sandstorm Fortress have with me, an adversary? Oshara, in the presence of Gorjin, adopted a markedly different demeanor than when addressing Ma Daji. Esteemed chieftain, I merely wish to inquire about the motives behind your assault on the Sandstorm and to explore whether we, the factions entangled in this turmoil, might avert war. Gorjin, puzzled, replied, Did you not accept the gifts from the Sandstorm? How then have you become entangled? As for our reasons for attacking the Sandstorm Fortress, does that even matter now? Oshara asserted earnestly, It is of great importance. We do not desire conflict, especially against such a formidable foe. The individuals from the Sandstorm captured our ogre offspring, fattening them for beast battles. Is it not reasonable for me to retaliate? Gorjin countered. Oshara shook her head. Ogre chieftain, your rationale lacks credibility. We have investigated, and the creatures they captured were merely wandering ogre offspring, with no ties to your faction. I have witnessed the two-headed ogre sorceress in the arena, observing the beast fights and encountering ogre warriors. If that were the case, would not surrendering the champion ogre fighter gifted to us by the Sandstorm suffice to prevent war? Gorjin nodded nonchalantly. Indeed. Is that so? You are saying it is possible? Oshara pressed. Gorjin confirmed. Certainly, I hold no grudge against you. As long as you return our ogres and refrain from participating in our conflict with the Sandstorm Fortress, I can assure you that we shall not engage in battle with you, and I may even visit your territory as a guest thereafter. This left Oshara momentarily speechless. Was it truly that simple? Gorjin, perplexed, inquired, What alternative did you envision? Oshara found herself at a loss for words, having considered numerous outcomes, yet none aligned with this straightforward reasoning. But, ogre chieftain, they have claimed to have returned the ogres along with gifts, yet you still waged war. Oshara seized upon the critical point. Gorjin scoffed. I initially offered them a choice, which they willingly forsook. Moreover, prior to that, I had already conquered 3 of their oases. Once enmity is established, I must eliminate future threats. Do your drow not revere Lolth? Surely you are not ignorant of this. And since our factions have yet to engage, there remains room for communication. Ultimately, do you genuinely believe that capturing our offspring and fattening them for beast battles incurs no cost? Gorjin's words left Oshara at a loss for retort. Yet, she remained somewhat perplexed. Is it truly worth such an upheaval for these ogres, who are not even of your own kin? Gorjin grinned widely, his 2 tusks gleaming with a chilling light. As long as they are ogres, they are my kin. They may not belong to our dragon's roost, but once we subdue them, they shall be ours. I will oversee those who are ours, and even those who are not. I will also take responsibility for anyone who dares to defy me can speak to my face. It is that simple. Chapter 217, The Drow's Resignation. Oshara's apparition breathed a sigh of relief. That is well. In that case, I shall immediately send the ogre fighters from the Sandstorm Fortress to your domain to avert conflict between our clans. Gorjin waved his hand dismissively. There is no rush on that front, but where might I find that razor sand dune? Oshara. Even the cunning and quick-witted drow were momentarily baffled by Gorjin's straightforwardness. Your Excellency, do you truly regard all ogres as your kin? I advise you to remain calm. The ogres of the razor sand dunes are equally formidable. Subsequently, Oshara observed the glint in Gorjin's eyes intensify at a visible pace. Indeed, Oshara relinquished her attempt to fathom his thoughts. It was beyond her comprehension, truly beyond her grasp. After all, he had previously ventured alone to the Raging Sands Fortress for negotiations, a testament to his evident prowess. The more he spoke, the more Gorjin's excitement grew. The strength of his kin was a reflection of their collective might. The stronger he perceived his opponents, the greater the rewards he anticipated. How delightful. What may be perceived as strength by you may not be so for me. Oshara paused momentarily before speaking. This is not a secret. Any chieftain from a nearby oasis would be aware of it. However, To demonstrate our sincerity in ceasing hostilities, I shall divulge this information directly. With a brief pause, Oshara continued, the Razor Sand Dunes lie approximately a fortnight's journey eastward beyond the domain of Thunder Fortress. There stretches a vast expanse of dunes, within which several small oases are nestled, serving as the abode for the ogres of Razor Sand Dunes. Their chief is a formidable black-skinned, single-headed ogre. Yet their most potent combatant remains a two-headed ogre sorcerer. Adjacent to the Razor Sand Dunes is the Shadow Temple, a place most detestable. Oshara relayed her gathered intelligence to Gorjin. Upon learning of such distance, Gorjin's fervor diminished slightly. The immediate priority remained the escape of those noblemen from Raging Sand's fortress. Should he depart, what chaos might ensue if those ruffians took action? His mother might find herself overwhelmed. Ha! You, a drow, why the sudden candor? This is hardly your style. Gorjin boomed with laughter, his skepticism palpable. Oshara covered her mouth with a gentle smile. I have already stated. The location of Razor Sand Dunes cannot withstand scrutiny. Deceiving you serves no purpose, and our Silver Pine woodlands have no desire to engage in this murky affair. Gorjin raised an eyebrow. So, you have chosen to betray your two allies? Oshara's expression remained unchanged. We are merely innocent parties dragged into the conflict by Raging Sand's fortress. Seeking merely to return to safety, what betrayal is there in that? Moreover, allies must possess equal strength, and as for Raging Sand's fortress, Oshara cast a meaningful glance at Gorjin. Your plan is commendable. Those individuals are currently preoccupied with their own turmoil. They cannot even muster the strength to retaliate it, much less seek vengeance against you. Was this plan conceived by you? Gorjin shook his head. Do you harbor some misunderstanding about ogres? We have always preferred chaos and plunder, not these convoluted schemes. This was the idea of my subordinate, is it not? Oh, indeed, but I am rather eager to meet this subordinate of yours. He seems to align perfectly with our drow sensibilities, Oshara replied, while licking her lips. Gorjin grinned widely. When I visit your Silver Pine woodlands, I shall bring him along. Oshara nodded. In that case, I shall not intrude further. I hope we can reach a mutual understanding. Gorjin waved his hand dismissively. Whether we reach an understanding is inconsequential. As long as you do not provoke us, we shall remain indifferent to your presence. However, Drow High Priestess, should I encounter any drow on the battlefield, the ire of the ogres will ignite the Silver Pine woodlands. Take heed. Gorjin's warning was delivered with nonchalance, yet Oshara could not afford to respond lightly. Rest assured, Ogre Chief. Compared to the humans of Raging Sands, our Silver Pine woodlands would far prefer to ally with you. Upon uttering these words, Gorjin severed the magical connection to the crystal ball. The alluring silhouette of the drow vanished, and the crystal ball fell to the ground. Gorjin sneered, and subsequently crushed it beneath his foot. Among the dark races, the drow's reputation paled in comparison to that of succubi. Those who worshipped Lolth had betrayal ingrained in their very bones. Yet, since the proposal had been made, Gorjin was intrigued to see if he could open the treasure chest of Silver Pine woodlands without bloodshed. As he ventured further from Dragon's Roost, Gorjin discovered that the high-level treasure chests proliferated. There seemed to be an endless supply. To leave them unopened would be sheer wastefulness, a disgrace to the rewards bestowed. However, Gorjin was in no rush. He needed to return all supplies to Dragon's Roost before he could afford to engage in such matters. He discerned the importance of what could be gained versus what he had already acquired. When Oshara returned to Oasis 12 riding her Shadow Panther, she found Ma Daji clad in splendid attire, mingling with the crowd distributing porridge to the impoverished outside. The number of noble servants was substantial, and combined with Ma Daji's attire and eloquence, he raised no suspicion amidst the throng. Meanwhile, the nobles inside were in a furious uproar, and none dared to seek verification from the nobles over a mere servant performing labor. Oshara could not help but regard Ma Daji with newfound respect. This fellow was fearlessly resolute in dire circumstances, unwaveringly loyal to his chieftain, and exceptionally skillful in the art of subterfuge, a true talent. She refrained from lingering too long, lest she jeopardize the young man's endeavors. Having finally reached a consensus with the powerful ogre, she would not stir trouble at this juncture. Upon returning to her temporary encampment, a message was relayed from the vice chair, requesting that Silver Pine woodlands provide some provisions to alleviate their immediate plight. Oshara scoffed. We were merely assisting them in battle. And now they expect us, the guests, to furnish supplies? The audacity is laughable. Inform them that provisions can be procured, but only in exchange for appropriate resources. Otherwise, the matter is closed. Furthermore, submit my resignation to Juling. We shall withdraw from Silver Pine woodlands and await the day he cleans up this mess. Yes, High Priestess. Her guard promptly acknowledged before departing. Moments later, the Minotaur chief, Chiron, approached. Oshara, have you received any news? Chapter 218, A New Turmoil. Oshara chuckled lightly. What news could I possibly have? I simply do not wish to remain in this chaotic place any longer. Chiron stepped forward, gazing down at the seemingly fragile drow seated in the chair. Then, what of the enemy? Do you not care? Oshara rolled her eyes. The enemy? Just look at how those fools are faring now. They are in disarray without any provocation from us. What purpose does my presence serve? What can I accomplish? Am I to watch the performances of those imbecilic fools? The Minotaur chief found himself momentarily at a loss for words, scratching his chin thoughtfully. That does hold some merit. However, what if we depart and the ogres seize the opportunity to eliminate these humans? Then we would be the ones in dire straits. Oshara snorted dismissively. Do not speak of we. Thunder Fortress is Thunder Fortress, and Silverpine Woodlands is Silverpine Woodlands. When you drag me into this mess with the humans, I did not hear you using we. Regardless, we drow are pulling out. Let them sort it out when they have cleaned up their mess. If they happen to perish in the chaos, that is their own misfortune. Additionally, Kellen Thunder, the matter of your collusion with those humans against our Silverpine Forest is far from resolved, and I shall demand an explanation from you. The Tauren chieftain, acutely aware of his own culpability, could only depart in a sullen manner. The following day, the elite drow warriors of Silverpine, under the guidance of the High Priestess Oshalara, departed from the Oasis Base number 12 of the Sandstorm Fortress. The vice-chairman Dueling wore a grim countenance, yet felt utterly powerless. Each day, he grappled with the pressing issue of overpopulation. Should he abandon the commoners outside, it would leave their noble families without attendants. Conversely, if he forsook the noble families, the spellcasting aristocrats would vehemently object. Once their kin were threatened, and they lost their families along with the generous privileges afforded here, how could those spellcasters remain dutiful? Moreover, his own lineage was substantial. He could not bear to relinquish anyone. He found himself ensnared in an increasingly dire cycle. He had to concede that the maneuver by Longchi struck directly at their very core, proving to be exceptionally ruthless. More than once, he had covertly teleported to other oases in search of supplies or to disperse the populace, only to discover that the water sources across all oases had been poisoned. The waters were either permeated with the stench of alchemical toxins or littered with the corpses of various decayed creatures. Unless purified by the holy light, these waters were rendered unusable. Yet, as elemental spellcasters, how could they invoke the holy light? To earn its favor, one's intentions must be pure and transparent. Dueling was acutely aware that the nobility lacked such integrity. This was indeed a shortcoming of the aristocratic system. Yet, human beings are driven by desires. The powerful yearn for an improved existence. This, fundamentally, was the foundation of their Sandstorm Fortress. 2 days later, the Tauren chieftain Kellen could no longer endure the situation, returning to Thunder Fortress with his kin. Thus, only the Sandstorm Fortress remained. Should Gorjin choose to act now, he might very well seize the opportunity. Madaji reported this situation to Gorjin, who replied, "There's no rush. I'm in no hurry at all. Let us torment them slowly. After all, I have food and drink, and my days are quite pleasant." Madaji acknowledged, "Understood, chieftain. I will proceed as planned." Gorjin added, "Yes, do exercise caution." Madaji responded, "All for Longchi." Madaji soon began to stir mischief again. In recent days, he had grown quite familiar with the group distributing porridge, bonding over shared camaraderie. His colorful anecdotes captivated their attention. Madaji understood men well, and the recent incident involving the Marquis's brother-in-law abusing commoners had not yet fully subsided. They dared not toy with the commoners for fear of repercussions. This was a commonplace occurrence within the Sandstorm Fortress. The servants who could venture out held slightly higher status and better treatment, and with a bit of coin, a multitude of common maidens would willingly present themselves. For those unwilling to spend, there were always slaves to toy with, albeit a less savory option. However, they had not indulged in such pastimes for quite some time. Perceiving their unspoken desires, Madaji suggested, "Brothers, how about we have some fun?" Instantly, the eyes of the servants brightened, only to dim again. No. Our daily rations are barely sufficient as it is. We can hardly spare any extra food. Indeed, and considering what happened before, we cannot resort to force." They sighed, reminiscing about happier times. Madaji chuckled, "I have some. When I was driven out by those ogres, I secretly stashed away a bit. Come, let me treat you." The servants perked up with enthusiasm. In a moment of folly, their wits dulled. They overlooked the questions of how he managed to hide it and where it was concealed. Madaji feigned departure for a spell, then returned stealthily with a package of jerky. The servants, though somewhat bashful, clutched the food tightly. Madaji waved dismissively. "What's this? We're all brothers here. Now, go pick your targets. I'll wait here. If we all go out together, we'll attract too much attention. It's better to be cautious. Leave the food here, don't let it get stolen, and speak quietly to the maidens. Do not make a fuss." The servants nodded eagerly and rushed out to seek their respective targets. They specifically sought the young and fair, whispering amongst themselves, and soon, the famished maidens, starved for days, followed them back. It was as if they were in a trance. Upon finding Madaji still present, they exhaled in relief, giving him a thumbs up. Brother, you're a true comrade. Madaji maintained his nonchalant demeanor. What else with all this? We're brothers, hurry along. One maiden timidly inquired. Might we have a taste first? We're so hungry. Madaji paused. Who dines before paying? It's only a few minutes. After fasting for so long. Does it matter? The servants, unperturbed, wasted no time in entering a large room together. Once they had all entered, Madaji's smile vanished instantly. I'm sorry. Chapter 219, Chaos Erupts. Madaji had miscalculated. The maidens, enduring humiliation for the sake of a full meal, had stoically borne their plight. Yet upon emerging from their ordeal, they found their erstwhile companions missing. Most critically, the food they intended to use as leverage had vanished as well. The servants fell into a heavy silence. The maidens, who had been subjected to considerable torment, exchanged glances, realizing they had been duped. Recalling the recent indignities and suffering, they erupted in fury. Chaos ensued once more. It swiftly attracted a throng of commoners and the outer servants of the nobility. As those servants rushed to assist, the already famished maidens were overwhelmed. They shouted in frantic rage. Soon, the situation became apparent to those outside. What the hell? Is this how you nobles guarantee our well-being? Voices of dissent rose among the commoners. One servant attempted to explain, it's not what it seems. We had ample food prepared, but another fellow took it away. They saw us. We did have it. Well then, you better bring that fellow forward. Hand over the food meant for us, or we won't let this slide. Right. It won't end here. The servants hurriedly inquired. Whose house does that guy belong to? I don't know. He has just been here with us distributing porridge. No one asked. What is his name? Call out, search for him. We never asked. We just listened to his jokes every day. When he said he was treating us, I thought he was calling his godfather. How do we deal with this? They stood in shock, and as their wits returned, they began to comprehend how they had been deceived. At that moment, a sudden roar erupted from outside. They cannot possibly provide us with food. They are deceiving our sisters. Look at how tortured this poor girl is. They are still so young. Damn it. How can we endure this? We are all born of parents. Why should we be subjected to such humiliation by these despicable creatures? A voice rang out. Indeed, let us rid ourselves of these useless nobles. The crowd of commoners erupted into a chorus of furious shouts, one voice rising above the rest with particular clarity. Then, a stone was hurled from the throng, striking one of the servants squarely. This served as a signal. The powder keg that had been momentarily subdued was instantaneously reignited. Conflict erupted in the blink of an eye. Leading the charge was a ragged man, his face smeared with dirt. He wielded a long branch of desert thorns and leapt into the throng of slaves. With a sweep of his arm, he shoved several women, who had been restrained by the servants, into the crowd of commoners. With a leader at the forefront, the remaining commoners surged forward with wild abandon. The prolonged hunger and pent-up rage had stripped them of their reason. The servants were swiftly engulfed by the sea of commoners, trampled into a pulp. What followed was only logical. Amidst the chaos, the grimy man extricated himself from the crowd. This man was Madaji. After inciting the riot, he quietly distanced himself from the scene, sprinting towards the far side of Oasis number 12. The air was thick with violent elemental energy fluctuations, and Madaji gritted his teeth. He understood that the spellcasters inside were suppressing the chaos. Yet, he had no inkling of how many commoners would lose their lives due to his incitement. However, the spellcasters' intervention did not deter the commoners and slaves. They had reached their breaking point. Faced with the choice of suffering a slow death from starvation without any protection for their dignity, they opted for a swift rebellion. Perhaps they could carve out a glimmer of hope for their children and wives. They recalled the recent saying circulating in the camps. Were nobles born into their status? Was the first generation of nobles merely dropped from the heavens? Did they not all fight for their lives with their heads on the line? What they could do, so could they. The riot continued unabated. From behind the dunes of the oasis, Madaji retrieved a bone whistle and blew into it. A cloud of dust stirred in the distance, and the rumbling grew ever louder. Madaji? The leader was none other than the freed orc warrior. It's me. Madaji nodded. The chaos within had drawn the attention of the spellcasters to the commoners and slaves, and now was the perfect opportunity for them to strike back. Come, I have a little gift for you, he said, contacting Yiku. Cuckoo, bring me the package we discussed. Understood, came the reply. A large package materialized in Madaji's hands. Upon opening it, he revealed a sprayer shotgun and an assaulter submachine gun, complete with a substantial supply of ammunition and portable explosives. Madaji briefly explained the purpose of these weapons before distributing them. These warriors had endured torment for so long that they were not far from madness. They had long since cast aside their own lives. and their singular goal now was to annihilate those vile nobles. Among them stood the strongest, the orc, a champion of countless battles. It was precisely for this reason that they were willing to follow him into the fray against these human oppressors. The orc wielded a sprayer in one hand and an assaulter in the other, magazines tucked into his waistband, and a string of goblin explosives draped around his neck. Ma Daji cautioned, "These are our newly developed incendiary bombs from Longqi. Be careful not to set yourselves ablaze. I will wait for you behind the sand dune ahead. Remember, do not linger in battle." The orc grinned, turning abruptly. "Brothers, charge with me. Let's destroy those filthy nobles of the wind-blown sand. Loktar Ogre." The orc roared as he dashed past Ma Daji, followed by warriors of various races, all similarly equipped. They slung their original weapons on their backs and charged forward with Longqi's arms in hand. Ma Daji took a deep breath and sprinted towards the dune ahead. He needed to be ready to support the warriors once they emerged from the fray. These fighters had been alerted to the situation by Ningyi, who had spotted them in the air. They lay in ambush nearby, ready to poke at the nobles of Oasis number 12 whenever the opportunity arose. Today, Ma Daji had crafted the perfect chance for them. Intense fighting erupted within Oasis number 12, with the booming sounds of shotguns and submachine guns. If those noble spellcasters had failed to erect their shields, they would be met with silence from every shot fired. Most importantly, these warriors were immensely powerful, having honed their skills through countless battles. Chapter 220, Ma Daji, I am a man of contradictions. Today, reality delivered a vivid lesson to those lofty nobles, teaching them the perils of nurturing a tiger. The daily existence of these warriors revolved around slaughter, an unending cycle of bloodshed. To maintain their combat prowess and the thrill of battle, though their food consisted solely of raw flesh, it was more than sufficient. Their prolonged diet of raw meat had conditioned them to become even more frenzied than berserkers once combat commenced. The sounds of gunfire and explosions, accompanied by the billowing black smoke and raging flames, signified their presence. Even without Longqi's arrival, it remained a sharp blade poised at the nobles' throats. The entrance of the warriors undoubtedly provided the commoners and slaves with a fleeting opportunity to breathe. The noble spellcasters, stripped of the amplification from their mage towers, found their combat abilities considerably weakened, and as this was their sole oasis stronghold, they dared not unleash large-scale spells. Otherwise, should they lose this oasis, they would become wanderers among the factions of Longqi, Thunder Fortress, and Silverpine Forest. That would be true despair. Yika had traded for a steam patrol vehicle for Ma Daji. She was unaware of the precise situation unfolding, but could surmise the general outline. With a resounding thunderclap, Ma Daji climbed the hill to gaze towards Oasis number 12. The counselor had transformed into a towering figure of 10 meters high, composed of lightning elements. With a mere wave of his hand, a thick bolt of lightning lashed across the ground like a whip. Ma Daji observed a dark spot flicker across the lightning elemental's form, followed by a fierce blaze. The potency of this alchemical nightshade liquid was indeed formidable. It spread like a maggot, igniting everything it touched, including the counselor's lightning form, which was also engulfed in flames. Its damage may have been ordinary, merely the burning of common fire, yet it was relentless in its consumption. The counselor became increasingly frenzied at a visible rate, surrounded by a dense storm of lightning. Ma Daji waited for a long time at the foot of the hill, until the sounds of battle within the stronghold of Oasis number 12 faded entirely. He saw no sign of any warriors emerging, including the orc who spoke to the chieftain, promising to relay the name upon his return. Ma Daji silently leaned against the steam patrol vehicle. After a long while, he said, "Kiki, I'll trade the steam patrol vehicle back. It's no longer needed." Yiku replied, "Understood." After trading the vehicle back, Ma Daji opened a private chat with Ningyi. "What stage is the chieftain's planet now?" Ningyi responded, "The fearsome has returned to Longqi City. The chieftain has teleported back to inscribe the teleportation array. The fearsome is now en route to Great Sand City, and the supply transport is expected to commence today, with the complete evacuation of the Mad Sand Fortress by tomorrow at the latest." Ma Daji acknowledged, "All right, I understand." He saw Yiku once more. "Kiki, you stay here and be ready to teleport burning bombs to me at any moment." Yiku inquired, "Is everything all right?" Ma Daji reassured her, "It's nothing. I have a task." Yiku did not press further, simply saying, "I'm ready whenever you need me." Ma Daji smiled silently, making his way around the sand dunes toward his previous location. After a while, he stood before a small mound. "Sister, child, I must sadly confess, I have exploited you. I am one of the Longqi people. I did not kill you, yet your demise is a consequence of my scheme. Sister, child, I apologize, but I do not regret. Nor can I. Everything is for the chieftain." Ma Daji bowed deeply. He then proceeded to the outskirts of Oasis 12. The area was filled with whales. Many of the previous 20,000 were now gone, and the ground was littered with corpses. He was uncertain how this uprising had concluded, but he knew the civilian and slave casualties were severe. Of the few girls he had previously pushed forward, only 2 had survived. They sat on the ground, their expressions blank. Madaji stood quietly. Ningyi, could you do me a favor? Ningyi replied. Madaji specified. Approximately 10 kilometers west of Oasis 12, help me pick up 2 individuals. Ningyi asked, who are they? What kind of people? It will take me about 2 hours to fly there. Madaji explained, 2 individuals whom I have harmed, considering we are both from the 2nd tier. Please find them work in Longqi. Ningyi responded, that's a minor issue, but why do you sound so strange? Is something wrong with the plan? Madaji insisted. The plan is proceeding smoothly. Remember, you must remember. He then ceased to pay attention to the private chat. Ningyi, bewildered on the airship, subsequently messaged Yiku. I couldn't ascertain what's wrong with him. He claims the plan is going well, yet something feels off. Yiku acknowledged, understood. Madaji crouched before the 2 girls. Speaking softly, head west, 10 kilometers, someone will be waiting for you. The girls, with vacant expressions, seemed unable to comprehend. Madaji sighed, producing 2 pieces of jerky and offering them. The girls glanced at him numbly, accepted the jerky, and then lay on the ground in a starfish position. Darkness clouded Madaji's vision as he helped them to their feet. This is what you deserve. Eat, it is owed to you. I have arranged for your security for the rest of your lives. It is safe there, and no one will bully you. The girls mechanically opened their mouths, shoving the jerky inside. The aroma of the jerky quickly attracted those nearby, who rushed towards the girls as if possessed. Madaji stood, emitting a primal roar. He tore off the sleeve of his left arm, revealing the radiant stone brand. The crowd halted, fearfully staring at his left arm. They dared to fight against the nobles. Yet they trembled before this brand, a mark belonging to the ogre forces that had driven their nobility from the fortress like dogs. He leaned down to whisper in the girl's ears. I am one of the Longqi people. Go west, there are airships waiting for you. They are my fellow brethren, and they will take you to live a secure life in Longqi. Upon seeing the brand and hearing Madaji's words, the girls' eyes regained a semblance of awareness. They looked at Madaji and then mechanically began to walk westward. After they had distanced themselves, Madaji slowly surveyed his surroundings. I am a deeply conflicted individual. I have just released the last vestige of my conscience, while you and those nobles are destined for hell. Do not fear, I will accompany you. With a stoic expression, Madaji strode towards the noble district. Kiki, prepare 2 burning bombs. I will need them shortly. Yiku replied, understood, but Madaji, what are you planning? Your demeanor is unsettling. Madaji ignored her and entered the noble district directly. The stone brand on his left arm was strikingly conspicuous. Quickly, 2 burning bombs. Though concerned, Yiku ensured that her worry would not hinder her efficiency. 2 massive bombs were promptly teleported to him. For Gorjin, Madaji calmly ignited the 2 burning bombs within the noble district. Kiki, I have great affection for you. Boom. A colossal fireball erupted, accompanied by ignited black liquid. Exploding like a volcanic eruption, the shockwave was visibly powerful. The fortress of Oasis 12 was instantly transformed into an ocean of flames. Madaji, ruthless in executing his plan, did so for the sake of his faith and loyalty to Gorjin. He faced death with composure, for he could never reconcile with all that he had done. Truly, as he claimed, he was a man of contradictions, even in choosing to perish alongside his enemies. It was under the pretext of fulfilling a delay in the mission to ensure the chieftain's plan proceeded smoothly. Far away in Longqi, Yiku frantically messaged Madaji, only to suddenly find that his name had vanished from her private chat list. Yiku sat dazed in the trading hall chair. Madaji, why didn't you say anything sooner? Chapter 221. Ningyi, you great fool. Gorjin, who was inscribing the medium-sized teleportation array in Longqi City, suddenly sensed something amiss. He felt his reward, the land of faithful heroic spirits, activated. Was there a disturbance in the ogre's core area, or among the 2nd-tier members? Yet, he did not sense a weakening of his loyal kin's power. This meant that a member of the 2nd tier had sacrificed themselves. Chieftain. Yiku's voice broke Gorjin's contemplation. He looked up to see Yiku approaching hurriedly. Chieftain, something has happened to Madaji. He has vanished from the chat channel. Chieftain. Madaji. For the first time, Yiku, usually composed, displayed a fluctuation of emotion. Among the 5-member group, she and Su Banksia were the most emotionally stable, having seen through the trials of the park. Su Banksia, on the other hand, remained simply cold-faced, prioritizing data and probability. Gorjin rose. Madaji must have perished in battle. His mission was inherently perilous. The lad, during the tumult of the sandstorm, had once dismissed my suggestion to assign him a woman for a brief dalliance, claiming his affections lay with you. Now, alas, he is lost. Tears welled in Yiku's eyes as she comprehended that Madaji harbored feelings for her. No, rather, it was an unspoken infatuation. He had never voiced it. nor hinted at it. To Yi Ku, there was no such thing as a secret crush. Affection blazed like a furnace, and his gaze could not conceal the truth. How could she possibly remain oblivious? Yet, she felt no such inclination. Her urgency stemmed from the bond they had forged as comrades, allies upon whom one could rely with their very lives. How could she not be anxious? Now, upon hearing the chieftain's words, her heart was a maelstrom of emotions. Her thoughts rendered void. The five of them had endured countless life and death battles together. Upon receiving this news, her legs weakened, and she nearly succumbed to the ground. Gorjin bent down, grasping her garment between his fingers. I know you wish to sit, but not just yet. Follow me. Bewildered, Yi Ku trailed Gorjin as they ventured outside, to the monument beyond the city. Standing before the monument, Gorjin grinned. Watch closely. I shall perform a trick for you. With a grand gesture, he struck the monument, and golden light sparkled as shimmering particles coalesced into a figure. Ma Daji? Yi Ku gasped, covering her mouth. Ma Daji slowly opened his eyes, his form existing in a state of half-reality, composed of a golden-hued apparition. Chieftain, Kuku. He stared in confusion at the two figures before him. I remember detonating 2 incendiary bombs within Oasis 12, perishing alongside the nobles. How is this possible? Ha ha ha. Gorjin laughed heartily. Loyal holder of my rock seal. When under my protection, you shall transform into an immortal spirit upon death. Ma Daji, you ventured into the lion's den to fulfill your mission, and henceforth, you shall become an undying spirit, guarding the dragon's rest. The two gazed at Gorjin in astonishment. He glanced down at them and suddenly remarked, Ah yes. I have only half-etched my magic circle. I must attend to it. Ma Daji, just moments ago, Yi Ku was on the verge of tears upon learning of your demise. Did you not have feelings for her? Shouldn't you be elated? With that, Gorjin clapped his hands and departed, leaving Yi Ku and Ma Daji exchanging wide-eyed glances. Ma Daji recalled the words he had uttered moments before the explosion and felt that becoming a spirit was not entirely a blessing. Though he had died, he had not truly perished. He had become a soul, one that could not find peace, a fate more torturous than death itself. The only thing worse was social death. Did he not understand that Yi Ku did not reciprocate his feelings? Primarily, he had never dared to dream of advancing their relationship. His affection remained a mere secret admiration. Had he not been facing death, he would have kept it to himself. Meanwhile, Yi Ku wished to sink into the earth. She muttered to herself, I detest the chieftain's lack of boundaries. Though she felt relief that Ma Daji had not truly died, his transformation into a spirit had rendered the situation rather awkward. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them. Ma Daji muttered, I'm not happy at all. After a lengthy pause, Yi Ku sighed deeply, stepping forward with the intention of embracing Ma Daji. Yet her arms passed through his ethereal form. This is quite disconcerting. Ma Daji's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, only to dim again. It's futile. I am but a ghost. Yi Ku rolled her eyes, and with a firm stomp, elemental fires surged through her being. She raised her arms once more and embraced Ma Daji, resting her head upon his shoulder. Are you foolish? We are in another realm. Ma Daji suddenly realized that while he was immune to physical harm, magical forces were another matter entirely. Kuku, though I am delighted by your embrace, dear sister, your fire element is rather scorching. I feel as if I might boil. Yi Ku quickly released him. Ma Daji, repeat what you said to me before. She gazed into the golden hue of his apparition. Ma Daji's golden visage flushed visibly. I. You dared to detonate 2 incendiary bombs and perish with the enemy, yet you cannot muster a single declaration? You faced death without flinching, bringing no shame to the chieftain. You are a man, but can you not exhibit a little more openness in other matters? Yi Ku looked earnestly into Ma Daji's eyes. Ma Daji fell silent, gradually lifting his head. Kuku, I truly like you. I have since the day we met. Yi Ku extended her hand. Then let us be together. The sudden surge of overwhelming joy left Ma Daji momentarily dazed. He instinctively wished to agree, but then composed himself. Kuku, I am no longer alive. I am a spirit. And what of it? I can still reach you. Or do you mean to say that your affection for me is solely for physical pleasures? Ma Daji felt his spirit sink. Of course not, he exclaimed hastily, muttering under his breath, but it is somewhat necessary. What? Nothing. It's just that I am now but a wisp of shadow. I cannot bring you happiness. Yi Ku firmly grasped Ma Daji's hand. Enough of this. It is settled. Men should not dither and dawdle. Hours later, Ningyi arrived at Longqi via the teleportation array. Ma Daji, you nearly scared me to death. I thought you had perished. By the way, these are the 2 women you insisted I bring back before your death. Since you are not completely gone, you can deal with them yourself. As Ma Daji floated beside Yi Ku, observing her work, he suddenly felt a surge of murderous intent. Ningyi, you fool. Can't you see? You have no perception at all. Chapter 222. Yi Ku, Brother Yi. With Ningyi's arrival, The teleportation array leading from Longqi to the Sand Fortress was officially activated. This marked a significant milestone for the Longqi tribe, which relied on Ogre's esoteric technology. While Ogre's technology, akin to that of the green-skinned, was formidable and a foundation for Gorjin, unlocking such rewards was largely a matter of fortune. One could depend on OJKB, yet not solely on it. Gorjin understood this clearly. Having stumbled this far, a carefree existence was no longer feasible, even if he wished it. The chaotic enemies would never allow it. Thus, Gorjin altered his perspective. The principle of enjoyment remained unchanged, but it was time to crush those nuisances. The advantage of the medium-sized teleportation array lay in the fact that as long as the magical crystals remained intact, activation through magic was unnecessary. One merely needed to step onto it. However, it still required someone with mental and magical prowess to select the destination coordinates. This necessitated the presence of a magic wielder to serve as the navigator. Ogre, along with a contingent of dwarves, was already prepared for departure. The transportation of materials across the shifting sands was solely undertaken by members of the second tier. Among these supplies were strategic resources like magical crystals, which made it unwise for mere laborers to handle. The old dwarves could not afford to take such risks. A brilliant blue light erupted as Ogre arrived with a contingent of dwarves at the Sandstorm Bastion. Subsequently, Ogre returned alone to fetch the next batch. Gorjin was immensely pleased. The moment of harvest had finally arrived. Suddenly, a violent surge of fire elemental energy erupted in the marketplace, freezing Gorjin's smile in place. Ningyi curled up, trembling at the entrance of the trading point. I still have some matters to attend to, so perhaps I should take my leave? Ningyi stammered, extending a shaky hand. Yiku, enveloped in fire elemental energy, resembled a diminutive fire demon. She wielded a fiery whip, one end coiled around the ethereal form of Madaji, whose apparition appeared to be ignited, bubbling with intensity. Try leaving, if you dare, Yiku remarked expressionlessly, casting a glance at Ningyi. Ningyi awkwardly nodded. No, I'm not leaving. Yiku, if you have any instructions, I am at your service. Yiku observed the two girls, who stood as if puppets, devoid of life. She was acutely aware of their state, having once experienced a similar fate herself during her time in the garden. At this moment, her emotions mirrored the fervor of the fire elements coursing through her. Who would dare cause a commotion at a trading point? The Dragon's Nest enforcement team arrived on the scene, and even they were rendered speechless by the sight. Little girl Yiku, what has transpired? Why the weapons in the city? The enforcement team, fully armed dwarves, found it quite normal to refer to a 20-something human girl as little girl, given their long lifespans. They were all inhabitants of the second tier, familiar with each other from daily encounters. The commotion was substantial, particularly in the marketplace, drawing a crowd of curious outsiders. Yiku replied softly, family matters. Captain Dingsoa, I shall seek forgiveness from the chief later. The dwarf nodded, leading the enforcement team away. All were from the second tier, and there was no need to escalate matters. Besides, the chief was within the city, and any punishment could be decided afterward. Turning her gaze to the boiling apparition of Madaji, Yiku remarked, you truly are remarkable. While we may have been deceived, you even managed to fool the chief. The chief bestowed upon you gifts, which you rejected to frolic outside, not once but twice. How impressive. What sort of establishment do you not have access to? You need not even spend a dime. These two girls, they appear to be under 20. How could you treat them so harshly? Kiki, that is not true. I didn't do it. Though Madaji was aflame, he could not admit to such deeds. Ningyi. Madaji turned to Ningyi. I merely asked old Ma to find these two girls a job. I had nothing to do with it. I swear. Ningyi paused. Wait, Yigo? What is this situation? Even if old Ma acted, you shouldn't be this enraged, should you? They are from opposing factions. Among the original 5, one had utilized a magic-based skill. Su Bangxia wielded a buff skill, while Ningyi and Yiku commanded lightning and fire, respectively. Yet, it was Yiku who dealt the most damage, which is why Ningyi occasionally referred to her as Yigo. Yiku smiled faintly, but the expression was enough to raise the hairs on Uncle Ying's neck. Well, old Ma confessed his feelings for me today, and I accepted, though only after his demise. Ningyi abruptly stood, proclaiming with righteous indignation, Madaji, how could you engage in such behavior? You claim to adore Yigo, and yet this is how you express it? Look at me. I cherish Bangxia with unwavering devotion. Despite countless temptations, I remain steadfast. And yet here you are? What a disgrace. I feel ashamed to be associated with you. Madaji glared at Ningyi. I said I didn't do it. Those two suffered because of my plan. It wasn't my doing. I only felt remorse and decided to send them away, claiming I would help them find work before their demise, as a form of atonement. Ningyi scoffed. You possess such good intentions? And yet you dragged over 10,000 people into despair? Madaji retorted. Wait, I was acting for the chief's plan. Besides, it was you who sent me out. Ma Daji then turned to the 2 dazed girls. Come on, speak up. Although the plan originated from me, I did not carry it out. Yiku snapped her whip, leading Ma Daji like a helium balloon to the 2 girls. Is what he said true? Yiku's gaze was peculiar. The girls exchanged glances, as if they recognized a shared plight with the fiery woman before them. This understanding sparked a flicker of life in their eyes. They slowly shook their heads. It was the noble's servants. He claimed to be from Dragon's Nest, and even gave us jerky. Yiku sighed deeply, releasing the fiery whip that had ensnared Ma Daji. Since you insisted on bringing them back, you shall manage their arrangements. Ma Daji hastily interjected. No, it would be inappropriate for a man like me to handle this. Could you lend a hand? Yiku shot him a glance. I must seek forgiveness from the chief. I have no time. With that, she turned towards the exit, casting a glance at Ning Yi standing by the door. Get lost. Understood, Yiku. Chapter 223, The Busy and Furious Promotion. Initially, Gorjin had no intention of imposing any punishment on Yiku. After all, they were all comrades, and it seemed pointless. However, Yiku insisted on being punished. She believed that the chief had previously declared a ban on violence within Dragon's Nest, and a significant number of these outsiders had come specifically for that reason. For the long-term interests of Dragon's Nest trade, even a transgression by someone from the second tier warranted punishment. It was essential to uphold equality before the law. Unable to sway her resolve, Gorjin reluctantly administered a symbolic punishment, which involved her being sent to the enforcer's prison. The penalty consisted of 30 lashes in public. The executioner would adjust the severity based on the race and strength of the offender, typically leaving them with half a life's worth of vitality. As for Yiku, while it appeared she had endured a harsh beating, the injuries were merely superficial. Barely had she been locked away when she was healed. Though termed imprisonment, her cell was left unlocked, allowing her to come and go freely. As long as she remained within the confines of the prison, no one would interfere. The guards were mostly neighbors from the second-tier living quarters, making her stay feel no different from being at home. The transportation of goods continued unabated, operating through the night. By dawn, Kalber reported to Gorjin that they had nearly emptied the sandstorm bastion. Gorjin summoned Yiku, who had been confined for less than a day, instructing her to organize and categorize the materials. He then hurried back to the sandstorm to summon his mother and kin. Ma Daji had ignited 2 burning shells, and the outcome remained uncertain. However, the fates of those nobles would undoubtedly not be favorable. Given the proximity of the explosions, even the mages, forewarned and shielded, would likely struggle to withstand the onslaught. At the very least, those marquises should be unable to withstand the pressure. The entirety of the sandstorm bastion has essentially become a desolate wasteland, with all oasis strongholds and water sources utterly devastated. Should those individuals manage to escape, their only refuge lies within the territories of the Tauren and the Drow. Gorjin intends to communicate with those 2 factions, uniting their forces to eradicate any potential survivors. This renders the involvement of his mother and kin unnecessary, prompting Gorjin to bring them back. With 2 formidable adversaries still at large, it is prudent for his mother to remain at the main base. Gorjin utilized the mage tower that was unearthed from the golden chest in the core area for his mother's benefit. From now on, her presence here will bolster her strength. Additionally, he manifested the hero altar right next to the monument. He summoned Fury, urging him to step upon it. Fury, initially bewildered, complied and ascended. In that very moment, a violent surge of energy erupted, enveloping Fury in a continuously swirling shield. "Adudu. Cease your babbling. This is a fortuitous event." Moments later, as the energy dissipated, Fury's form emerged, appearing somewhat larger, nearly on par with Gorjin's own stature. The single horn that once adorned his forehead had now transformed into a pair of horns on either side. His tusks had grown longer and more robust, with his crimson skin glimmering like metal. "How do you find it?" Gorjin had anticipated the change in appearance, but what skills had he acquired? "The sensation is exhilarating." Fury's speech had become considerably more coherent, suggesting that his intelligence had indeed improved upon his promotion to hero. What spells or abilities did he gain? A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Fury's large eyes. He stepped down from the hero altar and stomped his foot heavily upon the ground. Boom. The resultant tremor nearly caused Gorjin to sway. Beneath Fury's foot, the black-bricked sandy ground had formed a substantial crater, surrounded by a web of cracks. Gorjin scratched his chin. Earthquake stomp? Or thunder stomp? It seems he is a melee-oriented hero. What else? Fury pondered for a moment before inhaling sharply. His entire body suddenly sprouted a mass of thorns, each thorn at least half a meter long, pulsating with magical energy. Reflective damage? Or a dual reflective capability for physical and magical attacks? What else? Fury scratched his head. Next time, strike, double damage. Are you implying that this spell allows your next attack to inflict double the harm? Yes. Fury nodded vigorously. Quite impressive when combined with the earthquake stomp. It could yield even greater strength. What about the last one? Weren't there 4 skills? Gorjin inquired. Fury nodded, then began to pound his chest with both hands. Roar. His body began to swell, enveloped by the earth element. Eventually, Fury transformed into a stone ogre towering 10 meters high. With both hands raised above his head, he conjured a massive boulder. As Fury exerted a slight force, the boulder was propelled forward like a cannonball. It flew so swiftly that Gorjin barely caught a glimpse of it, accompanied by a sonic boom. He possesses control, defense, buffs, and transformation. Although the Assault Ripper may no longer be applicable, the Earthquake Stomp can still be utilized. At this moment, Fury was undeniably more formidable than he had been initially, a fact Gorjin readily acknowledged. Gorjin felt a sense of satisfaction. At the very least, this creature's strength had multiplied several times over, enabling it to stand its ground against the current adversaries. Gorjin planned to temporarily relocate him to the Shattered Lion Ridge. That area was currently reliant on the thorny earth dragons and a few thunder lizards, which was proving to be somewhat strenuous. Moreover, this was his mother-s steed, and it could not remain there indefinitely. Once the teleportation array was fully established, matters would be much simpler. As for Gorjin, he needed to return to the Sandstorm Bastion. The issues concerning Thunder Fortress and the Silver Pine Forest remained unresolved, not to mention the formidable Razor Sand Dune Ogre tribe. Each of these matters required Gorjin's personal attention, and he was beginning to grasp the weight of his responsibilities. Even Gorjin found it somewhat surreal. During the grand construction of Dragon Nest, the entire Dragon Nest city was bustling, while he himself spent his days merely eating and sleeping, attended by the staff of the Pleasure House. Now, with Dragon Nest stabilized, he, as chieftain, found himself inundated with duties. It was utterly absurd. However, such was the nature of his own possessions. Gorjin stepped into the teleportation array, accompanied by Ningyi. The journey aboard the Terror was far too lengthy to reach the Sandstorm, not to mention the need to establish teleportation arrays across various cities in Dragon Nest, making it somewhat inconvenient. However, with those 2 Brash-class, armed transport vessels present, Gorjin had no choice but to make do. As for Ningyi, the Drow High Priest had expressed a desire to meet. Thus, they would go together. Given their matriarchal society, Gorjin hoped Ningyi would not act inappropriately concerning Su Bansha, Yi Ku, and Ma Daji. What more could he say? As chieftain, he could only extend his blessings. A flash of blue light signaled Gorjin and Ningyi's arrival at the teleportation point of the Sandstorm Bastion, while Fury boarded the Terror, heading toward the Shattered Lion Ridge. Chapter 224, The Aftermath of Development. The first stop upon their return was the Sandstorm Oasis No. 12, from where they would traverse directly across to Thunder Fortress and then proceed to the Razor Sand Dune. In fact, it would have been more convenient to visit Thunder Fortress and Razor Sand Dune first, but those two were neither Gorjin's allies nor subordinates, making a casual visit unwise. Furthermore, with only a single ogre and 2 airships at his disposal, a direct confrontation was out of the question. It would be more prudent to first subdue the ogres of Razor Sand Dune. At that point, not to mention the strength he would gain from the captured kin, the ogre tribe alone would provide him with considerable backing. Gorjin's sole objective was the treasure chests within their oasis. Beyond that, he harbored no grudges or animosities. He had no inclination to engage in unnecessary conflicts. The endeavor to capture the Sandstorm Bastion had already proven arduous enough. Any issues that could be resolved through diplomacy were trivial. Moreover, the Drow High Priest had once mentioned that Razor Sand Dune was similarly powerful, and it surely housed treasure chests of good quality. A certainty, indeed. While other factions might have infiltrated by Blue Star individuals who could have opened treasure chests, the Ogre tribe was an entirely different matter. The very term Ogre sufficed to explain the situation. As the airship approached the skies above Sandstorm Bastion's Oasis No. 12, the flames had long since extinguished. After all, a full day and night had elapsed since the detonation of the incendiary device. However, the temperature remained high, with remnants of embers still flickering across the ground. The oasis's water source had turned black, with the splattered dark liquid contaminating the waters. "You all wait here. I shall descend to investigate," Gorjin instructed through the loudspeaker before leaping down. Just before landing, Gorjin executed a downward slash, gracefully arcing to a steady landing. Grayish-white and black dust billowed upward, prompting Gorjin to cover his nose. If I am not mistaken, the grayish-white dust before me must be the ashes of over 10,000 souls. As I survey the surroundings, it is evident that no living creature remains here. Indeed, it stands to reason that those who manage to survive would not be foolish enough to linger in this place. Yet, I am left to ponder where they might have sought refuge within the territories of various factions. After confirming the absence of any presence, Gorjin signaled Ningyi to lower the airship. When the vessel came within a clear sight of Gorjin, he thrust his hands forward. releasing a visible beam of white light that illuminated the hull of one of the airships. Remarkably, Gorjin's form transformed into a luminescent entity, following the path of light to materialize precisely where the beam had shone upon the ship's side. With a powerful grip on the railing, he effortlessly re-entered the airship. The dwarves on the deck stood agape, astonished. What? Have they never encountered an ogre mage of the light? Gorjin jested, waving his hand dismissively. Let us depart. Traversing the path between Thunder Fortress and Silver Pine Grove, destination Razor Sand Dunes. The two airships turned, soaring towards the eastern expanse of the Sandstorm Bastion. Meanwhile, to the northwest of the Howling Magic, a fully armed squad of goblin mechanized troops stood ready. This elite goblin unit comprised various specialized combatants, including goblin bombers, goblin tinkerers, goblin rippers, and goblin flame tanks. All were mechanized, with not a single infantryman in sight, the weakest among them being a goblin lumberjack. The total armor count exceeded 100, and within the cockpit of the leading goblin ripper, a goblin with a menacing visage screamed, "At long last, after a year, I have returned. This time, I shall lead my army to reclaim my rightful heritage and seize all that belongs to me. A mere 20 ogres shall be crushed beneath my iron tide." Boom. In the distance, a flare shot into the sky. Unfamiliar goblin forces. You have trespassed into the territory of the Dragon's Roost Howlers. State your identity and intentions at once. A booming voice echoed from above. The goblin looked up, only to behold a massive airship descending slowly. Gritting his teeth, the goblin shouted, "What nonsense is this Dragon's Roost? This is my domain of the Scorching Sands. It is, and it shall always be. Goblin bombers and tinkerers, bring that ship down." The goblin bombers and tinkerers, sharing a cunning, malevolent grin, sprang into action. The goblin bomber lit the fuses of hefty bombs, launching them towards the airship with the speed of rockets. Meanwhile, the goblin tinkerer activated mechanical arms on his back, launching two small goblin missiles ablaze into the air. The close-range defenses unleashed a torrential barrage, intercepting the incoming projectiles. Then, they adjusted their trajectory and ascended rapidly. "Fire 3 volleys. Let the howlers emerge to engage," commanded the dwarf captain calmly. On the deck, several dwarves formed a barrier against those eager to jump into battle against the goblins. No, Lord Angry, do not act rashly. It is not worth it. See that Angry. They dare strike me. Ah, the audacity. Indeed, it is not as if they have succeeded from hundreds of meters up. You are not the chieftain. You cannot risk such a folly, they cautioned. Do not underestimate me. Angry retorted, growing increasingly irate. The dwarves implored, not at all. Who does not know that you, Lord Angry, are the mightiest beneath the chieftain? Why stoop to squabble with those vile goblins? It would only diminish your stature. Is that so? Angry's rage began to ebb. Yes. Moreover, your duty is to guard the Shattered Lion Ridge, a direct order from the chieftain, and you were sent aboard the dreadnought for this purpose. What a privilege you hold. Outside of the chieftain and Lady Horny, it is only you, Lord Angry, who possesses such a right. You cannot sully yourself by engaging with those wretched goblins. Such trifles are beneath your dignity. Delegate to your subordinate, Noya. He represents you. The dwarves fervently persuaded. Fearing that this reckless fool might leap from the dreadnought into battle, which could lead to yet another ogre spirit in the Dragon's Roost. Angry, being somewhat of a simpleton, was eventually coaxed into settling down with a slight smile. Meanwhile, Noya of the Howlers had gathered his forces aboard steam transports, charging towards the fray. A flare indicated a situation, 2 flares indicated enemies, and 3 flares signified formidable foes. Noya led 1,000 troops and 100 dwarf gunners into action. The repercussions of the rampant expansion of the Dragon's Roost had finally manifested. Chapter 225, Razor Sand Dunes, Chief Magaron of the Blackskins. When Gorjin learned that a band of goblins had invaded the territory of the Howlers and launched an attack on the passing dreadnought, he was en route to the Razor Sand Dunes. Despite ruminating on the audacity of the goblins to strike at a Dragon's Roost airship, he could not fathom from whence such recklessness had emerged. The forces of Noya and the goblins engaged in a tug of war. Both sides were elite. Although the goblins were fewer in number, their combat prowess was exceptional, and their mechs were sturdy yet not cumbersome. Noya's forces, relying on transport vehicles and a shield unit comprised of orc taurens for cover, formed a dense fire net with their rifles and the Dragon's Roost Iron Fist. The relentless bombardment from 50 dwarf mortars kept the goblins pinned down. The armor of the Dragon's Roost's regular forces was equally robust, resulting in a stalemate. Gorjin began establishing a teleportation array aboard the Reckless-class armed transport. He chose not to return, but to observe how the Dragon's Roost would respond in his absence. After all, the Dragon's Roost was not lacking in combat capability. After a prolonged standoff with mutual casualties, Noya decided to call for reinforcements. His unit included 2 members of the Blue Star race, making it convenient to request assistance. Currently, only Yi Ku and Ma Daji remained among the second-tier Blue Star inhabitants of the Dragon's Roost. After Ma Daji transformed into a spirit, he lost the privileges of communication and treasure visibility exclusive to the Blue Star race. Thus, he could only reach out to Yi Ku. Swiftly, Yi Ku sought out Horny, and upon receiving orders, Steel and Bao boarded a heavy-duty transport vessel heading towards the Howlers. Gorkin paid little heed to what transpired thereafter. Steel and Bao, accompanied by over 1,000 fully armed warriors of various races from the Howlers, if Noya could not secure victory under these circumstances, he might as well take his own life in atonement. The Dragon's Roost could not afford to lose face. Gorkin pressed on, the boilers of the two airships burning continuously since their ascent. Whether it was water, fuel, or provisions, everything was procured through trade with Yi Ku. The two airships flew ceaselessly towards the razor sand dunes day and night. This exemplified the remarkable hovering capability of airships. To reduce the frequency of trade and enhance the burning efficiency of the steam engines, the fuel now consisted of desert thorns combined with a black alchemical liquid. This combination allowed for a sustained burn time 3 times that of the desert thorns alone. Without the need for ground resupply, the journey time was considerably reduced. After flying day and night for 5 consecutive days, the two airships finally caught sight of the undulating sand dunes in the distance. Gorkin twisted his waist and exhaled a long sigh of relief. At last, they had arrived. The Brash class was merely an armed transport vessel, and it was, of course, incomparable to his own flagship. The hurried journey had offered little in the way of comfort, but at least they had reached their destination. You all stay here. I shall descend to witness the legendary black-skinned ogre chieftain and the formidable two-headed ogre mage, Gorkin commanded before leaping down. During his descent, he continuously shot forth white beams of light, narrowing the distance to the sand dunes. Even Gorkin had to admit, it was indeed a remarkable display of magic, truly delightful. The razor dunes were vast, and as he descended, all that met his eyes were endless stretches of sand dunes, interspersed with patches of green. Those were the oases within the razor dunes. The sand here differed from that of the Mad Sand Fortress. It resembled more of a Gobi desert, with rugged boulders rising and falling. Gorkin's target was the largest of these oases, for just as his flagship was the grandest, he believed the chieftain and the two-headed ogre mage would be found there as well. Upon landing, he immediately recognized he had arrived at the correct location. The layout resembled that of the former Dragon Roost, but this oasis lay nestled between 2 towering dunes. Though referred to as dunes, Gorkin perceived them more as cliffs. Massive, rugged ogre huts scattered around the oasis, with the 2 largest serving as the residences of the black-skinned ogre chieftain and the two-headed ogre mage. Just as Gorkin's feet touched the ground, a deafening roar erupted, startling even the ogres who had been napping, causing them to bolt upright. The ogres were a mix of white and red skins, though the latter were more numerous. Upon spotting the unfamiliar intruder in the center of their tribe, they swiftly surrounded him. Gorkin's spirit soared. How could he not be pleased? A mere glance revealed that the number of ogres here was comparable to that at his Dragon Roost. To put it into perspective, Dragon Roost, along with its 10 ogre warriors, boasted only 55 members. This was a significantly more powerful ogre tribe than during his father's reign. While Dragon Roost had 2 two-headed ogre mages, all its members were white-skinned. In contrast, the Razor Dunes boasted a majority of red-skinned ogres, with the owner of that furious roar being a black-skinned one. Gorkin trembled with excitement. The black-skinned ogre chieftain had emerged, a one-horned, two-eyed ogre, towering even over Gorkin, with tusks not as long as his but a horn a third longer. The chieftain bore heavy shoulder armor adorned with conical spikes, and like Gorkin, he was bare-chested, but with a massive skull hanging before him. In his right hand, he wielded a double-headed axe, while his left exuded a black-purple energy. The chieftain of the Razor Dunes was Magaron. Gorkin's expression grew solemn, a mark of respect for a formidable opponent. The black-skinned ogre chieftain reciprocated the sentiment. This unfamiliar ogre was from Magaron's tribe. Gorkin extended his right hand, conjuring a spear of light, which he thrust heavily into the ground, rubbing his hands along his horns. He opened his wide maw, his voice low yet proud. Now this is Magaron's tribe, but it shall soon become Gorkin's tribe. This was a solo challenge steeped in bloodline memory, one that no ogre could refuse. The other ogres, sensing the tension, parted to clear a space. Gorkin, a red-skinned ogre. I quite like you. I want you to submit at Magaron's feet, the black-skinned ogre observed, the hostility in his eyes dissipating as he too drove his double-headed axe into the ground and rubbed his formidable horn. On one side stood the black-skinned ogre chieftain, a being of unknown talent beneath the chieftain of Golan. On the other, a red-skinned ogre chieftain adorned with 5 radiant halos. Both combatants were bare-handed, roaring as they collided, producing a thunderous cacophony. Chapter 226. You hit my father. As the two titans clashed, the two-headed ogre mage made his entrance, a terrifying figure, also black-skinned. During the grappling, Gorjin landed a punch that sent Magaron tumbling, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the two-headed ogre mage, cursing internally. Damn it. That drow had ulterior motives. He only mentioned that the chieftain was black-skinned, neglecting to mention the color of the two-headed ogre mage. Was the black-skinned ogre chieftain the same as the black-skinned two-headed ogre mage? Without delving into specifics, it was clear that Magaron was already formidable. It was undeniable that the power disparity between black-skinned and red-skinned ogres was vast. However, Gorjin, endowed with the strength of his multi-headed kin, was capable of subduing his opponent. Were it not for the honor of their duel, he would have questioned whether he could emerge victorious against both simultaneously. This indicated that the drow's intentions were far from benign. The opponent's intellect was evidently considerable. Gorjin aimed to exert comprehensive pressure, compelling him to submit willingly. With neither side on the defensive, they engaged in a fierce exchange, each blow landing with palpable force, determining who would ultimately prevail. Both fighters sensed the magical energy surging within each other, aware that their opponent possessed skills. Once again pinning Magaron to the ground, Gorjin let out a triumphant laugh. Huh. It seems I have the upper hand. Your strength surpasses Magaron's, yet he remains unyielding. This is not Magaron's true power. The black-skinned ogre growled in response. Gorjin rose and grasped Magaron's hand, hoisting him up. Unyielding? No problem. Strike me as you wish, and I shall accept. Magaron solemnly declared. Magaron acknowledges your strength. Red-skinned ogre Gorjin, let us engage in a battle with all our might. Should you win, I shall recognize you as chieftain. Gorjin nodded. Very well. Magaron turned to retrieve his double-headed axe, conjuring a sphere of black-purple light in his left hand. What of your weapon, red-skinned Gorjin? Magaron inquired. Gorjin grinned widely, instructing Yiku to fetch the massive iron anchor from Dragon Roost. He had wished to wield it in anger, but it was too cumbersome. He had to let it go. Who would have thought it would come in handy now? Magaron cast an envious glance at the iron anchor. A fine weapon indeed. Gorjin laughed heartily. Once I defeat you, I might consider rewarding you with it. Magaron immediately shook his head. No, it shall be offered to me once you lose. Huh. Give it your all. I shall do just that, Gorjin affirmed, and with that, his enormous form vanished. Even Magaron, along with the two-headed ogre mage, was momentarily taken aback. What was this? Yet, Magaron was no ordinary character. He suddenly slammed his left hand onto the ground, conjuring a swirling vortex of dark purple energy that emanated a formidable pulling force. The two-headed ogre mage remained as steadfast as a mountain, wholly unaffected. While the onlooking ogres fled at the sight of Marmaglon's action, Marmaglon's body became ensnared in the dark purple energy. With a roar, a figure appeared midair, radiating with crimson and golden light. With a frenzied leap, Marmaglon unleashed a powerful strike. He howled, and with his dual-sided axe infused with surging dark purple energy, he clashed directly against Gorjin's massive iron anchor. A violent explosion erupted into the sky, sending both ogre chiefs flying. Gorjin soared over 20 meters, and Marmaglon followed suit, even demolishing his own tent in the process. With a fierce shake, Gorjin sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing red. Meanwhile, Marmaglon, covered in blood with his heavy shoulder armor shattered, struggled to rise, defiantly roaring as he charged towards Gorjin. It was yet another combat technique, a brutal charge. Gorjin's form flickered with a red afterimage as they collided once more. Blood splattered, and their weapons clashed against each other. Gorjin possessed formidable defensive capabilities, while Marmaglon, though not as absurdly strong, was nonetheless impressive. However, in comparison to their attacks, their defenses appeared woefully inadequate. Deep gashes appeared on both their bodies. Gorjin's self-healing ability surpassed that of Marmaglon. Gorjin's rage-fueled state granted him an edge, while Marmaglon's dark purple energy, despite its explosive nature, lacked the bloodthirsty effect. The opposing two-headed ogre mage could not intervene. Most critically, Gorjin's strikes occasionally rendered Marmaglon momentarily dazed. Though fleeting, these moments allowed Gorjin, in his berserk and frenzied state, to strike with astonishing speed. Both combatants were blinded by their fury, and it was evident to any observer that Gorjin held the upper hand. Suddenly, Marmaglon let out a furious roar, and a surge of volatile dark purple energy pushed Gorjin away. Gasping for breath and covered in wounds, he declared, Marmaglon concedes. You have won. Gorjin, with only half his wits remaining, halted abruptly. After a brief moment, the effects of his rage subsided, and he plopped down on the ground. Why the sudden surrender? I was in the midst of my frenzy, and now you just stop? It truly vexes me. Marmaglon leaned on his battle axe, panting heavily. Your strength surpasses mine, and your recovery ability is superior. Though my destructive power exceeds yours, your attacks can daze me, and as it stands, Your wounds are far fewer than mine. Most importantly, you refrained from attacking me while I was dazed. Why? Do you look down upon me? Gorjin took a deep breath and stood abruptly. No. Though we are engaged in combat, you are my kin, not my enemy. What I desire is to subdue you, not to slay you. If you refuse, I will gladly continue the fight. Marmaglan regarded Gorjin with solemn eyes. I desire sustenance. Wahaha, that is my specialty. However, Gorjin turned to the two-headed ogre. I still require one more powerful foe to subdue. What say you? Will you duel me? Or shall I find a two-headed ogre mage for you to challenge? The dark-skinned, two-headed ogre mage first cast a vivid red blessing upon Marmaglan. Then both heads turned to Gorjin. The left head declared, You struck my father. The right head added, I sense a strong aura of light emanating from you. Are you truly a single-headed ogre mage? Are those light elements blind? Gorjin widened his eyes. Hey, how dare you speak so? I wield them to honor those light elements. And furthermore, is this your son? Gorjin glanced at Marmaglan. Marmaglan proudly nodded. Isn't Marmaglan impressive? Marmaglan's son is a two-headed ogre mage. You need not concern yourself with him. If Marmaglan recognizes you, then he must acknowledge you. Are there any delicacies? If there are, you shall become the new master of Razor Sand Dunes. I will strive to ensure the plot transitions are not so lackluster in the future. Chapter 227. I am happy today. When it comes to dining, that is indeed the forte of our old Gorjin. Wait, soon I shall bring you an eye-opening experience. Gorjin was elated. He had not anticipated that the chief of Razor Sand Dunes and the ogre mage were father and son. No wonder this fellow, despite being dark-skinned, was not the chief. Ningyi, land at the largest oasis. I've completed my business. Bring the magical crystals from the airship. Gorjin messaged Ningyi. When my airship descends, don't attack. We are all allies. Gorjin pointed to the rock seal on his left arm. Do you see this? Anyone bearing this, regardless of race, is undoubtedly one of us. Of course, once I conquer you with my culinary delights, you too shall possess this, enhancing your resistance to magic, quite practical. Only those absolutely loyal to me may receive such a boon. Marmaglan and his son, Nasha, displayed no particular expressions, which puzzled Gorjin. Aren't you surprised? Marmaglan replied, stealth. Nasha's left head remarked, light element spellcaster. The right head added, 5 light rings. Marmaglan stated, Marmaglan is no longer curious. Gorjin observed as 2 airships gently descended onto the open ground outside the Razor Ogre camp. Ningyi, accompanied by dwarves carrying magical crystals, stepped down. Marmaglan had already warned the ogres, so there was no danger. Watching Gorjin busily scurrying around amidst the Razor Ogre tribe, Nasha couldn't help but approach. The left head asked, What are you doing? The right head inquired. It looks like a magic circle. Gorjin, not lifting his head, responded, a medium-sized teleportation circle acquired from the Sandstorm Fortress. Nasha's left head scoffed. Those stingy fools would never teach you. The right head concurred. Indeed, those fellows are foolish and antiquated. Gorjin was speechless, pondering how those self-proclaimed nobles would feel knowing they were deemed foolish by an ogre. Naturally, they were unwilling to share with him, but that was of no concern. For now the Sandstorm Fortress was no more. By the way, Marmaglan, Nasha, the core oasis area of the Sandstorm Fortress is still intact. Are you interested in exploring it? Marmaglan shook his head. This place is quite satisfactory. Marmaglan enjoys it here. And what of your territory? Dragon's Roost? What a curious name. Gorjin, never pausing in his tasks, explained, I will soon take you to Dragon's Roost. Now that we have a teleportation array, I do not wish to waste these conquered oases. So I inquired about your interest. Previously, without a teleportation array, various restrictions applied, but now that we have one, it stands to reason that the more oases, the better. I wonder what the inhabitants of Sandstorm Fortress were thinking. If all those resources in their warehouses were fully utilized, their power could multiply several times over. But now, all of it belongs to me, and I have no qualms about it. Money, after all, is meant to be spent, is it not? Marmaglan asked. What of your other head? How can one head possess more words than 2? Ha ha ha, who says I can't be jubilant today? The corners of Galkin's mouth were curved enough to hang his great iron anchor. The teleportation array was set up, and Galkin clapped his hands. All right, Ningyi, you take Margarin and the others back to meet my mother, so everyone can get acquainted with our new kin. I shall join you shortly. With that, Galkin gave a knowing wink. How could Ningyi not comprehend the chief's insinuation? The golden light emanating from the remaining large tent was almost blinding. He understood that their chief had struck gold once again. Galkin turned to the father and son duo. The teleportation array will directly reach Longqi. It's fitting that you are father and son, and we are mother and son. My mother is likewise a two-headed ogre mage, albeit of the blue-skinned variety, yet her prowess undoubtedly surpasses yours, Gunash. Gunash's left head exclaimed, Oh? His right head chimed in. Then I must witness this. Gunash was quite displeased, for he was a black-skinned, two-headed ogre mage. Galkin waved dismissively. Once you arrive, make yourselves comfortable. I will personally cook for you, but let us discuss other matters after you acquire the rock stamp. Ningyi nodded earnestly. Everyone, please step onto the teleportation array. With a flash of blue light, hordes of ogres vanished. After all the ogres departed, Gorjin turned towards Ganesh's tent. The treasure chest lay in the center of the tent, which Gorjin opened directly. Two bursts of golden light emerged. Razor Duel. Active skill. Select one enemy to enter a dedicated subspace duel. Escape or surrender is impossible, and the duel continues until one party perishes. The victor shall gain one skill or talent from the defeated, with a cooldown of 30 days. Prospector. Executioner's Guillotine. Materialize an execution guillotine, granting territorial passive, intimidation of 20 against outsiders and slaves. Execution. The guillotine can execute the leaders of hostile factions, and the strength of the executed will be evenly distributed among all ogres in the territory. Refined Essence. This golden treasure chest yielded one skill and one territorial structure. The Razor Duel skill appeared quite familiar to Gorjin. It resembled a combination of the Legion Duel and Iron Man's Black Room. The Legion Duel increases attack power upon victory, yet others may also participate in the attack. Iron Man's, however, involves entering a solitary Black Room, with no rewards for winning. Very well, very ogre-like. Gorjin thought joyfully as he absorbed it into himself. As for the execution platform, the next step would be to devise a way to behead some enemy leaders. It would be splendid if they could capture the councilman fleeing from the Sandstorm Fortress. However, should they encounter him, a duel would undoubtedly ensue. Perhaps they could even extract that old fellow's elemental prowess. Contentedly, Gorjin stepped into the teleportation array. Watch the airship closely. Have someone bring you food later, he called out to the dwarf on the airship. With a flicker of blue light, Gorjin returned to Longqi. Before he even opened his eyes, he felt the overwhelming presence of fire elements. Good heavens! Gorjin beheld his mother and Ganesh, both two-headed ogres, already in a fierce contest. The most active elements in this endless desert were undoubtedly fire and earth elements, or sand elements as they could also be called. And ogre mages were predominantly aligned with fire elements, Ganesh not being an exception. Neither party employed spells, they merely engaged in a contest of strength, harnessing the tumultuous fire elements. It was a battle of mental fortitude and mastery over the fire elements. Chapter 228. The Diplomacy of Fists. Hornia's strength was indisputable. Likewise, the prowess of black-skinned Ganesh was equally remarkable. He was capable of traversing Thunder Fortress and Silverpine Forest single-handedly, then shopping at Sandstorm Fortress and watching beast-fighting spectacles. The three factions dared not challenge him. Those who did learned a harsh lesson. This led to an intensification of the fire elements, which spread ominously into the skies. The air above Longqi was on the verge of being engulfed by flames conjured from the fire elements. Outsiders trembled beneath this terrifying cloud of fire. Ganesh grit his teeth, not willing to concede to Horny. Horny's demeanor, in stark contrast, was notably relaxed. Ever since she began to subjugate fire elements, her expenditure in releasing them had diminished considerably. After all, she used to coordinate the fire elements herself, but now, the fire elements did the labor for her, making her resemble a slave master. Slave masters never tire. They merely ensure their slaves do. Gorjin's return signified a shift. Ganesh was the first to ease his stance. Ganesh's left head remarked, "You are formidable, just like your son. Both are monsters." His right head added, "I am not as at ease as you. You've triumphed." Gorjin did not lie. "You are indeed stronger than I." For ogres, strength is paramount. There is no such thing as resting for 2 minutes. Horny dissipated the overwhelming fire elements under her control, casting a glance of admiration at Gorjin before retreating to her mage tower. Ganesh stared incredulously at Gorjin. The left head asked, "You have even mastered the technology of mage towers?" The right head exclaimed, "And one specifically designed for ogres." Gorjin raised his thumb in approval. "I must extend my gratitude to the generosity of certain nobles from Sandstorm Fortress." Ganesh's two heads, one with a single eye and the other with two, widened in astonishment. The left head questioned, "How did you negotiate with Sandstorm Fortress?" "They granted you this." The right head added, "When I requested them to build even the simplest of mage towers, they refused." Gorjin clenched his fist. "I employed diplomatic means, and that is how they acquiesced." Ganesh's left head inquired, "What diplomacy?" The right head expressed disbelief. "I find that hard to believe. It's impossible." Margarin, impatiently interjecting, remarked, "Fist diplomacy. What else could it be? When's dinner?" "I'm starving." Ganesh stood dumbfounded. Gorjin chuckled as he turned to enter the kitchen. Sometimes, having too high an IQ as an ogre leads to overthinking, which isn't necessarily beneficial. "Just wait and don't wander off. I'll whip something up right now." Ganesh pondered thoughtfully. Margarin patted his shoulder, feeling that Gorjin's words held merit. As ogres, When do they ever need to consider whether their desires are agreeable to others? Looking around at the rugged yet remarkably orderly ogre dwelling, then glancing beyond the walls at the towering chimneys and buildings, as well as the airships soaring above. And finally at the imposing 8-meter-tall assault ripper stationed at the entrance of the ogre house, the ordinary ogres fared well. But Margren and his son acutely felt the might of Longchi. Gorjin and his mother had thoroughly eclipsed them in terms of hard power, and at that moment, the soft power of Longchi utterly trampled the Razor clan. Though both belonged to the ogre clans, they were entirely different in essence. One had stepped into an era of dark, magical industrialization, while the other remained entrenched in the primitive age. Exhausted from days of toil, Master Gorjin once again found himself in his kitchen. The void cold storage is now brimming with a myriad of rare materials. While the verdant oases of Dragon's Nest and Shattered Lion Ridge continuously supply Gorjin with an abundance of ingredients. Although many spices remain elusive, he has managed to create the majority of the dishes he desires. Today, with an influx of ogres, the quantity of ingredients he needs to prepare is substantial. Most importantly, such a bountiful harvest should not be celebrated alone. Ningyi, Gorjin called out, "Go, have Kalber craft a suitable barbecue stove and skewers for the ogres." There are over 100 ogres from the two clans combined. He must hurry. Ningyi dashed out in a flurry. Yet, Gorjin remained dissatisfied, muttering. His speed pales in comparison to Daog. He began to prepare the ingredients, thinking that since they were in high spirits, it would be fitting to invite the members of the second tier to join in the festivities. The second tier and core area ogres are akin to Gorjin's left and right arms, both indispensable. Without them, the culinary experience would lack depth. After some contemplation, Gorjin retrieved a stack of enormous cauldrons, each exceeding 5 meters in diameter. By nightfall, as the temperature drops, the ogre barbecue, accompanied by pork stew with vermicelli and iron pots, would be a perfect match, complemented by pot stickers and some tofu. Kalber worked swiftly. The dwarven army, now a bona fide factory for producing war weaponry, found crafting kitchenware and stoves to be trivial. However, Kalber, the esteemed dwarven craftsman, willingly engaged in creating these culinary tools, disallowing any other artisans from intervening. As dusk settled, the temperature plummeted. The number of second-tier members had already surpassed 1,000. And with the additional 100 ogres from the two clans, the core area could hardly accommodate them. This necessity led Gorjin to choose a barbecue and iron pot stew for dining. Only in this manner could they cater to so many hungry mouths. The dining area was set outside the city, not far from the airship docking towers. Currently, 5 airship towers had been constructed outside Dragon's Nest. Even now, while resources can be exchanged through the Blue Star people's trade via teleportation arrays, airship production has not ceased, and even a rental service for airships has emerged. The proliferation of airship routes has contributed significantly to the scale of the Dragon's Nest market, especially for those tribal caravans frequently visiting Dragon's Nest. They eagerly beseech for towers and routes to be established in their domains. As for any ill intentions from Dragon's Nest, they need not fret. A mere glance would suffice for them to comply. Only after experiencing Dragon's Nest do they truly comprehend the essence of life. As night fell completely, bonfires flickered in abundance outside Dragon's Nest. On the massive barbecue grill, skewers capable of crushing the unwary were sizzling, while a large iron pot bubbled with chunks of meat and long strands of vermicelli, garnished with leafy greens and generous pieces of tofu, surrounded by pot stickers. The ogres of Dragon's Nest and Razorback gathered, alongside throngs of second-tier members, including many children. The loyalty of the young is the easiest to cultivate. In the outer circle, outsiders and members of the third tier of Dragon's Nest gazed enviously, their noses twitching at the aromatic scents wafting through the air. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Gorjin felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Go, find some dancers from the entertainment house to come and perform. Chapter 229, The Feast of Abundance. Dragon's Nest once again imparted a lesson to the ogres of Razorback Dunes, demonstrating what it truly means to live, with stark temperature variations between day and night. The cold evening air contrasted with the warmth of the barbecue and the steaming iron pot, as they savored delicious food while watching beautiful dancers from various clans. Is there anything more joyous than this? If there were, perhaps it would be to indulge in a moment of ecstasy while eating and to invite a captivating dancer back to one's abode. However, this privilege was reserved for the second-tier members, while the core area ogres regarded the dancers as mere sustenance. Yet, the feeling was distinctly different. Especially with Gorjin's generous use of spices, the impact on the ogres of the Razorback clan was profoundly striking. With just a slight touch, Gorjin completely captivated the Razorback ogres, who, even before finishing their meals, found themselves with the rock seal. This spectacle was undoubtedly a grand feast. Though it appeared there were only 2 types of food, the possibilities for grilling were vast. Each gathering had no less than 10 varieties of ingredients for barbecuing. Thus, This meal was far from meager. In fact, the quantity of materials consumed was unprecedented. This occasion was aptly named by Gorjin as the Feast of Abundance. Whether it was the slightly weaker Magaron, the one who could grapple with his mother, Gunash, or the golden treasure chest, Gorjin deemed it a fruitful gathering, not to mention the numerous ordinary ogres present. With the prowess of Magaron and Gunash, they could certainly be classified as heroic units. Most importantly, these father and son duo possessed intellect, along with rage. Dragon's Nest now boasted 5 heroic units. Culber, on the other hand, could merely be considered an elite unit. Magaron held a substantial skewer in one hand and a large bowl of pork stew with vermicelli in the other, exhaling in satisfaction. Magaron was thoroughly convinced. He recalled the meager, tasteless days of his past. They were all ogres, having fought and feasted. Failing to pledge loyalty would be foolish. As for his dark skin in contrast to Gorjin's red skin, no ogre would take such matters to heart. Among ogres, the simplest and most effective currency is strength. If one could best him, whether red or even a small white-skinned child, he would have to yield. Gorjin merely sat there, too preoccupied with the influx of energy coursing through him to eat. The overwhelming power, especially when Magaron and Gunash received their rock seals, made him grip the arms of his pure iron throne tightly, his jaw clenched and tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth. His scalp tingled, as if the expression on his face was familiar, reminiscent of the times when Karen had displayed similar emotions. Fortunately, everyone else was engrossed in the lively enjoyment of the feast, oblivious to Gorjin's demeanor. After a moment, Gorjin exhaled a deep breath. With a total of 48 ogres from Razorback Dunes, alongside Dragon's Nest 55, the number of ogres in Dragon's Nest finally surpassed that of its original inhabitants. In terms of both quality and quantity, Gorjin could proudly declare that he had revived the once dwindling ogre tribe of Dragon's Nest, leading it towards strength and prosperity. Glancing at the armrests of the throne he had gripped so fiercely, deep finger imprints were now visible. This throne had been forged from high-quality iron through Culber's relentless efforts. One could only imagine the terrifying strength Gorjin possessed at that moment. As the rock seals illuminated the arms of the Razorback ogres, the atmosphere surged to a new pinnacle. The ogres of Dragon's Nest understood that only those bearing the rock seal were truly one of their own. In the Dragon Roost, you carry a bowl, and while they may ignore you, the ogres still regard you with the glint of hunger in their eyes. However, possessing the rock brand changes everything. Though not of the same kin, you are nearly akin. The lengthy companionship has led them to understand what the rock brand signifies. Now, the ogres are jubilant, celebrating the resurgence of their kin. Wag. The Dragon Roost ogres roar with their cavernous mouths, their exultation so overwhelming that even the Razorback ogres appear momentarily befuddled. Yet, bewilderment aside, they quickly join in, echoing the walk of the Dragon Roost ogres. After their feast, the Dragon Roost ogres take the Razorback ogres to flaunt their assault rippers. Outside the city, the air is rent with the thunder of gunfire. Gorjin's gaze falls upon the antics of the ogres as he approaches Gorjin. Left head, do I not recognize a few of those ogres? Right head, they seem familiar. Gorjin chuckles. Did you not witness the beast fights at the Sand Fortress? Those 10 ogres were the champions there. He pats Gorjin on the shoulder and turns to enter the city. Magaron approaches Gorjin. Father, he shall be an extraordinary chieftain. Indeed. Father, I, too, encountered these ogres, yet I had no intention of leading them out. I must admit, I am not as capable as he. Magaron nods. Magaron admires him as well. My child, I sense we shall witness the birth of a true monarch. His gaze shifts toward the towering mage tower in the core area. Truly astonishing. Gorjin returns to his abode, collapsing into a chair. Feast, harvest banquet, number of diners, 1325. Reward, totem of ancestral appreciation, Wag Howl. Totem of ancestral appreciation, 30 chance of ogre pregnancy, 10 chance of birthing 2-headed ogres. Benign mutation ability 10, the spirit of the ogre ancestors approves of your endeavors. Purple shadow of T. Wag Howl. Shouting Wag grants yourself and up to 10 nearby allied units a stacking howl buff, increasing movement speed and attack power by 2. Different units can stack. Lasting for 30 seconds. D-Night Maple's Desolation B. Barely settling down, Gorjin strides back outside. By the Dragon Roost's grand banner. The flag of Maglabiot's contempt, and the flag of elemental favor, now flutter in the wind, 3 banners billowing proudly. Gorjin once more manifests the totem of ancestral appreciation. In the moment the towering totem appears, Gorjin seems to see a giant ogre nodding in acknowledgement. The following day, all in the Dragon Roost discern alterations. Outside the city gates, near the monument, a gallows stands ominously. Gorjin intends to execute the leaders of any potential hostile factions before the living and the dead. even if the ogres from the second tier and the core area do not perish entirely. Chapter 230, The Red Dragon's Retinue of the Heatwave Consortium. By noon the next day, Gorjin returns to the Razorback Dunes accompanied by the Razorback Ogres. With the teleportation array now established, the several oases and resources of the Razorback Dunes must not be squandered. It serves little purpose to crowd all the ogres into the Dragon Roost. Better to develop the Razorback Dunes into a springboard for the Dragon Roost in this region. Moreover, there are numerous matters requiring attention in this area. Accompanying Gorjin is the engineering team from the Dragon Roost. They need to assess the terrain and determine how to proceed with construction. Upon returning to the Razorback Dunes, Gorjin, along with Magarin, heads toward Thunderhold. Compared to the more reserved Dark Elf, Gorjin prefers dealings with the more straightforward Tauren. As for bringing Magarin instead of Gorjin, it is because Gorjin possesses greater wisdom, allowing him to better facilitate communication between the engineering team and the ogres. The Razorback Ogres also need to work. Relying solely on the engineering team would result in excessively slow progress. The Reckless airship sets sail, and the Razorback Dunes commence surveying and planning. Raging Tooth arrives at the Dragon Roost with prisoners of war and spoils. Culber gazes at the dust-covered goblin, scratching his head. This fellow seems oddly familiar. Even as a captive, the goblin glares at Culber with bared teeth. You damn dwarf. Were it not for your alliance with the ogres, my heatwave would not have been breached. How could I have fallen to such depths? Culber gapes, tugging at his now twisted beard. You're the goblin chief who fled from Heatwave. How did you end up in such a state? That big bear, go fetch Steel Coin. Let him see his old chief. The bear goblin, bewildered, turns to leave. What were you thinking? With the Dragon Roost at such a scale? You dare to retaliate with so few men? Do you underestimate us or overestimate yourself? Culber is perplexed. He knows there is a goblin faction at war with the Magic Howl, but never expected this fellow to seek revenge. Yet, it makes sense. It has only been a little over a year since your flight. Hardly surprising. The Heatwave chief emits a sharp, mocking laugh. Huh, I admit my failure once more. But do not think you shall fare better. Do you know from where the goblin forces you vanquished originated? They were from the Heatwave Consortium. I spent all my savings to hire those goblin troops, and now they have all perished here. Do you think the Heatwave Consortium will let this slide? The Heatwave chief's shrill laughter is tinged with glee. It took me half a year to escape to the Heatwave Consortium, and I had to beg and plead for the privilege of hiring them. What do you think your victory means? The Heatwave Consortium will not spare you. Culber nods. Wow. The Heatwave Consortium, quite impressive. And then, the Heatwave chief's laughter abruptly ceases. He stares, eyes wide, like a fish caught in the net of despair. What tone is that? It is the Heatwave Consortium. All the hard currency in the regions you can imagine belongs to the Heatwave Consortium. Culber solemnly nods. All right, and then? The Heatwave chief is momentarily stunned. Aren't you supposed to be afraid? You have killed the Heatwave Consortium's troops. Culber waves his hand dismissively. No, not just that. Look at that grand structure over there. The newly constructed guillotine. The chieftain decreed only chiefs may ascend. What perfect timing for you, Heatwave chief, to offer yourself up. Rest assured, I've checked. The beheading blade is heavy and sharp, and you won't suffer. Culber reassures him. The Heatwave chief interjects. Let us set that aside for now. That is the Heatwave Consortium. The Heatwave, they are the retinue of a red dragon. A red dragon. Culber pulls at his twisted beard. All right, I understand. Save your breath. What is the big deal about a red dragon? You are not the red dragon. Why are you so worked up? We have a black dragon sleeping next to us, and we are not boasting. Though the Heatwave chief fears death, he cannot tolerate the demeanor and attitude of the opposing party. However, that is a conscious red dragon, incomparable to the slumbering black dragon that has been dormant for countless years. Can you not be more alert? That is a red dragon. Culber smacked his lips in annoyance, saying, how bothersome you are. Even with death looming, you still cling to this. I had intended to let you meet the past, but now, you shall only witness the guillotine. He waved his hand dismissively. Take him away. Angertooth nodded, following the dwarf beside him towards the guillotine. Even as they walked further away, the leader of the Heat Sand continued to shout fervently, that is heat breath. Heat breath. A red dragon. A red dragon. Culber glanced exasperatedly at the other captured goblins. Has he always been this way? Didn't you find a shaman or something among your heat breath to check his sanity? The surviving goblins exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their mutual incredulity. You merely hired mercenaries from heat breath. They do not belong to you. So why do you take such pride? What about you? You have two choices. Cooperate well and die swiftly, or become a tough nut to crack and be tortured to death. Choose one. One goblin raised his hand. Is there not an option for survival? Culber shook his head. If we had captured you, there would indeed be a chance for survival, but you are the invaders. And as captives, you face only the path to death. My personal advice is to cooperate, as your master is not here, and no one will witness your show of defiance. The goblins exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts as fellow goblins. They lowered their heads in resignation. We choose to cooperate. Culber gently applauded, a wise choice. As a reward, if you can demonstrate your usefulness before your execution, your death can be postponed. If you can consistently prove your value and earn the rock brand before your demise, then you may live. What is the rock brand? A flicker of hope ignited in the eyes of the goblins upon hearing they could survive. Culber smiled. The rock brand signifies absolute loyalty. However, I have yet to see any goblin other than the bear goblins obtain it. Take them down, and let them divulge all they know. Oh, and remember to interrogate them separately, then compare the results. Whoever's account does not match will die immediately. Chapter 231, Thunder Fortress. The first individual to face execution at the guillotine was, surprisingly, a goblin, leaving even the onlookers in disbelief. Nevertheless, this goblin had once been a lord with 3 oases. A significant figure in his time, thus not entirely dishonoring the guillotine. However, his strength relied more on machinery and cunning, leaving his physical prowess rather lacking. With a single stroke, the amplified power dispersed among the ogres was hardly perceptible. It felt akin to a mere hair added to an already dense mane. As the head of the fleeing goblin leader fell, the heat sand incident drew to a definitive close. When he relayed this to Gorjin, Gorjin had not anticipated this turn of events. With heat sand gone and now a heat breath emerging, shadowed by a red dragon, Gorjin had grown accustomed to such upheavals. Well, let us clarify the information, prepare for battle, and stabilize our development. I'll manage matters here first. It's merely a heat breath, after all. Since we're entangled now, we shall deal with him as well. This was Gorjin's response to Culber. Culber, too, did not regard the heat breath with much concern. It had only been a little over a year since Dragon Nest discovered that dilapidated fort, so he was hardly intimidated by the so-called heat breath consortium. As Culber compiled information and data regarding heat breath, Gorjin arrived at Thunder Fortress. This time, the airship brazenly descended into the territory of Thunder Fortress. The news of Gorjin's arrival had already been relayed by the herding Tauren back to Thunder Fortress. Thus, Kalen Thunder had long been waiting outside the fortress with the strongest members of his tribe. As Gorjin and Magaron disembarked from the airship, the leaders of the Dragon Nest and Thunder Fortress met formally. Gazing at the robust Tauren, Gorjin could not help but marvel. This distance should suffice to draw him into the dual subspace, and with his current combined strength, defeating him should pose no challenge. However, Gorjin soon abandoned this notion. Even if he won the duel, the abilities gained would be random. Where was the peace in opening his treasure box? I am Kalen Thunder, the powerful ogre lord of Thunder Fortress. The Tauren chief stepped forward, thumping his chest with a deep rumble. However, the 2 ogres before him left him uncertain as to who held the higher rank. By rights, the black-skinned ogre should be superior to the red-skinned one. Yet the latter stood under 5 radiant halos, the same individual he had seen soaring above. Most importantly, he recognized this black-skinned ogre. This was the chief of the ogres from the Razor Sand Dunes. His gaze flickered with confusion. What are you staring at? Your gaze displeases Magaron. The black-skinned ogre stepped forward, his eyes fiercely fixed on the Tauren. His dual-headed axe had now become his left-hand sidearm, while his primary weapon was the great iron anchor bestowed upon him by Gorjin. He relished this weapon, and his strength allowed him to wield it adeptly. Kalen pondered, realizing once again that this ogre was no ordinary character. Now, even the chief of the Razor Sand Dunes had been subjugated. Kalen elevated Gorjin, standing in his mind by 2 more tiers. Seeking to save face for himself, Magaron would naturally not undermine Gorjin's goodwill. And while he was not here to initiate conflict, he was not here to play the amiable fool either. The Dragon Nest of yesterday and today had reached entirely different tiers in terms of high-level combat strength. If Gorjin truly intended to topple Thunder Fortress, with 5 hero units and the Assault Ripper, claiming it would be effortless might be an exaggeration, yet it certainly would not require tremendous effort. I am Gorjin, chief of Dragon Nest. Kalen, you mingled with those from the Mad Sand Fortress. You must understand my intentions, correct? So where are my people? Gorjin approached Kalen, leaning down to gaze at the Tauren chief, who stood at about his waist. His tone was far from polite, infused with the gravitas and pressure derived from the strength of over 100 tribes, causing every cell and organ in the Tauren chief, including his appendix and tonsils, to scream in alarm. Danger, danger, danger. The Tauren behind him turned crimson, yet they dared not act recklessly. Despite the presence of only 2 ogres, they had over 5,000 adult Tauren and a vast number of Kodos at Thunder Fortress, yet they felt utterly suppressed, unable to lift their heads. Kalen gritted his teeth and puffed out his chest. Gorjin, chief, we have not wronged the champion ogre fighter used by the Mad Sand Fortress to drag us into their schemes and can return him to you at any time. He raised his chin, tension coursing through him, meeting the gaze of the ogre before him without flinching. Magaron's expression darkened as he switched the great iron anchor from his shoulder to his hand. Ha ha ha. With audacity, I must say you, my friend, are quite impressive. Gorgin's hearty laughter echoed as he clapped a hand upon the shoulder of the Tauren, though Kael'thas did not move. Magaron approached Kael'thas, lowering his gaze upon him. The chieftain may deem you worthy, but I, Magaron, will reiterate. Absolute respect must be shown to my chieftain. Mimicking Gorgin's earlier gesture, he patted Kael'thas' shoulder before hastily trailing after Gorjin. Kael'thas extracted his legs from the earth with a resigned sigh and turned to follow suit. In comparison to the Bastion of the Sands, Thunderbluff exuded a palpable tribal essence. Vast and rugged, the central golden light was strikingly evident, accompanied by a flicker of purple radiance. It appeared to be the golden and purple treasure chests. The colors of the chests suggested a disparity in strength between Thunderbluff and the Bastion of the Sands. Gorjin, ever unfussy, showed no preference when it came to treasure chests. Having pinpointed their location, he felt no urgency. Under Kael'thas' guidance, Gorjin soon beheld the champion ogre warrior confined within a magical cage. Bones of his previous meals lay scattered within. Chieftain Gorjin, to satiate his hunger, we have slain a Kodo beast for him. He has not been slighted in any way, Kael'thas explained. However, his temperament is too volatile. Thus we were compelled to confine him in this cage, left behind by the Bastion of the Sands. Gorjin waved his hand dismissively. Open it. Chapter 232, Gold and Purple. Magaron, come forth. Blackskin stepped forward boldly. My lord, this magical cage can only be opened with magic. Otherwise, Kael'thas attempted to intervene, but witnessed Magaron channeling dark purple energy, which struck the magical cage with a resounding explosion. Kael'thas staggered back as the flames dissipated, leaving the cage in ruins and the champion ogre warrior liberated. He roared and charged at the Tauren chieftain, but was sent sprawling by a swift kick from Magaron. Your attitude displeases me, Magaron said. Gorjin the chieftain has saved you. Your first action should be one of gratitude. The champion ogre warrior, having been flung a considerable distance, scrambled to his feet, bewildered. Ah, what? Magaron, taking pity, remarked, he is but a product of the vile magic of the Bastion of the Sands. His mind akin to that of a child. This very kick had subdued the champion ogre warrior. Though he bore the spirit of a cub, he could discern rank and authority. He obediently approached Magaron, only to receive another kick for his insolence. Gorjin is your chieftain, not Magaron. The champion ogre warrior, feeling wronged, trailed closely behind Gorjin. It must be noted that he was the most formidable of all ogre warriors, his stature towering over his kin. One could only speculate whether he was the offspring of a chieftain from a raided tribe. Among the three objectives for his visit, one had already been fulfilled. Gorjin believed the second would also prove manageable, as Thunderbluff had prepared a welcoming feast in his honor. A succulent, roasted Kodo beast awaited him. Gorjin remained silent. How peculiar, he mused, that acquiring a Kodo beast from Cash had been akin to extracting a tooth, while here, the Tauren had it roasted and ready. It seemed fitting for a tribe that thrived on herding Kodo beasts. This ignited a longing within Gorjin, with the Tauren extending a hand of goodwill. Gorjin was keen to avoid complications. Kael'thas, while we shall leave the matter of the ogre warrior aside, as the reinforcements from the Bastion of the Sands, should your Thunderbluff not also make a statement? Gorjin seated himself comfortably on the ground, fixing his gaze upon the Tauren opposite him. Kael'thas exhaled sharply, responding, while we did venture to Oasis 12 at the Bastion of the Sands, we did not engage with your forces. Moreover, since Chieftain Gorjin has subdued the ogres of Razor Ridge, I presume you have dealt with the Bastion of the Sands accordingly. What precisely do you wish us to do? Then, my lord, I trust you will speak plainly. Haha. Gorjin laughed heartily. You are correct. You are Tauren, and we are ogres. It is best we speak candidly. His laughter abruptly ceased, his eyes narrowing upon the Tauren. The intensity of his gaze left Kael'thas feeling uneasy. It is precisely because you have not attacked us that we can sit here and converse amicably. My demands are simple. Oasis 12 has fallen to my forces. Yet you are aware that those elders, while lacking in various skills, are proficient in teleportation. I am uncertain whether they have been entirely eradicated. Within the territory of the Bastion of the Sands, they have become cornered. If they yet live, they can only flee toward your Thunderbluff or Silverpine Forest. Gorjin grinned. My request is straightforward. Locate them. Eliminate them. Exterminate any future threats. Kael'thas hesitated, his gaze locked onto Gorjin. We Tauren of Thunderbluff are not your subordinates. Gorgin's smile faded, and he leaned slightly forward, a dangerous aura enveloping the air around them. So, Kael'thas Thunder, do you accept my terms? The atmosphere grew tense. And except for the champion ogre warrior munching on meat, everyone else braced for a confrontation. Kael'thas's breath quickened, his nostrils flaring, his chest heaving. Should he acquiesce? It would mean that, at least in this matter, Thunderbluff would be obliged to serve the ogres. Very well. Kael'thas gritted his teeth, his eyes turning red as he declared fiercely, if they are within my territory, I shall sever their heads and deliver them to you. Ha ha ha. Gorjin bellowed with laughter, the raucous sound resonating so fiercely that it reddened the eyes of all the Tauren present, yet Gorjin remained oblivious. The weak have no diplomacy. This truth is eternal, applicable to any race in any world. Excuse me. Kael'thas rose, his footsteps heavy as he made to exit. Gorjin paid him no mind, devouring the Kodo beast's flesh with gusto. Once they had departed, Gorjin stood and sauntered toward the nearby treasure chests. He cared little, should they not leave. What if opening the chest triggered a guardian boss? He relished battle, but deemed it meaningless. Outside the plaza, the Tauren surrounded Kael'thas, vociferously voicing their grievances. They contended that Kael'thas should not have agreed to the ogres, asserting that the Tauren feared not war. Kael'thas exhaled heavily, growling in a low voice, enough. As the murmurs ceased, Kael'thas clenched his jaw. Who says we fear war? I shall inform that ogre that your decisions are your own, and bear no relation to Thunderbluff. You may wage war with the ogres if you wish. Your audacity is commendable, yet how is it that when confronted by the ogre, you dare not even utter a sound? Once you emerge, why do you feign bravado? It resides within, do venture forth. Who among you possesses the courage? I shall consider you formidable. Such acknowledgement is the pinnacle of praise for a male unit. The Tauren, however, recoiled, their necks drawn in, too intimidated to utter a word. Just look at your cowardly demeanor. Were you to exhibit even a modicum of valor and confront him, I would undoubtedly arm myself and join the fray. Do you have the audacity? The individuals whom Kylan berated dared not lift their heads. Inside, Gorjin had already opened the treasure chest. Recognition of nature and wilderness. Quality, gold. The user shall receive the acknowledgement of nature and wilderness, gaining access to nature spells and druidic heritage. Kodo Beast Command Horn. Quality, purple. Upon sounding, all Kodo beasts within range gain an increase of 10 in speed, stamina, and physical defense. The power of wise simplicity. Quality, purple. Passive territorial ability. Members of the territory have a chance to experience a moment of clarity, causing their next attack to inflict random attribute damage and double the harm. The lower the intelligence, the higher the probability. Savage. Natural resistance. Quality, purple. Tribal passive, upon activation. Your kin receive a 30 reduction in natural damage.